Chapter 1. In the autumn afternoon, the gentle sunlight bathed the Hokage building. This venerable structure, weathered by decades, was adorned with a touch of gilded brilliance. Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, donned in the ceremonial robes of his office, swiftly perused the list of graduates from the Ninja Academy spanning 46 years and the roster of ninja teams in need of reinforcements. While analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of various genin, he aimed to assemble balanced teams, assigning appropriate leading ninjas to each. The tumultuous state of the ninja world had escalated over the past 2 years, with increasingly frequent skirmishes among the ninja villages resulting in significant attrition. Within many of Konohagakure's ninja teams, Hiruzen understood well that well-structured ninja teams were paramount for enhancing the success rate, survival rate, and combat efficacy of their missions, whether in anticipation of an unpredictable war or for the safety of his subordinates. The arrangement of team members required utmost prudence. After more than an hour of meticulous review of the grouping draft in his hands, he concluded that it represented the best possible choice he could conceive at present. Hiruzen began to summon one leading genin after another. Nara Shikaku, Yuhi Kurinai, Namikaze Minato, Ayam Kazakage, Moku KT, and Yamashiro Akiyama. Before he realized it, dusk was approaching. Upon hearing another knock at the door, Hiruzen lifted his gaze to welcome the last genin he had summoned that day. At 18 or 19 years of age, standing just over 6 feet tall, he possessed a long and upright physique honed by years of rigorous training. His bright golden hair and handsome features were striking, yet the pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes betrayed a sense of exhaustion, giving him a somewhat languid demeanor. This one handsome visage alone could surely keep countless Konohagakure maidens tossing and turning in the quiet of the night. "Good afternoon, Hokage-sama," Yamashiro Akiyama greeted, a hint of fatigue evident on his face as he raised his hand in salute to Hiruzen. Having stayed up late training until midnight, he had just managed to catch a brief nap before being summoned to the Hokage building for duty. Who could possibly withstand such demands? Akiyama, you must occasionally take time to relax, only then will your training yield greater efficiency, Hiruzen remarked, already familiar with Akiyama's diligent training habits, and he paid little mind to the latter's weary appearance. After offering a gentle admonition out of concern, he proceeded to articulate the purpose of Akiyama's summons. "I have conferred with Inuzuka Hachi and Nara Shikaku regarding your reassignment from the analysis unit to the regular forces for mission execution. Here is your transfer order and the information on your subordinates." "Yes," Akiyama replied, accepting the documents and placing the transfer order into the pouch at his side, then examining the details of his subordinates. Earlier, Inuzuka Hachi had already apprised him of this change, and he had mentally prepared for his departure from the intelligence division that IT was merely a transfer to a standard ninja team, where he would oversee a few genin. With 1 or 2 missions per month, he would have ample opportunity for leisure. It seemed like a mere change of scenery to indulge in idleness. Upon seeing 3 familiar names, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in astonishment. Konoha's Red Sunset, Might Guy, and Noera Kurinai. Had these 3 ever formed a team? That couldn't be right. Might Guy and Noera Kurinai's teammate should have been Ebisu, shouldn't it? Moreover, weren't they not graduates of this current class? The budding leaves of new students cannot flourish without the patient guidance of their predecessors, just as the will of fire is passed down through generations. It is now your turn to lead the next generation of children. Sarutobi Hiruzen evidently had no intention of elaborating on the reasoning behind such groupings to Yamaguchi Kei, instead passionately proclaiming his will of fire. "Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I will diligently teach them." Yamaguchi Kei suppressed his doubts and adopted a more serious demeanor as he made his promise. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared quite pleased with this attitude. After advising him to report to the Shinobi Command Center the following day and head directly to the 4th training ground to gather his team, he waved him off to leave. As Yamaguchi Kei exited the Hokage's building, he exchanged greetings with a few familiar ninjas and made his way toward the Yamashita clan's territory, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Just as he reached the halfway point, a mechanical notification suddenly resonated within his mind. System repair completed. Database organized. Energy absorption progress has reached 100. System hibernation ended. Profession entry system activated. Personal panel activated. Exploration function activated. Entry extraction, gifting, copying, upgrading, and stripping functions activated. Profession binding complete. Bound profession, ninja. Completing profession tasks and significant events grants a probability of obtaining opportunities for entry extraction, gifting, copying, upgrading, and stripping. The novice gift package has been opened, granting 3 chances for entry extraction and 1 chance for gifting. Yamaguchi Kei paused momentarily, a fleeting look of unease crossing his features before he quickly regained his composure. As usual, he picked up a takeout meal from a roadside restaurant and returned home. 5 directions anti-sense barrier. Activate. Forming the way seal with his hands, Yamaguchi Kei channeled chakra within him, pressing one hand against the ground to activate the barrier technique he had set up long ago in his home. A soft blue, translucent barrier enveloped the entire room, the intricate runes inscribed upon it flickering gently, completely isolating everything inside from the outside world. Standing in the center of the living room, Yamaguchi Kei's expression shifted several times before he finally let out a long breath and quietly sat down at the coffee table. He had once envisioned cursing the system that had arrived 19 years late during its activation. He had also imagined crying and laughing, freely expressing the dissatisfaction and excitement within him. Yet perhaps all those past grievances and frustrations had been worn down by the passage of time. When this moment truly arrived, he found himself far calmer than he had anticipated. Host, Yamaguchi Kei profession, ninja activated entries, transmigrator red, master of release purple, handsome blue, slightly knowledgeable green inactivated entries. None. Entry extraction. 3. Entry bestowal. 1. Transmigrator red. As a transmigrator, having lived 2 lives, your soul and mental fortitude experience a significant enhancement in strength, growth rate, and potential. Master of shadow manipulation purple. Years of dedicated research and training have granted you nearly perfect mastery over the nature and transformation of various shadow manipulation techniques. Your efficiency in learning, refining, and creating shadow techniques has greatly increased. The speed, power, and effectiveness of shadow techniques have been significantly enhanced, and your resistance to shadow techniques has considerably improved. Handsome blue. Favored by the world, you possess an extraordinary appearance from birth, enhancing your charm and allure towards the opposite sex. Slight understanding green. Your prolonged exploration of ninja memories has yielded a wealth of intelligence and knowledge. Through continuous practice, you have preliminarily grasped various attributes and types of ninjutsu, leading to a slight improvement in learning speed and memory retention. It has not been in vain that I have dedicated over a decade to intense training. Upon viewing the detailed description of his entries, Yamaguchi Kei felt a satisfied smile form at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he promptly began to extract new entries. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the white entry Cocooner, the black entry mind expansion, and the purple entry whatever you call forth. Cocooner white. Under specific stealth actions, your concealment effectiveness and stealth speed are slightly enhanced, while your personal visibility is significantly reduced. Mind expansion black. The probability of suffering head trauma is greatly increased, while the hardness of the skull and recovery speed are significantly diminished, leading to a slight increase in lethality probability. Whatever you call forth purple. With precise control over chakra, when your proficiency in ninjutsu is sufficient, you can eliminate complex hand seals. A simple clap of your hands followed by whatever you call forth results in a substantial enhancement in chakra control and a marked increase in the speed of ninjutsu release. What is the meaning of all this? Yamaguchi Kei furrowed his brow. Even when he first glimpsed the entry titled Slight Understanding, he had an inkling that his system might possess a degree of abstraction. However, he never anticipated it could be abstracted to such an extent. Aside from the last entry, which seemingly bore some connection to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, albeit with a somewhat humorous name, yet decent effects, the first 2 entries were truly hard to articulate. The Cocooner entry, once activated, would essentially forfeit one's mate selection rights in Konoha. And mind expansion, which quite literally suggests opening a hole in one's head. Is this entry designed to cause harm? A thought crossed Yamaguchi Kei's mind as he glanced at the entry bestowal opportunity from the novice gift pack. He pondered that if he ever made an enemy, he could arrange such an entry for them. This pure debuff might indeed be best utilized against foes. After indulging in these whimsical thoughts for a moment, Yamaguchi Kei finally activated the purple entry, whatever you call forth. In the next instant, an indescribable sense of enlightenment surged within him. The dense network of chakra veins within his body seemed to imprint itself vividly in his mind. Every detail crystal clear. Every strand of chakra is under my command, as if it were an extension of my own will. The ninjutsu, honed through countless trials, has now become an instinctive part of my being, effortlessly released with the simplest of guidance. Heart transformation puppet curse technique. With a single hand, Yamashita Kage formed the Wei seal, directing it toward the puppet position for practice in the room. The puppet, previously still against the wall, sprang to life the next moment, gracefully performing a series of fluid movements after a brief warm-up. The simplification of hand seals and the ability to perform them one-handed are indeed remarkable techniques. Yamashita Kage marveled silently, once again embarking on experiments with other ninjutsu. The unique hand seals employed by the Yamashita clan during the activation of their secret techniques are variants of the Machthenyo seals. These seals expedite the mobilization of the in-release energy within, allowing the user to unleash clan secrets with remarkable swiftness. Functionally, they are faultless. However, their distinctiveness poses a risk. Any adversary familiar with the Yamashita clan's techniques would recognize the seals and know to evade swiftly. After all, the clan's arts involve special techniques tied to the power of the soul. Should one act without absolute confidence, any misstep could result in a delay for the soul to return to the body, leaving even a child capable of snuffing out their life in that vulnerable moment. Now, having discarded the distinctive hand seals, the element of surprise is assured. After experimenting with various ninjutsu for half a day, Yamashita Kage formed a Rasengan in his palm, feeling the stable, rapidly spinning chakra sphere, a smile creeping onto his lips. All the ninjutsu he frequently employed could now be executed with one-handed and simplified seals. The activation speed more than doubled compared to before. Some of the techniques he was more familiar with could now be performed with a mere clap of the hands, instantaneously summoning their effects. Even those techniques he had only a rudimentary grasp of, while unable to achieve simplified seals, exhibited significant improvements in release speed and control. In the fast-paced realm of ninja combat, even a fraction of a second can determine the outcome of a battle. Yamashita Kage's prowess among the elite of Konoha was already commendable. With a doubled speed of execution, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly escalate even further. I wonder if I can now stand toe-to-toe with a cage-level ninja. Steady now, steady. I must not let it go to my head. Yamashita Kage continually adjusted his mindset, reminding himself not to emulate reckless abandon. After all, he lacked the protection of the likes of Hozuki Suigetsu, the life-sustaining aid of Kagaya and Uzumaki Karen, and certainly did not possess a brother named Uchiha Itachi or a father named Otsutsuki Kagaya. If he were to let his confidence swell, who knows what calamity might ensue. Moreover, the strength of a cage-level ninja encompasses far more than mere speed of action combat experience, tactical acumen, ninjutsu synergy, physical prowess, nerve response, time, and chakra reserves all play critical roles. The road ahead is long and arduous. However, during the Third Great Ninja War, as long as one does not charge directly into the encirclement of the enemy's main forces, it should be relatively safe. Yamanaka Q reflected quietly. The tension that had gripped him due to the impending war began to ease slightly. Having experienced the Second Great Ninja War, he understood better than most the sheer brutality of the battlefield. It was a hell filled with blood and wails, a slaughterhouse where humanity was extinguished, leaving only carnage and numbness in its wake. Although many years had passed, the memories of his past experiences on the battlefield still haunted him. With a single hand seal, he dispelled all 5 shadow clones that had been cultivating deep within the underground of his residence. The fatigue from their training and the weariness that followed the sudden release of pressure surged within him. He found himself too lazy to continue resisting his Bodhi's natural instincts. After casually dispelling the 5-point anti-sensing barrier within the house, he hastily finished a meager dinner and collapsed onto the soft, fluffy bedding, sinking into a restful sleep. The next day, the morning sun dispersed the cool mist. Outside the window, birds flapped their wings, chirping incessantly on the branches. Yamanaka Q awoke from his slumber, lazily yawning as he glanced at the clock on the bedroom wall, which indicated 10 o'clock. The surge in his strength provided him with a profound sense of security, allowing him to sleep soundly. Once I relax, my biological clock goes haywire, he mused, rubbing his face as he got up to wash and resumed his exploration of the system's functionalities. The system had clearly indicated the methods of acquiring keywords extraction, gifting, duplication, upgrading, and stripping opportunities. Completing occupational tasks and major events was necessary for obtaining them. As a jonin of Konoha, the nature of his occupational tasks was self-evident. But what about major events, the Ninja World War? A pivotal moment in ninja history? A significant event from a theatrical release? Whichever it was, it seemed that active participation in some perilous incidents was required. After organizing his ninja tool pouch and dressing, he turned to leave. For the time being, he decided to temporarily overlook major events and instead accompany his subordinates, who had been waiting for him all morning, to assess the probability of regular ninja tasks. As noon approached, the streets of Konoha basked in perfect sunlight, bustling with pedestrians. Yamanaka Q strolled towards the Jonin standby station, savoring a sweet red bean chestnut jelly bought from a vendor. His gaze flitted occasionally over the merchants, civilians, and ninjas lining the streets. Ordinary villagers seldom exhibited keywords. Even when they did, they were mostly trivial white or green keywords of little significance. In contrast, ninjas had a considerably higher probability of possessing keywords. Though not everyone had them, the proportion of blank ninjas was notably greater. No matter the world, there are always more ordinary people. Amidst the serene beauty of the mountains, a sigh escaped from the heart of the observer as they casually discarded the packaging of sweet delicacy into the trash bin, preparing to enter the elite ninja's waiting quarters. Suddenly, a solid wooden sofa, accompanied by a piercing sound of rushing air, shot forth from the main entrance. Before there was a moment to comprehend the unfolding chaos, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from within the waiting quarters. In an instant, a resounding explosion shattered the glass of the entire facility, leaving a deep fissure in the ground that extended towards the entrance, while the walls exhibited varying degrees of tilt and collapse. What was once a respectable ninja's waiting quarters had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a perilous ruin. Shortly thereafter, a fundamental technique of wind-release wind dance swiftly dispersed the swirling dust and debris. Simultaneously, it revealed two figures still locked in a standoff within the waiting quarters: Kushina Uzumaki and Danzo Shimura. With a series of swift, piercing sounds, three root ninjas clad in dark attire and adorned with animal masks materialized behind Danzo, assuming aggressive stances directed towards Kushina. In the mountainous landscape, a sharp gaze narrowed slightly as he moved swiftly to appear behind Kushina Uzumaki. Accompanying him were members of the Akimichi clan, including Akimichi Choza and Akimichi Chg, as well as Nara Sage Jaku from the Nara clan, Inazuka Kiba from the Inazuka clan, and Karasuma Un from the Karasuma clan. As for the other Jonin originally stationed at the command post, perhaps intimidated by the authority of the Hokage's advisor, or perhaps reluctant to entangle themselves in the high-level conflicts, they had long since vanished without a trace. Shimura Danzo. I have made it abundantly clear that I will never entrust you with the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Upon realizing she was not alone, the already formidable aura of Kushina Uzumaki intensified even further. Upon hearing these words, Yamaguchi Kei comprehended the situation. It was no wonder that, apart from the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans associated with the Hokage, even the head of the Kurama clan stood behind Kushina. It seemed that Danzo had indeed overstepped the boundaries of the ninja clans this time. The inability of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to control her emotions would only spell disaster for the village. I shall request Hizashi to ensure that you undergo training at the foundation. Shimura Danzo's cold, calculating gaze contained not a hint of extraneous emotion. He did not even spare a glance at Yamaguchi Keiko, Akimichi Tei's, or Kurama Tsugumi. With a menacing remark, he turned and strode away. Uzumaki Kushina wore an expression of bewilderment. And even Akimichi Tei's and the others were taken aback by how easily he departed. In the mountains, the entirety of the conflict remained unseen, rendering it impossible to ascertain Danzo's true intentions for this journey. However, given the current demeanor of this old schemer, who exhibits a seemingly casual willingness to concede, it is likely that his ambitions extend far beyond the mere secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan. It is even doubtful that he genuinely desires Kushina to undergo training at the root. After all, even if Hiruzen Sarutobi were to suffer a fit of folly, he would never allow Danzo the opportunity to seize control over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. In the depths of the mountains, Kage was unable to decipher the intentions of Danzo Shimura. Yet he was resolute in his belief that the old man harbored no noble intentions. Previously, he may have refrained from taking action due to the formidable identity and influence of his adversary. However, the circumstances had now shifted. System. Bestow upon Danzo Shimura the entries of boundless imagination. A shadowy luminescence, visible solely to Kage, swiftly penetrated Danzo's being. As Danzo ambled along, he felt a slight chill at the back of his head. Assuming that it was merely the malicious aura of Kushina Uzumaki and her companions that had triggered a subtle response in his body, he remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. Crack! The horizontal beam atop the ninja's headquarters emitted a distinct sound of fracture before plummeting to the ground. The entire structure began to collapse with alarming rapidity. As the scene unfolded in the mountains, at the very moment the beam shattered, the characters instinctively employed a technique of instantaneous movement to evade the impending danger. The three root ninjas who had been closely pursuing Danzo did not lag behind in their actions. However, once the swirling dust began to settle, The trio exchanged anxious glances, realizing they had not caught sight of Shimura Danzo. In a flurry of urgency, they commenced digging through the debris of the collapsed structure. How astonishing is this phenomenon? In the mountainous scenery, the heart felt both astonished and delighted, realizing that the effect of the dark words was indeed explosive. Having just equipped Shimura Danzo with them, he was promptly buried alive. Those who engage in villainy often meet a fitting end. Kushina, with her hands on her hips, mocked the entombed Danzo with unrestrained glee. Her laughter grew ever more exuberant, especially after 3 members of Root exerted tremendous effort to drag the tattered and bloody Danzo from the rubble. The dazed Danzo, feeling a foggy haze enveloping his mind, continuously circulated his chakra to assess his condition. Moments earlier, while executing the body flicker technique, he had inexplicably suffered a cramp in his calf, resulting in a beam collapsing onto his forehead. Had he not promptly shielded his vital points with chakra, he would likely have met his demise. Was the insufficient chakra supply and muscle nerve disorder a consequence of the transplanted Sharingan? As Danzo sensed no abnormalities within his body, he could only attribute it to the aftereffects of the Sharingan transplantation. Ignoring the deliberately mocking Kushina who had approached him, he feebly raised his arm to signal his subordinates. The 3 Root ninjas, after hastily tending to his wounds, swiftly carried him back to the Root base. As Yamanaka Ino gazed at Danzo's retreating figure, a contemplative expression illuminated her eyes. Name: Shimura Danzo. Occupation: Konoha ninja. Attributes: One-eyed Sharingan, blue; Wind release mastery, blue; Brainwashing expertise, blue; Seal proficiency, green; Ruthless pragmatism, white; Heartless severity, white; Expansive imagination, black. In terms of the number of attributes, Shimura Danzo possessed the most Yamanaka Ino had ever encountered. Notably, several of these attributes bore no relation to combat. Brainwashing expertise allows for control over thoughts. Seal proficiency governs actions. Ruthless pragmatism diminishes personal connections to enhance goal achievement. And heartless severity lowers moral standards to amplify intimidation. With such a series of effects cumulatively at play, it is hardly surprising that the organization he established, Root, has thrived within Konoha for decades without faltering. What splendid weather we have today, exclaimed Kushina. Her spirits notably elevated as she expressed her gratitude to the individuals who had been standing behind her moments ago. The charming smile she wore bore no trace of the earlier fiery tempest. Don't mention it, Uzumaki-san, replied Karama Keion, nodding respectfully, maintaining the dignified demeanor befitting a clan leader before gracefully departing. His previous position behind Kushina was solely due to Danzo's audacious demand for the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques, which encroached upon the boundaries of the ninja families. Had Danzo chosen a different pretext to provoke a conflict, he would have swiftly vacated the position of J-Nin on standby. Kushina remained unfazed by his aloof demeanor. After turning to exchange a few words with Akimichi-san and others, she playfully slapped Yamanaka Ino on the shoulder, boldly declaring, "Ino, it has been far too long. As I have mentioned numerous times, only those from the clan of the boar, deer, butterfly lineage can inherit that title." Yamashita cast a disgruntled glance at Uzumaki Kushina. What an absurd nickname, Pig Sister. As a robust man, with a proclivity for women, he was neither a scion of the Yamashita clan nor akin to the boar-riding Serzoni. How could he be associated with the term Pig Sister? Alas, who could blame him? After all, his childhood charm had led to such misconceptions, making others mistakenly perceive him as a girl. Kushina reminisced about those amusing moments, her smile widening with delight. Indeed, it seemed only he would entertain such misunderstandings. In the depths of the mountains, Shang Zhongjing rolled his eyes in exasperation. When Kushina first entered the ninja academy as a transfer student, he was one of the few classmates who did not mock her for her vibrant red hair during her self-introduction. Immediately after the first class ended, she approached him, inquiring about the location of the girls' restroom and asking if she could accompany him. Clearly, due to his strikingly handsome appearance as a child, she had mistaken his gender. Witnessing the 8-year-old girl standing there, filled with embarrassment and trepidation, the mentally mature Shang Zhongjing could not bear to see her in a more awkward situation. So he silently rose to guide her. Reflecting on that initial encounter now, it was undoubtedly a fateful connection. Jing, do you have business at the Jonin waiting station? Kushina asked, her hands clasped behind her back, her youthful face tinged with anticipation. Ahem. I have transferred to the regular troops and am now serving as a team leader Jonin. In the mountains. A figure retrieved a scroll containing the transfer orders from a pouch at their waist. Noticing Nara Suigetsu, the duty officer for the day, glance over. They raised their hand and tossed the scroll in that direction. Oh, splendid. We shall have the pleasure of each other's company more frequently. Well then, shall we continue our conversation later? My 3 unfortunate subordinates have been waiting all morning. Just as they were about to part, they huffed. Well, I shall let you off this time, but do make sure to report early tomorrow. Report? Ah, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. In the mountains, the scene unfolded before the desolate remnants of the upper ninja's waiting station. Observing this, Kushina's expression faltered as she began to calculate the damages she would have to cover. Hastily exchanging pleasantries with a Kimichi Dingzwa and a Kimichi Dantang before vanishing in a flash of body technique. At the 4th training ground of Konoha, the autumn sun cast a gentle warmth upon the sweat-drenched figures of Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru. The duo tirelessly engaged in fundamental taijutsu drills and weapon-throwing exercises. Perched upon a tree stump, the 10-year-old Yuhi Kurenai swung her legs listlessly, her mind wandering as she listened to the shouts of her new teammates during training and the occasional explosive sounds of ninjutsu emanating from the nearby 3rd training ground. With a sigh, she lamented her predicament. Having graduated in the previous year, she had been unfortunate enough to be relegated to logistical duties when her teammates abandoned their aspirations of becoming ninjas. Now, with a reassignment of teammates, she found solace in the familiarity and formidable strength of her new comrades, who were not prone to relinquishing their ninja dreams. Yet, her hopes were once again dashed by the tardiness of the leading Jainin, who had arrived late for their first gathering. Although the assembly notice merely indicated a meeting at the 4th training ground without specifying a precise time, it was already midday. As she pondered her misfortunes, a faint, fragrant aroma reminiscent of orchids wafted through the autumn breeze, teasing her senses. Before she could discern the source of the floral scent, an unexpected anomaly arose in the training ground. The once even terrain began to swell ominously. Both Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru, quick to notice the disturbance, swiftly retreated. However, before Kurenai could leap down from her perch, a colossal python, its head measuring a staggering 3 meters in diameter, erupted from the ground with alarming speed. In the face of this mountain-like serpent, an unprecedented sense of danger engulfed Kurenai. A visceral sensation coursed through her, as if every cell in her body trembled and every nerve screamed in alarm, leaving her limbs paralyzed with fear, hesitant to move lest she attract the creature's attention. Regrettably, fate was unkind. The massive head of the serpent lifted slightly, its cold, reptilian gaze locking onto her as it prepared to strike. The imminent threat of death overwhelmed her remaining rationality. Move, move, quickly, Kurenai's mind screamed, and in that moment, her previously numb limbs surged with newfound strength. Yet, the serpent's speed far surpassed her own efforts to evade. The foul stench emanating from its gaping maw seemed to herald her demise. Oh, no. Just as the moment of crisis reached its peak, a resounding shout cut through the air. A green figure darted in from the side of the serpent, delivering a powerful kick that shifted the creature's head 2 feet to the side, allowing Kurenai to narrowly escape its jaws. A thunderous crash followed. The colossal python, having missed its target, stirred up a dense cloud of dust while emitting a hissing roar. Its tail undulated, seemingly unscathed. Izuno Hikari understood that the 3 individuals could not possibly contend with this giant serpent. Grasping the barely evaded Yuhi Kurenai, he bolted forward, simultaneously tossing a series of smoke bombs, and shouted back, "Akai, run!" Might Guy, having successfully struck, was equally swift in retreat, following closely behind them. Perhaps it was due to the brush with death that Kurenai's thoughts became extraordinarily lucid. As soon as Hikari's words left his lips, she immediately added, "Run towards the 3rd training ground. There are Jonin evaluating the Chunin, who has a red signal flare. Hurry." Understood. Might Guy reached for the pouch of ninja tools at his waist. Yet before he could retrieve the signal flare, the scene before him shattered like a mirror. The trio, propelled by their own momentum, hurtled away, nearly colliding with a tree boasting a trunk over a meter in diameter. Once they managed to steady themselves, they gazed at the vanished python in the training ground that bore no signs of destruction, their hearts brimming with astonishment. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted from the side of the training ground. Emerging from the shade of the trees was Yamashiro Kage, clad in a black combat uniform and a Jonin vest. With ample patience, remarkable courage, exceptional teamwork, and the right choices in crisis, congratulations on passing the evaluation. I am your new squad leader, Jonin Yamashiro Kage. I look forward to your guidance henceforth. Youth truly rewards every diligent soul. I am Might Guy. I also seek your guidance, Teacher Kage. Though Might Guy had just been thoroughly unnerved by the indistinguishable Jinjutsu, he still gave a thumbs up, revealing his dazzling white teeth. I am Izuno Hikari. Please take care of me. Hikari, straining, rose from the ground and bowed earnestly. I am Yuhi Kurenai. I hope for your guidance in the future. Kurenai's pallid face gradually regained some color. As she bowed, her mind was filled with exasperation towards her squad leader. How could he start the evaluation without so much as a word? It was utterly outrageous. She had genuinely felt as if death was imminent. What a formidable Jinjutsu. As her specialization lay within illusion techniques, Kurenai possessed a far deeper understanding of Jinjutsu than Might Guy and Izuno Hikari. The more she comprehended, the clearer it became just how potent the Jinjutsu wielded by this youthful jonin truly was. With a subtle and unique fragrance, akin to an olfactory illusion, one can ensnare an individual into a dreamlike realm without their awareness. In the span of a mere breath, the interference and influence upon the senses of smell, sight, touch, taste, and hearing are deftly executed. The practitioner remains entirely oblivious to the fact that they have fallen under an enchantment. This singular manifestation already surpasses the capabilities of an ordinary grade A illusion. Furthermore, there exists an unfathomable, chilling aura of menace, reminiscent of confronting a colossal serpent, which distinctly affects something beyond the five senses, the primal instinct embedded deep within human genetics, alerting one to danger. Moreover, the most significant aspect is the ability to cast illusions upon a group. The simultaneous influence on the sensory perceptions of three individuals facilitates unobstructed communication among them, devoid of any sensory discrepancies. This represents, at the very least, a complex combination illusion centered around grade A techniques. The difficulty of control and the efficacy of this jutsu likely rival those of lower-grade illusions. The fact that one leading jonin employs a combination of techniques with a complexity and power comparable to grade S illusions against three novice genin is quite alarming. Such a realization breeds a sense of unease, as though one is contemplating something profoundly inappropriate. In the mountains, the sight of the setting sun ignited a fiery gaze within her, as her eyes narrowed slightly, bending forward to meet the other's ruby-like orbs. No, it cannot be. How could it? The setting sun averted her gaze, vehemently denying the recent disparagement of her esteemed leader. Amidst the serene landscape of the mountains, the three little ones, swayed by his sudden ambush and persuasive rhetoric, had effortlessly banished the lingering thoughts of his tardiness that fateful morning. He mused inwardly that children were indeed easily deceived. As he turned to stroll towards the training ground's exit, he addressed the few individuals trailing behind him. Since you have successfully passed the assessment, I shall treat you to skewers at noon to celebrate the establishment of our squad. Now, follow closely. If you cannot keep up, you shall perform 2,000 leg kicks. Might Guy, as ever, responded with fervor. However, Teacher Jing had mentioned skewers, not roasted meat. Thus, their destination was likely the renowned Sanwei residence. Inusuk, with a stick of sunbon nestled between his lips, lazily corrected him with drooping eyelids. Oh, is that the establishment co-owned by the three clans of Deer, Boar, and Butterfly? I've heard their prices are exorbitant. A single serving of venison slices costs 500 taels. The eyes of Yuhi Kurenai sparkled with delight, as she silently resolved to momentarily set aside her image and indulge in a hearty feast. After all, it would be a disservice to the fright she had just endured. Her psychological resilience was commendable. In the serene mountains, the sound of laughter from three young souls reached his ears, eliciting a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. The innate talents of these three were undeniable. Among them, Might Guy stood out with his remarkable gifts: youthful passion, blue; extreme recovery, blue; and thick-browed kappa, white. The youthful passion bestowed upon him an extraordinary self-discipline and an indomitable willpower that surpassed ordinary limits. Extreme recovery enabled him to swiftly recuperate even after reaching physical extremes, minimizing the likelihood of hidden injuries. The white trait, thick-browed kappa, while diminishing his charm and chakra stability, enhanced his focus and the effectiveness of his physical training. The synergistic effect of these three traits rendered him incomparable, leaving nearly all ninjas of Konoha in his wake. As for the talented Kurenai Yuhi, her abilities were second only to Might Guy's, boasting strong mental fortitude, blue, and illusion, green traits. The former augmented her mental strength and its limits, while the latter intensified the effects of her jinjutsu. If developed properly, it is unlikely that she would encounter a scenario akin to the infamous Itachi's illusion in the future. In contrast, Shiranui Gunma possessed only a single trait, near red, near black, blue, which significantly accelerated his learning speed and personal limits under the guidance and supervision of others. Though his traits were few, one could argue that they rivaled Kurenai's innate abilities. The trio lacked neither mindset nor talent. The landscape of the mountains is indeed captivating. One can affirm that, had he exerted even a modicum of effort in his teachings, the trio would not have faltered midway, akin to their counterparts in the original narrative. Their future accomplishments are destined to surpass those depicted in the original tale. Yet, gazing upon the 10-year-old Might Guy, the 11-year-old Kurenai Yuhi, and the 12-year-old Anko Mitarashi, he cannot help but let out a sigh. When he first watched the anime, it was filled with fervor and bonds of camaraderie. However, after enduring over a decade in this world, a realm rife with bloodshed and conflict, what remains visible to him is nothing but brutality. Children of merely 11 or 12 years of age, who, in his previous life, would still be in elementary school, are now compelled to confront the harsh realities of battle and slaughter in the Hidden Leaf Village. This wretched place truly leaves little room for fondness. In the mountains, Yamashita Seiji let out a quiet lament. Having lived 2 lives, he had long surpassed the age of cynicism. Yet, when confronted with the disheartening realities of life, he could not help but question whether he ought to take action. As Mencius stated, in times of poverty, one should focus on self-cultivation. In times of prosperity, one should strive to benefit the world. Previously, his capabilities were limited, confining him to the rules of the ninja realm, where he drifted along without daring to overstep any boundaries. However, now that he possessed a system, 500 taels for a platter of venison, this implied that a single meal would consume several D-rank missions. Might Guy exclaimed, executing a handstand leap while simultaneously attempting to tally the expenses. There was no need to calculate further. He had heard that if one avoided particularly extravagant items, the average cost per person would be around 3,000 taels, approximately 3 times the expense of barbecue queue. 3,000? Is this a black market? Might Guy, not hailing from a wealthy family, was taken aback by the average expenditure of 3,000 taels, nearly losing his balance and crashing to the ground. Sunset Red observed Yamashita Seiji, who had remained silent for an extended period, and cautiously leaned in to take a glance. Noticing his somber expression, she initially thought he was simply unaware of the specifics of Sanwei residence and had instinctively wished to treat his subordinates to something nice. However, upon hearing the words of Nara Shikamaru, she too was startled by the price. The kind-hearted young lady ultimately chose to temporarily forgive Yamashita Seiji for nearly scaring her senseless. With great care, she attempted to alleviate the tension, saying, "Teacher Seiji, I actually think ramen is quite delicious." Ha ha ha. In the mountains, Yamashita paused for a moment, and as the meaning of Wai-Hai Kurenai's words dawned upon him, he couldn't help but chuckle. He raised his hand to gently ruffle the little girl's head as she leaned in. Her cheeks flushed, and her little nose scrunched up in a charming display of shyness as she tidied her hair. At that moment, he resolved to take action. It was not for the frivolous and hollow notion of the will of fire, nor for the unattainable dream of peace in the ninja world. It was simply because he felt that today as sunlight was splendid, the breeze was gentle, and the people he encountered were delightful. The cuisine at Samiya was far more delectable than Wai-Hai Kurenai, Might Guy, and Nara Shikamaru had ever imagined. Upon discovering that Yamashita held a 40% stake in the establishment, which meant not only could he dine for free, but he also received substantial dividends each month, the trio eagerly indulged in a feast. Even Wai-Hai Kurenai, who typically displayed the utmost elegance while eating, found herself somewhat unable to stand straight after devouring her meal with abandon. She reflected in her heart how naive she had been to worry about a Konoha Jonin, known for his harsh demeanor and mastery of high-level genjutsu, lacking funds. Indeed, she had been foolishly innocent. "Teacher Yamashita, when shall we commence our mission?" After satisfying his hunger, Nara Shikamaru took the initiative to inquire about the team's next plans. Wai-Hai Kurenai and Might Guy, upon hearing this, fixed their eager gazes upon Yamashita. Within their trio, Nara Shikamaru and Might Guy had not undertaken a mission in quite some time due to Hybe's transition to administrative duties, leading to a life of austere simplicity. Although Wai-Hai Kurenai had accumulated some savings during her nearly year-long stint in logistics, she had hardly participated in missions before being compelled into support roles, Thus she too was brimming with anticipation for the opportunity to undertake a mission. Faced with the expectant gazes of the trio, Yamashita, who was also eager to observe the system's drop rate through the completion of professional tasks, naturally would not delay. We can head to the mission board shortly. The thrill of youth is about to race forward once more. Might Guy leaped from his seat, exuberant with enthusiasm. However, before he could showcase his signature move, he found himself slightly hunched over, clutching his overstuffed belly. Noticing Nara Shikamaru's speechless expression, he maintained his composure and added, "Youth may have its occasional minor flaws. There is no need to worry. I shall dedicate 200% of my passion and effort to this afternoon's mission." Yes, Nara Shikamaru sighed. Despite having been teammates for 2 full years, he still found himself at a loss with Might Guy's exuberant personality. Waihai Kurenai rested her chin on her hand, smiling cheerfully as she observed the lively exchange between the two. She had a strong feeling that her future days would indeed be filled with excitement. In the village of Nakaji, situated over 10 kilometers southwest of Kanagakur, an enormous wild boar, weighing well over 1,000 pounds and resembling a moving fortress, rampaged with a frenzy. Its crimson eyes glowed madly as it crashed through the surroundings, where walls and makeshift traps crumbled like mere paper under its assault. Might Guy and Kakashi Hitaki engaged in feigned frontal attacks to create an opportunity for Yugao Yuzuki to cast her jutsu. After several attempts, Yugao successfully ensnared the boar's gaze with her illusion. This place is not technique, luring it into a meticulously crafted trap. The boar fell into a deep pit, impaled by a dozen steel forks that stood erect within. After more than 10 minutes of anguished roars and desperate struggles, it finally succumbed to silence. Exhausted from the ordeal, the trio wiped the sweat from their brows and collectively exhaled in relief. Observing from atop a rooftop, Shikamaru Nara had been meticulously noting their strengths and weaknesses throughout the mission, just as he prepared to descend and offer some commentary. A familiar system notification resonated in his mind. D-Class Professional Task: Eliminate the Wild Boar Destroying the Farmland has been completed. Rewards: none. For completing a professional task for the first time, you have gained 2 chances for a tribute extraction and 1 chance for a tribute donation. In the serene mountains, Shan Zhongjing momentarily paused his steps. To his surprise, merely slaying a wild boar was enough for the system to deem his professional task complete, even before he returned to Konoha to submit his report. Furthermore, as this was his first successful completion of a professional task, he was rewarded with 2 opportunities for a tribute extraction and 1 bonus chance. As for the standard D-grade tasks, the lack of rewards was entirely within Shan Zhongjing's expectations. After all, probabilities are a matter of chance, and the likelihood of various rewards is likely correlated with the difficulty of the tasks. A D-grade task that consumed an entire afternoon, most of which was spent merely traveling, could hardly be expected to yield rewards consistently. If that were the case, it would not take long for Shan Zhongjing to drag the 6-path sage out of the Pure Land and confront him. This flawed system lacks even a detailed instruction manual. In the depths of the mountains, Jing expressed his dissatisfaction with the system's lack of intelligence. Glancing at the 2 opportunities for extracting entries on his personal panel, he decisively opted to proceed with the extraction. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the blue entry Memory Palace and the white entry Fragile yet Resilient. Memory Palace, blue, a harmonious blend of innate talent and dedicated training, enabling the brain to achieve optimal development. This grants proficiency in utilizing the Memory Palace technique, thereby enhancing learning speed, speed reading capabilities, and overall memory retention. Fragile yet resilient. White, until the physical strength reaches the level of a high-ranking ninja, the probability of encountering formidable foes is increased, along with a slight elevation in the chances of facing life-threatening crises, experiencing breakthroughs in critical situations, and ultimately, survival. 1 blue and 1 white, not too shabby. Upon gazing at the detailed explanations of the 2 entries, I promptly activated the term Memory Palace, regardless of whether it pertains to study or research. The enhancement of memory is undoubtedly advantageous. As for resilient yet fragile, it holds little significance for one who has surpassed the novice phase. Moreover, such an effect is likely only sustainable by those deemed the chosen ones during their initial stages. Otherwise, no matter how elevated the probability of breakthrough and survival, one cannot withstand the relentless onslaught of formidable foes and impending crises. The system has detected that the blue entry Memory Palace can be merged with the green entry Slight Understanding. Shall I proceed with the fusion? Fusion. In the mountains, Jing hesitated for a moment before opting for integration. Although it was his first experience with the fusion of entries, both were related to learning ability and memory. No matter how the fusion occurred, it was unlikely to lead to a detrimental outcome. A vast reservoir of memories suddenly surged within his mind, with countless images flashing by like slides in a projector. Even memories from his previous life, when he was 4 or 5 years old, which had long been forgotten, became astonishingly vivid at that moment. Kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school, university. An immense and intricate tapestry of memories was meticulously categorized and stored within the palace of his mind. Among them, the memories of watching the anime Naruto and reading various related posts were distinctly preserved, with the recollection of his past life neatly organized. The memories of this life unfurled like a painting. This included those memories acquired while serving in the analysis class, gathered from other ninjas' minds, which were also comprehensively stored. The tumultuous waves of memory gradually subsided. The system's prompt echoed in Jing's mind shortly thereafter. Fusion complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Blue Entry Understanding King of the Ninja World. Understanding King of the Ninja World, Blue, a masterful application of the Memory Palace technique, granting you nearly limitless memory capacity. And the vast memories of 2 lives bestow upon you extensive life experiences, hidden secrets of the ninja realm, and various ninjutsu and secret techniques, enhancing your learning speed, reading ability, and memory retention. Wow, isn't this akin to taking flight directly? In the mountains, the scenery evokes vivid memories in my mind, filling my eyes with exhilaration. For a traveler of realms, a profound familiarity with the narrative is indeed the greatest advantage. Furthermore, if one can recall certain details of the plot, it becomes effortlessly attainable to acquire what ordinary individuals strive for over decades. 19 years have elapsed since the protagonist traversed into the world of Naruto. Although he meticulously documented the plot lines he could recall at the onset of his journey, utilizing a combination of illustrations and phonetics, he occasionally revisits these records even to this day. Nevertheless, the scope of his memory was rather limited from the outset. He primarily retained overarching narrative arcs, often struggling to recall the intricate details of specific events. For instance, he is aware that Shimura Danzo once orchestrated the demise of Yahiko upon recognizing the threat posed by the Akatsuki, a tragic act that ultimately led to Nagato's descent into darkness. However, the specifics of how this betrayal unfolded and whether any other individuals were involved have long since faded from his memory due to the passage of time. It appears he has much to occupy himself with in the days to come. In the mountains, a subtle smile graced the corners of his lips. The blue title he had acquired, the Understanding Monarch of the Ninja Realm, though somewhat whimsical in name, held significance far surpassing that of the previous purple title. If wielded with wisdom, the benefits it conferred would indeed be immeasurable. His client, Teacher Jing, had arrived. Yui Kurenai stood at the edge of the pit, tiptoeing and raising her hand to call out from afar. The melodious sound of her voice pulled Jing from his delightful reverie, prompting him to leap down from the rooftop. Upon arriving at the vast pit, the group known as the Mountain Scene prompted their client to sign the task commission for confirmation. Only after this did they summon the 3 small figures, who were already in the process of retrieving their recently employed ninja tools such as shuriken, wire, and kunai, to embark on their journey back. For silhouettes swiftly maneuvered through the dense forest, following the most direct route towards the Hidden Leaf Village, seizing the opportunity during their travels. In the mountainous landscape, Shan Zhongjing recounted to the trio the errors and shortcomings that had surfaced during their recent mission. Firstly, the most significant blunder of this undertaking was that upon meeting the client, the 3 had neglected to inquire thoroughly about pertinent intelligence. Instead, they hastily allowed the client to lead them directly to the mission target. Secondly, upon encountering the target for the first time, they failed to observe carefully, resulting in a miscalculation of the target's defensive capabilities. The wild boar bore numerous superficial wounds, indicative of damage inflicted by villagers using machetes and arrows. Given the villagers' physical labor, their strikes with machetes and arrows were not insignificant. This evidence could have provided a clearer assessment of the target's defenses, enabling them to devise a more suitable operational strategy. Consequently, they would not have found themselves in the predicament of futilely stabbing the wild boar with kunai, failing to subdue it, and nearly sustaining injuries in the process. Lastly, it is worth noting that a ninja's methods are not limited to direct assaults. Nara Shikamaru possessed a pouch of potent smoke bombs filled with hallucinogenic properties, while Yuhi Kurenai carried a small medical kit containing powerful anesthetics. Furthermore, the desolate mountains surrounding Nakaguchi village harbored lethal poisonous plants and insects. They were not mere villagers, illiterate and relying solely on ancestral wisdom for survival. By capturing a couple of poisonous insects and gathering a few toxic plants, they could have easily concocted a potent mixture using the formulas taught in their Ninja Academy textbooks. If utilized correctly, they could have taken down not just a wild boar, but even an elephant. Shan Zhongjing's words left Yuhi Kurenai, Might Guy, and Nara Shikamura blushing with embarrassment, the earlier exhilaration from successfully completing their mission dissipating entirely. Upon witnessing the dejected expressions of the three little ones, I recognized that teaching children requires a balance of criticism and praise. Shifting the conversation, I began to highlight their commendable qualities. It is worthy of acknowledgement that your sense of teamwork is exemplary, and you consistently place your trust in one another. Even during your initial collaboration on the task, you adeptly showcased each individual's strengths. Your adaptability is commendable. Upon realizing that the original plan was unfeasible, you swiftly devised a deep pit trap utilizing the parched reservoir. Furthermore, your awareness of preserving the entrusted assets and striving to minimize additional losses during the task is also praiseworthy. Overall, I find your performance to be quite satisfactory. Amidst the mountains, Jing smiled as he delivered the final verdict. Hooray! The three celebrated with a high five, each silently resolved to perform even better in their next mission. After a brief moment of revelry, the perceptive Zyrong steered the conversation back to their recent task. Teacher Jing, if it were you in your early Genin days executing this mission, how would you have approached it? Naturally, I would have dispatched it with a single jutsu. Indeed, just now, Xuanjian's fire technique merely produced the scent of roasted pig hair. How could a Genin's jutsu possibly annihilate such a large wild boar? As a member of the mountain clan, it would be a simple feat to manipulate the wild boar into jumping into the river or causing it to collide with a mountain in despair. Such techniques are rather cunning. Ha! The four laughed boisterously, continuing their merriment until nightfall enveloped the sky in darkness, at which point they hastily returned to Konoha. After enjoying dinner at the newly opened Ichiraku Ramen and setting their meeting time for the following day, the four parted ways, each heading back to their respective homes, making their way to the territory of the mountain clan. From a distance in the mountains, a figure named Shanyong Jing caught sight of the lights illuminating his home. A question mark slowly forming above his head. With a single hand forming a seal, he invoked the sensory ninjutsu of his clan. He sensed the vast chakra within the house, radiating like a blazing sun, accompanied by an ominous presence that could hardly be concealed. In an instant, he discerned the identity of the occupant within. This unique chakra could only belong to the renowned Kai by Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, known as the Blood Red Pepper. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within the house. Aware of the probing sensory technique, Uzumaki Kushina, without even donning her shoes, burst through the door like a gust of wind and leapt onto the wall. Her gaze instantly fixed upon Shanyong Jing, standing at the end of the street. Jing, I have finally, at long last, awaited your arrival, she exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement and a hint of sorrow, reminiscent of a tragic heroine who, after enduring countless hardships, finally reunites with her beloved. This sentiment sent a shiver down Shanyong Jing's spine, nearly compelling him to turn and flee. What a calamity! The little pepper was speaking in such a tone. From the houses lining the street, rustling sounds emerged, revealing the curious onlookers of the clan, who, having heard the commotion, were stealthily preparing to witness the unfolding drama under the cover of night. In the mountains, Yamaguchi concealed his face with one hand and swiftly executed the body flicker technique, pulling Kushina into the room. As the door closed behind them, he instantly activated the 5-directional anti-perception barrier within the space. He was certain that had he delayed even slightly, rumors would have swiftly spread throughout the clan regarding his clandestine interactions with the orphan of the Uzumaki. Kushina stumbled as she was drawn into the room, observing Yamaguchi's fluid motion in activating the barrier. In the span of just 3 words, her tone transformed from confusion to curiosity, and then from curiosity to astonishment. Instinctively, she crossed her arms protectively over her chest, adopting a timid demeanor, yet her eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement and anticipation. I can't believe it. Upon witnessing this action, a surge of resentment lodged itself in the throat of the observer, rendering them speechless. What on earth is that disdainful and contemptuous expression upon your face? Exclaimed Kushina, reeking of alcohol as she lowered her arms that had been shielding her chest. Despite her typically carefree demeanor, she was undeniably a striking beauty, possessing both figure and charm. Is it truly fitting to display such a countenance? How much have you indulged in? The scene in the mountain home directly bypassed the issue concerning Kushina. Observing the disarray of the living room, one could only feel an overwhelming sense of speechlessness. The once pristine and orderly coffee table was now cluttered with empty instant noodle containers and scattered bottles of liquor. Magazines lay strewn across the sofa and floor, accompanied by carelessly placed scrolls of ninjutsu. A few adorably shaped puppet dolls, typically used for practicing ninjutsu, had also been carelessly tossed aside after being subjected to rough handling. At this moment, Kushina also took note of the untidy living room. The once vague effects of alcohol had dissipated significantly, causing her to shrink her neck and stand still, cautiously stealing glances at the expression of the mountain dweller. Internally, she mused that she hadn't done much today. How had the living room descended into such chaos? She resolved that, regardless of future troubles, she should drink less, for such indulgence was not beneficial to her health. Observing Kushina's troubled expression amidst the mountains, the words that hovered on the tip of his tongue ultimately transformed into concern. Having known her for many years, he understood her disposition better than anyone else. This young woman, who typically abstained from alcohol, had indulged excessively today. It was likely a consequence of the conflict with Danzo in the morning, compounded by another distressing incident in the afternoon that she found hard to accept. With a single hand, he formed the usual. In the mountains, the scenery unveiled the advanced technique of mind transference puppet duplication and mind transference puppet manipulation, culminating in the sophisticated mind transference puppet duplication technique. 5 small puppets, each over a foot tall, sprang to life with a remarkable agility, rising from the ground in unison. With a flurry of limbs, they diligently tidied the disarrayed living room. The once messy coffee table was swiftly restored to order, while the haphazardly strewn magazines and scrolls were meticulously categorized and returned to their rightful places. Barefoot, Kushina scampered alongside the puppets, her eager demeanor suggesting an earnest industriousness that might deceive an observer into believing she was genuinely hardworking. All right, enough of this. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? In the mountains, Jing observed the charmingly obsequious Kushina, her face adorned with a smile that seemed to plead for leniency. Jing, could you lend me 800,000 taels? Kushina's tone and demeanor were exceedingly coy, her bashfulness entirely concealing the fiery spirit she had displayed during the day. No, you just collected the rent in July. It hasn't even been 3 months since then. Have you already spent it all? Upon hearing the request for a loan, the expression on Jiang Zhongjing's face was one of sheer disbelief. When the Whirlpool Water Guardian passed away, he bequeathed an exceedingly generous inheritance to Kushina. Merely the collection of rents from the 10 or so shops on the Konoha commercial street each year would suffice to ensure her a life of luxury for an extended period. How could this young lady have found herself in such dire straits that she needed to borrow money? I lent it to Tsunade, he confessed. That incorrigible gambler truly has audacity. I had no choice, he continued. Tsunade was crying, lamenting that she had nothing to eat or wear, and that she was on the brink of despair. Did you believe her? That scoundrel Shimura Danzo is utterly inhumane. He claims that the damage to the Jonin standby station has nothing to do with him and expects me to shoulder all the reconstruction costs alone, while the third Hokage favors him as well. Kushina, in a tone reminiscent of a sobbing child, glossed over the matter of lending money to Tsunade and began to incessantly denounce the true culprit, Danzo. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, bore his share of her ire. Her tone suggested that the collapse of the Jonin standby station had absolutely nothing to do with her. All right. So it's 800,000, yes? If only I could procure a little more to save for my meals. That would be splendid. Listen here. Ensure that after collecting the rent, you set aside a portion for emergencies and plan your daily expenses wisely. Furthermore, when confronted with individuals seeking loans, be sure to assess whether their intentions are genuine. In a state of exasperation, Shan Zhongjing rose from the sofa, uttering words of resignation as he retrieved 2 deposit slips from the hidden compartment of his study, each issued by the Bank of the Land of Fire. Gio Xi and Nai obediently knelt before the tea table, perhaps influenced by the effects of alcohol. The incessant murmurs in her ears involuntarily conjured memories of her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido. With a dazed expression, she accepted the 2 deposit slips, each amounting to 5 million. In the midst of the mountains, Jing observed her in a dazed state, raising his hand to wave before her eyes, reiterating his advice. Save the extra 2 million for a good meal and to purchase a few elegant outfits. If you encounter a similar situation in the future, do not take your frustrations out on yourself. As the old saying goes, it is better to torment others than to impose hardship upon oneself. As Shan Zhongjing had just uttered a few words, he noticed the large teardrops in Yamaguchi Kei's eyes cascading down her cheeks like droplets of rain. Not particularly adept at handling such emotional moments, he hurriedly retrieved a tissue from the box and offered it to her, observing Yamaguchi Kei, who appeared as a weeping pear blossom. In the mountains, Jing sighed, racking his brain for ways to console his companion. If you're truly upset, why don't we sneak up on Danzo and give him a surprise? He was somewhat familiar with the tactics of the rude organization. If you feel uncomfortable confronting him, I can discreetly take care of him for you. Suddenly, the previously silent Kushina, lost in her own sorrow, broke down at Jing's words. The pent-up grievances and longing for her loved one surged forth, and she tilted her head back, weeping openly. Her tears mingled with her runny nose, painting her face in a chaotic display of emotion. It had been an eternity since she had heard such words of concern since Mito's departure. Due to her identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she was unable to leave the village freely to undertake missions, nor could she live as a typical ninja. Each day, she endured the pervasive disdain and fear reflected in the eyes of those around her. Even some high-ranking officials in the village, led by Shimura Danzo, would occasionally target her with hostility. The third Hokage only ever offered her a few comforting words after the fact, often reminding her to mature, insisting that their actions were for the village's sake. Yet it was clear that they were the ones seeking trouble. If their intentions were truly for the village, why couldn't they exercise a bit of restraint? Shall I accompany you to the Senju ancestral home? Inquisitively, Jiang ventured a question amidst the mountain scenery. Kushina shook her head, wiping away her torrent of tears, and asked, Jiang, did you employ some kind of ninjutsu against Danzo today? Huh. No, why do you say that? In the heart of the mountains, Jing felt a slight shock, yet revealed nothing on her face, skillfully feigning ignorance. Humph. Deceiver. You may fool others, but you cannot conceal your intentions from me. I sensed your malice fleeting as Danzo departed. Kushina, with tears and snot streaming down her face, had her eyes curving into crescent moons as she laughed at that moment. Hurry and wipe your face. Looking both weepy and joyful is utterly unbecoming. In the mountains, Jiangjing felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye and ultimately ceased to deny it. He produced a tissue and pressed it directly against Jioshinai's face. Jioshinai's heart brimmed with joy as she confirmed her suspicion. It was indeed Jiangjing who had avenged her. After a moment's pause, she gradually managed to suppress her tears, contentedly curling up on the sofa in a corner. Perhaps it was due to the excessive alcohol consumption. Or perhaps the tumult of her emotions had left her utterly fatigued. Once she found her calm, Jioshinai soon began to feel drowsy. I will prepare a warm bath for you. You may rest in the guest room later. In the serene mountains, one observes Kushina with her eyes gently closed, slightly nodding her head as she rises to make her way towards the bathroom. By the time she returns to the living room, the water for her bath has been heated. Kushina is now curled up into a small ball on the sofa, fast asleep. Even in slumber, her brows remain subtly furrowed, and her eyelashes still glisten with the remnants of tears, resembling a delicate little chili pepper. In the serene mountains, Jing let out a soft sigh as she cradled her into the guest room. After tucking her under the covers, she finally turned to wash up. Reclining in the bathtub, she reflected on the events of the morning spent at the Jonin's command post. Once the scenery of the mountains reaffirmed that nothing inappropriate had emerged, a slight sense of relief washed over. The original text clearly records that only the Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Naruto, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, possessed the ability to perceive malice. Otherwise, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the transformation technique of White Zetsu would not have rendered the entire ninja allied force helpless. Kushina clearly had not yet reached the level of Uzumaki Minato, who treated the Nine-Tails as a mere pet fox, manipulating it with ease. Nor had she, like Naruto, reconciled with the Nine-Tails to become a perfect Jinchuriki. Her faint perception of malevolence stemmed solely from forcibly subduing the Nine-Tails through the use of the adamantine sealing chains, thereby seizing a substantial amount of chakra from it. Although she had not awakened the Kagura mind's eye, her sensory abilities were exceptionally acute. Faced with Shimura Danzo, with her chakra in a state of rapid flux, a series of fortuitous coincidences allowed her to catch a fleeting glimpse of the overwhelming malice at the moment Danzo attacked in the mountainous terrain. Henceforth, A more cautious approach is advisable. In the secluded mountains, Jing contemplated silently, engaging in introspection. Although he was aware that the ninja realm possessed no other methods to detect malice, one could never ascertain what peculiar tactics might exist, much like how the original narrative never indicated that Kushina could sense malevolence. The plot is often not infallible. Exercising caution is always prudent. Afterward, he indulged in a soothing bath. In the mountains, Shang Zhongjing unearthed some narrative notes, recorded with various code names, pinyin, and doodles, from the very beginning of his journey. He meticulously aligned these notes with the myriad details recalled from the memory palace, where two entries had merged to evoke a wealth of memories. Gradually, he sifted through the information that proved useful to him. As the moon ascended to its zenith and fatigue enveloped him, he finally succumbed to slumber, fully clothed. The night passed in silence under the sparse starlight. On the following morning, when Shang Zhongjing awoke, Jiu-Shinai had already slipped away quietly. Observing the neatly folded bedding, he picked up a note that lay beneath the teacup. "I am not messy at all, you know? Also, Jingjun, your courage has certainly grown. You dared to embrace me in secret." A small smiling face accompanied a large heart, bestowing Shang Zhongjing with a delightful mood for the day. Indeed, as Jiu-Shinai remarked, he had become considerably bolder since the activation of the system. The old him would never have allowed the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to stay overnight, nor would he have dared to express intentions of confronting Shimura Danzo. Throughout his 19 years in Konoha, he had mastered the art of evading the attention of those scheming individuals. Had he been a bit bolder back then, he would have surely been summoned by that wretched Shimura Danzo for a reprimand. In the mountains, the scenery elicited a slight smirk from him. He was acutely aware of his own identity, as well as the significance of Kushina to Konohagakure. Had he not deliberately maintained a carefully measured distance between them, Danzo would have sought him out for a conversation long ago. However, at this moment, he yearned to engage in a sweet romance with the soft, crimson-haired girl. Should the likes of Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, or Mito Gideon dare to cause trouble, he would be more than prepared. In his previous life, he had taken a keen interest in the so-called 8 gates of Azaki, and in this incarnation, he had mastered the art of body manipulation. Oh, the thrill of experiencing wingsuit flying in the Hell Valley of the Bear Country, descending swiftly on a snowboard from the peaks of the Snow Country, or surfing the extreme waves of the Sea Country. If these destinations seemed too distant, bungee jumping without a harness from Hokage Rock would also be an exhilarating option. After all, death was not his to face. Why not indulge in a bit of reckless abandon? Strangely, he found himself looking forward to the possibility of them stirring up trouble sooner rather than later. In the serene embrace of the mountains, the protagonist, with a cheerful demeanor, set forth towards the mission posting office. He casually indulged in a couple of skewers of meatballs and 2 rice balls along the bustling commercial street, appeasing his early rising appetite. Contemplating a potential venture, he pondered whether it would be prudent to establish a few breakfast establishments in Konoha for his clan. This endeavor would not only provide additional income for the elderly and vulnerable members of his family, but also offer the villagers of Konoha a delightful culinary experience. While he hesitated to boast about his skills, he was confident that he could recreate a variety of dishes such as soybean milk, fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, steamed buns, sesame cakes, and mutton soup, drawing from the memories stored in his memory palace during the fusion of entries. Arriving at the mission posting office, he presented the signed document from the client, confirming the completion of yesterday's task, to the on-duty jonin, Nara Shikaku, and collected his reward for the completed mission. In the mountains, Jing was on the verge of examining suitable low-level tasks when Nara Shikaku called out to him, beckoning him into a small office beside the mission hall. "Jing, are you still accustomed to leading as a jonin?" "I am not accustomed to it. Can I return?" "That is not possible. I merely inquired out of courtesy." "You may disregard it. Let us speak of matters at hand." In the mountains, the scenery unfolded as Nara Shikaku exchanged a knowing glance with the deer. The boar, deer, and butterfly clans had always shared a bond akin to that of a family. With merely a year's difference in age, they had grown up together since childhood, donning their trousers with open bottoms, and had long since developed an intimate understanding of each other's personalities. Thus, the frivolities of pleasantries were indeed ill-suited for them. The 3 subordinates you brought along were meticulously chosen by Lord Hokage. Especially Kurenai Yuhi, it would be prudent to take her as a disciple and mentor her well, Nara Shikaku advised, carefully considering his words. Kurenai Yuhi? Indeed. Given the current instability within the ninja world, our clans, the boar, deer, and butterfly, stand as staunch supporters of the Hokage. Understood. I shall dedicate myself to their training, came the resolute reply. Yamaguchi Kei waved his hand dismissively, displaying a visage of indifference. Upon observing the composition of the team, he had already surmised the intentions of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Might Guy and Nara Shikaku hailed from impeccable backgrounds, both embodying the spirit of camaraderie and selflessness towards their comrades. Their unique strengths complemented one another, ensuring a harmonious interaction among the group. As the leading Jonin, Yamanaka, owing to his lineage from the Yamanaka clan, naturally aligned with the Hokage's faction, excelling in Genjutsu and the clan's secret techniques of in-release, rendering him the ideal mentor for Yuhi Kurenai. Hiruzen Sarutobi's evident strategy was to leverage Kurenai to fortify the bonds with her father, Asuma Sarutobi, thereby swiftly consolidating the loyalty of grassroots ninjas in preparation for the tumultuous state of the ninja world. As for Ebisu, reassigned to the logistics and instructional department, he was merely a pawn, shuffled about under the pretense of utilizing his particular skills. Although Q in the mountains is not particularly fond of such operations, there are certain matters that are unavoidable given the benefits he has reaped from the mountain clan. The best he can do is to impartially and diligently educate the three children. Nara Shikahisa harbors no doubts regarding Q's political acumen. After a brief exchange of words, he produced a pre-prepared D-rank mission scroll. Is it to clear the debris from the riverbanks? As Shan Zhongjing perused the task details inscribed on the scroll, he pondered for a moment before deciding not to decline. Compared to D-rank missions such as slaying wild boars or driving away ferocious beasts, the task of clearing the riverway was indeed labor-intensive and time-consuming, yet it promised considerably higher rewards. He recognized that he still required time to organize the valuable information swirling in his mind in order to maximize the advantage of his familiarity with the narrative. This mission, where he could observe his subordinates toil while he enjoyed a respite, was perfectly suitable. Departing from the task issuance office, he made his way to the rendezvous point he had arranged with the three little ones the previous day. After distributing the rewards for yesterday's tasks, Yamashita and the three companions, their faces alight with joy, proceeded directly to the river basin downstream of the South Hachuan to continue their mission. The task acquisition mechanism in Konoha is, in fact, rather unkind to ordinary ninjas. For a genin to participate in the CH Nin exams, not only is a recommendation from AJ Nin required, but merely accumulating 8 task experiences reveals that the majority of genin engage in missions infrequently. One contributing factor is undoubtedly the insufficient number of commissions to sustain Konoha's vast ninja population. However, a more significant reason lies in the inequitable distribution of resources. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in his quest to bolster his authority and governance, tightly controlled the review, distribution, and assignment of tasks. He justified this by claiming it ensured that ninjas of varying abilities undertook appropriately leveled missions, thereby enhancing success rates and minimizing casualties. Naturally, those close to the Hokage receive high-quality assignments with remarkable frequency, while those at odds with his faction often struggle to receive any missions at all. Being assigned to perilous tasks of great difficulty is truly life-threatening. For genin like Yamashita, who have long remained stagnant in their ranks, as well as less prominent ninjas dwelling on the fringes, it is not uncommon to go an entire month without a single assignment, making survival exceedingly difficult. The privileges enjoyed by individuals like Yamashita, who can choose tasks at will and take on missions whenever they please, are reserved for the elite among the Hokage's inner circle. Yuhi Kurenai, having spent the majority of her ninja career in logistical support, remains largely unaffected by this disparity. However, Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru have both acutely experienced the harrowing struggle of being without tasks. Thus, while Kurenai frets over the debris-strewn surface of the water, Guy and Shikamaru are already rolling up their sleeves, ready to embark on a vigorous endeavor. Before the mission commences, allow me to present you with some small gifts. In the depths of the mountains, the figure swiftly formed seals with both hands, unleashing a rapid succession of 3 strikes that precisely struck the abdomens of 3 individuals. Sealing technique. Reseal of the limbs. A dark, swirling sigil materialized on their bellies, extending several chains of confinement toward their limbs. An intangible pressure enveloped their entire bodies. The physically strongest among them, Might Guy, stumbled momentarily before steadied himself with his hands on his knees. Meanwhile, Nara Shikamaru and Yuhi Kurenai gracefully collapsed to the ground. As the name suggests, the reseal of the limbs is a sealing technique that imposes significant pressure and restrictions on the body. requiring a synchronization of physical strength and chakra to counteract. Once you fully adapt to the seal, your physical resilience, mental fortitude, and chakra capacity will see considerable enhancement. So, press on, young ones. In the mountains, Jian's face bore a mischievous grin as he articulated the purpose of the so-called small gifts. A novel approach to burden, perhaps? The fervor of youth ignited within. Oh, Meikai felt the weight coursing through his entire being. Rather than displaying a hint of distress, he appeared invigorated, as if infused with boundless energy. Amidst a cacophony of anguished cries, he began to engage in a series of punches and kicks, acclimating to the constraints of his seal. Nobuki glanced at the lively Meikai, silently forcing himself to rise from the ground, gradually mobilizing his limbs. Is this truly how one presents a gift? The seasoned Kunoichi, Hinata, nearly tasted the earth beneath her, internally lamenting the peculiar sense of humor of her team leader. It was a mere fraction away, just a slight miscalculation. Were it not for her quick reflexes, she would have found herself munching on a mixture of refuse and decay. Such a travesty. Her image as a beautiful maiden was almost irreparably tarnished. The tools for cleaning the river lay within the nearby cabin. Thus, let us commence our task. A gentle reminder, traversing water while sealed demands an even greater mastery of chakra control. As Shang Hongjing observed that the three individuals gradually acclimated to the sealed state, he promptly declared the commencement of their mission. He executed the body flicker technique, finding a large tree at the windward side, where he reclined against the trunk, continuing to organize the narrative intelligence. Due to the geographical conditions, the low-lying river area had accumulated a significant amount of refuse. Calculating by the working speed of an ordinary nin, it would take no less than 4 to 5 days to completely clear the area. Moreover, the heavy sealing on the limbs of the three young ones severely hampered their efficiency. Without at least a week, it would be impossible to achieve a thorough cleansing. Just as Shang Hongjing had prepared his scroll and pen, the sound of splashing water reached his ears. He turned to see Mato Gai and Nara Shikamaru emerging clumsily from the murky water. With a sense of amusement, he refocused on his own tasks. At the root base of Konoha, Shimura Danzo, adorned with a full metal samurai helmet and thick bandages wrapped around his forehead, sat solemnly within a steel cage. His expression dark as he surveyed the several subordinates before him. Since yesterday morning, he had inexplicably endured 3 assaults. The broken beam at the J-Nin standby station, the collapsed ceiling in the medical room, and the falling stone bricks in his office. Had it not been for his extensive combat experience and quick reflexes, he feared that another name would already be inscribed upon the memorial stone. Lord Danzo, Lord Orochimaru has replied, stating that there are no abnormalities in your health. If the incidents you encountered are not due to chance, then they must be attributed to some unknown secret technique, reported the root ninja cautiously, relaying Orochimaru's analysis. Danzo's already grim expression darkened further, veins bulging as he expressed his dissatisfaction with Orochimaru's vague response. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Has the investigation into the Jinchuriki's itinerary from yesterday to today been concluded? Please present it for my review." Another root ninja presented a meticulously organized surveillance report. Danzo opened the scroll and, after a brief moment of contemplation, fell into silence, pondering the next steps of his plan. The previous day, he had provoked the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki under the pretense of requesting the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan. His primary objective was to ascertain the stance of the various ninja clans, such as Inuzuka, Aburame, Hyuga, and others, towards the root organization. Whether or not these clans were aware of his true intentions, they all displayed a certain level of understanding. However, the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Hyuga clans, after spending the night, departed the next day with substantial sums of money. Why had they erected an anti-sensing barrier? A multitude of thoughts raced through Danzo's mind. Just as he began to formulate a conclusion, a stone the size of a pigeon egg deftly bypassed the cage's obstruction and struck his iron helmet. The excruciating pain in his head intensified, sending a jolt of sharp agony through him. The several root ninjas squatting before Danzo lowered their heads in unison. The little patience that remained within Danzo was utterly shattered by the impact of the stone. Search. Compile a list of everyone who came into contact with me yesterday. Investigate each one thoroughly. I must uncover who dared to lay hands upon me. Yes, unaware of the turmoil at the roots and the fury of Shimura Danzo. The scenery in the mountains unfolded. After a day spent organizing the information swirling in his mind, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of crimson. Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru, along with another companion, managed to maintain their precarious balance in the water while sealed. He called out to the trio, leading them back to Konoha. Once again treating them to dinner, he reminded them to bring their bento for the following day before promptly declaring the gathering over. He watched as the three exhausted youths, their bodies heavy with fatigue, made their way home. In the mountains, a solitary hand formed a seal, quietly employing the perceptual secret art of the clan to connect with the sensory barrier that enveloped the entirety of Konoha. A silent admiration arose within. Recalling the foresight of the ancestors of the mountain clan who had established this perceptual barrier for the benefit of their kin, by discerning the chakra's essence. The precise location of Kushina Uzumaki was swiftly identified. With utmost stealth, the connection to the sensory barrier was severed. In the serene landscape of the mountainous region, after purchasing a bag of specialty sand dumplings from the snack shop on Leaf Tea Street, Yamashita Kisuki leisurely strolled towards the location of the Jonin's command post. Upon reaching the site that once lay in ruins, it had been transformed, following the removal of usable items and various documents. The ground was meticulously repaved and compacted using earth-style techniques. Over 20 workers, alongside several chunin, were diligently transporting an array of construction materials under the guidance of skilled artisans. Kushina, adorned with a pristine white hard hat and clutching several architectural blueprints, stood earnestly supervising the operation in a nearby open area. Upon spotting Yamashita Keisuke approaching with snacks in hand, she eagerly trotted over, raising her dirt-streaked palm with a playful grin reminiscent of a mischievous fox, directly signaling him to offer her a treat. "Ah," she exclaimed, "what are you perusing with those blueprints?" In the serene mountain setting, a gentle laugh escaped from Shan Zhongjing as she playfully pinched a ball of sand and placed it into Jio Xian's mouth. Delighted by the unexpected treat, Jio Xian's eyes narrowed into crescent moons of joy. As she savored the soft, savory morsel, she proudly unfurled the blueprint in her hands. "Take a look at my design. What do you think?" "Your design? Who drew it?" "I dictated it and had someone else illustrate it." "Did Lord Hokage approve?" "I funded it. He had no grounds to refuse." "That makes sense. The landscape of the mountain resembles the pointed tip of an ice cream cone, characterized by a structure composed of 9 spiraling walls that ascend and converge at a single point. One cannot help but ponder the sentiments of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in consenting to the construction of this design. The vibrant red hues align closely with the color scheme of the Hokage building. At first glance, aside from its somewhat unconventional appearance, there seem to be no significant issues. However, should this structure lose a bit of its color, it would indeed resemble a rather unsightly mass. Perhaps the third envisioned this as akin to a flame, perfectly embodying the will of fire? Yet, is the will of fire truly akin to a mass? Intriguingly, it seems so. How would you evaluate it? Kushina inquired, her sparkling eyes brimming with anticipation. Faced with such an expression, Yamashiro naturally refrained from uttering any disheartening comments. The symbolism is quite commendable, viewed from above. It should closely resemble the emblem of the Uzumaki clan. The 9 spirals not only allude to your name, but also signify the identity of the 9 tails Jinchuriki. A remarkably clever concept, although one can only imagine the 9 tails cursing in the ceiling space. He earnestly contemplated Kushina's design intentions. Amidst the scenic wonders of the mountains, there exists a playful jest, underscoring an abundance of emotional resonance. "Indeed, you truly understand me, dear scenery." Kushina Uzumaki nodded repeatedly, unfurling her plans to their fullest extent in the embrace of the setting sun. She yearned to leave her indelible mark upon the Hidden Leaf village. Regardless of whether others perceive it as good or bad, with disdain or fear, she is unapologetically herself Uzumaki Kushina, the second host of the 9 tails. Following in the footsteps of Mito Uzumaki. In the mountains, the scenery sparkled in her eyes like the stars, and her smile reflected the hues of the evening sky, making her appear as if she were glowing. Much like Kushina, he secretly resolved to consult with his colleagues in the logistics department upon his return, advocating for an increase in the maintenance budget for the Jonin standby facility. It was imperative that the colors did not fade, otherwise, he feared that Kushina would be unable to withstand such a disappointment. Suddenly, the sound of Shunshin technique slicing through the air broke the tranquility. A ninja, adorned with a mask and clad in the standard combat uniform of the Umbu, materialized less than 2 meters from Yamashita. The menacing proximity, laden with threat, caused him to furrow his brow slightly. The Umbu, a specialized unit directly commanded and directed by the Hokage, were selected through rigorous scrutiny, and their loyalty to the village and Hokage was unquestionable. Consequently, their demeanor while executing missions often mirrored that of the Hokage himself. In the past, he had never encountered such a threatening stance from an Umbu. Yamashita, the Hokage commands you to proceed to the Hokage's office immediately. There is an important mission that requires your attention. Understood. In the scenic mountains, I handed a bag of snacks to Kushina. I shall take my leave to the Hokage. I remarked. Be cautious along your way. Kushina received the bag with a somewhat stiff demeanor. After years of yearning, her feelings had finally garnered a semblance of response. She had just begun to contemplate her plans and was eager to seek advice on romantic nuances from Mikoto. Alas, the third Hokage, that old fool, emerged to disrupt her thoughts. How could that scoundrel bear to see a Jinchuriki enjoying a sweet romance? It's infuriating. I must report this to Tsunade. Let her unleash her wrath upon that old rascal's office. Rest assured, I entrust you with the care of my 3 new disciples. In the mountains, Yamaguchi Kei discerned that Kushina's mood was rather bleak and promptly decided to present the 3 young ones to alleviate her troubles. On one hand, there was the formidable Jonin of Konoha, capable of honing their skills through rigorous training. On the other, there were the eager Genin, undeterred by hardship, yearning to enhance their abilities. Indeed, a perfect match. There was no doubt about it. Kushina nodded vigorously, her trust in Yamaguchi Kei proving to be immensely beneficial. With a cheerful wave of his hand, Yamaguchi Kei turned and swiftly headed towards the Hokage building. The Umbu responsible for communication waited until he began his departure before following closely behind. This almost surveillance-like behavior solidified Yamaguchi Kei's somewhat unsettling suspicions. Has age truly rendered one's disposition increasingly sensitive? It shouldn't be the case. After all, Kushina had merely spent a night at his home, and they had slept separately. They hadn't engaged in anything inappropriate. So why such an intense reaction? No, wait. To prevent his clansmen from utilizing sensory ninjutsu, he had seemingly maintained a counter-sensing barrier throughout the night. Goodness. Surely the third Hokage doesn't believe that he and Kushina have progressed to such an intimate relationship. In the mountains, Jingzheng was momentarily stunned. After contemplating the intricacies of the situation, he found himself at a loss. Unsure whether to chastise his own negligence or to continue berating the younger generation for their overreactions. Shimura Danzo? This individual, resembling a mummified figure with only his eyes and mouth exposed, donned a warrior's helmet over a sickly garb, emanating an aura of resentment that seemed almost tangible. It could only be Shimura Danzo, without a doubt. A look of astonishment flickered across the face of Yamashita, who found it almost impossible to recognize the situation. He truly did not anticipate that in merely a day, Danzo would be reduced to this deplorable state by the black entries. However, upon noticing the Umbu ninja who had shadowed him throughout his journey now standing behind Danzo, he felt that the effects of those black entries still fell short. How infuriating. Why did the beam in the Jonin's waiting area not crush that old rascal? That scoundrel just now turned out to be from Root. As for Shimura Danzo, how brazen he was, having his subordinates attire themselves in indistinguishable garb from the Umbu. And yet, he incessantly invoked the orders of the Hokage. What do you think? Do you believe that outside of Sarutobi Hiruzen, anyone pays heed to your nonsense? Jing, Elder Danzo has just sent a report. Recently, there have been frequent skirmishes between Sunagakure and Kirigakure in the southern lands of the Land of Tea, with rising casualties on both sides, indicating a potential escalation of conflict. To acquire accurate intelligence, I hope you can undertake a journey. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, raised his hand and tossed a scroll towards Yamashita. A solo mission? In the mountains, Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance at Shimura Danzo, who was seated upon the sofa, before lowering his gaze to the scroll containing the intelligence. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were articulated with remarkable clarity. This scroll of intelligence had been brought forth by Danzo himself, and it was the opposing party that had requested his execution of the task. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen assessed the authenticity and significance of the mission, concluding that Danzo, hailing from a prominent clan and having formerly served in the analytical division, was indeed the most suitable candidate, which warranted his summons. However, Yagura, the user of the Scorch release, Yagura, as Yamanaka Kage gazed at the name inscribed on the intelligence scroll, a flicker of surprise danced in the corners of his eyes. Shikuten Yakura, one of the rising stars of Sunagakure in recent years, had made quite a name for himself. Wielding the powerful Shikuten Kekkei Genkai, he had left many ninjas from Kirigakure utterly helpless, forging an imposing reputation. Not only Kage, who had read the original texts, but even the most casual ninja, frequently dispatched on missions outside the village, was well aware of his renown. If this were a solo mission, Kage would have to ponder whether the third Hokage had colluded with Danzo to set him up for failure. After all, since joining the analysis division, he had consciously concealed his true abilities, presenting a combat prowess only slightly superior to that of an underqualified civilian Genin. Facing the illustrious Yakura head-on would be tantamount to offering oneself as a mere sacrifice. The opponent's reputation is formidable. Venturing alone would be exceedingly perilous. Therefore, I have arranged for a partner to accompany you, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated. No sooner had he spoken than a knock resonated at the office door once more. Upon receiving permission, Namikaze Minato entered, his serious demeanor softening into a smile upon seeing Yamanaka Kage standing in the office. Minato, indeed, is a reassuring comrade. The scenery in the mountains, too, bore a smile at the corners of its lips. The doubts and mistrust I once held towards Sarutobi Hiruzen had dissipated significantly. The prowess of Namikaze Minato was evident for all to see. With the mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, originally developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, his mobility ranked among the highest in the entire ninja world. Not to mention a single leaf ninja, even when confronted by a large-scale Sand Village force. The two of them could withdraw with ease. It seems, Q, that we are to fight side by side once more. Minato's expression bore a hint of nostalgia, clearly reminiscing about their past missions together. Having grown up together, they entered the Ninja Academy as peers and graduated as shinobi. Although they were not assigned to the same team upon graduation, they had undertaken countless missions together prior to Q's entry into the analytical class, developing an unparalleled rapport. Those old tales can wait until after you depart. Minato, let Q explain the mission details to you. Time is of the essence. Prepare yourselves and set off immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen urged the two. After they left the Hokage's office, he turned to the ever-silent Shimura Danzo, who sat on the couch. I mentioned before that Q is a child I have watched grow. He is always measured in his actions. It is impossible for him to be the one who acted against you, even if he is not the culprit. His close contact with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails raises concerns. The power of the Nine Tails should not be influenced or controlled by any ninja clan. Danzo pressed his fingertips against the chakra-sensing seal in his palm, and his already sinister gaze intensified with a hint of ferocity. The seal in his palm, a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was extraordinarily sensitive, more so than the most advanced medical instruments of today. Just moments ago, the seal had shown no response to Q, indicating the absence of any chakra residue related to him. While this eliminated one suspect and narrowed his focus, he secretly hoped that Q was indeed the one behind the treachery. Given Q's connections with the leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, as well as his ambiguous relationship with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he was of immense potential value to root. Hiruzen was not privy to Danzo's inner thoughts. He believed Danzo was genuinely concerned about the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. After a moment of contemplation, weighing the pros and cons and considering the potential ramifications of Kushina marrying into the Yamanaka clan, he spoke again to comfort his old friend. Danzo, matters of the heart cannot be forced, much like your past with Koharu. Kushina must eventually marry and bear children. Konoha will need its next Jinchuriki in a few decades. A female Jinchuriki giving birth would significantly weaken the sealing power. That poses too great a risk for the village. Though the land of whirlpools has perished, many with Uzumaki blood still remain in the ninja world. Kushina is a ninja of Konoha, not one of the root. Furthermore, the matter concerning the Jinchuriki has been elucidated by Lord Mito long ago. You should be acutely aware of the dire consequences that may arise should a Jinchuriki experience psychological turmoil. That is your... Shinichi Dans let out another cold snort, his emotions running high as he was about to retort, when a sharp pain surged through his head. Calm yourself. We can discuss this matter at our leisure, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, observing Dan's agitation, which nearly led him to an untimely demise. The tension in the room eased as he silently rejoiced that the one ambushed was not himself. Ignoring the incessant assaults on his head, he thought to himself that even a mere exchange of heated words had left his mind reeling. Who could endure such a torment? Bring in the next individual, Dans commanded. One hand pressed against his helmet as he took deep breaths to alleviate the excruciating pain. At that moment, his animosity towards the one who had plotted against him reached a crescendo. The issue of the Jinchuriki was momentarily overshadowed by his urgent desire to uncover the identity of his assailant. However, just as his words faded, a faint sound resembling cracking would echoed from somewhere unknown. Having faced a series of unforeseen events, Dan's was now a nervous wreck. The instant the sound reached his ears, he sprang from the sofa, executing a shunshin technique that propelled him through the open window of the Hokage's office. Crack! The air was filled with anguished cries of suffering and rage emanating from outside the window. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Danzo, who was clutching his head in torment, and the crow that had met its demise due to a brutal collision, momentarily at a loss as to whom to extend his sympathy. After Shimura Danzo was hastily taken for medical attention, tranquility returned to the Hokage's office. Standing by the window, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the sunset painting the horizon. Replenishing his spent pipe with fresh tobacco, tendrils of smoke began to rise, obscuring his expression from view. Danzo's earlier words lingered in his thoughts. The land of whirlpools had perished, and Konoha had lost its most stable source of Jinchuriki. Should anything befall Uzumaki Kushina, finding a suitable Jinchuriki swiftly would prove exceedingly challenging. The admonitions of Lady Uzumaki Mido echoed in his ears. Suppressing the emotional needs of Jinchuriki could only lead to instability, a situation fraught with far more detriment than benefit. Furthermore, the process of producing female Jinchuriki presented its own set of formidable challenges. The hereditary practice of passing on through maternal lines could yield unpredictable outcomes. If Konoha were to have more members of the Uzumaki clan proficient in sealing techniques assisting during the Jinchuriki's delivery, it would not only maximize the stability of the sealing but also ensure that the nine tails remained contained. In the unfortunate event of an accident, Konoha would not be left bereft of a successor for the role of Jinchuriki. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. The tensions among the various ninja villages were escalating, and it seemed inevitable that conflict would soon erupt. The land of fire, abundant in resources, fertile lands, and a thriving economy, had always been a primary target for assaults by other ninja villages. Konoha had yet to fully emerge from the shadows of the Second Shinobi World War. If circumstances reached a dire point, the power of the Jinchuriki might become indispensable. A typical ninja team would require approximately 2 days to traverse from Konoha to the southern coastline of the Land of Fire. Subsequently, an additional 2 days would be necessary to reach the mission's destination via maritime routes. Given the time-sensitive nature of this mission's intelligence, the ever-dutiful Minato Namikaze instinctively quickened his pace as he stepped beyond the gates of Konoha. Even though he was aware of the current state of Suna Village, the search for the missing third generation of Kazekage could not be halted. However, he found himself unable to articulate this predicament to Minato Namikaze. Thus, with a heart full of helplessness, he continued to press onward. Both were seasoned jonin of Konohagakure, conserving sufficient stamina to confront any unexpected skirmishes while foregoing nighttime rest to hasten their journey. When thirst struck, they quenched it with water. When hunger arose, they subsisted on military rations. By the following night, shortly after 9 o'clock, they arrived at the southern port of the Land of Fire, boarding a small sailboat designated for the use of Konoha's shinobi. After confirming that the captain and 2 sailors posed no issues, Shanzhongjing set various alarms and traps both inside and outside the room. Wufing Shuimin conjured 2 small frogs from Yamu Mountain, one stationed inside and the other outside to keep watch throughout the night. Feeling quite fatigued, the 2 finally felt at ease enough to sleep, quickly restoring their energy. The moderate waves did not cause the ship to pitch violently. The gentle rocking was not only bearable, but also somewhat conducive to sleep. They slumbered until the sun rose high in the sky, awakening to the clamorous cries of seabirds. After a brief personal hygiene routine, the gracious Wufing Shuimin brought forth 2 generously sized bowls of seafood porridge. The recently caught marine delicacies were impeccably prepared, devoid of any fishy odor, instead carrying a faint sweetness. The rice, soaked in broth, burst with flavor upon the first bite. Such delectable fare earned high praise from Shanzhongjing, who expressed his admiration. The bashful Wufing Shuimin, flattered by the compliment, smiled shyly, her aura of a devoted partner becoming even more pronounced. After satisfying their hunger, the 2 sat casually on the deck of the sailboat, relishing the rare leisure time amid their mission. "Jing, I heard you and Kushina are preparing to wed," Wufing Shuimin remarked, resting her hand on her forehead as she gazed out at the boundless sea. The unexpected statement left Shan's Hongjing bewildered, filled with questions. He could not fathom the source of such rumors. He had yet to even embark on a romantic relationship, yet somehow it had been twisted into news of impending marriage. Where did you hear that? Yesterday morning at the temporary Jonin station, Brother Ding mentioned that Kushina, due to insufficient savings, had to use the 10 million wedding gift you gave her to compensate the Jonin station. Isn't that so? How did Ding know that I gave Kushina 10 million? Senior Nara Suzaku, who oversees the affairs of the Jonin station, said your name was on the deposit slip. That still doesn't prove it was a wedding gift. Brother Hai claimed you two are already cohabitating, spending the nights together. Is it really appropriate for you to gossip like this all day? In the mountains. The landscape suddenly made him realize that he was being targeted by Danzo, despite having committed no wrongdoing. What has become of the internal affairs of Konoha? Moreover, why does he feel that the elite shinobi of Konoha are utterly incompetent? They seem to do nothing but spectate idly every day. It is one thing for others to be indifferent, but for that scoundrel, Yamashiro Sai, to drag him and Kushina into gossip is utterly outrageous. Is this truly the kind of content worthy of gossip? It is as if they harbor no fear of the higher-up suspicions. Wait a minute. In the mountainous scenery, I was suddenly reminded of the exceptionally astute individual from Nara, and it dawned upon me. Perhaps that person had already anticipated the intentions of the higher-ups in Konoha, prompting the clans of Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi to deliberately spread such gossip. This, in a veiled manner, conveyed to Sarutobi Hiruzen that they harbored no ulterior motives. These individuals were silently clearing the obstacles between him and Kushina. Truly a group of people who love to concern themselves with the affairs of others. How amusing. Since everyone at the Jonin standby station had little to do, they engaged in casual conversation. Minato Namikaze chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Have you truly never experienced Kushina's iron fist? With a resigned sigh, Yamanaka Q observed the situation. Although the intentions of Yamanaka Hai and his companions were undoubtedly commendable, the thought of Kushina discovering this was concerning. Given her seemingly carefree demeanor, which belied her thin skin, the prospect of her being teased was worrisome. One could only hope that Hai and the others wouldn't suffer too greatly as a result. When the topic arose, Minato Namikaze spoke with a radiant smile. His rapport with Kushina was quite amicable, even though there was a time when she, influenced by Q's teasing, referred to him as the little leaf boy, which caused him considerable embarrassment. However, due to his inherently gentle disposition, Kushina had never raised a fist against him. In contrast, Q often found himself on the receiving end of her playful punches, as he couldn't resist the urge to tease her from time to time. Is it possible that Kushina, believing that a punch might make him cry for an extended period, would then feel compelled to console him, thereby refraining from striking him? After gazing at the ocean's expanse for too long, one inevitably finds it rather monotonous and tedious. In the serene mountains, amidst the picturesque landscapes and the gentle whispers of the winds, the day began with an eager exploration of the vast expanse beyond. The remaining hours were spent either discussing their newly acquired disciples or exchanging insights on ninjutsu. Occasionally, they would demonstrate their techniques, delving into strategies for combat. Watergate, without a doubt, was a paragon of genius. The numerous attributes he possessed could even evoke envy in someone as systematic as mountain scenery. His remarkable traits included temporal insight, purple, supersonic reflexes, purple, sealing mastery, blue, ingenious intellect, blue, fortuitous luck, blue, energy accumulation, blue, mastery of wind release, green, and handsome, green. 8 attributes in total, of which 6 were innate talents. Temporal insight allowed him to perceive fluctuations in time and space with clarity, perfectly aligning with various space-time ninjutsu. Supersonic reflexes enhanced his neural response speed, physical reaction speed, hand seal speed, chakra flow speed, and ninjutsu release speed, among other attributes. Ingenious intellect improved his learning abilities, tactical thinking, and research capabilities in ninjutsu development. Fortuitous luck directly augmented his fortune, while energy accumulation increased both chakra reserves and recovery capabilities. Only the attribute of handsome fell slightly short compared to mountain scenery. Given all this, if Watergate were not to become the 4th Hokage, who else could possibly take on such a mantle? Upon witnessing the figure of the Watergate in the mountains, one cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. Setting aside other considerations, the mere insight into the fabric of time and space renders it exceedingly rare. Which time traveler would not aspire to master the flying thunder god technique? Alas, in this journey to the world of Naruto, he was not endowed with extraordinary spatial talents. His aptitude in this realm merely sufficed to allow him to awkwardly employ the summoning technique and storage seals, leaving him far from grasping the threshold necessary to learn the flying thunder god technique. Were it not for the hope provided by the system, he likely would have entirely relinquished the desire to pursue this art. 2.5 days slipped away as he and Minato Namikaze engaged in incessant discussions and sparring. The weather at sea remained relatively stable during these days, enabling them to arrive at the port town in the southern region of the land of Tea half a day earlier than anticipated. It was midday when their vessel docked. Exercising caution, the two discreetly removed their Konoha headbands and utilized transformation techniques to disguise themselves as ordinary carpenters. They were poised to enter the town, aiming to gather intelligence in more populated areas. Suddenly, four ninjas bearing the headbands of the hidden mist emerged from the town. The leader, with waist-length orange hair meticulously groomed, stood at an imposing height of approximately 2.5 meters, exuding an aura of strength, accompanied by the formidable sword, the Kubikirib Ch. There could be no doubt that he was none other than the infamous Kisame Hoshigaki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Although Shanjun and Minato did not recognize the identities of the 3 individuals trailing behind him, their attire suggested they were likely elite members of the Mist Zambu, at the very least possessing the strength of J-Nin. In the face of the approaching Mist ninjas, the two instinctively adopted expressions of trepidation, stepping aside to the edge of the road with a facade of panic, appearing no different from ordinary civilians. The 4 Mist ninjas passed by them without detecting any signs of anomaly. In the mountainous landscape, both Kakashi and Minato witnessed a group of individuals cloaked in mist vanish before the gates of the town. Instead of hastily pursuing them, they opted to enter the town directly. Under the influence of the second Hokage, Ghost Lantern Kagaya, the hidden mist village had long championed the philosophy of covert operations. Even with the ascension of the third Hokage, this principle remained unchanged. When the ninjas of the hidden mist undertook missions, they could not afford to traverse the town's thoroughfares with such ostentation. Such behavior was undoubtedly suspect. Indeed, as Kakashi and Minato crossed the threshold of the town's gates, more than a dozen individuals, men and women, young and old, emerged from the alleyways. At the forefront was an elderly matron, appearing to be in her 70s. Her hair is white as snow. After exchanging a few words with her subordinates, she gestured with a single hand. The group surged forth like arrows loosed from a bow, rapidly dispersing to the north and south, seemingly intent on encircling the ninjas of the hidden mist. The matron herself also pursued the direction from which the mist ninjas had departed. Upon witnessing the mountainous scenery and the turbulent waters at the gate, it became evident that this was a strategic confrontation between the hidden mist and the hidden sand. Uncertain whether either side had a contingency plan, the 2 individuals disguised as carpenters hastily feigned fear and swiftly made their way into the heart of the town. They navigated through a labyrinthine series of alleys until they discovered a secluded lane, unnoticed by passers-by. In the heart of the mountains, he formed intricate hand seals, unleashing the secret sensory ninjutsu passed down through his clan to its fullest extent. Instantly, the chakra responses within a radius of nearly 10 kilometers flooded into his mind. Indeed, there were quite a number of individuals present. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing murmured softly, his hands weaving intricate seals. He once again employed the heart transmission technique, conveying his perceived situation to Wave Wind Watergate. The recent spate of conflicts had evidently ignited tensions between Sand Hidden and Mist Hidden. Lin Ling detected over 30 chakra signatures, a scale far beyond mere border skirmishes. On the Mist Hidden side, the quartet led by the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost was clearly only tasked with luring the enemy. Several kilometers away, 16 individuals lay concealed in ambush within the forest. As for the Sand Hidden, 1 individual charged directly into the encirclement, while 12 others flanked from the north and south, seemingly preparing for a counter-encirclement. Furthermore, within the town, for additional chakra signatures could be discerned. It remained uncertain whether these were spies left by Sand Hidden or a contingency plan from Mist Hidden. Such a scale of conflict. Wave Wind Watergate furrowed his brow as he contemplated the sensory information shared by Shan Zhongjing. A clash involving nearly 40 individuals was no longer a mere feud between ninjas. It indicated that the tensions between the 2 villages had escalated to an irreconcilable level. This degree of troop mobilization would undoubtedly require the consent of the higher echelons of each ninja village. Once the upper echelons became involved, it often signified that the discord between the two villages had reached a point of no return. Worrying would be futile. We must focus on our own responsibilities. The scenery in the mountains paid little heed to the conflict between the sand and the mist. Having long anticipated the inevitability of war, he now focused solely on how to accomplish this mission, contemplating whether to incorporate a touch of personal motives. Perhaps it was an opportunity to intervene in the course of the Third Great Ninja War. Yes, Tactical Plan 2 would be employed, allowing for an opportune entry into the battlefield. Minato Namikaze nodded, temporarily suppressing his concerns about the war, and began to concentrate earnestly on the task at hand. While aboard the ship, the two had devised several strategies based on their respective ninja techniques. Given the current circumstances, the second tactical plan, which allowed for swift engagement and rapid withdrawal, was undoubtedly the most suitable. Very well. In the midst of the mountains, Shang Zhongjing retrieved a small tube from the inner pocket of his attire, intricately engraved with numerous sealing techniques. After uncapping the vessel and dipping it into the fresh blood contained within, he formed hand seals to invoke a summoning jutsu. Unlike the ruthless ninjas of the shinobi world who would casually bite their fingers or prick their palms with shuriken, even after traversing over a decade into this realm, he found himself unable to inflict harm upon himself without a flicker of hesitation. With a resounding boom, chakra surged forth in a billowing cloud of smoke, revealing 3 ebony-feathered crows that flapped their wings before the two. The technique of heart-turned clones. In the midst of the mountains, the scenery shifted as the hand seals transformed, allowing for the control of his own body while simultaneously guiding 3 crows with his mind. The once boisterous and lively crows instantly stilled in their place. Stepping forward, Bo Feng Shui Min closed his eyes to meditate for a moment, then gently pressed his right hand against the abdomen of one crow, inscribing the Flying Thunder God technique. Though he had yet to attain the level he possessed in the original story during his confrontation with Obito, where he inscribed the technique in the heat of battle, he had nonetheless honed his spatial transfer speed between techniques to perfection. After the crows had been inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, they took to the sky under the control of Shang Zhongjing, soaring directly toward the ambush site of the Mist Hidden. Before he could observe the battlefield through the crow's eyes, there was a sudden decrease in the Mist Hidden's ranks as the old woman made contact with their encirclement. Less than 5 kilometers from the town, in the dense forest, Yisong, having dispelled her transformation technique, gripped a pair of kunai in her hands. Crouching low, her eyes glinted with murderous intent as she fixed her gaze upon the more than 10 mist-hidden ninjas before her. 2 blazing fireballs of scorch release floated beside her, their intense heat rendering the mist-hidden's water release and mist technique significantly less effective. At her feet lay a mist-hidden Nin, resembling a desiccated corpse, utterly devoid of life. Without any pleasantries or taunts, Suigetsu Zuki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, let out a menacing laugh and signaled to his companions behind him. Although they had not drawn all the sand-hidden ninjas as planned, it was possible that some were lurking in the shadows, poised to launch a counterattack. Yet, with Yisong as the backbone of the sand-hidden team, securing her swiftly would render the remaining sand-hidden ninjas as scattered fragments. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave, commanded Suigetsu Zuki, and 15 mist-hidden ninjas simultaneously unleashed the powerful technique. A torrent of water surged forth from their mouths. With similar chakra natures and the simultaneous execution of the same ninjutsu, their energies fused, creating a colossal wave capable of inundating everything in its path. Yisong's eyes flickered as she leaped and dashed, skillfully evading the crashing waves that surged from all directions. Before she could alter the battlefield and disrupt the encirclement of the Mist Hidden, the 3 Mist-Hidden Nin trailing behind Suigetsu Zuki had already completed their hand seals. Summoning technique, Black-Eyed Giant Crab. Summoning technique, Great Swordfish. Summoning technique, Great White Shark. The air was thick with chakra-laden smoke, within which loomed 3 formidable figures, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure in Yisong. Before the mist could dissipate, these 3 elite shinobi had already collaborated with their summoned beasts to unleash a water release, water bullets technique. The water orbs, each exceeding 2 meters in diameter and infused with a copious amount of chakra, rained down upon the besieged Yisong like relentless artillery shells. The 15 mist ninja who had previously executed a coordinated water release did not relent either. 8 stood at various angles, weaving hand seals to maintain the chakra flow, preventing the dispersal of the water release beneath them. The remaining 7 plunged into the depths, surging toward Yitsong from below. The incessant water-based assaults rendered Yitsong's swirling blaze of scorching flames ineffective, swiftly extinguishing them. The 7 mist ninja, stealthily emerging from the depths, launched their attacks one after another. "Ha ha, Yitsong! Where will you run this time?" exclaimed Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon, brandishing his massive sword, Shark Skin. Observing the numerous wounds he had sustained in such a short span, Yitsong found himself unable to mount an effective counterattack, resorting only to frantic evasion. With a swift motion, Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon charged at Yitsong, wielding Shark Skin, propelled by the crashing waves. Scorch Release, Violent Scorching Stream. Upon noticing the rapidly approaching pufferfish demon, Yitsong mustered her strength to kick away 2 of the attacking mist ninja from below, then swiftly struck the water's surface with both hands. A searing heat radiated from her palms, causing the tumultuous waters beneath her to boil as if it were molten. The mist ninja attempting to ambush from below hastily retreated, desperate to evade the rapidly churning water. Yet 2 of them, caught off guard, were engulfed by the scalding torrent. Struggling to escape, they emerged from the water, their bodies covered in blisters, emitting agonized cries. Even one of the 3 colossal summoned beasts succumbed, dissipating into smoke due to a failure to evade. The remaining 2 were forced back a considerable distance. After unleashing such a grand display of scorch release, how much chakra do you have left? The grin on Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon grew ever more sinister as he leapt across the seething water's surface. His sword Shark Skin aimed squarely at Yitsong's face. Scorch Release, Oversteaming Kill. Yitsong, her hand seals shifting rapidly, invoked her most familiar Scorch Release technique. As she pressed her palms together, the fiery orb of her Scorch Release collided with Shark Skin. Hiss! The sword emitted a pained shriek, its gray-blue surface turning slightly red. The blade twisted and contorted, its spikes rising ominously. "Soon, my dear, you shall taste the most exquisite chakra." Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon reassured his weapon, disregarding the burns on his arm as he relentlessly swung the sword. Bang! 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 With a powerful slash, Yitsong's kunai was effortlessly sent flying from her grasp after just a few strikes. Her hands and arms, having come into close contact with the spines of the Shark Skin weapon, were grievously lacerated, blood streaming profusely. A significant portion of her chakra was also siphoned away. Confronted by the relentless assault of Suigetsu and the entanglement with several mist shinobi, Yitsong realized that a direct confrontation was futile. She silently prayed for her teammates to arrive swiftly. It was the wind release from Sunagakure. "Get away!" As Suigetsu continued to apply pressure, the cries of the mist shinobi echoed. The 8 mist shinobi, who had been positioned to counter any water release dispersal, were suddenly besieged by the wind release attack. Thanks to their prior precautions, only 1 was beheaded outright. The remaining 7 managed to evade the onslaught, sustaining only minor injuries. Yet they were still confined within the operational area, unable to expand their water release. With the loss of chakra control, the water swiftly began to dissipate. The advantageous terrain they had painstakingly established vanished in the blink of an eye. Seizing the moment when Suigetsu was distracted, Yitsong unleashed her Scorch Release, striking directly at the Shark Skin blade in his hand. The weapon howled in agony from the searing heat, forcing Suigetsu to reluctantly relinquish his grip on it. The 12 Sunagakure shinobi clashed with the remaining mist shinobi, shattering the encirclement. A brutal melee ensued. No longer besieged, Yitsong, now facing the unarmed Suigetsu, felt a surge of murderous intent and promptly shifted from defense to offense. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Kage and Namikaze Minato, who were waiting for an opportunity within the town, remained vigilant. Utilizing sensory ninjutsu and the aerial reconnaissance provided by crows, they patiently awaited their moment. Observing the Sunagakure shinobi deliberately manipulating the battlefield, they drew the mist shinobi away from the waterlogged thicket, leaving behind several severely injured mist shinobi and a gravely wounded Sunagakure jonin, isolated and vulnerable. In the mountainous landscape, Kage and Minato immediately recognized that an opportunity had arisen. 3 crows, imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, soared in a triangular formation, descending rapidly from the heights. One was aimed directly at the injured sand-hidden jonin, incapacitated and unable to fight. The other 2 targeted a wounded mist ninja, while the last one plunged toward the location of the great knife shark. Minato, the knife, The Great Knife Shark. In the mountains, the eyes of Yamaguchi Izuna gleamed with anticipation as he gazed at Minato Namikaze. The sword, Samahata, among the 7 ninja blades of the mist, was the most extraordinary and the only one imbued with life. It not only absorbed the chakra of its opponents, but also provided the harvested chakra for the wielder's use. Furthermore, it could stimulate the regeneration of bodily cells using the vast amount of stored chakra. If one were to disregard their appearance, it could merge with Samahata to transform into a merman, allowing for unparalleled freedom in the water and significantly enhancing combat capabilities in aquatic environments. Although, in the original narrative, it ultimately betrayed its user, Kisame Hashigaki, aligning with the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. This weapon was undeniably effective under normal circumstances. Minato, facing his friend whose eyes sparkled with excitement, found himself at a loss for words of refusal, offering only a resigned smile. With a swift motion, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his location. The growing distance and the intense, desperate battle rendered both the sand and mist shinobi unable to attend to their injured comrades left behind. 3 crows suddenly swooped down from the skies. A mist ninja, preoccupied with tending to his wounds, abruptly lifted his gaze. Before he could draw a kunai to defend himself against the rapidly approaching crows, he locked eyes with one. Becoming ensnared by the heart-transmitting puppet curse seal technique released by Yamaguchi Izuna, his mind faltered, leaving him frozen in place. In the next instant, Minato appeared, his kunai slicing through the ninja's neck. The golden light under the sun flickered momentarily. Minato swiftly reached the next mist ninja targeted by another crow. With a swift motion, he harvested yet another life, and only then did the first victim's blood spurt forth from his neck. A sense of helplessness and suffocation washed over him, his vision dimming. The 3 crows darted through the dense forest like phantoms, providing Minato with optimal landing points for his technique. True to his name, the Golden Flash, the 6 individuals left on the battlefield were dispatched in under 10 seconds. In the alley of the town, the severed heads of 4 mist ninjas lay at Yamaguchi Izuna's feet. Meanwhile, Minato had slung over his shoulder a severely injured and unconscious sand ninja, while his right hand dragged along another unconscious mist ninja, and his left hand clutched Samahata, reappearing in the alley. With a toss, the still warm Samahata landed into Yamaguchi's hands. Minato, you are incredible. In the mountainous scenery, a grin graced his lips as he praised the reliability of his close companion. He toyed with the bewildered and scorched remnants, gasping with his mouth agape and tongue lolling like a wilted fish. From the scroll pouch at his chest, he extracted a scroll and sealed it with precision. Similarly, he temporarily contained the heads of the 4 mist ninjas using the sealing scroll. Let your summoned beast find a suitable hiding place. Shall we make our retreat? Asked Namikaze Minato, holding a fainted captive with one hand while seeking his friend's counsel. The vessel that had brought them to the port had already departed, leaving them behind. To extract intelligence from the heads of the ninjas, they first needed to locate a secure and concealed stronghold. Their familiarity with the surroundings paled in comparison to that of the mist and sand ninjas, rather than blindly relocating. It would be wiser to conceal themselves right beneath their adversaries' noses. In the heart of the mountains, he formed intricate hand seals, effortlessly unraveling the art of summoning. A few kilometers away, 3 crows instantaneously returned to the avian summoning sanctuary of Konoha, displaying the most quintessential hand seals of his clan. He directed his focus towards the 2 unconscious captives, employing the mind transfer jutsu. The 2 captives, devoid of any means of resistance, found their bodily autonomy seized. In the mountains, Shan Zhangjing, utilizing the art of transformation, metamorphosed the 2 into flamboyant young women, striking alluring poses towards Minato Namikaze. Meanwhile, he himself adopted the guise of a lecherous middle-aged man. Minato, caught in a state of hesitation, ultimately sighed in resignation and mimicked Shan Zhangjing's transformation, becoming an oily middle-aged gentleman. After eradicating the lingering scent of blood and any other traces that could lead to their detection, the 2, each cradling a seemingly beguiling young woman, swaggered into the most opulent inn in the town. Within the inn's grandest suite, Minato erected a simple soundproof barrier. In the mountainous landscape, the practitioner directly employed the art of mind reading to delve into the memories of the 2 captives. This technique, also known as memory retrieval, is one of the essential ninjutsu that must be mastered by those in the analysis division. Due to its formidable demands on mental fortitude, even in the village of Konoha, There are scarcely a handful of individuals, no more than 10, who have truly mastered this skill within the confines of the analysis division. In less than 60 seconds, Yai in the mountains can extract the memories of the afflicted from an entire day, a skill in the art of shadow manipulation that is often lauded. However, only a select few are privy to this knowledge. In the mountains, the scenery allows one to absorb the memories of a typical upper ninja in less than 30 seconds. Moreover, after the term somewhat knowledgeable evolved into the king of Konoha, this speed was augmented to more than double. The span from noon to evening encompasses a duration of 5.5 hours. In the midst of the mountains, Yamaguchi had thoroughly reviewed all the memories of the two captives from the past 2 years, meticulously recording crucial intelligence onto a scroll. The S-level professional task, obtain war intelligence from Sunagakure and Kirigakure, had been accomplished, yielding 1 opportunity for entry extraction and 1 opportunity for entry duplication. As Yamaguchi organized the scroll in his hands, he was momentarily taken aback by the system notification echoing in his mind. What had he just heard? An opportunity for entry duplication? The prospect of replication. Almost instinctively, he turned his gaze towards the figure of Minato Namikaze, who stood by the window of the room. Time-space insight. The long-desired flying thunder god technique was finally within reach. Without a hint of hesitation, in this mountainous realm, the character Shan Zhongjing has seized this opportunity to replicate the abilities of the illustrious Minato Namikaze. The replication of the ability was successful, and the host has acquired the purple attribute temporal insight. Host, Shan Zhongjing. Profession, ninja. Activated attributes, traveler, red. Master of shadow clone, purple. Temporal insight, purple. Manifest what is uttered, purple. Understanding king of the ninja world, blue. Handsome, blue. Inactive attributes, cicada pupa, white. Fragile yet resilient, white. The sensation that surged within Shan Zhongjing was ineffable. The surrounding space began to subtly shift within his perception. In the original world, space was elusive, intangible, and utterly beyond reach, rendering it impossible to perceive. However, with the enhancement brought forth by the newly acquired attribute, intricate spatial veins began to emerge, revealing spatial nodes that could no longer conceal themselves. Even the most minute fluctuations in space were no longer able to evade his awareness. Coordinates of space that had previously eluded him through countless attempts now appeared with crystal clarity in this moment. The construction of Flying Thunder God technique and the establishment of spatial coordinates seemed to have become astonishingly simple. With but a thought, he could effortlessly inscribe his own Flying Thunder God mark, akin to Minato Namikaze. Furthermore, he distinctly sensed the Flying Thunder God Kanai nestled within the ninja tool pouch at Minato's waist. This unique Flying Thunder God coordinate, exclusive to Minato, exhibited an almost perfect compatibility with the chakra flowing within him. In the mountainous scenery, one can faintly sense that he might also be able to utilize these coordinates for movement. However, due to the disparity in chakra properties, the speed and fluidity of his transfer would likely pale in comparison to that of Minato. Are these coordinates exclusive to a specific spatial domain? The scenery within the mountains rendered my heart enlightened. Each individual's chakra exhibits distinct variations, even with identical properties and the deployment of the same ninjutsu. The effects manifest subtle differences. Moreover, when it comes to the Flying Thunder God technique, which epitomizes speed, these disparities become magnified infinitely. It seems I too must delve into the study of my own unique spatial coordinates. In the depths of the mountains, the memories of the exclusive spatial coordinates were etched into the heart. With a heart brimming with joy, I once again surveyed my personal interface. The profound understanding of time and space. Once I fully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, I would possess the ability to both attack and defend, to engage and to retreat, to maneuver and support, as well as to break through encirclements. My survival capabilities would be maximized in an instant. Why should I even worry about the so-called Third Great Ninja War? If only I could seize another opportunity to replicate the super speed reaction, it would be even better. In the heart of the mountains, a sense of discontent murmured within. Glancing at the solitary opportunity left for extracting a phrase, a casual tap was made to initiate the draw. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the white phrase, brother. You are incredibly fragrant. Brother, you are incredibly fragrant, white by obtaining this phrase. The focus on declining attention will persist, whilst the attention from peers of the same age group will steadily rise. The effect will enhance with the duration of interaction with these peers, ultimately culminating in an upward trajectory. This wretched system. When it comes to disappointment, it never fails to deliver. In the mountains, Jing's lips twitched slightly. Just a moment ago, he was lost in fantasies of super-speed reactions, and now this? Just this. Although he was aware that, theoretically, the probability of acquiring white entries was the highest, the disappointment from receiving this solitary white entry transcended mere psychological disparity. Jing? Has his chakra been excessively depleted? Observing his friend's rather unflattering expression, the vigilant Minato Namikaze felt a pang of concern in his heart. He hurriedly approached from the window. It's nothing. I need you to have the toads of Mount Maiboku deliver this intelligence scroll. In the depths of the mountains, Yamashita took a deep breath and handed the scroll, filled with a mixture of genuine and personal intelligence, to Minato Namikaze. Although labeled as private, the information within was authentically gleaned from the minds of both parties' shinobi. It merely emphasized different aspects in its depiction. Very well, you should rest for a while. Do not overexert yourself, Minato advised, taking the scroll with a lingering sense of concern. He then produced a small tube, akin to the one used by Yamashita. From his robe, dipping it in fresh blood, he performed the summoning technique. Ever since Yamashita had demonstrated this technique before him, Minato felt foolish each time he looked at the wounds on his fingers, which took days to heal completely. After several attempts, he had shamelessly asked Kushina to procure one of these specially engraved blood storage vessels for him. The seals inscribed on the tube significantly preserved the blood's vitality. Unless frequently opened, it could maintain its quality for an entire year without issue. As the smoke from the summoning technique dissipated, a small, red-hued toad adorned with goggles appeared in the room. Minato, good evening. Jiraiya is currently a guest at Maiboku Mountain, where Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima have prepared a grand feast. Would you care to join us? The toad, Yamaguchi, greeted with a wave. Wait, how did Master Jiraiya get summoned to Maiboku Mountain? Minato asked, momentarily taken aback. It was from Konoha. He returned yesterday, but did not see you. He expressed his regrets. Yamaguchi replied, mimicking Jiraiya's mannerisms with flair. Then please deliver this scroll directly to Master Jiraiya and convey my message to him. A smile blossomed on Minato's handsome face. Under normal circumstances, the toads of Maiboku Mountain required a special item known as Waishin to transmit messages to Konoha. Legends claim it is a treasure that has been passed down since an era even more ancient than that of Sage of the Six Paths. It allows the smaller toads to swiftly traverse the waterways. This is one of the vital legacies of Maiboku Mountain, enabling the toads to relay information at a pace far surpassing that of typical shinobi hawks. From the moment a message is dispatched to when Konoha receives it, it rarely takes more than an hour. However, if Jiraiya was indeed summoned from Konoha to Maiboku Mountain, then dispelling the reversed summoning technique would allow him to return to Konoha instantaneously. Not just an hour, but not even a minute would be required. Minato, why don't you head directly to Maiboku Mountain? Have Jiraiya pass this to the analysis team, and also arrange for these two individuals to be transferred to Konoha via the toads. In the mountains, Jing retrieved a scroll containing the sealed head of the mist ninja from his bosom and forcefully thrust it into Minato's embrace. However, as the thought of the feast prepared by Sage Jiraiya and Sage Fukasaku crossed his mind, a hint of green tinged his complexion. Nevertheless, upon glancing at the two gravely injured captives by his side, he let out a faint sigh within. Although the scenery of the mountains has accessed the memories of the two individuals, due to time constraints, only a portion was retrieved. These two still possess significant intelligence value. If they are not transferred back through the Miao Mu Mountain, for the sake of operational confidentiality, a direct resolution must be undertaken, which feels somewhat wasteful. I am aware that you have long awaited the grand feast at Miao Mu Mountain, so go ahead. I can manage on my own. The scenery in the mountains revealed a thumbs-up reminiscent of Might Guy. That quintessentially radiant smile of a cheerful young man nearly caused Naruto to lose his composure. How outrageous. How utterly outrageous. It was as if he had anticipated Naruto's reluctance to openly criticize the delicacies of Maiboku Mountain in front of the toad. Yet, he had no desire to consume insects. Those were indeed insects. Had Naruto been eagerly awaiting this moment for so long? I shall promptly inform Jiraiya. The toad, happily acknowledging, transformed into a cloud of smoke and returned to Maiboku Mountain. No, wait. Naruto, holding his hand up in protest, felt utterly frozen. Did he say anything? No, he did not. Just take care of your belongings, and remember to eat and drink well. In the mountain, Shan Zhongjing smiled and waved his hand, displaying an expression of amusement as he observed the unfolding drama. With a deep sigh, Bo Feng Shuimin confronted his ill-tempered friend. Reluctantly, he employed a summoning technique to call forth the massive toad, Zan, which occupied nearly half the room. He commanded it to swallow the two grievously injured captives. As soon as he released the summoning technique, he instructed Zan to return the captives to Mayaboka Mountain. Before he could utter more words, the sensation of reverse summoning struck him. Shuimin, wearing a grim expression, took several deep breaths. Contemplating the presence of his mentor, Jiraiya, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced to the reverse summoning. With a sudden thud, Shan Zhongjing watched as Bo Feng Shuimin vanished from sight. After a wide grin, he eagerly commenced experimenting with the Flying Thunder God technique. Following the method he had gleaned from the ninjutsu scroll, he closed his eyes to connect with the spatial forces, guiding his chakra to intertwine with it. Moments later, he pressed one hand against the exterior of a teacup before him. Circular in shape, two arrowed symbols began to rotate clockwise upon the cup's surface, revealing a spatial perception far clearer than Shuimin's coordinates. This elicited a satisfied smile from Shan Zhongjing. Yet, as he gazed upon the markings, an unsettling feeling crept in. These symbols. Damn it, the east wind demands payment. After inscribing his own Flying Thunder God mark on two teacups, he felt a surge of anticipation. In the depths of the mountains, the character maintained a precise hand seal. Attuning himself to the intricate spatial markings around him, he endeavored to invoke the Flying Thunder God technique, channeling chakra through specific meridian pathways. Aided by his own Flying Thunder God markings, coupled with his innate talent for ninjutsu, the phrase "whatever I call forth" comes to me enhanced his chakra control. While the profound compatibility of temporal and spatial insight with spatial ninjutsu further facilitated his efforts. After merely a few initial failures, he successfully executed his first spatial transfer. It was akin to stepping through one door and into another. The realization of spatial leaps proved astonishingly simple. Senju Tobarama truly was a genius. In the heart of the mountains, one contemplates the extraordinary genius of the creator of the Flying Thunder God technique, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Even in his youth, he was capable of devising such an extraordinary ninjutsu, which he wielded to vanquish Uchiha Izuna, the master of the Meijiki Sharingan. He also bequeathed numerous forbidden techniques to the Hidden Leaf Village. Had Senju Tobarama not met his untimely demise, he might have achieved greatness surpassing even that of Senju Hashirama. Time and again, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique between two marked spaces. The scenery of the mountains swiftly acclimatizes to the sensation of spatial leaps. Initially requiring several seconds for the preparation and brewing of the Flying Thunder God technique, the time has been significantly reduced in just a few dozen practices. However, the exhaustion is becoming rather overwhelming, as Shan Zhongjing felt the chakra within him depleting at an alarming rate, akin to a floodgate bursting open. He found himself in a state of numbness. In comparison to the level of the Flying Thunder God technique, the consumption of chakra was not particularly significant. A single short-distance spatial transfer within 10 meters consumed slightly more chakra than casting a C-rank fire release, Great Fireball technique. However, the real question was, who employs the Flying Thunder God for merely a single instantaneous transfer? Take, for instance, the previous encounter that Yekong faced against 20 hidden mist ninjas, launching 10 or even 20 kunai equipped with the Flying Thunder God technique, who could ensure that every kunai would land near an enemy. Moreover, in the midst of battle, one must not only teleport close to the enemy to initiate an attack, but also evade their strikes and readjust the positions of the kunai. Even in the most ideal scenario, such as first encounter kill, each enemy that approached would face a lethal blow. Over the course of a single battle, one would need to teleport at least 30 times. Within a short span, casting 30 C-rank Great Fireballs consecutively would leave even a seasoned Jonin depleted of chakra in mere moments. Even Shan Zhongjing felt that such consumption was somewhat unbearable. It is worth noting that, thanks to the enhancement of the red attribute Transcendent Being, his mental prowess surpassed that of a typical Jonin by 7 or 8 times. Coupled with his long-term training, his physical strength exceeded the average Jonins. Although his chakra reserves were not as abundant as those of individuals like Minato Namikaze, who possessed a natural growth attribute for chakra, his reserves were still approximately 3 times that of the average Jonin. In the original narrative, the adult Kakashi Hitaki struggled with the burden of his Sharingan, resulting in a chakra capacity that was slightly below the average for Jonin. This implies that Shan Zhongjing possessed roughly 5 times the chakra capacity, charging up and responding with extraordinary speed. In the mountains, he stroked his chin, contemplating that to truly unleash the full potential of the Flying Thunder God technique, he would indeed need to acquire 2 more skill entries. An abundance of chakra could significantly enhance the technique's margin for error and its endurance. Furthermore, a reaction speed far superior to that of an ordinary person would directly elevate the technique's upper limits. The pace of combat among ninjas is exceedingly swift. The vulnerabilities and openings revealed by those formidable in the ninja world often vanish in an instant. With ultra-rapid reactions, one could seize upon these fleeting weaknesses, substantially reducing the number of necessary teleportations during battle and even greatly diminishing the risk posed by anticipated movements. As for energy accumulation, it is merely a blue entry. There is always the possibility of replicating a more advanced one. Ultra-rapid reaction is imperative to secure. Without this entry, one might find themselves as ineffective as Kakashi, darting around with lightning cutter, yet lacking the prowess of the Sharingan. I wonder why Senju Tobirama does not resemble Minato, executing a series of Flying Thunder God flashes with such ease. Perhaps he too struggles to respond in kind. Amidst the serene mountain scenery, he diligently practiced the Flying Thunder God technique, calculating his movements with precision. Only when his chakra reserves had diminished to half did he cease his training. Having crafted 2 teacups inscribed with the sigil of the Flying Thunder God, he was not inclined to reveal this technique until he could wield it adeptly in combat. After all, ninjutsu ultimately serves the purpose of vanquishing foes. To flaunt it before its practical application would merely alert adversaries prematurely. Moreover, his mastery of in release was sufficiently formidable to allow him to navigate the realm below the shadows with ease. Had he been in the position of Yakura today, surrounded by enemies, he would have unleashed an overwhelming assault. With the elusive nature of in release, he could have incapacitated more than half of his opponents in a single encounter. Subsequently, with a modicum of effort, he could have eradicated the entire opposing force unscathed, without the need to await the support of allies, nor would he find himself battered and in disarray. Indeed, whether it be the advanced secret arts of the Mountain Clan or various illusions, they excelled in dispatching weaker foes with ease. Suddenly, a violent spatial disturbance erupted from the location where Minato Namikaze had departed, followed by an explosion of dense chakra smoke. Minato, pale as a ghost and seemingly afflicted by an indescribable malady, staggered back into the chamber. One hand braced against the wall while the other clutched his abdomen. His face contorted with the effort to endure some unseen torment, revealing the depths of his suffering. Surely, it could not be this dire. In the mountains, Shan Junjing blinked, observing the expression of his friend, and the teasing thoughts he once harbored began to wane significantly. Red, green, purple, pink, elongated, oval, Wolfing Watergate spoke, and images of the grand feast at Miamu Mountain involuntarily sprang to mind, nearly causing him to retch on the spot. Why not think of something better? The protein from insects is 6 times that of beef, with a chicken-like flavor, crunchy and delightful. Enough, he retorted. You are well aware of what the Miamu Mountain feast entails. It was you who initially believed Jiraiya's tall tales and entered into a contract with Miamu Mountain. Now that we find ourselves in this predicament, since there is no turning back, let us recline and enjoy it. Just as Wolfing Watergate was midway through his statement, he abruptly turned and dashed into the restroom. After a cacophony of retching, he returned to the living room, looking utterly spent. All right, now that we've purged, let us consider what to eat for dinner. I have yet to have a meal today. Are you a devil? Wolfing Watergate, who had just been violently ill, could no longer maintain his composure upon hearing this remark. He found it utterly incomprehensible how he had once misjudged Shan Junjing as a good person and had willingly approached him to forge a friendship. Over the years, how much calamity had he endured because of this fool? Meanwhile, 5 kilometers outside the town, a group of 6 mist ninjas, led by Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon, returned to their original ambush site after a hard-fought battle against the sand ninjas led by Yetzan. Captain, there are no signs of battle at the scene. All wounds appear to be fatal strikes, suggesting a high-level master proficient in wind nature transformation. One mist ninja, skilled in on-site investigation, reported the findings to Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon. From which direction did the enemy depart? The traces from our previous skirmish were too chaotic to ascertain. Are there no other clues? Yes, that is correct. The chilling aura of lethal intent gradually enveloped the mist-hidden ninja, causing beads of cold sweat to cascade down his brow. Observing the fearful demeanor of his subordinate, Suigawa Shirabuta let out an audible huff of dissatisfaction from his nostrils. He turned and retrieved the summoning scroll of the great blade, Samahata, from within his robes, his fingertips gliding over the still bleeding wound on his forearm. After forming a series of hand seals, he brought his palms down forcefully upon the center of the scroll, where the summoning contract lay. An immense plume of chakra smoke billowed forth. However, the great blade, Samahata, failed to respond to the summoning contract at its center. A tremor of unease coursed through Suigawa Shirabuta, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Undeterred, he attempted the summoning technique once more. Yet the scroll beneath his feet remained utterly unresponsive. With a sudden burst of rage, Suigawa Shirabuta seized the head of a nearby subordinate, forcefully slamming it against the ground. The anger swelling within him urged him to unleash a devastating blow upon this subordinate's skull. Continuous defeats in battle against Yakura had already stirred discontent among the village's higher-ups regarding his capabilities. Should he lose the great blade, a symbol of the village's pride, he would inevitably face their wrath. I will give you one last chance. Find the thief who absconded with Samahata, or I shall crush your bones inch by inch. Yes, yes. The mist-hidden ninja, his nose flattened and face smeared with blood, was utterly terrified and hurriedly complied. The remaining mist-hidden ninjas swiftly mobilized, meticulously scouring the battlefield for any remnants left by the enemy. While they distanced themselves from the wrathful Suigawa Shirabuta, they hoped to uncover any clues the adversaries might have left behind. Otherwise, they feared that his fury would ultimately be directed at them. Within an inconspicuous dwelling in the town, an oil lamp flickered atop a square table, casting a dim light with its pea-sized flame. A sand-hidden ninja, cleverly disguised as a commoner, concealed his presence and feigned normalcy as he busied himself preparing dinner. In the basement of the dwelling, Yakura, having evaded the clutches of the mist-hidden ninjas, tended to his wounds with the assistance of a medical ninja and 6 subordinates. Despite Yakura's courageous act of infiltrating the encirclement, which successfully thwarted the plans of the mist-hidden forces and drew the majority of their fire, the battle had come at a grave cost. 5 of his comrades lay slain. Injured and weary, they were evidently unable to make a swift retreat. In this dire situation, the complex environment of the town offered a more advantageous cover for their concealment compared to the open wilderness. A rhythmic knocking echoed from the door of the basement. Upon hearing the correct signal, the sand-hidden ninja guarding the door exhaled a sigh of relief and opened the door. Lord Yakura, the situation seems amiss. The sand ninja, having entered the basement, swiftly reported the results of their reconnaissance. After both they and the mist ninja ceased their efforts, the least injured among them, under the direction of Yakura, returned to the location where the mist ninja had initially laid in ambush. However, not only did he fail to find any trace of his comrades, but the 4 headless corpses of the mist ninja also struck him as eerily unsettling. There were no signs of powerful ninjutsu or chaotic footprints from close combat. It was evident that every attack had resulted in a swift, lethal strike. He understood all too well that Akisaburo, who remained behind due to his injuries, lacked such formidable strength even at his peak. Third party? Yakura's eyes narrowed slightly. Her keen instincts, honed from years of skirting the edges of life and death, triggered alarm bells within her. Without a moment's hesitation, she rose from the ground and addressed the group, declaring, "This place is no longer safe. We must retreat." Understood. The others responded in unison. They hurriedly gathered their weapons and supplies, using transformation techniques to disguise themselves as ordinary civilians before swiftly exiting the basement. Just as they were about to merge into the street, an exceedingly strange yet familiar sound of flowing water reached their ears. Yakura lifted her gaze towards the source of the noise. Small sharks, enveloped in swirling water, were swimming directly towards them. Damn it! Who failed to mask their scent? Yakura cursed silently, realizing that blaming her subordinates at this juncture would serve no purpose. She raised her hand behind her, signaling a warning to her comrades. Although it was perplexing why the mist ninja would pursue them again so soon after their earlier confrontation, both parties had managed to avoid open conflict in the town thus far. After all, any large-scale destruction within the town would surely provoke protests from the feeble daimyo of the land of tea towards the daimyos of the land of water and the land of wind. The intricate relationships among the daimyos would inevitably lead to reproach directed at their respective ninja villages. Logically, once the mist ninja had been discovered, they should have lost the opportunity to employ their toxic smoke, fog, or illusions to execute a covert assassination. At most, they might utter a few threats before having to retreat. However, The current leader of the Mist faction, Tsukayama, was beyond predictable reasoning. The moment he laid eyes upon the Sand Ninja, his fury erupted completely. Water release, water fong bullet. The swirling water coalesced before him, transforming into a barrage of water projectiles that shot forth, aimed directly at Yakura and her companions. The other Mist ninjas, despite their lingering reservations, understood that their origins from the blood mist demanded action. If they did not assist Suigetsu in reclaiming the Great Blade Samahata, they would face dire consequences even before the village turned against them. As the leader and the most formidable among them, Suigetsu would not hesitate to eliminate them without mercy. Kunai and shuriken sliced through the air, hurtling towards the group from Sunagakure standing at the alley's entrance. Following closely were torrents of water-style ninjutsu unleashed by the Mist ninjas. Yakura's pupils constricted in alarm. Misjudging the intentions of their adversaries, they hastily evaded while deploying defensive techniques. The clash of ninjutsu erupted into a cacophony of thunderous explosions within the town. The piercing screams mingled with cries of despair shattered the peace and tranquility of the twilight hour. Just after finishing their evening meal, Yamashiro and Namikaze Minato exchanged solemn glances at the horrific scene unfolding hundreds of meters away, realizing they had gravely underestimated the significance of the Great Blade. Had it not been for the sudden disappearance of this weapon, neither side, having maintained a degree of restraint for so long, would recklessly engage in battle within the town. Shall we return the blade to them, or shall we simply eliminate them? Spoke Minato and Yamashiro in unison. After voicing their thoughts, one wore a look of resignation while the other expressed disdain. Upon exchanging a knowing glance, the bright sun ultimately conceded, choosing the path of camaraderie. The helpless screams of women, the terrified cries of children, and the faint pleas of the elderly filled the air with chaos in mere moments. The already fragile structures crumbled under the onslaught of ninjutsu, as sharp wind blades and surging waves wreaked havoc all around. The mist of the water-style ninjutsu continued to expand, while the Mist ninjas, driven by the frenzied Suigetsu, unleashed their most adept tactics. Meanwhile, the Sunagakure ninjas, under Yakura's command, exerted their utmost efforts in utilizing wind techniques. The force of the wind entwined with the searing heat of the fire techniques, sweeping through the surroundings relentlessly. Each ninja fought with fervor. Those once hidden within the town, positioned as reinforcements, could no longer maintain their anonymity and soon joined the fray. The already battered town transformed into a hellscape amidst the exchange of ninjutsu. In the frantic tide of people desperately fleeing the battlefield, Yamashiro and Namikaze Minato stood motionless, appearing utterly out of place in the chaotic environment. Now, you are Sunagakure, and I am Mist. In the heart of the mountains, he formed a hand seal with one hand, employing a transformation technique to assume the appearance of the previously captured Mist ninja. His chakra affinities were Yin and water. Despite dedicating himself to the study of his family's secret arts and illusions, owing to his remarkable mental prowess, he had also delved into the realm of water release. Although he could not rival those formidable individuals possessing the full spectrum of water release techniques, his mastery and potency in this domain far surpassed his abilities in wind, lightning, earth, and fire techniques, which he could only manage with difficulty. Should he strive to rely solely on wind release? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, nodded in agreement, employing the transformation technique to take on the guise of the previously captured Sand Ninja. Their mission pertained to the village's secrets. If feasible, he too wished to keep his identity concealed. Ninja art, the heart's transmission technique. In the heart of the mountains, a figure deftly formed a singular hand seal, invoking the ancestral techniques of his clan, establishing a profound mental connection with the legendary Minato Namikaze. Their thoughts intertwined, enabling an exchange of perceptions. The two swiftly drew kunai from their respective tool pouches. The sharp sound of metal clashing erupted, igniting sparks in the air. With a graceful leap onto the rooftop, they hastened towards the battlefield still shrouded in lingering mist, engaging in a fierce and perilous close-quarters combat. Akira Saburo, one of the Sunagakure shinobi, having just repelled a mist shinobi before him, caught sight of Akira Saburo, clad in tattered garments, his bandages stained with blood, clearly bearing significant injuries. A glimmer of joy illuminated his eyes as he instinctively rushed forward to assist the bloodied figure against the approaching Mist Shinobi. The opposing Mist Shinobi, realizing the impending ambush, forcefully repelled Akira Saburo with a swift maneuver, forming hand seals to unleash the signature technique of the mist, the water release. mist technique. Dense fog billowed forth. As this ninja hastily positioned himself beside his ally, he instinctively sought refuge behind him, preparing to unleash a wind-release jutsu. However, before he could complete his seals, the kunai, infused with a razor-sharp wind chakra, swiftly severed his throat. Ah, this naive child. In the mountains, Jing from the mountain clan let out a soft sigh. With the aid of the transformation technique, Bofeng Shui Min once again assumed the appearance of the very ninja he had decapitated. Supported by Jing's extensive sensory ninjutsu, the duo navigated seamlessly through the technique of mist concealment, cleverly refraining from dispersing the dense fog. Instead, they employed the same tactic, successfully eliminating another mist ninja. With the assistance of their new identities, the two engaged in battle with increasing finesse, skillfully deceiving their adversaries. The lingering thin mist, not entirely eradicated by the scorching escape, provided a certain degree of visual obstruction. In the depths of the mountains, an illusion concealed to the utmost degree, coupled with the ostentatious release of water release techniques and the exquisite wind release of Kakashi Hitaki, left both parties of ninjas too engrossed in the fierce combat to harbor any suspicions. In a mere 5 minutes, the increasingly skillful duo silently dispatched over 10 ninjas from both sides. Increase the distance. A voice echoed across the battlefield. A transformation technique had turned someone into a comrade. Whoever dares to approach will be met with immediate action. Yakura's voice resonated amidst the chaos. Unlike the frenzied antics of Suigetsu, she drew upon her extensive combat experience. The instant she sensed something amiss, she surmised the unfolding events. As an esteemed jonin, Suigetsu also recognized the gravity of the situation upon receiving her alert. Despite his urgency to reclaim the sword, Samahata, he retained enough composure to swiftly retreat and issue the same command to his subordinates. The faint mist rapidly dissipated in the absence of chakra support. Under the cold glow of the moon, the remaining ninjas from the Mist Village and Sand Village adeptly leaped onto the rooftops, standing still as they vigilantly observed their surroundings, both allies and foes. Within this brief moment, the Mist Village was left with only 4 members, including Suigetsu, while the Sand Village, comprising Yakura and 4 others, remained intact. Among them were the still transformed Yamashiro and Kakashi. Yakura, surrender the sword, Samahata. Suigetsu seemed to finally recall that he could still articulate his demands. Ignoring the grievous losses of his subordinates, he audaciously called for the return of the precious sword. Fool, can't you see? We never possessed your Samahata. Another party has intervened in our battle. Yakura seethed, glaring at Suigetsu with clenched teeth, internally cursing the other's ignorance. This imbecile, unable to discern the presence of a third party taking advantage of the chaos, had the audacity to place the blame squarely on the Sand Village. Engaging in such reckless aggression within the town, she envisioned the consequences upon returning to her village. Not only would she fail to earn the accolades she deserved, but she would also face the village's ire. This colossal fool, Suigetsu, even if he were roasted to a crisp and sliced into pieces, it would hardly quell her seething resentment. Very well. Now, everyone cut your palms. Suigetsu laughed in exasperation, his teeth gleaming with a chilling light. As he raised his hand in public display, his ascent to a high-ranking position within the mist was not solely due to his strength. With Yakura's reminder, he was acutely aware of being played for a fool. Ninjutsu, chaos and confusion technique. The intangible, formless chakra of In release spread out, sending shivers down the spines of all present, save for Kakashi, who already understood Yamashiro's intentions, yearning to evade. Yet the eerie and formidable shadowy energy had already infiltrated their bodies like a malignant growth, rendering them utterly immobile. This was the heart-rending martial technique of the Yamashiro clan. Cursed be Konoha. Suigawa, the pufferfish demon of Suwa Mountain, felt the overwhelming sensation of restraint coursing through his form, and with sheer physical might, he stiffly turned his neck. He glared fiercely in the direction from whence the chakra fluctuations emanated. The heart-rending martial technique, an exceptionally challenging S-rank secret art practiced by the Yamashiro clan. It is said that following the catastrophic losses in the Second Shinobi World War, few remain who can wield it. This technique allows for the effortless manipulation of an enemy's body, inciting them to turn against one another. Congratulations, you have guessed correctly. As a reward, I can grant you a more glorious demise. In the mountains, a solitary figure maintained a hand seal, their face adorned with a radiant smile that seemed harmless. Yet, the voice that flowed from them, gentle and clear as a spring day, sent an involuntary chill down the spines of all who heard it. The nature of the tasks assigned to Yamashiro and Namikaze Minato necessitates that their identities remain concealed. At the very least, they must ensure that the higher-ups of the Hidden Mist Village and the Sand Village remain oblivious to the involvement of Konoha in their conflict. Otherwise, Konoha, already a prime target in every ninja war, would undoubtedly become the focal point of animosity. The two would inevitably face accountability from Konoha's leadership. Moreover, with the disappearance of the Great Blade, Samahata, the situation surrounding Suigetsu has begun to spiral out of control. Such reckless behavior, engaging in battles within the town, would not only exacerbate the tensions between the Sand and Mist villages, but also significantly accelerate the onset of war. The ultimate fate of Samahata could also expose Yamashiro and Namikaze Minato. In this scenario, unless they can discreetly return Samahata to Suigetsu under a plausible pretext, their only recourse would be to eliminate any loose ends, firmly implicating the Sand Village in the matter. We can negotiate, as long as you return Samahata. This incident will have no connection to Konoha, Suigetsu mused. As one of the leaders of the Umbu in the Hidden Mist Village, he possessed a wealth of information. His understanding of the chaotic martial arts surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. This technique, which required the target to remain utterly still for its execution, was classified as an S-rank secret art due to its stringent conditions. The difficulty in mastering it is not only daunting but also because, once it succeeds, the victim finds it nearly impossible to resist. In such a precarious situation, one might find themselves as the prey on the butcher's block. To survive, he could compromise, be it for Samahata or the interests of the village. I told you to go down with a bit more dignity. Can you not show any spirit? In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing cast a disdainful glance at the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon, his mind racing. The ninjas, ensnared by the chaotic martial arts of their hearts, simultaneously drew their kunai, aiming them at the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon. Wait, I have information for you. I want to disclose anything to anyone. Stop. I can reveal all the secrets of the Hidden Mist Village. I possess vast knowledge, crucial secrets. Halt. I could instigate a war between the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Sand. I could serve as a spy. Please. I am of great value. I hold a high position in the Hidden Mist. In that moment, the ignoble side of humanity was vividly displayed by the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon. However, Shan Zhongjing had long since lost patience for this fool's prattle. The Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village was already under the control of Uchiha Obito. Even if the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon returned as an informant, what impact could he truly have? The likelihood was that he would be immediately recognized by Uchiha Obito upon their first encounter. Not only would this not resolve the current predicament, but his previously concealed presence would also inadvertently draw the attention of Uchiha Obito. The sharp sound of kunai slicing through the air pierced the silence. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon, unable to control his body, could only watch helplessly as kunai pierced his throat, heart, spleen, and kidneys. The familiar system notification echoed as the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon met his demise. A chance to extract entries 1, a chance to grant entries 1. In the mountains, the scenery stirred a subtle arch of her brow. She immediately realized that the system's assessment of professional tasks and significant events was far more adaptable than she had previously envisioned. The renowned supporting character, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon, is he truly well known? In the original text, his appearances are few and far between. His most substantial role perhaps lies in the profound impact he had on the important supporting character, the dry persimmon ghost shark, thereby indirectly propelling certain elements of the main storyline forward. Therefore, the gaze of Mountain Scene shifted towards the figure of Yekong. Ah, the most exquisite back in the shinobi world, who was betrayed by the higher-ups in the original story, leaving him riddled with kunai. I perused the information regarding Yekong within the Palace of Memory. In the mountains, Jiang looked at Yi Tsong, who feigned helplessness while secretly gathering strength, with a gaze full of pity. Truly, this was the epitome of the most aggrieved soul in the ninja world. Initially, he pondered whether eliminating Yi Tsong might yield some rewards. However, after learning of her experiences, it seemed that such an action would be futile. In the realm of ninjas, the reputation of the user of the Kekai Genkai, known for its blazing release, far surpassed that of the notorious pufferfish of Ziguishin. Following the natural progression of events, her demise would have little to no impact on the main storyline. While alive, she faithfully served her village and was hailed as a hero. only to be betrayed by the village's higher-ups in a bid to negotiate peace with the Mist Village. Resurrected through Edo Tensei, she was forced to confront a foolish, self-righteous disciple who spewed illogical and sanctimonious rhetoric, ultimately leading to her tragic return to the Pure Land. The situation was even more dismal in the theatrical adaptations, where she appeared merely as a corpse, her Kekai Jinkai snatched away by the malevolent technique of the cursed spirit, Gyro. Truly, she was the most tragic figure among the aggrieved. In the mountains, the scenery momentarily rendered one at a loss for words. How does one possibly describe a girl whose demise is more tragic than that of Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki? Unlike Tsukumo, who at least had a son who understood him, this girl, Yi-Tsang, it is certain that her fate in the mountains would yield no rewards. Not even a fleeting acknowledgement. Could one, then, manipulate the situation to their advantage? The system's reward mechanism is evidently linked to the degree of impact on the main storyline. If Yi-Tsang's fate were significantly altered, with his standing in Sunagakure and his capabilities far exceeding those of an ordinary jonin, he could easily influence the main plot. As Yi-Tsang caught sight of Shan Junjing's expressions of pity and then encouragement, he found himself momentarily bewildered. Upon regaining his composure, he promptly categorized her into the ranks of the abnormal. Initially adopting an innocuous demeanor, he smiled while orchestrating the group to transform the watermelon-shaped pufferfish into a prickly porcupine. He then proceeded to change his expressions while observing her. Was he selecting which visage to employ for her demise? The extent of this psychological distortion is truly alarming. Konoha is indeed a place of peculiarities. Jing, cease this nonsense. If ordinary people witnessed this, it could lead to significant complications, Minato Namikaze remarked, noting Shan Junjing's prolonged inaction. Very well. In the mountains, Shan Junjing responded with a single utterance. Maintaining a one-handed seal, he suddenly intensified his chakra output. Yi-Tsang, who was secretly accumulating power, was momentarily taken aback. The chakra, which was originally gathering within his body, poised to erupt at the critical moment, abruptly lost its connection as it forcefully broke free from Shan Junjing's control. His hands uncontrollably formed the hand signs for scorch release, overheating destruction. An instinct deeply etched into his very being propelled the chakra to flow swiftly along a path traversed countless times before. In an instant, a fireball of scorch release surged forth from his palms, striking the mist ninjas before him. The faces of several mist ninjas were filled with terror and helplessness as despair washed over them. Under the command of Shan Junjing, they launched themselves toward the scorching fireball while simultaneously forming hand seals. Water release, water bullet technique, water release, water fong bullet, water release, water shark bullet technique. The successive water techniques circumvented the fireball, targeting the sand ninjas who stood frozen in place. In the next moment, both sides were engulfed by each other's ninjutsu. The mist ninjas were reduced to desiccated husks under the scorch release, while the sand ninjas met their demise either pierced by water bullets or crushed by the force of the water techniques, their blood staining the deadly currents. In the blink of an eye, apart from the strategically spared Yi-Tsang, all others were silenced. Such a horrific scene perfectly mirrored the chaos of a fierce battle between ninjas, requiring only slight adjustments to the details to easily mislead any subsequent investigation. How did you manage to use scorch release? Minato Namikaze gazed at the sole survivor, Yi-Tsang, realizing that Shan Junjing had intended for him to bear the blame. Yet he said nothing further. What puzzled him was that Yi-Tsang, controlled by the chaotic performance of ninjutsu, should have had his bodily autonomy seized by Shan Junjing. How could he still execute scorch release? According to prior intelligence, the secret techniques of the Shanzhong clan rendered their members incapable of utilizing the body of a controlled individual if their mastery was insufficient. To achieve this, one would require exceptional proficiency in yin release to sever the control of the user's consciousness over the chakra within. Given that chakra is inherently a fusion of mental and physical energy, disconnecting the user's influence over their own chakra is a far more formidable challenge than merely seizing control of an opponent's body. More critically, the ninjutsu that a controlled individual could unleash would inevitably correspond to the abilities of the controller, and the individual must possess chakra attributes compatible with the release techniques. Yi-Tsang could indeed perform scorch release. However, it was implausible that Shan Junjing had learned it. Through long practice, certain techniques had become muscle memory, instinctively executed by the body with mere guidance required to complete the remaining steps. In the mountains, Jing succinctly elucidated the fundamental principles. Ultimately, The proficiency of Yekong in the art of scorch release is exceedingly high, particularly with his signature ninjutsu, scorch release, overheating vapor. He merely emulated Yekong's hand-sealing sequence. His body's instincts, having performed this task countless times, would swiftly execute the commands before they even reached his conscious mind. Muscle memory and bodily instinct. Namake's Minato nodded thoughtfully. Minato, please adjust the traces at the scene and see if there are any omissions. I will handle her. In the mountains, Jing conveyed a message to Shui Min. Controlling his gaze, which was filled with hostility and murderous intent, Yitsong approached a nearby dilapidated house, long abandoned. Indun, a technique capable of conjuring tangible power from the intangible, represents spiritual strength and often accomplishes feats that seem utterly inconceivable to ordinary individuals. It can disrupt the five senses of others, fabricate illusions that blur the line between reality and deception, perceive chakra from a distance, probe into the memories of others, manipulate their bodies, transmit one's own emotions and perceptions, inflict harm upon other spirits, and obliterate their consciousness, and even alter their memories. As the sole possessor of the distinguished red entry in the annals of Konoha, he stands unparalleled. The spiritual strength of the figure within the mountains is extraordinarily formidable. Under such an amplification of mental prowess, the purple-graded master of the shadow manipulation possesses an unimaginable power. Take, for instance, the ability to alter the memories of others. To his knowledge, within the entirety of the ninja world, there exists no one else capable of such a feat besides himself. Even if Uchiha Shursui were to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan and attain the ultimate ocular technique, Kodo Amatsukami, he would merely be able to manipulate intentions, rather than altering complete memories. Shan Zhonghai's mastery of his family's secret arts is second only to Shan Zhongjing within the clan. Last year, he endeavored to alter someone else's memories. Not only did the subject perish as a direct consequence, but he himself also suffered a backlash from the dark forces, resulting in blood pouring from all 7 orifices and severe mental trauma, leaving him confined to his home for over 2 months. Thus, it is evident that this technique of memory alteration is currently exclusive to Shan Zhongjing. He laid Yitsong upon the couch in the small room. In the serene mountains, a solitary hand formed a seal, and the enigmatic power of Een swiftly infiltrated the opponent's mind. Extracting fragments from the memory palace, he accessed certain recollections of ninjas acquired during his tenure in the analytical division. Piecing together disparate elements, he reconfigured the backstory of Yakura, transforming her into a spy dispatched to Sunagakure by Konoha during her childhood. He interwove scenes of espionage exchanges to enrich her identity as a covert operative. Moreover, he meticulously altered her memories of the day, erasing any traces of himself and Minato, placing all blame squarely upon the deceased figure of Suigetsu, the pufferfish ghost. The scenic journey within the mountains has commenced its final phase, as he meticulously forms hand seals with utmost seriousness. He invokes the memory sealing technique imparted to him by Kushina. The intricate and lengthy series of hand seals culminates as he gently presses one hand atop Yitsong's head, temporarily sealing all the altered memories of the spy. He leaves a minute gap in the seal, ensuring that it will gradually unravel over the course of 1 to 2 years. The human brain possesses an extraordinary capacity for self-repair and memory restoration. Once the memories are wholly recovered, Yitsong will become even more convinced of his identity as a spy. Is this not more impressive than the art of subconscious manipulation? In the serene mountains, the protagonist wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The memory sealing technique of the Vortex clan adeptly concealed the seals within the recesses of the mind, proving far more reliable than the invasive method of brain probing. Even if Yetsong were to return and the hidden sand village employed secret techniques to scrutinize her mind, no anomalies would be detected. A significant alteration in the fates of supporting characters, a subtle interference in the development of the world line, has yielded 1 opportunity for entry extraction and 1 opportunity for entry bestowal. Oh, system, you are exceedingly stingy. As he gazed at the system prompt, a sense of exasperation washed over him. He had exerted considerable effort, employing memory alterations and sealing techniques, to transform the future hero of Sunagakure into a spy for Konoha. Yet, the reward he received was akin to that of directly vanquishing the formidable spirit of Suigetsu. He silently lamented this injustice for quite some time. Observing the system's unresponsive demeanor, he could not help but express his discontent with a disdainful curl of his lips. He promptly initiated the extraction of entries, utilizing the 2 chances he had recently acquired. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the blue entry water release mastery and the white entry welcoming smile. Water release mastery. Blue years of rigorous training have bestowed upon you the ability to precisely control the nature and form alterations of water release techniques. When learning, refining, improving, and creating water release ninjutsu, your efficiency is significantly enhanced. The release speed, potency, and effectiveness of water release techniques are all elevated. Welcoming smile. White, a permanent alteration of the facial muscle nerves, results in all expressions transforming into a smile. Your amiability is slightly increased, while the likelihood of depression also rises. A blue entry. Upon witnessing the extraction of the azure entry, the expression of the figure in the mountains instantly transformed from overcast to clear. The fatigue that had accumulated due to the intense use of release and the alteration of others' memories vanished in that moment. One should not underestimate the significance of the azure entry. Shimura Danzo, as a disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and a member of the Umbu Black Ops, had labored throughout his life. His pinnacle achievement in ninjutsu was merely the mastery of wind release. A simple extraction of an entry granted him a capability that a reasonably talented ninja would strive a lifetime to attain. What more could one possibly desire? Without a trace of hesitation, in the heart of the mountains, Shan Zhongjing decisively opted to activate the water release control. As for the inconsequential white entry, the smiling face welcoming him, who among the virtuous would merely smile? Is there still depression? In the shinobi world, a mere illusion can provide profound psychological relief. What use is there for melancholy? As the water release control was just activated, a faint humming resonated in Shan Zhongjing's mind. An overwhelming influx of training memories and ninjutsu experiences surged forth, flooding into the palace of memories. The immense amount of information received in such a short time caused his head to throb, eliciting an involuntary suppressed groan. Jing, I recall you mentioning that it is never too late to rein in one's reckless behavior, and acknowledging one's mistakes can lead to great improvement. The voice of Minato Namikaze drifted in from the precarious doorway of the trembling hut. What the hell are you rambling about? In the mountains, Kage experienced a moment of bewilderment. He soon realized that the innocent little son, Mizumori, had indeed been corrupted by that lecherous old rogue, Jiraiya, whose mind was filled with frivolous thoughts. What nonsense was this? He couldn't help but suspect that something intimate had transpired between him and Yakura in the confines of their room. How outrageous! Although Yakura possessed remarkable beauty and an exquisite figure, her smooth, jade-like back added an extra layer of sensuality and allure. She was undoubtedly among the most beautiful women in the ninja world. Yet, Kage believed he was not desperate enough to succumb to such temptations. Therefore, Jiraiya, you truly deserve every bit of scorn. As the scenery unfolded in the mountains, Yamanaka swung open the weathered door, ushering in Naruto with a forceful pull. Upon realizing his misunderstanding, Naruto found himself under the penetrating gaze of his dear friend, who looked upon him with a mix of disappointment and exasperation. The heat of embarrassment flushed through him, rendering his neck a vivid shade of crimson. With a stiff demeanor, he awkwardly attempted to divert the conversation. So, is everything arranged as planned? What do you think? In the depths of the mountains, a vexed response escaped from Shan Zhongjing's lips. Were it not for this unforeseen incident, it would have been solely due to his impulsive desire to seize the formidable blade of the shark's skin. Furthermore, he contemplated enlisting Minato's assistance to obscure the events of today in the task report upon their return to the village. He felt compelled to inquire whether Jiraiya, amidst his revelries with the ladies of Kabukicho, had Minato standing guard for that old rascal. Otherwise, how could a mere grunt of displeasure lead to such unfathomable associations? A muffled groan, tinged with pain, emerged from the unconscious Yekong's lips. The momentary shift in topic allowed Minato's previously waning expression to once again flush a deep crimson. In the mountains, the scenery rolled its eyes and gestured for a quiet retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Wave-Wind Watergate followed in the footsteps of his dear friend, vanishing into the small dwelling. Shortly after their departure, Yitsong struggled to awaken from her nightmare. Rubbing her aching head, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Recalling the images from before her fainting spell, she hurriedly dashed out of the nearly collapsed shack, gazing upon the battlefield littered with the corpses of comrades and missed ninjas. She stood in stunned silence for a long while, It was only when civilians began to cautiously return to inspect the aftermath of the battle that she, engulfed in sorrow, staggered forward to collect the remains of her fallen companions. With a heavy heart, Wind Watergate leaned against the railing of the three-masted ship returning to Konoha, letting out a long sigh. Perhaps it was the shared empathy born from the pain of loss, or perhaps Yutsong's grief was simply too profound and moving. Each time he recalled the scene he had witnessed before leaving, a lingering melancholy enveloped his chest, leaving him in a state of agitation. Was he still thinking of Yutsong? In the mountains, the scenery beheld the sighing and lamenting of Kakashi Hatake. Approaching his side, leaning against the ship's railing, he closed his eyes to relish the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Yet, what is the true purpose of a ninja's existence? Conflict. You truly show no concern for the impact of your words on me. Kakashi gazed silently at his friend's carefree demeanor, fully aware of the underlying truth. Although his friend's words sounded harsh, they encapsulated the essence of reality. Regardless of how ninjas emerged in this world, the theme of conflict has remained an unchanging constant throughout millennia of legacy. Wealth, beauty, territory, hatred, affection, and greed. All desires give rise to strife, which in turn breeds discord, violence, bloodshed, and slaughter. The reason ninjas have thrived throughout history, supplanting samurais, warriors, shamans, monks, and onmyoji, becoming the mainstream of this world, is precisely because they excel in the art of conflict. Do not dwell on trivial matters. While you may pity the Yakura, do you not consider the plight of the innocent civilians who perish in their battles? Or the hapless bystanders whose homes are destroyed? Yamaguchi Kei languidly stifled a yawn. Possessing a soul from the modern era, even after 19 years of existence in this world, he still found it challenging to empathize with ninjas. Ultimately, to him, the ninja village resembled more of a conglomerate of mercenaries and terrorist organizations. With formidable military prowess, it displayed a blatant disregard for life, steeped in brutality and bloodshed. At the tender age of 5, one is coerced into ninja school to undergo indoctrination and learn various methods of assassination, and by 11 or 12, graduation is mandatory to embark on missions, bloodshed being the grim rite of passage under the guidance of their supervising teacher. Which regular army in any nation would commit such a heartless atrocity? Ninjas, indeed. Minato Namikaze sighed deeply once more, feeling not comforted but rather more despondent. Long ago, he had inquired of Yamaguchi Kei about the path to world peace. Shan Zhongjing candidly conveyed to him that, under the premise of ensuring that social productivity can meet the survival and material needs of the vast majority, there are only 3 scenarios that could yield a period of relative peace. First, possessing the formidable strength akin to that of Senju Hashirama, one could impose a forceful deterrence upon all, thus securing a fleeting tranquility. Second, waging a unification war to amalgamate all nations and ninja villages into one, standardizing language, infrastructure, and cultural education. Third, the emergence of a threat that endangers the existence of the entire ninja world, thereby diverting internal conflicts. Minato Namikaze considered himself somewhat of a genius. Yet the thought of possessing power comparable to Senju Hashirama was far beyond his imagination. As for the notion of a unification war, only Danzo Shimura among the upper echelons of Konoha might entertain such an idea. However, disregarding his own disdain for Danzo, the current strength of Konoha rendered such an endeavor utterly unattainable. Only the last point remained. If only Uchiha Madara were still alive. A man capable of contending with the first Hokage should possess the might to pose a threat to the entire ninja world. Shan Zhongjing was taken aback by Minato's words, utterly flabbergasted. What on earth are you talking about, brother? That old coot Uchiha Madara is indeed still alive. We are all still in our developmental phase. Why not focus on our own growth? Don't stir the pot. If that old man feels provoked and decides to take action, unleashing a devastating attack, it could leave you profoundly shaken. Do you want me to demonstrate what it means to be utterly overwhelmed? The true extent of Uchiha Madara's strength remains an abstract concept for the vast majority within the ninja world. After all, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, manipulated the educational materials of the Ninja Academy to secure his own position, distorting the historical narrative of the ninja realm. He even shamelessly proclaimed himself the strongest Hokage. Even Minato, who had heard Shan Zhongjing recount the true history, held a rather limited understanding. Uchiha Madara, a man who, in the state of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, could single-handedly dominate the 5 Kage and the allied ninja forces. If it weren't for the covert support from the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha would be akin to resilient cockroaches, repeatedly rising again. Moreover, Kagaya Otsutsuki played a pivotal role at critical moments, undermining them from the shadows. Uchiha Madara would undoubtedly emerge as the ultimate victor, given the current physical capabilities of Shan Zhongjing and Minato Namikaze. Facing Uchiha Madara directly would be tantamount to delivering oneself as a meal. The mere thought evokes the realization that this perilous world is fraught with danger. With Uchiha Madara followed by the Otsutsuki clan, presenting an insurmountable challenge. In the depths of the mountains, he sighed inwardly. Were it not for the system at his side, his strength would have been rapidly advancing. He genuinely yearned to find a secluded forest and simply let loose. Lost in such musings, amidst the scenic mountains, a sudden fluctuation in space emanated from the figure of Minato Namikaze. The My Bokuzen is employing the reverse summoning technique. I must pay a visit. Minato sensed the call of the reverse summoning technique. With a swift motion, he drove a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique into the ship's railing. And amidst the vast chakra mist, he vanished from his original location. According to the rules of summoning, once the summoning technique is dispelled, the summoned individual will return to the spatial coordinates of their initial summoning. Without the guidance of the kunai, by the time he returns from My Bokuzen, this swiftly sailing three-masted ship would likely have drifted far beyond recognition. Minato's sojourn to My Bokuzen was not lengthy. In less than 20 minutes, he had returned to the three-masted vessel through the flying thunder god technique. The scenery in the mountains remains unchanged as one basks in the sun on the deck, feeling the gentle sea breeze. Upon returning from Mount Mayaboku, Namikaze Minato was met with a peculiar expression, prompting inquiries about his demeanor. "What troubles you?" he was asked. A notice had been circulated in the village, conveying that the Whirlpool village had always been a steadfast ally of Konoha. In recent years, due to certain circumstances, Konoha had been unable to extend timely assistance to the Whirlpool clan during their tribulations. The notice urged the ninjas of Konoha to extend their utmost support whenever they encountered members of the Whirlpool clan in their travels. Minato meticulously organized his thoughts, recounting the information he had gleaned from the toad. After listening to the scenery in the mountains, the expression on Shan Zhongjing's face was equally peculiar. He completely comprehended why Minato Namikaze had that particular demeanor earlier. To summarize, both of their expressions conveyed a singular sentiment. Why did it take so long? The land of the Whirlpools has been destroyed for several years, and there are hardly any members of the Uzumaki clan left. Now, at this juncture, to recall them as allies, is the third Hokage preparing to gather some remnants of the Uzumaki clan? The Yamanaka clan quickly discerned the intent behind this announcement. The Uzumaki clan, indeed. The only aspects that could draw the attention of those old schemers in the village are their own bloodline and sealing techniques. Furthermore, this sudden emergence of events, which never transpired in the original narrative, hints that it must be linked to the fervent rumors circulating in the village regarding his romance with Kushina. Are they concerned about potential issues with the Jinchuriki? Or are they merely taking precautions against the Yamanaka clan? Perhaps it is a combination of both. It seems likely that Kushina will soon have relatives settling in Konoha. Minato Namikaze nodded with a smile, feeling a sense of joy for Kushina. Konoha is one of the 5 great ninja villages. The living conditions within the village are undoubtedly superior to those chaotic small nations outside. If the Uzumaki clan can come to Konoha, they will surely thrive and pass on their legacy. However, one must not be overly optimistic. The Uzumaki clan may harbor grievances against Konoha for reasons unknown. The scenery of the mountains elicited a slight curl of his lips. Yet, in his heart, he initiated communication with the system, pondering whether the butterfly effect he had triggered would yield any rewards. Surely, this could be considered an influence and alteration of the main storyline, couldn't it? Hey system, where's the reward? Canine companion? Canine system? Damn it. He gazed at the system, which remained utterly unresponsive for an extended period. In the mountains, Jing furrowed her brow and turned to glance at her companion, Namikaze Minato. Minato, do you not desire a wife? With a perplexed expression, Minato looked at his dear friend, pondering the question. The woman in question possessed flowing red hair, a visage meticulously sculpted, a figure alluring and voluptuous, and a temperament as gentle as a tranquil stream. Would one not wish for such a partner? In the mountains, Kage's gaze firmly grasped Naruto's neck, vividly depicting the image of the girl from the Uzumaki clan etched in his memory. As long as it was the kind of blow that could bring him to tears for an extended period, perhaps, maybe, he might desire it as well. A smile blossomed on Naruto's face. To be frank, he genuinely found the crimson hue of her hair to be enchanting. Such a color always evoked in him boundless enthusiasm and vitality. Back in the days at the Ninja Academy, had Kage not acted with such swiftness, he might have indeed attempted to pursue Kushina. Just wait, I shall convey this sentiment to Kushina. The picturesque scenery of the mountains further solidified the resolve to unite that young lady with Namake's Minato. Firstly, it would alter Minato's life trajectory and yield systemic rewards. Secondly, Kushina rightfully belonged to him. Minato must expedite her departure. Otherwise, it would be quite bothersome. Hey, I merely reiterated your words, all right? Kushina exclaimed in frustration. If anyone deserves a punch, it should be you. Minato defended himself. She wouldn't dare strike me, hence. Such behavior might cost you our friendship, truly. They both erupted into laughter, reveling in their playful banter. The breathtaking scenery of the mountains compelled the captain to alter the course, redirecting the destination to the Isle of Summoning in the Land of Water. For ninjas embarking on missions, unforeseen occurrences are always a possibility. Returning a few days late is a trivial matter, and no one would raise objections. The Land of Water is situated in the northern waters of the Land of Water and the southern waters of the Land of Thunder. Like the lands of grass, bear, and rain, it is a small nation positioned between two great powers, serving as a buffer in times of conflict. The Isle of Summoning, while officially part of the Land of Water, is in truth under the control of the Hidden Mist Village. In the original narrative, this island is favored by numerous ninjas due to the presence of a multitude of powerful creatures that can serve as summoning beasts. Additionally, a research institute has been established on the island for the study, cultivation, and enhancement of these summoning beasts. In the scenic mountains, prior to accessing the memories of that elusive fog-cloaked ninja, I had already gleaned some knowledge. They primarily summoned spirit beasts from the same origin as those conjured by Yetsong. At that time, I did not pay it much heed. Yet, now, as I mentioned the Uzumaki clan, in the mountains, memories of the renowned individuals from the Uzumaki clan resurfaced. Naturally, this brought to mind the girl who resided on the Isle of Spirit Communication, only to meet her demise due to the so-called ultimate spirit beast. The recollections from the original work, coupled with the intelligence in the mind of the Mist Ninja, suggested that the girl named Uzumaki Sanako was quite likely still alive and not much older than them. Wouldn't it be far better to have her as a bride for Minato than to perish in vain at the jaws of a beast? Truly, I am a genius. In the mountains, a figure in my mind stands with hands on hips, exuding an air of triumph. On the sea surface, several nautical miles away from the island of Spirit Communication in the Sea Kingdom, two spirit crows, bound by a contract with the mountainous landscape, perch upon the ship's railing, flapping their wings and cawing incessantly, even without an understanding of avian language. It is evident to both Feng and Shui Min that these two rascals are uttering quite foul words. All right, I see those rascals have frightened you. Later, I shall assist you in teaching them a lesson, if that is agreeable. In the mountains, Shang Zhongjing fumbled for a moment in the small pocket of his vest, retrieving a handful of specially crafted pet jerky, which he offered to the two little creatures. After scolding them for quite some time, the two little beings, upon hearing that Shang Zhongjing would seek vengeance on their behalf, hesitated for a while before reluctantly nodding their heads. They hopped closer and began to devour the jerky with gusto. Having conducted several reconnaissance missions on Spirit Island, the ferocious creatures inhabiting it had truly frightened them. Were it not for their master's exceptional skills, deftly maneuvering through the dense forest with impressive agility and executing various extreme turns, they would have likely found themselves ensconced in the gastric juices of some unknown predatory bird by now. How are things progressing on the third generation's end? After soothing the two little ones, he turned to inquire about Minato. Before arriving at the Island of Summoning, neither of them anticipated that this island, referred to by the local inhabitants as the Island of Oblivion, although not particularly large, would harbor such astonishingly powerful creatures. The number of beings capable of matching a Ch-Nin exceeded 100. Several clan leaders even possessed speed or strength on par with that of Aj-Nin. Such beings, with a modicum of training, could become competent summoning beasts, significantly enhancing a ninja's combat prowess. In the mountains, Jing inquired about Jiraiya's whereabouts. Upon learning that he was still in Konoha, Jing promptly decided to utilize the stomach of the great toad from Maiboku Mountain to package them and send them back to Konoha, intending to hold a summoning beast auction. The profit distribution was arranged as follows. Konoha would receive 30%, Jing 30%, Minato 20%, and Jiraiya 20%. The Hokage had already dispatched personnel to clear the Zero training ground, which would serve as their temporary accommodation, and Jiraiya-sensei had made the necessary preparations. Minato scratched his cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed about the situation. It was his first time discussing profit distribution with the village. Having been raised under the teachings of the will of fire, he felt that such matters seemed somewhat inappropriate. So let us commence. Upon concluding his discourse, Yamashita took a bold leap from the vessel, landing gracefully upon the surface of the sea. Although he discerned the complexities surrounding Minato, he chose to remain reticent. In truth, Minato was excessively earnest. The allocation of 30% profits to Konoha was, in essence, a mere transaction, not just a trivial arrangement for an auction venue. Instead, it represented a strategic exchange for considerable prestige, serving as a ladder for both of them to ascend within the hierarchy of Konoha, significantly hastening their progress towards the upper echelons. This was a calculated pursuit for greater autonomy or even leadership in the impending war. Otherwise, given Yamashita's previous approach to matters, who in their right mind would distribute funds to the village? In light of the ever-shifting dynamics of the ninja world, where a major conflict could erupt at any moment, it would be more reasonable for the higher-ups to provide him with funds. While Minato may have been oblivious to these intricacies, the third Hokage and the Council of Elders were undoubtedly well-informed. Otherwise, they would not have meticulously cleared the Zero training ground for this purpose. Excellent, Minato exclaimed, following Yamashita's lead as he leapt onto the water's surface. With a swift motion, the two sprinted barely a kilometer, yet the sea beneath them began to churn ominously. A shadow, markedly darker than the surrounding waters, surged rapidly towards their direction. In the serene mountains, the footsteps were relentless. From the scroll pouch adorning the chest of the skilled ninja, a sealing scroll was retrieved. With one hand, he swiftly unfurled the scroll's pages, while the other formed a series of hand seals before pressing it upon the storage seal inscribed with the character for fish. Release. The technique of heart-transforming puppet sealing. A puppet, crafted from unique materials and no larger than the size of a palm, emerged. Under the control of the heart-transforming puppet technique, it flicked its tail and plunged into the tumultuous depths of the darkening sea. Merely a few breaths passed. In the mountains, Jing and Feng halted their steps. Beneath them, a colossal swordfish, measuring over 10 meters in length, slowly ascended under the influence of the heart-turning puppet spell. It bore the two onward toward the island of communication. Under Jing's control, the swordfish swiftly flicked its tail, and within mere breaths, its speed surpassed 200 kilometers per hour, continuously accelerating, riding the winds and breaking the waves. One almost felt reluctant to part with it. Shan Zhaojing glanced at the swordfish beneath him and suddenly contemplated the allure of having such a marine vessel. However, the thought of transforming this colossal swordfish into a genuine spirit beast quickly dissipated. It would not only require extensive training to enhance its intelligence and obedience, but also a long-term commitment to feeding and care, along with the search for a suitable habitat. He dismissed the idea, not due to a lack of resources, but rather because the cost-benefit ratio was simply too low. Even the oft-mocked Miamu Mountain did not require its contractors to forage for insects to nurture the toads. He circled the moderately sized Spirit Island, where two formidable sea beasts lurked beneath the surface, relentlessly pursuing the swordfish in response to Shan Zhongjing's repeated provocations. The water gate was ready. In the mountainous landscape, the previously unopened storage scroll was once again unfurled. Two uniquely crafted puppet fish, under the enchantment of the heart-turning puppet spell, struck like arrows, colliding with the heads of two sea beasts. Without exception, both were ensnared by the heart-turning puppet spell, obediently aligning themselves along the shore, joining the gradually decelerating giant swordfish. Toad binding technique. Wolfing Watergate extracted a drop of blood to invoke the summoning technique. The stomach of the rock-dwelling toad effortlessly engulfed the three gathered sea beasts. Subsequently, it returned to Maiboku Mountain along with the three creatures. Roar, sizzle, moo. As the stomach of the rock-dwelling toad vanished, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted from the dense forest. This was not confined to the shoreline near Shanzhongjing and Wolfing Watergate. Rather, the entire island seemed to resonate with the scent of a formidable foe at that very moment. Chaos, unease, fear, and animosity permeated the atmosphere. The once tranquil island was engulfed in turmoil in a matter of moments. Had they been discovered? Standing in the mountains, Shan Zhongjing placed a hand upon his forehead to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight, gazing at the volcano at the heart of the island. His perceptive abilities currently extend to a maximum radius of 10 kilometers, which means he can sense within a 5-kilometer radius centered around himself. Presently, their location is a considerable 8 kilometers away from the research institute at the island's center, exceeding his range by more than half. Having circumnavigated the sea on their swordfish, it would indeed be a grave oversight if they were unable to detect anything further. Wufeng Shuimin also peered into the distance. Last night, upon their arrival in these waters, Shan Zhongjing had summoned a crow, discreetly delivering his flying thunder god Kenai to the very entrance of the research institute. Should the need arise, they would be able to appear there instantaneously. Thus, he felt no urgency at this moment. Let us proceed. We risk the destruction of the research data if we delay. In the mountains, the scenery elicited a disdainful curl of the lip from the observer, who harbored a deep-seated contempt for the elusive demeanor of the village hidden in mist. After all, it was one of the 5 great ninja villages. Yet, their approach to affairs exuded a certain insipid parochialism that was hard to articulate. Take, for instance, this island of summoning. Ostensibly, it falls under the jurisdiction of the Land of Water. However, due to its geographical positioning at the far northeast, the only expanse beyond it is an unending sea. The island teems with ferocious beasts, rendering it inhospitable for ordinary folk, prompting the Land of Water to abandon it long ago. By conventional reasoning, the island brims with formidable creatures that could serve as summoning beasts. Yet, the village hidden in mist has gone to great lengths to establish a research facility, indicating that its value should warrant the attention of the village's higher-ups. In light of such an important island, even considering the connections to the feudal lords of the Land of Water and the Land of Fire that might complicate outright occupation, one would think that a nominal partnership to safeguard the island would be feasible. But how did the village hidden in mist proceed? Capitalizing on the remoteness of the shipping routes, they ensured that discovery would only occur through deliberate searching or, akin to Naruto's journey to Turtle Island in the original narrative, by intentionally navigating the high seas to evade enemy surveillance. Instead, they quietly disseminated rumors, spreading the chilling tale that anyone who sets foot on the island will forget everything, alongside some rudimentary allusions to instill fear in the neighboring islanders, dissuading them from approaching. Furthermore, they issued strict orders to their own ninja, forbidding unnecessary proximity to the island to minimize exposure. The research facility was concealed within dense forests in the core of the island's volcano, while a squad of elite ninjas stood ready at all times to obliterate any evidence and make a swift exit. This, indeed, seemed to be a pursuit of secrecy for the sake of secrecy. Perhaps Uchiha Madara was orchestrating these machinations from the shadows, unwilling to allow the power of the village hidden in mist to expand too rapidly, hence the casual handling of the situation. In the heart of the mountain, a thought suddenly emerged within Shan Zhongjing, growing increasingly plausible with each contemplation. Otherwise, he found it utterly incomprehensible how the higher-ups of the hidden mist village could be so foolish as to orchestrate such a dumbing-down scheme. Preparing himself for his inaugural experience with the long-distance flying thunder god technique, he anticipated a slight discomfort. Upon hearing the enemy destroying research data, Wave Wind Minato furrowed his brow slightly. Although Konoha had not engaged in dedicated research on summoning beasts, the intrinsic research value of such matters was far from negligible. Securing comprehensive information would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for Konoha as well. With one hand resting on Shan Zhongjing's shoulder, he closed his eyes to lock onto the flying thunder god Kenai positioned at the research facility, activating the technique in accordance with the spatial coordinates. Whoosh! In an instant, the sensation of spatial distortion and withdrawal enveloped them. Even before they could firmly establish their footing at the entrance of the research facility, a violent explosion reverberated, shaking the entire volcano. A peculiar and piercing roar of a beast echoed forth, accompanied by an unknown force that rapidly spread across the island. The island was already rife with creatures howling and raging, expressing their frenzy and fear, now plunged into madness by this inexplicable power. They either fled or charged towards the volcano. The entire island began to tremble incessantly in response to the tumultuous uprising of these creatures. Quickly, hurry up, otherwise, your wife will be lost. In the mountains, Yamashita's perceptive ninjutsu unfurled across a vast expanse. He sensed the interior of the research facility and swiftly seized Minato, executing his body flicker technique with remarkable speed. Inside the facility, several researchers gazed with fervor at the ultimate summoning beast gradually awakening from the cultivation pool, merely stretching its limbs. It shattered the walls of the laboratory. A squad of mist ninjas, poised to obliterate all research data, halted their actions, equally entranced, standing still as they scrutinized the monstrous entity before them. The target of Yamashita's mission, Uzumaki Sonoko, crouched at the center of an intricate sealing array, hands forming seals, ready to bind the ultimate summoning beast with her sealing techniques. Your wife is gone. You have truly found me a wife? Minato was abruptly yanked by the collar, his body swaying in the wind as Yamashita executed consecutive body flicker techniques. Upon hearing his dear friend's words, which he had assumed were mere jest, he lost his composure. Wait, did they not come here to dismantle the Mist Summoning Beast research base? This is truly about finding a wife. With her flowing crimson hair, exquisitely sculpted features, sultry figure, and a temperament as gentle as water, how could one claim that the leaf villagers deceive one another? A clearer, more eerie roar of the beast resonated, akin to high-frequency sound waves, reverberating through the eardrums of Yamashita and Minato. This was soon followed by the harrowing cries of humanity, filled with gasps of horror and desperate pleas for help. In the mountainous landscape, a hand deftly manipulated the flowing waters of the Wind and Water Gate. While traversing the terrain, the originally 10-kilometer radius of perception was condensed to encompass solely the volcano itself, with a heightened focus of awareness. Aside from the inability to perceive colors, the clarity of all beings and objects within the newly defined range surged to unprecedented heights. Sustaining this high-precision, limited-range perception technique, he once more formed a hand seal. Ninjutsu, the art of heart and body transmission. The clandestine arts of the mountain clan swiftly conveyed all that he perceived to Minato Namake's. Tentacles ensnared two researchers, forcing them to ingest a grotesque creature. The terrified researchers, paralyzed on the ground, had already lost control. For ninjas unleashed a combined ninjutsu, targeting the aberrant monster, while a young girl, her brow furrowed in concentration, exerted all her strength to deploy the adamantine sealing technique. The adamantine sealing technique? A girl? Within the confines of her limited yet precise sensory abilities, Minato could almost see the delicate, flawless skin of the girl, her graceful figure, her hair dancing in the wind, and the soft expression of fear etched upon her lovely visage. No. Has this fellow, Shan Zhongjing, really not deceived anyone this time? Although it is clear that he intentionally narrowed his perceptual range to observe more details, it is indeed rare for him to refrain from trickery. How could someone with such a nefarious character abstain from deceit? Ingna, another peculiar cry resounded. In the perception of the mountain scenery, the so-called ultimate summoning beast had already devoured nearly half of the researchers. The ninjutsu attacks from the four ninjas were completely absorbed by it, allowing the beast to develop new grotesque organs and retaliate with corresponding elemental jutsu. Apart from the leading jonin, who transformed into a puddle to evade damage after being struck, the remaining three unprepared ordinary ninjas met their demise at the hands of this ultimate summoning beast with a single encounter. Help me, someone please help me. A soft voice tinged with tears echoed in the minds of Yamashita and Minato Namake's. The voice, laden with despair, fear, helplessness, and anxiety, resonated within their hearts. Almost instantaneously, as the voice faded, Minato, who had been held by Yamashita, broke free from his grasp. In a flash, he vanished down the corridor with remarkable speed, leaving Yamashita in disbelief. Damn it, you really were just playing me. In the mountainous landscape, a figure raised his middle finger in frustration towards the direction where Minato Namake's had vanished. Although he had discerned during their numerous sparring sessions on the ship that even without using the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato's body flicker technique was slightly faster than his own, the recent speed displayed was far beyond mere slightness. In less than 10 seconds, as the voice of Uzumaki Onoka resonated for the second time in the hearts of the onlookers, a golden flash appeared before her like the moon emerging from behind clouds. A fleeting glimpse of brilliance. Uzumaki Onoka's adamant chakra barrier had already reached its limit, the golden chains of chakra disintegrating into countless specks of light. Amidst this vanishing radiance, the solid silhouette of Minato brought an indescribable sense of security to Onoka. The warm and sunny aura of his chakra seemed to transform her desolate and darkened spirit, granting her a moment of hope and redemption. Rasengan, a rapidly spinning sphere of chakra formed in Minato's hand. It surged forward, striking the grotesque ultimate summoning beast with such force that it was sent hurtling back, colliding violently with the walls of the research facility. The steel-constructed walls crumbled under the impact, causing tremors to ripple through the ground. Inside the damaged laboratory, the searing heat from the crater-like entrance brought forth a pungent scent of magma. Amidst the agonized roars, the ultimate summoning beast struggled to rise, its abdomen marred by a spiraling wound that visibly regenerated at an alarming rate. Tender flesh and new blood rapidly wove together into a complete muscular form. More alarmingly, a deformed leaf-like organ sprouted anew from the creature's head. After a brief moment of gathering strength, it began to lash out relentlessly. Blades of wind infused with chakra hurtled towards Minato and Uzumaki Onoka. With a swift motion, Minato scooped up the dazed Onoka, effortlessly evading the oncoming wind blades using the flying thunder god technique. The ultimate summoning beast let out a furious roar. The grotesque bud-like organ, previously formed under the attacks of the Mist Village ninjas, oscillated as it gathered water chakra. A torrent of water, imbued with tremendous power, pursued the evading pair of Minato and Onoka alongside the wind blades. A Mist Village Jonin, previously struck down and reduced to a puddle by the beast, caught sight of the suddenly appearing Minato, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He had just begun to coalesce his upper body, preparing to launch a stealthy ambush to eliminate Minato and escape amidst the chaos when a hand lightly patted his shoulder. "Excuse me, isn't it rather impolite to interrupt someone while they are in the midst of courting?" Kage Yamashita crouched behind the misty figure of the enigmatic ninja, whose corporeal form was only partially materialized. Although his voice was scarcely audible, the silent and stealthy presence beside him had already caused a cold sweat to bead on the brow of this member of the Akatsuki clan. Renowned throughout the ninja world, the Akatsuki clan's technique of liquid transformation granted its practitioners immunity against the vast majority of physical and certain ninjutsu attacks. However, the vulnerabilities of the liquid transformation technique were equally well known in the ninja realm. Upon encountering lightning release, the body transformed by this technique would succumb to a state of paralysis, rendering it incapable of fully liquefying. As the Jonin of the Akatsuki clan slowly turned his head to glance at Kage Yamashita, a sense of unease washed over him. He pondered inwardly whether a sudden activation of the liquid transformation technique would enable him to evade the imminent threat posed by the individual beside him. After all, the opponent had already identified his affiliation with the Akatsuki clan and could not possibly be unaware of the technique's inherent weakness. Should he take a gamble on whether the adversary would employ lightning release? "Why do you speak so senselessly, you nameless extra?" Shan Zhongjing rolled his eyes in disdain, dismissing such time-wasting platitudes. With a single hand, he formed a seal and unleashed an illusion upon his opponent. The spell, magical realm, heaven and earth, was cast with precision. Within a mere meter's distance, the elite shinobi of the Gizai clan barely registered the formation of Shan Zhongjing's seals before the weight of his consciousness plunged into an abyss of illusion. His previously tense body gradually relaxed, reverting to its usual state as he became ensnared in the boundless realm of fantasy. It remained a mystery what visions he encountered within this dreamlike state, but his expression soon morphed into one of lewdness. Rising, he sauntered over to a nearby support pillar. His gaze glazed as he flirtatiously posed before it. After a moment, he embraced the cold, unyielding column, swaying his hips while emitting a series of lascivious chuckles. The illusion magical realm, heaven and earth, which Shan Zhongjing had just invoked, was a sophisticated amalgamation of D-rank Nariku's vision technique, C-rank Fox's heart technique. In C-rank, this is not the place technique, refined into an A-rank illusion. Although the execution was challenging, the results were nothing short of overwhelming. It had the power to elicit the deepest desires of its target and amplify them to an infinite degree. Coupled with the astonishingly realistic illusionary scenery and the multifaceted sensory disturbances, visual, auditory, and tactile, only those with a mental fortitude far surpassing that of the caster, or an unwavering will impervious to desire, could hope to perceive the anomaly and forcibly escape the grasp of their own psyche. Otherwise, succumbing to its allure was akin to awaiting death, a truly painful spectacle to behold. In the heart of the mountains, the figure known as Shan Zhongjing disdainfully wielded the art of heart-controlled puppetry to manipulate 5 diminutive puppets, each less than a meter in height, dragging the elite shinobi of the guiding clan away. He then directed the tiny puppets to stealthily remove the researchers, some paralyzed by fear, others rendered unconscious by sheer terror. From the scene, he was thoroughly pleased with the progression of events. These bothersome individuals ought not to impede Minato's romantic pursuits any longer. Oh, what a delightful spectacle this is. In the heart of the mountains, he cautiously closed the door behind him, granting solitude to the research room, where strikingly handsome individuals continued their fierce struggle against the ultimate spirit beast. He expressed great satisfaction with the current progression of the narrative. The story began with the female protagonist in peril, and at her moment of despair, the male protagonist descended from the heavens, vanquishing the monster and rescuing her. From that point onward, it was merely a matter of the male protagonist demonstrating his formidable prowess to defeat the beast. Would the female protagonist not remain steadfastly devoted to him, embarking on a journey of love and adventure together? It was utterly perfect. The air was thick with the sounds of rage and frenzied roars, accompanied by the increasing tremors from the stampede of wild beasts drawing ever closer. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing furrowed his brow slightly. He closed his eyes to sense the flying thunder god Kenai he had previously left at the entrance of the research facility. Utilizing the spatial mark inscribed by Namikaze Minato on the Kenai, he invoked the flying thunder god technique. With a flash, Shan Zhongjing's figure vanished from the research institute. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato, who was cradling Uzumaki Sanako to evade the relentless assault of the ultimate summoning beast, faintly sensed a subtle fluctuation in space. Curiously, he turned to glance at the passage from which they had come. If his perception was accurate, someone had just employed a space ninjutsu. Was it Shan Zhongjing who had invoked a summoning technique? Yet, this fluctuation, the ultimate summoning beast, possessed the ability to devour all living beings, absorbing and transforming their strengths, as well as consuming various elemental chakra to cultivate mutated organs, thereby enabling the use of corresponding elemental ninjutsu. Cocooned in Minato's embrace, Uzumaki Sanako incessantly relayed intelligence regarding the ultimate summoning beast. Minato, however, could not afford to dwell on the spatial disturbance. He quickly refocused his mind and prepared to confront the grotesque giant before him. The situation was indeed formidable. On the summit of the volcano at the heart of the island, the figure of Shan Zhongjing stood, with one hand shielding his eyes. He surveyed the chaotic scene of the spirit island, his lips curling in a soft TSK. The ultimate spirit beast within the research institute seemed to have instilled a primal sense of peril among the island's inhabitants at a genetic level. Once the first roar echoed across the landscape, it incited a frenzy among the creatures of the island. Most of the weaker beings were paralyzed with fear, fleeing towards the coastline. Even those unable to swim leapt into the sea, desperately seeking a sliver of hope. Meanwhile, the more formidable or irritable beasts congregated, charging towards the ultimate spirit beast with a fierce determination, as if ready to face annihilation alongside it. Numerous birds of prey, varying in size, circled menacingly above the volcano-esque crater. They fixated on Shan Zhongjing, who stood at the edge, emitting a series of agitated cries. Clearly sensing the impending danger, they were reluctant to retreat. A small but fierce falcon, its eyes a fiery red, lost its patience. With a rapid flapping of its wings, it surged forward, darting towards Shan Zhongjing like a swift arrow. Was it you who bullied Xiaohei yesterday? Amidst the mountainous scenery, the figure recognized the formidable falcon, capable of bearing the weight of 2 adults and darting through the air with the swiftness of lightning. During his prior reconnaissance of the island using his crow spirit beast, he had encountered numerous fierce beasts and raptors. Yet, the one that left the most indelible impression upon him was this falcon, reminiscent of a peregrine. Despite its size being less than 1/5 of the larger aerial creatures, its strength and velocity far surpassed that of its kin. With a single claw, it could shatter a tree trunk as thick as a human head, and its sharp beak could effortlessly pierce through rock. In terms of speed, it was astonishingly fast, sending shivers down one's spine. Had it not been for the crow's diminutive size and his exceptional skills, adeptly maneuvering the crow through the dense forest with intricate maneuvers, the several small crows he had nurtured for many years would likely have already transformed into fresh bird droppings. Whoosh! The sharp sound of slicing air resonated as the falcon swooped down. In the mountains, the scenery locked eyes with the falcon, whose sharp gaze remained fixed upon him. Utilizing the secret technique of the mountain clan, the heart-shifting clone technique, the falcon, charging in a straight line, unexpectedly fell into the trap. With a tilt of its neck, it altered its course. Under the control of the mountain scenery, it flapped its wings to decelerate, eventually descending gently beside him. This was largely thanks to the biological cells and bone density of the shinobi world, which far exceed those of Earth in a previous life. Otherwise, in such a high-speed state, a reckless flapping of wings to break would have resulted in the normal bird suffering a wing fracture in moments. Sealing technique for limbs reseal. In the instant when Shan Zhongjing released the spell of separation, his limbs were seamlessly re-encased in seals. The eagle, still in a state of bewilderment, was forcefully pinned to the ground, nearly expelling its innards in the process. The raptors soaring in the sky witnessed this scene and erupted into chaos. They flapped their wings in unison, preparing to launch an assault on Shan Zhongjing, the vanquisher of their leader. The distance appears to be just right. In the mountains. The scene shifted as the herd of beasts surged halfway up the volcano, nearing the entrance of the research facility, while the raptors poised to dive. No longer willing to wait, he formed hand seals and unleashed an expansive A-class illusion. The technique of Nirvana's sanctuary. Cascading white feathers fell like snowflakes from a frigid realm, blanketing the surroundings. The vast mental energy fully unfurled, amplifying the already extensive reach of the A-class illusion, Nirvana's sanctuary, to an astonishing extent. Centered on the mountain, within a radius of 1,000 meters, feathers drifted down everywhere. The raptors circling in the sky drooped their eyelids, spiraling slowly to the ground. The fierce beasts charging around the volcano stumbled, their movements faltering as they collapsed to the earth. Those who were merely a step behind entering the range of his technique soon followed suit. The chirping of insects ceased, and the cries of birds and beasts fell silent. In less than 30 seconds, the world was left with only the rhythmic sound of snoring. In the mountains, a deep sigh escaped. As he sensed that nearly 1/5 of his chakra had been expended, he resolutely resolved to seek opportunities in the future to acquire an augmentation for his chakra reserves. The radius of 1,000 meters marked the limits of his current mastery of the Nirvana Sanctuary technique. Do not underestimate this range when compared to the original work. Where Naruto and Sasuke faced off in the Chunin exams, the battlefield, including the spectator stands, spanned no more than 300 meters in width and length. He could easily envelop 7 or 8 arenas single-handedly. In the original narrative, it took the combined efforts of the young Kabuto and several ninjas from Sunigakure and Otogakure to cast a collective hypnosis over the entire audience. Such an exaggerated range of technique, if unleashed on the battlefield, could indeed sway the outcome of a large-scale conflict. Boom. The tremors and sounds of explosion resonated from within the volcanic crater. In the heart of the mountain, the figure squinted, peering from the volcano's mouth toward the source of the sound. The inner walls of the volcano were fracturing violently under the intense impact. Following yet another explosive roar and tremor, a grotesque, ultimate spirit beast, having undergone several mutations, emerged from the fissures, sprouting a pair of fleshy wings and peculiar horns. It crashed forcefully into the opposite inner wall of the volcano. Wolfing Minato, with his left arm wrapped around the slender waist of Uzumaki Sonoko, shot forth from the opening. With a flick of his right hand, a flying kunai aimed directly toward the direction of the figure in the mountain. He himself, carrying Uzumaki Sonoko, leapt onto the scorching rocks of the volcano's inner wall, positioning himself directly above the struggling ultimate spirit beast. Diamond Lock. Spiraling Sphere. Uzumaki Sonoko unleashed her long-prepared diamond lock, binding the spirit beast's fleshy wings tightly. Minato followed up with a powerful spiraling sphere, forcefully pressing it against the beast's head. The already disoriented creature, whose energy had been nearly depleted through continuous regeneration and evolution, let out a mournful howl before plummeting into the churning magma below. In a flash, Minato appeared beside the figure in the mountain, cradling Uzumaki Sonoko in a princess carry. The anguish cries echoed relentlessly from the depths of the volcano. Amidst the billowing black smoke, the searing lava gradually engulfed the helpless ultimate spirit beast. Yet, Minato humorously claimed he was not one to dote on girls. In the midst of the mountains, the enchanting scene depicts a seamless transition in the embrace between the characters, with one moment showcasing a gentle hold around the waist, only to be transformed into a regal princess carried by the charming Naruto. It took all my restraint not to thrust my middle finger into his face. How infuriating. This script unfolds in an even more exquisite manner than he had ever envisioned. The protagonists, hand in hand, vanquish formidable monsters together. Does this not evoke a deeper sense of exhilaration than the mere trope of a hero rescuing a damsel? Truly, Naruto possesses an exceptional knack for flirtation. Is it that when Tai can no longer wield his sword, or has the formidable frog finally taken a well-deserved break? In the heart of the mountains, he inwardly cursed, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Who would have thought that this seemingly unattractive, newly emerged creature, merely a juvenile monster in its infancy, could be manipulated to such an extent by Namake's Minato? From now on, Anyone who dared to label this being as a mere innocent flower would receive a mouthful of disdain from him. Uzumaki Sonoko stared blankly at the young man who held her, his smile radiating warmth like the sun. She instinctively tightened her grip around his slender arm, her heart fluttering, prompting her to act without a second thought. How absurd. To lure the dog over for slaughter? Shan Zhongjing gazed with a dazed expression, clumsily beginning to respond to both feng shui men. His fists clenched tightly several times before loosening again, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. I shall return to Konoha. Tomorrow I will return to Konoha. I cannot endure this wretched place for even a single day. In the depths of his heart, Shan Zhong cursed vehemently a couple of times. Grasping the nape of the falcon, he led this foolish bird, which had been heavily sealed in all four limbs and overturned by the techniques of the Nirvana Sanctuary, towards the entrance of the Research Institute. The temperature at this volcanic site was rather high. While his chakra protection posed no significant problem, if he did not swiftly carry away the falcon, it would soon be plucked, cleaned, and roasted. Within the ninja world, the ability to fly has always been exceedingly rare. Consequently, flying summoning beasts are highly sought after. This creature, resembling a falcon, although not as grand in size as its smaller brethren, could only accommodate 2 adults on its back at most. However, as the apex avian predator of the island, its speed and strength were remarkably exceptional. Furthermore, it could be entrusted to the care of the bird summoning beast nurturing house in Konoha, requiring minimal effort on his part. The notion of summoning the mountain scenery had already taken root in the mind of the protagonist. Instead of idly observing the whimsical antics of the swirling waters and the playful antics of the local fauna, should one not engage in more meaningful pursuits? The Konoha Zero training ground, once a desolate expanse, now teemed with a multitude of Konoha ninjas, and as time progressed, the numbers continued to swell. Summoning beasts had always been a scarce resource in the ninja world. Not to mention those clans and civilian ninjas devoid of any summoning beasts, even the Uchiha, Sarutobi, and Nara clans, known for their heritage of summoning creatures, were eager not to miss this auction. At the makeshift auction platform, Nara Shikaku appeared to gracefully navigate among the various clans and civilian warriors, skillfully managing the atmosphere. Yet, internally, he was in a state of turmoil, fervently hoping that the mountain scenery would prove reliable. The first batch of 3 summoning beasts had been absent for far too long. How could they not have arrived yet? If this continued, he would struggle to maintain control of the situation. Behind the auction stage, Jiraiya sat cross-legged on a large stone, propping his chin in his hand. He glanced up at the sun hanging high in the sky, feeling the warmth upon his nose, which brought an itch that prompted him to rub it. He too found the situation perplexing. Given the mountain scenery's penchant for meticulousness in executing tasks, one would not expect any unforeseen complications. Especially with Minato's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, far surpassing most ninjas. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an unpleasant aroma wafting from his fingertips. Stealing a furtive glance at his recently cleaned foot, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Relieved to find no one paying attention, he let out a quiet sigh. As one of the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage Jiraiya certainly valued his dignity. The thought of being associated with such a scent was somewhat embarrassing. A fleeting surge of summoning energy coursed through the contract, jolting Jiraiya to attention. He sprang to his feet, hastily biting his thumb once more to perform the summoning technique, which conjured forth the stomach of the great toad of Awagakure. A tremendous plume of chakra smoke erupted, revealing 2 massive avian creatures, their feathers matted with gastric fluids, and their limbs clearly injured, yet they slumbered more peacefully than the dead at the back of the auction stage. Nara Shikaku, unable to contain his impatience, darted onto the auction platform. Upon observing the numerous wounds on the 2 colossal avians, he tentatively checked for their breathing. Thankfully, they were merely in a deep slumber. Damn it, could that kid not be a bit more considerate with his illusions? Injured yet still blissfully asleep, he had feared the 2 great creatures were deceased. With their enormous wingspan and robust frames, they could easily carry a dozen people. They were undoubtedly strategic-level summoning beasts. If they were to perish, it would be a tremendous waste. The heads of the various ninja clans gazed in awe at the sudden appearance of 2 colossal flying creatures, their eyes gleaming with recognition of the immense value they represented. Such magnificent avians were indeed rare treasures. Their prolonged wait had not been in vain. The 2 female eagles, with only minor fractures, would heal with a bit of care within 1 to 2 months. The starting bid was set at 2 million ryo each, and Nara Shikaku proclaimed this from the auction platform. 2 million ryo, the Nara clan will take them. Is that how you intend to leverage your family's name? chuckled a representative from the Akimichi clan. "I bid 3 million ryo. 3,500,000 ryo," countered the Uchiha clan. "What use does the Uchiha have for such large eagles, when you don't even fund your village?" The Nara clan bids 450,000 ryo. As the clan leaders and elders began to raise their bids, it became increasingly clear that a female eagle capable of laying eggs held even greater worth than a male. If nurtured properly, these creatures could pass on their lineage for generations. The auction proceeded with fervor, while the lesser affluent ninja observed the heated competition among the clan representatives, unfazed by the frenzy. Although flying summoning beasts were indeed rare, they were not an immediate necessity for those without the foundation of a clan. For them, the strategic value was illusory. They sought tangible partners that would enhance their combat prowess. In 3 rounds, 6 enormous female eagles were swiftly claimed by the various clans. After a brief pause of 2 minutes, the auction introduced a series of terrestrial beasts: gigantic rhinoceroses, massive lizards, colossal hippos, giant bears, and enormous wolves began to emerge in succession. The long-waiting civilian ninjas and those interested in cultivating their own summoning beasts eagerly joined the bidding. Narashikaku, witnessing the continuous arrival of formidable creatures, could hardly contain his joy. Regardless of how much they earned, those who purchased summoning beasts would owe a favor to the Nara, boar, deer, and butterfly clans. After all, such beasts, comparable in strength to mid-level ninjas, were becoming increasingly scarce in the current ninja world. Moreover, this opportunity could likely secure an additional seat for their 3 clans in high-level meetings, a prospect far more valuable than mere wealth. Why is this taking so long? Jiraiya thought, feeling a sharp pain in his thumb. He silently vowed that once this was over, he would have Kushina create a small blood storage seal for him. He had previously mocked Yamaguchi Ino and Minato for being overly cautious, but after using the summoning technique over 40 times, he realized those 2 truly possessed foresight. How frustrating. In his quest to earn a meager income, the thumb of the renowned Sage of Toads was nearly reduced to a mangled mess. Jiraiya sensed the deep presence of the Sage of Miyaboka Mountain, once more urging him to employ the summoning technique. With a fierce determination, he rubbed his scarred thumb across his left palm and gritted his teeth, once again performing the summoning ritual. He resolved to seek out 8 lovely ladies to soothe his spirit. None less would suffice. Kisame no Suki, what a peculiar name. Could it be that this individual is indeed a descendant of the second Mizukage, Kageyami? Did he manage to secure a long-term assignment outside the village through connections? It stands to reason, in a place like the Bloody Mist, who wouldn't wish to escape? He possesses quite a repertoire. The water transformation technique operates on this principle. While it is termed a secret art, it essentially qualifies as a bloodline limit, doesn't it? Alas, it seems impractical. The water iron cannon technique, double burst, barrage, the grand water arm technique, water hail. Wait. This fellow has actually perused the ninjutsu scrolls of the second Mizukage, Kageyami, and even contracted his summoning beast, the Shinji. Impressive indeed. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing placed a hand upon the head of the ghostly lantern, employing the art of memory retrieval. The more he observed, the greater his astonishment. The water transformation technique, a unique illusion belonging to the Ghost Lantern clan, had previously been glimpsed through the memories of some fog-bound captives during his tenure at the analysis class. Although it was regrettable that, despite comprehending the entirety of its principles and cultivation process, the blue text of water escape eluded his mastery of this secret technique. The powerful inherited water escape ninjutsu of the Ghost Lantern clan, such as the water iron cannon technique, was already a significant boon for him. Moreover, he was now privy to the legacy of the second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Huan Yue. In the original narrative, Ghost Lantern Huan Yue appeared in but a few episodes, however. The brief portrayal sufficed for Shan Zhongjing to grasp the formidable nature of this figure. Even when facing the ninja allied forces, he displayed no intent to fight, instead allowing the battle to unfold with reckless abandon. Yet, he effortlessly manipulated the allied forces as if they were mere playthings, pulling along the second Tsuchikage, who had orchestrated the creation of the bloodline elimination into the realm of purification. It was nothing short of absurd. This was a power that transcended even the bloodline limits. Such a legacy, if an adequately qualified heir could be found, would undoubtedly cultivate at least one individual of shadow-level prowess. How much sorrow can one endure? Akin to a eunuch visiting a brothel, poor child. In the mountains, Kaido cast a sympathetic glance at Obito. This fellow's water release talent was quite commendable. Yet his aptitude for illusions was utterly abysmal. Even though he had inherited the legacy of the second Mizukage, Obito's ability to harness that power remained tragically unfulfilled. The reason he sought connections to secure such an external assignment was not to escape the oppressive blood mist policies, but rather to evade the scrutinizing gaze of his kin. Despite having received the esteemed inheritance of the Hozuki clan and substantial support from his family, he had fallen short of their expectations. The weight of the elders' hopes, their disappointment, the scorn and derision from his peers, all conspired to suffocate him. Gag. Ugh. After Kaido temporarily halted the memory extraction, Obito struggled to regain consciousness. The trauma inflicted by the A-rank illusion, coupled with his frantic resistance against the memory reading, caused a tumultuous clash of mental energies that left him dizzy, his vision darkening, and his throat constricted with retching. Would it not be wiser to simply lie still and endure less suffering? Shan Zhongjing curled his lips in disdain. Although he felt a twinge of sympathy for the plight of Ghost Lantern Fuyua, he would show no mercy when the moment arrived. Just as he would receive no leniency if he fell into the hands of ninjas from other villages, in a world where every ninja was akin to a hangman. Showing compassion towards a fellow ninja was tantamount to courting death. Ninjutsu, heart transfer clone technique. Ignoring Ghost Lantern Fuyua's retching, Shan Zhongjing executed the heart transfer clone technique with almost instantaneous precision, effortlessly seizing control of Fuyua's body. Recalling the amount of chakra required to summon the clam that housed the contract scroll, he compelled Ghost Lantern Fuyua to pierce his fingertip and swiftly formed hand seals. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat. With a resounding boom, chakra billowed into the air. A clam, exceeding 2 meters in diameter and boasting an exterior as dark as obsidian, appeared in the laboratory, exuding an aura of formidable hardness. In the heart of the mountains, Shan Zhongjing exerted control over the body of Gui Dangbuyu, gently tapping on the shell of the clam. The once tightly shut clam slowly began to open, revealing a large, 1-meter-wide spirit contract scroll within. How dare you? This is the spirit beast of our Gui Dang clan. How dare you? The soul of Gui Dangbuyu was confined in a corner of the sea of consciousness, its eyes wide with rage as it watched the contract scroll being extracted. You talk too much. The spiritual force of the mountain's scenery harmonized with chakra, transforming into a formidable shadow manipulation energy that struck fiercely upon the soul of Akari. Already wounded, his spiritual essence suffered yet another devastating blow. The agony that penetrated deep into his soul caused it to curl into a tiny ball, intermittently releasing soft moans of distress. In the mountains, the scenery awaited patiently at one side, receiving the proffered scroll of contract. Upon its unrolling, it revealed a list beginning with the name Ghost Lantern Illusory Moon, featuring more than a dozen names, eliciting a sigh of exasperation. It was evident that the Ghost Lantern clan was eager to cultivate an heir capable of inheriting the legacy of Ghost Lantern Illusory Moon. Unfortunately, after more than 10 attempts, each endeavor had culminated in failure. It may be troublesome, but I certainly do not wish for anyone to be resurrected through impure soil, only to continue summoning this entity. In the heart of the mountains, Jiang Zhongjing retrieved a blood storage vial from the pocket of his elder ninja vest. He dipped it, inscribing his name at the end of the scroll. A profound sense of satisfaction coursed through him as he felt the bond solidify. With a swift motion, he formed a hand seal, concentrating his energy to conjure an intricate sealing technique. The seal technique, contract sealing. He pressed his palm firmly against the name of Gui Dang Huanyu on the contract scroll. The sealing technique rapidly spread and infiltrated the interior of the scroll, effectively severing the contract between Gui Dang Huanyu and the Clam Clan. The name, once inscribed in blood and vibrant red for decades, began to darken as it lost the potency of the contract. In the mountains, the scenery remained undeterred as it continued to unfold the contract seal. The contract seal is an advanced sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. In the original work, Minato Namikaze had once employed this seal to dissolve the pact between Obito Uchiha and the Nine Tails, thereby preventing the latter from being summoned through the art of summoning. In the Serene Mountains, while Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, Kushina, was mastering the art of sealing, she prioritized this discipline to ensure she would not fall prey to the machinations of Uchiha Obito in the future. Her proficiency in this technique rivaled that of the Four Limbs Reseal, which she could employ effortlessly. With a series of swift motions, she executed the contract sealing over a dozen times. As the final contract seal was inscribed with the name of the enigmatic Akatsuki member, the summoned black clam dissipated into smoke within the confines of the research facility. In the mountains, the landscape gazed upon the contract scroll, where where his name remained the sole vivid scarlet. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned forth the black clam once more, returning the contract scroll to its keeper. According to the information retained in the memories of the second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Hashigetsu, the Clam Clan resided in a mysterious sea, far removed from the shinobi world, a place untouched by any traveler. The ability of the second Mizukage to forge a pact with this clan was entirely due to his undertaking a rather foolish act akin to that of Jiraiya. Without having made a contract with any creature, he recklessly employed the summoning technique. The only distinction lay in the fact that Jiraiya was whisked away by the power of the summoning technique to Mount Mayaboku, whereas Ghost Lantern Hashigetsu, blessed with an exceptionally vast chakra from a young age, fortuitously summoned the ancestral figure of the Clam Clan, the colossal clam named Shin. Alas, he lacked the legacy of sage arts. In the heart of the mountains, the insatiable Shanjun savored the moment, casually unraveling the heart-separating technique of the enigmatic Guizhong Biyue. According to Guizhong Biyue's recollections, although the population of the Clam Clan was not as vast as that of Nyamu Mountain or the Dragon's Cave, it had surpassed most of the spirit beast clans. Among them, certain clams possessed abilities that rivaled even the dazzling toads of Nyamu Mountain. There were clams capable of releasing unique mirage-inducing mists to enhance illusions. Clams with remarkable defensive capabilities, serving as impenetrable shields. Clams that could generate highly corrosive substances, dissolving most materials, and clams adept in water escape techniques. Aside from their inability to speak, requiring intricate communication through the mirages created by their mists, their sole deficiency lay in the absence of an inheritance of celestial arts. You wait and see. We will pursue your clan relentlessly, to the bitter end. Guizhong Biyue curled up in a corner. Racked by pain emanating from the depths of his soul, his body involuntarily twitching and trembling. His voice emerged hoarse and grating, as if forced through clenched teeth. The Guizhong clan, you say? Huh. The situation in your Wuyin village has recently grown quite turbulent. Shan Zhongjing nonchalantly waved his hand. The situation within the Hidden Mist village has become utterly chaotic, with the formidable Uchiha Obito pulling the strings from behind the scenes. The repercussions of the Blood Mist policy continue to escalate. The martial faction has descended into madness, while the conservatives are engulfed in fear. The Ghost Lantern clan, wielding considerable influence yet remaining neutral, finds itself ensnared in the turmoil of the village, unable to attend to its own affairs. As the Third Shinobi World War commences, even if the Ghost Lantern clan becomes aware of his inheritance of the Ghost Lantern Moonlight, they will prioritize addressing the war under the village's coercion. Once the war concludes, the internal power shifts and the intensified Blood Mist policy will swiftly enact a series of measures targeting the bloodline limit families. The annihilation of the Ghost Lantern clan may occur even before that of the Uchiha clan. Who would dare pursue him? Who would dare to hunt him down? The last descendant of the Ghost Lantern clan, Ghost Lantern Shueiwa, who has been captured by Orochimaru and turned into a mere specimen and pet. Spare the child the torment. Please. You will come to regret it. As the words fell, Ghost Lantern Buyu's entire body seemed to collapse, transforming into a pool of water, scattering and disintegrating. An abundance of chakra began to dissipate into the surroundings. Within mere seconds, all traces of life were extinguished. Clearly, he had utilized the water transformation technique, completely disassembling his own vitality to end his existence. I am not Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have no regrets whatsoever. In the mountains, Shanjun stood with arms crossed over his chest, having refrained from intervening as Guizhong Biyue chose to end his own life. From the very beginning, Guizhong Biyue's fate was already sealed. Within the realm of ninjas, no clan desires to have its members captured by foreign foes, as this not only signifies a breach of village intelligence but also jeopardizes the very foundation of the clan, risking the exposure of their secret techniques and bloodline. The current state of affairs in the ninja world is already fraught with tension. After the destruction of the Island of Summoning, one could scarcely claim that this territory belongs to the Land of Water. Konoha merely dismantled an insidious laboratory, devoid of humanity, established by an unknown faction. The Mist Village's stance in this matter is tenuous at best. Even if they are incensed, they can only swallow their anger in silence. Should a high-ranking member of the Guizhong clan be captured, the higher-ups in the Mist Village would be blissfully unaware until it is too late, at which point the militant faction would undoubtedly rally the Guizhong clan to retaliate against Konoha. Such a chain reaction is one that, aside from Shimura Danzo, few would wish to witness. Fire style, fireball jutsu. In the heart of the mountains, Yamano Jingsho formed hand seals, employing his rudimentary mastery of fire-release ninjutsu to completely evaporate the water stains from the ground. Only after ensuring that no trace of the remains lingered did he turn away from the laboratory. Within the expansive research facility, the previously confined researchers, now filled with trepidation, were hastily dismantling and packing up various pieces of equipment. 3 shadow clones of Namikaze Minato stood guard at the entrances of the facility, while one supervised the corridor. Is it resolved? One of Minato's shadow clones inquired upon seeing Yamano Jingsho emerge, only to take his own life before any further questions could be posed. In the mountains, the voice of Yamaguchi intensified upon uttering the word self-destruction. Understood, replied Namikaze Minato, his shadow clone revealing a look of realization. After all these years as a ninja, he could certainly deduce certain matters. Yet, in the realm of life, especially when in the presence of his comrades from Konoha, he preferred not to harbor malicious speculations about them. Have all the summoned beasts returned? What about your main body? Well that. Are you stammering because you went off to find a place for a kiss? What? No. Yamaguchi, please don't tease me. I merely accompanied her home to organize some documents. I swear. A sudden system notification echoed in Yamaguchi's mind. Significant alterations to the fate of key characters detected, resulting in a deviation of the world line's progression. Rewards acquired. Word entry copy opportunity 1. Word entry dissociation opportunity 1. Blue word entry upgrade opportunity 1. Word entry downgrade opportunity 1. Word entry donation opportunity 1. The reappearance of the word entry copy opportunity, along with the previously unseen rare system abilities, served as undeniable proof. Namikaze Minato truly was the destined child of this era. The rewards were nothing short of extravagantly lavish. Yet, gazing at the earnest Namikaze Minato before him, Yamaguchi felt a mix of admiration and disbelief. In the mountains, Jing suddenly realized that the naivete of honest individuals can be profoundly terrifying. With a face full of sincerity, he almost believed that this person was genuinely just accompanying Uzumaki Hinata to organize documents. Organizing documents, really? If it weren't for the constraints of the system, he would have loved to throw the system notification in Minato's face and demand to know how one could alter the course of fate simply through document organization. If nothing significant transpired during this time, he would write his name backward. Minato, do not speak so definitively, or your true form may find itself in an awkward predicament. In the mountainous realm, Jiang watched with a heavy heart as he gently patted the shoulder of his shadow clone. Alas, how can you ever trust me? Lamented the shadow clone of Minato Namikaze, his face etched with sorrow and helplessness. Did he not know himself? If your true self can appear by my side within 3 seconds, I shall believe your words. Very well. With a resounding thud, Minato's shadow clone left a flying thunder god seal upon the wall before dissolving into a plume of chakra smoke. Upon the dispelling of the shadow clone, memories would be returned to the original body, provided nothing extraordinary had transpired. Given Minato's character, one would expect him to appear beside Jiang within not just 3 seconds, but even 1. Yet alas, nearly a minute had elapsed, and still, no one emerged. Why did this stir a pang of bitterness within me? Shan Zhongjing gazed at the long-dormant flying thunder god seal, his expression shifting multiple times. Curse it. Am I to wait for a mere tomorrow? I shall set forth for Konoha tonight. Outside the entrance of the research facility, a massive rock served to obscure the entryway. In the serene embrace of the mountains, I settled down, unfolding a personal panel that had long remained untouched. Host, mountain scenery occupation, ninja activated traits, transcendent traveler, red, master of shadow techniques, purple, temporal insight, purple, manifestation of wishes, purple, mastery of water techniques, blue, sage of the ninja realm, blue, handsome, blue, deactivated traits, cicada pupa, white, fragile yet resilient, white, brother. You smell divine, white, welcoming smile, white, trait bestowal opportunities, for trait duplication, 1 trait separation, 1 trait upgrade, 1, blue, trait downgrade. 1 how astonishing that the opportunities for trait bestowal have accumulated to 4. In the mountains, Jing observed the lengthy personal panel, sifting through the myriad notifications within the system log. Accompanied by the 3 little ones, they had successfully completed a task, vanquished the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, and wreaked havoc upon the leaf warehouse. Now, they were once again set to disrupt the Watergate. It was time to clear the white entries, as their numbers had become rather excessive. In the mountains, Jing murmured softly to himself. then turned his gaze to the remaining rewards. The ability to copy attributes speaks for itself. To perfect the Flying Thunder God technique, he had long coveted Minato's extraordinary reflexes. As for attribute removal, it seems unnecessary at present. Yet, it is undeniable that the value of this reward surpasses even that of attribute copying by a considerable margin. Just imagine Uzumaki Nagato controlling the 6 paths of pain, poised to endure the onslaught. In the mountainous scenery, a specific attribute was stripped away, immediately severing the opposing side's reincarnation eye's connection. 6 bodies, under the control of the reincarnation eye, perished in an instant. The blinded Nagato could only rely on the Uzumaki clan's chakra and employ some ordinary ninjutsu taught by Jiraiya. This is utterly outrageous. If he doesn't force Nagato into a state of utter defeat, it would be considered an immaculate victory. Kakik. In the mountain scenery, a smile crept across the corner of his mouth as he emitted a laugh reminiscent of the elders of the Soul Palace. After indulging in mirth for a while, he finally turned his attention to the upcoming opportunity to upgrade the blue attribute. The reward, which allows one to elevate a blue attribute directly to a purple one, is undoubtedly of extraordinary value. But the question remains, should it be utilized? Gazing at the 3 azure entries on the system panel, one could become ensnared in a web of contemplation. Were his blue entries akin to the chakra accumulation of Minato Namikaze, the extraordinary fortune of Might Guy, or the transformative prowess of Shinra Bansho, he would undoubtedly proceed to upgrade without hesitation. Yet, his 3 azure entries encompass water release mastery, the understanding of the ninja world. And handsome. To upgrade? It feels like squandering such a remarkable reward. To refrain from upgrading? Holding on to the reward without promptly enhancing his strength. Does one truly intend to wait until death to engage in idle chatter with the Sage of 6 Paths in the afterlife? This wretched system, devoid of a preview feature for upgrades, leaves much to be desired. In the depths of the mountains, the heart of the protagonist expressed a subtle complaint. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to allocate his upgrade opportunity to the mastery of water release techniques. Neither the charm of youth nor the wisdom of the shinobi world could directly enhance combat prowess. In this unforgiving realm of ninjas, strength is the very foundation of existence. A torrent of experience in water release ninjutsu surged into his mind as the skill progressed. Techniques such as the art of water transformation, water iron cannon, water mirror technique, water sphere technique, oil transformation, mirage, steam catastrophe, grand water arm technique, healing water release, medical water release, water mosquito, and medical water release. Water jellyfish flooded his consciousness. The once inaccessible art of water transformation, hindered by a unique bloodline limit, now flowed seamlessly within him. The inherited ninjutsu of the second Mizukage, Terumi Mei, which he had perused merely half an hour prior, felt as though he had practiced it for decades. Various water release techniques, glimpsed while analyzing others' memories in a reading class, cascaded before him. Fierce water, surging water, sharp water, bone-corroding water, gentle water. It embodies both destruction and rebirth, embodying an exquisite duality of utmost rigidity and utmost softness. As Shang Zhongjing opened his eyes and raised his right hand, a stream of water appeared to come alive, gracefully flowing across his palm. In the next moment, his right arm transformed entirely, becoming a translucent liquid. The partial hydromancy felt rather peculiar. In the serene embrace of the mountains, one experiences the ethereal state of hydromancy through the arms. Raising the left hand, it gently prods the right. The left index finger pierces through the palm of the right hand, sending forth a delicate spray of droplets. Upon dispelling the hydromantic enchantment, the right hand remains unscathed, as if merely perspiring, suggesting a subtle loss of moisture from the body. In the mountains, he glanced at the water stains splattered on the ground. With a single hand forming a seal, he drew a substantial amount of moisture from the air, his physique visibly expanding with remarkable rapidity. While his strength surged to a significant extent, the technique of the grand water arm allows one to absorb water from the atmosphere. However, insufficient intake may still deplete the body's own water reserves. Shang Zhongjing meticulously tested the various water-based ninjutsu that affect the body. While he marveled at the extraordinary talents of the ancestors of the Kirigakure clan, he also understood why, in the world of Naruto, the character Kirigakure Suigetsu often indulged in drinking water, regardless of the situation. For the members of the Kirigakure clan, who inherit their ancestral bloodline, the entry-level difficulty of these secret techniques is not particularly high. The true challenge lies in the ability to absorb sufficient moisture from the air while performing the techniques. However, for Shan Zhongjing in the present day, this poses no difficulty whatsoever. He surmised that the only difference between him and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, in terms of their respective water techniques, was likely the amount of chakra available. Is the threshold for the bloodline limit the mastery of ninjutsu at the level of purple attributes? In the mountains, I repeatedly experienced the transformations of the body under the state of hydromancy. I have begun to anticipate the possibilities that may arise when I acquire other attribute-based ninjutsu, pondering the potential bloodline limits that may emerge. After thoroughly testing all the abilities imparted by the system and achieving a preliminary adaptation, I look forward to what lies ahead. In the heart of the mountains, Jiang Jing observed the waves and winds, while the water gate remained absent. With his right hand, he maintained a semblance of the water transformation technique, skillfully shaping a spiraled orb within his palm, gradually infusing it with the properties of water release. Suddenly, his arm was erupted into a spray of water, leaving Jiang Jing momentarily stunned. Yet undeterred, he endeavored once more. Buzz, boom, buzz, bang. The cycle continued as his arm was repeatedly shattered into droplets, only to be restored anew. After spending over an hour in the mountains, the protagonist was nearly depleted of chakra. However, through the extraordinary control imparted by the mantra shout, "And it shall come," they vaguely grasped a hint of the technique. Who knows how much longer it would take to truly master this move? Damn it, that fool Naruto can conjure the wind release, Raisin Shuriken. It is undoubtedly a boon granted by Kishimoto. In the depths of the mountain, a profound sense of frustration welled up within him, prompting a silent curse. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless ninjutsu techniques, including many of S-rank difficulty. Yet none had ever left him feeling so utterly at a loss. It was challenging, exceedingly challenging. The rapid rotation of the Rasengan rendered the nature of the water release utterly ferocious. It resembled an array of high-pressure water blades, each capable of slicing through steel, forcefully confined within a spherical mass. The slightest friction between these water blades could lead to a catastrophic explosion. Moreover, as the Rasengan's speed intensified, these water blades would elongate and distort. Who could possibly withstand such a force? Shan Zhongjing felt a surge of excitement due to the strength bestowed upon him by the purple attribute of the water release master. However, the failure of the water release spiraling sphere doused his spirits like a bucket of cold water. Yet, Shan Zhongjing was never one to easily surrender. Sitting cross-legged upon a rock, he gazed vacantly towards the distant horizon. As he gradually restored his chakra, he continued to ponder the intricacies of the water release spiraling sphere in his mind. Having traversed into the world of Naruto for over a decade, he had never allowed himself to slacken in his training, driven by the pressures of survival. Since the activation of the system, he had not engaged in such earnest study and practice for a considerable time. The emergence of the concept of the water release spiraling sphere had evidently rekindled a spark of motivation for his training. Time flowed steadily. The setting sun painted the azure sea with a golden-red glow. The 8 surviving members of the Research Institute, having toiled from noon until dusk, finally moved all the dismantleable experimental equipment outside the laboratory. Years of research materials were meticulously sorted and packed. The 3-masted sailboat, which had initially anchored over 10 nautical miles away, had now docked in the bay on the side of the summoning island. Before the sun fully sank beneath the horizon, Minato Namikaze and Anoka Uzumaki reappeared outside the Research Institute, clutching a stack of what could barely be deemed research materials, no thicker than 3 fingers. 3 seconds? In the mountains, Kageyama cast a disdainful glance at Bo-Feng Shui-min. "Well, something held me up," he stammered. Bo-Feng Shui-min's toes were nearly burrowing into the ground, as if he were trying to excavate a 3-bedroom apartment. His entire visage resembled a boiled shrimp, flushed from neck to earlobe. He did not wish to be in such a predicament, but at that moment, he truly could not leave. Yes, I understand." In the mountain, Shan Zhongjing wore a sly smile upon witnessing Suinokawa hiding behind Kakashi, too bashful to show her face. It was evident that, even without any overt flirtation, their relationship was progressing rapidly. "Well, it's getting late. I will handle this equipment, and we should embark on our journey back home soon," Kakashi said, awkwardly seeking to change the subject. Observing Shan Zhongjing merely dismissing him with a wave of his hand, he quickly took Suinokawa along to the enchanted woods of T-Rinki, requesting the frogs there to assist in transporting the research equipment and materials back to Konoha. The mutual affection between them is quite apparent. In the mountain, Shan Zhongjing expressed a poignant sentiment, just as he was about to utilize the opportunity to copy a term. He intended to replicate the swift reaction of the purple term associated with Minato. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the term of Uzumaki Onoka, causing him to pause slightly. Name: Uzumaki Onoka. Occupation: researcher. Terms: abundant energy, purple; divine eye of Kagura, blue; mastery of sealing, green; beauty, green; mutual pursuit, green. What is this? Has an additional term suddenly appeared? Previously, while in the research institute, Shan Zhongjing had observed Onoka's terms when Minato rescued her. If his memory served him correctly, Onoka should only possess the 4 terms: abundant energy, divine eye of Kagura, mastery of sealing, and beauty. The term abundant energy is identical to that of Kushina, significantly enhancing the chakra within the body. It is highly likely a manifestation of the pure bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, an innate talent. Similarly, the divine eye of Kagura is a gifted ability of the Uzumaki lineage. Earlier, Onoka's ability to project sounds into the minds of both him and Minato must also be attributed to this capability. There is little to elaborate on regarding mastery of sealing and beauty. The critical point lies in the sudden appearance of the term mutual pursuit. Mutual pursuit, green when one possesses a sincere relationship and is cherished wholeheartedly by a beloved. If the beloved's abilities surpass their own, their capabilities will gradually elevate, aligning more closely with those of their beloved. It is one thing for the world's will to bestow advantages upon its favored child. But why does it extend its influence to the girlfriend of the child's father? In the mountains, Jing Wuyu silently gazed at the horizon, utterly perplexed. It was difficult for him to comprehend. If it were merely due to Bo Feng and Shui Min saving Suan Naigao, one could perhaps excuse the innocent girl for developing feelings for Shui Min under the influence of the suspension bridge effect. But what on earth is this notion of mutual devotion? How is it possible for these two individuals, having known each other for less than a day, to achieve such a profound understanding and reciprocal affection? What on earth did they do that afternoon? The heart, recently struck by the water escape, spiraling sphere, has once again endured a profound blow. Though merely a green attribute, its implications are profound, and its effects are astonishingly potent. At this stage, Uzumaki Senoko, despite possessing an enviable reservoir of chakra, finds her strength lacking even when compared to some seasoned nin. And what of Minato? He stands as one of the few formidable talents of the younger generation in the ninja world. While he may not yet rival the likes of the third Raikage, he is undoubtedly of the shadow-level caliber. With the enhancement of this attribute, it is likely that Senoko's strength will soon experience remarkable growth. Fortunately, my enhancements are even stronger. In the serene mountains, he glanced at the rewards on his personal panel that remained unclaimed. After a moment of self-reassurance, he resolutely turned his gaze towards the toads that could once again summon the mystical Mount Mayaboku, beseeching them to transport various research equipment and materials to the renowned Minato Namikaze. System: I wish to replicate Minato's super speed reaction. The entry was successfully copied. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the purple entry super speed reaction. Super speed reaction, purple, and innate. Extraordinary neural response speed that renders the world around you as if it were in slow motion, significantly enhancing your bodily reflexes, hand seal speed, chakra circulation speed, and ninjutsu release speed. The system's notification chimed in. As soon as the activation of the word was chosen amidst the mountains, a subtle tingling sensation coursed through the scalp. The world before him began to gradually decelerate. Whether it was the repetitive gestures of the wave, wind, and Watergate employing the art of divination, or the actions of the researchers transporting items, everything seemed to be pressed into slow motion. Bullet time. In the midst of the mountains, the gaze widened slightly, utterly unprepared for the overwhelming might of the super-speed reaction. Raising an arm, an attempt was made to initiate the hand seals. The original pace of 5 seals per second, under the enhancement of the super-speed reaction, surged further, transforming into an astonishing 7 seals per second. The scenery within the mountains can be felt with remarkable clarity. This speed of forming seals is not the limit of his neural responses, but rather the limit of his fingers and wrists. He cast a glance at the distant figure of Minato Namikaze, who was still diligently occupied, as the scenery in the mountains prepared to return to the 3-masted sailing vessel. Eager to experiment with the additional effects brought forth by the hyper-response, the system's notification sound resonated once more. It detected the purple phrases "whatever is called comes" and hyper-response as potential candidates for fusion. Would you like to initiate the fusion? Fusion. Without hesitation, the scenery in the mountains chose to merge. Initially, the green entries, with a hint of understanding, and the blue entry, the memory palace, fused together. Although the new entry, the name of the ninja world understander, seemed slightly peculiar, it brought him immense assistance. The memories that he once recalled, now long forgotten, held immeasurable value for him. The fusion of two purple entries could only yield results that were at least as favorable as their previous state without merging. At the very moment the entries began to merge, the sensation of all the chakra meridians within his body vividly resurfaced in his mind. Reminiscent of the earlier days when activating entries would invoke whatever was called forth. However, this time, it was not solely the chakra meridians, the countless cells. The intricate threads of muscles and fascia, every bone in his body, and the rhythmic workings of his organs all came to life in his consciousness. Upon completion of the fusion, the host was congratulated for acquiring the red entry, Zero Frame Initiation. Zero Frame Initiation read an innate and formidable mental prowess, enhanced neural reflexes, and mastery over chakra, bestowing unparalleled and extraordinary talents. The control over chakra, mastery of the body, neural response speed, and the velocity of ninjutsu release have significantly escalated. Indeed, upon glimpsing the title, Shan Jiaojing's expression quivered slightly. He was acutely aware that, regardless of whether the entries were derived from extraction or fusion by the system, few could be deemed reputable. After finally encountering an entry like Call, and It Shall Come, he was met with yet another peculiar one, Zero Frame Initiation. While the effects undeniably grew more formidable, the nomenclature seemed to grow increasingly absurd. Host, Shan Zhongjing Occupation, Ninja Activated Entries, Traveler, Red, Zero Frame Initiation, Red, Master of Shadow Techniques, Purple, Master of Water Techniques, Purple, Temporal Insight, Purple. Sage of the Ninja Realm, Blue, Handsome, Blue. Inactive Entries, Cicada Pupa, White. Tough yet fragile, White. Brother, you smell delightful, White. Greeted with a smile, White. Entries granted. For entries extracted, 1 entries degraded, 1 let it be. Upon gazing at the vibrant entries on the system interface, Shan Zhongjing ultimately chose to disregard the name that evoked such a psychological response. After all, names are but ephemeral constructs. What truly matters is the efficacy of the results. The new entry, commencing from 0 frames, seamlessly amalgamated the principles of whatever is called will come and ultra-responsive reflexes, fully intertwining with his innate physical talents. In the serene mountain landscape, one can distinctly perceive the surging mastery over one's own body, allowing for an exquisite control over every ounce of strength. Agile as a fierce tiger, yet steadfast as a boulder. It is unequivocal that such a transformation will significantly elevate his martial prowess. As for the control over chakra, the swiftness of neural responses, and the speed of ninjutsu execution, in the serene mountains, the arm transformed into a liquid form, and within the palm, chakra swirled with an ethereal grace. In less than a second, the Rasengan took shape, achieving a speed approximately 1/3 faster than the moment when one could summon anything merely by uttering its name. This served as a preliminary test of the ninjutsu release speed. In the mountainous realm, the scenery once again embarked on an endeavor, infusing the spiraling orb with the essence of water release. The faint cerulean sphere of chakra pulsated in his palm, gradually acquiring a deep azure hue. This transformation significantly enhanced his control over the chakra and exponentially increased his reaction speed. The scenery of the mountains continually fine-tunes the turbulent energy within the water-style, spiraling sphere. Originally set to detonate in 3 seconds, the duration began to extend, and the velocity increased exponentially. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 30 seconds. As the rotation speed of the water-style, spiraling sphere reached its zenith, the sharp water blades emitted a piercing hum in their rapid spin. I have succeeded. In the mountains, Q's expression brightened momentarily. Yet, in that fleeting instant of distraction, the violent energy surged uncontrollably. The water release, spiraling sphere in his hand began to manifest irregular protrusions. With a resounding boom, the uncontrollable water release, spiraling sphere detonated, its terrifying force instantly engulfing the rocks beneath him, reducing everything within a 10-meter radius to mere powder. Q. Minato Namikaze exclaimed in alarm as he witnessed Q being consumed by the jutsu. Just as he was about to brave the residual waves of the technique to check on him, he was firmly restrained by Uzumaki Anoka beside him. Fine. It seems he used a spatial ninjutsu similar to yours to retreat to the research facility. He. Minato, flustered with concern, momentarily halted his anxious thoughts. He recalled the faint spatial fluctuations he had sensed earlier while rescuing Anoka. After gauging the spatial disturbance left at the epicenter of the Jutsu's explosion and the location where he had previously marked with the Flying Thunder God technique within the research facility, his mind froze for several seconds, his handsome face contorted with frustration and disbelief. How infuriating. The Flying Thunder God technique, coupled with a transformed spiraling sphere. His dear friend had concealed such a powerful card. During their earlier spar on the ship, this fellow had indeed been toying with him. As the violent residual waves of the jutsu gradually dissipated, the spot where the boulder had once rested transformed into a deep circular crater. The steel door, hidden behind the boulder, had become riddled with holes due to the jutsu's impact. The razor-sharp water blades, as fine as hair, had completely penetrated the steel door, leaving behind numerous tiny gaps. All who beheld this scene were struck with dread. If the steel door, merely at the edge of the jutsu's coverage, suffered such devastation, what would happen if it struck a person? There would be nothing left of them. Creak. Boom. The steel door of the research facility emitted a mournful cry before crashing into the pit created by the water release, spiraling sphere. As Q reached to push the door open, he surveyed the scene before him, his eye twitching slightly. Previously, he had merely felt that the water transformation technique was somewhat precarious, which prompted him to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Little did he expect. The destructive power was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Could the nano-level water blades, akin to the wind release, spiraling shuriken, completely annihilate cells? In the mountains, Shanjunjing crouched down to trace the fine cuts on the steel door, examining the marks within the pit. He privately congratulated himself for not being overly audacious just moments prior. Had he not evaded in time, the water molecules would have been utterly obliterated. To his astonishment, it truly was possible. Wolfeng Shuimin approached Shanjunjing and knelt beside him, similarly caressing the pit's mirror-like smoothness. The Rasengan was an A-rank, formless ninjutsu that he and Shanjunjing had meticulously developed over the course of 4 months 3 years ago, epitomizing ultimate transformation. Upon its successful creation, they had speculated about incorporating nature transformation into this pinnacle of shape alteration. However, due to the formidable challenges it posed, they had regrettably abandoned the notion. Little did he know that his dear friend had now achieved it. If this concept could indeed be realized, then could the nature transformation of water release chakra be integrated into the Rasengan? What about wind release? Shuiman, am I not impressive? In the serene mountains, the corners of the mouth of the figure known as Mountain Scene curled into a smile as he heartily patted the shoulder of Namikaze Minato. Although the state of the water release, spiraling sphere was still somewhat unstable, ready to detonate with the slightest distraction, such occurrences were merely a stepping stone. Once accomplished, it could be replicated countless times with diligent practice. Mastery of this technique was simply a matter of time. Impressive, indeed, Minato replied with a resigned expression, offering his praise. After a brief pause, he continued, have you given this technique a name? If not, I have thought of several fitting titles. Water Release, Spiraling Super Annihilation 0. Water Release, Super Spiraling Blade Break. Stop. Upon hearing an array of names steeped in adolescent bravado, Yamashita's composure faltered. The very notion that such a name could be attached to the ninjutsu he devised filled him with dread. He could vividly envision the scene that would unfold after vanquishing an adversary, when his companions, curious about the technique's name, would provoke an awkward silence. On the shimmering surface of the sea, a 3-masted sailboat billowed its sails, charting a course toward the borders of the land of fire. Wolfeng Mizukage and Uzumaki Anoka stood hand in hand at the bow, exchanging laughter and recounting amusing tales from their childhoods, as well as their personal journeys of growth. Although this idyllic existence had persisted for 3 days, they still felt an inexhaustible wealth of conversation between them. On the aft deck of the vessel, 2 crows cawed raucously at a hawk tethered to the mast by iron chains. Occasionally, they would forage through various corners of the ship, retrieving tattered rags, splintered wood, and rusty nails, which they would unceremoniously drop upon the ensnared hawk from above. Their petty antics were a vivid illustration of what it meant to revel in the misfortune of others. Had it not been for Yamashita's explicit prohibition against such repugnant behavior, these 2 miscreants would have undoubtedly unleashed their wrath upon the hawk by now. Meanwhile, the hawk, shackled by its ankles, was rendered incapable of flight or escape. After 3 days of torment, it had succumbed to despair. Its struggles and indignation proved futile, only provoking the crows to mock it with even greater audacity. What alternative was there to surrender? Persisting in defiance would yield no benefit. Wouldn't it be more rewarding to join me and enjoy a life of abundance and delight? In the midst of the mountains, the scene unfolds with a figure adorned in oversized sunglasses, clad in a pair of beach shorts reminiscent of a bygone era. Languidly reclining on a sunbed, he cast a sidelong glance at the silent falcon, still sprawled on the ground. With gentle words, he endeavored to console this irritable and excessively proud little creature. Caw, came the feeble cry of the eagle. A surge of spirit coursed through the mountains. This was the first time in 3 days that the eagle had responded to his words. Leaping from the beach chair, he quickly formed a seal with one hand, invoking the heart and body technique of his mountain clan, forging an emotional connection between himself and the eagle. In the mountains, Jiang once again reiterated his previous words. The falcon, languidly sprawled on the deck, glanced at him briefly before tucking its head beneath its wing, exhibiting a demeanor of utter disinterest. Yet, its emotions were conveyed back through a mystical connection. Sadness? Despair? A longing for existence to cease? No, my friend, merely fulfilling the role of a spiritual beast. Occasionally serving as a flying steed, must it be taken so seriously? Is it better to die than to be unfree? As a spiritual beast, you enjoy provisions and accommodations. And for the most part, you can remain in the nurturing house, mingling with the lovely female falcons. Why must you be so stubborn? In the mountains, the figure crouched beside the falcon, irritably patting its wing. Caw! The falcon's head emerged from beneath its wing, emitting a fierce cry. This time, the emotion was far more intense and distinctly resonant, accompanying the falcon's call. Did I slay your wives? In the mountains, Jiang Jing was momentarily taken aback, and then he swiftly delivered a resounding slap to the head of the foolish bird before him. How dare it? As a distinguished time traveler, he would never audaciously proclaim the establishment of a harem, yet this hawk had the audacity to do so first? Is there no sense of law or order? Alas, in the realm of spirit beasts, such concepts seem to be non-existent. Moreover, are not hawks monogamous? And surely, falcons adhere to a similar principle. What on earth is going on here? While others abide by the principle of negative yielding positive, you seem to be yielding negative from positive. Wait a moment. Do hawks and falcons not experience reproductive isolation? What peculiar lineage is this? This world of Naruto truly is an exceedingly strange place. Within the mountainous landscape, myriad thoughts flashed through his mind. He gazed into the fierce eyes of a hawk, filled with fury, as if it were poised to snatch a piece of flesh from him. With a dismissive flick, he cast a magical spell of rejection. The formidable raptors of the island of spirits numbered merely 6. He was not foolish. How could he possibly resort to killing? Those majestic creatures were invaluable assets to the Hidden Leaf Village, coveted by many. Upon returning to the village, would the families who had purchased the female hawk refuse the prospect of acquiring additional fledglings? The majestic falcon selected amidst the mountains, albeit slightly lacking in size, reigns as the avian sovereign of the mystical Isle of Spirits. Its unparalleled speed and strength far exceed that of its counterparts, leaving any observing ninja utterly envious. The seasoned elders of the ninja clans, astute as they are, would consider it a testament to their integrity if they refrained from capturing it for their own purposes. How could one stand in the way of a couple's reunion? The sea-level illusionary technique, veil of deception, envelopes the objects of perception in a shroud of enchantment. Through the intricate mechanisms of this illusion, one can. In the mountainous scenery, a portion of the avian spiritual beast breeding house was vividly extracted from the memory palace, depicting the conditions under which the spiritual beasts lived after being contracted by humans. The 6 female eagles observed that day were intricately replicated within the breeding house in a one-to-one manner. The falcon tilted its head, gazing with a naive expression at the shifting scenes before it. After a span of more than 10 minutes, having experienced the story simulated by the mountain scenery through illusion, it finally comprehended that its mates were currently reveling in another place. By becoming the spiritual beast of the mountain scenery, it would soon find itself in that very location. The falcon's desperate demeanor dissipated, and its keen eyes swept over 2 crows, incessantly calling out to the mountain scenery. Creatures possessing formidable powers within the ninja realm typically exhibit a higher intelligence than ordinary animals. Although the falcon before me had not undergone specialized training as a spiritual beast, its intelligence was akin to that of a 10-year-old child. Having come to believe in the mountain scenery's words, It felt no aversion towards becoming a spiritual beast. Rather, it perceived it as a highly advantageous proposition. After all, sustaining 6 mates is no trivial task. With provisions and shelter provided, it need not worry about the sufficiency of food to support its companions and offspring. How could it possibly refuse such an offer? However, the emotional turmoil it had endured over the past 3 days would not be forgotten so easily. Meanwhile, the 2 crows, previously engrossed in their own entertainment while preening each other's feathers, felt an unsettling sensation as the falcon's gaze fell upon them. Trembling, they shielded one another with their wings, casting pitiful glances towards the mountain scenery. Ahem, they had been quite frightened earlier, and it was only natural for them to harbor some lingering emotions. As the saying goes, leave a line when dealing with eagles, for future encounters will be more favorable. In the mountains, the scene unfolded as the eagle's wings were gently patted, beginning to engage the intellect that was modest yet possessed a heart that was undeniably innocent. The few crows in the aviary had been under his care for many years, and he truly felt reluctant to let them come to harm. Caw, caw, they chirped, so small that they could scarcely fill the gaps between teeth. It would be far better to have them serve you tea in the future. Caw, caw, came the affirmation. No problem, no problem. They shall be your little subordinates, bound to listen to your every command. Caw, he continued, come, let us formalize this agreement. Mutual consent, a pact free from deceit. In the midst of the mountains, the scene unfolded with a flourish, and at last, the hawk, albeit reluctantly, nodded its head. With resolute determination, he retrieved a blank scroll from the side pocket of his upper ninja vest and, using his own blood, inscribed the summoning blood pact. After guiding the hawk to drop a single drop of blood and press its claw imprint upon the scroll, the summoning contract was duly concluded. Let us go. I shall take you to savor the finest delicacies. In the mountains, the scenery delightedly patted the great wings of the eagle, radiating joy. However, riding the flying spiritual beast, one exclaims with excitement, how exhilarating! Let the eagle perform an intricate 8-shaped maneuver, followed by a swift dive and ascent. In the mountainous landscape, one firmly affixed their feet to the back of a falcon using chakra, arms outstretched, embracing the rush of the wind against their face, as the world seemed to turn upside down. At that moment, an exquisite sense of freedom enveloped the self. The vast earth, the dense forests, the secluded villages, and the rivers weaving through the thickets presented a vivid and enchanting tableau. Casting aside the image of a green-skinned toad, whose hind legs thrashed with the swiftness of a galloping steed, stirring up a cloud of dust along the official road, everything within sight was resplendently beautiful. After indulging in this aerial escapade for over an hour, the exhilaration of flight was thoroughly savored. Having just returned to the back of the great toad through the flying thunder god technique, which was inscribed on his kunai, Minato Namikaze glanced at the kunai at his waist and helplessly rubbed his brow. While he felt a sense of joy that his close friend had mastered the flying thunder god technique, he could not shake the discomfort of relying on his mark. It felt akin to stepping out in trousers only to be caught with one's backside exposed. It was an unsettling sensation. No, the flying thunder god technique is a lethal move I had no intention of revealing to others. In the mountains, Shanjojin grasped the neck of both Feng Shuimen, revealing no pretense in his distrust towards the village's higher-ups. You. How do you plan to fabricate this mission report this time? Well, what if we claim that we completed the intelligence gathering in the land of Tea and then departed without any knowledge of subsequent events? As for the Isle of Spirit communication, let us report honestly. A suicide by a high-ranking ninja? The mission report would undoubtedly state suicide. Privately, however, perhaps he could confer with the third Hokage and subsequently submit the secret techniques of the Kirigakure's H-Zuki clan along with the legacy of H-Zuki Mangetsu. After all, he was a steadfast inheritor of the will of fire dedicated to Konoha. I truly appreciate your efforts, Lord Hokage. Feng Shuimen rarely rolled his eyes in exasperation. He was no fool. He could clearly see that Shanjojin was attempting to shift the blame onto the third Hokage. The techniques of the H-Zuki clan were not something an ordinary person could master. Whether it was the art of water transformation, the water iron cannon technique, or the grand water arm technique, even the healing technique of water transformation. Without the bloodline of the H-Zuki clan, the difficulty of learning them was utterly daunting. The secret techniques of H-Zuki Mangetsu's legacy were similarly demanding. They required not only exceptional water release talent, but also high-level genjutsu ability, and even the capability to transform water transformation into oil transformation. How many years had the H-Zuki clan struggled after the passing of H-Zuki Mangitsu? Had a second H-Zuki Mangitsu ever emerged? For Konoha, this legacy was akin to the wood-release scrolls of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, something to be discarded. What if a genius capable of learning it were to appear? Apologies, I am a fool. Submitting such a scroll, given the Hokage's temperament, would likely cause him considerable distress. Yet he would probably accept it. After all, it is the legacy of the second Mizukage, H-Zuki Mangitsu. Enhancing Konoha's foundation can only be a boon. However, once this scroll is accepted, should the H-Zuki clan discover Shanjanjing's knowledge of their secret techniques, even if the Hokage feels burdened, he must step forward to confront the issue. And once this scroll is passed through the proper channels, even those two blame-shifting elders in the council would find it challenging to use this against Shanjanjing. No thanks necessary. It is our duty. In the mountains, Jiang exhibited indifference to the mockery of both Feng Shui men. Jiang, when will your actions align with your words? Little son, where did you learn such a sarcastic tone? Isn't it from you? Come, Suenai, give your verdict. Beside them, Suenai covered her mouth, watching the two in their playful banter, unable to contain her laughter. The worries and unease about settling in Konoha gradually dissipated in the wake of their merriment. 2 days later, within the office of the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen reviewed the mission report submitted by Jiang and both Feng Shui men. He cast a glance at the anxious Uzumaki Sunai standing beside Shui men, as well as the 2 secret technique scrolls and 1 sealing scroll on the desk. A throbbing sensation pulsed at his temples, leaving him breathless. It was one thing to bring the Uzumaki clan members to the village. After all, the previous high-level meeting had already approved the decision to gather the Uzumaki clan. Even though the girl named Uzumaki Sunai had previously worked in a research facility in Kirigakure. As long as she bore the Uzumaki bloodline and harbored no ill will towards Konoha, the villagers would undoubtedly welcome her with open arms. However, what were all these other things? The Great Blade of Samahata? The secret techniques of the H-Zuki clan? The inherited techniques of the second Mizukage, H-Zuki Mangitsu? Were they truly unafraid that the crazed individuals from Kirigakure might come charging in tomorrow? This mission was classified as top secret. The techniques of the H-Zuki clan were to be stored in the archives, categorized as highly dangerous for training. The second Mizukage's techniques would be added to the Book of Sealing, and they could select 2 techniques as rewards from either the archives or the Book of Sealing. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, rubbed his temples. During this critical juncture, on the brink of war, he genuinely wished to avoid such complications. However, the accumulation of ninjutsu was a vital foundation for a shinobi village. Could he blame his subordinates for bringing back a weighty inheritance of techniques? If word got out, who would dare to do so in the future? Sighing deeply, he felt utterly exasperated. It was merely a somewhat perilous reconnaissance mission. How could it have spiraled into such a series of events? Hokage-sama, I will take this blade with me. I promised Kushina that I would bring her local specialties upon my return. With a forced smile, the figure approached the desk. Seizing the opportunity presented by Kushina, he directly retrieved the scroll containing the legendary sword, Samahata. Beside him, Minato's cheek twitched ever so slightly. Was Samahata a local specialty? Well, whether it truly was or not remained uncertain, yet it seemed to hold a certain distinction. Kirigakure indeed placed great value on the 7 swords of the ninja. Until the situation between Kirigakure and Sunagakure reached a resolution, it would be prudent not to flaunt such treasures. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, but ultimately chose not to confiscate Samahata. The spoils obtained by a ninja during missions inherently belonged to the individual. Retaining the spoils of subordinates was a delicate matter, fraught with implications. Furthermore, tensions between Kirigakure and Sunagakure had already escalated. If it were merely a single sword, regardless of the broader implications or personal grudges against Sunagakure, it would be ill-advised to provoke Konoha at this juncture. Nevertheless, it would be wiser to wait until an actual conflict ensued before revealing such an item. Very well then. The sincerity in Yamashita's smile deepened considerably. Indeed, Sandai is truly a good person. Before returning to the village, he contemplated that the matter concerning the great sword shark would likely require some effort. Little did he anticipate that Sandai, still in his prime, would exhibit far more resolve than he had imagined. Quite impressive. This old fellow is so genuine. He will certainly be less of a burden to his counterpart in the future. Upon departing from the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze and Hinata Uzumaki engaged in a protracted discussion regarding their living arrangements. Minato wished for Hinata to move directly into his home. However, As she suddenly found herself in an unfamiliar environment, her sense of security was severely compromised, and naturally, she was reluctant to separate from her beloved. Yet, this was Konoha, the very place where Minato had spent his life. She couldn't help but worry that moving in with him right away might cast a negative light on him. Would others perceive her as a frivolous girl? Yamashita, ever perceptive, would certainly refrain from suggesting that Hinata stay with Kushina at such a moment. Firstly, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not mentioned Kushina, clearly indicating his lingering distrust of Hinata, not wanting the newly arrived member of the Uzumaki clan to recklessly engage with the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Secondly, his good friend had finally found love and was eager to gallop toward a blissful future. As the matchmaker, it would be rather detrimental for him to inadvertently create complications now. Minato, Hinata, the flowers at home have been neglected for quite some time. I shall take my leave now. In the mountains, Jiang casually concocted a reason and bid farewell to the two before turning towards the ancestral lands of his clan. The streets of Konoha remained vibrant and bustling, with a throng of pedestrians creating a lively atmosphere. The aroma of street food permeated the alleys, unchanged in the 10 days since his departure. In stark contrast to the chaotic turmoil and sporadic conflicts of the small towns and villages in the outside world, Konoha now resembled a sanctuary amidst the chaos. At least the majority of the individuals on the streets wore expressions not of numbness or suffering, but rather genuine smiles emanating from their hearts. Konoha is truly wonderful. A gentle female voice floated from a short distance away. Her tone was soft, yet the simplicity of her words seemed to carry a multitude of emotions: longing, reluctance, yearning, resolve, and determination. The tone of this old fan-shaped figure prompted Jiang to turn and observe the girl who shared his gaze upon the same street scene. She appeared to be 2 or 3 years younger than him, clad in a black robe, her face adorned with round black-framed glasses, while a cascade of light golden hair was mostly concealed beneath a white hood. A nun? Name: Yakushi Nanoyu. Occupation: Konoha spy. Attributes: Wandering Miko, blue. Proficient in medical ninjutsu, green. Affinity, green. Eye ailment, gray. Yakushi Nanoyu? In the mountains, the scenery momentarily stunned him, as he began to fathom the complexity of the emotions that had just unfolded. As a professional spy meticulously trained by Konoha, enduring the psychological strain of prolonged infiltration within enemy territories is a burden unimaginable to the average person. After merely 10 days away, accompanied by friends, he returned to Konoha with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Moreover, consider the countless times a spy must infiltrate hostile forces, never knowing how long they must remain concealed or when they might return. However, this particular title piqued his interest. The moniker Wandering Priestess was originally coined by the renowned pharmacist Nanoyu during her ventures. Many factions were aware of this formidable spy, but were consistently unable to capture her, resulting in her reputation growing ever louder. Little did they know, this title had directly become her identity. Furthermore, her extensive repertoire of espionage skills, ranging from infiltration, disguise, intelligence gathering, surveillance, to counter-surveillance, was significantly enhanced by a more approachable title that fostered trust in others. This woman is indeed a natural-born spy. How astute. The figure in the mountains cast a final glance at the last gray entry before turning to continue towards the direction of the mountain tribe. Poor eyesight. A negative effect, characterized by severe myopia, coupled with mild face blindness. It is fortunate that the blue entry, the capable sorceress, provided ample support. Otherwise, possessing such glaring weaknesses as a spy might prove fatal in an instant. It seems she ultimately met her demise due to that very entry, did she not? In the secluded mountains, I revisited the original narrative within the palace of my memories, my expression reflecting a profound frustration as I silently cursed Danzo once more. This wretched old man truly disregards humanity. The accomplished healer, Non-Yamanaka, has retired, yet he shamelessly employed a group of children as leverage to coerce her back into service. To add insult to injury, he utilized Non-Yamanaka to intimidate the orphaned healer, Kabuto Yakushi, into becoming a spy. But this is merely the beginning. In a bid to exert control over Non-Yamanaka, he manipulated photographs to deceive her into mistaking others for Kabuto. As Kabuto matured, Danzo grew wary of Non-Yamanaka's extensive knowledge, leading him to disseminate false intelligence, ultimately compelling Kabuto to take her life with his own hands. The scenery of the mountains evokes a first impression, revealing that the term newborn lacks sufficient potency. Reflect upon the gouged eyes of Jishui, Consider the formidable pain who bore the burden of Konoha, and then contemplate the later emergence of Orochimaru. Perhaps it would be wise to seize an opportunity to eliminate Shimura Danzo once and for all. In the serene mountains, the landscape caressed by thoughts, the more one contemplated, the more feasible the matter seemed. Although the enigmatic black entries suggested a boundless imagination, it was implausible for Danzo to possess the energy to orchestrate chaos as he did in the original narrative. Nonetheless, such a menace could, at any moment, dig a profound pitfall for his comrades. The sooner one acted, the lighter the burden would be. Moreover, as the most formidable shadow, the fifth Hokage, one of the pivotal figures influencing the original storyline behind the scenes, eliminating the adversary should undoubtedly lead to a substantial upheaval within the system. The silhouette of Yamashita gradually receded into the distance. Yakuya Nanoyu, who had been absorbed in the street view, let out a slight sigh of relief and turned to observe the tall figure clad in the Jounin vest. As a seasoned spy, she was acutely aware of the gazes surrounding her. The moment she felt Yamashita's scrutiny, a sense of alertness washed over her, while feigning continued fascination with the streets. She cautiously stole glances at him from the corner of her eye. The unmasked sympathy and pity emanating from him, why? Could it be that her momentary expression of sentiment had led him to surmise her true profession? Surely not. It was merely a fleeting reflection. Yakuya Nanoyu meticulously recalled the visage of the young ninja she had just encountered, firmly convinced that she had never laid eyes on him before. After all, such a clean and handsome face, once seen, would be impossible to forget. After pondering for some time, only two hypotheses lingered in her mind. Either he had somehow discerned her identity, or he was exceptionally astute and perceptive. Otherwise, a typical ninja would not exhibit such a reaction. I do not require sympathy or pity. Everything is for the sake of Konoha. Inwardly, Yakuya Nanoyu steeled herself with determination. She cast a final lingering glance at the bustling and vibrant streets of Konoha, taking a deep breath to steady herself. She prepared to embark on her next mission of covertly gathering intelligence on another faction. At this moment, Shanjiang cast a glance back at the direction in which the apothecary, Nanoyu, had departed. Possessing one of the most exceptional senses in Konoha, how could he possibly remain oblivious to the fleeting tension that enveloped Nanoyu? In the parsing class, he had encountered numerous spies from other ninja villages who had been apprehended. Such individuals are most fearful of having their true identities exposed. Even an unwarranted approach by a fellow villager could instill profound unease within them. Observing Nanoyu's demeanor, it was evident that she was once again preparing for a mission. In such moments, he would naturally refrain from disturbing her composure. Wishing her a safe return, the wandering priestess, he strolled back leisurely to the entrance of his clan's territory. As Shanjiang gazed towards the direction of his residence, he noticed the curling smoke rising from the kitchen, accompanied by the mischievous expressions of several elders from his clan who were observing him. It was evident, even without a hint of doubt, that Kushina was undoubtedly at his home. This memory stirred thoughts of the words spoken by Minato Namikaze when he recounted his experiences at the temporary Jonin station just before their departure from Konoha. The scenery in the mountains evokes a certain tingling sensation. Given Kushina's tendency to remain on standby for matters both trivial and significant, it is improbable that the rumors have eluded her attention. Loans have transformed into wedding gifts. Bank statements have become irrefutable evidence of their bond. And a single night spent together has solidified the notion of cohabitation. In 3 days, she shall arrive. In the mountains, Yamashita Mitsuya, who had just returned from outside with a basket of vegetables, waved at Yamashita Mitsuya, a 6th-year student at the Ninja Academy, still exhibiting the naive clarity of youth in his eyes. Upon seeing his relative beckoning to him, he hurriedly ran over. During my absence, has our clan leader from the 3 clans of Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi encountered any trouble? What? Who would dare to strike our clan leader? Do you know where the temporary location of the elite ninja command post is after the previous one was destroyed? Yes, I know. Was it dismantled? No, it hasn't been. Please continue to maintain that innocent gaze of yours and hurry home for dinner. The scenery of the mountains generously produced several 200-tael banknotes from his pocket, which he placed into the hands of Shan Zhong Santian. Thank you, Uncle Zhu. After 3 days in the mountains, he grinned broadly as he tucked away the banknotes, bouncing joyfully on his way home. It was remarkable how such trivial matters could yield such a substantial amount of pocket money. Indeed, his uncle was truly the most generous man in the clan. In the midst of the mountain scenery, a subtle inquiry led to the desired revelation. Instantly, The heart was untroubled, the face unflushed, and the breath steady, with each step taken with newfound vigor. If it is true that Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza, the initiators of the gossip, were not confronted, it merely suggests that Kushina refrained from directing her ire towards them. The fact that the temporary Jonin command post remained intact indicates that Kushina was already aware of the circulating rumors. Alternatively, it might imply that these rumors were disseminated with her prior consent, although the specifics of how Nara Shikaku and the others communicated with Kushina remain unclear. Her willingness to entertain such matters signifies her candidness. She is unreservedly yearning to be with him. After all, which young woman could tolerate such slander? Should he take a more proactive approach from now on? If the girl has gone to such lengths, he, as the male counterpart, must reciprocate with sufficient sincerity and intent. After all, love is a mutual endeavor. Surely, he cannot allow the act of confession to be claimed by her first. In the mountains, Shanjun Jing strolled home with his hands nestled in his pockets, humming a cheerful melody from a past life, his steps indifferent to those around him. A few elders seated at the entrance of the clan land exchanged puzzled glances. What was wrong with him? I do not know, but I saw him give that child from 3 days ago some money. He must have clarified something. Has Lady Tsunade lost her intimidating presence? I once thought he would flee upon hearing her name. The last time Lord Jiraiya offended her, that punch my mother coughed. My wife just called me for dinner, so I must take my leave. It is indeed noon, time for lunch. Yes. The clan's people, who had gathered at the entrance, scattered like birds and beasts. Before Shanjun Jing could reach his doorstep, an array of chakra signatures, each distinct, firmly established their sensing range at his home's entrance. Shanjun Jing furrowed his brow. What is wrong with you old folks, who are either missing limbs or have broken bones, so utterly idle? Someone is merely experiencing romance, and you all feel the need to gossip. Do you truly intend to invade the privacy of my home if our sensing barrier is down? And what of this self-declared concealed sensing technique? A few signatures are manageable, but in Konoha, few can truly discern them. Yet, with 8 of them amalgamated, anyone would sense the prying gaze. He raised a middle finger high towards the sky. In the heart of the mountains, a resolute determination took shape. The long-planned breakfast establishment must commence operations at the earliest opportunity. Surely, these elderly gentlemen are not simply idling away their time, grinding tofu, milling soy milk, steaming buns, crafting wontons, frying dough sticks, preparing pancakes, and pan-frying shrimp dumplings. Fear not, there is no shortage of tasks at hand. However, for now, it is imperative to allow them a moment of respite. Here comes the enchanting little flying stick. The scenery within the mountains maintained a posture resembling a middle finger pointed skyward, forcefully injecting the mental energy generated by the illusion into over a dozen sensory ninjutsu techniques. Oh, you little rascal. Resorting to underhanded tactics. Ouch. My hemorrhoids. Spit. You little scoundrel. You have the audacity to employ such a vile technique. Dear partner, come quickly and take a look. You aren't even 50 yet. Is this how you behave? You. My dear partner, allow me to explain. The once tranquil mountain clan erupted into a cacophony of noise, particularly from the home of the clan uncle, who was rendered helpless by a spell known as magical flying stick. A delightful chaos ensued. Upon perceiving that all sensory ninjutsu had vanished, Yama gazed with satisfaction and nodded. Standing before his own front gate, he took several deep breaths. After composing his emotions, he finally turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. I have returned. The ambience of the mountains was imbued with a gentleness rarely encountered. However, upon catching sight of the golden-haired woman, intoxicated and seated in the living room behind the entrance, holding a bottle of sake, his smile froze upon his face. Damn, his instincts had led him astray. Huh, you little rascal. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Tsunade's grip on the sake bottle momentarily faltered. Her ruby lips parted, revealing a blend of excitement and a cruel smile. With a swift motion, she leaped from behind the coffee table like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. Chakra gathered around her right fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, aimed directly at the face of Yamashita Kage. Good grief. She even employing the strength of 100. In the midst of the mountain, with the remarkable reflexes bestowed by the crimson words zero frame initiation, Shan Zhongjing clearly perceived the dense chakra concentrated at Tsunade's fist. To say that this punch would merely graze would be an understatement. Even the most seasoned Nin would surely crumple at the impact. He obstructed the angle leading into the house, channeling potent energy into his fist as it surged towards the entrance. Was he intent on expelling her from the premises to avoid damaging the structure? He maintained a reserve of strength in his legs, poised to evade at any moment, evidently wary of her clan's secret techniques. Moreover, the sheen on his forehead shifted from a pale blue to an inky black, rhythmically releasing minute amounts of chakra through a shadowy seal. Was he preparing against her genjutsu? Ah, dear sister, are you aware of the saying that one must view a soldier differently after 3 days apart? Water release, great water arm technique. With a resounding crack, Shan Zhongjing's arms bulged with muscle, his strength surging as he advanced rather than retreated. He crouched in a stance, forcefully seizing Tsunade's wrist with his right hand. Feeling the overwhelming force emanating from what appeared to be a frail arm, he pivoted sharply, using her momentum to execute a throw, propelling Tsunade out of his family's doorway. In the mountainous scenery, a sudden throw sent a jolt through my back, where I felt a fleeting softness. My body stiffened for a moment. Tsunade, truly deserving of her reputation. It was merely a throw, yet it was utterly exaggerated. I stepped out from the entrance. Shan Zhongjing involuntarily shook his shoulders, dispelling the slight itch on his back. He sighed, reflecting on how vigorous youth could be. Such a minor stimulus was enough to set his heart racing. The secret technique of the Akatsuki clan? Tsunade executed a graceful flip, sliding her legs backward and supporting herself with her left hand on the ground. Her chest trembled thrice before she swiftly stabilized her posture with a perfect technique to absorb the impact. Observing the pronounced muscles and the faint shimmer of moisture on Shan Zhongjing's body, she instantly discerned that this was indeed the secret technique of the Akatsuki clan. Having ventured out and gained some insights, should she give it a try? In the mountains, the scenery raised an eyebrow, exuding a hint of provocation as it beckoned Tsunade with a flick of its finger. Heh, I shall ensure you lose a few bones. Tsunade scoffed, a rare seriousness gracing her otherwise icy demeanor. With chakra surging beneath her feet, she shot upwards like an arrow released from its bow. Just don't weep when you lose, my dear senior. In the mountains, the pace of Shan Zhongjing was equally swift. As he sidestepped a punch aimed at him, he thrust his knee towards Tsunade's abdomen. Tsunade's punch missed its target, and she forcefully pressed her left hand down to counter the knee strike. Utilizing the momentum, she spun around and delivered a kick aimed at Shan Zhongjing's head. With the enhancement of the red entry 0 frame activation, Shan Zhongjing accurately anticipated Tsunade's actions. While crouching to evade, he formed a single-handed seal, rapidly gathering chakra energy of the Yin release. Magical heaven and earth. At the moment of their clash, Tsunade's gaze remained fixed on Shan Zhongjing, and she swiftly fell into the illusion. Her previously serious demeanor transformed from surprise to exhilaration almost instantaneously. The chakra released from her forehead seal, which interfered with the flow of chakra within her to dispel the illusion, was deliberately halted by her. Name, Tsunade. Occupation, Konoha ninja. Entries, medical sage, purple. One of the legendary 3 ninjas, purple, overflowing power, blue, seal mastery, blue, exquisite detail, blue, colossal war chariot, blue, timeless elegance, blue, noble heritage, green, hemophobia, gray. Reverse gambling saint, black. 2 purple, 5 blue, 1 green, 1 gray, 1 black. Sister, that's impressive. Little son only has 8 entries, and you have 10. Although the additional 2 are negative entries, who dares to argue that it's not remarkable? In the midst of the mountains, Yamashita gazed in awe at the dense entries compiled by Tsunade. One cannot deny that this sister possesses remarkable prowess in both yang release and medical ninjutsu. Moreover, there is the concept of eternal youth. As long as chakra is abundant, one's appearance remains untouched by the ravages of time, enhancing charm, elegance, and allure. At 80, she is as breathtaking as at 18, with an even more distinguished demeanor. If Kushina were to discover the existence of such a phenomenon, she would surely be beside herself with excitement. Ha ha ha, you have lost. Pay up, pay up. Ha ha. Tsunade, entranced by the illusion, stood barefoot in the courtyard, hands on her hips, laughing heartily towards the heavens. Oh, how impressive. Even Tsunade, while employing the Yin seal, has fallen victim. Kushina peeked her head out from the entrance, her face a canvas of astonishment and admiration as she gave Yamashita a thumbs up. Previously, in preparation for her encounter with Yamashita, Tsunade had sought the guidance of 2 esteemed jonin from the Yamashita clan to practice and familiarize herself with their secret techniques. She even devised a small seal to assist the Yin seal in breaking the illusion. This had caused her great anxiety for several days, tossing and turning at night. fearful that Yamashita would be harmed. And yet, is this the outcome? That is, in the mountain, the scenery turned as Kushina, adorned with an apron and wielding a spatula, caught sight of the returning figure. After clearing her throat softly, a gentle smile graced her face as she spoke once more. Kushina, I'm home. Welcome back. I have prepared dinner. Kushina gazed into the sparkling eyes of the man before her, her delicate features flushing a deep crimson, wisps of steam seemingly rising from her head. How scandalous. Why did he suddenly look at her like that? Furthermore, such dialogue is typically reserved for couples, right? A devoted wife welcoming her weary husband home after a long day, overwhelmed by her wild imagination. Kushina transformed into a flustered maiden, unable to bear the intensity of his gaze. She swiftly retrieved his slippers from a nearby shoe cabinet and placed them at the entrance before dashing back into the kitchen. She patted her warm cheeks, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Hey, today, Kushina, am also starting a sweet romance. Do you need help serving the dishes? The sounds of Shan's hongjing wafted from the kitchen doorway. No, not yet. It will be ready shortly. Kushina splashed cold water on her face, forcing the heat from her flushed cheeks. After taking several deep breaths and rallying herself with clenched fists, she emerged from the kitchen, carrying a spread of dishes: shredded pork with green peppers, twice-cooked pork, sautéed broccoli, crispy fried potato shreds, and Westlake beef soup. With each dish placed upon the table, Shan's hongjing's expression softened further. In the world of Naruto, there were, of course, no Chinese delicacies. Kushina had mastered these recipes solely because, upon graduation, she had gifted him a cookbook of her own creation. Who would have thought that merely through a single cookbook, she could cultivate such a remarkable culinary skill? One that dazzled with color, aroma, and flavor? The Kushina who once confused salt with sugar had transformed into such an accomplished chef. In the serene embrace of the mountains, Yamaguchi presents an abundance of emotional value with a cheerful demeanor. Of course, she exclaims, so many people yearn for the opportunity to savor my culinary creations. With a proud lift of her delicate chin, Kushina is utterly defenseless against such flattering praise. During her earlier days at the Ninja Academy, she was completely captivated by Yamaguchi's bento, shamelessly indulging for several years. Who would have imagined that upon graduation, Yamaguchi's tasks would be relentless? Unable to endure the meals at home, she resorted to the vexing pursuit of culinary recipes, suffering greatly from the ambiguous terms, a pinch, to taste, and some. For a novice in the kitchen, who could decipher the true measure of a pinch or the essence of the taste? Fortunately, diligence bore fruit. Under the watchful guidance of her dear sister Tsunade, she experienced an epiphany, mastering the art of cooking. Now, even Mikoto cannot help but sing her praises for the dishes she prepares. Might I inquire as to who these many people are? In the mountains, Jiang Zhongjing raised an eyebrow, feigning a look of utter despair. Is Jingjun feeling jealous? Oh my, I can't continue with this act. Your expression was far too insincere. There's no way around it. With a reputation like Blood Red Chili, I hardly have the opportunity to feel jealousy. That nickname is so unflattering. You mustn't call me that. But I find Little Chili quite endearing. How can Blood Red Chili and Little Chili be compared? Moreover, I am already 19. Is it truly appropriate to be called cute? Who would dare to say you are not adorable? Go give them a couple of punches. Shouldn't it be you who does that? I refuse to do anything without a reward. What reward do you desire? Guess? In a cheerful atmosphere, they finished their lunch. Jiyoshinai washed the dishes while Jiang Zhongjing sat at the dining table, resting his chin on one hand, gazing at her busy silhouette. This scene was not particularly romantic. Yet for the first time in over a decade, he felt a sense of home in this unfamiliar yet familiar world. Jiyoshinai? It's nothing. I just wanted to call your name. Then Jing? Jiyoshinai. Jing. Jiyoshinai. Jiang ha. During that midday hour, Jiyoshinai laughed heartily, not knowing how many times she had chuckled like a goose. She couldn't fathom why such childish antics brought her so much joy. But hearing Jiang Zhongjing call her name filled her with happiness. After placing the clean dishes into the cupboard, Jiyoshinai dried her hands and hung her apron on a hook in the kitchen. When she turned around, Jiang Zhongjing was no longer at the dining table. Hearing the sounds of rummaging from the study, Jiyoshinai curiously approached the door. Observing the open drawers, the scattered bankbook, the casually tossed scrolls of secret techniques, and Jiang Zhongjing still searching for something, she inquired, "Is there something you can't find?" "Perhaps it is my heart." Oh, what cheesy lines. But you're right, I do enjoy hearing them. Ha. In the mountains, Jiang Zhongjing set aside the disordered collection of items he had amassed over the years and couldn't help but chuckle. After his laughter subsided, he turned to gaze at the girl leaning gracefully against the study door, dressed in casual attire that could not conceal her inherent beauty, and softly spoke. Originally, I intended to find something worthy of you, to confess my feelings and ask you to be my girlfriend. But then, Kaisina paused, momentarily stunned. As she comprehended the imminent moment, a mixture of anxiety and anticipation enveloped her. Although she had always felt a profound happiness simply being with Jiangkuan, like all girls, she yearned for a formal declaration to solidify their relationship. Ultimately, I discovered that nothing could compare to you, so I entrust my happiness to you, Kaisina. Will you be my girlfriend? Kaisina nodded vigorously, her joy palpable, yet tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Earlier, Nara Shikaku had informed her that Jiangkuan cherished every relationship with great care and gravity. This reverence and caution rendered him somewhat distant when faced with familial, platonic, or romantic bonds. Perhaps it was a fear of deception, a dread of loss, or the apprehension of being let down. Thus, when confronting someone like Jiang Zhongjing, should you take the first step, he may retreat. With the second step, he might feel bewildered. However, as you take the third and fourth steps, he would cast aside all concerns and rush towards you. Brother Shikaku, I did it. Jiangkuan is rushing towards me. In the midst of the mountains, Shan Zhongjing tenderly pulled Kushina into his embrace, encircling her slender waist as they twirled together. Woohoo, Kushina, congratulations on your newfound freedom and love. With a chuckle, he added, your laughter is truly enchanting. Giggling, I extend my congratulations to you as well on your romantic liberation. Their shared joy resonated. Ha ha ha. We celebrate together. Goose goose. Goose goose. If you continue to laugh like that, our home might just turn into a zoo. How rude. I am certainly not a great goose. Kushina playfully swatted Shan Zhongjing's chest, her eyes sparkling with unprecedented contentment and joy. Rising onto her toes, she wrapped her arms around his neck. The scenery in the mountains is well known. What could such a posture possibly signify? Without hesitation, she took a decisive bite. In the past, Kushina had always been perplexed by the couples in cinemas, who seemed perpetually enamored, unable to get enough of each other. Now, it seems she has begun to grasp the essence of it. This is the most straightforward expression of fervent love. A silent declaration of countless, I wish to be with you forever. 21. Jackpot. Jackpot. Ha ha ha, let's get the money. Those who win against me, cough it up. Ha ha. The exuberant voice of Tsunade echoed from outside the room. Awakening from her daze, Kushina belatedly noticed that 2 buttons at her collar had come undone, and even her belt had been loosened considerably. Tsunade is still outside the door. Should we wait until she leaves to continue? In the serene mountains, Shan Zhongjing embraced the flustered Kushina, who was hurriedly tidying her disheveled attire. After she playfully delivered a couple of light punches to him, he toyed with her silky hair, imbued with a subtle fragrance, and inquired about a question he had long forgotten to ask. Kushina, how did Elder Riku and Elder Hai manage to persuade you not to lose your temper upon hearing those rumors? Do I really have such a terrible temper? Humph. Why don't you ask Elder Hai yourself? I won't tell you, Kushina pouted, recalling the past events as she buried her face into Shan Zhongjing's chest. As for those earlier rumors, there was no need for Elder Riku to convince her of anything. It was her awareness of Shan Zhongjing's transformation that stirred her emotions, compelling her to seek assistance from Elder Hai, the leader of the Shan Zhong clan, out of concern for the various obstacles she might encounter. Elder Hai subsequently took her to meet Elder Riku, which led to the subsequent barrage of rumors and a series of confirmations thereof. All right, you have the best temper. Ha ha ha. In the mountainous landscape, Kushina refrained from becoming entangled in this matter. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she decided to inquire about Yamashiro Haichi instead. That insufferable fellow. She muttered, tightening her embrace around her hard-won lover. By the way, how did Tsunade end up at our place? Just a few days ago, she returned to the village and asked to borrow some money from me. I recounted the words you taught me, and she insisted on waiting for you. So here we are. Should I thank her for bringing you here? Kushina continued. By the way, have you gathered your clothes and personal items? No, not yet. Shall we go back together now and sort them out? All right, he replied. Kushina's cheeks flushed once more. Although she had always been quite brave, she was still a girl, and reaching this stage made her feel shy. Both of them had a spontaneous nature. After putting on their shoes, they stepped out of the room. Kushina observed Tsunade, who oscillated between a fierce demeanor and an ecstatic blush, excitement barely contained. With a hint of concern, she asked, "Tsunade, is everything all right?" "Of course," Tsunade replied. "Though this illusion is of air rank, I quickly recognized it as an illusion due to the chakra interference from the yin seal." How did that happen?" "It began with the realization that forcibly dispelling the illusion would impact her psyche. Eventually, she simply chose not to wake up in a gambling den for a compulsive gambler. That's a guaranteed win." "A gambling den? Is it the short book street?" "Similar in nature. It's a scene I constructed using illusion. The landscape of the mountains vaguely depicts the appearance of a congested city. Although in his previous life, he had never set foot in the worlds for renowned gambling cities. He had watched films and indulged in games on various platforms. Within the Palace of Memories, chaotic cinematic scenes mingled with the plethora of games he had encountered: blackjack, baccarat, Russian roulette, horse racing, do-diju, mahjong, and various arcade games that dazzled the senses. It would indeed be a wonder if Tsunade could resist such temptations. Moreover, within the realm of illusion, Tsunade was immune to the adverse effects of the gambling spirit. She would not face a situation of perpetual loss, nor would a sudden windfall lead to calamity. For someone like her, whose luck was notoriously abysmal, even a slight edge in winnings would feel like a taste of paradise. Illusion? Even if death were imminent, she would prefer to revel in her pleasures first. Kushina, however, remained uneasy about leaving the enchanted Tsunade unattended in the courtyard. With good intentions, she relocated her to the guest room and established a simple protective barrier before the two set off for the Senju ancestral home. As for dispelling the illusion, no way. If that were to happen, how could they enjoy their little world together? In the heart of the mountains, Kushina and Yamashita strolled hand in hand towards the Senju ancestral home. Despite the lingering gazes of the villagers around them, steeped in estrangement, disdain, and fear, Kushina paid them no mind. Granny Mito had once told her that when one's heart is filled with love, the burdens of being a Jinchuriki would no longer evoke feelings of loneliness or dread. "Granny Mito, look, I am neither lonely nor afraid anymore," Kushina whispered softly before the Senju residence. In an instant, a radiant smile graced her face as she eagerly pulled Yamashita into the old house. "By the way, Kushina, during this mission with Minato, we brought back a relative of yours, a girl roughly your age." As the scenery unfolded in the mountains, Jingshan assisted Kushina in organizing her belongings while discussing the current mission. "Oh, really, is that true? What is her name?" "Having just arrived in Konoha, she must be quite disoriented. Should I go and keep her company? Does she have a place to stay? She must have endured much hardship out there." Jingshan nodded. Calm down. There's no need to rush. I will explain everything to you slowly. Her name is Uzumaki Onoka, and she was previously in the serene mountains." Yamanaka Keiki gently patted Kushina's head. Under the gaze of her sparkling eyes, he spoke of Uzumaki Onoka. In truth, when compared to the childhood tribulations of Uzumaki Kushina, Onoka's early life could be deemed fortunate. When the land of waves fell, she managed to escape safely under the protection of her parents. Although they faced numerous hardships along the way, it wasn't long before they settled in the land of water. With both parents being ninjas, even in their humble occupation as hunters, life was relatively bearable. Later, through a twist of fate, Onoka's parents became involved with an underground exchange and inadvertently found themselves on the island of summoning, aiding researchers in subduing unruly summoned beasts. After her parents, succumbing to injuries sustained during their ninja careers, passed away 3 years ago, Onoka took up their mantle, continuing to assist in the research on the island. It was only after Yamanaka Keiki and Namikaze Minato's arrival that she discovered the island was supported from behind by the hidden mist. Having been rescued by Minato, the surviving researchers were subsequently brought to Konoha. With nowhere else to go, she naturally followed them here. That little boy is certainly not a good person. Using the classic hero trope to deceive an innocent girl, he even took her home. Kushina expressed her disdain, though much of her worry dissipated. Due to the close relationship between Yamanaka Keiki and Namikaze Minato, she was quite familiar with Minato. Despite her persistent impression of him being somewhat effeminate, she recognized that Minato was indeed a reliable ally for his comrades. With him looking after Onoka, she was assured that Onoka would not feel as lost and anxious as she had upon her arrival in Konoha. Indeed. That little boy is not a good person. In the serene mountains, Shan Zhongjing effortlessly supported Kushina, devoid of any psychological burden. On the journey back, he had not hesitated to voice his grievances about Minato, urging that fellow to temper his exuberance and refrain from incessantly flaunting his affection. Yet, it seemed those words entered one ear and exited the other. Just moments after agreeing to be more reserved, he lay his head upon her lap. Even during meals, it was a ritual of mutual feeding. And travel had devolved into a series of embraces. Could such behavior be deemed virtuous? You, too, are far from virtuous. With a playful grin, Kushina made a silly face, branding Shan Zhongjing with the same label of unworthiness. Little did he know, she was well aware that among their cohort of Konoha ninjas, he possessed the most irascible temperament. Despite his sun-kissed and handsome visage, he had a penchant for tormenting others that sent shivers down their spines. Those original and adapted Jinjutsu techniques. What with the likes of Here Comes the Flying Stick, A Gift of Tea, Brother Three's Ecstatic Scenario, Mother of Zwan, Mianbei, and Shining Curse Experience Card, such names hardly painted him as a paragon of virtue, and one would need to be truly gullible to believe otherwise. Has he finally articulated the thoughts that lingered in his heart? In the mountains, Koyuki gently pinched the tip of Kushina's nose, observing the girl's charming smile. He felt a sudden urge. Come on, let us hasten our preparations. If we delay too long, Tsunade will surely dismantle the house upon our return. Faced with a gaze akin to that of a ravenous wolf, Kushina immediately wilted. TCH, weren't you once quite bold? In the past, my courage was unwavering. But now I find myself lacking even a morsel of it. And yet, you still harbor a sense of pride? After a flurry of activity, Kushina managed to pack a total of 8 large boxes. This was merely the collection of her personal belongings. The furnishings of the Senju ancestral home remained untouched. Otherwise, 8 boxes would scarcely suffice. Even 80 might not be enough. It seems the shadow clone technique will be necessary. As Kushina dusted off her hands, preparing to form the necessary seals, Koyuki restrained her hand. Let me show you something entertaining. In the mountains, Yamanaka Hugh raised Kushina's right hand, and after a brief moment of contemplation, placed his palm against her wrist. Chakra and spatial energy converged. In the blink of an eye, a circular mark, resembling a ping-pong ball and adorned with 2 arrows rotating clockwise, materialized on her wrist. What kind of sealing technique is this? It seems somewhat akin to maintaining the stability of a certain power. With wide, curious eyes, Kushina examined the symbol on her wrist. The Flying Thunder God mark essentially serves as a means of utilizing chakra to invoke spatial energy, establishing a spatial coordinate. Furthermore, through a unique sealing technique, this spatial coordinate is preserved. Although Kushina was unfamiliar with Yamanaka Q's Flying Thunder God mark, she instinctively articulated its essence. Wait, it also needs to be locked. In the heart of the mountains, Jing swiftly formed hand seals, gently pressing his palms against Kushina's right wrist. A diminutive Jing materialized at the center of the Flying Thunder God mark, while intricate sealing runes encircled the outer ring of the mark. A binding seal? Why would it specifically bear your name? As if fearing others might not recognize me as your girlfriend? Kushina's ears tinged with a faint blush, though her words carried a hint of reproach. Her tone was suffused with joy. This desire to proclaim their union to the world. She cherished it. This is my exclusive Flying Thunder God mark. In the serene embrace of the mountains, Jiang Zhongjing found himself utterly defenseless against the playful pout of Kushina. He gently tapped her forehead, smiling as he elucidated. The sealing technique of the knot is a sophisticated intermediate seal that can seamlessly integrate into various sealing arts, forming composite seals. A sealing technique infused with the knot seal can only be unraveled through violent chakra force. Otherwise, only the practitioner can utilize their own chakra to access the deeper layers of the seal that reside within. This implies that even if Minato can perceive the Flying Thunder God mark left by Jiang Zhongjing, he remains incapable of utilizing it for transportation due to the external locking mechanism and the mismatch of chakra. You are truly domineering, Kushina remarked playfully. Rest assured, tomorrow when I visit the Jonin standby station, I shall inform them that this is your exclusive Flying Thunder God mark. Indeed, he replied, contemplating. Lord Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique. Exactly, she affirmed. So, even from a great distance, you can appear by my side in an instant? Absolutely. Oh my Jiang. You are remarkable, Kushina exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Jiang Zhongjing's neck, lavishly showering him with praise. The several boxes of items that Kushina had gathered were swiftly transported back with the aid of Jiang Zhongjing's Flying Thunder God technique. After reactivating the protective barrier within the Senju ancestral home, the two of them, hand in hand, strolled back towards the bustling commercial street, just as they had arrived. As they traversed the picturesque mountain landscape, one shared with Kuzina the envisioned plans for a breakfast establishment. Unsurprisingly, they received enthusiastic support from her companion. She even mentioned that among the more than 10 shops left by Grandma Mito, several tenants were hesitant to renew their leases due to the recent instability in the ninja world, thus presenting an opportune moment to establish the breakfast shop. The picturesque scenery of the mountains certainly would not diminish Kushina's goodwill. After all, when collaborating with the family to open a store, it is customary to establish a profit-sharing agreement in advance. When the time comes, it would be prudent to allocate a bit more to Kushina. However, to avert any potential disharmony in the culinary offerings within the Naruto world, it is essential to have someone sample the dishes beforehand. The day after tomorrow, we will be hosting friends at our home. Shall we have them taste the restaurant's offerings? Do you have anyone in mind to invite? After careful consideration, Yamashita decided to set the time for the day after tomorrow. Although his mental repository of breakfast-making techniques was quite extensive, most of the knowledge stemmed from various social media platforms. He had little actual hands-on experience. The preparation and sourcing of ingredients, coupled with the experiments and adjustments following practical application, would require at least a day. Moreover, he needed to visit the archives tomorrow morning to select 2 ninjutsu techniques promised by the elder of the 3rd generation. If he wished to avoid a rushed endeavor, the only feasible option was to schedule it for the day after tomorrow. Surely, you will be inviting Brother Hachi and the others. Jasmine, Kiyomi, and Xiao should also be present, right? Have you extended an invitation to Minato? I am rather eager to meet Sonoko. In fact, I was also inclined to invite Makoto, but I fear that if everyone pairs off, she might feel disheartened. With Tsunade, the single woman of a certain age, around, what is there to worry about? Indeed, Tsunade's significant contribution is noteworthy. You actually liken Tsunade to Paw Patrol? Does being single strip one of their rights? Not at all. Kushina playfully tapped Yamashita a couple of times in embarrassment. During her time at the Ninja Academy, she had listened to Yamashita recount tales of Tsunade's remarkable feats, and she had often fantasized about raising a ninja dog. Her previous remark had merely slipped out, devoid of any intention to mock her sister Tsunade. By the way, should we invite your 3 disciples? They have been quite eager to see you. How could I have forgotten such invaluable free labor? Those obedient and well-behaved disciples, and all you can think of is putting them to work? Isn't it only natural for a good person to accumulate merit from their past life? If the disciples are a bit more obedient, shouldn't that be expected? In the mountains, Jing, filled with pride, raised an eyebrow. Although he was striking an electronic wooden fish, did that imply that his disciples were mere angels? In contrast to the likes of Orochimaru, Obito, and Nagato, who excelled in the traditional art of master slaughtering within the ninja realm, his disciples were undoubtedly here to repay a debt of gratitude. It was truly remiss of him to have forgotten the 3 little ones previously. In the future, when it comes to matters of enhancing the master-disciple bond, he would certainly think of them at the first opportunity. The 3 little ones. Kushina was thoroughly amused by Jing's expression of delight. In the mountains, Jing had begun to contemplate the arrangements for the forthcoming gathering. After all, the day after tomorrow, he would be hosting numerous guests, including the formidable eater, Akimichi Choji, and his wife. It would be quite unthinkable to allow such a lively group to depart with empty stomachs. His mind was awash with a plethora of breakfast options. Even if he were to select just a portion to prepare, he and Kushina would undoubtedly find themselves overwhelmed. Surely, he couldn't resort to the shadow clone technique or the manipulated shuriken technique just to handle meal preparation. Wouldn't that be exhausting? Hence, he considered Might Guy, whose strength and endurance were remarkable, to be an excellent candidate for kneading dough. As for Nara Shikamaru, his proficiency with ninja tools suggested that he would perform admirably with a kitchen knife and rolling pin. And let us not forget Yuhi Kurinai, whose dexterous hands would surely make her a master at crafting dumplings. As evening approached, many shops along the bustling commercial street began to prepare for closing. In the mountains, Yamanaka scenery led Kushina directly to the Sami Pavilion. This establishment, Sami Pavilion, was created by him during his 4th year at the Ninja Academy, alongside Yamanaka Kaiji, Akimichi Choza, and Nara Shikaku. In the mountains, Ye HG established a rental shop, while a kid DZA, leveraging familial ties, took on the responsibility of sourcing various ingredients. Nara Shiku provided rare spices and premium venison, which were exceedingly scarce in the shinobi world. The 3 of them shared 60% of the profits. while Yamanaka Kei contributed the recipes and managed operations, claiming the remaining 40%. In the years following his graduation from the Ninja Academy, Yamanaka Kei was preoccupied with missions and thus enlisted the assistance of his senior, Yoshinoi, who was a year his elder. Many years have passed since then. Yoshinoi, could you please prepare some items for me? It would be great if you could deliver them to my home by noon tomorrow. As Shan Zhongjing gently lifted the curtain of Sanwei residence, he beheld Nara Yoshino, adorned in a resplendent crimson qipao, her makeup exquisitely applied, standing before the cash register. Without hesitation, he presented the meticulously prepared list in his hand. Perhaps it was due to her impending motherhood, or perhaps the result of years of professional experience. But Nara Yoshino, though still wed to Shikaku, no longer embodied the image of the devoted housewife from the original tale. Instead, she appeared more refined and capable. High-gluten flour, sweet potato flour, rice flour, yeast. Nara Yoshino glanced at the list and nodded slightly. I appreciate your assistance, Yoshino. We shall take our leave now. Off you go. Enjoy your date with Kusanai, and do not disturb my business, she replied with a hint of impatience, waving her hand dismissively. As Shan Zhongjing led the inquisitive Kusanai outside, she turned back, pondering the list in her hand. Why are you in such a hurry? Kusanai queried, her large eyes wide with confusion as she jogged a short distance. It's not just Shikaku who fears trouble. I do as well. Huh. Yoshino is quite astute. Do you believe that from merely that list, she could infer a great deal? What trouble could arise? Kusanai asked, her expression one of bemusement. Yoshino expressed a desire long ago to expand her business. If she were to learn about the breakfast shop, how do you think she would react? Perhaps she wouldn't want to manage it? Correct. What trouble could that possibly be? Such matters must be addressed by her persuading Shikaku herself. I have no desire to face his complaints. That fellow would never dare to argue with Yoshino. In the mountains, Jing let out a sigh and recounted the circumstances of Riku and Yoshino. Since their marriage last year, Riku has frequently expressed his dissatisfaction with the thriving Sanmiya establishment. Despite being the matriarch of the Nara clan, Yoshino has astonishingly declined to assist him in managing the clan's medicinal herb and livestock industries. Instead, she ventures out early and returns late, fixated on Sanmiya, asserting that this is her true vocation. What can Yamashita do about the situation? He merely wishes to enrich his modest savings. What fault lies in that? At this moment, if a breakfast shop were to emerge, Nara Yoshino would continue to oversee its management, and one can only imagine the sour expression on Nara Kakushi's face. Is Kakushi truly so lacking in familial standing? Kushina's words left Yamashita at a loss for a response. Could he assert that Nara Kakushi's position in the family had, through his own actions, become even more diminished than portrayed in the original narrative? One can only say that Nara Yoshino is indeed a formidable woman, adept at managing 2 generations of Konoha strategists. Such is her terror. Rest assured, I shall never treat you that way in the future. Kushina gently tightened her grip on Yamashita's hand. Her delicate features were filled with anticipation and longing for a brighter future. The evening breeze tousled her vibrant red hair, and her radiant smile brought a momentary daze to Yamashita. Though this world may not be perfect, there are certainly beautiful souls who, amidst the grayness, radiate warmth and brilliance. In the mountains, a gentle smile graced the corners of his lips as he tightened his grip on Kushina's left hand. Accompanied by the setting sun, they walked side by side towards home, though from an angle that Kushina could not perceive. In the depths of the mountains, Yamanaka Kei furrowed his brow slightly. He was certain of his feelings for Kushina Uzumaki and equally confident that she felt the same. So, why had the system not yet indicated a change in Kushina's fate? Name: Uzumaki Kushina. Occupation: Konoha ninja. Attributes: Nine Tails Jinchuriki, red, unyielding force, purple, in the name of love, purple, sealing mastery, blue, talented and beautiful, blue. Initially, Kushina possessed 7 attributes: 1 red, 1 purple, 3 blue, 1 green, and 1 gray. Now, only 5 remained. The attributes that had vanished, if Yamanaka Kei recalled correctly, were the blue attribute unyielding, the green attribute outburst, and the gray attribute solitary. The sudden emergence of a second purple attribute was far more potent than those 3. Moreover, the negative impact of the gray attribute solitary was no longer present. In the name of love, purple, an overwhelming and fervent love that drowns all loneliness and hesitation, significantly enhancing mental strength and growth, and greatly boosting willpower. When safeguarding a beloved person or object, all abilities are substantially elevated. The detailed explanation of this attribute spoke volumes. In comparison to how Minato and Onoka's romantic relationship added the green attribute mutual pursuit, in the name of love utterly eclipsed it. The very definition of when safeguarding a beloved person or object, all abilities are substantially elevated seemed extraordinarily formidable to Yamaguchi Kei. Protecting a cherished person or object was not merely demonstrated in battle. As long as the motivation stemmed from the desire to safeguard a beloved, whether striving to enhance one's strength or acquiring new knowledge and skills, one would receive a tremendous boost. This effect was nothing short of an epic enhancement for Kushina. Yet, even with such a significant transformation, the system still provided no indication of a change in Kushina's fate. The only remaining explanation was the Nine Tails. During the Warring States period, people regarded the tailed beasts as moving natural disasters. The Nine Tails, being the most powerful among the tailed beasts, possessed an amount of chakra that was both vast and terrifying, along with an incredibly destructive power. Even when later forcibly split in half by Minato Namake's, Naruto managed to thrive in the Fourth Great Ninja War, relying on just half of the young Nine Tails. The complete form of the Nine Tails, supporting a red attribute, was truly no exaggeration. Furthermore, as one of the crucial pieces to the Ten Tails, neither Uchiha Madara nor the subtly scheming Otsutsuki Kinshiki would overlook it. Additionally, Kushina, as a pure-blooded member of the Uzumaki clan, inherently possessed the qualifications to become the perfect Jinchuriki. In recent years, influenced by the scenery of the mountains, there has been a profound dedication to mastering the art of sealing techniques. Even though reconciliation with the Nine Tails has not been achieved, a considerable amount of chakra has been forcibly extracted from it. Becoming the perfect Jinchuriki is merely a matter of time. As long as Uchiha Madara and Kagaya do not act foolishly, it is highly probable that they will eliminate this potential threat before Kushina fully matures. After all, should Kushina reach the heights of Uzumaki Mido, even Uchiha Madara would find himself in a predicament. The unsealing of the tail and the summoning contract loom ahead. In the serene mountains, Kage gazed into the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly as he recalled the methods employed by Obito in the original tale. Following the dictates of logic, it is evident that the once mighty Uchiha Madara has succumbed to the passage of time. In pursuit of the Moon Eye plan, it is highly unlikely that he would make an appearance willingly. Therefore, within the Uchiha clan, selecting and nurturing a worthy successor to inherit his will has become Madara's paramount concern. Yet, even should the successor possess the strength of Obito, there remains an insurmountable chasm between their powers. Even if brainwashed by Madara, any attempt to confront Konoha directly would be futile. The means of attack would likely involve exploiting the moment of vulnerability during the Jinchuriki's childbirth, utilizing the unsealing technique to launch a surprise assault and forcibly summoning the Nine Tails. Kushina, how is the Nine Tails faring? Oh, quite well indeed. Aside from berating everyone it knows on a daily basis, scolding toads, and chastising other tailed beasts, it spends the remainder of its time either napping or sensing the external world. Upon hearing Kage's words, Kushina turned her head in confusion. Where did it learn to curse? Well, while it is perceiving the outside world, it inevitably picks up a few things. Over time, it seems that it curses me, and I reciprocate, and thus it has become our peculiar norm. In the mountains, Jing pressed her lips together, momentarily at a loss for words. When Kushina first became the host for the Nine Tails, the beast was consumed with resentment and caused constant turmoil. At that time, Kushina lacked her current strength. Even with the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, she was unable to subdue the fully manifested Nine Tails, resulting in a precarious situation. Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the higher-ups of Konoha decided to keep her confined within a protective barrier for the safety of the village. As a friend of Kushina, Kage once ventured into the sealed space, empowered by the formidable spiritual energy brought by the Crimson Traveler, and encountered the Nine Tails. After expending considerable effort, he managed to persuade the beast to remain docile within its prison, thus allowing Kushina to escape her life resembling that of a caged bird. Initially, he believed that over time, the relationship between Kushina and the Nine Tails would inevitably improve compared to the original narrative. However, what ensued was nothing short of verbal altercations. Oh, Kushina, you have truly opened my eyes to the absurdity of it all. The thought of the previously ferocious Nine Tails, with its sharp fangs and fierce demeanor, now spewing incoherent insults, left him with an unsettling impression that perhaps this world had turned awry. Ahem, Kage, you are also acquainted with this troublesome fox, so. Kushina awkwardly cleared her throat, offering a timid reminder. But why is it berating me? Perhaps it simply wishes to distribute its attention evenly among all those it knows? Damn it. After a prolonged silence, the scenery in the mountains finally yielded a single word, met by the awkward smile of Kushina. He sighed in resignation, reflecting on how this girl always managed to provide a subtle yet profound emotional jolt. Amidst their meandering conversation, he almost forgot the reason behind his earlier inquiry regarding the Nine Tails. Upon returning home, he resolved to explore the ceiling space and observe the Nine Tails. Let us hasten our steps. I have longed to witness it in a moment of vulnerability, he declared, vowing not to retaliate with harsh words. In the dimly lit ceiling space, reminiscent of an underground cavern, stood a ceiling formation akin to an ancient altar at the center. 8 colossal stone pillars surrounded the altar, from which thick, golden chains, each over a meter in diameter, extended, binding the nine-tailed fox that lay prostrate upon the altar. A pitch-black ceiling pillar, wide enough to equal half the width of its body, pierced through the center of the nine-tail's back, while the 8 chains effectively restrained any possibility of escape. The nine-tails appeared accustomed to this environment, its paws folded before it, resting its head upon them, exhaling in a steady rhythm. Its 9 tails draped languidly over the ground, each occasional flick resonating with a sound that sliced through the air. The distinct sound of footsteps echoed from the end of the ceiling space, prompting the 9 tails to perk up its ears. Amidst the clinking and scraping of chains, it gradually raised its body, revealing a pair of crimson slit pupils that emanated a chilling malice. "Ah, Cubime, it seems your living conditions have improved considerably." The sound of playful banter echoed through the mountains. He recalled his first visit to the ceiling space of Kushina, where the Nine Tails was ensnared within a colossal sphere fashioned from sealing techniques, resembling the 6 paths, Earth explosion star. Its forepaws, hind limbs, waist, and 9 tails were all pierced by the ceiling pillars. Attached to these pillars were chains that firmly bound every part of its body. It was no small feat for the 9 tails to even shift, let alone lie comfortably as it had moments ago. Evidently, despite their quarrels, the relationship between Kushina and the 9 tails had significantly improved. Otherwise, the 9 tails would still be engaged in a rather restrictive predicament atop that ceiling sphere. Is the little rascal from the Yamazaki clan here to be scolded? Upon hearing Yamazaki's voice, the 9 tails let out a derisive snort. Its crimson slit pupils blinked, devoid of the previous chilling malice. After lazily yawning, it settled into a more comfortable position on the ceiling altar. "Quite confident, aren't you?" A light chuckle escaped from the lips of the figure in the mountains, his steps unceasing. As he drew nearer to the altar, the ceiling space ignited with brilliant flames, illuminating the surrounding shadows. This illumination laid bare the colossal form of the 9-tailed fox, draped in a cloak of fiery orange fur, its size reminiscent of a towering mountain. Name: Kai by occupation. Prisoner attributes: Kai Ha, red, 9-tailed fox, purple. Chakra key, purple. Malevolent perception, purple. Hunter's instinct, blue. Fearlessness, blue. Kai B, white. Grievance, gray. A prisoner? The unfortunate little 9-tailed fox. In the heart of the mountains, a sense of curiosity stirred within the protagonist as they gazed upon the entries related to the 9 tails. With keen interest, they began to explore the descriptions of each entry. The 9 Ma, the fundamental strength of the most formidable chakra life forms, bestows immense chakra and possesses the ability to generate chakra infinitely. Even in death, resurrection occurs swiftly. The 9-tailed fox, a unique entry born from human fear, has the capacity to absorb vast amounts of negative emotions, thereby enhancing its intimidation as well as seducing hearts, evoking the darker aspects of human nature. The key of chakra serves as a conduit connecting individuals and their hearts, essentially acting as a universal adapter, akin to a power bank utilized in the Fourth War. Malicious perception allows the discernment of good and evil, attuning to mental thoughts, representing a distinct power divergent from the chakra system. The hunting instinct amplifies combat capabilities, while fearlessness bolsters courage and perseverance in the face of adversity. 9 horns. 9 llamas? 9 horns. What on earth is this? In the mountainous region, Shan Junjing felt a sharp pang in the corner of his eye, as if witnessing something unsightly. He opened his mouth to curse, pondering if one insult could surpass another. To his dismay, he discovered a peculiar enhancement that amplified the volume, proficiency, and vocabulary of his curses, while diminishing his personal image. No wonder Kushina claimed she could not outcurse the Nine Tails. With such enhancements, who in the world of Naruto could withstand it? How disheartening. So this is the true nature of you, Kurama. Kid, speak if you have something to say. If not, get lost and don't disturb my rest. The Nine Tails sneered at the silent Shanjun Jing, issuing a menacing warning. With fierce eyes and saliva-laden fangs, any ordinary person would surely flee in terror at such a sight. Yet, Shanjun Jing remained unperturbed, his expression becoming increasingly complex. Kurama, you truly have become a loudspeaker. Your voice is far more boisterous than before. He exclaimed, you foul fox, if you keep making noise, I might just have to deal with you. At that moment, Kushina emerged from the ceiling space, shaking her tiny fists and threatening the Nine Tails in return. Drink less and eat more vegetables. Do you think you're an old widow? The Nine Tails curled its lip, its gaze dripping with disdain. Its fox-like visage vividly illustrated the essence of mockery and scorn. Kushina's cheeks flushed with anger, and the golden ceiling chains, forged from her indomitable spirit, coiled in readiness. She appeared poised to strike at any moment. If she were alone, she would have simply retaliated with insults. However, with her boyfriend present, was she to sacrifice her dignity? Calm down, I will help you take care of him. Upon realizing who the old widow was, Yamashita quickly sought to soothe the flushed, irate face of his little girlfriend, resembling a petite tomato. He was acutely aware of the status of the Nine Tails in Kushina's heart. The mention of the old widow by the Nine Tails was enough to incite her embarrassment. However, for someone like Yamashita, seasoned by numerous battles and adept at navigating the tumultuous waters of various forms and threads, the Nine Tails attack was rather trivial. It was merely a white text entry. How could it possibly compare to the countless times in his past life that netizens had metaphorically pierced his lungs and heart, only to culminate in explosive remarks of grand duels? Little brat, it's been years, and you were quite audacious. How do you intend to deal with me? Will you scratch my back or massage my legs? The Nine Tails lazily lowered its eyelids, entirely disregarding Yamashita's attempts to comfort Kushina. Deal with it. Did it truly believe that anyone could rival the likes of Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara? What a fantastical notion. In the heart of the mountains, Shang Zhongjing clapped his hands, unleashing his illusion without a trace. Within the palace of memories, countless vitriolic remarks from past lives on the internet, interwoven with various idiomatic expressions and whimsical rhymes, fused seamlessly into the illusion. Centered around the concept of mother, with relatives as the radius, father as the support, and ancestors as the ultimate goal. In but a fleeting moment, the expression of the Nine Tails turned to stone, beginning a rapid transformation of countenance. Shock, bewilderment, disbelief, flushed cheeks, seething rage, eyes wide with fury, murderous intent boiling over. Roar. The Nine Tails emitted a deafening roar. Rising from the center of the altar, it forcefully shattered the C-rank illusion conjured by Shang Zhongjing with an overwhelming surge of chakra. Consumed by wrath, it relentlessly tugged at the ceiling altar, straining against the ceiling stakes that pierced its abdomen and the myriad chains that bound it. Ultimately, the technique Magical Mother of Zwan was merely a preliminary work of Shang Zhongjing during his time at the Ninja Academy. It simply borrowed elements from the D-rank technique Magical Naraka's Vision, which instills fear within the enemy, and the D-rank technique Ethereal Apparition, which creates multiple phantom adversaries. By deploying numerous phantoms, it delivered an all-encompassing, unrelenting greeting to the vulnerabilities of the heart. This crude C-rank illusion managed to affect a being of the Nine Tails caliber, thanks in large part to Shang Zhongjing's extraordinary mental fortitude and masterful proficiency in release, to truly control or subdue an entity of the Nine Tails magnitude. Even with Shang Zhongjing's formidable mental strength, a powerful, sustained S-rank illusion would be imperative. Uchiha Madara. The ferocious roar of the Nine Tails echoed throughout the ceiling space. Completely unhinged, it rampaged and vented its fury upon the ceiling altar. The chains of confinement clanked ominously, and the chakra, infused with endless negative emotions, suffused the entire ceiling space in a crimson hue. In the mountains, this detestable little imp has audaciously conjured an illusion of dozens of Uchiha Madaras. These apparitions of Madara exude an air of aloofness and defiance, mirroring the original. There are no reckless roars of defamation, nor hysterical curses filled with venom. Instead, a detached tone and a condescending gaze convey an unsettling indifference, akin to a casual lecture delivered to mere ants. Although the words lack overtly vulgar expressions, Each utterance is so venomous that it incites the Nine-Tails' desire to rend the foe into oblivion. Such an illusion brings back haunting memories of the days when it was whimsically commanded by Uchiha Madara. Even after breaking free from the illusion, its hatred for Madara far surpasses any disdain for the little imp. You should be grateful to Uchiha Madara. The Nine-Tails growls, its sharp fangs grinding ominously. A palpable aura of murderous intent, hatred, and loathing envelopes the little imp, as if poised to tear him apart at any moment. I share this sentiment. In the mountains, Shanjiaojing smiled broadly, seemingly untouched by the surrounding emotions, even possessing the capacity to shield Kushina. The augmentation bestowed by the red-tipped traveler amplified his mental prowess to a level far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Were he to be enveloped in such intense murderous intent and malevolence in reality, his body might have exhibited signs of stress. However, only his spiritual form entered the sealed space, rendering the negative emotions unleashed by the Nine-Tails utterly inconsequential. After a prolonged gaze, the Nine-Tails ultimately let out a derisive snicker, its overwhelming aura of malice and brutality gradually subsiding. Although Shan Zhongjing had merely employed a rudimentary illusion, the intensity of his spiritual power imparted a sense of pressure akin to that of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Having lived for nearly a millennium, few could instill such a feeling of oppression within it. Should it recklessly unleash its power in its currently sealed state? Who could predict whether this little brat might transform into a second Uchiha Madara? Cursed little imp! How is it possible that, devoid of the Sharingan, he possesses such formidable mental strength and has mastered the art of Yin release to this extent? Damn it! Six Paths old man, you better explain this to me. The Nine-Tails seethed internally, feeling both impotent to retaliate and frustrated. What could it do? Jing! Kushina exclaimed, grasping Shan Zhongjing's arm, her large eyes brimming with anticipation and admiration. After years of interaction with the Nine-Tails, she could easily discern that this arrogant and unreasonable fox had, astonishingly, conceded. Ahem, I don't believe this is necessary. In the mountains, Jing's dry cough reverberated, rendering it quite inconceivable to envision Kushina exuding such charm. Beneath the delicate wings of a butterfly, the destruction of a nine-tailed fox left him feeling profoundly disillusioned. If this were to corrupt Kushina, it would indeed be pure folly. Furthermore, as the years unfold and they transition into a seasoned couple, one cannot help but wonder if this proverbial boomerang might return to pierce them. Teaching her to curse? Not a chance. Jing, would you kindly enlighten me? Can you bear to witness me being berated by that foul fox daily? Kushina shook Jing's arm, her voice rising in a melodious crescendo, even as she discreetly inscribed the character for fear in his palm. Very well, shall I first elucidate her lineage for you? In the mountains, Shanzhong Jing feigned a troubled expression but eventually acquiesced. He was not devoid of intelligence. Upon noticing Kushina inscribing letters in his palm, he realized that the girl merely intended to frighten the Nine-Tails, compelling it to temper its unrestrained tongue. Indeed, Kushina nodded enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grains. Tracing the family lineage is indeed a commendable endeavor. Even if it proves unnecessary, it could serve as a tool of intimidation in the future. Shanzhong Jing, should you dare to teach her, do not harbor illusions of coexisting peacefully with me. The Nine-Tails fur bristled, its crimson-slit eyes fixed intently on Shanzhong Jing. While others might scoff at the notion of tracing its lineage, it was well aware that the tales of yore, passed down through fragmented accounts over a millennium, bore little resemblance to their original truths. No matter how others speculated, they could never unveil the reality. Yet, this rascal Shanzhong Jing seemed to possess the actual knowledge. The reason it had swiftly succumbed to the illusion earlier was twofold. First, the influence of Uchiha Madara. Second, the compelling arguments presented through Madara's voice, which left it no room for rebuttal. You insufferable fox, why are you so agitated merely by a discussion of your familial ties? Kushina observed the Nine-Tails, which could only muster a fierce demeanor yet was at a loss for how to threaten them. With hands on her hips, her pretty face radiated delight. She had finally grasped the power of possessing knowledge about the opponent's lineage. Such information may be unnecessary, yet it is indispensable. Just a mention had sent the Nine-Tails into a frenzy, had it not? I am no fool. The Nine-Tails seethed, glaring at Shanzhong Jing and Kushina with gritted teeth. Then smile at me, and I shall remain silent, Kushina cheerfully proposed, well aware that her boyfriend was fully informed of the situation. At worst, they could inquire further once they exited the sealing space. I laugh at you, old man. The Nine-Tails nearly ground its teeth to dust, internally cursing every member of the Uzumaki clan, from Uzumaki Ashina to Uzumaki Kushina. As for those ancestors of Uzumaki Ashina, distant relatives who were beyond her recognition, what purpose did cursing them serve? Let us first attend to the pressing matters at hand. In the mountains, Shanzhong gently patted Kushina's small hand, preventing her from further teasing the already irritable large fox. Although he enjoyed the spectacle of tormenting the ancient fox, he understood the necessity of prioritizing their urgent matters. Oh, Kushina responded, albeit unaware of the nature of the pressing issue, yet she obediently ceased her antics. Kaibai, do you still possess the summoning contract with Uchiha Madara? As the scenery in the mountains unfolded, not only did the Nine-Tails' pupils constrict, but Kushina's as well. A summoning contract? Uchiha Madara? Even-tailed beasts can forge such contracts? And so what? That scoundrel is already dead. Firstly, though Uchiha Madara may be of advanced age, he is certainly not deceased. Secondly, even if he were dead, he would undoubtedly leave behind a successor, ensuring that you, as a valuable ally, would not be overlooked. Thirdly, the impure world reincarnation, that self-righteous fool, Senju Tobarama. The Nine-Tails cursed bitterly. Even if it did not believe Uchiha Madara was still alive, both the second and third points posed real concerns. Especially the third. That damned Senju Tobarama, even in death, sought to create troubles for it. He deserved to meet his end at the hands of those two wretched beasts, Jin and Een. Shall I assist you with a contract seal? In the mountains, Jinsheng gazed upon the Nine-Tails, who vehemently cursed Senju Tobarama. It was abundantly clear that this obstinate creature had come to accept his judgment. Let her come. Your chakra reserves are insufficient. The Nine-Tails cast a disdainful glance at Jinsheng. The contract sealing technique, a form of sealing jutsu, requires a considerable amount of power to sever the connection between the summoner and the summoned. Given its size and Jinsheng's chakra levels, how could it possibly succeed? Shanzhong was momentarily taken aback and soon found himself in a state of dismay. He realized the profound truth that while lies may not be terrifying, it is the truth that inflicts the deepest wounds. Damn it! He resolved to swiftly replicate an entry to enhance his chakra. Observing Shanzhong's expression, the Nine-Tails felt a subtle smile tugging at the corners of its mouth, experiencing a refreshing sense of relief as the earlier frustrations dissipated. Come forth, it beckoned. In the mountains, Shanzhong, with a face full of frustration, waved his hand at Kushina. After offering him a comforting glance, Kushina approached the Nine-Tails, forming hand seals to invoke the contract seal. A vast amount of chakra converged, and countless dark sealing techniques spread across the Nine-Tails' entire being. Typically fond of causing mischief, the Nine-Tails refrained from seizing the opportunity to ambush the Jinchuriki this time, instead choosing to remain still, allowing the other to perform their actions. Its vertically slit eyes remained fixed on the beleaguered Shanzhong, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of its mouth, brimming with mockery and derision. After all, no matter how much chaos ensued, it could not escape for the time being. Was it not far more amusing to witness this arrogant little brat falter? The next chapter awaited, a cycle of life and rebirth. The scenery in the mountains revealed the contract seal completely enveloping the Nine-Tails, thereby extinguishing any possibility of summoning it through spiritual techniques, which instantly brought a sense of tranquility to his heart. Henceforth, as long as he could devise a life transfer technique akin to the self-rebirth created by Chiyo, no matter how cunningly Uchiha Madara schemed or toiled, Kushina's life would be safeguarded. As for this life transfer technique, it bore the side effect of consuming the practitioner's lifespan. Had his heart transformation technique been in vain? Or perhaps the life energy of White Zetsu had dwindled? A significant alteration in the fates of pivotal characters resulted in a shift in the trajectory of the world line's development, granting 1 opportunity for entry duplication, 3 opportunities for entry extraction, 1 opportunity for entry severance, 1 opportunity for entry bestowal, and 1 opportunity for entry degradation. The familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his ears. In the mountains, Shanzhong's lips curled into a faint smile as he gazed upon the personal panel of the system. Host, Shanzhong occupation, ninja activated entries, transcender, red. 0 frame initiation, red. Master of Een escape, purple. Master of water escape, purple. Temporal insight, purple. Understanding king of the ninja world, blue. Handsome, blue. Inactive entries, cicada pupa, white. Fragile yet resilient, white. Brother, you smell delightful, white. Welcoming smile, white, entry copies, 1 entry draws, 3 entry gifts, 5 entry extractions, 2 entry downgrades. 2 is a player who relished the experience of hoarding every item in his storage and backpack. Simply gazing at such a personal panel filled Shan Zhongjing with joy. Furthermore, with 2 entries extracted and 2 downgraded, he pondered the possibility of Uchiha Madara seeking trouble. The scenery within the mountains compels one to truly experience what it means to be overwhelmed by the phrase, "The children of Nanshan mock my feeble old age." As I am ruthlessly battered by the icy wilderness. The Rinnegan? Absent. The cells of Hashirama? Non-existent. The pinnacle of fire style? Reduced to mere flickers of flame. Even if Uchiha Madara were to possess unparalleled strength, each strike upon the vital arteries would undeniably diminish his prowess. Yet, within this mountainous realm, one possesses the flying thunder god technique. As long as the consumption of chakra is managed, one can effortlessly transition between offense and defense, choosing to remain or depart at will. It is even conceivable that he could extinguish the fourth great ninja war at its very inception. The more I ponder the scenery of the mountains, the more I perceive its potential. I swiftly delved into the recesses of my memory palace, searching for the hideout of Uchiha Obito as described in the original work. After a prolonged contemplation, I discovered that the text merely mentioned that Uchiha Madara, when on the brink of death, resided in the mountainous graveyard of the Land of Iron. This is the very location where Uchiha Obito later met Orochimaru and assisted Sasuke in transplanting Uchiha Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan. The expanse of the Land of Iron is neither excessively vast nor insignificantly small. Locating such a site within this considerable territory is no trivial task. Moreover, it is certain that Uchiha Madara possessed more than one base. After all, the site of Obito's mishap was at the Kamizakigawa Bridge, a crucial supply route for Iwagakure during the Third Great Ninja War, situated approximately at the junction of the Land of Grass and the Land of Earth. Given Obito's grievous injuries, with half of his body severely damaged, had he attempted to return to the mountainous graveyard in the northern region of the Land of Iron for treatment, he would have succumbed long before reaching his destination. Thus, it stands to reason that Uchiha Madara must have another clandestine base within the Land of Grass or the neighboring Land of Rain. I wonder if the Intelligence Bureau could uncover any valuable leads. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing silently resolved to visit the Konoha intelligence office another day. At the very least, he needed to ascertain the location of the graveyard of mountains. "Child, what are you laughing at?" The Nine-Tails narrowed its eyes. It had been observing Shan Zhongjing's expression since earlier. Initially, it expected the other to feel humiliated for quite some time, but to its surprise, before it could revel in its triumph, the other broke into laughter. No, why is he laughing? What right does he have to laugh? Kurama, you are actually quite adorable when you smile. In the mountains, a scene unfolded with a grin. What? The nine-tailed fox was momentarily bewildered by this unexpected compliment. System. Bestow upon the nine-tailed fox the entry of a smiling welcome. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing's eyes brimmed with eager anticipation as he silently commanded the system. A radiant white light, visible only to him, swiftly penetrated the body of the nine-tails. "You insolent wretch, are you toying with me?" The nine-tails sensed the ominous aura emanating from Shan Zhongjing, its previously stunned expression shifting to one of fury, with tumultuous thoughts swirling within. It was the esteemed leader of the 9 great-tailed beasts, the notorious Kyuubi, infamous as a harbinger of calamity. How dare it be described with the term adorable? This must be mockery. Surely, it is mockery. That little imp from the Shanzhong clan is indeed no good. "Hey, you foul fox. Would it kill you to tone down that smug grin while you're at it?" I remarked, feeling rather uncomfortable. Just returning to Shan Zhongjing's side. Kushina looked at the nine-tails, her head filled with a multitude of questions. Wait, is this foul fox so easily flattered? Merely being called cute brings it such delight? Kyuubi, may your laughter be ever abundant. In a fleeting moment, Shan Zhongjing grasped Kushina's hand and dashed away. Huh. The nine-tails gazed at their retreating figures, perplexed, raising a paw to touch its cheek. The corners of its mouth curled upward, and its eyes sparkled. What should have been a fierce and menacing expression seemed to have become distorted. "Shan Zhongjing, you wretched scoundrel, what have you done to me? What sorcery is this? Why can't I control my own face? Come back. Return this instant. How infuriating. You despicable little imp. You dare not confront me head-on. Shan Zhongjing, you will pay for this. I shall not let you escape." The echoes of its thunderous roars reverberated within the confines of the ceiling space. As Kushina hastily glanced back at the frenzied nine-tails upon the ceiling altar, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the sight of its bizarre grin, nearly stretching to its ears, coupled with its incessant rants and curses. It was a moment of levity amidst chaos. Just as her consciousness returned to her body, Kushina doubled over with laughter, clutching her stomach. Over the years of being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, each encounter had typically featured the creature displaying either a menacing demeanor or an outburst of vitriol, cursing the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and even extending its diatribes to the likes of Mito and Uchiha Madara. Although Shang Zhongjing had previously remarked that the Nine-Tails was merely a love-starved fox, and that with goodwill and equality in interaction, it would eventually reciprocate kindness, the reality had been far from that. Whenever she approached with warmth, it would ignore her during its good moods and mock her during its darker moments. She was no pushover. How could she passively endure the Nine-Tails' antics? Yet now, with that beaming smile on the Nine-Tails' face, sealing away its vocalizations felt like an unending source of joy. Jing, how long can this technique last? Kushina half laid on the couch, wiping away tears of laughter. That's truly uncertain. Without external interference, it could last a lifetime. In the mountains, Shanjun Jing scratched his cheek. Greeted by a smile, the permanent alteration of facial muscle nerves leads to an unceasing smile upon any change of expression, slightly enhancing affability while increasing the likelihood of depression. For an ordinary person, being influenced by such a condition could very well mean a lifetime of this fate. However, if one were a ninja, whether through Orochimaru's soft body modifications or Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, the facial muscle nerves could indeed be transformed. Yet, the Nine-Tails is not a mere flesh and blood entity, but rather a chakra life form birthed from the division of the 10 tails by the Sage of 6 Paths. Does the Nine-Tails possess the capacity to alter its own facial muscle nerves? That remains uncertain. After all, Minato Namikaze successfully divided the Nine-Tails into 2 halves, and it continues to thrive. Should the Nine-Tails be ruthless enough, it might indeed be capable of changing its visage, albeit the process could prove rather unfriendly. A bubbling sound, akin to boiling water, emanated from Kushina's body. Threads of crimson chakra unfurled from her abdomen, enveloping her in a visible layer of chakra. "You stingy fox," Kushina muttered. Observing Shanjun Jing's slightly concerned expression, she waved her hand dismissively. From her ninja tool pouch, she retrieved a palm-sized talisman inscribed with sealing techniques, which she placed upon her abdomen. The vibrant orange-red chakra of the Nine-Tails around Kushina swiftly dissipated. The once tumultuous seals, visible on her smooth waist and abdomen due to the chaotic chakra, gradually fell silent, retreating beneath her skin once more. With a flick of her wrist, Kushina dusted off her hands, her delicate features radiating an expression that seemed to implore, "Come, praise me." This creation was the result of extensive study of the Uzumaki clan's ancient texts, followed by a significant amount of clandestine practice after hearing Shanjun Jing mention it twice. Even if the Nine-Tails could wreak havoc, the combined might of Mito's legacy of seals and suppression talismans would surely bring it to heel. Bang! As Yamano Jingshan was about to offer compliments and provide emotional support to his girlfriend, the door to the guest room was violently flung open. Awakening from her trance, Tsunade emanated a formidable aura, her expression grave as she surveyed Kushina and Yamano Jingshan in the living room. "Has the seal on the Nine-Tails encountered a problem?" "Oh, we were just practicing to harness the chakra of the Nine-Tails." In the mountains, Shanjun Jing's mind raced as he hastily concocted a rather dubious, yet somewhat plausible excuse. After all, whether he claimed that Uchiha Madara had not perished or that someone in the future would use Edo Tensei to summon Madara for chaos, to the majority, it would appear as though he were suffering from a delusion of persecution. The very notion of running to seal a contract with the Nine-Tails seemed ludicrous enough. He had left, thinking the Nine-Tails looked charming with a smile, gifting it a permanent smiley face, which ultimately incited the Nine-Tails' wrath. Well, Shanjun Jing felt a twinge of embarrassment to confess it aloud. The Nine-Tails retorted, "You dare feel embarrassed? How absurd." Indeed, it was as outrageous as that. Kushina nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, discreetly giving her boyfriend a thumbs up from behind. Tsunade cast a suspicious glance at the two, observing their unified stance. She deemed it unnecessary to delve deeper into the matter. After all, this was not her home, and even if damage occurred, it would not be her heart that ached. Moreover, rather than fretting here, wouldn't it be more entertaining to continue the previous gamble? The game called Nyo Nyo was exhilarating, She already held 4 small cards, and one more would yield 5 small bulls. No, wait. Caught up in the excitement, she momentarily forgot that it was an illusion. She could not revert on her own and would need Shanjun Jing, that troublesome lad, to cast it upon her once more. Yet, it struck her, wasn't she supposed to be here to trouble that rascal? With this thought, Tsunade glanced at the clock on the wall, and her pupils involuntarily trembled. She had unwittingly spent an entire afternoon ensnared in the illusion, had it not been for the diminishing energy of the Jinjutsu after such a lengthy duration. Coupled with the sudden emergence of the Nine-Tails chakra, which triggered her body's instinctual alarm, she might have remained trapped until the illusion's energy was entirely expended. This kid's Jinjutsu was remarkably potent. Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, regarding Shanjun Jing with newfound seriousness, contrasting her previous nonchalance. To execute a Jinjutsu with such swiftness during a skirmish, possessing such strength, was nothing short of astounding. Even Uchiha clansmen who had awakened their 3-tomo Sharingan might not achieve such a feat. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect was that this nearly instantaneous Jinjutsu bore a reflective mental backlash. Previously, relying on a little gadget she had created centered around the Yin seal, she had sensed the moment she fell prey to the illusion. However, the reason she did not immediately force her way out was not due to the gambling game. Rather, it was merely a test. That sensation akin to a needle pricking her consciousness had made the threat all too palpable. Once she forcefully broke free from the illusion, her mental fortitude would inevitably endure a significant blow. The injuries to her psyche cannot be simply healed with medical ninjutsu, such as palm healing techniques. Even she would require a considerable period of recuperation from such mental trauma. Thus, she took advantage of the fact that her adversary would not truly harm her, and instead decided to fully immerse herself in the experience of the gambling den within the illusion. However, did this fellow not mention something about her trying the secret techniques of the Akari clan? That illusion was hardly a legitimate technique of the Akari clan. Tsunade's beautiful eyes fixated on Yamano Jingsuk, whose face was adorned with an awkward smile. With his short golden hair and commendable physique, he certainly was not unpleasant to behold, and his strength was formidable as well. Yet, was his moral compass not a tad too flexible, so easily discarding his previous words without a hint of remorse? Was Kushina truly choosing her partner solely based on appearance? So, Tsunade, shall we play cards together after dinner? The scenery in the mountains made him feel utterly uncomfortable, leaving him to seek conversation aimlessly. Could you first elucidate what the secret techniques of the Ghost Lantern clan are? Elucidate. How does one even begin to explain such a thing? In the mountains, the scenery could not possibly reveal to Tsunade that he was merely speaking nonsense, intending to take the opportunity to strike her down. After all, under such circumstances, the only reason he could fathom for Tsunade seeking him out and confronting him was the rumors circulating about him and Kushina in the village. The crux of the matter was that he could not clarify those rumors, and Tsunade did not seem inclined to listen to any explanations. If he did not incapacitate her first, would he simply wait for her to dismantle his home? Later, when Yamashita heard Kushina mention that Tsunade had come to him because she was unable to borrow money from her, he pondered for a moment before the realization dawned on him. Was Tsunade truly in need of funds? As the most formidable medical ninja in the current ninja world and one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, if she were to announce her financial plight, there would be throngs willing to bestow money upon her, let alone lend it. However, at this juncture, Tsunade had not descended into the level of despair depicted in the original narrative. It was only in the presence of her family that she would completely disregard her own image. Thus, when she witnessed Kushina earnestly analyzing which funds could be borrowed and which could not, based on a man's words, and once again advising her to cease gambling, she felt compelled to come and investigate. This woman was here to scrutinize her sister's husband. In the mountain scenery, the expression on Shang Zhong's face was a struggle to maintain composure. At least in that moment, he genuinely wished to cover his face and flee. What a miscalculation. He had thought that he must not allow this fierce woman to wreak havoc upon his home. Had he known better, he would have exercised more patience and engaged in a few more exchanges with her. Who knows, perhaps after some tentative interactions, they could have all joyfully gathered for a meal together? Oh, Sister Tsunade, I heard that both Elder Jiraiya and Elder Orochimaru have returned. Shall we invite them over tonight to have some fun together? Kushina, noticing her boyfriend's awkward expression, hurriedly interlinked her arm with Tsunade's, cheerfully diverting the conversation. What could possibly be entertaining about those two? This young man's Jinjutsu is far more intriguing. Tsunade, feeling somewhat displeased. Pouted slightly, but followed Kushina's lead and settled onto the sofa. She had come to understand that Kushina's heart was entirely devoted to this young man, unable to bear even the slightest injustice towards him. Women in love are truly beyond redemption. After dinner tonight, shall I pour another drink for Sister Tsunade? In the mountains, tentatively spoke, displayed an expression that seemed to convey, at least you are perceptive, before turning away and patting her flat abdomen. Casting a look at that implied, you handle it. This morning, she had overslept and skipped breakfast, and by noon, she had been rampaging through the illusionary realm. As darkness began to envelop the sky, she feared that if she did not eat soon, her chest would wither from hunger. Allow me. Jing swiftly rose from the sofa and made his way towards the kitchen. After all, this visit was from Kushina's family. Initially unaware of the situation, it was one thing to incapacitate someone with a mere illusion, but to deny them a meal was utterly excessive. Moreover, with Kushina busy preparing dinner, he was left to engage in awkward small talk with Tsunade. He feared he might tire out his toes in the process. Sister Tsunade, do you recall the announcement that was circulated in the village some time ago? Kushina chuckled as she observed her boyfriend retreating in disarray, then turned to initiate a conversation with Tsunade. Announcement? Who pays attention to such things? It's the one concerning the Uzumaki clan. Oh, and then, this time, Jing and the young boy were involved in a mission alongside F and Minato, during which they brought back a girl from the Uzumaki clan named Uzumaki Anoka. It was said that she was romantically involved with Namikaze's Minato. Is it just me, or does everyone from your Uzumaki clan seem to favor blondes? What do you mean, Are looks the only criteria for choosing a boyfriend? The two girls lowered their voices as they continued their conversation in the living room. In the mountains, the scenery is shrouded in mystery, and faintly, one can hear the conversations from the living room, eliciting an almost exasperated roll of the eyes. What does it mean to say one favors yellow hair? His hair is golden. Golden. Moreover, we share the same roots. Why the haste? Sister, do our hair colors not match? Never mind. I shall overlook it, considering your compliment on my handsomeness. In the tranquil mountains, the protagonist murmured softly, deciding to temporarily spare his sister-in-law from further scrutiny. He turned around, opened the refrigerator, and began selecting his preferred vegetables and meats in preparation for dinner, while simultaneously glancing at the system interface. He had just acquired 3 opportunities for word extraction, which he had yet to utilize. System, let us commence the extraction. Congratulations, host. You have received the blue entry 1 pregnancy, 9 treasures, the gray entry empty-handed, and the white entry expired milk. 1 pregnancy, 9 treasures, blue a sacred body predisposed to conception, significantly enhancing the likelihood of pregnancy, with slight increases in the probabilities of twins, triplets, quadruplets, and even nonuplets. Postpartum recovery speed and chances of subsequent pregnancies are also improved. Empty-handed, gray a lamentable fellow shrouded in misfortune. No matter the effort to transform his circumstances, his essence will gradually diminish to below 5 centimeters. The probability of being despised by a partner, as well as the chances of separation and divorce, markedly increases, along with heightened feelings of inferiority. Expired milk. White when utilizing medical ninjutsu. The nature of the technique undergoes subtle, unpredictable changes, slightly enhancing the mastery and effectiveness of medical ninjutsu, with an increased likelihood of the recipient experiencing mild, transient side effects. 1 blue, 1 gray, and 1 white. In the serene embrace of the mountains, the protagonist pursed her lips, instinctively glancing at the softly murmuring Kushina and Tsunade in the living room. Today marked the beginning of her romantic journey with Kushina. Yet the contemplation of having a child felt rather premature. Moreover, managing 1 or 2 children seemed feasible. Changing diapers, feeding, and lulling them to sleep could be manageable for a couple. But the notion of birthing 9 children, wasn't that an insidious curse? The arduous nature of childbirth alone was daunting, and delivering 9, even through cesarean section, must be perilous. Even if they were born safely, the thought of 9 infants crying out for sustenance was overwhelming. Shan Zhongjing shuddered profoundly, daunted by the malevolence of this term, which seemed to rival even that of the most nefarious black entries. Moreover, with nothing to his name. Upon first glance, Shan Zhongjing presumed it merely indicated a decline in financial fortune. Yet, the reality proved far more sinister, surpassing even the curse of bearing 9 treasures in a single birth. It explicitly stated that no matter how hard one strives to change, the outcome will inevitably diminish. Does this imply that even Orochimaru's transformative prowess cannot offer salvation? In the serene mountains, the protagonist glanced down and secretly rejoiced at the remarkable size bestowed upon him. Otherwise, the thought would have been rather daunting. As for the expired milk, it seems that for the medical ninja, it might not be as benevolent as one would hope. Although it enhances the mastery of medical ninjutsu and improves healing efficacy, the transient mild side effects are rather concerning. Is it a matter of negligence in hygiene? Or perhaps an accumulation of misdeeds of late? In the serene landscape of the mountains, he cast a silent glance at the hands diligently washing vegetables, resolutely dismissing the fleeting thought that had just surfaced in his mind. This could not possibly be his fault. Absolutely not. How could a person who cherishes his village, concerns himself with his companions, delights in assisting others, and shows care for his disciples ever be at fault? If there were any issue, it must lie with the system. This confounded system might very well be fundamentally flawed. Since acquiring the system, he had drawn from it numerous times, yet what genuine rewards had emerged? Indeed, it was clear, all blame rested with the system. System, is there no one to advocate for me? The scenery of the mountains has left me thoroughly discontented with this round of keyword extraction 100 times over. Were it not for the opportunity to copy keywords, I fear I might have delivered a rather colorful display of my displeasure to the system. Unlike previous rounds of keyword extraction, this time, not a single keyword has the potential to enhance my abilities. Is this not a blatant affront to one's spirit? It seems that one can no longer place hope in keyword extractions. In the midst of the mountains, he sighed deeply, momentarily casting aside the vexing matters that troubled his mind, listening to the hushed whispers of Kushina and Tsunade in the living room as they swiftly prepared the ingredients. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Presently, he lacked no formidable means of attack. His mastery of the yin release and water release techniques enabled him to vanquish nearly all ordinary J-nin in an instant. Even when confronted by well-coordinated teams of J-nin, the extraordinary mobility afforded by the Flying Thunder God technique allowed him to easily overcome them. The only consideration was the sufficiency of his chakra. Thus, the type of technique to replicate was quite apparent. He had encountered numerous techniques capable of augmenting one's chakra. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kai Meiho, the power of abundance, the overflowing energy, and the accumulation technique. Among these, the most formidable was undoubtedly the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As the mightiest of the tailed beasts, the Nine-Tails possessed an array of capabilities, not to mention the heavy particle mode within certain non-flammable substances. Even the perfect Jinchuriki mode could induce envy in others. Yet, he had personally witnessed the corrosive nature of the Nine-Tails chakra, without the robust vitality of the Uzumaki clan. For an ordinary person to become a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, achieving the perfect Jinchuriki state required not only the strength to suppress the beast, but also an open heart towards it. For someone who would restore his phone to factory settings on the brink of death, the impossibility of such an endeavor was clear. Moreover, he was still a traveler from another world. To open one's heart to a tailed beast? Such a notion was absurd. And then there was Kai Meiho. The Nine-Tails was a unique chakra life form. If Shan Zhongjing dares to replicate this entry, he would undoubtedly transform into a chakra life form in an instant. Is he truly akin to Dio, exclaiming, "I shall no longer be human, Jojo"? He remains a mere child in this lifetime. As for the remaining purple entry, the potent energy, well, I suppose it would be best to replicate it from Sonai. The potent energy, purple, the formidable bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, which bestows vigorous vitality and abundant chakra, significantly enhances cellular activity, life force, and chakra volume, while also extending lifespan and slightly improving physical strength. The might of the Uzumaki bloodline is indisputable. To possess this entry is tantamount to inheriting the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Whether one would acquire red hair remains uncertain. However, the bloodline within one's body would undoubtedly undergo some transformation. If Shan Zhongjing's girlfriend were not Kushina Uzumaki, he would have unhesitatingly replicated it from her. Yet in the current scenario, his sole replication target can only be Suenai. Fortunately, the relationship between Suenai and Kushina has long surpassed 5 connections. Otherwise, would he be able to maintain his composure amidst such ironclad resolve? Damn it, Tsunade, you inadequate little brat, can't you just manifest a sage body? After all, he is your dear grandfather. Why can't you learn something worthwhile? In the midst of the mountains, while cooking, Tsunade secretly laments the legacy she has inherited. Instead of receiving something commendable from the Sage of the Six Paths, She has inherited a penchant for gambling, and alas, a streak of perpetual loss. It is truly exasperating. If only Tsunade possessed a body akin to that of a sage, she would hardly spare a glance at the prowess of the likes of Peyrand, would she? In the mountain scenery, the cricket chirped for quite some time, yet still felt a twinge of regret. According to the original text, considering Orochimaru's research progress on the reanimation jutsu, he would need to wait at least a decade to meet Senju Hashirama. Moreover, who can say if Hashirama would still retain this aspect after being reanimated? After all, those brought back through the reanimation jutsu are not flesh and blood, but rather mere vessels of earth. At this stage, the only way to attain the sage body seems to be through Uchiha Madara. Regardless of the influence of Ashura and Indra's powers, it is indeed true that Madara awakened the Rinnegan after acquiring Hashirama's abilities. This suggests a significant likelihood that he currently possesses the sage body as well. Who knows where that peculiar old man is? In the mountains. Jiang murmured softly as he swiftly transferred the stir-fried vegetables from the pan to a plate, just as he was about to prepare the next dish. A certain individual suddenly crossed his mind. Yamato. Although in the original narrative, Yamato's wood-style techniques somewhat fell short of the esteemed title of God of Shinobi held by Hashirama Senju during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he certainly made his presence felt under the control of Black Zetsu. His ability to unleash techniques from all 5 elemental natures through his wood clone technique was truly formidable. Might he? Well, the likelihood is slim. Otherwise, the phrase "first Hokage conquers the world, Yamato cultivates greenery" would not have emerged in the previous life. The one possessing a unique physique should be the individual known as Black Zetsu. However, it seems that at this stage, Yamato has undergone cellular transplantation. In the mountains, I reminisced about the timeline from the original work. Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru clandestinely selected 60 infants to implant with Hashirama's cells, but eventually abandoned the endeavor due to the successive deaths of the experimental subjects. The unfortunate ones deemed as failures included Yamato, who fortuitously survived and was discovered by Shimura Danzo. By the age of 10, he had completed his training at the root and became a member designated with the codename Taka. Subsequently, he was assigned by Danzo to assist Orochimaru in his defection. At the age of 10, Orochimaru defected. If we trace back, he should now be around 3 to 4 years old. It remains uncertain if he has already been taken in by Danzo. In the mountain, the gaze sparkles with intrigue. According to his deductions, wood release and the sage body are likely 2 distinct entries. Regardless of whether Dai possesses the sage body, it is certain that he has mastery over wood release. If he could secure Dai in advance, should he be granted another opportunity for entry replication, might he not attempt the wood release? Madara, do you not wish to witness once more the sage art, wood release, true thousand's hands, transformation into Buddha of Hahazilama? Tomorrow, after visiting the archives, I shall first explore the intelligence room and the ancient text repository. In the serene mountains, a faint smile graces the corners of his lips. Though it is often said that imagination is exquisite while reality is harsh, one must possess dreams, mustn't they? Tomorrow, he plans to visit the archives of the Hokage Tower to select 2 of the jutsu promised by the first 3 generations. Afterward, he intends to explore the intelligence room and the ancient texts, pondering the possibility of uncovering information regarding the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara's hidden sanctum, the graveyard of the mountains. As for Yamato, the location of the original wood release research facility is now a well-kept secret, known to very few. Those who are aware would certainly not disclose it to him. After revisiting the intricate details within the Palace of Memories, the scenic imagery of the mountains brought forth a moment of joy when I encountered the scene where the 3rd Hokage confronted Danzo Shimura, forcefully halting the wood release research. Such a document would undoubtedly be classified as top secret and securely archived thereafter. While others might never have access to it, there exists someone within the Hokage Tower, Narashikaku. It shall be you. With his Jonin-level speed and exceptional culinary skills, he is more than capable. In less than an hour, the culinary artist, Yamaguchi, prepared a sumptuous dinner. This was further complemented by an additional request from Jio Xinai, who asked for a large pot of rice sufficient for 10 people, resulting in the subsequent dishes being served in extraordinarily generous portions. Otherwise, with Yamaguchi's remarkable speed, half an hour would have been more than sufficient. As the meal was presented, the famished Tsunade, with her stomach growling in protest, proclaimed, "I shall indulge," and commenced her performance of voracious consumption. The rice in the pot vanished at an astonishing rate, akin to being accelerated, while the substantial portions of stir-fried dishes began to diminish before the naked eye. One might wonder, dear sister, did you not just engage in a battle with pain? Upon witnessing Tsunade's demeanor, Yamaguchi's chopsticks froze midair. Were it not for Kushina's prior mention that Tsunade had been waiting for him for several days, he might have doubted whether she had just returned from an intense real-life battle. Tsunade had recently been developing a new ninjutsu that required considerable energy. Observing her boyfriend's astonishment at Tsunade's voracious appetite, Kushina's fair face bore an unmistakable trace of envy as she offered an explanation. The development of ninjutsu was of little concern to her. Rather, she envied Tsunade's unabashed enjoyment of exquisite delicacies. Advanced medical ninjutsu necessitated the manipulation of yang release's nature transformation, much like the secret techniques of the Akimichi clan, which enabled rapid fat storage through food, subsequently converting that fat into chakra. Given Tsunade's mastery over medical ninjutsu, no matter how much she consumed, she would only gain weight where it was appropriate, while remaining slender in other areas, without a hint of worry about her figure. In fact, indulging a bit more could even replenish chakra for her sealing technique. She truly envied her to the point of tears. Yamaguchi's mind immediately recalled the sealing technique that assisted in the operation of sealing, specifically designed to counter genjutsu. However, upon reflection, he deemed it unlikely. After all, Tsunade was the formidable character who, in the original narrative, developed the Creation Rebirth, 100 Healings technique, capable of rejoining a body even if severed in two. A relatively straightforward minor sealing technique would pose no challenge for someone of Tsunade's caliber, particularly with her title of legendary medical ninja. She could likely master it within mere hours. Was it a new ninjutsu? Indeed. Tsunade, with your current medical ninjutsu, could you create a technique for the transfer of life? In the midst of the mountain scenery, as Tsunade took a moment to swallow and chew, she was hastily inquired by the presence of a voice. Tsunade's hand, poised to serve her meal, paused slightly. Instinctively recalling Orochimaru, her gaze sharpened as she lifted her head from the bowl of rice. A transfer of life? Huh. Do you possess medical ninjutsu? Well, I know a few techniques involving medical water release. In the mountains, Shanjun set down his chopsticks, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he spoke. Previously, during his time in the analysis class, he had encountered several memories of medical ninjas and had even practiced medical ninjutsu for a period. Unfortunately, his innate chakra nature did not encompass yang release, and whenever he attempted to activate medical ninjutsu, his chakra would instinctively blend with some yin release. The arduous training was one thing, but the results he achieved were exceedingly unstable. A half-dead fish, after treatment, would either perform a Thomas spin and flop around for 2.5 rotations before perishing, or, akin to a pig struck on the head, it would suddenly become stiffer than a fish that had been dead for 3 days, dying on the spot. If it had not been for the system granting him a purple attribute, Master of Water Release, which allowed him to rapidly assimilate several memories of medical water release, his medical ninjutsu would have been limited to providing his classmates with a few grilled fish or pots of fish soup. Medical water release is a gentle technique. Upon hearing Shanjunjing's response, Tsunade's originally sharp gaze softened considerably. Unlike medical ninjutsu that harnessed yang release chakra, such as the art of creation and restoration, medical water release predominantly utilized water attribute chakra. Due to the differences in chakra nature, the former forcibly activates all the cells near a wound, stimulating them to rapidly divide and regenerate in the shortest possible time to heal the injury. In contrast, the latter provides a substantial amount of energy and nutrients required by the body through water release chakra, allowing cells to autonomously enter a stable state of division and regeneration due to this energy intervention. In terms of treatment efficiency, conventional medical ninjutsu far surpasses medical water release. However, the extensive cell division and regeneration inevitably consume the patient's life energy rapidly, thereby diminishing their lifespan. This explains why many severely injured ninjas remain weak for a period even after recovery. Although the recovery speed of medical water release is considerably slower, it is undoubtedly more gentle on the patient, resulting in far less strain on the body compared to conventional medical ninjutsu. Individuals with severely diminished bodily functions are also more suited for treatment with medical water release. In summary, one who chooses to study medical water release, which is more patient-friendly, rather than the more instantaneous and potent conventional medical ninjutsu, cannot be too morally deficient. Tsunade resumed her rapid consumption of food, finishing a bowl in quick succession. Between servings, she finally spoke again. You inquire about life transfer. What is your intention? I have heard of a technique called dragon life rebirth, which, through a transformation of yang attribute chakra, allows the practitioner to share their life energy with another. Regardless of how grievously injured that individual is, they can be healed. Yes, I have heard of it. The Kusa Hidden Dragon Life clan utilizes a bloodline limit technique that, upon execution, results in the death of the practitioner. Can you accept such a price? There are some people and certain matters that hold more value than life itself, and sometimes, regret can be more terrifying than death. The silence at the dining table was palpable after Yamashita's words. Tsunade, holding a bowl filled to the brim with rice, absent-mindedly prodded the grains with her chopsticks. Kushina, moved by emotion, was on the verge of shedding tears when she noticed Yamashita discreetly signaling her beneath the table with a gesture for the heart-turn technique. That despicable fellow. Return my emotions. With her cheeks puffed out in defiance, Kushina, fearing Tsunade might detect her vulnerability, quickly lowered her head and began to poke at the rice as well. The rice seemed to lament, I would rather perish in the pot. Regarding such ninjutsu, Tsunade emerged from her reverie. She had to concede that even someone like her, who believed she had little left to lose, would feel a yearning for such techniques. If only such ninjutsu had existed back then. In the secret arts of the Ghost Lantern clan that I recently acquired, there lies a technique known as water transformation healing technique, which allows one to envelop a target's wounds in a water-like state, facilitating rapid healing, and involves the concept of life transfer. However, this life transfer is entirely passive and does not engage with the core essence. I have heard that the secret art of Takigakure, Earth's grievance, can completely transfer life energy into special black tendrils. In the underbelly of the Land of Fire, there are a few formidable individuals who wield a technique known as corpse demon rebirth, enabling them to transfer life energy through blood to their hair. Additionally, the Wind Demon clan possesses a technique, usable only once in a lifetime, called Dragonfly Ninjutsu, transformation into a butterfly, which allows for a comprehensive metamorphosis using life energy, healing injuries and transforming from a cocoon to a butterfly. By the way, there is the medical ninja Shinong who has visited Konoha a few times. It is said that he has profound research on physical activation and masters a forbidden technique for physical regeneration. I believe that by mastering the aforementioned methods of life transfer, making slight enhancements, and supplementing them with the Wind Demon's transformation into a butterfly or Shinong's physical regeneration techniques, perhaps we could create something akin to the dragon's life rebirth technique? The scenery within the mountains whispers softly of its original intentions. Tsunade's gaze shifted from gentle to one of vigilance and suspicion. Does this young man truly comprehend the words he utters? Previously, it was merely the dragon clan of the Hidden Grass Village, but now there are the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Waterfall Village, the Underground Exchange for Gold, the Wind Demon clan, and that enigmatic Shinno. Are you not seeking to innovate ninjutsu, but rather to incite a war? The notion of drawing from the strengths of various schools of thought to create innovative techniques was unequivocally dismissed by Tsunade. According to her, the mere transfer of life energy is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in utilizing this transferred life energy to heal the physical traumas incurred by the recipient of the technique. After all, not everyone possesses the resilience of Gaara from the original narrative, who, despite being captured by the Akatsuki and having his tailed beast extracted, retained his bodily integrity. In most instances, the lethal injuries sustained by ninjas can only be described as heart-stopping. The fate of Noerarin, who suffered a harrowing death, is already considered among the lesser physical traumas in the ninja world. After listening to Tsunade's words, the figure in the mountains silently delineated the forbidden jutsu of earth grudge fear and corpse manipulation from his list of requirements. Simultaneously, he emphasized the dragon rebirth technique of the dragon clan and the butterfly transformation secret of the Wind Demon clan. Though he could not brazenly seize these techniques like the Hidden Cloud Village, with his current strength and mastery of release, it would not be particularly arduous to find an opportunity to capture a clansman from either of these ninja clans and later alter their memories. It seemed that the recent topic had stirred Tsunade's memories of the past. After showcasing a lavish spread of dishes and rice, she chose not to request another foray into the illusion to wreak havoc, but instead retired to her previous chamber to continue her study of the jutsu. In the serene embrace of the mountains, Kojima and Kushina returned from their respective duties, one concluding a mission that spanned over 10 days, while the other had just overseen the establishment of a new waiting station for elite ninjas. After a brief moment of organizing several large boxes brought back from the Senju residence, both weary souls, exhausted from their endeavors, exchanged polite greetings before retreating to their separate chambers for rest. As for any romantic inclinations of cohabitation, they deftly suppressed their budding thoughts in the presence of Tsunade, maintaining an unspoken understanding between them. The night passed in silence. At 9:30 the following morning, awakened by the gentle patter of rain, Kojima stirred from a deep slumber. It is often said that a fall rain brings a chill. This mid-October shower whisked away the last remnants of summer's heat. Upon opening the bedroom door, Kojima found the once spacious living room now adorned with an array of ingredients and cooking utensils. The list entrusted to Nara Yoshino, accompanied by a sticky note and a breakfast, lay waiting on the dining table. Kojima meticulously reviewed the list, ensuring nothing was amiss. I have an appointment with the furniture store owner to customize furnishings for the ninja waiting station, so I shall return by noon. The entrance was prepared with an umbrella, a gentle reminder to take it along. Moreover, it was advised to finish breakfast before heading out. The familiar handwriting on the sticky note brought a sense of comfort. In the serene mountain landscape, a faint smile graced the corners of his lips. After a brief morning ritual, he settled at the dining table to swiftly partake in his breakfast. Although Jusanai was no longer present in the home, the lingering sensation of being cared for and remembered continued to envelop him in warmth, a comforting presence after years of solitude. He devoured his breakfast with hearty enthusiasm. In the mountains, the scenery transforms as one dons a simple yet elegant combat uniform, complemented by a pristine jonin vest. After ensuring that various scrolls and the tool pouch at the waist are securely in place, I grasp the umbrella at the entrance and step outside. On this rainy day in Konoha, the foot traffic has significantly diminished compared to usual. Although the stone-paved streets do not become muddy in the rain, many still prefer to remain indoors, shunning the inclement weather. In the mountains, the scenery delights in rainy days, whether nestled under the covers in slumber, gazing out the window at the falling rain, or quietly penning thoughts. The soft patter of raindrops outside instills a profound sense of comfort and contentment. With an umbrella in hand, he made his way to the Hokage building. In front of the building, Yamaguchi Kei shook the closed black umbrella in his hand. After temporarily leaving it in the document review room on the first floor, he ascended to the second floor to register in the archives room. The archives room consists of two sections. The outer area, furnished with a desk and two chairs, where a member of the umbus sat. His gaze fixed on Yamaguchi Kei as he entered. The inner section, however, was sealed by a heavy metal door, guarded by another umbu member stationed at the entrance. The previous afternoon, an order signed by the third Hokage had been issued to the archives room. The umbu captain in charge of the archives, known as Nyo, verified Yamaguchi Kei's identity once more after assisting him with the registration. He then produced a thick directory of jutsu from the archives, its pages nearly 3 fingers thick. No need. I have already made my selection, the shadow manipulation technique and the spirit transformation technique. In the mountain's embrace, he waved his hand, choosing not to gaze upon the extensive catalog. Indeed, the archive housed a multitude of ninjutsu techniques. However, the ones inscribed in the directory held little worth for him. The origins of the clan from the mountains and his tenure in the 5-year analytical class have bestowed upon him an astonishing array of ninjutsu and various esoteric techniques, far exceeding the imagination of ordinary individuals. Please wait a moment. Nyo nodded slightly, securing the directory before exchanging a brief nod with another member of the umbu. He then opened the heavy metal door and entered the archives room. Moments later, Nyo retrieved 2 palm-sized scrolls and placed them upon the table. To confirm the authenticity of the ninjutsu, please sign here. I trust there is no need for me to elaborate on the management regulations. Nyo's tone remained as cold and unyielding as ever. As a veteran who entered the umbu during the era of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, years of service in the shadows had rendered him remarkably taciturn. Today's extensive dialogue was already a privilege reserved for acquaintances. No recording, no removal, no disclosure of the principles of ninjutsu, and no unauthorized instruction to others. In the mountainous realm, upon unfurling 2 scrolls and casting a cursory glance, I inscribed my name on the document before delving deeply into the intricacies of 2 jutsu techniques. The first, a genjutsu known as the Dark Path technique, is classified as an A-rank illusion. This technique is designed to obliterate the visual senses, ensnaring the opponent in an impenetrable darkness. Unlike most illusions, once the afflicted party realizes they are ensnared, they may attempt to disrupt the flow of chakra within their being to escape. However, the crucial dilemma lies in their inability to break free. This technique was specifically devised to counter the Sharingan, which is renowned for its capability to defend, reflect, and unravel various illusions. Thus, the challenge in overcoming the Dark Path technique is evident. The illusion currently wielded by the enchanting figure in the mountains is undeniably formidable, fortified by various constraints to thwart its dispelling. Nevertheless, the techniques of the shadow arts continue to prove immensely beneficial to him. The art of spiritual transformation, an S-rank soul secret, manifests effects akin to the legendary emergence of the sun god, enabling the soul to detach from the body and roam freely. It facilitates rapid movement, transcending distance, while allowing for the distant perception of others' souls. Moreover, it enables the transmission of chakra through the soul, renders one immune to physical attacks, shatters the enemy's psyche, and grants dominion over their corporeal form. Even after the cessation of the impure world reincarnation, it retains the capacity to command the ascendant souls. As a member of the Mountain Clan, despite possessing the family's secret techniques capable of shattering an enemy's spirit and controlling their body, one cannot achieve the transcendence of the soul or the freedom of movement, nor can they transmit chakra. However, if he could integrate this particular ninjutsu into the family's esoteric arts that he has mastered, enabling him to manipulate his family's techniques with a controllable soul state, his power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Furthermore, in a spiritualized state, the ability to traverse distances with remarkable swiftness opens up a plethora of possibilities. In merely a span of less than 15 minutes, the scenery within the mountains yielded 2 scrolls of ninjutsu. Possessing the rapid reading and memorization capabilities enhanced by the blue-tinged inscription of the Ninja Realm's sage, this brief duration was the result of his deliberate restraint. Had he been in a rush, he could have effortlessly committed the contents of the scrolls to his memory palace, returning later to peruse them at his leisure. He departed from the somewhat oppressive atmosphere of the archive room. Inquiring with a clerical staff member on the first floor, Shan Zhongjing learned that Nara Shikyu was once again on duty at the task release station today. Rather than make an unnecessary trip, he decisively adjusted his umbrella and proceeded towards the intelligence room. After all, he would see Nara Shikyu by tomorrow evening at the latest, to peruse those sealed confidential documents. Suitable opportunities and timing were essential. A day sooner or later made little difference. It would be more prudent to visit the intelligence room first and inquire with the personnel there about any news regarding the mountain graveyard. The morning drizzle gradually intensified as time passed. The cascading raindrops pounded against the surface of his umbrella, sending up tiny splashes. He walked through the chilly curtain of rain. Amidst the mountains, one twirled the handle of an umbrella, watching the raindrops splatter against its edge, and felt an uplift in mood. Reflecting on the recently viewed technique of the Dark Path, the ability of this technique to seal off the 3 Tomo Sharingan and below, along with its intricate yet seemingly simple principles, exceeded his initial expectations. Undoubtedly, this technique was indeed an illusion. However, the creator had cunningly integrated sealing techniques within its framework. Thus, when the technique was executed, the target would first perceive the encroaching darkness, akin to tendrils, swiftly drawing near and enveloping them, gradually robbing them of light. This initial phase served as a prelude to the sealing technique. The visual sense, one of the 5 senses, was manipulated by the illusion, while subsequently, the energy of the illusion formed a rudimentary seal on the outer layer. Who among ordinary people could fathom such a concept? To merely employ methods of dispelling illusions would be futile against a sealing technique. For most, once ensnared by this illusion, unless one possessed the extraordinary ability to overpower the intricacies of the sealing energy, they could only hope for their companions to swiftly eliminate the caster. Truly, it was a commendable strategy. In the heart of the mountains, a sigh of contemplation escaped his lips. With the potency of illusionary arts, he endeavored to weave a seal while simultaneously casting an illusion. Although the complexity of such an operation was staggering, merely sealing the visual perception escalated the mastery of ninjutsu to an extraordinary grade. Yet, did he lack control over chakra? Having acquired the remarkable ability of a zero-frame initiation, he could now sustain even the formidable water release, spiral sphere, an ultra-S-rank forbidden technique, for over 30 seconds. While casting illusions, he could also employ shadow release chakra to construct a simple sealing technique from afar. Surely, it could not be more challenging than the water release, spiral sphere. As he wielded his small flying kunai, he contemplated layering a lighting array as well. In the mountainous scenery, an inexplicable image of a shadowy figure emerged in my mind, forcibly bound to a table. Meanwhile, the grown-up Kakashi Hitaki formed a tiger seal with both hands, eyeing the dark figure with a predatory gaze. The brutality was overwhelming, utterly savage. In the mountains, Shanjun rubbed his arms, feeling the goosebumps rise, and shivered profoundly. A mere illusionary rendition of the 1,000 years of pain technique could instill significant psychological terror in most individuals, akin to the terrifying experience of Naruto wielding a kunai while tethered to an explosive tag. Even the African hyena pales in comparison to such ferocity. Lost in these musings, Shanjun made his way to the intelligence department. He greeted the two familiar gatekeepers courteously, unceremoniously handing one of them his umbrella for safekeeping. He then sauntered into the intelligence room, responsible for the organization and compilation of information. According to the administrative structure of Konoha, the analysis team, where Shanjun had previously served, fell under the jurisdiction of the intelligence department. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the analysis team, he was well acquainted with the workings of the intelligence room, which also belonged to the intelligence department. Upon returning, he was unperturbed by the thought of Hachi treating him as mere labor. The current head of the intelligence room, Sandy, noticed someone entering and adjusted his thick glasses, and upon recognizing the visitor's face, he couldn't help but tease. He was 11 years Shanjun senior and had been in the intelligence department for nearly 15 years. When Jing entered the analysis class, he appeared to be just a mere boy. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he has now reached the age where discussions of marriage are appropriate. As long as I inquire about matters and run swiftly enough, he will not be able to catch up with me. With a cheerful demeanor, Yamaguchi approached Sandai and unceremoniously took a seat beside him. Isn't it just like coming home to be in the intelligence department? Sandai chuckled lightly, momentarily setting aside the materials he had been organizing to gaze at Yamaguchi. Do you happen to know the exact location of the graveyard of mountains in the Iron Nation? Yamaguchi pondered for a moment. I believe it is a place shrouded in an unknown miasma, where both humans and animals risk becoming lost, surrounded by the skeletal remains of large creatures. Possibly in a basin or valley. Yes. Senior, where exactly is it? Let me see. I think I've located it. You can access it freely with your permissions. Sandai rose and walked over to the file rack labeled with the documents from the past 40 years of Konoha. After sifting through the rows of numbered files for a while, he ultimately retrieved a sealed bag of documents, dusted it off, and turned to hand it to Yamaguchi. The Qianpu team, investigation into the death incident in the Iron Nation. In the mountains, Jiang gazed at the document's title before unsealing the long-forgotten folder. The first item was a meticulously hand-drawn map of the Iron Nation, delineating the precise location and extent of the mountain graveyard. Among the remaining stack of documents, several sketches of the mountain graveyard were also included, strikingly reminiscent of the scenes within Zhang's memory palace. The written records detailed the events that transpired here 6 years prior, along with the findings and ultimate conclusions regarding the mountain graveyard. Qianpu, a jonin of Konoha, renowned for his mastery of sensory ninjutsu, possessed a notably cautious demeanor. The scenery within the mountains conveys a clear understanding of the circumstances without the need to examine the recorded details. As a perceptive ninja, Chiho, while inadvertently traversing the graveyard of the mountains, likely due to his inherent disposition, employed sensory ninjutsu to investigate the surrounding environment. It is probable that he either sensed something amiss and sought to delve deeper, only to be intercepted by Uchiha Obito, or alternatively, Uchiha Obito detected the intrusion of the sensory ninjutsu and preemptively eliminated him. Subsequent investigators were likely misled by Uchiha Obito through Jinjutsu or other means. I have found you. Uchiha Obito. In the serene mountains, he subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth, feeling a surge of restlessness within his body. He had merely come to chance upon fortune. Who could have anticipated that he would so effortlessly locate a place that remained undiscovered until the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original narrative? Since Madara had been there for 6 years and had specifically dealt with the ninjas from Konoha who ventured to investigate the mountain graveyard, it was highly probable that he would not relocate before the onset of the Third War, or rather, prior to designating Obito as his successor for indoctrination and training. As long as he secured the Flying Thunder God coordinates and prepared ample contingencies, if he could overpower the old man, he would seize him and strike relentlessly. If he could not prevail, he would replicate the entries and make his escape. In the mountains. Jing meticulously committed the intricate details of the Iron Kingdom map to his mental repository, repeatedly examining the sketches of the mountain tombs. Only then did he return the documents to their envelope, organizing the files and bidding farewell to Sand, who was still patiently sifting through fragmented information and rewriting the intelligence reports. As Yamaguchi Kei retrieved his black umbrella, he suppressed the tumultuous emotions within and bid farewell to his colleagues in the intelligence department before stepping once more into the curtain of rain. The swift acquisition of precise intelligence regarding Uchiha Madara's whereabouts came as a most unexpected delight to him. Equally, he had not intended to seek out the adversary today. After all, this was Uchiha Madara. Both the memories from the original narrative and the family records of the Yamanaka clan spoke volumes of this man's formidable prowess. His body technique, honed through countless trials, was formidable. His fire-style jutsu, capable of incinerating all, his Susanoo, unparalleled, and his devastating Tenjin shins could obliterate the very heavens and earth. This was a man whose mere name could instill tremors throughout the entire shinobi world. Even if one were to possess a mind as reckless as Danzo's, one would not rashly charge forth upon receiving news. The gentle patter of rain continues to fall, shrouding the landscape in a misty veil that renders the distant Hokage rock somewhat elusive. Meow, meow, meow. In the midst of chaotic thoughts, urgent cries and the clatter of fallen objects intermixed with a series of splashes echoed from the left alley. A slender calico cat, visibly alarmed, darted out from the narrow passage. With a series of sharp turns, it vanished across the street, taking refuge in a haphazard pile of debris stacked nearly 3 meters high against the wall. Once the calico had disappeared, 3 young genin, scarcely 10 years old and bearing youthful faces, emerged from the alley, drenched in their soggy garments as they pursued the elusive creature. Damn it, it slipped away again. This one is far too cunning. Uchiha Obito lamented, frustration etched across his face. If it weren't for some fool insisting on wearing goggles in the rain and then shouting about being under a mist technique upon spotting the target, this mission would have been accomplished. Kakashi Hatake quipped, mocking Obito's unreliability. His emotionless gaze, akin to that of dead fish, swept across every corner of the street, searching for any trace left by the fleeing feline. Damn it, if I hadn't found that cat first, you wouldn't have even seen the target yet, Obito retorted, feeling embarrassed and his face flushing. Just as he was about to roll up his sleeves to argue with Kakashi, Rin Noera stepped forward, placing herself between the two. Her voice soft and soothing. All right, it's fine. Let's just keep trying. With a reluctant huff, Obito turned away. Kakashi, however, did not spare Obito a single glance, his attention instead scanning every alleyway, every step, and every possible hiding place where the cat might conceal itself, desperately seeking any sign of their mission's target. Hey, Senior Yamashiro, Obito suddenly exclaimed as he turned, noticing Yamashiro standing a short distance away, holding an umbrella and observing the trio. He, along with Kakashi and Rin, had previously visited the apartment of their teacher, Minato Namikaze. While perusing an album, they had come across numerous photographs featuring Minato and this esteemed senior, including images from their entry into the Ninja Academy, their graduation, and even from their return, battered and bruised, from the Second Shinobi World War. According to Minato, this individual was a trusted friend to whom he could entrust his life. With that thought in mind, a radiant smile blossomed on Obito's face as he jogged over to Yamashiro. Senior Yamashiro, I am Uchiha Obito, a disciple of Teacher Minato. May I inquire if you saw a calico cat with 3 colors dart by here just now? The debris pile, Yamashiro replied, as Jing gazed upon the child before him, whose face radiated with a sunny smile. A fleeting glimmer of complexity flickered in his eyes. He raised his hand to indicate a nearby pile of clutter where Mi was concealing herself. Name, Uchiha Obito. Profession, ninja attributes, true emotion, blue, kindness, green. Friend of the elderly, white, foolish sage, gray. Unlike Shimura Danzo, who bore the unmistakable traits of a villain, Obito lacked the explosive talent often associated with prodigies. True emotion signifies authenticity, free from pretense, and rich in feelings, enhancing one's spiritual energy and modestly boosting the potency of fire release techniques as well as their explosive capabilities in times of crisis. Kindness reflects a pure and simple heart, augmenting one's likability and social connections. Friend of the elderly significantly increases the likelihood of encountering individuals over 50, heightening the chances of tardiness, and greatly enhancing the goodwill of seniors after offering assistance. Foolish sage indicates a decline in independent thinking, making one prone to foolish actions. Clumsy yet kind-hearted, genuine, and beloved by the elderly, alongside the potential for explosive reactions in dire situations, these character traits truly embody the essence of a spirited protagonist in a shounen manga. With gradual and steady growth, supported by the encouragement of teachers, the companionship of friends, and the care of those around him. Even if he cannot become a hero destined to save the world, a person endowed with such attributes should undoubtedly shine as a beacon of humanity. Who could foresee that this individual would one day transform into a born-to-be foolish sage? Gazing at the trio in the distance, Shan Zhongjing couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy over the whims of fate. Truth be told, he had contemplated whether to eliminate Uchiha Obito outright. However, on one hand, to extinguish the life of an innocent child for deeds yet to be committed felt like a profound violation of his own conscience. On the other hand, what Uchiha Madara desired was not Obito himself, but rather a malleable pawn, someone who could be indoctrinated to fulfill the Moon Eye plan according to his design. While Obito's eye-opening talent might be commendable, it was by no means the sole option. Even in death, the future would surely bring forth others like Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura. Yet, the question lingered, should he truly refrain from intervening? In the serene mountains, I glanced at the system interface, showcasing the captivating phrase "Greetings, brother." In the original narrative, Obito is utterly brainwashed, resolutely committed to executing the Eye of the Moon plan, primarily due to witnessing his beloved Rin Nohara's heart being pierced by Kakashi. But what if Obito's beloved were Kakashi instead? Alas, my wretched moral scruples hinder my ability to embrace such a tantalizing scenario. In the mountains, Jing cast several glances at his personal panel, his unactivated entry displaying the enticing phrase "Hello, brother." He stood still, grappling with his internal conflict for quite some time. Not far away, Kakashi summoned 3 ninja hounds through a summoning technique, while collaborating with Noera Rin to block off Sanhua's escape route on the ground. Kakashi himself leaped onto the rooftop to prevent Sanhua from fleeing from above. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito engaged in a verbal spar with Kakashi, all the while rummaging through the cluttered pile of debris, attempting to flush Sanhua out. Sensing that his hiding spot was compromised, Sanhua leapt directly from the heap of junk. With remarkable speed, Obito crouched and lunged to seize Sanhua, but before he could boast of his success, he collided headfirst into the pile of debris. The already precariously stacked heap collapsed with a thunderous crash, burying both him and Sanhua beneath its chaotic remnants. The incessant raindrops failed to obscure the vast cloud of dust that erupted into the air. In the mountain's embrace, a visage of pain adorned the face of the observer. With closed eyes, he sensed the debris beneath him, acutely aware of the injuries he had sustained. Yet, he persistently bent his body, shielding the small figure of Obito cradled in his arms. A faint sigh escaped his lips. "Obito, you must always remain kind from now on. Obito, Obito." Lin, her face etched with panic, rushed forward to clear the fallen debris. Kakashi, who had maintained a demeanor of indifference, was startled and swiftly leaped down from the rooftop. "I'm fine, Lin. Ouch, it hurts. Cough, I can't breathe." Obito's voice emerged from beneath the rubble, each unfinished sentence punctuated by sharp intakes of breath. "Step aside." The sound of the mountain scenery echoed from behind Kakashi and Rin Noera. Upon hearing his voice, both understood that their teacher's close friend had chosen to intervene and promptly stepped aside. Water release, water prison technique. In the mountains, Shanjun Jing formed a single-handed seal, and the rainwater rapidly converged around the heap of debris. In almost an instant, it enveloped all the clutter within a vast, pale blue water prison. With a flick of his hand, the water prison, originally grounded, lifted several meters into the air, then swiftly glided to the corner of the wall. Below, Uchiha Obito, cradling the small 3-flower, bent over painfully, gritting his teeth. "Obito, are you all right? Don't move. Let me take a look." Noera Rin hurried to Obito's side, retrieving a portable first aid kit from her ninja pouch. She swiftly tended to the injuries on his back. Meanwhile, Kakashi took the mission target, the small 3-flower, from Obito's grasp, his gaze fixated on the spot where the water prison technique had just descended. As the water prison, which had encompassed the entire debris pile, fell, the flowing water churned and surged, quickly stacking the debris neatly. Upon landing, it transformed into delicate streams, silently merging into the surrounding rainwater and vanishing. Such extraordinary control over a ninjutsu. Kakashi had never even heard of such a thing, let alone witnessed it. Water prison technique could be employed in this manner? After executing the water release, the water didn't just splash apart? Was this truly a ninja from the Mountain Clan? Shouldn't they be more adept at their family's secret techniques? Was this an anomaly? Or did this individual possess a family secret that surpassed even water release? Might Guy had previously mentioned that his team leader also bore this name. Although Kakashi maintained an outwardly indifferent demeanor, a multitude of questions surged within him. He watched as Jing had already turned and departed, gripping the arm of the small three-flower with a slight tension. Until now, he had believed his strength was nearly on par with those seasoned jonin, thinking he merely lacked combat experience. Once his body matured further, with enhanced strength and speed, he could undoubtedly rise among the elite of the jonin. Yet now, it seemed he had been overly arrogant. Among Konoha's jonin, there were certainly many of mediocre strength. Yet there also existed formidable individuals like his teacher, Minato Namikaze, and Jing. Hey, Kakashi, I was the one who gathered the intelligence first and even managed to secure the mission target. Uchiha Obito, receiving Rin's careful treatment, wore a look of childlike pride and satisfaction on his face. The injuries he sustained were merely bruises and contusions from being struck by heavy objects. After applying the ointment, he would be nearly healed by tomorrow. In comparison, these minor injuries were trivial, especially considering they had caused Kakashi to falter. You nearly jeopardized the mission target. Kakashi held the three flowers under his arms, casting a gaze towards Obito that was imbued with indifference tinged with a hint of disdain. It was merely a D-rank mission. The failure of their initial capture was already a setback, but to subsequently sustain injuries himself and nearly jeopardize the mission objective was unacceptable. Impulsive and reckless, driven by emotion. He acted without regard for the consequences and lacked a sense of time, leading to unexpected complications at critical moments. He had never anticipated that he would one day find himself as a teammate with someone like this. After all, it is essential for comrades to coexist harmoniously. Is it not? Has Senior Jing already departed? I have yet to express my gratitude for his assistance. In a subtle motion, Noera Rin shifted her position to obstruct the collision of their gazes. She cast a glance at the original location of the mountain scenery, striving to divert the conversation, serving as the bond and lubricant of their team. In the distance, the street corner faded into the mist of the rain. As the scenery unfolded in the mountains, Kakashi hid behind the wall, casting a disdainful eye toward the shadow of Minato Namikaze. If there were concerns, wouldn't it be better to follow openly? Although Kakashi had already attained the rank of Chunin, his disposition and approach to matters were somewhat impulsive. I sincerely hope he comes to recognize the significance of companionship. If he were aware of my presence, it might inevitably sway his genuine thoughts and decisions. Minato, with an awkward smile, scratched his head and delicately conveyed Kakashi's issues. Despite possessing remarkable talent, formidable strength, and exceptional self-discipline, the haunting legacy of Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, weighed heavily on him, leading to some troubling behaviors during missions. Alas, his father's untimely demise was a bitter burden to bear. In the mountainous landscape, Yamaguchi curled his lips in disdain, casting a disparaging remark towards Kakashi. He would eventually come to understand. Minato Namikaze sighed, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. Once, this illustrious figure, known as the White Fang of Konoha, was regarded as a formidable contender for the position of the fourth Hokage. Who could have anticipated that he would take his own life amid a storm of rumors? Initially, he too struggled to comprehend why Tsukumo Hatake would make such a fateful decision. Yet, through Yamaguchi's insights and his observations of Konoha's transformations over the past few years, he genuinely felt the profound repercussions of this event. In the 6 months following the White Fang's suicide, the casualty rate for missions in Konoha surged dramatically. Although some high-ranking officials were reluctant to admit their errors, the Hokage consistently reminded the ninjas undertaking missions to cherish their own lives and those of their comrades. Many high-stakes missions began to explicitly state at the time of issuance that they could be declined based on circumstances. As long as there was a valid justification, no repercussions would ensue. The number of missions that demanded completion at any cost significantly diminished. Many ninjas, frequently dispatched on arduous tasks, privately breathed a sigh of relief. Who could argue that the death of the White Fang was without significance? What about your true self? Amidst the mountainous scenery, The conversation regarding Konoha's illustrious Hatake, Tsukumo, no longer piqued his interest. In the past, he had endeavored to alter Tsukumo's fate. Yet the Hatake clan hailed from a lineage of warriors. Tsukumo possessed his own convictions and steadfastness, and it was precisely this unwavering belief that enabled him to become the legendary Konoha White Fang. Thus, when that belief crumbled, he could not persuade him, nor could anyone else. The researchers we previously retrieved from the summoning island have all been thoroughly interrogated through reverse hypnosis by the Umbu. A new research facility is currently being constructed at the Zero Training Ground. Upon learning of this, Sanahara proactively expressed her desire to undergo reverse hypnosis as well, accompanying his girlfriend in his true form while the shadow clone attends to his disciple truly is a laborious endeavor. Haha, it's not too much trouble. Tomorrow afternoon, bring Sanahara to my home. Kushina, Jiku, and Yoshino will be there. We can all savor the dishes from the new restaurant together. Sanahara will undoubtedly be delighted upon hearing this. Minato Namikaze nodded with a smile. Although the Umbu's reverse hypnosis does not yield memories with such detail as memory retrieval, it is sufficient to ascertain Sanahara's stance. After the inquiry, he would visit Kushina, the host of the Nine Tails. Even if the Hokage were to discover this, he would not voice any objections. Then, Minato recalled the awkward incident from the previous night and inquired, Jing, do you know the procedure for obtaining approval for residential land? Building a love nest? Is the Jonin apartment too cramped? No, I just feel. Minato felt exposed as his thoughts were discerned, nearly losing the form of his shadow clone in a moment of embarrassment. Just take your Jonin credentials and seek out Nara Shizaku. He knows the ropes. When you settle into your new abode, I shall extend my warmest blessings. In the mountains, the scenery was interrupted by a voice, halting his attempts to articulate an explanation. What blessing? A child with 9 treasures. After bidding farewell to Namikaze Minato, he sauntered back home, stealthily employing the secret techniques of the mountain tribe. He accessed the sensory barrier enveloping the entire Hidden Leaf village through the back entrance. Following the chakra signatures of Might Guy, Yugao Yuzuki, and Kurama Shinra, he easily located the trio sheltered under an awning outside the Sweet Chestnut shop, enjoying rain while savoring Yokon. He then performed a summoning technique. Intending to summon a raven he had raised in the village's spirit animal shelter, one most familiar with the local environment, to call the 3 children over. This raven was distinct from the swift-type ravens he had previously summoned in the Tea Country town and on the summoning island. Its intelligence was markedly superior to that of its peers. Having merely played with it a few times during leisure, it could articulate simple blessings such as wishing you prosperity and may you always wear a smile. It could also comprehend and execute some uncomplicated commands. Its favorite pastime was to wander through the Hidden Leaf village during its free time in the shelter, seeking out anyone with food, using those simple blessings to score a few bites. This habit resulted in its size being nearly 1.5 times larger than its kin, round and plump, and its flying speed significantly slower than that of its counterparts. In the mountains, one perceives its cleverness. Not only did they not disdain it, but they even bestowed upon it a name, the Slippery One. However, pray tell, what is my Slippery One to me? In the mountains, Jing gazed blankly at the vanishing summoning array. Unwilling to succumb to disbelief, he dipped his finger once more into the vial of preserved blood and attempted the summoning technique again. Regrettably, the sweet-talking little black chubby figure remained absent, leaving him with a lingering sense of uncertainty. In the mountains, the scenery seemed to invoke a connection with other crows. The raucous cawing of the crows immediately echoed throughout the estate. Dead. In the mountains, the scenery unfolded as he casually dispelled the spirit summoning technique, rising from the ground in a state of bewilderment. If it was not his fault, then the issue must lie with the summoned creature. The absence of a response from the spirit beast to the invocation could stem from one of 2 possibilities. It was either confined within a ceiling barrier or bound by some enchantment, or it had already departed for the realm beyond. Who, in their right mind, would take the time to seal a plump crow? Thus, he pondered, what could have befallen his spirited companion? Upon returning yesterday, he had entrusted his hawk, the Biao, to the avian spirit beast nursery. The staff had not informed him of any issues. How could such an event transpire between yesterday noon and this present hour? Something was amiss. The scenery of the mountains and the images within the palace of memories flicker in my mind. The expressions of the staff who received him yesterday are magnified before my eyes. At that moment, in my haste to deliver the mission to the Hokage Tower, I paid little attention. Yet, upon reflection, It seems that these individuals were slightly evasive in their gazes. Perhaps one or two instances could be dismissed as coincidence. But when all of them avoid meeting my eyes, is there not something amiss? How outrageous! I contribute a substantial amount to the breeding house each year, and they dare not inform me, even in the event of death. The scenery in the mountains increasingly vexed him, leading him to suspect that the disappearance of his summoned beast stemmed from issues within the breeding facility. Disregarding any thoughts of preparing distinctive breakfast delicacies, he swiftly rose and departed once more, heading directly towards the northeast of the village. The avian summoning beast breeding facility of Konoha is situated at the northeastern corner of the village, nestled against the crumbling cliffs of the Shadow Rock. On clear days, one can often witness flocks of avian summoned beasts soaring freely in the sky or resting in various spots along the cliffs. However, due to today's inclement weather, most of the birds remained sheltered within the breeding facility to evade the rain. From a considerable distance, the cheerful chirping of numerous birds could be distinctly heard. Upon entering the sanctum of the breeding facility, the atmosphere was thick with an unspoken tension. Before he could utter a single inquiry, several staff members, upon noticing his presence, promptly executed a perfect 90-degree bow in unison. The head of the facility, in a flurry of urgency, approached at a brisk pace, bowing deeply without lifting his gaze, and began to express his contrition. Esteemed Master Shanzhong, I extend my sincerest apologies. Your summoned beast, that rascal, unfortunately encountered an unfortunate incident 12 days ago during its outing. Regrettably, I was detained by the Dark Division for questioning, and our staff were bound by a confidentiality mandate, preventing us from conveying this distressing news to you in a timely manner. This is a grave oversight on our part. We shall reflect and atone for our mistakes, and we are wholly committed to compensating you for the sorrow of losing your summoned beast. Please, trust us, as the head of the facility concluded his cascade of apologies. He hastily retrieved a pre-prepared envelope from beneath a nearby desk, offering it to him with both hands, reverently presenting it. Judging by its thickness, it appeared to contain a sum of approximately 50,000 taels. In the mountainous region, a caretaker has taken in 10 crows, incurring an annual maintenance cost of approximately 80,000 ryo. This translates to an expense of 8,000 ryo per crow each year. One might underestimate this figure. However, it is noteworthy that the war orphans of Konoha only require 600 ryo for their monthly sustenance. Thus, the cost of maintaining a single crow as a summoning beast exceeds the living expenses of these children. This individual has cared for the crows for 3 years, resulting in a total expenditure of around 24,000 ryo. When factoring in the initial costs of hatching and training the summoning beasts, the overall outlay amounts to approximately 30,000 ryo. Therefore, the compensation of 50,000 ryo is, under normal circumstances, indeed considered to be a gesture of goodwill. Umbu, what has transpired? As Shang Zhongjing gazed at the group of staff members who maintained a posture of deep reverence, he found himself hesitating to speak on multiple occasions before letting out a resigned sigh. Initially, he had arrived brimming with indignation. However, their justifications were sound, their demeanor unobjectionable. And with the involvement of the Umbu demanding confidentiality, it was indeed difficult to cast blame upon them. What was to be done? Your summoned beast met an untimely demise when it flew past the Hokage's office just as the designated break was drawing to a close, colliding tragically with the departing Hokage's assistant. The expression on the person in charge's face was a mixture of trepidation and regret. He was genuinely suffering a loss this time. Previously, when approached by the Umbu ninja, he had been taken away and suspected of deliberately assaulting the higher echelons of Konoha. He had nearly succumbed to sheer terror, had it not been for reverse hypnosis and memory retrieval confirming that he harbored no intent to harm Konoha's leadership and that it was merely an unfortunate accident. His return would have been uncertain. Furthermore, even in light of this, the breeding facility had compensated the Hokage's assistant a substantial sum. But who could be held accountable for this? Should the blame rest on the crow for flying too low, lacking sufficient defense? Or should it be directed at the Hokage's assistant for leaping too high, adorned with a steel helmet? 12 days ago, Danzo, I had scarcely departed the Hokage's office when he had my summoned beast killed. Are you certain it was a collision and not a piercing with a kunai? The once subdued flames of anger within the mountains now surged forth with renewed vigor. Surely, that old scoundrel Danzo is targeting him. It must be so. Given that rascal's typical leisurely pace, akin to a stroll through Konoha, how could he possibly have caused a fatal collision? It is said that at that moment, the esteemed Hokage's advisor was hastily departing on a secret mission, having instantaneously vanished while donning a combat helmet. Did your summoned beast happen to collide with the helmet? Indeed, please accept our condolences, and concerning the matter of compensation for the esteemed Hokage's advisor, our establishment has already taken care of it. So you bear no responsibility and need not worry. Compensation? That old fool still has the audacity to demand compensation. Shan Zhongjing was utterly astonished. His summoning beast had been brutally slain by Danzo, who audaciously demanded compensation in return. Coughing slightly, the shinobi from the Shanzhong clan presented the ashes of the summoning beast, inquiring whether he wished to take them or inter them in their dedicated burial grounds for summoning beasts. The head of the breeding facility, upon hearing Shan Zhongjing's vitriolic remarks about Danzo, shuddered in trepidation and swiftly changed the subject. He was genuinely reluctant to revisit the Umbu shadows. Thus, regardless of who was culpable or the extent of the responsibility, it was best to conclude this unfortunate matter as swiftly as possible. Let us proceed to the burial grounds. In the depths of the mountains, Yamashita gazed at the white urn in the caretaker's hands, barely larger than a cigarette box, feeling a tumultuous blend of anger, frustration, and speechlessness. It was he who had provided the eccentric entry for Danzo, and he who had lost his summoned beast. Damn it! The pent-up rage within Yamashita simmered as he forced himself to check on the remaining 9 crows, along with the hawk that had just arrived the previous day. Observing the young crows, he noted their lives continued in blissful contentment, devoid of any issues. The hawk, too, had found companionship within the breeding facility, engaging in tender displays with its mate from the summoning island. With that, he bid farewell to the staff of the breeding house and turned to leave. He arrived in a storm of fury, yet departed with a sense of unresolved tension. The scenery in the mountains is such that one could never have imagined this boomerang would strike so deeply. What is this? A cycle of cause and effect? An unerring retribution? Nonsense. That old scoundrel Danzo has committed countless heinous acts. If retribution truly existed, he would have met his end long ago. In the mountains, Yamaguchi was visibly displeased as he made his way along the Konoha street towards the famed confectionery shop, Kanzakigama, where his companions, Yuhi Kurenai and Mike Guy, were located. Established during the era of Senju Tobarama, this venerable dessert shop had long been a staple in Konoha. Kanzakigama was renowned for its yokan, a jelly-like delicacy crafted from beans or chestnuts, simmered and steamed with added ingredients, and it was particularly favored by the younger generation. Since joining Yamaguchi's team, Kurenai Guy and Nara Shikamaru had undertaken 2 D-rank missions, significantly alleviating their financial burdens. Additionally, under the sustained effect of the 4 limbs heavy ceiling, the trio had experienced considerable growth in their abilities. Their teamwork had also improved markedly due to a week of continuous missions. Originally, they had planned to train together at the 4th training ground today, but inclement weather forced a change of plans. Have you heard? The summoned beasts that were auctioned off earlier might have been collectively subdued by an illusion technique, Shikamaru remarked. A saban held casually in his mouth as he gazed at the rain outside, engaging in light conversation with his teammates. Indeed, over 100 summoned beasts of various sizes, even if they were all crammed together, would occupy a larger area than the school training ground. Sensei is truly impressive, Kurenai mused, her elbows resting on the table, cheeks cradled in her hands, her cherubic face alight with admiration. She longed to become such a master of illusion, effortlessly ensnaring foes in endless nightmares. What exhilarating achievements these were. Mike Guy energetically practiced his punches nearby, always brimming with vitality. I hear someone is praising me. A familiar male voice chimed in from behind the trio. They turned around with eager expressions to see Yamaguchi, holding a black umbrella, wearing the same warm smile as before. Ah, Sensei, good morning. Shikamaru responded swiftly, rising to greet him. Guy followed suit, adopting a serious demeanor that might lead one to believe he was preparing for battle. Upon seeing the black umbrella in Yamaguchi's hand, Kurenai's heart skipped a beat as she quickly circled around him to inspect. Noticing the absence of any blood-stained bandages or medicinal scents, she let out a sigh of relief. In the shinobi world, aside from those who utilized umbrellas as ninja tools, most shinobi typically refrained from using them, as they could impede swift movement. At first glance, seeing her teacher with an umbrella had led her to fear he was injured and unable to get his wounds wet. Thank you for your concern, but I am perfectly well. I am merely carrying the umbrella because, well, someone advised me to bring it today. In the serene embrace of the mountains, Yuhi Kurenai effortlessly received the tender concern from her disciple, who gently ruffled her small head. It must be said that such affection from her student was immensely gratifying. However, while gratitude was due, the destinies of the three little ones had long been predetermined. Yet, if they diligently applied themselves, well, perhaps they deserved a modest reward. Senior Kushina was truly gentle. Kurenai immediately realized who was advising her beloved teacher, her ruby-like eyes brimming with envy. When Senior Kushina offered her counsel, it was evident that the teacher took it to heart, radiating a sense of profound happiness. Nearby, Might Guy and Nara Shikamura nodded silently upon hearing Kurenai's words. Throughout their teacher's mission, it was Senior Kushina who consistently accompanied them, tending to their needs, addressing their uncertainties, and guiding their training. Although at times she mirrored her teacher's personality with a hint of mischievousness, such as when, after they had just adapted to the four-seal confinement, she elevated the binding force under the pretense of gift-giving. Senior Kushina was undeniably a remarkable and gentle mentor. Will you be visiting my home today? I am preparing something extraordinary to delight the palate, and tomorrow I shall invite someone to savor it. In the midst of the mountains. The sight of the three young ones brought a sense of camaraderie to Kushina, uplifting her spirits further as she decisively began to devise a plan. Is this the home of Teacher Kage? She exclaimed with a playful giggle. Then let us lend a hand. I have diligently practiced my culinary skills at home. Without a moment's hesitation, Hinata leapt into the fray, blissfully unaware of the magnitude of the undertaking ahead. Kai and I shall assist as well, remarked Kurama, scratching his head and pulling Might Guy into their ranks. At their tender age, although they might not have taken a liking to the art of cooking, they could hardly resist the allure of delectable food. Kushina had often mentioned that their teacher possessed remarkable culinary talents during his time at the Ninja Academy. Who could possibly resist the temptation of exquisite dishes? As the group ventured forth, seizing the opportunity while the rain was light, they arrived at Kage's residence. The sprawling single-story luxury home, exceeding 200 square meters, left the trio in awe. However, upon witnessing the overwhelming array of ingredients and kitchenware that dominated the living room, they fell into a collective silence. Cursed be this miscalculation. With such a plethora of ingredients, one could easily open a restaurant. Just then, Tsunade emerged from her bedroom, disheveled and yawning, casually greeting Kage while mentioning her need for lunch. Tsunade-sama, good morning, exclaimed Hinata, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The legendary Tsunade, one of the renowned Sanin, was an idol for all female ninjas. Meanwhile, Might Guy and Kurama, coming to their senses, quickly bowed respectfully to Tsunade. Though they were aware that Kushina and Tsunade shared a familial bond, could one really accommodate a boyfriend while bringing along sisters? Is it 11 o'clock already? Off to the hospital? In the mountains, Jing raised an eyebrow, having assumed that Tsunade and Kushina had ventured out together in the morning. To his surprise, they had merely slept soundly until now. As long as they could attend the memorial, it would suffice. Tsunade, feeling displeased, pouted and turned to head to the bathroom for her morning routine. Ultimately, she was only attending out of respect for the old man. There were certain individuals whose mere presence irked her, and she could hardly fathom providing them with treatment. Surely, you are not contemplating treating Danzo, are you? Upon observing the expression of Yamashita, Tsunade immediately harbored suspicions. In the entirety of Konoha, there were scarcely 5 individuals capable of inciting such impatience in her. Among these few, it appeared that only Danzo had been in a particularly unfavorable state of late. With a keen sense of the unfolding drama, Tsunade pondered the relationship between Yamashita and Kushina, both of whom seemed to share an adversarial stance towards Danzo, a faint smile gracing her lips. Coughing lightly, she expressed her concerns about Tsunade's convenience. That troublesome girl truly divulges everything to you. Tsunade grimaced, turning away to head towards the restroom. Meanwhile, Yamashita was barely able to contain his excitement. Danzo, who would have thought? He exclaimed inwardly. Upon arriving at Yamashita's residence, the 3 young ones were left in a state of bewilderment at being unceremoniously abandoned. Initially, the trio had contemplated rescheduling their visit, yet Yamashita as shadow clone swiftly resolved the dilemma. With all 3 free laborers now ensnared, the question lingered: who would roll the dough for the afternoon's dumplings, shape the buns, and grind the soybeans? While one shadow clone remained at home, diligently washing and cleaning various utensils, it orchestrated the trio's tasks with remarkable efficiency. Might Guy kneaded the dough, Kurenai trimmed and washed the vegetables, while Kakashi skillfully chopped the meat. The 3 were engulfed in their industrious efforts, fervently engaged in their work. In the mountains, and Tsunade proceeded towards the Konoha hospital. On the 3rd floor of the hospital, In a special care ward, Shimura Danzo sat upon his bed, his left hand receiving an intravenous drip while his right hand swiftly perused the latest intelligence reports from various ninja villages laid out upon a small table. A member of the Root organization, clad in standard umbu attire and wearing a mask, dutifully stood guard at the bedside. The ceiling and walls of the ward were densely covered with parasitic insects, each no larger than a grain of rice. Although the multitude of writhing insects rendered the environment somewhat unsettling, this minor inconvenience paled in comparison to the high energy consumption and the difficulty of maintaining a defensive barrier that required multiple individuals to sustain. After reviewing the intelligence, Danzo closed his eyes to mentally organize the information. He then took a blank scroll and began assigning tasks to the Root ninjas for the upcoming days. Suddenly, the door to the ward creaked open, pushed by a hand that bore the marks of age. The Root ninja lowered his head slightly, offering a respectful bow to the three elderly figures who entered the room. Danzo's sharp gaze swept over them, and upon recognizing the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside Tsunade and Mito Gate, he softened the coldness in his eyes just a fraction. He set the scroll aside for the moment. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "Has Tsunade not come to attend to you yet?" Hiruzen replied, taking a seat on a nearby sofa, seemingly unfazed by his friend's icy tone and indifferent demeanor. He understood Danzo's sentiments and felt a measure of sympathy for his plight. After all, anyone subjected to the influence of an unknown power, constantly on edge and wary of potential attacks from unseen foes, would likely find little solace. "She likely wishes for your demise," Danzo mused. His single eye fixed intently on Hiruzen's hand as he retrieved a pipe, the atmosphere around him growing even more oppressive. "It is merely a misunderstanding on her part. We all recognize your contributions to Konoha," Hiruzen responded, finally retracting the pipe in the face of his friend's silent reproach. "Very well then. If you choose not to smoke, you need not glare at anyone. Hiruzen, you are too indulgent with Tsunade. And look at Jiraiya and Orochimaru. See what they have become." Tsunade and Mito took their seats on the sofa as well. Hearing Hiruzen's attempt to sidestep the issue, they retorted without hesitation. "Jiraiya is carefree, disregarding the management regulations of Konoha's ninja. Every time he takes on a mission, he uses the pretense of gathering intelligence to search for the elusive child of destiny in Mayaboku Mountain, often lingering away for extended periods. Tsunade is lethargic and irritable, frequently absent from high-level meetings without cause, sneaking out of Konoha to indulge in drinking and gambling. Wasn't her husband the one who died right after she sent him a token of affection? How many years has it been since he sacrificed himself? Has she truly wallowed in despair all this time? And then there is Orochimaru. The task was indeed accepted with enthusiasm, yet upon return, one becomes ensnared within the research chamber, consumed by an insatiable obsession with the study of ninjutsu. If this continues, calamity is inevitable. Tsunade, still in her youth, possesses certain imperfections in her temperament. However, out of respect for the first Hokage and her mentor, one ought to exercise a measure of forbearance. Sarutobi Hiruzen, once again, chose to sidestep the core issues, making no mention of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, instead merely addressing the concerns surrounding Tsunade. He even invoked the names of the first and second Hokages, hoping to divert the matter from the attention of Narashikamaru. Yet, Sarutobi underestimated the long-simmering dissatisfaction and ire harbored by his old comrade. Youth is no justification for her decline. The legacies of the first Hokage and her mentor do not grant her the license for reckless abandon. As their descendant, she ought to embody the virtues of a Konoha ninja. A sudden crash resounded as the hospital room door was violently dislodged from its frame. The twisted remnants of the door hurtled toward Narashikamaru, who was seated on the sofa. As a former member of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama's shadow guard and a distinguished jonin, Narashikamaru, now just over 51 years of age, despite a significant decline in strength, had yet to exhibit the frailty reminiscent of the days of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Instinctively, she executed a swift kick, managing to deflect the deformed door panel and stumbling backward toward the window. Buzz! A swarm of parasitic insects quickly engulfed the hospital bed. Shimura Danzo observed. Ensnared within the mass of parasitic creatures, the door's south corner perilously close to his head. A chill ran down his spine as he glanced at the kicking Tsunade and the furious Narashikamaru, struggling to suppress the murderous intent that surged within him. It was evident that he was the target of a plot, and should any unforeseen incident arise, it would ultimately be directed at him. Were these two women truly engaging in combat within the hospital room? Were their minds clouded with folly, or did they genuinely entertain the notion of eliminating him? Standing a step behind Tsunade, Yamashiro Aki, peering through the vacant doorframe, witnessed the fallen door and the swarm of parasitic insects enveloping the hospital bed. And he couldn't help but sigh in regret. An old adage rings true: good people seldom live long, while calamities endure for millennia. Truly, this old man Danzo possesses remarkable longevity. His gaze shifted aside, observing the insects obstructing the door while he remained a mere shadow, silently standing at the corner's base. He understood the implications. Based on the timeline, this individual should be none other than the oil-wielding Nara Shikamaru, regarded by Danzo as his right hand after the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. Though relatively young, his prowess was commendable, likely surpassing that of many jonin in Konoha. As the scenery in the mountains swiftly surveyed the individuals within the infirmary, Tsunade's smooth forehead became prominently veined, and the azure seal upon her forehead abruptly darkened. Old woman, enough already. Have I uttered a single incorrect word? Tsuranai Kamaru subtly shifted her somewhat numb right leg, yet her demeanor remained steadfast and unyielding. Even though Tsunade's prowess had long surpassed hers, she remained convinced that she had not erred in any regard. Upon witnessing the tense atmosphere, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly positioned himself between the two, adeptly assuming the role of mediator. Tsunade, Kamaru's words may have been somewhat fervent, but you are aware of her intentions. She has never harbored any malice towards you. And Kamaru, you too. We have all watched Tsunade grow, naturally wishing for her to flourish. However, even as elders, we must be mindful of our approach. Tsunade, we are aging, and the future of Konoha rests upon your generation. Our concerns for the future inevitably lead us to heighten our expectations of you. The burden of the future was entrusted to us by the first and second Hokage, and we cannot help but worry that we have not done enough or sufficiently well. Hiruzen's heartfelt, yet somewhat rambling words gradually tempered Tsunade's fervor. Mito Geikai stood nearby, nodding in agreement. After several deep breaths, the previously defiant Tsunai Kamaru's expression began to soften. Only Shimura Danzo remained aloof, observing with a cold gaze, a hint of derision lingering at the corners of his mouth. If one were to speak of manipulation, it was certainly the old man who excelled at it. Observing the scene in the mountains, one cannot help but be impressed by the swiftly easing atmosphere under the influence of the third Hokage's eloquence. Indeed, one cannot help but admire this venerable elder, with such a diplomatic finesse, who among those with even a modicum of affection for him could remain unaffected. After all, he is the Hokage. Danzo, take note. Master the art of expression, master the art of expression. Upon observing the mocking expression of Danzo, Yamaguchi Kei instantly realized that his previous demeanor had been somewhat amiss. He hastily summoned every ounce of his thespian prowess, emulating the countenance of Mito Geidun. I, Yamaguchi Kei, am the inheritor of the will of fire from the new generation of Konoha. In his past life, while watching anime, Yamaguchi Kei harbored a certain disdain for the duo of Uchiha Sakura and Mito Geidun. At times, he considered them mere lackeys of Danzo. However, after residing in this world for over a decade, he gradually dismantled his preconceived notions of the two. They truly are rare exemplars of goodness among the upper echelons of Konoha. Mito Geidun, with his upright character and steadfast principles, often fretted excessively over the affairs of others, which led to a perception of him as someone who meddled in everything. Yet, in truth, he merely offered suggestions without intruding, as befits his role as a senior advisor. As a disciple of Shinji Tobarama, Uchiha Sakura deeply ingrained the ideals of collectivism within her very being. Stern and serious, her words could be piercing, yet her commitment to the village was unwavering. She could unhesitatingly propose the extermination of the Uchiha clan when they posed a threat to the village and, conversely, challenged Danzo about his absence during the Ninetales incident when he opposed Sarutobi Hiruzen's return as Hokage. Their continued survival into the era of non-combustible entities, while maintaining their positions as senior advisors, is not solely due to their association with the second Hokage, Shinji Tobarama. The disdain directed toward them primarily stems from their refusal to align with the protagonist in chaotic endeavors. Initially, Naruto was a character who incessantly spoke of bonds and the ninja way, often disregarding the regulations governing the ninja of Konoha. When he declared his intent to pursue Sasuke, no one could deter him. When he sought Orochimaru, all advice fell upon deaf ears. Fundamentally, Konoha is a military organization. It is indeed peculiar that Uchiha Sakura and Mito Gaiden could stand in alignment with him amidst such disorder. One need only observe that as Naruto matured, he transformed his previously unfriendly attitude toward the two, showing them profound respect in his daily interactions. This change did not arise from any alteration in the two, but rather from Naruto's realization that without rules, there can be no order. To safeguard Konoha, one must first uphold its regulations. If chaos reigns, the village itself will disintegrate. As for Tsunade, it has been said, do not advise others to be virtuous without having endured their suffering. If you have not shared in my hardships, you cannot claim to know my goodness. Tsunade, in her youth, was bereft of parental figures, with only her great uncle, her second uncle, Mito's grandmother, and her younger brother, Nawaki. By her side, her great uncle had ventured forth to protect Konoha, engaging in battles for its sake. Due to injuries, she did not have the chance to grow up, and her life was extinguished prematurely. Not long after, the second grandfather ventured forth to forge an alliance in order to safeguard Konoha, yet met with a tragic fate. My younger brother expressed his aspiration to become Hokage and protect Konoha, only to vanish shortly thereafter. After much difficulty, I encountered a kind-hearted man who vowed to become Hokage and shield Konoha, yet he too disappeared on a mission. Upon returning to Konoha in search of solace from my grandmother, she urged me to protect the legacy of my grandfather's Konoha by relocating a tailed beast, only for her to also be lost to me. This is the tale of a modern-day Sufugue in the world of Hokage, in the midst of the mountainous scenery. One cannot help but consider the perspective of another. It would indeed be unbearable if the roles were reversed. While it may not be accurate to say he harbors a deep-seated hatred for Konoha, it is certain that he would develop a profound aversion to the notion of protecting Konoha from that moment onward. Who would dare bring this subject up in his presence? He would undoubtedly demand to scrutinize their family lineage, insisting that they individually take on the duty of safeguarding Konoha. Thus, regarding the friction between Tsunade and Sh Ka, he genuinely wished to convey to the latter, I understand your intentions are for the good of Konoha, but please spare her. Her household registration is down to its last page. The uproar in the hospital room did not persist for long. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's masterful verbal prowess, Sh Ka, who had just had a disagreement with Tsunade and found herself somewhat embarrassed, promptly excused herself. Mito Gaiden, realizing there was no further need for his presence, chose to accompany her out. As the two approached the exit, they politely nodded to Yamashiro Kage. Before turning to leave Konoha Hospital, shall we begin? Shimura Danzo urged as the obstructions had all departed. His impatience was palpable. He had already conducted a thorough examination at the root base, yet those medical ninjas were utterly unable to ascertain the cause. Orochimaru also expressed his helplessness. A few days prior, a monk named Nakaku from the Fire Temple had visited, yet he too was at a loss regarding Danzo's condition. Several root ninjas had ventured to the land of demons to consult the priestess, only to have never even laid eyes on her, receiving merely the cryptic advice that the one who ties the knot must untie it. Did he not understand that the caster could lift this jutsu? The crucial question remained, who was the fool that cast it? Here are the examination results. Tsunade, lacking the inclination to prolong the discussion with Danzo, promptly shifted into a professional demeanor. Beside her, Aburame Ryoma presented a thick stack of examination reports. Tsunade quickly perused the data, her brow furrowing with each line. A trivial rejection response, cellular activity declined due to natural aging, and no abnormal chakra reactions indicated that the issue was evidently not physiological. This was beyond her capability. After merely flipping through a dozen pages, she declared the diagnosis outright. Would you not consider further examinations? Shimura Danzo clearly struggled to accept such findings. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Kage, positioned at the doorway, contemplated Danzo's entry in the lexicon interface. Noticing the once prominent blue entry of the Sharingan vanish, he internally mused, as expected. To allow Tsunade to conduct a thorough examination and treatment, this old fool could hardly resist extracting the Sharingan. Elder Danzo, there are no physical issues. Further examinations will yield the same results. As for the peculiar condition you are experiencing, I recommend consulting an expert in yin release. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Yamamoto, who was peeking from the doorway. Inside the hospital room, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively followed her gaze. Danzo's expression darkened further. Observing this, Hiruzen felt compelled to invite Yamamoto inside. Yamamoto, you should be somewhat acquainted with Elder Danzo's condition, as Tsunade-sama briefly mentioned it before. Amidst the mountain scenery, Kaguya murmured inwardly, cursing Tsunade for her lack of martial ethics. She had come merely to mock Danzo, and perhaps to ponder whether she should bestow upon him some local specialties from the system, to vent the frustration over the unjust demise of the deceased. This sister had no intention of engaging with Shimura Danzo, yet it was unfair to place the blame solely upon him. After all, he was indeed the genuine mastermind behind the scenes. What is your perspective? The third Hokage found nothing amiss in Tsunade's words. If Danzo's physical state posed no issues, where else could one turn other than to the realm of in release, particularly considering the mental aspect? The Yamanka clan was renowned for their expertise in in release, and Kaguya was a paragon of his family. He was not only adept in their secret techniques, but also possessed formidable illusionary skills. If he were not to inquire of him, whom else could he consult? Lord Hokage, regardless of how in release may transform, it still necessitates chakra to activate its techniques. And in Danzo's situation, the scenery of the mountains adorned a visage of profound entanglement. Such an unmistakable hesitation to speak could hardly escape the discerning eyes of 3 generations. You may speak candidly. When I previously studied the arcane arts of sealing, I encountered various accounts from the Warring States period, death gods capable of sealing souls, memory-devouring phantoms, and entities wielding dark powers. In the mountains, the scenery urged to cast the pot further away. Upon hearing this, both Sarutobi Asuma and Shimura Danzo furrowed their brows. Such power was not within the realm of a ninja's expertise. Of course, there are ways to address Lord Danzo's predicament. The discourse in the mountains took a sudden turn. Years of accumulated experience informed him that shifting blame could be achieved with a subtle nudge. People are often more inclined to believe what they perceive and the conclusions they draw themselves. Speaking too much might lead them to question his credibility instead. What method? A fleeting glimmer of barely perceptible anticipation flickered across Danzo's somber visage. Wasn't Elder Danzo perpetually under siege in his mind? Acquiring a technique akin to the art of hydromancy would ensure that even if his head were to explode, restoration would still be possible. In the mountains, Yamanaka Kaguya proposed the optimal solution. Whether it was the third Hokage or Danzo, they fell silent at that moment. The technique of hydration. Without the bloodline of the Hozuki clan, who could possibly master such a skill? Tsunade's previously stern expression crumbled upon hearing Yamanaka Kaguya's words. Given the uniqueness of ninjutsu, the difficulty of mastering hydration is comparable to the development of a bloodline limit. How arduous is the creation of a bloodline limit? Each of the 5 great shinobi villages has inherited legacies from their predecessors that enable the development of bloodline limits. Sunagakure possesses magnet release, Kumogakure has storm release, Awagakure boasts lava release, and Kirigakure is known for boil release. Yet, how many individuals in the entire shinobi world can actually learn these? Does Danzo possess that kind of talent? If he were truly gifted, would he be lying here? Ultimately, Tsunade could not suppress the smile that crept to her lips, gently patting Yamanaka Kaguya on the shoulder. A commendable thought. Do not dwell on it next time. Kaguya, that technique closely tied to bloodline limits is exceedingly difficult for those devoid of such lineage to cultivate. Elder Danzo is no longer in his youth. He lacks the time and energy to delve into these matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen tactfully provided Danzo with an exit. Though the life of a ninja appears glamorous, it is far from an easy profession. The constant refinement of chakra and frequent injuries can exhaust one's physical potential, leaving behind a myriad of hidden ailments. Most ninjas, upon reaching their 40s, witness a rapid decline in their physical condition. Their various abilities and overall state begin to deteriorate. Given Danzo's current age, it would be best not to burden him with such a challenging technique. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Danzo's already dark countenance grew even grimmer. What did it mean that he was no longer young? What did it imply that he lacked the time and energy to study these matters? Was the old monkey convinced he would be incapable? Humph. Inwardly, Danzo scoffed, disinterested in engaging in a quarrel with Hiruzen on such trivialities, lest he become a laughingstock to the younger generation. Yet, he secretly began to contemplate Yamanaka Kaguya's earlier remarks. Indeed, he had long suspected that his assailant was likely not a ninja. Otherwise, he would not have sought the powers of the Temple of Fire and the Priestess. However, neither the ancient texts of Konoha nor the treasures left behind by the Sarutobi and Shimura clans contained any records corresponding to his symptoms. Searching further would likely yield little opportunity. Yet, Yamanaka Kage's second suggestion sparked a realization within him. It was not imperative to eradicate the source of the attack on his mind. Rather, developing immunity to such attacks was a commendable alternative. If it is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to master techniques reliant on bloodline limits, what if one were to possess a bloodline limit? The experimental endeavors concerning the wood-release Kekei Genkai are fraught with challenges, primarily due to the overwhelming potency of the original cells. These cells exhibit a tendency to reject and devour the host's own cells, resulting in the unfortunate transformation of the subject into lifeless wood. Other Kekei Genkai do not harbor such perilous risks. Moreover, a fortnight ago, Orochimaru proclaimed significant advancements in his research on Kekei Genkai while soliciting funding, asserting that he had achieved the capability to transplant certain aspects of these bloodlines. With the power of a Kekei Genkai at one's disposal, one need not fear the inability to master techniques that confer immunity against attacks. Once those techniques are acquired, even if one suffers a blow to the head. What of it? The Kekei Genkai. Shimura Danzo's eyes glimmered with intrigue. He could presently conceive of 3 bloodlines that could potentially grant immunity or resistance to physical assaults. The extraordinary magnetic release of Sunagakure, the Shikatsumiaku of the Taketorai clan that can harden the skull, and the hydration techniques of the H-Zuki clan, along with the mist techniques of the Iburi clan. Although the Iburi clan resides within the Land of Fire, their Kekei Genkai bears significant shortcomings. Even the mightiest among them dares only to dwell in subterranean caves, fearing that a mere gust during mist transformation could spell their demise. So which of these could Orochimaru successfully transplant? Do not be disheartened, Danzo. Every issue possesses a resolution. Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured his friend. He understood well that if this predicament remained unresolved, Danzo's state of mind would be severely affected. The current state of the ninja world was rather grim, and it was imperative that Danzo, as the leader of Root, not succumb to despair over such matters. Are you not leaving? Danzo inquired, raising his gaze to Hiruzen. What purpose does lingering here serve if the issue remains unaddressed? I am here to share this moment with you. It has been ages since we engaged in earnest conversation. No need for that. I comprehend your sentiments. Anyone faced with such tribulations would feel their spirits dampened. Yet, throughout our years together, we have encountered countless storms and adversities. Hiruzen seemed to reminisce about their glorious past, his gaze softening considerably. Please close the door upon your exit. Danzo gestured toward the twisted and deformed door on the floor, turning his head away with a huff, impatiently urging Hiruzen once more. Amidst the mountain scenery, Yamashita caught wind of a conversation between 2 individuals, initially suspecting it to be a figment of his imagination. No way. What scripts do you 2 typically indulge in? This dialogue bears an uncanny resemblance to the gentle CEO and his proud Wi-Fi watch back in the day. Seriously, if you continue down this path, I shall wish you a century of harmonious union. Sarutobi Sasuke sensed the intense gaze from the side and turned to see Tsunade, arms crossed, and Yamashita, gazing upward while counting the bugs on the ceiling. You too. If there's nothing pressing, why not return and rest? And do remember to close the door upon your exit. Humph, Tsunade scoffed dismissively, seizing the door that had nearly been reduced to scrap metal by the bedside. With an extraordinary display of strength, she swiftly restored it to its original shape. Although the iron surface still bore the marks of distortion, it would suffice for continued use. System, quickly, swiftly, send brother. You smell divine as a gift to Danzo. Let the prideful retreat from the environment. I refuse to witness a bad ending. As the scene unfolded in the mountains, Shimura Danzo, eager to extend his blessings, was reminded of the decorum expected of him. When Danzo mentioned the need to guard the door, the 3rd Hokage promptly instructed his disciples to take their positions. It would be remiss not to offer blessings at such a moment. A beam of white light swiftly enveloped Danzo, unnoticed by the gathering. Gazing at the walls marred by parasitic growth, Danzo momentarily lost himself in thought, contemplating whether his demeanor towards Hiruzen Sarutobi had been excessively harsh. Although this individual had preemptively answered their teacher's query, causing him to miss the opportunity for the Hokage title, he had never truly wronged him throughout the years. This conflict did not originate from Hiruzen. Thus, why should he vent his frustrations upon a friend? With a forceful tug, Tsunade pulled the slightly warped door, firmly embedding it into the frame. Dusting off her hands nonchalantly, she turned and departed. As he followed Tsunade through the mountains, thoughts of potential future events crossed his mind. including the widely circulated image of the third Hokage and Danzo, which sent shivers down his spine. Yet, despite the goosebumps, the corners of his mouth could not suppress a smile. With each step he took, he felt a profound sense of comfort and clarity. He had shed 8 gene of burdens. After just a few days away, he returned with only 2 liang of ashes left. The fact that Danzo was not utterly defeated was merely a testament to his mercy. What harm would it have caused for Danzo to receive a few blows from Dio? I ask what harm? Outside, the rain pattered incessantly, continuing for 3 days and nights, reminiscent of my beloved, who is yet to return home after all this time. In the mountains, Yamaguchi was singing a cheerful rendition of a song with improvised lyrics about the relentless rain, making his way briskly towards the clan's territory. The lyrics were so melancholic, yet he sang with such joy. Was he deliberately trying to distract her? Tsunade was repeatedly interrupted in her contemplation, and in annoyance. She delivered a sharp slap to Yamaguchi's arm. This little rascal had no sense of awareness. Couldn't he see she was deeply engrossed in thought? You wouldn't understand. This is merely a side gig. In the mountains, Yamazhong Jing rubbed the area where he had been struck, inwardly lamenting the formidable strength of his sister. Who would dare to pursue a romantic interest with someone like her, given her propensity for delivering a playful punch to the chest? Oh, she is single. Well, that changes everything. As for her side business, does your barbecue shop really play such songs? Please refrain from disturbing my thoughts. Katsuyu cast a sidelong glance at Yamazhong Jing, too disinterested to engage with his nonsensical chatter. After forcefully claiming half of the space under the umbrella, she bit her thumb and continued to ponder the peculiarities of the recent checklist that had unsettled her. Consuming nail polish is detrimental to one's health. Are you resilient to blows? Katsuyu's forehead twitched with irritation as she glared fiercely at Yamazhong Jing. How many times had this occurred? How many? She desired to concentrate on her thoughts, yet it seemed an insurmountable challenge. Is there something troubling you? Speak up, and I shall assist you in pondering it. In the heart of the mountains, Yamashita Kage displayed utter disregard for Tsunade's threats. It was laughable. What strength did he possess at present? Engaging in playful skirmishes was one thing, but if Tsunade truly decided to unleash her fury, he would swiftly find himself on the ground. Did he truly believe that the red entry point was merely ornamental? The reports from Danzo indicated a peculiar rejection response. Are you familiar with what a rejection response entails? Tsunade shot him a fierce glare. She claimed her medical ninjutsu to be second only to that of Konoha, and no one dared to challenge her assertion. Although the fluctuations in the data from those reports were minimal, there was indeed a notable rejection response present. According to the case report, this rejection response was merely a consequence of the prosthetic eye implanted in Danzo's right socket, which had been destroyed in his youth, intended to prevent facial deformity. On the surface, it appeared reasonable, and the data seemed largely unproblematic, yet Tsunade could not shake off an unsettling sense of dissonance. Thus, she meticulously pondered the data once more, striving to discern precisely what was amiss. Without the Uchiha bloodline, how could one possibly possess a Sharingan without any rejection? In the mountains, Yamaguchi Kei let out a derisive laugh, indifferent as he unveiled the secrets of Danzo. Indeed, Danzo was exceedingly cautious in his actions. The bandages wrapped around his head were imbued with sealing techniques capable of concealing his chakra's unique signature associated with the Sharingan. To prevent Tsunade from noticing anything amiss during his treatment, he had even resorted to extracting the Sharingan once more. Moreover, during his time in Konoha, he had never once activated the Sharingan in the presence of others, leading them to never suspect such a possibility. Thus, this secret had remained undiscovered for many years. However, the body's rejection response could not be deceived. Kakashi, with his remarkable talent, had managed to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Yet he still struggled to control its activation due to the rejection response, which often left him with insufficient chakra in battle. The Sharingan? Are you certain? Tsunade's pupils dilated, her entire being shaken thrice as she stared incredulously at Yamaguchi Kei. Danzo? The Sharingan. Where could he have obtained the Sharingan? How is this possible? Does he not fear the wrath of the Uchiha if exposed? How dare he? Do not look at me like that. In order for you to conduct your examination and treatment, he extracted it in advance. Who would have known that you only glanced at the medical records and reports? Failing to conduct a thorough examination, rendering his efforts in vain? The smile at the corner of my lips broadened slightly amidst the picturesque scenery of the mountains. Regardless of whether Danzo administered anesthesia during the eye extraction, the recovery period must surely entail some pain. Once the body has undergone sufficient healing, it must be reassembled, enduring torment in the process. How is it that my wild and unrestrained smile cannot be subdued? Are you certain? Tsunade, evidently still recovering from the shock, inquired once more. Believe it or not, the scenery in the mountains offered no further explanations. He was disinclined to share his thoughts with others, knowing that they would likely remain unbelieved. Even if he were to publicly expose Danzo, what would it ultimately achieve? The hawkish faction of the Uchiha clan may be audacious. Yet the current authority lies with the dovish faction, which constitutes the majority within the clan. They have not endured the targeted persecution of the Third Shinobi World War, nor have they been marginalized due to the chaos of the Ninetales incident. There are no rampant rumors circulating in the village, nor have they frequently suffered various injustices. Even if the Uchiha were determined to reclaim that singular three-tomo Sharingan, they could hardly afford to sever ties completely with Danzo, one of Konoha's upper echelons. Given Danzo's current standing in the village, it is more likely they would seek a plausible excuse, such as this was entrusted to me by my dear friend Uchiha Kagami, intended to protect Konoha. Subsequently, they might negotiate some form of mutual benefit or assurance from the third Hokage and Danzo, thus minimizing the matter. That wretched old man, Danzo, couldn't he just lie at home and await his demise? Tsunade cursed vehemently. She nearly turned back to confront Danzo, contemplating delivering a blow that would leave him incapacitated. However, she understood that he had already extracted the Sharingan. Without irrefutable evidence in her possession, she was powerless against him. Moreover, the root ninjas would not idly stand by while their leader was assaulted, and the third Hokage would similarly not turn a blind eye. The root ninjas were manageable, but she could not contend with the third Hokage. How infuriating. Hey, walk properly. What do you mean by staring at my feet? If you seek to vent your frustrations, go find Jiraiya. In the mountains, the scenery felt increasingly perilous under the intense gaze of Tsunade beside him. He cast her a silent sidelong glance. Why was Danzo directing his ire at him? Who was seeking that pervert? After all, she had caught him surreptitiously glancing at her bosom numerous times. Was it so unreasonable to demand a little interest in return? With a resounding thud, a powerful stomp cracked the ground beneath, creating a web-like pattern of fissures. With a single step, the left foot of Yamaguchi Kei transformed into a mist, scattering in all directions. Alas, whether through mere physical prowess or the formidable strength that Tsunade so proudly boasted, neither could inflict any harm upon the technique of water transformation. In the blink of an eye, Yamaguchi Kei's left foot was completely restored, aided by the torrential downpour. In such a rainy environment, unless one unleashed a large-scale lightning technique to cleanse the area, few ninjas could inflict damage upon him while in a state of water transformation. Sister, when did I ever sneak a peek? If you continue like this, I might have to accuse you of defamation. Refusing to admit it? What should I admit? I am simply observing openly. What is wrong with appreciating beauty? Save your sweet talk for deceiving Kushina. Trying to fool me? You're simply not up to the task. Tsunade unleashed a flurry of chaotic punches, sending splashes of water in every direction. In the mountains, the scenery is so captivating that one feels no desire to hide, allowing the raindrop-like fists to rain down upon them. Yet, within, there is a sense of wonder at the art of water transformation, which proves to be unassailable. While immunity to physical attacks is one thing, the fact that even clothing can undergo this transformation is remarkable. Furthermore, who claims that sweet words are of no consequence? Tsunade's strength is evidently much diminished compared to that earlier kick. Oh, women, let us return home for a meal. After venting her frustrations, Tsunade turned and strode toward the direction of her clan in the mountains. That is indeed my home. The lofty scenery of the mountains left me momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Tsunade's remark. However, after a brief hesitation, I merely expressed my grievances in silence. After all, her household registration book has but one page remaining. One must show understanding, mustn't one? I extend my empathy towards Tsunade, yet who will extend theirs towards me? In the serene mountains, Yamaguchi Kei tossed aside her high heels and, barefoot, ambled over to the refrigerator. She retrieved a bottle of sake. Sipping leisurely while urging Tsunade to prepare a meal with her shadow clone, her expression rife with skepticism about life itself. Was this truly her home? If so, how could Tsunade so effortlessly sit at the dining table, demanding that she cook? The shadow clone cast a bewildered glance at Yamaguchi Kei, who trailed behind Tsunade, silently speculating on the peculiar events that must have transpired during the time the original had accompanied Tsunade to the Konoha hospital. Otherwise, Tsunade would not have suddenly adopted the demeanor of Jiraiya's sibling. Perhaps she was simply too familiar. Original, it's your turn. The shadow clone, unable to fathom the situation, decisively abandoned any futile contemplation and dissipated into a cloud of chakra smoke. What would Lady Tsunade like to eat? Inquisitively, Yuhi Kurenai poked her head out from the kitchen, her ruby-like eyes brimming with admiration. Under the thick idol filter thicker than Tsunade's own skin, she perceived the legendary ninja as grand and magnanimous, truly deserving of the title of Konoha's foremost kunoichi. Whatever Kushina has for lunch, I shall have as well. Tsunade propped her chin on one hand and playfully shook the sake bottle in the other, directly tossing the question to Yamaguchi Kei. This fellow, while thick-skinned and cunning, had been rather kind to Kushina. She doubted that he could conjure anything too distasteful for her. But really, with such bravado, have you even settled the meal expenses? In the mountains, the scenery was met with a disdainful roll of the eyes. Let me fetch my great-uncle's scroll on water-release jutsu for your perusal. Now, hurry up and prepare the meal. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, epitomizing the notion of a child indifferent to the toil of their ancestors. Please hold on, esteemed elder sister. In the mountain scenery, a flamboyant transformation unfolds. Without uttering a word, he dons an apron and swiftly enters the kitchen, leaving my Kai and Shiranui Jinkin in a state of bewilderment. Senju Tobarama, a man reputed to have forged a pact with the ocean, reveals his mastery of water release techniques. Who among the onlookers could possibly escape the existential doubts that arise? His original techniques, water release, water severing wave, water release, heavenly weeping, and water release, hard vortex water blade, display formidable power and exceptional practicality. Although I have witnessed countless water-style ninjutsu during my 5 years in the analytical class, can any of them truly compare to the lifelong dedication of Senju Tobarama? Once I master Tobarama's techniques, I will simultaneously inherit the legacies of the second Mizukage, Yagura, and the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Ha ha ha, Mizukage, kneel before me. I beseech you for a favor. In the serene mountains, the scene unfolded as one contemplated a bright future. To my surprise, the 3 little ones displayed expressions of disdain, reluctant to acknowledge me as their teacher. I spoke curtly. What are you dawdling for? Kai, quickly knead the first batch of dough that has already risen. I shall teach you an ancient technique of the steel fist style. Have you ever heard of Bajiquan? Xianjian. Go to the steamer and fetch the cutting board to prepare the dumpling wrappers. Would you like to learn the art of the flying needle technique and the torpedo needle? If you're interested, hurry up. Hong, come and learn how to make dumplings with your teacher. Make sure to wrap them well, and later, I shall impart to you my original illusion technique, the ghostly spirit curse experience card. With a mix of disdain and understanding, they embraced the teachings of the mountain. The 3 little ones, enticed by various ninjutsu techniques, worked with remarkable agility. Hong, possessing a foundation in culinary arts, quickly grasped the skills after merely watching me demonstrate twice. Once she became familiar, she could effortlessly wrap dumplings while engaging in casual conversation. Teacher Jing, I heard that you possess an illusion technique so formidable that it can drive all ninjutsu practitioners to despair, causing even spirit beasts to suffer unbearably. Is that true? The young girl looked at me with eager anticipation, clearly more interested in this than the previously unheard of ghostly spirit curse experience card. Who told you that? The scenery in the mountains paused momentarily as he inquired with a peculiar expression. Among the myriad illusions he had crafted, many had driven practitioners to the brink of despair and wailing. However, it seemed that only one illusion, known as the Brother Sans ecstatic game, could inflict such profound torment upon summoned beasts. As an advanced version of the little flying stick, the Brother Sans ecstatic game would compel the practitioner to assume the role of the pursued Sister San within the illusion. If the pursuit proved futile, it would persist indefinitely. Upon capture, the consequences would be left to Brother San. In his youthful folly, he had wielded this technique without restraint, believing that as long as the effects were impactful enough to deliver a mental blow to both man and beast, swiftly dismantling the enemy's psychological defenses, nothing else mattered. Yet, now that he had matured, pride had become a consideration. Did I say something wrong? Ino blinked her innocent eyes, timidly inquiring. She had heard from the esteemed Jiraiya that the difficulty level of this ninjutsu was actually only B rank, consistent with the techniques her teacher intended to impart, which prompted her to pose the question. However, it appeared that she may have ventured into a realm of inquiry that was best left untouched. That scoundrel Jiraiya. In the mountains, a figure gritted his teeth and muttered a curse, feeling increasingly vexed by Jiraiya's antics over the years. After all, Minato had taken Jiraiya as his mentor early on, making their connection rather familiar. On one occasion, for reasons long forgotten, Jiraiya wished to experience his own illusion technique, which he had just managed to develop, and thus became the first unsuspecting victim, along with his summoning beast. Come on, it's merely an illusion, not a reality. Why hold such a grudge for so long? Why go to the extent of tarnishing his mentor's reputation by lurking around his disciple? Suddenly, a memory struck, and he burst into laughter. Ah, I remember now. You must be referring to that technique which instilled fear in both Jiraiya and the toads of Mount Mayaboku, Katsuyu exclaimed, slapping the table as laughter erupted from her, nearly causing her to lose her breath. The cascading waves and tumultuous tides were vividly captivating. She reminisced about the scene where Jiraiya would tremble at the mere sight of Orochimaru for over a month, alongside the peculiar green-skinned toad from Mayaboku. Katsuyu laughed so hard that she nearly lost her composure, unable to contain her amusement. In the mountainous landscape, Shan Zhongjing furrowed his brows, intent on stopping Tsunade from continuing her tale. However, he feared that the truth spoken by Jiraiya would be even more explosive. After all, the mere mention of this illusion before his disciples had already tarnished Jiraiya's reputation. The three young ones observed Tsunade's incessant laughter, then glanced at their teacher, who was engrossed in the act of making dumplings, realizing they could listen in. They eagerly pricked up their ears to hear about the past of their esteemed mentor, one of the legendary Sannin, and the tales entwined with one of the three great summoning beasts' sacred lands, my Bokuzen. They were filled with anticipation, urging Tsunade to share more. After finally regaining her composure from laughter, Tsunade began to recount her experiences from years gone by. The story itself was rather straightforward. Jiraiya, in his youthful exuberance, wished to allow the summoning beast to experience the unique illusion created by Shan Zhongjing, summoning a green-skinned toad named Yamaguchi from my Bokuzen. Initially, Yamaguchi was a pristine male toad, somewhat handsome, and it was said that many female toads pursued him in my Bokuzen. As a summoning beast, Yamaguchi believed that ordinary illusions posed no threat to him. However, mere seconds after the illusion was cast, he found himself enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Promptly returning to my Bokuzen, when Jiraiya attempted to summon him again to dispel the illusion, he was met with refusal. Driven by curiosity, the young Jiraiya could not resist requesting Shan Zhongjing to let him experience the illusion as well. Subsequently, through sheer willpower, he managed to break free from the illusion. For the following month and a half, he trembled at the sight of Orochimaru and found himself uncontrollably flatulent whenever he squatted, ruining countless pairs of pants. Had it not been for the third Hokage intervening and providing psychological guidance through an illusion, who knows how long this predicament would have persisted. As for Yamaguchi, upon their reunion a month later, he had transformed into Gamekino, with fiery red lips and a seductive figure, adorned with a large bow atop his head. He shared the same embarrassing aftermath as Jiraiya, unable to squat without releasing gas, which was particularly humorous given that he was a toad. Tsunade laughed heartily, slapping the table in amusement. Might Guy glanced at his tight-fitting attire, feeling a shiver run down his spine, while Nara Shikamaru shuddered in discomfort. This aftermath was rather alarming. Teacher, Yuhi Kurenai's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Although she said nothing, her expression spoke volumes. She longed to learn this. Desperately, upon witnessing Kurenai's expression, Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru instinctively stepped back, feeling a wave of fear wash over them. Goodness, teacher, this cannot be taught, can it? If you learn this, finding a boyfriend may become quite a challenge. In the mountains, the expression on Shan Zhongjing's face was peculiar. He truly did not wish to bring misfortune upon the tender sprouts of Konoha's new generation. However, the young ones, having recently attained the rank of genin, evidently harbored different sentiments. They naturally yearned for immense power, an illusion so potent that it had ensnared none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, for over half a month, an illusion that even the revered toad of Mount Mayaboku, one of the three sacred lands of summoning beasts, could scarcely endure. If they could not surpass me in strength, what right had they to be my boyfriends? Teacher, please guide me. The resolute expression on Yuhi Kurenai's cherubic face was unmistakable. She aspired to become a renowned kunoichi, celebrated throughout the ninja world, much like Tsunade. As for boyfriends, she could contemplate that later. Ah, Jiraiya, you truly deserve a scolding. In the mountains, The scenery has never inspired a moment quite like this, a desire to strangle Jiraiya. His future resembles a crimson mandala, exuding an allure that is both elegant and dangerously seductive, as if his bewitching disciple is destined to tread a path of no return. The illusions he wields. Mastering even a single one could unleash Pandora's box. Only time will tell what fate awaits Kurenai Yuhi after all is said and done. Just contemplating the ultimate fate of Kurenai in the original narrative leaves one pensive. In the depths of the mountains, a sudden epiphany emerged. The temporary absence of a partner is not such a dire predicament. At the very least, it spares one from the bewildering fate of widowhood. Moreover, with his current prowess and the insights gleaned from observing numerous individuals' attributes, he possesses genuine confidence in nurturing the potential of Hinata. While he cannot claim to rival the likes of Might Guy from the original narrative, who nearly propelled the story to its conclusion with a single kick, he has no doubt that the power of illusion surpasses that of the three-tomo Sharingan. As for whether he can contend with or even surpass the Mangeki Sharingan, that ultimately hinges on Hinata's own dedication and effort. Teacher? Hinata inquired, lifting her delicate face, anxiously observing the myriad expressions on her mentor's countenance. I will ask you one last time. Are you truly prepared? Should you choose to learn this technique, the knowledge gained and the sacrifices made will be substantial. In the depths of the mountains, the master inhaled deeply, inquiring of his young disciple. The Three Brothers' ecstatic game is an advanced illusion that can simultaneously and profoundly affect both vision and touch. While the threshold for cultivation may resemble that of a conventional B-level ninjutsu, its potential is exceedingly high. Its foundational principle employs methods akin to the C-level illusion fox's heart technique, ensnaring the enemy in a labyrinthine predicament. Simultaneously, it utilizes the principles of the D-level illusion Naraka's gaze, conjuring the targets of the practitioner's fears, which proceed to pursue them. At this juncture, it is more accurate to say that the practitioner is ensnared not by the three brothers, but rather caught in a state reminiscent of the B-level illusion tree-binding kill, wherein their consciousness remains alert, yet they find themselves immobile and unable to resist. At this stage, the visual interference has essentially reached its culmination. In addition to the ongoing visual shocks, there is a need to intensify the manipulation of tactile sensations. Tactile perception and illusions can influence a myriad of sensations: cold, heat, warmth, pain, pressure, pulling, and pleasure. After extensive study of illusions, Shan Zhongjing has concluded that the most challenging aspect to master is this particular technique. However, if executed proficiently, the sense of touch can indeed serve as an extraordinary weapon. Should Shiri Hong wish to learn this art, her ability to finely manipulate tactile sensations is essential. Of course, it is even more crucial to first acquire the knowledge of how to avoid having one's illusions rebounded by an adversary. While Shiri Hong possesses commendable mental prowess, it pales in comparison to that of Shan Zhongjing. Therefore, the study of the illusory mirror technique is imperative, as it can be seamlessly integrated into her illusions. Moreover, she must also learn to forcibly counter and rebound the mental energy detonation. The dark walking technique, which combines sealing methods, is worth exploring as well. Complex sealing techniques are notoriously difficult to execute, but the simple light formation taught at the Ninja Academy should pose no issue. Teacher, I am ready, Shiri Hong exclaimed eagerly, her youthful face blushing slightly with excitement. The prospect of learning her teacher's most treasured techniques and becoming a master of illusions is tantalizingly close. How could she not feel exhilarated? Teacher Jing, is the 8 Extremes fist formidable? Might Guy, with a stone mill in hand, was energetically grinding soybeans, the fresh soy milk being poured back into the pot to be boiled and filtered. He had heard of the ninjutsu that would be imparted to Shinkai, which involves 2 techniques activated by 1,000 blades, boasting immense power. The abilities granted to Shiri Hong are notably those that could bring considerable misfortune to even the 3 legendary ninjas. As for the 8 Extremes fist, he had never encountered it before. In the realm of literature, there is Tai Chi to bring peace to the world, and in martial arts, the 8 Extremes to stabilize the universe. Are you familiar with Tai Chi and Bagua, the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan? Indeed, the gentle fist does exhibit some semblance of Tai Chi, but it falls short. The 8 Extremes fist stands alongside Tai Chi as a powerful martial art, signifying the ability to unleash energy in all directions, reaching far and wide. In the mountains, Shan Junjing recounted the origins of Baguazhang and shared some techniques for generating power. Thanks to the advanced network of his previous life, he had indeed learned quite a bit during his youth. As time passed, he had almost forgotten these teachings. But the memory palace of the Sage of the Six Paths allowed him to recall them vividly. Naturally, his explanations were thorough and articulate. Without delving into the complexities of martial arts that are difficult to express in simple terms, the applications of Bagwazang's power in the head, shoulders, elbows, hands, tail, hips, knees, and feet were treasures to Might Guy, who felt as if he could spark fire from the grinding stone. At the dining table, Tsunade initially paid little heed to this, as Shanjun Jing had never exhibited exceptional talent in physical techniques. However, after listening for a while, she dared not underestimate Bagwazang any longer. With her ears perked up, she diligently absorbed the principles of power generation and combat techniques. If this knowledge were combined with immense strength, she wondered if her medical ninjutsu would suffice to save Jiraiya after a single strike. Jiraiya, so what have I done wrong this time? The table was laden with an array of culinary delights: freshly ground soybean milk, large buns filled with carrot and pork and green onion, and pork with vermicelli. There were also savory pancakes with added sausage and egg, freshly pan-fried meat buns, shrimp-filled buns, and crab roe buns. To top it all off, there was steaming duck blood and vermicelli soup. Throughout the meal, Tsunade hardly lifted her head from the table. Might Guy and Shiranui Gunma matched her pace in eating, with one hand grasping a large bun and the other pinching a steamed dumpling. Among the trio of young ones, only Kurenai showed a slightly more refined manner of eating. No further compliments were necessary. The enthusiasm of the group clearly indicated how extraordinary this feast was to them. However, the breakfast Shanjun Jing was capable of preparing was far more than just this. Moreover, tomorrow's arrangements were already set, and the number of guests would not be limited. Thus, after an hour's respite following lunch, everyone returned to their bustling activities. Kushina arrived home around 2 o'clock to partake in this culinary tasting and gathering of friends. She had tirelessly completed her tasks for the next couple of days. After hastily filling her already famished stomach, she energetically joined the group. A variety of semi-finished delicacies emerged continuously from the hands of the five. After stepping out for a while, Tsunade returned home with the water-style scroll of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, a little over half an hour later. With the storage seal undone, she immediately presented Shanjun Jing with a stunning display of the Senju clan's heritage. Wow, I never imagined there could be so many water-style scrolls from Tobarama. The various scrolls and texts piled high in the study create a magnificent spectacle. The water-style scrolls that Tsunade has brought back not only encompass the water techniques devised by Senju Tobarama, but also a wealth of early texts inherited from the Senju clan regarding water-style cultivation. Additionally, there are countless insights left by predecessors, encompassing their experiences in ninjutsu development and errant thoughts captured in fleeting moments of inspiration. After a thorough organization and annotation by Senju Tobarama, these materials would undoubtedly captivate any ninja devoted to mastering water-style techniques. Yet, Tsunade treats them with the indifference one might reserve for refuse, carelessly discarding them there before brushing the dust from her hands and retreating to her room to continue her own ninjutsu development. Such magnanimity from an elder sister. Should you desire anything in the future, do not hesitate to express it. The scenery within the mountains generously bestows its praises. Such treasures, capable of sustaining the legacy of a ninja clan, transcend the mere measure of wealth. They represent the very foundation that ensures the continuity and stability of a lineage. As long as this essence endures, even if future generations are lacking in talent and fall into mediocrity, the family may continue to decline. However, the emergence of an individual with even a modicum of talent can enable the clan to rise swiftly, revitalized by this heritage. Tsunade's grand gift has indeed struck profoundly. In the heart of the mountains, if Shanjongjing possessed even a modicum of integrity, he would undoubtedly embrace the other party's leg and serenade them with a song dedicated to elder sisters. However, should he indeed act in such a manner, it remains uncertain whether the fiery and spirited Joshinai would experience a surge of emotion, but Tsunade undoubtedly would. This elder sister has never been known for her amiable temperament. She possesses a comprehensive and highly effective strategy for dealing with those audacious enough to take advantage of her. In the tranquil mountains, he temporarily set aside the tumult of his thoughts and plunged into his study, driven by an impulsive desire to immerse himself in the art of culinary recreation. Just yesterday, he had returned from completing a mission, Unless an urgent task arose that necessitated his direct involvement, it was unlikely he would be summoned again soon. Given the current volume of assignments in Konoha and the third Hokage's methods, it could easily be 10 days to a fortnight before he was proactively assigned another mission. He possessed ample time to gradually absorb the wisdom and knowledge bequeathed by those who came before him. By the way, Kushina, how is the situation with the Nine Tails today? The scenic mountains evoke memories of yesterday, when I playfully teased the Nine Tails, nearly provoking a furious outburst from that creature. With a hint of concern, I inquired about its well-being. Rest assured, I've been diligently guiding it today. It seems quite content, I replied, accompanied by a cheerful laugh that resonated like the honking of a goose. Upon mentioning this, Kushina couldn't help but erupt into laughter, mimicking the sound of a goose. However, it was evident that the Nine Tails, bolstered by its ever-increasing strength and various methods of suppression, had become less of a tumultuous force. Do not continually torment the Nine Tails. That old fox has its struggles too. Wasn't it you who instigated the trouble yesterday? Today, it has even begun to mimic the derogatory terms from your illusions. I recall the sealing technique, perhaps known as the silence technique. Yet, its level was rather elementary, and the sealing strength proved insufficient. The Nine Tails easily broke free with a mere exertion of its power. Tomorrow, when Anoko arrives, you can collaborate on developing an enhanced version. Wait, really? Is that possible? Can Anoko come over? Fear not. She is undergoing a reverse hypnosis inquiry from the Umbu today. Once the inquiry concludes, no one will utter a word. Anoko is simply too wonderful. In the mountains, the scenery was serene as Gyo-Xin engaged in an animated conversation, skillfully handling various ingredients. The three young ones observed the harmonious interaction between the two, feeling an inexplicable sense of crowding in the spacious kitchen. At the Konoha hospital, Orochimaru forcefully pushed open the door to Danzo's hospital room. As he looked at the door clinging to his hand, threatening to fall if he released it, he couldn't help but twitch his eye. What sort of door lacks even a screw, opening directly forward? Glancing at the slightly deformed door frame and the door with numerous creases, he recalled that today was the day Tsunade was treating Danzo, and he understood the situation. Entering the room while holding the door, several patterned snakes emerged from his sleeve, expertly reassembling the door within its frame. It seemed that Danzo's life today was rather eventful. The snakes gradually retreated back into his sleeve. A faint smile graced Orochimaru's lips, his previously cold demeanor now revealing a hint of wicked pleasure. He was certain that Tsunade had not resolved the issues afflicting Danzo. However, she must have provided him with some form of inspiration, otherwise he wouldn't be so eager to summon him to Konoha Hospital. I require an ability that can completely withstand or be immune to such attacks. Danzo dismissed Orochimaru's taunts, focused solely on expediting the resolution of his predicament. Hiruzen was always indecisive, lacking the vigor and assertiveness befitting a Hokage. With the current tensions in the ninja world, should he encounter difficulties, Hiruzen would struggle to manage the ensuing chaos. Body modification and bloodline limits. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with insight as his long tongue flicked across his lips, instantly discerning Danzo's intentions. The success rate of magnet release, the Shikatsumiyaku, and the bloodline of the Hozuki clan. How promising were they? Danzo's cunning gaze fixated on Orochimaru's serpentine eyes, awaiting a response. Magnet release is uncertain. We lack experimental subjects. The Takedorai and Hozuki clans currently yield about 30% success. Too low, Danzo replied. I require more experimental subjects, more samples of bloodline limits. Orochimaru suppressed his inner excitement, maintaining a facade of icy composure. He understood that his experiments were inextricably linked to Danzo's support. This time, he had grasped the moment when Danzo most needed him, and the backing he would receive would be unprecedented. This could propel his ambitions forward significantly. Immortality, a truly captivating and desirable pursuit. My patience is limited. Once the experimental subjects are secured, within a month, at most a month, I will elevate the success rate to over 80%. Let us hope you keep your word. Danzo's right index finger tapped against his left hand, his words laced with veiled threats, yet they elicited no sign of displeasure or alarm from Orochimaru. After all, he had spoken a falsehood. The magnet release bloodline limit indeed lacks substantial data, making it challenging to estimate the probability of successful transplantation. The Kagaya clan S-bone lineage is exceedingly domineering, with a historical success rate hovering around 30%. However, the bloodline limit of the Akimichi clan is not an overtly manifest ability. should one possess the aptitude to learn the hydration technique. He would boast an over 80% assurance. After all, his companion, Obito, harbors an obsession with the bloodline limit that far surpasses his own. Through years of experimentation and accumulation, a relatively mature method for bloodline limit transplantation has emerged, along with a comprehensive theoretical foundation. The technique of the ghostly blossom. What a splendid ninjutsu it is, had it not been for Obito's desire to advance further. Seeking to merge multiple bloodline limits for the sake of acquiring power that transcends both the bloodline limit and its obsolescence. That individual might have already attained a level of strength unimaginable to ordinary folk. Truly a greedy fellow, much like myself. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Orochimaru retracted his thoughts and cast a glance at the grand door embedded in the frame before decisively opting to leap through the window. This wretched door, whoever wishes to pass may do so. The gathering hosted by Yamaguchi Kei attracted more guests than he had anticipated. Aside from Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamashita Aichi, along with their respective wives, the event also included Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Onoka, who brought along Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara to indulge in the festivities. Of course, as they claimed, their presence was to express gratitude for Yamashita Kei's assistance the previous day. In addition to them, there were also oil woman Shirwei and her wife, invited by Yamashita Aichi, as well as Mikoto Uchiha and Inuzuka Tsume, summoned by Kushina. Not to mention the uninvited Jiraiya. Kushina, accompanied by Onoka, Mikoto, Tsunade, and Tsume, gathered around the dining table, chatting merrily while savoring the delectable dishes. Meanwhile, in another corner of the living room, the Inuzuka trio and oil woman Shirwei were comfortably engaged in lively conversation. The wives, under the organization of Nara Yoshino, ascended to the second floor, where they relished gourmet treats and enjoyed casual banter in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Might Guy, Nara Shiranui, and Yuhi Kurenai, along with Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, completed the final preparations of an array of semi-finished dishes before liberating themselves. The six of them set up a large table on the estate's lawn and began to indulge in a delightful assortment of culinary offerings. Obito, who had long been salivating, wasted no time in devouring his share. Might Guy, brimming with energy, engaged in a friendly competition with Obito over who could eat more. Kakashi and Nara Shiranui, as the rare voices of reason, quietly sat together, savoring their meals at a leisurely pace. Rin and Kurenai leaned in close, whispering to each other and erupting into fits of laughter like a cascade of silver bells. How wonderful! In the mountains. Jing stood with both hands resting on the railing of the third-floor balcony, observing the six exuberant children below, their playful banter and laughter filling the air. It seemed to him that life ought to unfold in such a manner. Ha ha ha, I always thought you were not fond of lively gatherings. Jiraiya approached Jing's side, holding a bottle of liquor, propping himself against the railing with one hand while raising the bottle to take a sip. Senior Jiraiya, it suddenly dawned on me that there is an account that remains unsettled between us. In the mountains, he turned to Jiraiya, astonished that this fellow had managed to lead his adorable little disciples astray in his absence from Konoha. Hadn't the accounts from the auction of the summoning beasts been settled? If the elder is aware of what I refer to, then a couple of days as my training partner in the training cave would allow me to overlook this matter. But could you first clarify what exactly I have done? Jiraiya momentarily stiffened, only to quickly adopt a facade of confusion. Just as he was about to interject, Minato, with a graceful turn, decided to seize the opportunity to have a heart-to-heart with his disciples. Kakashi's psychological issues certainly required extensive guidance. How many misdeeds have you committed? Haha. How could that be? Well, I merely recounted your glorious achievements to your disciples, and what else? Ahem, before returning to the village. You engaged in a brawl using your face. Using my face to fight? Are you certain you're referring to a serious confrontation? With whom? Absolutely a serious matter. The opponent was the village chief of Fuinjutsu. By my word, Jiraiya, you truly are incorrigible. If the ancestors of the Inuzuka clan were to know you, there would be no need for ninja dogs at all. The scenery in the mountains is so breathtaking that it nearly grinds my teeth in frustration. I truly wish to strangle Jiraiya for his audacity. In the world of ninjas, Fiziko village enjoys a modest reputation, not for the prowess of its warriors, but rather for its status as a veritable realm of women. As a purely matriarchal clan, the village's lineage thrives on defeating formidable foes, compelling them to join the village through marriage. Those who capture the attention of the villagers once vanquished, are promptly carried back to the village for nuptials. As for those who cannot be conquered, unless the disparity in strength is overwhelmingly vast and devoid of hope, they must brace themselves for an incessant stream of challenges. Can you believe that Jiraiya, with his infamous demeanor, dared to engage in a brawl with the village chief of Fiziko? Is there truly any distinction between this and his shameless antics of catching a decorative ball only to flee immediately afterward? Is this the conduct expected of a ninja? Come on, I did win after all, and the opponent is aware that I employed a transformation technique. It's all good. It's all good. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. When venturing beyond familiar grounds, one must assume a different identity to gather intelligence more effectively. The visage of Shan Zhongjing is undoubtedly a potent tool for extracting information. Failing to utilize it effectively would be an utter waste. Who could have anticipated that it would attract the attention of the village chief of Fiziko Kasumi? 3 days of training. The scenery within the mountains has quietly resolved that during the practice sessions, I shall relentlessly pummel Jiraiya, not out of mere frustration, but rather out of a belief that it is everyone's responsibility to purify the environment of the shinobi world. Absolutely no issue. As long as you refrain from employing those inappropriate genjutsu techniques, there will be no problem whatsoever. This time, I shall not resort to genjutsu. Ahem. Though it is not entirely impossible to utilize them, I believe the technique known as sending you it possesses considerable tactical value. In the mountains, Jing acknowledged that he had underestimated Jiraiya's audacity. Sending you this illusion was initially conceived as a mere prank, designed for amusement. It evokes the most primal desires of both the heart and body. Subsequently, artists spanning 3 generations, including Aizawa, Sakura, Ishihara, Kurai, Hashimoto, Hitano, Araki, and Hamasaki, took turns to participate. How to put it? When confronted with a typical female ninja, this illusion merely induces a blush, lacking any significant effect. However, when facing someone like Jiraiya, who is notorious for his lecherous tendencies, in the mountains, one dares to revel in the scenery, much like Jiraiya, who boldly indulges in pleasure, refusing to dispel illusions even at the cost of his own well-being, even if he were to suffer from a profuse nosebleed, losing so much blood that he required urgent medical attention at the Konoha hospital. Even upon awakening, his trousers would weigh significantly more than before. When it comes to his degree of lechery, it is unparalleled. In the scenic mountains, it is believed that no one in the entire ninja world can surpass him. Name: Jiraiya. Profession: Ninja Rider. Entry: Destiny's Master, Purple, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, Purple, Summoner, Purple, Hero of the Ninja World, Blue, Literary Talent, White, Effortless, White, Rise at the Sound of the Rooster, White. Is he strong? Indeed. Destiny's Master significantly enhances Jiraiya's teaching abilities while augmenting his control over the 6 elemental natures: water, fire, earth, wind, yin, and yang, as well as his mastery of secret techniques and sealing arts. Additionally, it bestows upon him the fortune of destiny. Prior to effectively teaching his disciples, he can waste his potential at will. Being one of the 3 legendary Sannin not only strengthens his personal prowess, but also instills fear in his adversaries and elevates his reputation among peers. The title of Summoner greatly amplifies his synergy with summon beasts, reduces the consumption of summoning techniques, and perfectly harnesses their latent potential. The hero of the ninja world enhances his personal charm, mental fortitude, and individual beliefs, thereby improving his resistance to genjutsu and his influence over others. If one merely considers these titles, Jiraiya undoubtedly emerges as an exceptionally powerful and charismatic ninja. Yet, who among the good-hearted possesses 3 white titles? The effects of white titles are fundamentally a blend of positive and negative impacts. It is not that their enhancement effects are weak, but rather that the negative consequences are exceedingly detrimental. A literary talent augments his writing skills sufficiently to make him a renowned author in the ninja world. Yet if his works do not contain enticing elements, they shall not gain popularity. Effortless increases his physical potential, allowing him to be more vigorous. Yet even the slightest provocation can lead him to lose his composure. As for Rise at the Sound of the Rooster, it nearly eradicates negative emotions such as depression, introversion, and fear. However, the condition is to frequently engage with things he enjoys. Otherwise, his mind may become cluttered with useless thoughts. Jiraiya. It is fortunate that you have chosen the path of a ninja, occasionally penning small essays to reduce the likelihood of crime among the populace. Otherwise, you would truly contribute little to society. In the heart of the mountains, Yamaguchi Kei gazed sincerely at Jiraiya. What began as a gathering to sample various breakfasts in preparation for opening a store transformed into a wild celebration among a group of youthful ninjas. Uchiha Makoto, Inuzuka Tsume, and Onoka, in collaboration with Kushina, managed to incapacitate Tsunade by the evening, after which they took their leave. Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Aburame Shibi continued to indulge until the clock struck 8, eventually succumbing to intoxication, all being carried home by their devoted wives. As for Yuhi Kurenai and Noura Rin, along with the other 6 little ones, they diligently tidied the disheveled living room and kitchen before gracefully taking their leave. As for Jiraiya, in the mountains, Shanjunjing was engrossed in a playful duel of tongues with the adorably tipsy Kushina, oblivious to the thoughts of that fellow. Were it not for the lingering sense of unease that accompanied Minato and Hano after their return home, they might have forgotten about the existence of such a teacher. After much contemplation, they decided to make a special trip back, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport him to the training cave. Jiraiya would likely spend the night sprawled on the balcony of the 3rd floor. The once vibrant mansion fell into silence after everyone had departed. The effects of the alcohol took hold of Kushina, who, after a brief moment of affection with Shanjunjing, succumbed to slumber in his embrace. In the mountains, Jingshan cast a glance at the guest room where Tsunade resided. With a sigh, he reluctantly ensured that Kushina was comfortably settled back in her room before turning to immerse himself in the study. Utilizing the speed-reading ability and remarkable memory cultivated through his training in the ninja world, he swiftly perused the numerous scrolls and secret texts Tsunade had brought back. The Senju clan, as one of the dual titans of the Warring States period, had mastered the study of water release to a degree that most other clans could only envy. They had explored the transformation of water's properties and forms to an extraordinary extent, beyond the myriad ninjutsu techniques. Many scrolls delved into advanced research on how to release greater amounts of chakra in a shorter time with fewer hand seals, thereby creating more potent ninjutsu. After all, the ninjas of the Senju clan, bolstered by their bloodline, inherently possess substantial chakra reserves. The principle of overwhelming force triumphing over intricate techniques was undoubtedly the most fitting path for them. Therefore, even the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama's techniques, such as the water-severing wave and the spiraling water blade, which required high compression and rotation, consumed an astonishing amount of chakra. Of course, these scrolls did not lack records on how to reduce chakra consumption. However, Jingshan felt that the ancestors of the Senju clan seemed to approach this research with a sense of indifference. Embodying a rather dismissive attitude of the high chakra consumption is not my concern, but yours. In contrast, the heritage of the Hozuki clan clearly leaned towards achieving greater lethality with minimal consumption. This approach, though seemingly frugal, was undoubtedly more accommodating for the average ninja. The water iron cannon technique exemplified this philosophy, condensing a water sphere the size of a bullet to deliver devastating localized damage. The principles behind this water continuous bullet and the water iron cannon appear quite similar. Moreover, it does not necessitate the water transformation technique as a foundation. Starting instead with a dozen water bullets, truly, chakra seems to be of no concern. As he extolled the water techniques of the Hozuki clan in his heart, the ancestors of the Senju clan swiftly imparted a lesson. Aside from the slightly greater chakra consumption, the principles behind the water iron cannon were thoroughly dissected. The forebears of the Senju clan even exhibited ingenuity by employing similar principles to directly forge a jutsu of broader range and greater lethality. The corrosive nature of water release could be regarded as a preliminary transformation of dissolution, causing the Mist Village to undoubtedly seethe with indignation. The attempts at manipulating the form of water release, through various experiments with water at different temperatures, yielded results that were sharp, keen, twisted, surging, erosive, substantial, agile, and gentle. The technique of wave surge allowed for unimpeded movement within water, perfectly complementing the art of water transformation, facilitating stealthy infiltration, ambush, and rapid escape. Water blade slash, which envelopes the surface of shuriken with a layer of rapidly rotating water blades, should prove effective when applied to kunai. Do I possess a ninja blade, perchance? The scenery of the mountains originally prompted thoughts of studying 2 volumes of ninjutsu scrolls and retiring to slumber before midnight, yet before the treasured collections of the Senju clan. Such musings became a mere jest. Even as a time traveler, he could not help but marvel at the innovative hypotheses and attempts laid out before him. Who could have anticipated that the ancestors of the Senju clan, centuries ago, had contemplated harnessing the nature transformation of water release to command power, achieving effects akin to the wave stacking found in martial arts novels. A single punch propelled forth, with successive force compounding, amplifying one's strength by several times, even dozens of times. Were it not for the stringent mastery required over chakra, it would surpass even sheer brute strength. Who could withstand the might of the Senju clan? The night passed in silence, as the golden rays of the morning sun flooded the study, illuminating it brilliantly. Shan Zhongjing emerged from his reverie, having perused numerous scrolls. Glancing at the clock on the study wall, which pointed to 8 o'clock, he set aside the scroll in his hand and proceeded to freshen up. Utilizing the leftover ingredients from the previous day, he prepared several portions of breakfast, satisfying his hunger thereafter. Gazing at the still, silent bedroom, Shanzhong swiftly packed a breakfast, left a note, and rose to depart from his home, making his way toward the training cave. Despite having endured a sleepless night, his extraordinary mental fortitude rendered him almost devoid of fatigue. He had arranged with Jiraiya the day before to engage in a 3-day training session, and arriving late on the first day would certainly be less than ideal. The training cave lay to the northwest of Konoha village, in a direction diametrically opposed to that of the bird-summoning beast-breeding facility. To secure the land near the training cave, Jiraiya had toiled tirelessly within the village, investing a significant portion of his manuscript fees. Over time, Minato, who often accompanied Jiraiya during his training, also developed a fondness for the location. After several years of intermittent financial contributions, the once raw cave perched on the cliff transformed into an exquisitely designed edifice, while the desolate land below blossomed into pavilions and lakes. At a glance, it resembled a paradise untouched by the world. Eagles and hawks gracefully descended from the heavens. In the mountains, the perception of the scene unraveled, revealing Jiraiya, soundly asleep within the grandest edifice perched upon the cliff. As he leaped from the back of the eagle, he bellowed, "There's a peeping Tom in the women's bathing area. Seize him." With a resounding thud, Jiraiya shot forth from his chamber without even opening his eyes. After a brief moment of disorientation, he traced a graceful arc through the air, plunging directly into the lake below the precipice, sending a cascade of water splashing into the atmosphere. "Could you not be a tad gentler, like Minato?" he lamented, as he lay on the water's surface, chakra coalescing behind him. "Is it not sufficient to rouse someone in a more civilized manner?" That shout nearly startled me to death. As for the warm-hearted individuals behind him, those who wished to take action could do as they pleased, hastily indulging in their endeavors. Meanwhile, at the residence of the mountain clan, Kushina, nursing a hangover, scratched her sunburned cheek, realizing that an extensive amount of time had elapsed. With a start, she sat upright in bed. Her large eyes surveyed the guest room's decor and her own attire, and she lifted the covers to inspect her trousers. "Oh dear, Kushina, how could you let yourself down so?" She pouted, indignantly slapping her smooth thigh, causing herself to draw in a sharp breath. The atmosphere had reached such a crescendo last night. Even with Tsunade still at home, was there not a chance she could have intervened? How could it have all slipped away? Even a few more minutes would have sufficed. Oh, the folly of alcohol. Never again, she declared fervently as the explosive spray of water obscured her vision. The scenery of the mountains, influenced by the force of the aftershock, soared out, skimming the surface of the water. With a twist of the waist and a swing of the arms, an elbow strike was unleashed behind, sending a sneaky frog that had attempted a surprise attack back into the depths. Utilizing the momentum, the figure flipped gracefully. The feet traced long streaks across the water's surface, and before the form could stabilize, both hands struck fiercely, invoking the art of ninjutsu once more. Water release, hidden mist technique. A dense mist of water surged upward in an instant, enveloping the surroundings. In the heart of the mountains, Shang Zhongjing bit down on his gums, preparing to dab a bit of blood when he intended to summon a mirage using his spiritual technique to astonish Jiraiya with a glimpse of an otherworldly illusion. However, his movements suddenly faltered. Had he not mentioned just yesterday that he would refrain from using illusions? How infuriating. This drop of blood was in vain. With great urgency, he began to weave hand seals. In the midst of the battle, Yamaguchi Kei has once again altered his tactics, employing a jutsu he had only learned the previous night from the scrolls of the Thousand Hand clan. Water release, wave surge. His lack of proficiency in ninjutsu prevented him from omitting the necessary hand signs. However, the supreme chakra control afforded by the Crimson Title's Zero Frame initiation and the profound understanding of water techniques granted by the violet title of Water Release Master allowed him to unleash his jutsu at a speed far surpassing that of an ordinary jonin. As he executed water release, wave surge, Yamaguchi Kei swiftly submerged beneath the water like a darting fish. The application of the body flicker technique rendered his figure invisible to the watchful eyes of the Mount Myaboku toads lying in wait. The younger generation truly shows little regard for their predecessors. Jiraiya wiped the sweat from his brow as the iron-armed toad beneath him began to shift positions, ever vigilant against potential ambushes. From the outset, he had been on the defensive, and his attempts to counterattack had all ended in failure. Even with the summoning of 8 Myaboku toads to assist him, the tide of battle had not shifted in his favor. This was still a result of Yamaguchi Kei's restraint in not employing genjutsu. If he were to unleash his full power, ribbit, underwater, he vanished. No trace to be seen. The croaks of the toads echoed through the mists of the hidden mist technique. Jiraiya's heart raced as he leapt into the air, hands moving swiftly to form seals. In this dire situation, the hidden mist technique severely hampered his visibility, while Yamaguchi Kei's sensory abilities remained unaffected by the thick fog. Simply dispelling the mist would only place him at a greater disadvantage, for whether employing wind release to disperse it or fire release to evaporate it. He would need to expend chakra several times that of the hidden mist technique, and Yamaguchi Kei would not allow him to eliminate it so easily. Thus, he resolved to cast the barrier, celestial cover formation. Boom. Just as Jiraiya's sensory barrier unfolded, the iron-armed toad, stationed above the water's surface to thwart any enemies, slammed its arms down upon the water. The resulting water dragon collided with the iron-armed toad, creating a tremendous impact that caused the surface to explode in a massive, bowl-shaped depression. The sheer force exceeded the limits of endurance, transforming the iron-armed toad into a cloud of chakra smoke that returned to Mount Myaboku. However, this sudden surge from Yamaguchi Kei's underwater assault was also curtailed, granting Jiraiya a moment to breathe. Well done, Jiraiya thought with a surge of joy, just as he prepared to launch a counterattack. Yet, the sensory barrier of the celestial cover formation made his heart skip a beat. 2 crows circled above, while 4 diminutive puppets, each only half a person high, stealthily concealed themselves within the mist, sealing off the space around him. Meanwhile, Yamaguchi Kei stood calmly on the water's surface, waiting for Jiraiya to leap into his trap. With no path to ascend to the heavens and no entrance to burrow into the earth, he found himself ensnared. He could be certain that no matter what kind of counterattack he made, he would soon find himself besieged by a tempestuous onslaught. I concede. Stop. Cease this at once. Jiraiya shouted, utterly unconcerned with his dignity. There was no choice. He feared that if he hesitated, this unscrupulous fellow, Kageyama, would employ his chaotic techniques and compel him into another round of paradise. The sight of a young girl dancing was enough to make his eyes bulge. The thought of his own participation was best left unremembered. Thus, he chose to leave it at that. Huff. In the serene embrace of the mountains, a breath of murky air escaped from the lips of the figure, who effortlessly dispelled the dense fog of the concealment technique. 2 crows soared through the sky, cawing twice before transforming into swirling chakra mist, making their way back to the nurturing abode. 4 small puppets, each standing half the height of a person, returned to his side under the command of the heart-transforming clone technique. He retrieved the previously sealed storage scroll from the left chest of his J-Nin vest and re-encased the 4 diminutive puppets within its protective binding. Seated serenely upon the surface of the water, he contemplated the issues that had arisen during his recent encounter. Firstly, the matter of his proficiency in ninjutsu. The techniques learned from the scrolls of the Senju clan last night had proven effective, yet further practice was imperative. It was not merely about executing without hand signs. At the very least, he must master the art of calling forth techniques with a swift clap of his hands. He could not afford to squander the benefits bestowed by a seamless initiation. Moreover, there was the aspect of physical combat. With the enhancements of the Hozuki clan's hydro water technique, he drew upon the martial arts from his previous life within the Memory Palace. The power he unleashed exceeded his expectations. Just moments ago, he had harnessed the water release, wave propulsion strike to accelerate underwater, amplifying his Iron Mountain Fist with the hydro water technique, which culminated in the explosive defeat of the iron-armed toad. If he could further master the stacking waves technique centered around water release, akin to the third Reikage, he might well contend with tailed beasts in a test of strength. Of course, the most crucial element remained battle habits. His current training sessions with Jiraiya were essentially preparatory rehearsals for his forthcoming confrontation with Uchiha Madara. Thus, he had proactively suggested refraining from using Genjutsu during their sparring yesterday afternoon. After all, even though Madara had transplanted his Rinnegan into Nagato, his ocular prowess was undoubtedly comparable to that of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The efficacy of Genjutsu against such an opponent would be exceedingly dubious. Consequently, he needed to rectify his inclination to initiate battles with illusions. Lastly, there was the Flying Thunder God technique. After completing his training with Jiraiya, he intended to summon Minato for further practice, adapting to the high-intensity flicker of the Flying Thunder God to fully exploit the advantages of seamless initiation. Once all of this was accomplished, Madara and Hashirama may be absent, but how about enhancing the experience with an upgraded Tobi to accompany you in this dance? Hahaha. In the mountains, the scene brought a smile to the corner of his lips as anticipation grew for the encounter with Uchiha Obito. You truly are a remarkable individual, Jiraiya remarked as he settled beside him. He had never been one to shy away from defeat. On the contrary, witnessing a young talent surpass him filled him with joy and contentment. If Konoha could nurture more young individuals like Yamashita, wouldn't it be more beneficial for him to traverse the ninja world, rescuing those unfortunate maidens who have strayed from their paths? Just now, you could have countered, enveloping yourself completely with the needle Kazashi or allowing a toad to swallow you whole, only to dispel the summoning technique once the toad hit the water. Jiraiya gazed towards one side, dismissing the compliments uttered by his opponent. The recent skirmish had indeed been exhilarating, and he had found himself thoroughly pressed by the other. However, the circumstances leading to such a scenario were twofold. Firstly, his adversary had underestimated him at the onset, resulting in an initial blunder, and secondly, there had been a misjudgment of intelligence. Even without the use of Genjutsu, he now possessed an arsenal of formidable offensive techniques. As for his eventual concession, Jiraiya's leap into the air was indeed a rather significant misstep. Regardless of his resistance, he would find himself at a greater disadvantage. Yet, it was evident that his opponent had held back, be it the technique involving hand seals with his feet or the powerful combined ninjutsu with the toads of Mount Myaboku. If he truly desired to counterattack, opportunities were not entirely absent. That recent move against the Iron Arm Toad was comparable to Tsunade's monstrous strength. Who would dare to meet it with mere needles? Moreover, summoning beasts experience pain as well. This was merely a friendly spar. Jiraiya chuckled and waved his hand, for he had always regarded the toads of Mount Myaboku as companions and friends, and he could never treat summoning beasts as mere tools. As for enduring a blow akin to Tsunade's legendary strength, even now, the memory of her punch still left him wincing at the thought of cracked ribs. Such an experience was best avoided. How is your Sage Mode training progressing? Let us shift to another topic. You truly are. The scenery in the mountains seems somewhat speechless. Is this immortal mode truly so arduous? Not even a word of mention? For 3 consecutive days, the young man has arrived early each morning at the training cave to spar with Jiraiya. Once his chakra is depleted, he consumes soldier pills to swiftly regain his strength, and if injured, he employs basic medical ninjutsu for self-treatment. He continues this arduous routine until the sun has completely set, at which point he returns home, exhausted, to dedicate his evening to studying the water release techniques of the Senju clan. Thanks to his exceptional comprehension and learning abilities, as well as the enhancement from Jiraiya's purple tier destiny as a mentor, he gradually begins to assimilate the combat experiences recorded from the memories of other ninjas during his 5-year analysis class, along with the dazzling array of water ninjutsu. His choices in ninjutsu, timing, counter techniques, and overall combat rhythm have transformed significantly, making him nearly unrecognizable compared to before. Jiraiya initially believed that as he gradually deciphered the young man's techniques and hidden cards, he would gain a decisive advantage in their battles. However, reality proved to be far more daunting than his optimistic expectations. With the slightest lapse in attention, the esteemed Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, found himself performing Pure Land of Bliss, Majestic Presence, Love Cycle, and Fierce Gaze in front of the training cave. Had it been only the young man present, it might not have been so troublesome. However, on the very first afternoon of their practice, Minato Namikaze arrived with Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara to join in the excitement. On that same afternoon, the 3 disciples of the mountain scene began their training nearby. Kushina and the young girl named Anoka would arrive punctually each noon with their lunchboxes in hand. Moreover, Once they arrived, they would not leave until dusk, when they would return home together with their respective boyfriends. How infuriating! While he certainly enjoyed gathering materials, he did not wish to be treated as mere fodder for them. In an effort to avoid publicly performing that embarrassingly mortifying dance, he had resolutely maintained his rigorous training for the past 2 days, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The only reason he did not succumb to despair was due to his strong spirit. As 3 days passed, Jiraiya wasted no time. He packed his belongings and ventured to Miyaboku Mountain to train. Is the Sage Mode difficult to master? Regardless of the challenge, he must learn it. After all, he is Jiraiya, a name he must honor. It seemed that Master Jiraiya would not be returning anytime soon. Minato, gazing at the empty residence of his teacher, felt a profound sense of Jiraiya's unwavering resolve. Had they perhaps laughed too heartily before? Lin, feeling somewhat at a loss, glanced at her companion, Kurenai, who shook her head, her expression mirroring her apprehension as they both turned their gaze towards their teacher. Let us not take on responsibilities that aren't ours. I, the one directing him in dance, have yet to voice a complaint. In the mountains, one hand each cradled the little heads of 2 girls. Jiraiya's dance was still a beautiful sight to behold, though regrettably, it was not visible today. Uchiha Obito wiped the lens of his goggles, contemplating the wisdom in Teacher Jing's words, yet he felt a lingering sense of regret. He had yet to fully memorize those dance movements. He mused, if in the future, he and little Rin were together, and she danced for him, you've got a nosebleed. Hatake Kakashi's dead fish eyes scrutinized Obito's increasingly lewd expression, coldly reminding this perpetually absent-minded fellow. He simply could not fathom why anyone would experience a nosebleed at the thought of Jiraiya dancing. Wasn't that rather perverse? I was merely recently. Obito wiped his nosebleed, his face flushed crimson, desperately searching for an explanation. Seeing your urine so yellow yesterday, I knew you were on fire. This is the full throttle of youth. Might Guy slapped Obito's shoulder, grinning widely and giving him a thumbs up. Obito looked at Might Guy in disbelief. No. Is there really no other reason, brother? Puberty is fiery, tisk, perfectly normal. Nara Shikamaru, nonchalantly chewing on a kunai, glanced swiftly between Nara Rin and Obito. As a perceptive outsider, he had seen through it all. Minato Namikaze and Mountain Jing exchanged knowing smiles. Youth, after all, is inherently restless and fervent. They had all traversed this age. How could they be unaware of the thoughts swirling in these youngsters' minds? All right, enough with the jesting, let us prepare for today's training. In the mountains, Yamanaka Q clapped his hands, drawing the attention of Might Guy and the others. Indeed, the trio responded promptly. Might Guy immediately began to jog around the training cave. Yuhi Kurenai and Nara Shikamaru maintained the standard triangular formation of a ninja team, following in Might Guy's footsteps. Thanks to the effects of Kushina's enhanced continuous four-limbed sealing technique, the trio had recently experienced varying degrees of growth in physical strength. What once took several hours to achieve in training could now be accomplished in less than an hour, aside from Might Guy, who was diligently practicing to further enhance his taijutsu. Kurenai and Shikamaru dedicated nearly all their remaining time to mastering new jutsu. Let's put in extra effort during today's training. Minato Namikaze encouraged Kakashi and the others. Having grown accustomed to this rhythm over the past few days, the three began their own training as well. As for Yamanaka Q and Minato Namikaze, shall we begin? In the heart of the mountains, Shang Zhongjing raised an eyebrow, his right hand deftly maneuvering a shuriken with grace. Do not attempt to impersonate me again. Similarly, Bluffing Shuemin produced his own flying thunder god shuriken, his handsome visage adorned with an unusual seriousness and earnestness. Over the past 3 days, he had keenly observed the sparring sessions between his dear friend and his mentor. He found himself utterly perplexed. How could his companion conceal so much? Family secret techniques, illusions, water release, taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, sealing techniques. How much had been kept hidden? If you choose not to perform, then neither shall I. In the mountainous landscape, her eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, a sharp clang echoed as the kunai clashed, sending sparks flying in all directions. Two agile figures briefly engaged before swiftly retreating, almost simultaneously hurling their kunai. Clang, clang. Within the confines of the not-so-spacious estate, the two figures flickered in and out of visibility, akin to ethereal phantoms, as they continually clashed. After a brief exchange of tentative strikes, both individuals leaped out of the estate almost in unison. In the mountains, Shang Zhongjing deftly released two kunai, one soaring towards the heavens and the other plummeting to the earth. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze held 4 flying thunder god kunai in each hand, skillfully spinning and utilizing the strength of his waist and abdomen to hurl them all in the direction of Shang Zhongjing. The clangs of the flying thunder god kunai resonated in the air as they collided, altering their original trajectories. 2 kunai ascended towards Shang Zhongjing's head, effectively sealing off his escape upwards, while another pair descended towards his feet, similarly obstructing his descent. The remaining 4 kunai traced elegant arcs, targeting the vital points surrounding him. Was it the Uchiha shuriken throwing technique? A look of astonishment flickered in the eyes of the mountain dweller. This seemingly ornate technique, which demands exceptional insight and reflexes, is equally challenging to master. However, its practical value in combat is rather mediocre. More often than not, it serves merely to catch opponents off guard. Aside from the Uchiha clan, who, due to the Sharingan, face significantly reduced difficulty in mastering this technique and are unperturbed by its learning curve, very few individuals dedicate themselves to the practice and application of such throwing techniques. Consequently, over time, this art has become synonymous with the Uchiha name. Unexpectedly, the scenery in the mountains revealed that the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, would employ such a tactic in conjunction with the flying thunder god technique. It is well understood that typically, when a shuriken is thrown, it is merely thrown. Most often, it bears no further significance. However, with Minato's kunai from the flying thunder god, wherever it may land, he too shall appear. Upon reflection, this maneuver truly complements the flying thunder god technique splendidly. Yet, it is too late. The collision and friction of the ninja tools inevitably affect their force and velocity. While this minor discrepancy may not pose much of an issue ordinarily, in a confrontation between 2 individuals whose neural responses are extraordinarily swift, such a difference is ample enough for the mountain dweller to seize the initiative in the early stages of battle, ignoring the kunai of the flying thunder god hurtling towards him. In the mountains, the figure of Yamashita Kei brushed past the corner of his mouth, extracting a few drops of blood from his gums, and vanished from his position, reappearing beside the shuriken he had just hurled into the sky. Summoning technique, crows. Caw-caw-caw. 9 pitch-black crows burst forth from the swirling chakra smoke, resembling arrows of pure darkness, swiftly dispersing in all directions. Sensing the embedded flying thunder god technique within these crows, Minato Namikaze's expression darkened. For the past 3 days, he had been a silent observer of the battle between Yamashita Kei and his mentor, Jiraiya. Noticing that his dear friend had refrained from utilizing the flying thunder god technique, he had inquired about the reason. The answer revealed that his friend still lacked mastery over the technique and that applying it in real combat would require a considerable amount of time and practice. However, the considerable amount of time you intend to traverse is merely a strategy to counter me, isn't it? You and your brother share a bond, yet you resort to trickery? The more Minato pondered, the more infuriated he became. Ever since befriending such a companion, he found himself repeatedly outwitted, with each encounter proving to be different. The 9 crows darted rapidly between the battlefield of Minato and Yamashita Kei, frequently altering their flight angles and trajectories. 8 flying thunder god shurikens were continuously retrieved and launched by Minato, as though he were weaving an impenetrable net. 2 figures, both clad in the vests of Konoha's elite shinobi, collided and separated in a ceaseless dance. The formal shurikens infused with water release, water blade, and the flying thunder god shurikens imbued with wind release chakra clashed incessantly. Both wielded lethal techniques capable of effortlessly claiming the lives of elite shinobi, yet neither was able to graze even a corner of the other's attire. The perilous sensation, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, raised every hair on Minato's body. In the past, with his superhuman reflexes, he had effortlessly evaded and countered any adversary. Yet in this bout with his dear friend, even with complete concentration, he could not escape the relentless and encroaching sense of crisis. It was thrilling, lethal, exhilarating. Under immense pressure, he was compelled to focus and immerse himself further. This is bad. How is this guy's speed increasing with every exchange? The mountainous landscape simultaneously evokes a chilling sense of impending crisis. It is imbued with a crimson essence akin to that of the flying thunder god, yet it surpasses it in prowess. Coupled with an unparalleled perceptual ability that grants an all-encompassing field of vision, he should have held the upper hand. However, contrary to his expectations, he did not simply overpower the flying thunder god. The exquisitely angled kunai barrage, followed closely by the spiraling sphere infused with the nature transformation of wind, created a clash of extreme velocity. Under such conditions, any technique requiring intricate hand signs and preparation time was rendered utterly ineffective. How could he have been so oblivious? The flying thunder god proved to be a formidable opponent who thrived under pressure. A fierce confrontation ensued. In the mountainous scenery, on the right hand, Kakashi wielded a kunai, preparing to inscribe the flying thunder god technique upon his adversary, Minato Namikaze. Meanwhile, Minato harbored the same intention, pressing his left hand towards Kakashi's abdomen. With a resounding clash, their palms met in midair. In an instant, the body and arms of Yamanaka Kei transformed entirely into a flowing stream of water, allowing the palm of Namikaze Minato to pass through his abdomen. The technique of water transformation rendered him immune to all harm. However, the splashes of water did not disperse as Namikaze Minato had anticipated. Instead, under the influence of chakra, they released a chaotic flow of chakra into his own body. Within him, the flow of chakra experienced a momentary turmoil. Alarm bells rang in Namikaze Minato's mind. The spatial transfer, which was nearly instantaneous, was delayed by the disarray of chakra within him, and at that very moment, his gaze met the eyes of Yamanaka Kei. Unbeknownst to anyone, the right hand of the mountain scene had quietly released the kunai it had once grasped. Even after the flying Raijin had grazed his palm, the solitary hand seal remained unperturbed, exhibiting neither hesitation nor alteration. Jingu, please no. Suenokawa is coming to bring lunch this afternoon. The words of Namikaze Minato had no bearing on the outcome of this battle. The secret technique of the mountain clan, heart disarray technique, directly usurped his bodily autonomy. The two figures intertwined and passed by each other. Watergate stood motionless on the surface of the water, his limbs rigid, repeatedly attempting to break free from the constraints of the ninjutsu, yet each effort ended in failure. In the mountains, the secret arts of a certain clan render any resistance futile when there exists a significant disparity in mental power between the practitioner and the victim. However, the mental prowess of his dear friend far surpasses his own by several folds. With no recourse available, Namikaze Minato could only lift his gaze to his companion with a wry smile, silently hoping that the other would exhibit some restraint. Konoha, you are being rather excessive. Achieving a breakthrough in battle? Is this not a form of bullying? In the mountains, the wicked man takes the lead in casting accusations, and thus, the notorious deeds of Minato Namikaze are swiftly denounced. Name, Minato Namikaze. Profession, ninja entry, golden flash, red, seal mastery, blue, ingenious mind, blue, fortuitous luck, blue, energy accumulation, blue, rival and best friend, blue, mastery of wind release, green, handsome, green. The original insights into time and space and the ability for superspeed reactions have vanished, replaced by the spine-tingling new entry, Golden Flash. The already outrageous enhancement has seen a significant boost, as a fusion of entries has granted Minato an epic upgrade. The remaining entries exhibit no notable changes, yet the sudden appearance of the rival and best friend entry raises questions. Rival and best friend, blue. When the strength of a best friend and rival surpasses or closely matches one's own, the effects of training, concentration, and willpower are enhanced. Fighting alongside a best friend or engaging in mutual sparring slightly increases overall strength and the probability of breakthroughs in critical moments. Current best friend rival, Kageyama. Oh, so it targets me alone, does it? You truly are remarkable, Minato Namikaze. The scenery in the mountains evokes both a sense of solace and incredulity. It is gratifying to witness Watergate being regarded as a close friend, and naturally, he hopes that this esteemed companion will grow ever stronger. Yet, he finds it utterly unbearable to accept such an unforeseen surge in power. Is there no longer a sense of justice? Are there no laws to uphold? Do time travelers possess no rights? Is the offspring of the world will truly so exceptional? Is it intolerable for this favored child to endure any indignities? How absurd. In the mountains, Jing, filled with resentment, defiantly raised a middle finger towards the heavens, silently resolving to expedite his acquisition of entries. Otherwise, he might truly find himself outmatched by this group of incompetents. The breakthrough in battle was due to your overwhelming strength. Moreover, even if I were to achieve a breakthrough, I would still face defeat. How could that be considered bullying? The thought of the earlier sensation of transcending limits brought a faint smile to the face of Namikaze Minato. He sighed inwardly, realizing that mutual sparring among close friends is indeed the finest means of enhancing one's prowess. Defeat is one thing, and cheating is another. These are distinct matters, and I must contemplate how to elevate my spirits a bit. In the mountains, Jing cast a disdainful glance. After knowing Watergate for so many years, it was indeed a rare occasion for him to win. He should relish the fruits of victory. Otherwise, he would not be honoring the diligent contributions of the entry system over time. Shall we first unravel this technique before discussing further? I trust you as far as I can throw you. Once you unlock it, you'll flee. Don't accuse me of being ungrateful. Choose between Little Apple and Subject 3. Can I not choose the little one? Sue and I will be here shortly. Just as the little word escaped Watergate's lips, he noticed his friend's lips curling into a smirk, prompting him to hastily change his choice, only for his friend's grin to widen further. Teacher Jing, I wish to see Little Apple. Uchiha Obito's exclamation resonated from the dense forest beside the training cave. This fellow seemed utterly oblivious to any impropriety in his teacher dancing, his expression brimming with anticipation and excitement. Subject 3 sounds a tad more serious, perhaps. Noera Rin tapped her fingers together, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, torn between eagerness and reluctance. The sight of such a handsome ninja as Watergate dancing did ignite a flicker of curiosity within her. What if they all dance? Yuhi Kurenai suggested, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru silently shifted aside. Truth be told, ever since they began learning teacher Jing's unique illusion techniques, Kurenai had become increasingly formidable. Shouldn't we wait for Senior Suenai and Senior Kushina? Noera Rin did not refute Yuazaka's words, but merely posed a fatal question. Kakashi's lips, concealed beneath his mask, twitched uncontrollably as he silently moved closer to Might Guy and Shiranui Ginma. Women, they are all demons. The enchanting dance, complemented by the mountainous scenery, was deliberately enhanced by the D-rank illusion, magical BGM, to prevent the performance from becoming monotonous. The two dances performed by Namikaze Minato garnered unanimous acclaim from all present. After some light-hearted banter, Might Guy and Kakashi, along with others, plunged once more into rigorous training. Only Obito hesitantly approached Shiranui Ginma, inquiring if he could impart the two songs and their accompanying dances. He harbored no ulterior motives. He simply felt that it would be a shame if no one learned the impressive choreography exhibited by the teacher. Unsurprisingly, that afternoon, Obito found himself subjected to Minato's strict scrutiny after he clumsily served himself rice before vegetables at lunchtime, resulting in over an hour of enforced extra training. During the afternoon, Minato and Gunma did not engage in further sparring, but instead focused on consolidating their experiences. The techniques of Crow Flight and Flying Thunder God Kanai each possessed distinct advantages and disadvantages in practical combat. The former was agile and swift, significantly elevating the height of attacks. It eliminated the need to re-throw Kanai after each strike and spared the user from laboriously calculating the landing points of the Flying Thunder God technique. In high-speed combat, this allowed the user to exhibit remarkable speed. However, the drawbacks were evident. Often, the flight trajectory of the crows was somewhat predictable, and when too close to the target, they were vulnerable to counterattacks. As for the latter, the continuous throwing of Flying Thunder God Kanai enabled each attack to achieve its desired effect, rendering it more dangerous and lethal. The landing points were harder to predict, making effective counterattacks exceedingly difficult for the enemy. Yet, when faced with numerous foes or exceptionally swift adversaries, this technique often necessitated multiple throws and landing point calculations, leading to an increase in spatial transitions. Although each throw consumed little time, repeated attempts against opponents with rapid ninjutsu activation could easily lead to timing discrepancies. Namikaze Minato found himself somewhat troubled. In the recent battle, he had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique 3 to 4 times more than his dear friend. This outcome stemmed primarily from 3 factors. Firstly, Minato found himself at a disadvantage when his friend amplified his strength with the Super Water Arm technique, compelling him to rely on spatial transitions to mitigate force and increase speed, effectively trading speed for power. Secondly, those summoning crows were indeed quite troublesome. He has begun to contemplate whether to also raise some crows as spirit beasts within the Hidden Leaf Village. The crows that serve as spirit beasts have typically undergone several generations of cultivation. During their juvenile phase, they are assisted in growth with secret medicines, and with appropriate training as spirit beasts, they can become competent warriors in as little as 3 months. Although the chakra within them is far less than that of the toads from Mayaboka Mountain, their explosive speed in a short span, combined with the elusive attacks of their summoners, can indeed pose quite a challenge, even for him. Moreover, The third and most crucial point is that his Flying Thunder God technique must, without fail, incorporate anti-theft measures. At the very least, it should include the kunai used during his sparring sessions with Kakashi. After all, his kunai is meant for his own throwing. Yet that fellow Kakashi had the audacity to preemptively seize the position using his technique, only to hurl the kunai far away for him to retrieve. Is this reasonable? It feels as if he is merely playing fetch with a ninja dog. There were several instances where he thought he had seized an opportunity, only for Kakashi to escape using his spatial coordinates, turning the tables and placing him in a more disadvantageous position. Minato Namikaze is acutely aware that if he continues to engage in battle at this rhythm, his disadvantages will only amplify. Hence, he took the risk of attempting to inscribe the Flying Thunder God technique directly onto Kakashi. However, he did not anticipate that Kakashi would have foreseen this and set a trap, leading to his immediate downfall. It seems he has been somewhat lax over the years. Minato glanced at his dear friend, seated cross-legged on a rooftop in deep contemplation, and silently resolved to exert himself more diligently in the future. While he does not resist dancing, he would undoubtedly be more delighted if it were his dear friend who performed for him. He recalled that Mayaboka Mountain has a technique known as the Toad-Flat Shadow Manipulation Technique. Minato stroked his chin, quickly identifying the best alternative ninjutsu to replace the chaotic body technique. Next time, he must ensure that his friend performs a splendid dance for him. Achoo! In the serene mountains, a sudden sneeze broke the tranquility. Rubbing his itchy nose, he instinctively glanced at the pavilion at the heart of the lake, where Namikaze Minato was engrossed in his scrolls, sketching, and writing. This fellow is no longer the innocent and naive little son he once was. Recently, his methods have grown increasingly ruthless. What kind-hearted individual resorts to such underhanded tactics? Thankfully, his proficiency in the art of water transformation is commendable. Otherwise, the outcome would undoubtedly be tragic. Chakra, the essence of life itself. In the mountains, Jing let out a sigh, increasingly anxious to acquire a term that would augment his chakra. It is often said that when one is impoverished, precision strikes become essential. When affluent, overwhelming firepower prevails. If only he possessed a chakra reserve akin to that of Minato, there would have been no need for such careful restraint in the recent battle. Nor would he have hesitated to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique more liberally. And if he had a chakra level comparable to that of Hashirama Senju. Do you understand the essence of a saturation strike? Upon returning this afternoon, he must inform Rikuji to select a mission from the Land of Iron. In the mountains, Kaguya murmured to himself. He had prepared extensively, completing most of the necessary arrangements. Once he encountered a suitable mission, he could depart from Konoha with honor and journey to the Land of Iron in search of Uchiha Obito. Time slipped away swiftly amidst the calm and stable routine of his life. The serene environment within the training cave rendered him blissfully unaware of the impending tension brought by the Third Shinobi World War. He engaged in sparring with Minato in the morning, practiced alone in the afternoon, or offered guidance to the three young ones. In the evenings, he enjoyed rare moments of leisure, holding the fragrant Kushina close. Unbeknownst to him, mid-November had already arrived, as Kaguya pondered the reliability of Nara Shikaku, who had yet to accomplish the two tasks he entrusted him with. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, summoned him once more to the Hokage's office. The vast office was shrouded in smoke. Sarutobi, pipe in mouth, was turned away from the setting sun, exhaling clouds of smoke. The brilliant golden rays did little to illuminate his figure. Instead, they cast shadows upon his face, imbuing it with an air of gloom and gravity. Recently, the borders of the Land of Fire had seen intermittent disturbances at various ninja outposts. It was evident that some ninja villages were eager to test Konoha's resolve. However, this was not a mere provocation encountered during a mission, nor was it a deliberate ambush. This was at the border outpost, an area that represented the dignity of Konoha and the sovereignty of the Land of Fire. If a firm counterattack or a redirection of the conflict could not be executed, Kaguya, I need you to travel to the village hidden in the clouds to undertake a confidential mission. There, an undercover intelligence operative known as the Wandering Priestess will assist you and provide intelligence support. Sarutobi's voice bore an unusual seriousness and restraint. He tossed a scroll without any discernible rank. Yet the words contained within could cause even the most timid ninja's heart to race with fear. Understood. In the mountains, Jing pressed her lips together, silently cursing as she raised her middle finger towards Narashikahiza. This is absurd. After waiting for over 10 days, the destination of the mission turned out not to be the Land of Iron, But the land of lightning? Moreover, the difficulty of this task, are they serious? She had just left the Hokage's office. In the serene embrace of the mountains, the perceptual barrier enveloping the entirety of Konoha subtly honed in on Nara Shikaku, who was diligently attending to matters at the mission reception. Noticing that the distance between them was a mere 500 meters, he promptly established a mental link using the mind-body technique. Elder brother Shikaku, I have just accepted a mission. Can you guess where I am headed? The sound of gritted teeth echoed in Nara Shikaku's mind. No need for conjecture. Farewell. Nara Shikaku's pen hesitated slightly before he hastily set it down and formed hand seals. Utilizing the Nara clan's shadow secret technique, he enveloped himself in a vast expanse of shadow, striving to sever the connection of the mind-body transmission technique. Both the Nara clan's shadow secret arts and the Yamashiro clan's spiritual techniques are derived from the art of escape, each possessing its own merits. Yet, fundamentally, they are merely variations of the same practice, easily influencing one another. However, can you guess why the mind-body transmission technique remains unbroken? The words of Yamashita stirred a flicker of discomfort on Nara Shikaku's face. The disparity in spiritual power was too vast. He could not sever the connection established by Yamashita's heart-transmitting technique. Yet, he remained unperturbed. He had a contingency plan. His gaze drifted to the seldom-used confidential room beside the task reception area. Seizing the documents on the table, he prepared to slip inside and activate the anti-perception barrier. With the barrier in place, coupled with his own shadow techniques, he believed the situation manageable. I have heard that in Atafuku Street, there are two geishas who rival even the top courtesans, named Iwayama Momoko and Yanagi Sakura, perhaps? Alas, Yamashita is also aware of this. Nara Shikaku covered his face with one hand, despondently sinking into his seat. Atafuku Street lies less than 40 kilometers from Konoha, a remarkably bustling thoroughfare within the lodging town of Senju. Given the relatively stringent management within Konoha village, there are few avenues for the ninja to indulge in leisure activities, as there are no pleasure districts or gambling houses. Naturally, Atafuku Street, positioned on a vital transit route, became a hub for such enterprises. In his youth, out of mere curiosity, he had visited a few times with Kai and the others. Aside from drinking and listening to music, he had truly engaged in nothing else. But would Jino believe this? How could Yamashita, that scoundrel, use such matters to coerce others? What happened to the camaraderie of brothers? What about the dignity of a man? Would he believe that I might report him to Kushina? I have truly exerted myself. The Hokage has his own intentions. What am I to do? I have been dispatched to the Hidden Cloud Village to assist in the assassination of high-ranking officials and incite discord between the martial factions of the Hidden Cloud and other ninja villages. I cannot fathom why this task has fallen upon me. Mountain scenery disregarded Nara's grievances. He could not comprehend why, despite exhibiting a certain degree of prowess, such disreputable tasks were generally assigned to the root ninjas. It seemed that Lord Danzo's rapport with the Hokage had notably improved recently, resulting in a considerable number of root missions being reassigned. What could this signify? Mere coincidence? Have you encountered Lord Danzo lately? About 10 days ago, I accompanied Tsunade to the Konoha hospital and had a fleeting meeting. Previously, Lord Danzo had proposed to the Hokage that you be inducted into the root, receiving similar treatment as Orochimaru, to which the Hokage did not outright refuse, but merely stated he would contemplate the matter. What a bizarre turn of events. Hearing this, Yamanaka Kei's expression darkened considerably, as he found it utterly perplexing what Danzo was intending. He could comprehend the need to ease relations with the third Hokage. After all, it was merely the influence of the information at play. He could also surmise the rationale behind the shift of the root's missions. At this juncture, Danzo was keen to extricate himself from the overwhelming impact of the blacklisted information. Whether it was to investigate those malevolent artifacts from the Warring States period or to safeguard his own personal safety, a considerable number of personnel was required. However, to have him join the root, would he receive treatment akin to Orochimaru's? It must be noted that Orochimaru did not bear the curse mark of tongue calamity. Even if he could not ascend to the position of Hokage, he was still the designated successor to the next leader of the root. In contrast, Yamanaka Kei had stood in opposition to Danzo more than once, and now, he was the boyfriend of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, undoubtedly a staunch supporter of the Hokage. Surely, this was not an attempt to place a thorn in the third Hokage's side? In truth, I speculate that this could very well be a mutual probing between Lord Hokage and Lord Danzo. with Yamanaka Kei's sufficient strength yet lacking standing making him an ideal candidate for their subtle tests. Narashikaku ultimately expressed his conjecture. He had witnessed the clandestine power struggles between the Hokage and the Hokage's advisor far too often. Danzo's proposal this time served multiple purposes. First, to curry favor with the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, indicating support for their kin to ascend to higher positions. Second, it might be an attempt to garner greater backing from various ninja clans at this juncture. Third, it could very well be a test of the third Hokage's willingness to relax restrictions on Jinchuriki now that there were additional members of the Uzumaki clan. And fourth, a pursuit of greater authority and manpower to further expand the root scale. The third Hokage's reaction this time was rather intriguing. He did not immediately reject Danzo's proposition regarding Yamanaka Kei's inclusion in the root. Previously, he had recommended Yamanaka Kei for missions to the Land of Iron multiple times, all of which had been declined by the Hokage, who opted for others to undertake the tasks. Perhaps the Hokage intended to seize this opportunity to reclaim some of the root's powers, thereby hindering its further expansion? Or perhaps he sought to discern certain truths through Danzo's response. It was inconceivable that he genuinely wished for Yamanaka Kei to enter the root. After all, he was the future husband of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Is it that strength is sufficient, and as long as one does not perish, they should be relentlessly tested? What sort of nonsense is this? Are there truly no good individuals among them? In the mountains, the landscape was filled with a sense of frustration as the connection to the heart transmission technique abruptly severed. He began to swiftly inspect his arsenal of ninja tools and various sealing scrolls. Regardless of the intentions harbored by Danzo and the third Hokage, it was evident that neither of them had any immediate plans to turn him into a target, nor did they contemplate making him a sacrificial pawn. Yet, this sensation was undeniably disconcerting. Why engage in mutual probing when they could simply retreat to a private chamber to test each other? After all, a direct confrontation with blades drawn would leave no room for doubt about their intentions. Why meddle in the affairs of others? In the depths of the mountains, Shang Zhongjing inhaled deeply, suppressing the discontent within his heart. He silently resolved that this time, he would elevate his prowess to the level of a super shadow. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and conspiracies are rendered futile. Reflecting on the contents of the recently perused mission scroll and the scheduled rendezvous with the apothecary Naniyu, a glimmer flashed in his eyes. Midnight, 5 nights hence. A standard ninja would require approximately 4 days to traverse from Konoha to the village of Kumogakure at full speed. To account for unforeseen circumstances along the way, an additional day is typically reserved. However, with his mountable summoning beast, the hawk, he could easily reach his destination, given the hawk's speed and stamina. Even a detour to the Land of Iron before proceeding to Kumogakure would be more than sufficient in terms of time. It would be ideal to locate Uchiha Madara directly. If that proves elusive, he could always return to the mountain cemetery to lie in wait after the mission's conclusion. While this may present some inconvenience, what does it matter if he can obtain the sage body from Uchiha Madara? Upon his return from the outside, he would relish the opportunity to observe what these two individuals are truly scheming. Caw! The piercing cry of the hawk resonated through the sky. Even without employing the mind-body technique, Shang Zhongjing could discern the unrestrained ease and joy emanating from the hawk's call. Yet, this exuberance seemed somewhat excessive. Had his hawk endured some indignity at the breeding facility? It is no wonder that such thoughts crossed Shang Zhongjing's mind. Although the mishap involving the runaway was indeed the breeding facility's responsibility according to the initial fostering agreement, they not only suffered financial losses, but also saw their supervisor dragged into root for interrogation, enduring considerable hardship. What if they grew increasingly incensed with each passing moment? How would he deal with their silent grievances projected onto his remaining summoning beasts? Is the breeding facility treating you poorly? In the serene mountains, the essence of the landscape is intricately intertwined with the consciousness of the magnificent bird. The creature's incessant calls vividly recount the splendid life within the nurturing abode. Each meal is an exquisite feast, a delightful experience it had never encountered before. In the mornings, a mere collaboration with the caretaker for some basic spiritual beast training grants it the luxury of a soothing massage. After a brief midday respite, it is free to soar through the skies, liberating any excess energy. Upon returning in the afternoon, the caretaker meticulously tends to its plumage, removing any dirt and parasites. As night falls, a selection of enchanting females, ranging from the innocent and bashful to the alluring and captivating, await its company. Such a life surpasses even its wildest dreams. The sole dilemma lies in the overwhelming attraction of numerous females drawn to its regal presence. Besides the companions who journeyed with it from the island of spiritual beasts, the females in the nurturing abode are increasingly more stunning. The choice is indeed a formidable challenge. The mountain scenery reflects the head of the eagle, akin to a slap. How could you possibly establish a harem in the breeding house? Where is your dignity? Here I stand, your master, a time traveler, having traversed nearly 2 decades. Yet I remain a mere boy. Meanwhile, you indulge in nightly revelries, surrounded by thousands of beauties? How have those avian temptresses not exhausted you? Caw. The eagle, bewildered, turned to gaze at its master. With its limited intellect, it could scarcely comprehend why it had suddenly encountered such rebuke. Just continue your flight. It will take you a day and a half to reach the Iron Nation, and I shall personally ensure your sterilization. In the mountains. The mood was tense as the eagle's head was forcefully turned back. How infuriating. Spending his money while indulging in the pinnacle of services at the breeding house. Carefree and surrounded by beautiful women, to the point where his waist ached from indulgence. Where could one seek justice for such grievances? Squawk. The eagle's pupils dilated in alarm, nearly causing it to plummet from the sky. In a flurry, it began to flap its wings with renewed vigor, further amplifying its already remarkable speed. In the mountains, one feels the fierce wind whistling past one's ears. Glancing back at the tail of the eagle, which was startled into a wild flurry, I finally withdrew my gaze with satisfaction. Such a creature, living with more elegance and contentment than its master, dares to voice its displeasure. Even if I cannot truly make you lose your composure, surely I can bestow upon you a touch of color. The eagle, oblivious to its master's sinister intentions, continued to fly resolutely, determined to preserve its future happiness, not daring to slacken its pace for a moment. Seated upon the back of a majestic eagle, Yamaguchi Kei retrieved a kunai from his waist pouch, meticulously inscribing the flying thunder god seal upon each one in preparation for the impending battle. The geographical landscape of the Land of Iron is notably unique. In stark contrast to the temperate and distinctly seasonal Land of Fire, this region is enveloped in a pervasive chill. While the mid-November weather in Konoha merely hints at the onset of coolness, the Land of Iron is already besieged by heavy snowfall. As he journeyed northward, the eagle made only 2 brief stops for nourishment and rest, expending less than 2 days to assist Yamaguchi Kei in pinpointing the approximate location of the mountain graveyard. The swirling snow blanketed the once lush forests depicted on the map. Those towering, colossal beast bones that stood amidst the verdant thicket appeared even more grotesque and fearsome under the relentless assault of the biting wind and snow. The eagle, harnessing the power of the winds, soared high at an altitude of 1,000 meters. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing squinted his eyes, laboriously surveying the terrain, silently comparing the landmark information on the map for an extended period. Only then could he ascertain that approximately 6 or 7 kilometers ahead lay the lair of Uchiha Bido. By Diao descend now. In the mountainous landscape, Shan Zhongjing gently patted the back of the biao. The biao gradually descended, lowering its flight altitude until it was merely 10 meters above the ground, whereupon it transformed into a mist of chakra and returned to the breeding house in Konoha. With a resounding clap of his palms amidst the mountainous scenery, he employed the fundamental technique of wind release, allowing the turbulent currents to dance around him and neutralize the force of his descent, enabling him to alight gracefully upon the ground. Lifting his hand, he inscribed a seal for the flying thunder god technique, no larger than a fingernail, upon the massive rib bone of an unknown creature. Closing his eyes, he attuned his senses to the spatial coordinates extending southward and eastward, ensuring that his escape route was secure before he proceeded towards the sunken hollow at the heart of the mountain graveyard. This terrain, in contrast to naturally occurring valleys, gorges, and sinkholes, held a distinct allure. The cemetery of mountains abruptly descends into a fragmented terrain, as if an immense earth-shattering technique had forcibly driven a segment of land deep into the ground, leaving conspicuous traces of human intervention. Uchiha Madara was evidently imbued with a profound sense of confidence, believing that no one would ever uncover this hidden locale. Those who inadvertently stumbled upon this place would ultimately find themselves at his mercy. Ninjutsu, concealment technique. Ninjutsu, camouflage illusion. As Shan Zhongjing approached the graveyard of the mountains, nearly 5 kilometers away, he swiftly suppressed his presence, minimizing his chakra response to the lowest possible level. Employing the camouflage technique from the hidden stone, He completely concealed himself amidst the snow. Coupled with the odor-neutralizing spray he had continuously utilized, there remained no trace aside from the faintest footprints on the snowy ground. After traversing nearly a kilometer, Shang Zhongjing, in his state of invisibility and breath suppression, felt a slight stir of alarm within. To avoid alarming the enemy and jeopardizing his plans, his sensory ninjutsu had now been refined to a radius of 100 meters. The precision of his perception was exquisite, capturing even the slightest details. Yet, there lay a figure, Baiju, seamlessly blending with the tree trunks, almost indistinguishable from the wood itself. Were it not for the faintest chakra response, he might have overlooked it entirely. Was it due to its dormant state? In the mountains. Shanjun steadied his mind and cautiously circumvented the surveillance net laid by the white Zetsu. Before him lay nothing more than the most ordinary mass-produced white Zetsu. Logically speaking, if one were to encounter such a feeble presence during the Ninja World War, it would be utterly inconceivable for anyone to detect its movement trajectory and strategically position themselves. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that it was in a state of hibernation. Name: White Zetsu. Occupation: Soldier. Entry: Degraded wood, green. Assimilation: green. The term degraded wood explicitly indicates that it is a mass-produced weapon created by Kagaya Otsutsuki through the divine tree. It can parasitize in its spore state, fuse in its pitcher plant state, and traverse underground in its mayfly state. Assimilation allows it to absorb another's chakra for its own sustenance, and even to assume the appearance of others. Such a soldier would pose a formidable challenge to even the most ordinary genin. Even a nin, if careless, might find themselves at a disadvantage. The mere thought of encountering 100,000 white Zetsu sent chills down Shanjunjing's spine. And this was merely the ordinary variety. One could only wonder how those that had undergone peculiar transformations would appear. Employing his superb concealment techniques and the camouflage ninjutsu of a Wagakure, Shanjunjing deftly navigated around the white Zetsu that infested the cemetery of the mountainous region, arriving at the precipice of a massive pit. Gazing down into the abyss, he beheld the skeletal remains of a colossal creature, prominently displayed at the pit's center. As if to serve as a grim reminder of the perilous and terrifying nature of this place to any unfortunate souls who might wander here. Surrounding the giant pit, the rock walls bore numerous artificially hewn openings, reminiscent of ancient relics left by long-gone civilizations, blanketed in snow and humus, presenting an appearance devoid of any signs of habitation. Should anyone inadvertently stumble upon this location, they might indeed marvel at the wisdom and might of the ancients. Outer path, Golem. In the heart of the mountains, one's gaze fixated upon the orifice at the base of the colossal creature's tail. Even with the perceptive faculties diminished to their barest essence, the instinct of the body unequivocally conveyed the dread that lay concealed within. The atmosphere, akin to the penetrating stare of the abyss, rendered one paralyzed, causing every hair to stand on end. It was undoubtedly the aura of an otherworldly malevolence. Steeling oneself, the individual endeavored to suppress their presence to the utmost degree. After concealing a flying thunder god Kanai in the snow, the figure maintained the camouflage of the ninja art, silently infiltrating the vast pit. A few torches emitted a dim, yellow glow in the shadowy underground cavern. Before a stone table carved from green stone, the hunched form of Uchiha Madara, illuminated by the flickering light, inscribed the final stroke on a scroll. He carelessly tossed this scroll, which ought to have been in the office of the Mizukage, to the waiting white Zetsu beside him. Uchiha Madara exhaled a weary sigh. His frail body, reminiscent of a candle flickering in the wind, no longer possessed the youthful vigor he once had. Even with the aid of the outer path golem, he was merely subsisting. Yet, this condition felt more like a mockery to a man who once stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, provoking him to reflect and reminisce repeatedly. White Zetsu, receiving the scroll thrown by Uchiha Madara, cracked a peculiar smile. Just as he was about to speak, the blood-red three-tomo Sharingan silenced him, compelling him to silently descend into the depths and return the scroll to the land of water. Lord Madara, as per your request, the higher-ups of Kirigakure have already sent an inquiry to Sunagakure, demanding an explanation for the death of the pufferfish demon in Suigetsu Mountain. However, there are still those in the village hoping to strike first against Konoha. Enveloped in white Zetsu, the half-black, half-white black Zetsu spoke with fervor and flattery. Though he harbored dissatisfaction towards Uchiha Madara for continually delaying the outbreak of war, the passage of a millennium had honed his unparalleled acting skills. Even someone as formidable as Uchiha Madara failed to detect any impropriety. Yet, at this moment, Uchiha Madara had no desire to endure Black Zetsu's prattle. A hint of scorn curved his aged visage, and his blood-red, three-tomo Sharingan directly fixated on the entrance of the cavern. The insatiable curiosity of humanity is ever potent. It drives individuals to explore the unknown, often leading them toward their demise. With a voice imbued with inner confidence and composure, Uchiha Madara, despite his white hair and skin resembling withered branches, lined with wrinkles and age spots, still exuded an overwhelming aura. The connecting pipes of the outer path golem only served to accentuate his frailty and helplessness. Nevertheless, his formidable presence remained captivating. Name: Uchiha Madara. Occupation: ninja. Entries: Yin-Yang Convergence, Remnant, red. Indra's Power, red. The Chosen Uchiha, red. Sage Body, red. Will of 100 Battles, red. Battlefield Rose, red. Warring States Heroes, purple. Song of Blood and Fire, purple. Born to be a Hero, purple. Solitary Soul, blue. Polymath, blue. Strategies of Chaos, blue. Outer Path Life Extension, blue. Brother Complex, green. Entangled Fate, gray. Obsession, gray. Burnt Out, black. To hell with it, this is outrageous. It's utterly absurd. Upon the first glance at the term mountain scene, an overwhelming darkness enveloped him, nearly inducing cardiac arrest. He had believed that with 2 terms of deprivation and 2 terms of demotion in his grasp, even the formidable Uchiha Madara would be reduced to mere insignificance. He had even contemplated that Madara, in the original narrative, was so aged that he could scarcely walk, perhaps not even needing the system to engage in a fierce battle for several hundred rounds. However, the reality was starkly different. Truly, Madara lived up to his legendary status. With 6 crimson terms, 3 violet terms, 4 azure terms, 1 emerald, 2 gray, and 1 ebony, what incredible potency did this signify beyond the Tsutsuki clan? The initial manifestation of Yin and Yang, the primal form of the 6 Paths power, had been acquired so recently, yet it enabled Madara to awaken the Rinnegan. Although he had yet to fully grasp the essence of Yin-Yang release, preventing him from achieving feats akin to those of the Sage of 6 Paths, the fact remained that his excavation of the Rinnegan had rendered the term damaged. Nonetheless, this entity was undeniably of the highest caliber. Even though Mountain Scene understood that replicating this term would be futile, given his own insufficient chakra reserves in the absence of the 6 Paths bloodline, which would hinder the full utilization of Yin-Yang power, who could resist such intoxicating allure? The remaining powers of Indra, the Chosen Uchiha, the Sage's Physique, the Spirit of 100 Battles, and the Battlefield Rose, each enhancement from the crimson terms imparted upon Mountain Scene in exquisite appreciation for the beauty of data. Even the remaining violet and azure terms were sufficient to overshadow 99% of the ninja world's elite. It was no wonder that the elderly Noki quaked at the mere mention of Madara's name, perspiration cascading from him faster than the heaviest of rains. What if he were at the height of his power? In the mountains, the protagonist feels that any extended gaze upon this scene would be a profound disrespect to life itself. Fortunately, at this moment, the black inscription hanging at the end of Madara's panel, having run its course, proves to be sufficiently potent. It significantly diminishes Madara's overall combat prowess. Once severed from the connection to the Outer Path's golem, he would also enter a countdown to his demise. Moreover, following a fierce battle, the depletion of attributes such as strength, stamina, spirit, and life would accelerate even further. Thankfully, he still possesses a cheat. Deep Blue. Grant me. No, wait. System. Replicate the Sage Body for me. In the end, the figure in the mountains chose to pursue the original goal, the Sage Body. The Sage Body read an unparalleled mastery of Yang release chakra energy, bestowing vibrant vitality and extraordinary talent, cellular strength, cellular activity, regeneration speed, life force, chakra quantity, and a significant enhancement in affinity for Yang release as well as natural energy. It greatly augments affinities for water, earth, fire, wind, and lightning. In comparison, although the power of Indra is formidable, it gradually influences the will of its bearer over time. The Chosen One, Uchiha, must first confront his clan upon his return, otherwise, he will struggle to elucidate the origins of the Sharingan. The phrase battle-hardened spirit does not aptly describe him. While the Battlefield Rose is powerful, enhancing various combat techniques, ninjutsu, and mastery over ninja tools, it is not what he urgently requires at this moment. Only the Sage Body will suffice. Once acquired, It will catalyze a transformative leap in his strength. The entry has been successfully copied. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the red entry Sage Body. As the sound of the notification echoed in his ears, the tension that had gripped Shang Zhongjing began to ease somewhat. Under the increasingly impatient gaze of Uchiha Madara, he dispelled the effects of the camouflage ninjutsu. His silvery hair stood out conspicuously in the dimly lit corridor. And beneath the iron forehead protector, his features were sharp and serious. His cold crimson eyes met the astonished gaze of Uchiha Madara. In the depths of the mountain, the somber voice of Yamazaki echoed, "It has been a long time, you malevolent specter of the Uchiha clan." The three black tomo within the blood-red eyes shimmered with an otherworldly glow in the dimly lit cavern. Before Uchiha Madara's words had fully escaped his lips, he leaped forth from behind the desk with remarkable speed. In an instant, as he lunged towards Yamazaki, his fingers deftly flicked, sending forth chakra threads that ensnared the scythe hanging from the cave's rocky wall. The apparatus connecting to the outer path's golems swiftly elongated, and with a twist of his body and a flourish of his arm, the towering scythe surged forward, its blade aimed directly at Yamazaki's face. Yet, Uchiha Madara's momentum showed no signs of faltering. With his hands forming the tiger seal, he unleashed 4 searing fire dragons from his mouth. Fire style, Dragon Flame Song. The blazing inferno cast an ominous glow, illuminating the formidable aura of malice that surrounded him. Side by side with the 4 fire dragons, Uchiha Madara appeared as he did decades ago, a blood-red rose blooming upon the battlefield, even as age weighed heavily upon him, as his life neared its twilight. The moment he chose to engage, he exuded the essence of the man who once instilled fear across the entire shinobi realm. Magical mirror, heaven and earth shift. Amidst the mountains, with a swift clap of his hands, the world in his eyes began to distort and shatter. The hastily approaching Uchiha Madara had vanished. Yet, the elderly figure seated behind the desk, with a blink of his eyes, seemed to return to the tranquil river of decades past. In his memories, a watermelon-headed youth languidly tossed stones to skip across the water. This time, Uchiha Madara picked up a stone from the ground, bypassed the watermelon-headed boy, and sent it skipping straight to the opposite bank. Indeed, girls learn swiftly, don't they? The watermelon-headed boy, disheartened, crouched in a corner with tear-filled eyes. Even though he was aware of the illusion, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but smile faintly at this familiar scene. Truly, with age, one inevitably yearns for the past. Wait, a girl? Uchiha Madara was momentarily taken aback, as Senju Hashirama before him had grown considerably. With tearful eyes, he tightly grasped Madara's hand, on the verge of bursting into tears. "Little Madara, marry me. I will. I will always treat you well." Uchiha Madara was momentarily stunned before he kicked the youthful Senju Hashirama away. "Wah, little Madara, please don't treat me like this. I am sincerely pursuing you." The resemblance in appearance, character, and even voice was strikingly similar. Such exquisite illusionary skill. And yet, I am a girl? Uchiha Madara's cheeks twitched as he prepared to forcefully dispel this absurd illusion. But what did he see? His younger brother, Uchiha Izuna, had transformed into a beautiful maiden? That scoundrel Senju Tobarama seemed to have taken a liking to his brother. Now sister. How outrageous. Wait. The plot is advancing too rapidly. The scene shifted, and Uchiha Madara had reached adulthood, having subdued all dissent within his clan through sheer power. She finally entered the sacred bond of marriage with Hashirama, who had persistently pursued her. Meanwhile, his younger sibling had also wed that scoundrel Senju Tobarama at the same time. That despicable fellow. How dare he? Before Uchiha Madara could continue to question the mastermind behind this nauseating illusion, her mind swirled with thoughts. The scene shifted once more, depicting the village of Konoha, established in partnership with Senju Hashirama, attracting countless ninja families who cherished peace, leading to its true foundation. Everything is progressing towards a favorable direction, although she and Hashirama occasionally engage in disputes. However, in the realm of matrimony, quarrels by the bedside often lead to reconciliations by the foot of the bed. There are few obstacles insurmountable. After enduring numerous skirmishes, cold wars, hot battles, tatami confrontations, and kitchen skirmishes, Hashirama ultimately acquiesced to his suggestion, consolidating the recently established 4 ninja villages with an overwhelming force. Although conflicts still arise within the ninja world, the combined might of her and Hashirama swiftly ushered in an era of peace. Following this, is there nothing beyond the mundane? Childbearing. Alas, Shanshan swiftly left 2 shadow clones to intercept any pursuit from Uchiha Madara within the cavern. He himself vanished rapidly from the mountainous graveyard using the Flying Thunder God technique. Past experiences with activating powerful abilities taught him that even a blue ability could impose considerable strain on his body when triggered, while such effects were generally trivial. Facing Uchiha Madara, even in peak condition, left Shanshan feeling rather precarious. With the brief after-effects of the activated ability causing disturbances, he genuinely wondered if Madara's scythe had dulled. After a series of swift teleportations, Shanshan quickly arrived at a glacier several dozen kilometers away, concealing himself within the natural crevices of the ice. Swiftly placing a simple sealing technique with his waist pouch to obscure his presence. In the heart of the mountains, Shan Zhongjing resolutely issued the command to activate the immortal body within his mind. As soon as the directive was given, a tingling sensation surged through his form, akin to a gentle itch. Every cell within his body began to undergo a profound metamorphosis of life itself. His internal organs radiated with an astonishing vitality. The functions of his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys rapidly completed cellular regeneration under the unimaginable power of Yangdan. Potent, surging, and restless. The transformation of his vital organs resembled an antiquated vehicle being equipped with a Formula One engine. The vibrant essence of Yangdan, propelled by the rhythm of his heart circulating blood, swiftly permeated every cell in his being. Each bone, every tendon, each muscle, and every inch of skin. His mental prowess began to stir, irresistibly drawn to the abundant life force. Under the instinctual methods of chakra refinement, which had long since become second nature, a torrent of chakra surged forth, cascading within Shan Zhongjing's body like a roaring river. The era when his mental energy could barely elicit a single thread of chakra from his physical form was but a distant memory. The alignment of his body with his mental strength heralded a transformative upheaval. Was his physical power truly doubled? Such an extraordinary phenomenon defied all logic. In the heart of the mountains, the figure clenched his fist, and his body seamlessly transformed into a state of liquid art. The dark, gray refuse generated by the rapid cellular regeneration was swiftly eradicated. Despite the overall weight and cellular count remaining relatively unchanged, his strength had doubled, and his life energy surged by dozens, even hundreds of times. Chakra, once a mere trickle, now flowed like a boundless ocean. His mastery over the 5 elemental ninjutsu seemed to have significantly enhanced in this state of abundant life energy. When had I ever engaged in such a prosperous battle? In the mountains, the corners of Shan Zhongjing's mouth nearly stretched to the roots of his ears. The days of being frugal and relying on stealth techniques are now but a distant memory. Host, Shan Zhongjing occupation, ninja activated traits, Transcender, red, Zero frame initiation, red, Sage Body, red, Master of ninjutsu, purple, Master of water ninjutsu, purple, Temporal insight, purple, Ninja realm sage, blue, handsome, blue, inactive traits, cicada pupa, white, fragile yet resilient, white. 9 treasures from 1 birth, blue, empty-handed, gray, expired milk, white, traits granted, 3 traits stripped, 2 traits downgraded, 2 8 traits in. Total, 3 red, 3 purple, and 2 blue. In comparison, Uchiha Obito boasts 6 red, 3 purple, 4 blue, 1 green, 2 gray, and 1 black trait. While there remains a disparity, let us refrain from disparagement. The absence of any black traits eliminates negative attributes that could hinder progress, with the ability to fully unleash his strongest combat prowess. It should suffice for a showdown with Lord Obito. In the mountainous landscape, he flexed his limbs slightly to acclimate to the surge of power and physical strength. Once more, he transformed into the visage of the 1,000-handed Tobirama. With a mere flicker of thought, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, returning directly to the cavern of the mountain graveyard. Left behind in the cave to fend off the pursuits of Uchiha Madara or Kagaya, 2 shadow clones awaited his return, granting their original the time to activate and adapt to the new temporal parameters. One of the shadow clones dissipated into a cloud of chakra, transferring the memories accumulated during his absence. He gestured subtly, and the remaining shadow clone nodded silently before vanishing from the cave through the Flying Thunder God technique. Cough, cough. Uchiha Madara lowered his head slightly, emitting a few soft coughs. The tomo within his eyes had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Although these tomo did not belong to him, as the mightiest of the Uchiha, possessing mastery over yin-yang release, he could, at will, augment his physical burden and expend a measure of his life force to awaken the dormant ocular power within. This would allow him to temporarily manifest the eternal Mangeki Sharingan's form using these alien eyes. However, such exertion would not only exhaust these eyes, but would also cause the Mangeki state to dissipate afterward. His aging body would grow increasingly frail and decrepit from forcibly activating the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Madara was acutely aware that the adversary before him was not one to be trifled with, far beyond the capabilities of his current 3 tomo. He recognized the reality of his aging, particularly over the past couple of years. Even walking had begun to feel burdensome. Perhaps in a few years, he would need to rely on a scythe as a cane to shuffle along. Had he encountered this impostor of Tobarama years earlier, he would have had no interest in employing any illusions. He would have readily seized the scythe and personally dispatched this audacious fool, leaving nothing but a head behind. It is worth noting that upon hearing the sudden news of Tobarama's demise, he had sent Kagaya to investigate multiple times. Even he had secretly visited the scene after the body was returned to Konoha, keen to ascertain the truth of Tobarama's fate. With so much preparation, it would be unthinkable for it all to have been in vain, wouldn't it? Upon receiving the memories of his shadow clone, Uchiha Madara observed the return of his true self, and with a measured grace, he began to unravel the illusion he had cast. A cryptic smile played upon his lips, for he had meticulously left behind various contingencies. He was apprehensive of the possibility that his opponent might flee or, conversely, pursue him relentlessly. He feared that Kagaya might take advantage of the situation, and he was wary of leaving a foe alive, only to be harmed in return. Thus, he prepared with utmost thoroughness. Yet, there he sat, Uchiha Madara, exuding an air of calm indifference, as if he were impervious to any schemes directed against him. Even Kagaya maintained a silent vigil at his side, her head bowed, embodying a proud and solitary confidence that bordered on arrogance. In the absence of any perceived threat to his existence, he could not even be bothered to dispel the illusion he had created. Perhaps he regarded his own genjutsu as a rare form of entertainment? Surely, it was inconceivable that his illusion could truly resonate with such a formidable figure as himself. After all, this was merely a story of gender transformation. A man as ruthless as Uchiha Madara could hardly be fond of such themes. Aging, indeed, is a lamentable affair. Any life nearing its conclusion appears so grotesque and pitiable. Uchiha Madara lifted his hand, marked by the deep creases of time, resembling the bark of an ancient tree. Beneath the gnarled, thickened knuckles lay calluses formed from countless weapons wielded in his youth, a stark contrast to the tender skin he possessed within the illusion. In that dreamlike realm, his life unfolded with ease, as the powers of the Uchiha and Senju brought forth a myriad of manifestations. Though the paths diverged, was it not yet another interpretation of the stone tablet at the Nanshi Shrine? Indeed, the illusion, or rather, the infinite Tsukuyomi, emerged as the singular and eternal answer to this world. And then, as the scenery of the mountains unfolded, the imposing aura of Uchiha Madara loomed large. After a moment's pause, he managed to utter 2 words: "I apologize." His inability to conceal his intentions and his failure to grasp the nuances were, indeed, his own shortcomings. He resolved to seek assistance upon his return, not aspiring to match the fiery prowess of the formidable Madara, but at the very least to become a competent supporting character, ensuring that the atmosphere remained untainted. Ah, the youth, brimming with vigor, fearless in their ignorance. They were merely employing the flying thunder god technique of Senju Tobarama. "How dare you present yourself before me once more?" Uchiha Madara, arms crossed defiantly, spoke with a tone laced with mockery. The first appearance of Yamashita was initially perceived as mere coincidence. Perhaps it was a trace of clues he had uncovered, or perhaps an instinctive unease that compelled him to investigate further. Yet, upon recognizing him, he dared to return. Did he assume that the elder was frail and enfeebled, with little strength remaining? Did he believe that, through the flying thunder god technique of Senju Tobarama, he could retreat unscathed even in defeat? Perhaps he harbored intentions to eliminate the old man? Such audacity from a mere child. Uchiha Madara sat regally upon his seat, enveloped in a swirling aura of azure chakra. Tendrils of chakra, entwined with ocular power, formed a skeletal structure that encased him, a colossal blue skeletal giant occupying much of the cavern. This was the second stage of Susanoo. The giant's lips curled into a smirk, echoing the mocking expression of Uchiha Madara. A fierce malevolence swept through the surroundings. With a mere gesture, a colossal chakra blade descended towards Yamashita. Boom! Enormous clouds of dust billowed, and that instantaneous strike cleaved Yamashita in two. After another sweeping attack, the entrance, which had barely accommodated a single person, was utterly obliterated. Large boulders collapsed and fell. Sunlight streamed into the dim cavern, illuminating the scene within, as well as revealing the external path of the demonic statue hidden behind Susanoo. Perhaps I possess more than just the flying thunder god technique. The body of the water transformation technique in the mountainous realm gradually recuperated after enduring two fierce strikes. Though the water transformation technique could not render one entirely immune to the damage inflicted by the chakra blade, the instantaneous reaction afforded by the zero-frame initiation enabled him to bisect his form just moments before the impending strike. Behold the majestic and formidable outer path golem, alongside the fearsome Susanoo. In the mountains, Shang Zhongjing clapped his hands, and the profound chakra within him, vast as an ocean, instantly transformed into a high-pressure water column at his lips, cleaving towards both Susanoo and the outer path's demonic statue, as if intent on bisecting them in one decisive blow. Uchiha Madara remained seated upon his stone throne, his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, endowed with an extraordinary observational acuity, clearly perceived every reaction of Shang Zhongjing. With his body previously split by the water transformation technique, he unleashed a high-level water release, water-severing wave without the need for hand seals. Complemented by the flying thunder god technique he had previously displayed, in merely the blink of an encounter, Uchiha Madara had already discerned that this individual before him was likely stronger than the legendary Senju Tobarama. The formidable mental prowess brought forth potent genjutsu, alongside extraordinary neural reflexes, commendable chakra control, exceptional water release talent, and rare space-time ninjutsu. The emergence of such a formidable entity in this era genuinely took him by surprise. Yet, it was indeed a technique that would evoke profound disdain at first sight. Uchiha Madara's voice was low and gravelly. He raised his gaze slightly towards the high-pressure water blade, which had already severed a portion of the second stage of Susanoo, yet was rapidly descending, poised to strike the outer path's demonic statue behind him. The power of his eyes and chakra surged forth like a river breaching its banks. The azure chakra that constituted Susanoo's form solidified at an alarming rate, enveloping its previously visible skeletal structure entirely. Uchiha Madara was also lifted to the head of Susanoo by the materialized chakra, resembling a monarch surveying the insignificant ants of the human realm. Seated calmly upon his stone chair, Uchiha Madara's expression remained serene. Yet, he alone understood that aside from his battle with Senju Hashirama, few adversaries could compel him to employ Susanoo in such a form under circumstances involving a limited number of foes. While the necessity to protect the outer path's demonic statue played a role, the more significant factor was his current loss of rapid mobility. Confronted with an attack exceeding Susanoo's second-stage defensive limits, he could neither retreat to dissipate the force nor evade the damage through swift maneuvers. He could only choose to meet it head-on. The high-pressure water blade hissed and crackled against Susanoo, the sharp sounds reverberating painfully against the eardrums. Suddenly, its defensive capabilities surged dramatically, rendering the previously relentless cutting speed of the water release, water-severing wave agonizingly slow. Almost at the instant the third stage of Susanoo began to take shape, for ghostly blue arms wielding swords once again swung towards Shang Zhongjing, while the other two arms conspicuously began forming hand seals. In the mountainous landscape, at the very moment when Susanoo initiated its actions, it halted the assault of water release, water-severing wave. Taking a deep breath, it forcefully clapped its hands together once more. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave erupted forth, unleashing a torrent of furious water aimed at the ground, simultaneously leaping into the air. The surging wave propelled his ascent with increased velocity. He narrowly evaded two intersecting chakra-infused swords descending upon him. The great exploding water colliding wave conjured towering waves, reaching heights of over 10 meters, surging towards Uchiha Madara and the outer path's demonic statue behind him. Fire release, great fire destruction. The inferno that erupted from Susanoo collided with the torrent of water from the great exploding water colliding wave, creating a vast cloud of mist. The water surged and roiled, steam billowing upward. The evaporating mist swiftly enveloped the entire mountainous graveyard. Even with the power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Madara could not immediately discern the silhouette of his adversary within the thick fog. Shadow clone technique. In the heart of the mountains, a figure clapped his hands, and a shadow clone materialized in his stead. He swiftly merged into the torrent of water generated beneath him using the water transformation technique. Water release, spiraling water blade. The shadow clone surged forward with remarkable speed. As his palms opened and closed, a spiral-shaped water spear formed in the blink of an eye atop his right hand. With a few leaps, he soared above the dense mist, his silhouette shooting skyward, the spiraling water blade aimed directly at the visage of Susanoo. Employing a shadow clone marked with the Flying Thunder God technique in conjunction with the spiraling water blade for an assault. The original body prepared for a second strike with the Flying Thunder God slash after the initial impact, an antiquated and uninspired tactic. Uchiha Madara possessed the ocular prowess to perceive through the wood-release clones of Senju Hashirama, effortlessly discerning the shadow clone of Yamaguchi Kei. This very maneuver had previously claimed the lives of countless members of the Uchiha clan at the hands of Senju Tobarama. His brother, Izuna, had also fallen beneath the Flying Thunder God slash. In that era, who among the Uchiha was unaware of the spiraling water blade sequence? To employ such a technique against him, was it ignorance or an attempt to provoke his wrath? Boom. The colossal chakra blade wielded by Susanoo collided with the spiraling water blade held by the shadow clone. The water vortex, compressed to its utmost limit, broke free from its bindings, expanding explosively in an instant. The fierce spinning water blade clashed against Susanoo's massive blade, emitting a cacophony of piercing hums. As the two forces locked in a stalemate, Susanoo's other arm, gripping the chakra blade, swung down once more. The water vortex unleashed by the spiraling water blade was shattered into a deluge of spray. Meanwhile, Susanoo's remaining arms had already completed their hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A colossal fireball, akin to a meteor, surged toward the area where the spiraling water blade had dispersed. Should Yamaguchi Kei, as Uchiha Madara anticipated, use the Flying Thunder God technique to reappear at the location of the shadow clone, he would be instantaneously incinerated into cinders by this expansive fire release. Boom. The massive fireball struck the ground, erupting into a conflagration that transformed into a searing sea of flames. This inferno collided once more with the vast lake created by Yamaguchi Kei's earlier water release, generating even greater billows of smoke. The mist enveloped the entire pit once again. Uchiha Madara squinted slightly, seemingly catching a glimpse of the shadow clone engulfed by the great fire annihilation, morphing into chakra smoke. Within the dense fog, he accurately pinpointed his adversary's location and, through Susanoo's movements, deduced in advance that the use of the Flying Thunder God technique could no longer be continued. Such an exaggerated reflex speed was truly astounding. A sly smile crept across Uchiha's lips, a hint of amusement at the unfolding battle. A semblance of true combat had finally emerged. However, the original body remained concealed. Was the target the outer path divine statue? Susanoo abruptly leapt backward amidst the smoke resulting from the collision of fire release and water release. Unbeknownst to him, a distance of nearly 100 meters had been established, swiftly being bridged with this singular leap. Years of experience carved from countless life-and-death battles allowed Uchiha Madara to effortlessly surmise that the vanishing enemy was undoubtedly heading towards the outer path divine statue. After all, since the onset of battle, the tube connecting him to the external demon statue has remained ever present. In theory, the conduits extending from the external demon statue can traverse thousands of meters as long as there is an ample supply of chakra, and their durability is beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Yet, this individual possesses the ability to sever even the second stage of Susanoo. TSK. What a swift reaction. The perception of the mountain scenery has reached its zenith, piercing through the dense fog generated by the clash of fire and water techniques, capturing every subtle movement of Susanoo with clarity. Uchiha Madara is acutely aware of the significance of the outer path golem. He understands its importance better than anyone else. In the original narrative, under the adversary's control, the chains it unleashes can traverse over 1,000 meters, ensnaring the necks of the nine-tailed beasts. Who can fathom the length of the pipe that delivers life energy to the opponent? Merely tugging at the battlefield through combat would likely prove futile. Thus, the wisest course of action is to remove this entity from play. Without the existence of the Rinnegan, even Uchiha Madara, regardless of his formidable prowess, cannot summon the outer path golem back. When one's life is under threat, remarkable fighting spirit often emerges. In moments of desperation, even a cornered beast may display fierce resistance, striking back with vengeance. The wisdom of our ancestors teaches us that foes in such circumstances can be the most terrifying. Moreover, Uchiha Madara is no ordinary individual. If he were to fight with all his might indeed, that would be the true test of the system. As for the mountain scenery, is it not permissible to indulge in a few plums? The Ninetales has already claimed that he dares not confront him directly. Faced with Uchiha Madara, who has mercilessly tormented the Ninetales' progenitor, is it not absurd to engage him head-on? Initially, when the mountain scenery departed the cavern to merge with the entry, he left behind 2 shadow clones. Upon returning, one of them voluntarily dispelled itself. The characteristic of memory transfer upon the dispelling of a shadow clone allowed him to swiftly comprehend all that had transpired during his absence. The other clone, however, remained in the shadows, biding its time. It took advantage of the moment when Uchiha Madara engaged with the mountain scenery. As the collision of water and fire techniques unleashed a vast expanse of mist, swiftly approaching the outer path golem. Although the initial shadow clone, lacking the depth of chakra due to the main body not yet merging with the Sage mode, was somewhat slower in relocating such a colossal target. The formidable attack strength of the main body, coupled with the guise of Shinji Tobarama, consistently captivated Uchiha Madara's focus. Now, as the spatial technique unfolded completely, the outer path golem was entirely enveloped by the technique. Even if Uchiha Madara were to eventually grasp the situation, it would be of no avail. A powerful spatial disturbance reverberated throughout. Like ripples on water, it swiftly spread across the space. The third stage of Susanoo, previously leaping with ease towards the outer path golem, sensed the unusual spatial fluctuations and turned in astonishment. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan spun rapidly and through the rising mist. Its overwhelming ocular power faintly discerned the technique shrouding the entire outer path golem. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, the third stage of Susanoo's left foot struck the ground abruptly, and a torrent of chakra coalesced into sharply defined battle boots. In a swift twist of the body, a majestic armor enveloped Susanoo in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but Susanoo's form had expanded exponentially within that fleeting moment. A towering giant exceeding 100 meters in height unleashed a lightning-fast draw of its blade, aimed directly at the shadow clone that had initiated the Flying Thunder God technique. The amalgamation of speed, power, and the sudden increase in size drastically closed the previously daunting distance in the mere span of a breath. This was the complete form of Susanoo. Who could possibly withstand such force? The urgent voice of the body flicker technique had barely resonated when the shadow clone, accompanied by the colossal outer path golem, vanished from sight, leaving only an expanse of barren stone wall behind. The ground quaked violently as the unstoppable strike descended, sending terrifying blade energy rippling out for 1,000 meters. Beneath the surface, hundreds of meters deep, there was a faint flow of magma, evoking a chilling sense of dread at first glance. In the mountains, the scenery made his pupils contract. Upon witnessing the expansion of Uchiha Madara's form, he too chose to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Whether the shadow clone could successfully transfer the outer path golem was inconsequential. Whoever dared to obstruct this spectacle would only find themselves foolish. In the original narrative, the complete body of Susanoo nearly cleaved the 5 Kages apart with a single strike. The 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, was ready to abandon the fight on the spot. Had it not been for the unwavering resolve of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, whose verbal prowess was equally formidable, she would have succumbed to despair. What further conflict could have ensued? To have compelled an old man to such a critical juncture. Young one, you truly bring me delight. Uchiha Madara's voice was aged and hoarse. Though he spoke of joy, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent coalesced around him. The stone chair beneath him had been cast aside the moment the complete Susanoo began to take shape. Standing at the center of Susanoo's brow, enveloped in a gem-like chakra shield, he severed the fractured conduits of the outer path golem behind him, his hunched form gradually straightening. A colossal sense of oppression, akin to mountains and seas, depths and prisons, surged forth. As the complete Susanoo turned once more, its height evidently surpassed 200 meters, causing the mountain's scenery to swallow hard. He was neither the carefree spirit of Huagua Mountain nor the aloofness of Guojianku. Let us not indulge in delight. Before the mountain scenery could offer any retort, Uchiha Madara, perhaps feeling himself mocked by mere ants, or sensing the rapid depletion of his life force, unhesitatingly commanded Susanoo to launch an assault. The towering Susanoo, exceeding 200 meters in height, moved with alarming swiftness. As it swung its blade, countless Yata mirror gems simultaneously sealed off the surroundings. The thunderous roar echoed mightily. The fierce, domineering, and unparalleled force obliterated everything within sight. The earth trembled, and the beasts lamented. The terrain of the mountain graveyard has been effortlessly transformed. Beneath the feet of the complete Susanoo, the annihilation of the world is no longer merely a hyperbolic expression. The wood release, flowering tree world has descended. Before the dust settles, countless branches surge forth from the ground, encompassing an area of several kilometers within their reach. Massive branches, thicker than an entire person, launch a relentless barrage of attacks. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique previously established, the figure of the mountain continues to evade this incessant onslaught, with the trees from the flowering tree world creating disturbances, and the complete Susanoo unleashing formidable strikes the moment it detects his movements. The situation is increasingly perilous. Amidst the mountainous scenery, one finds oneself exhausted and nearly unable to refrain from exclaiming in frustration. Alas, in the original narrative, even Uchiha Madara did not exhibit such earnestness when confronting the five Kage. Moreover, is Madara truly merely of the super shadow caliber? If so, to what heights would the Sage of Six Paths ascend? Conversely, if this is not the case, one must ponder how a mere enhanced version of Senju Tobirama could possess such audacity. Swiftly, I evaded yet another attack unleashed by Uchiha Madara's complete body Susanoo. In the vast realm of perception, Yamashita's senses expanded extensively. Numerous wood-clone manifestations of Uchiha Madara swiftly surged in all directions. Although his perceptive abilities could not perfectly distinguish between the wood clones and the original body, it was unlikely that Uchiha Madara's true form could flee at such a speed. Boom. Merely a fleeting distraction. The colossal chakra blade of the complete Susanoo, with a mid-course alteration, nearly severed Yamashita's head from his body. A wood clone barrier? Is this intended to employ a space-sealing barrier to obstruct my escape? The blossoms of the flower tree world are about to bloom. If the pollen disperses. Amidst the mountains, a myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind. To flee? There was an undeniable reluctance. It was evident that he had cornered Uchiha Madara into a dire situation. As long as his opponent faltered first, he could achieve the remarkable feat of single-handedly defeating the legendary figure. This would fundamentally rewrite the entire timeline of the Naruto universe. Yet, to remain and face Uchiha Madara, whose offensive prowess surpassed that of most Otsutsuki in the original narrative, was indeed a daunting challenge. Moreover, Madara could unleash countless attacks. Should he err even once, he would likely bid farewell to this world. As the moment of truth approached, what was there to hesitate about? One could not catch a wolf without the sacrifice of a child, and he was truly loath to part with his beloved. Although I am reluctant to part with the hard-won opportunities for 2 entries to be stripped and 2 entries to be downgraded, the significance pales in comparison to the achievement of single-handedly defeating the esteemed Ban Yi. The distinction between what is trivial and what is substantial is self-evident. System. Swiftly strip this chosen Uchiha and the power of Indra from this wretched father. Let the sage body be downgraded. As the voice of Yamashita Kei faded, 2 shadows of dark hue, visible only to him, and 1 shadow of a deep crimson hue swiftly merged into Uchiha Madara's form. A subtle sound akin to cracking bones echoed faintly amidst the cacophony of battle. Yet, with his sensory ninjutsu fixated on Madara, Yamashita Kei could distinctly perceive the fading vitality of the legendary figure. It appeared as though something vital within him had been abruptly extracted, leaving an overwhelming sense of weakness surging through him. In that moment, Madara felt as if his body had transformed into a dilapidated house, fraught with drafts. His once formidable chakra, boundless ocular prowess, and the remnants of his life force were dissipating uncontrollably into the surrounding air. His vision gradually blurred, and a sharp pain in his lower back forced him to hunch over once more, with each labored breath resembling the sound of a wind instrument being played poorly. The once mighty complete body Susanoo began to crumble. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan he had forcibly summoned was regressing, transitioning from kaleidoscope to 3 tomo, then to 2, 1, until it vanished entirely. Gasping and coughing, Uchiha Madara staggered to the ground before the Susanoo completely disintegrated, desperately inhaling the surrounding air. The dust and smoke enveloping the battlefield provoked relentless fits of coughing. One hand clutched at what felt like a broken waist, while the other strained to keep him from collapsing onto the ground. The eyes beneath his mane of graying hair revealed a hint of senescence. With great difficulty, he lifted his gaze towards the direction where Yamaguchi Kei had been. His hazy vision obscured any chance of discerning the enemy's figure or expression. Cursed be that wretched place devoid of the flying thunder god technique, this old man's battle experience. At the moment when Uchiha Obito revealed his moment of weakness amidst the mountain scenery, he immediately realized that it was the opportune moment to strike. However, the positioning of his opponent was exceedingly astute, as that particular area lacked any coordinates for the flying thunder god technique. Originally, during the descent into the flower tree realm, over a dozen wooden clones, having executed the body flicker technique to perfection, swiftly converged back towards their original form. A few of these clones even utilized the wood release technique, taking flight from the ground, with their ninjutsu poised to unleash. What a pity! In the heart of the mountains, the landscape was marked by a moment of hesitation as the protagonist, with lips pursed, recognized the diminishing opportunity and refrained from a premature assault. Presently, the true essence of Uchiha Madara was nearing its limit. The genuine threat lay not in him, but rather in the multitude of wood clones unleashed prior to the severance of his identity. The chakra of these clones, inevitably, would dwindle, should he act rashly and allow the clones to overturn the situation at this critical juncture. He would surely find himself in a position of utter disgrace. A series of violent coughs reverberated through the once tumultuous battlefield, signaling the struggle of Uchiha Madara, who, shielded by over a dozen wood clones, was laboriously rising from the ground. He forced himself to tear open his shirt, revealing a visage where Senju Hashirama once stood, now gaunt and contorted. Though not entirely vanished, his strength had diminished significantly, deprived of the life force provided by the outer path. The sage body acquired through the transplantation of Hashirama's cells had been notably weakened by an unknown force. Even his kaleidoscopic Sharingan had regressed to that of an ordinary eye. This sensation of nearing death, how familiar it feels. A low, indistinct chuckle escaped Uchiha Madara's lips, gradually escalating into a raucous, unrestrained laughter. Supporting himself with his left hand on his lower back, he struck his spine forcefully. Through countless battles, he had perfected his control over every muscle and bone in his body, and with a decisive blow, he realigned his dislocated vertebrae. Pain, weakness, despair, regret? No. Even as his life approached its twilight, he would not allow himself to exhibit such a shameful countenance. He was Uchiha Madara, the stalwart figure who stood atop the ninja world, who alongside Senju Hashirama, brought an end to the Warring States period, established the system of ninja villages, and subsequently instilled fear across the Five Nations as one of the legendary duo of that era. The supreme Uchiha who manipulated the Mist Village, subdued tailed beasts, and toyed with disasters at his whim. A warrior from birth, he had fought until this very moment. With a stooped frame, he gradually straightened his posture once more. Uchiha Madara began to form hand seals, channeling the last remnants of his potential and strength, which ignited into a blazing flame of life at the conclusion of his gestures. Casting aside all doubts and hesitations, he resolved to treat this battle as the final dance of his broken body, yearning for one last exhilarating fight. With a sharp tap of his bare right foot upon the ground, two white Zetsu emerged from the earth beside him. One presented a small vial containing 2 3-tomo Sharingan, while the other unearthed the scythe and Uchiha fan that had just been buried beneath the soil. The capabilities of the sage body were diminished, and even the act of exchanging eyes had become considerably more cumbersome. Uchiha Madara removed the nearly sightless orbs from his eye sockets and replaced them with new ones. A radiant glow of palm techniques illuminated his hands as he swiftly connected the optic nerves. A faint sensation of rejection emanated from the eye sockets, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. What a nuisance! In the depths of the mountains, the figure known as Black Zetsu remained concealed, his countenance hidden. Gritting his teeth, he muttered a curse under his breath and lightly stepped back into the dense mirage. At that moment, as Uchiha Madara was enveloped by the wood release clone, laughing maniacally, he had summoned forth the great clam spirit. Zetsu, my will, you know what to do. Uchiha Madara's tone bore no inflection the instant his words fell. He brandished his Uchiha fan and scythe, charging forth into the thick fog alongside more than a dozen wood clones. The mist before him twisted with light and shadow. In the next heartbeat, the figures of Yamashiro and the summoned beast emerged in an entirely different direction. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan and Uchiha Madara's numerous wood clones continued to track the positions of both the clam and Yamashiro's true form. Is that the technique of the little bearded one? I am increasingly convinced that you are a worthy adversary. Haha. Though the three-tomo Sharingan of Uchiha Madara had lost the ability to see through the phantom mist tower, the wood clones remained undeterred. The scenery within the mountains is well aware of this truth. Just moments ago, in the presence of Uchiha Madara, adorned with the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan and the complete Susanoo, he dared not act recklessly. However, the current Madara is but a shadow of his former self, and to perceive the mirage and his silhouette, he must rely solely on his wood-release clones. Should those clones become ensnared, if the mirage can draw sufficient attention, he will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate the now diminished Uchiha Madara. It is indeed a formidable challenge to confront such a powerful adversary in the inaugural battle. Should it prove overwhelming, do not hesitate to retreat. In the mountains, Jing touched the rough exterior of the mirage. The mirage slightly stirred its clam flesh in response to his words. Shadow clone technique. In the midst of the mountains, with a resounding clap of his hands, a swirling mist of chakra erupted, revealing over 30 shadow clones materializing behind him. Swiftly, the clones activated the Flying Thunder God technique to confront the wood-release clones. A torrent of powerful water-release techniques and spiraling shuriken surged forth in an instant, reverberating throughout the entire battlefield with a deafening roar. In the mountains, the scenery unfolded as the second Mizukage, Kahaku, clapped his hands once more, unleashing his most formidable secret technique. Steam danger. The immense chakra billowed forth, entwined with a copious amount of water vapor. This amalgamation, born from the prior clash of grand-scale water and fire techniques, coalesced into a vast sea of mist, obscuring the heavens and shrouding the land in an impenetrable fog. Under the relentless efforts of Yamashita, the scene unfolded with a grandeur surpassing that of the second Mizukage, Terumi Mei, whose chakra was formidable in its own right. The conjunction of favorable celestial and terrestrial conditions led to the emergence of 5 eerie faces within the mist-laden sky. Hailstones cascaded from above, while the water transformation technique underwent a secondary metamorphosis, enveloping a copious amount of steam. This steam, influenced by the descending hail, swiftly cooled and contracted, ultimately manifesting as 5 youthful water oil clones. The creation of the steam detonation technique was now fully realized. The visages of the steam clones bore a striking resemblance to that of Senju Tobarama, adorned with an unsettling smile. With a sudden burst of motion, they charged directly towards Uchiha Madara. Composed of water and oil, the clones exhibited a speed that rivaled Yamashita's own swift technique. The clash resonated as the ninja blade formed from the right arm of a steam clone collided with Madara's hooked blade, sending the figure careening backward. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 clones targeted Madara's neck, lower back, groin, and heart. The cacophony of clashing steel echoed through the air. Madara, with his hooked blade seemingly an extension of his own body, maneuvered with unparalleled grace, effortlessly parrying the 5 steam clones' assault. With a deft motion, he withdrew the Uchiha fan from his back. Amidst the roaring winds, the 5 clones were sent spiraling away. You pitiful creatures, is this all you have? Such feeble attacks cannot satiate my thirst for battle. Madara's aged voice dripped with arrogance and supremacy. With a sweeping gesture of the fan, the chained hooked blade shot forth, ensnaring the neck of one steam clone. In its backward trajectory, the clone's form barely expanded before it was abruptly constricted by the iron chains, triggering a forced explosion. The resulting blast, only slightly more potent than a standard explosive tag, failed to inflict any damage upon Madara. With a swift motion, the fan not only blocked the subsequent assaults of the remaining 4 clones, but also drew the hooked blade back into his grasp. The steam clone, having reverted to its youthful form post-explosion, surged forward once more to join the fray. Madara, anticipating the next move, preemptively detonated another clone. Yet the force of the explosion propelled him backward several meters. Observing the 3 increasingly formidable clones and the 2 smaller clones gathering strength anew, Madara's eyes shimmered with a fervent excitement akin to raging fire. The 5 water oil clones, capable of infinite resurrection and explosion, proved to be a more formidable technique than he had anticipated. Was this similar to the divine art of Shinnong's corporeal manifestation? In the heart of the mountains, Shang Zhongjing stood before the spirit beast Shn, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the movements of Uchiha Madara. Though Madara's exterior retained an appearance of age, unlike the rejuvenated figure of Shinnong, His prowess in both strength and speed had surpassed all previous limits. Remarkably, his sage body had been diminished by a level, transforming into that of a purple-hued sage talent. One could only wonder how formidable he would become if he fully regained his former self. Theoretically, the explosive nature of steam, which expands and detonates when heated, should have rendered Madara's unparalleled fire release techniques utterly ineffective. Yet, relying solely on exquisite combat skills, 5 clones of the steam explosive were temporarily held at bay. It is noteworthy that in the original narrative, a single clone of the steam explosive had rendered Gaara helpless, nearly leading him into peril. The clash between the wooden and shadow clones erupted with a thunderous roar, sending vast quantities of earth and timber into the air. Countless branches surged and proliferated wildly. 2 wooden clones had already attained the 3rd stage of Susanoo, effortlessly obliterating everything in their vicinity. Meanwhile, Shang Zhongjing's shadow clone, harnessing a substantial amount of chakra, unleashed a massive Rasengan, continuously colliding with various wooden dragons and humanoids. Wood splintered and earth shifted, and within moments, the landscape spanning several kilometers was transformed into a chaotic battleground. Although the scenery within the mountains can still manifest numerous shadow clones, if one merely pursues quantity over quality, these shadow clones become no more than fodder when confronted with Uchiha Madara's wood clones. In the pursuit of quality, however, one risks diminishing the combat prowess of the original. It is essential to recognize that the 32 shadow clones just created have indeed divided the chakra within the body. Furthermore, the subsequent invocation of the infinite explosive technique, known as Steam Danger, serves as a voracious consumer of chakra. In the original narrative, the second Mizukage, Terumi Mei, found that merely conjuring a single Steam Danger clone would leave the original in a state of considerable weakness. In the mountains, a remarkable convergence has manifested 5 entities, allowing the essence to remain unyielding in the face of frailty. The attributes of a traveler and an immortal body are indeed formidable. The vibrant cellular energy of the immortal body continuously flows into the meridians, merging with the immense mental fortitude accumulated over nearly 2 decades by the traveler attribute. In a mere instant, the chakra of the mountain dweller has already recovered to 20%. This recovery, astonishingly, represents several times the total chakra he possessed previously. It is nearly restored. In the mountains, Yamaguchi Kei expelled a breath of murky air and slightly moved his neck. In the next moment, his figure flickered, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing beside a clone of Steam Danger explosion. The optimal demonstration of effectively utilizing clones and powerful ninjutsu had long been showcased by Senju Tobarama. Imitating this, the fusion of his Steam Danger explosion clone with the Flying Thunder God would only grow stronger. Crackling. Boom. The massive Rasengan struck Uchiha Madara's face. The horizontal flame fan barely managed to withstand the assault of the Rasengan. In the instant before the imminent rebound, 2 Steam Danger explosion clones advanced towards Uchiha Madara's vital points, one to the left and one to the right. Just like this. Just like this. Allow me to truly savor the thrill of life and death. Ha! Within Uchiha Madara's eyes, the 3 Tomo shimmered. Leveraging the rebound force from the collision between the flame fan and the massive Rasengan, he was propelled backward. Behind him, a clone of Steam Danger explosion, on the verge of reaching its maximum size, was detonated prematurely by Yamaguchi Kei. Boom. Once again, he shielded himself with the flame fan. Uchiha Madara felt excruciating pain in his internal organs, his body uncontrollably surging forward. A wooden clone, sensing something was amiss, shot forth, its surface swirling with azure chakra. The colossal form of the 3rd stage Susanoo enveloping Uchiha Madara in an instant. Yet, Yamaguchi Kei's figure directly appeared beside Uchiha Madara within the Susanoo. Is that the flame fan? Uchiha Madara immediately realized, just at the moment the flame fan collided with the massive Rasengan. This fellow had left a Flying Thunder God mark on the flame fan. The reason he failed to notice this detail was the summoning beast, the SH. The magical mist produced by the SH created an illusion in the form of a mirage. This illusion, which had no effect on the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan facing the wooden clone, was sufficient to confuse his current 3 Tomo Sharingan. This fellow has seized upon the flaw in the inability to share real-time vision between the wooden clone and the main body. Truly a formidable opponent. Yet, this lack of a strong presence, reminiscent of Senju Tobarama, with his intricate strategies, is rather unappealing. Farewell. In the mountainous scenery, a sudden thrust of the right hand propelled a water-style spiral sphere, diminutive in size compared to the great jade spiral sphere, yet radiating an ethereal blue luminescence as it hurtled towards Uchiha Madara's face. With a resounding crash, Uchiha Madara barely managed to raise his scythe to shield himself. However, it was only a fleeting moment before the water-style spiral sphere effortlessly penetrated the scythe, erupting explosively from his chest. "You little brat from Konoha, we shall meet again." In the face of the extraordinary lethality of the water-style spiral sphere, Uchiha Madara's chest was instantly obliterated, creating a gaping void the size of a human head. In the mountains, the scene shifted as the figure employed the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport away. In the next moment, the uncontrolled water release, spiraling sphere erupted with ferocity. The originally human-sized sphere of water instantaneously transformed into a terrifying spiral ball with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. Within this vortex, countless minuscule water blades sliced through the air at high speed, producing a piercing hum that resonated throughout the battlefield. Uchiha Madara's form was almost instantaneously reduced to a myriad of blood particles, staining the azure water sphere a deep crimson. Unlike the wind release, spiraling shuriken, which appeared to inflict minimal damage yet severed bodily cells and meridians entirely, the water release bore a different nature. Although it too operated on a cellular level, it lacked the penetrating power of the wind. Conversely, it possessed an adhesion and friction that the wind did not. Once it struck its target, it was unlikely to leave behind a complete corpse as the wind release did. Any remnants of flesh found on the ground would be a testament to the misfiring of the technique. The bone-chilling winter wind swept across the ravaged battlefield. Over a dozen of Uchiha Madara's wood release clones rapidly lost chakra, akin to a dam bursting. The Susanoo dissipated, and the wood release techniques faltered. Even the clones themselves began to gradually transform into bizarre shapes of trees. Yet, before their complete disappearance, all the wood release clones united their remaining strength, converting their distinctive techniques, such as the wooden man and wooden dragon, into the most ordinary of trees. In the mountain's serene landscape, a slight furrow appeared on the brow of the observer, who immediately comprehended the intent behind this action. As the legendary deity of ninjas who founded the shinobi villages, Senju Hashirama's mastery of wood release, a bloodline limit, symbolizes an unparalleled strength for the vast majority. Conversely, Uchiha Madara, a formidable figure of equal renown to Hashirama, instilled fear in countless hearts with his ideology of dominion. No one wished for Madara's survival, and even less so for the prospect of a living Madara wielding wood release. Having concealed himself from the shinobi world for decades, it would be natural for anyone to perceive a monumental conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. To ensure the Moon's Eye plan proceeds unimpeded, the most prudent course of action is to foster disbelief in his continued existence. Although this may seem challenging, in reality, as long as no irrefutable evidence remains, those who have only encountered him through tales will not entertain the notion of his survival. Moreover, those who have experienced his might would certainly prefer him to be dead. People tend to cling to the beliefs they wish to uphold, absent compelling proof. He is presumed to have perished at the hands of Senju Hashirama, succumbing in the Valley of the End during that fateful confrontation. The sudden emergence of the enemy, known as the Scenic Mountain, raises doubts about the authenticity of the battle between the two. This is no longer within his control. With the preemptive elimination of one of the villainous boss characters, the trajectory of the world line has shifted, granting the following rewards: 1 opportunity for entry duplication, 1 opportunity for concept entry extraction, 3 opportunities for entry extraction, 3 opportunities for entry bestowal, 1 opportunity for entry degradation, and 2 opportunities for entry reset. The system notification arrives belatedly. Upon hearing the familiar notification sound, the figure in the mountains paused for several seconds, fixating on the words "kill" before finally exhaling deeply in relief. Moments ago, he had witnessed Uchiha Madara being completely engulfed by the water release, spiraling sphere. After the ninjutsu dissipated, the remaining oval hemisphere, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, was left with only a faint pinkish hue of water stains. The once formidable wooden clones seemed to have their power drained, vanishing along with their original. Yet, Uchiha Madara had previously sealed his Izanagi within his eye using the rewriting seal, delaying its activation and successfully deceiving Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. Just a moment ago, he had claimed that they would meet again. It was indeed strange not to ponder such a thing. Suck. In the depths of the mountain, Shang Zhangjing inhaled deeply. Casting a fleeting glance at the dazzling array of system rewards accumulated a staggering 11 times. With a single hand forming seals, He first restrained the rapidly expanding shadow clone, which remained vigilant around the battlefield. He then activated the technique of heart transmission, establishing a connection between his own mind and that of the shadow clone. The 32 shadow clones that had previously engaged in combat with Uchiha Madara had achieved maximum evasion due to the Flying Thunder God technique and the instant initiation of their actions. Regrettably, only 2 of the clones fell victim to the extensive area of effect of a ninjutsu, while the remaining 30 clones swiftly mobilized under Shang Zhongjing's command. One shadow clone pursued the trajectory of the original clone that had displaced the outer path golem. 2 other clones arrived at the edge of the semicircular crater created by the water release, spiraling sphere. Utilizing the relatively simple C-rank ninjutsu, Earth Release, Earth Return, they meticulously uprooted the ground inch by inch, excavating to a depth of 3 feet all soil potentially tainted with Uchiha Madara's scattered blood and biological remnants. This earth was then carefully sealed in scrolls and dispatched to the original body. Meanwhile, the remaining shadow clones employed Earth Release, Fish in the Earth technique, and Earth Release, Subterranean Voyage technique, all diving into the depths below. The confrontation between Shang Zhongjing and Uchiha Madara had erupted abruptly, their clash echoing with an overwhelming ferocity that caused the entire base to collapse and be buried. The hidden white Zetsu, no longer fearing for their lives, found it impossible to evacuate everything in such a short span of time. With the enhancement of Sage Mode, Shang Zhongjing had now mastered all 7 chakra natures. What was once a resource-intensive and barely effective Earth Release had significantly improved. Even underground, he was unlikely to suffer setbacks against ordinary white Zetsu. As for Uchiha Madara's treasures within the base, Shang Zhongjing aimed to seize as much as possible. Even if he could not obtain them, capturing a few white Zetsu would still prove advantageous. As transformed soldiers of the divine tree from a millennium ago, these beings possessed inherently unique physiques, offering immense research value and serving as excellent vessels for Edo Tensei. It would be prudent to capture several, lest future endeavors be hindered by their scarcity. Surely, there would be no issues in this regard. In the mountains, the landscape concealed shadows as the storage scrolls, imbued with copious amounts of blood-stained earth, were cautiously stowed away into the ninja tool pouch. The foremost requirement for the technique of impure world reincarnation is the procurement of a portion of the deceased's flesh. Having cleared the site of the residual traces of Uchiha Madara's blood and flesh, he had accomplished all that he could. Should Uchiha Madara be capable of being resurrected through this forbidden technique, one could only express admiration for the remarkable prowess it entails. After a moment of contemplation, he reconfirmed that there were no significant oversights. In the serene mountains, he directed his gaze towards the recent system rewards. The fate of the main storyline characters had been altered, and under the influence of this change, an opportunity to replicate precious entries was bestowed. Its rarity is self-evident. The chance to extract conceptual entries has emerged for the first time, guaranteeing the acquisition of entries related to conceptual interference. One can only fathom the immense value of such an opportunity. As for the extraction of entries, he chose to forego it, for past experiences had rendered his trust in this matter profoundly diminished. The granting of entries was similarly dismissed. The downgrade of entries, coupled with a previous instance, had now accumulated to 2 opportunities. Although this method lacks the ferocity of entry severance, its efficacy remains commendable. Should he unexpectedly encounter a formidable adversary, he would not find himself devoid of options. The resetting of entries? A novel gameplay mechanic. Upon confirming the reset of an entry, it would randomly transform into an entry of any level within the same series. Upon gazing at the explanation of the reset of the entries in the mountains, I blinked in bewilderment. Uncertain, I pondered further. Could those white entries possibly signify a resurgence for the underdogs? Wait a moment. It seems this thing could also be utilized for nefarious purposes. The scenery in the mountains was merely a figment of imagination. Upon resetting the enemy's attributes, the bewildered expression on their face caused a smile to involuntarily creep upon my lips. However, this attribute reset bore a hint of gambling nature. It would be one thing if the enemy's red attribute were reset to purple, blue, green, white, gray, or black all at once. But what if the enemy's purple attribute were directly reset to a red attribute? That would certainly be a source of amusement. One cannot expect an adversary, who moments ago was prepared to engage in a life and death struggle, to suddenly feel gratitude for such a transformation and kneel in reverence, acknowledging one as a foster father. This thing. In the depths of the mountains, Jiang felt a gentle scratch upon his cheek. After a moment's hesitation, He chose to exclude this object from the battle roster. He was not one to gamble like Tsunade, engaging in such heart-pounding endeavors, which could lead to an untimely demise with a mere misstep, was best avoided. Typically, he employed it to reset the white attributes, hoping to transform waste into treasure. Alternatively, he might simply retain it, for if his loved ones or friends were ever ensnared by the black attributes, it could serve as a timely remedy. For the time being, he decided to forego the attribute reset. In the mountainous landscape, the gaze of the protagonist turned towards the newly emerged conceptual term extraction opportunity. Previously, he had encountered a plethora of rather bizarre terms, such as the whimsical notion granted to Danzo, the resilient yet neglected crispy skin, and the recently acquired devoid of possessions and expired milk. Could these truly be classified as conceptual terms? If so, the intrinsic value of this reward would undoubtedly diminish several tiers. System, initiate conceptual term extraction. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the white term Average Luck E. Average Luck E, white when the host actively activates this term, within their perceptual range, if someone issues a 1v1 challenge and it is accepted by the opponent. The fate-affecting term effects for both combatants will vanish entirely. Luck will plummet to its lowest point, significantly reducing the probabilities of errors, critical failures, fortunate events, passive triggers, and reinforcements, while simultaneously increasing the likelihood of injuries and marginally elevating the chances of death. What the hell? So a real man engages in a 1v1. Does he? In the mountainous landscape, the glaring white inscriptions left the observer momentarily at a loss for their emotions. The fortune of both opposing parties was simultaneously diminished, weakening the enemy while drawing oneself to the same level. When confronting foes akin to Jiraiya, those endowed with a destined fate, it may yield surprisingly favorable results, as such adversaries are unlikely to perish easily before fulfilling their missions. However, against more commonplace opponents, this strategy seems utterly ineffective. It could even introduce a multitude of uncontrollable variables into the battle process and outcome due to the capriciousness of luck. Is it possible to actively choose to activate or deactivate this effect, not only for oneself, but for all individuals within one's perceptual range? In the midst of the mountains, the contemplative figure gently stroked his chin, pondering whether to attempt a reset of this particular attribute. This activation, which allowed for the freedom to either enable or disable it, akin to an active skill, was a novel experience for him. Although the conditions for usage were somewhat stringent, if utilized wisely, it could serve as a trump card or a secret weapon. Moreover, should he choose to reset this attribute, any resulting variant from the same series, regardless of level, would likely yield a marginally superior effect, not requiring much, perhaps merely a green attribute that would render his adversary fortunate while maintaining his own luck. Its value in practical application would be immeasurable. It is said that throughout history, gunmen have been favored by fortune. One can only reflect upon the fate of those lancers. As the scenery of the mountains grew increasingly enchanting, the protagonist felt an undeniable thrill regarding this matter. Immediately, an order was issued to the system in their mind. System, reset the white entry Average Luck E. Upon completion of the reset, the system announced, congratulations, host, you have acquired the black entry Unlucky Contest. Unlucky Contest. Black when the host actively activates this entry, within the radius of perception, should anyone extend a 1v1 challenge, the opponent will inevitably accept. The effects of the entries governing the destinies of both combatants shall vanish, triggering a state of overwhelming misfortune, wherein probabilities of errors, illness, misfortune, and unforeseen incidents will significantly increase, along with the likelihood of injury and death. In the silence of the mountain, after a prolonged contemplation of the states of misfortune looming and being plagued by adversity, a final assessment was rendered. To put it succinctly, these two conditions encapsulate every conceivable and inconceivable misfortune imaginable. As soon as the ominous duel is determined to commence, one might find themselves in a predicament where even drinking cool water results in discomfort, lifting a foot leads to a cramp, and before the bout even begins, the urge to relieve oneself arises. The moment hands make contact, disaster strikes. This state of affairs is nothing short of absurd. It is a contest to see who succumbs first. An invitation is issued, one that the opponent cannot decline, and one cannot help but question the cruelty of such a system. In the serene mountains, an elderly man on the subway gazes intently at his phone. Yet beneath this calm exterior, he begins to contemplate a strategy. In the future, when faced with formidable adversaries, should he summon Jiraiya to engage in a battle of ominous fate with the opponent? His own timidity may not withstand the pressure. However, Jiraiya, seasoned by the ravages of war, should encounter little difficulty. Even if victory eludes them, he could rely on the efficacy of his abilities to rescue those in peril. Subsequently, he could allow Minato Namikaze to take over the fray. Choji Akimichi could also be a viable option, as his vitality is notably robust under normal circumstances. He would unlikely perish. After several rounds of strategic exchanges, the Otsutsuki would ultimately find themselves kneeling in submission. Is this not a plan worth considering? In the mountains, the scene scratched its cheek, pondering that the opportunity for a reset of entries was indeed precious and should be used sparingly. Although this ominous contest might strain friendships, with repeated occurrences, it was likely that most of his lifelong friends would sever ties with him. Yet, when confronted with insurmountable foes, a dramatic turnaround could occur in a heartbeat, friends, or a reversal of fortune. Ultimately, the noble cause of safeguarding the peace of ninjas and protecting the happiness of humanity prevailed. In the heart of the mountains, driven by the noble intention of alleviating the suffering of my friend and bringing happiness to the entire realm, he resolutely chose to activate the entry. Gazing at the system interface, he noticed the solitary black entry. He nodded slightly. Black it may be, but as long as it serves its purpose, all is well. It appears that in the future, cultivating more friendships is essential, for in times of need, one might find themselves lacking. In the heart of the mountains, a whisper escaped his lips as he resolved to reconnect with his fellow ninjas upon returning home, striving to strengthen their bonds. Of course, it was not imperative for them to be contemporaries. He found young Uchiha Obito quite admirable. Now that Uchiha Madara had been vanquished, could this young lad not express his gratitude? Surely, that would be reasonable. Moreover, the elders in the village, who incessantly extolled the will of fire and spoke fervently of their devotion to Konoha, should not merely stand by in times of crisis. With their remarkable resilience, they seemed quite capable of enduring challenges. With elder and younger generations, as well as dear friends in between, it was settled. In the serene mountains, the figure nodded with satisfaction, once again gazing at the remaining 3 opportunities for word extraction. This time, the results of the conceptual word extraction were quite commendable. However, he wondered if the ordinary word extraction could offer him a delightful surprise. System, let the extraction commence. All 3 chances for word extraction had been utilized. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the blue word Silent Wanderer, the green word Master of Support, and the gray word Complete Childhood. Oh, upon hearing the system's prompt, the eyes of the mountain dwellers sparkled with anticipation. He immediately focused intently on the detailed descriptions of the 3 attributes. Silent Walker, blue wandering beneath the veil of night, stealthily moving through shadows, silent and elusive, possessing the ability to conceal one's presence, enhance stealth capabilities, master the art of ambush, and improve camouflage skills, while also increasing the speed of stealth and diminishing the likelihood of detection by perceptive ninjutsu. Master of Banner, green, a consummate practitioner of witty repartee, never allowing words to fall flat. During conversations, eloquence and rhetoric are subtly enhanced, while praise, flattery, and sycophancy improve when conversing with superiors, and levels of admiration, encouragement, and consolation increase when engaging with subordinates. Complete Childhood, gray, a full and unblemished childhood, inevitably entwined with the nurturing force of love. Before the age of 18, probabilities of mishaps, errors, encounters with non-lethal accidents, obstinate behavior, and rebellious tendencies are significantly heightened, as is the likelihood of receiving a thorough reprimand from parents or elders. Impressive indeed. In the mountains, a radiant smile graced the corners of his lips. Upon entering the Tomb of the Mountains, he had maintained a state of stealth from 5 kilometers away, employing the breath-concealing techniques taught at the Ninja Academy to suppress his presence. Additionally, he utilized the ninja art of camouflage to obscure his form, while he managed to evade the dormant white zetsu scattered throughout the mountainous graveyard. He was swiftly detected by Uchiha Obito upon entering the cave. Subsequently, he needed to collaborate with the wandering priestess, Yaoshiro Yunayu, in the hidden village of the clouds to eliminate significant figures from rival ninja villages. Such stealth-related skills were indeed a timely boon for him. After all, the hidden village of the clouds was not lacking in sensory ninjas. Although he could quickly retreat using the Flying Thunder God technique, even if discovered, it would signify utter failure in his mission. Having ascended to the pinnacle of strength at the threshold of the Super Shadow, he could not afford the disgrace of failing such a minor task. The impact of this technique and its name far surpassed that of the Cocooner. The more one gazes upon the serene landscape of the mountains, the more one finds satisfaction in the interpretation of the silent wanderer. The name is melodious, and the effect is potent. Unlike the cicada nymph, it does not significantly diminish one's personal image. It is a non-intrusive system that activates the silent wanderer. As the words of Shan Zhongjing resonated, an enigmatic force swiftly integrated into his being, reminiscent of the initial experience when he merged with the azure skill of water manipulation. A torrent of memories regarding stealth and breath control surged forth, flooding into the palace of his recollections. Having undergone this transformation twice before, he settled into a cross-legged position upon the ground, meticulously contemplating the influx of newfound memories. Advanced techniques for breath control, such as the breath-holding technique and the absolute breath technique, emerged, alongside a unique ninjutsu capable of decelerating heart rate and blood flow by several magnitudes. The ninjutsu for eradicating one's scent, the odor elimination smoke, came to mind, as did the polar sand array, which is particularly effective for concealment in arid conditions, and the frost concealment technique, optimal for snowy climates, along with the raincoat concealment technique, suited for rainy weather. It appeared that the water transformation technique might prove to be even more advantageous. In mere moments, Shan Zhongjing seemed to have devoted years of earnest practice. Upon reopening his eyes, the once keen and razor-sharp gaze had dulled to that of an ordinary individual. His aura, too, had become as inconspicuous as a tree, rendering him significantly less detectable even without employing techniques such as camouflage. The sense of diminished presence was akin to that of a ninja stripped of vitality. In the depths of the mountains, Jiang Zhongjing furrowed his brow. His presence was so faint, his aura so subtle, that before making a move, one would hardly perceive any hostility emanating from him. This sensation was strikingly reminiscent of the root ninjas. As for why it did not resemble the Umbu, the elite faction directly under the Hokage, it was due to their prolonged service to the Hokage, which often rendered them unable to conceal themselves completely. Over time, their proficiency in stealth had indeed fallen short compared to that of the root. Meanwhile, he reveled in the enhancements bestowed by the Silent Walker. In the mountains, he cast a sidelong glance at the remaining entries, Supportive Comedian and Complete Childhood. The former, Supportive Comedian, held less value for him than a mere white entry. Although he did not consider himself an expert in the art of language, he was certainly not so inept as to be incapable of expressing himself clearly. Furthermore, he found no motivation to flatter or praise others. Thus, that entry was of no utility to him. As for the latter, did Konoha now have its own bothersome children that he despised? In the mountains, I pondered for a moment, regarding the three clans of pig, deer, and butterfly. The mountain's 3 days, the winds of the mountain, the eastern path of autumn, the eastern authority of autumn, the Nara ellipse, and the Nara true circle. They are all such well-behaved and obedient children. To present them with this entry would be a grave misdeed. Obito? In the serene mountains. My thoughts inevitably drifted to Uchiha Obito. After all, among the youthful rascals I am acquainted with, he is truly the only one of his kind. No, wait. I nearly overlooked Asuma Sarutobi, who is also quite the mischievous lad. However, he is seldom seen, and his demeanor lacks the exuberance that Obito possesses. Who else is there? Mitarashi Anko? Iraki Yamano? Uchiha Shursui? Excluding Shursui, who, after unlocking his Mangeki Sharingan, still struggles with his vision and mistakenly regards Shimura Danzo as a benevolent figure. It seems that the new generation of Konoha's children are largely untroubled. Hold on, I recently heard that Uchiha Fugaku has welcomed a child? Although the mother appears to be the daughter of an elder from the Uchiha clan, rather than Mikoto, it is said that the child is named Itachi. The world's tendency for correction. Oh, but this is not the time for such musings. A new idea has surfaced. I have found the perfect candidate. It is often said that some individuals heal their entire lives through their childhood, while others spend their lives mending their past. In the original narrative, Uchiha Itachi's deviation in the future can be attributed to his premature maturity. He was thrust into the battlefield at the tender age of 4 by Uchiha Fugaku, resulting in psychological turmoil. Of course, Uchiha Fugaku himself is not without his own flaws. Who, in their right mind, would willingly take their 4-year-old child to witness the gruesome realities of war? Child rearing should indeed be approached with moderation. It is a folly to expect the next generation to soar when one cannot take flight themselves. Granting Uchiha Itachi a complete childhood would merely lead to him causing a few more troubles and enduring a few more beatings. Allowing him to truly experience the essence of a father witnessing his son alive, drawing forth 7 wolves. This would not only allow Fugaku to perceive his child as less mature, but would also significantly mitigate the chances of Itachi transforming into a harbinger of destruction in the future. A flawless plan. I am indeed a paragon of benevolence. I wonder if this could be considered a shift in Uchiha Itachi's fate. After all, he is an important character, and the rewards should undoubtedly surpass the sacrifices made. Shan Zhongjing pondered for a moment before directing his gaze once more towards his system interface. Host, Shan Zhongjing occupation, ninja activated attributes, Transcender, red, Zero Frame Initiation, red, Sage Body, red, Master of E Ninjutsu, purple, Master of Water Ninjutsu, purple, Temporal Insight, purple, Understanding King of the Ninja Realm, blue, Silent Wanderer, blue, Handsome, blue, Ominous Struggle, black, Deactivated Attributes, Cicada Pupa, white, Fragile yet Resilient, white, 9 Treasures from One Birth, blue, Without Possessions, gray, Expired, Milk, white, Master of Supporting Roles, green, Complete Childhood, gray, Attribute Copies, 1 Attribute Gifts, 6 Attribute Deductions, 2 Attribute Resets, 1 with 3 red, 3 purple, 3 blue, and 1 black attribute. Shan Zhongjing found himself significantly surpassing Uchiha Madara, who possessed 6 red, 3 purple, 4 blue, 1 green, 2 gray, and 1 black attribute. Excluding the black attribute, the effects were comparatively reliable, not truly negative in nature. In other aspects, however, his attributes still lagged far behind those of Uchiha Madara. That old man truly is formidable. Casting a glance at the opportunity for attribute copying, Shan Zhongjing felt uncertain about his target for replication. Previously, he had integrated the would-release bloodline limit attribute from Uchiha Madara into the initial fusion of yin and yang, incomplete. At that time, faced with a choice, he naturally opted for the Sage Body. Now, with the chance to copy an attribute, should I return and learn the reanimation jutsu? In the Serene Mountains, a hand rested upon the waist, where the storage scroll containing the blood-soaked earth of Uchiha Madara was kept. A flicker of intention stirred within. After all, the original Edo Tensei of Senju Tobarama was not particularly formidable. With adequate preparation, summoning the dead could be met with a comprehensive sealing technique. It seemed quite manageable. Did it not? Alas, they fled with the speed of hares. A shadow clone, each hand grasping a comatose white zetsu, emerged from the earth using the earth style hiding technique. Casually discarding the white zetsu onto the ground, it began to rummage through pockets for various items. The shadow clones, having burrowed underground, began to return in succession. In total, over 40 white zetsu were cast upon the ground. A plethora of ninja technique scrolls, sealing scrolls, training scrolls, and intelligence scrolls were also amassed. Furthermore, 3 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan, preserved in special sterile vials, were retrieved by the shadow clones. In the mountains, the scenery captivated as he toyed with the sterile vial containing the 3 Tomo Sharingan. He picked up the Uchiha fan at his feet, which bore only a few scuff marks, and casually tossed it to a shadow clone to be sealed away. Unlike the Sharingan, which is seldom exposed to light, the Uchiha fan was a prized possession. Even though he had little use for it himself, he could easily exchange it for valuable items from the Uchiha clan under the pretense of having accidentally acquired it during a mission. This clan, which has maintained its prestigious lineage since the Warring States period, possesses a legacy that rivals that of the Senju clan. A multitude of scrolls seized from their ventures was meticulously categorized and sealed within storage scrolls. Over 40 white zetsu were accorded similar treatment. While most living beings would perish when confined within storage scrolls, white zetsu, having essentially become a form of vegetation, boasted a survival capability that surpassed even that of cockroaches. They could endure for at least 10 to 15 days without succumbing. The plight of the Uchiha clan was indeed tragic. In the mountains, Jiangjing tucked the glass vial into his bosom, contemplating that for the majority of individuals, possessing bloodline limitations might not necessarily be a blessing. Just look at the countless pairs of 3-hooked jade he has witnessed, time and again. Even in death, one must endure the indignity of having their eyes gouged out. Some are even directly assassinated for the sake of their eyes. It is regrettable enough to be coveted by outsiders, yet even one's own ancestors harbor such intentions. Bang, 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 bang. After dealing with a multitude of spoils, the shadow clones gradually dissipated. The scenery within the mountains revealed itself, unraveling the perilous enigma of the oil and water dichotomy. Utilizing the technique of Flying Thunder God, I traversed along the traces left by the shadow clones, making my way towards the location of the Outer Path demon statue. This colossal demon, akin to a small mountain, had, through the tireless endeavors of the shadow clones, been relocated over 50 kilometers away into the depths of the forest. With its legs crossed in a meditative posture and hands raised in a lotus formation, the Outer Path demon statue, with its 9 closed eyes, emitted a peculiar aura that coexisted with the sinister, instilling fear in the surrounding diminutive creatures, causing them to tremble in terror. What is to be done? The scenery in the mountains encircled the Outer Path statue, as he stood before it with arms crossed, feeling an overwhelming headache. The sealing technique he employed was woefully inadequate. Such a colossal entity far exceeded his capabilities. Moreover, the wielder of the Rinnegan possessed the ability to summon the Outer Path statue during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Even when Uchiha Obito absorbed it into his body, it was forcibly summoned away by Uchiha Madara. If left as it is, he was certain that it wouldn't be long before this entity was located by Kaguya and subsequently hidden away once more. After conferring with his shadow clone, in the heart of the mountains, Shanyong Jing, steadfast in his resolve to never yield, unleashed the water release, spiraling sphere, forcefully cleaving off 2 horns from the Outer Path golem, barely managing to secure them within a sealing scroll. Alongside 2 shadow clones, he meticulously inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique throughout every crevice of the golem. One of the shadow clones even ventured into the golem's mouth, inscribing its interior as well. "Let us go," he declared, having accomplished his task. Summoning a hawk, he soared towards the land of lightning, riding upon the now substantially rejuvenated creature. Meanwhile, in a dim underground cavern, hundreds of miles from the graveyard of mountains, Black Zetsu sat brooding upon the chair that once belonged to Uchiha Madara. The surrounding white Zetsu engaged in animated discussions regarding the recent battle, their laughter and relaxed demeanor betraying no hint of sorrow or fear, as if they had not just narrowly escaped annihilation. Konoha, Shanyong Jing. Black Zetsu's fingertips traced the intelligence scroll before him, his black triangular eyes narrowing to slits. While Uchiha Madara operated from the shadows, remotely controlling the hidden mist village and surveilling the entire ninja world, they had diligently gathered intelligence on various ninja villages. Every individual who had existed within the ninja realm left behind traces, echoes of their passage. By scrutinizing those proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique, Genjutsu, and water release, and eliminating all candidates who did not meet the criteria, Black Zetsu, through extensive deductions, finally pinpointed Shanyong Jing's identity. Even though the individual consistently assumed the guise of Senju Tobarama and possessed a vast chakra that seemed inconsistent with the Shanyong clan's lineage, once all impossibilities were ruled out, only this one possibility remained. 5 years prior, he had withdrawn from the battlefield of the Second Great Ninja War, trading his achievements and familial connections for the Flying Thunder God technique from the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. After 5 years of living in obscurity, he had settled into a role in the analysis division. A month ago, he was reassigned by the third Hokage to join a regular team as a leading instructor. His first mission deployment was an S-rank classified task, with even White Zetsu failing to acquire sufficient information. "My 1,000 years of effort cannot be undone by you," Black Zetsu seethed, glaring at the intelligence scroll on the table, wishing to gouge out the name Shanyong Jing from it. "Senior, you must have been cursing just now. Calling for mama might be misconstrued," a White Zetsu remarked as it approached Black Zetsu. The words nearly made him spit blood in fury. "Afe, you were the fastest to flee just now," Black Zetsu retorted, his gaze menacingly fixed on the serious-faced Afe, wishing to slap this fool into silence. Was he cursing? No, he was reminiscing about his beloved mother. Learning from his predecessor, who had hidden underground before the battle commenced, his speed far surpassed mine. Afe offered a respectful bow, feeling no sense of impropriety in his flight. Black Zetsu's teeth itched with irritation. The individual known as Shanyong Jing had been casting furtive glances at Uchiha Madara while he was under watch. After Madara had vanished underground, Black Zetsu had searched for an extended period. Were it not for his confidence in the secrecy of his identity, he might have suspected that someone had gleaned some insight into his affairs. Why else would they persistently keep their gaze fixed upon him? "Senior?" Afe inquired, his voice tinged with confusion. The Mizukage of the Mist Village was bound by a unique restriction. Upon Madara's demise, this restriction would immediately claim the Mizukage's life. "We must journey to the Mist Village together. We cannot afford any loss of control there." "Hey, Senior." Black Zetsu commanded the gathered white Zetsu to promptly seek out the outer path's golem. Once discovered, they were to bury it underground, and after some time, we would determine which base to relocate it to. Rising from his seat, Black Zetsu reiterated his orders to the assembly of white Zetsu below. Why must we heed your commands? One questioned. Isn't freedom more desirable? I have yet to experience the sensation of eating. Indeed. And what of the experience of relieving oneself? That must be quite pleasurable. Their expressions seem to convey joy. There must be moments of anguish as well. I long to experience it. Why not create an opening for me to try? The white Zetsu quickly strayed from the topic, their chatter devolving into chaos. Silence. Black Zetsu's eyes glinted with severity. As a creation of Kagaya Otsutsuki, a mere flicker of his thought rendered the white Zetsu immobile, their bodies stiffening under his control. They were nothing more than soldiers, mass-produced by Kagaya Otsutsuki. Even as an incomplete creation of yin and yang release, Black Zetsu possessed the power to command them. Seeing the perplexed expressions on the white Zetsu, Black Zetsu spoke again. From this day forth, I am Uchiha Madara. You shall obey my every command. Do you comprehend, fools? As the night deepens, heavy clouds obscure the already dim moonlight, rendering the darkness even more profound. 30 kilometers southwest of the Land of Lightning's Yunin village lies a bustling town known as Crescent Street, ablaze with lights. Even as midnight approaches, the sounds of revelry, laughter, and merriment persist, echoing through the air. This place is akin to a doff street near Konoha, a favored retreat for ninjas seeking leisure after their missions. However, due to its unique geographical position as a vital passage for north-south trade routes, the influx of merchants renders this town far more vibrant than a doff street. Within this lively crowd, a young girl, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and possessing a gentle demeanor, appears to be unwinding after the completion of her task. With her left hand laden with shopping bags, she hums an unfamiliar tune, her steps light as she ventures into a shadowy alley. Numerous inebriated men within the nearby izakaya reluctantly retract their gazes. Young, fit, and undeniably charming if she were not a ninja. In this unique era, ninjas are often synonymous with lethality. They may not always hold the most exalted status, yet they possess a power beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even the most ostentatious nobles in the capital would think twice before offending a ninja, let alone the modest merchants of the town. Navigating through the darkened alley with twists and turns, the girl soon arrives at an ancient-looking estate. Noticing 5 small stones casually arranged in a 3-1-1 formation to her left, she confirms the meeting point. The medic, Nanatsu, grimaces as he listens to the faint sounds of indulgence emanating from within the courtyard. It is entirely natural for ninjas to harbor desires. After completing their missions, each ninja seeks various outlets to alleviate their inner pressures. However, such indulgence during the mission raises Nanatsu's suspicions regarding the competence of his counterpart. This mission holds immense significance. Should they fail to alter Konoha's current predicament, war would erupt, making Konoha the prime target for other ninja villages. At this critical juncture, while the arrival of non-root ninjas is understandable, the unrestrained behavior of his companion is concerning. Could it be that the notorious Jiraiya, famed for his insatiable lust, is among them? If so, that would hardly be surprising. A small pebble whizzed past and landed at her feet, rolling twice before disrupting the 5 stones arranged at the entrance. The apothecary, Yaoshiryu, felt a chill run down her spine, her body becoming slightly rigid. She wore a serene smile on her face, feigning surprise as she turned to look in the direction from which the stone had come. A middle-aged ninja, appearing to be nearly 40 with unkempt facial hair and wearing a cloud insignia forehead protector, stood in the shadow of the dwelling, regarding her with suspicion. Mukai, what brings you here? Senior Shisai? I never expected to encounter you here. I was just out for a stroll and seem to have lost my way. Yaoshiryu said with an awkward smile, scratching her head, perfectly embodying the image of a befuddled, respectful junior ninja. Meanwhile, her mind raced to recall information about Shisai, a cautious ninja from the Cloud Village, a member of the Magnet Release Troy team, experienced in missions, who had lost his spouse years ago and had a child named Mazai, recently graduated from the Ninja Academy and now a genin. It seemed this individual harbored suspicions about her. Approaching 40 without having attained the rank of J-Nin, this was a clear sign of weakness. If she managed to erase any traces, eliminating him would be the best course of action. I have a pet that can do backflips. Mukai, would you like to see? Shisai's gaze brazenly roamed over Yaoshiryu's figure, the greasy essence of the middle-aged man closing in on her. Are you a ninja? I've heard that in Konoha, the Uchiha and Aizu clans have significant ties to ninjas. A slight twitch occurred at the corner of Yamaguchi's eye, though she maintained a facade of innocent curiosity, tilting her head as if intrigued by the topic, her body instinctively leaning closer to Shisai. That's the Azuya clan, transformed into the image of Shisai. Yamaguchi still wore the same oily expression, his slanted eyes glimmering with ill intent. Did I remember incorrectly? With a swift motion, Yamaguchi's previously empty right hand shimmered with a faint blue chakra glow. A sharp chakra scalpel surged towards Yamaguchi's throat. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself frozen in place, her chakra scalpel dissipating uncontrollably, reverting to the guise of a meek and innocent girl standing still. Little sister, I've already signaled you. This behavior is quite impolite. In the depths of the mountains, the scene was filled with an air of helplessness as Yamashita gazed at the figure of the pharmacist. Now you. Phrases such as my family can perform a backflip. And Aizu no were all preordained codes. The fact that Naoyu was able to respond to the code indicated that he had indeed confirmed his identity. Yet, to take action against him was utterly excessive. Yamashita's secret technique? What is with your appearance? This is not a transformation technique. Naoyu was ensnared by a chaotic mind technique, and it was almost certain that the person before him was indeed a leaf ninja. However, this transformation lacked any traces of metamorphosis, reeking of a middle-aged man's sweat and exuding a sense of moral decay. The face mimicry technique, a secret art of the Kita family from the Land of Fire, could perfectly imitate the target's visage and aura, to the extent that even ninja hounds would be unable to discern the difference. Its drawback, however, was that the object of imitation had to be in close proximity, and the casting time was somewhat prolonged. In the mountains, Zhongjing shrugged and elucidated the secret techniques he employed. The Chidao family enjoyed a degree of renown in the Land of Fire, yet they refrained from joining any ninja village. Instead, they utilized their family's secret arts to become esteemed guests among the nobility. The world of shinobi has never been devoid of various assassinations. The Chidao family, capable of serving as the perfect stand-ins, has consistently been the preferred choice among the aristocracy due to their stellar reputation. His mastery of this technique stemmed from an incident where the Konoha guard apprehended a member of the Chidao family who had transformed into another man's spouse. That individual was quite the character. Enamored with someone else's wife, he resorted to foul play when she left the village, subsequently taking over her household. However, on his very second day in Konoha, he was reported by the woman and promptly incarcerated in the interrogation room. According to her account, her husband could last at least 30 minutes. Yet this man faltered before even 30 seconds had elapsed. Wasn't that indicative of a problem? The Chidao analysis class, Zhongjing? The herbalist Yao Shiyinayu furrowed her brow, and after a moment of contemplation, she directly revealed the name of Zhongjing. Am I truly that renowned? Yamashita was somewhat taken aback. Are modern spies truly this formidable? How could he discern his identity from merely a few utterances? It just so happened that he had heard of it. The corner of pharmacist Yano's eye twitched once more. While ordinary individuals might remain oblivious to such matters, the Chidao clan had, in the past, consented to a series of conditions set forth by Konoha to reclaim one of their own. One of these stipulations mandated that members of the Umbu training institution undergo a period of training in disguise and transformation techniques. The infamous 30 seconds incident had become a popular topic of conversation among many trainees at the time, with its backstory thoroughly excavated. She had once lamented that the art of memory retrieval was indeed a technique well suited for spies. Unfortunately, her mental fortitude did not meet the requisite criteria, rendering her incapable of mastering such skills. Pharmacist Yano was not well acquainted with Yamashita. She had merely known of his presence in the analysis class. However, upon their initial encounter, he gave her the impression that at least his abilities were commendable. The Chidao clan's nearly imperceptible facial transformation technique, the stealth skills that eluded her vigilant observation, and the mind-disorienting technique that rendered her incapable of resistance. These all indicated his adeptness at executing high-stakes assassination missions. Yet, how could there be outsiders at this location? Yano furrowed her brow slightly, inquiring about the circumstances within the room. Those who engage in espionage detest unforeseen occurrences and the presence of unrelated individuals, as these factors significantly heighten their risk of exposure. The wretched venue you selected seems almost doused in some potion. I have concealed myself in this corner for 2 hours, and at least 8 pairs of wild lovebirds have wandered in. Without some commotion, anyone would be inclined to intrude upon this space. In the mountains, Jing, in an irritable mood, rolled his eyes. 2 hours prior, upon his arrival to survey the terrain, he had heard a pair of individuals engaged in some activity in the corner, grunting and muttering, just when it seemed they were finally leaving after adjusting their trousers. Another couple appeared moments later. It was clear that gunfire was imminent. Hastily, he employed an illusion to relocate the two to a nearby alleyway. Yet, as fate would have it, more individuals arrived. With the prospect of unleashing 2 white absolutes, the commotion they would create was bound to attract unwanted attention. Unrelated individuals. The apothecary, Yena, surveyed the room and reiterated the key point: dead bodies. Amidst the mountains, the scenery gestured dismissively. Baiju, despite resembling a human, had little connection to humanity. Could it be said that he was a corpse? Indeed, there was no fault in that assertion. Can you perform water-style techniques? Yao Shiyinayu nodded slightly. Having become accustomed to the darkness of the ninja world, she was no stranger to the concept of using disposable tools. Although her instincts recoiled from such a method, she was a competent ninja, capable only of restraining herself from adopting such practices. Beyond that, she found herself powerless. Well, I have a basic understanding. Earth-style? This was truly just a cursory knowledge. The techniques she could proficiently execute numbered around 20, while the remainder were merely pieced together in a stuttering manner. Upon perceiving the dubious gaze of Yena Yu in the mountains, Shanyong Jing felt compelled to speak candidly. His earth release technique lacked even a single entry in the records, were it not for the formidable enhancement provided by his sage body, which transformed him into a ninja of all attributes. His affinity for the earth element would be insufficient. In actual combat, it is likely he would struggle to employ his earth release effectively. Of course, his notion of actual combat would require at least the prowess of A.J. Neen. Defeating weaker opponents posed no challenge. Faced with a choice, he discreetly prepared the scene. Yao Shiyinayu unfastened the buttons of his attire, reached into his chest, and retrieved a small scroll, no longer than his fingers. He tossed it to Shanyong Jing. After completing the exchange, he cast a glance at Shanyong Jing's current expression, then turned to depart. Oily, lascivious, disheveled, insipid. Yes, this visage of Shisa-e is quite unforgettable. Very well. In the mountains, Jing received the scroll that still carried a hint of warmth, responding with a somewhat clumsy acknowledgement. This scroll is indeed well concealed. He watched as the healer, Yenoyu, departed from the narrow alleyway. In the dim glow of the moonlight, the scenery in the mountains unfurled as he unrolled the scroll. After glancing at the diary-like contents, he could only scoff in silence. The dark faction had a penchant for such elaborate contrivances. What could be succinctly conveyed in a single statement was instead convoluted into an intricate performance. Without the cipher book for reference, it was impossible to discern what was inscribed. In the mountains, the figure examined the concealed arrangement codes on the scroll, traversing through the memory palace to unearth the corresponding cipher. Beginning the meticulous process of deciphering the content word by word. Raidebi, a third-generation lightning nephew, a Jonin, supportive of the assault on the Mist Village. At the age of 26, proficient in lightning style and swordsmanship. The diminutive scroll contained the personal information of the mission target, their daily itinerary, and the method for reconvening post-mission, all meticulously annotated. In the mountains, he rubbed his somewhat aching eyes. The spiraling sphere in his hand was nearly complete, and he effortlessly reduced the small scroll to dust. Damn it, in my day, even the notes I used during exams were not written this small. He muttered a few curses under his breath. As Shan Zhongjing was about to enter the courtyard, he prepared to retrieve the two restrained by Ju, a middle-aged man. One hand hastily loosening his belt while the other grasped the captivating woman, rushed directly into the narrow alley. Upon noticing Shan Zhongjing, who was on the verge of pushing the door open, and hearing the seductive sounds emanating from the small courtyard, both of them momentarily froze, then simultaneously displayed expressions of bewilderment. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and you shall join us. The scenery in the mountains was met with an irritable glare from the two. What a dreadful place this is. Even the most chaotic brothel in the land of fire is more refined than this. If the esteemed ninja wishes it, it is not entirely out of the question. Damn. In the mountains, Shang Zhongjing observed the latent excitement concealed beneath the silence of the middle-aged man, causing him to falter momentarily. Without hesitation, he cast an illusionary spell upon the two individuals, allowing them to amuse themselves. This place was undeniably treacherous. Swiftly, he retracted the dual enchantments of sealing and illusion, enduring over an hour of incessant calls from Baiju. Feeling a surge of frustration, Shang Zhongjing turned and melted into the shadows of the night. The target of the assassination was now known. The timing of the strike was merely a question of choice. The sooner the task was completed, the sooner the reward would be claimed, allowing for an earlier return home. After more than half an hour, upon reaching the gates of Yunin village, he verified his identity and exchanged a few words with the familiar gatekeeping ninja. Under the pretext of returning home early to see the children, the figure in the mountains bid farewell to the two gatekeepers and brazenly infiltrated Yunin village. He accessed the memories of the village's rightful owner, West Say. Upon entering the village, he exerted little effort to locate his assassination target, Reed, who was reveling in a tavern with 7 elite shinobi. After a brief contemplation of how to shift the blame onto the Mist Village, he proceeded. In the shadowy depths of the mountains, a faint aura of murderous intent emanated, specifically directed towards Redby. Those who have long danced on the precipice of life and death, like ninjas, are often exceedingly attuned to such lethal energies. The wine cup in Redby's hand paused imperceptibly for a moment before he resumed his revelry, merrily clinking glasses with his companions. Draping an arm around a comrade's shoulder, he feigned nostalgia while discreetly exchanging crucial information. In less than 5 minutes, the seemingly inebriated Redby rose to bid farewell to his friends, swaying slightly as he exited the izakaya. After traversing a short distance along the main road, he veered into a secluded alleyway. This behavior was unmistakably a deliberate ploy to serve as bait, enticing the assassin to take the bait. Swiftly, after once again donning a layer of transformation technique, Yamaguchi Sage surged forth from the shadows of the narrow alley, armed with shuriken. The drunken expression that once adorned Riidebe's face vanished without a trace. Drawing a ninja blade from his back, he confronted the approaching foe head-on. In the following moment, Riidebe's blade effortlessly sliced through Yamaguchi Sage, who was in a state of water transformation. Their forms brushed past each other, and ahead, eyes wide with shock, tumbled to the ground. Riidebe, cursed be it. It is the water transformation technique of the Kaigetsu clan. A cloud-hidden jonin, trailing closely behind Riidebe, bellowed furiously, swiftly forming hand seals. Lightning release, lightning ball. Glimmering spheres of golden lightning rapidly encircled the alleyway. As the scenery of the mountains unfolded, he charged directly towards the wall of a nearby dwelling. After evading the constraints of the lightning technique, he employed the art of instantaneous movement to swiftly escape the scene. Despite the relentless pursuit of the hidden cloud elite shinobi behind him, he plunged headfirst into a well connected to an underground river. With a face full of frustration, he repeatedly unleashed lightning ninjutsu upon the well. Utilizing the water transformation technique and the ability to maneuver freely beneath the surface, he executed the water-style wave surge strike. After circling the mountains several times, Shang Zhongjing located another well and silently returned to Yunin village. The streetlights, which had previously illuminated only half of the village, were now fully aglow, and all the houses perched atop the towering rock pillars sparkled with light. The sound of alarms reverberated throughout the village, startling many ninjas who had already retired for the night, prompting them to rush anxiously toward the location where lightning techniques were being unleashed into the sky. Maintaining the appearance of an ordinary passerby, Shang Zhongjing discreetly blended into the crowd, observing the commotion. "Uncle, what has happened?" came a soft, delicate voice from beside him. As I turned my gaze towards the diminutive figure, even shorter than the crimson glow of the setting sun, I instinctively took a step back upon recognizing her features. Goodness! A lowly version of the Two Tails Jinchuriki. The unintentional actions amidst the mountain scenery undoubtedly inflicted wounds upon the tender hearts of the two wooden figures. The experiences of the Jinchuriki across various villages are, in essence, quite similar. Even in later times, when Kurabi was busy taking on disciples and holding concerts within the village, the disdain, fear, panic, and rejection that surrounded him remained ever present. The distinction lies in the fact that Kurabi had his brothers to look after him, granting him the audacity to act whimsically, isolating the entire village and residing within his own world. In contrast, others mostly found themselves alone, even when injured or wronged. They could only retreat to a corner and tend to their wounds in solitude. "I'm sorry," The once radiant golden hair of the two wooden figures seemed to lose its luster in that moment. Their small heads bowed low, and their tiny hands clasped tightly together. They bent slightly to apologize to the mountain scenery, their toes shifting direction, clearly preparing to flee the scene swiftly. Yet, in the next moment, a sensation from above caused them to freeze. Like startled fawns, they dared not move an inch. Ahem. I just returned from a mission outside the village and am feeling a bit overwhelmed. You should understand, right? I'm not quite certain what has transpired in the village. How about we go and find out together? In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing gently caressed the little girl's soft, downy head. How should one describe it? It was tender, fluffy, and an exquisite sensation. The original owner of this visage, Sei, was honest and somewhat dull, having spent decades as a ninja, fully aware of his own ordinariness. His life was tinged with the hesitance and trepidation of a mediocre middle-aged man, always looking back with a sense of apprehension. Logically speaking, Shan Zhongjing's actions at this moment did not align with the original owner's character. However, he would not linger for long. Once his mission was accomplished, he would swiftly return to Konoha. So what if it was incongruous? The little girl was hurt by his retreating motion, resembling a wounded little lamb, appearing utterly pitiful. If he did not comfort her, he feared that come nightfall, he would be tormented by his own conscience, accompanied by a self-reproachful lament of how could I be so cruel. The warm sensation from above gradually eased the originally rigid form of the wooden figure. She instinctively believed Shan Zhongjing's words. A ninja who had just returned from a mission must have endured a fierce battle, and thus, his spirit was undoubtedly taut. Yes, that must be it. The uncle was not detesting or shunning her. Shan Zhongjing lightly tapped the heads of the two wooden figures in response. His gaze lingered for a moment on their entries before he prepared to push his way into the crowd. Name: Two wooden figures. Occupation: student of the Ninja Academy. Entry: Two Tails Jinchuriki, red, agile and flexible, blue, resilient, green, solitary, gray. The two wooden figures followed closely behind Shan Zhongjing, their small hands tentatively clutching at the hem of his garment. Noticing that the man before them showed no reaction, their large eyes sparkled a bit brighter, and the cherubic roundness of their faces involuntarily broke into a smile. Keep this up, and I might just have to kidnap you. In the heart of the mountains, the protagonist found himself constantly lamenting. To be frank, his sole mission was to execute an assassination, targeting high-ranking members of the Cloud Village. He aimed to create confusion, thereby diverting attention from Konoha. The matter of the Jinchuriki was of no concern to him whatsoever. Moreover, should any harm befall the Two Tails Jinchuriki, the Cloud Village would likely descend into chaos. Given their propensity to prioritize brawn over intellect, if they were unable to ascertain who had taken my Jinchuriki, I would simply confront them one by one, and I would relish the opportunity to see how they would respond. This line of thought seemed quite feasible. Shan Zhongjing swiftly shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Currently, in Konoha, if Tsunade were to assume the mantle of Hokage, he would undoubtedly be bound and taken back without a second thought. With the third Hokage and Danzo in power, he feared that just as he managed to bring the Jinchuriki back, the Shanzhong clan would soon produce a contemporary Hinata Hizashi, who would then be handed over to Kumogakure for atonement. After all, his identity was a significant consideration. In the Mountainous clan, the strongest member belongs to the steadfast Hokage faction and is the fiancé of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, with the third Hokage and Danzo at the helm. As long as there are no grievances echoing throughout the village and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki remains unharmed, his safety is assured. However, if it were merely an ordinary member of the Mountainous clan, little girl, it appears fortune smiles upon you this time. In the mountains, he glanced back at the little girl who was tightly clutching the hem of his garment. The two wooden figures, upon noticing his gaze, immediately lifted their heads, revealing a somewhat bashful yet radiant smile. It was as if she were grasping the most precious treasure, striving to present her finest self to the world. In the mountains, the scenery shifted as he raised his hand to gently ruffle her small head, a benevolent smile gracing his face. The host of the two-tailed beast. Another sigh escaped his heart, yet he found himself at a loss for words once more. Stance, circumstances, abilities, each aspect restrained him from extending kindness or taking decisive actions. Towering rock pillars flanked the street, where two members of the Umbu stood atop the steep cliff, their gazes fixed unwaveringly on the two-tailed beast's host, accompanied by a wooden figure. Captain, who was the individual accompanying the two-tailed beast's host? inquired a visibly young Umbu member, his tone tinged with anxiety. Shisa-e, a Chunin, a kind-hearted individual, with a child just graduated from the ninja academy, replied the more seasoned Umbu, briefly locking eyes before turning back toward the center of the attack. In contrast to the host, his primary concern lay with the unfolding situation. If it were merely an assassination, even the death of a high-ranking official should not have stirred such a commotion. The entire village was in an uproar, yet the alarms continued to blare. Was there no fear of inciting unnecessary turmoil? Or perhaps someone sought to exploit this assassination for ulterior motives? The young Umbu remained evidently uneasy. You do not comprehend. Those who have children often feel a misplaced sympathy and compassion when they see other children of the same age, even if they are hosts of tailed beasts. The older Umbu retorted, the hosts are not inherently malevolent monsters. You are Umbu, not ignorant villagers, so think critically. Hey, Captain. The senior Umbu squad leader landed a playful punch on his subordinate's head. He understood well that the power of the tailed beasts commanded respect. Recognizing the truth and treating the hosts as ordinary individuals were two entirely different matters. Much like himself, as an Umbu squad leader, he had participated in the sealing of the 8 tails and the 2 tails, witnessing comrades fall one after another under the might of the tailed beasts. Despite his repeated reassurances that the hosts were not the beasts themselves, but rather heroes chosen by the village to seal and control them, the hatred, sorrow, and resentment born from the loss of companions surged forth at the mere sight of the hosts. He found it impossible to reconcile. Faced with the clash of reason and emotion, the moral and ethical turmoil within himself, all he could do was maintain his distance. To avoid confrontation and inflict no harm. Shisa-e, if you can manage it, let her live a little more easily. The mask adorning the face of the leader of the dark squad concealed his intricate emotions. Contemplating whether he should subtly commend Zisei when reporting to Lord Rakage tomorrow, he acknowledged the bond between their children, who were also comrades. Rady had persistently advocated for an offensive against the hidden mist village, which was evidently an act of retribution from them. Yet, hadn't they recently been embroiled in fierce battles with the Sand Village? Other ninjutsu might be fabricated, but the mist transformation technique undeniably pertained to the bloodline limit of the Hozuki clan. It could not possibly be a deception. I maintain that this does not align with the ethos of the hidden mist. Have they not always pursued secrecy? Secrecy, my foot. Look at the 7 ninja swordsmen. Which one of them is not arrogant and brazen, parading around the ninja world wielding their colossal blades? Have they ever been discreet? Must you all be so dogmatic, leaving nothing but muscle in your heads? We have been targeting silence. With a crackling descent of lightning, the third Rakage landed squarely in the midst of the assembly. As his voice reverberated, the cacophony of the high-ranking officials came to an abrupt halt. After the sudden demise of the second Rakage due to the betrayal of the Gold and Silver brothers, the third Rakage ascended with formidable authority. Over the past 20 years, he had consolidated his power through sheer might, unwavering resolve, and an inspiring presence, commanding the respect of various factions within the village. His long-accumulated prestige rendered him the steadfast pillar of support for all upon his arrival. In the mountains, the scene unfolded, and one could not help but acknowledge that the sheer intimidation and influence exerted by the current situation far surpassed anything that Saratobi could muster. The village's alarm had been lifted. A squad from the Umbu secured the site, while remaining teams swiftly sealed off and examined all water sources. Sachikage, send a document to the Mist Village, inquiring about their water shadow. Are they considering war? The document was composed and dispatched without delay. The evacuation of ninjas and villagers commenced, with the security forces striving to maintain order and prevent unnecessary chaos. After listening to his subordinates' reports, the third Rakage, suppressed the fury boiling within him and issued 3 commands in quick succession. Earlier that day, he had traveled to the Cloud Thunder Gorge to visit his son and Killer Bee. Upon returning, he was met with the turmoil engulfing the village from a considerable distance. The blatant assassination attempts by the Mist Village, the instigation of conflict by the village's warmongers, and the displays of political maneuvering by certain high-ranking officials. All of these ignited his rage. He had merely been absent for a few hours. He was not dead. A's emerald eyes scanned every high-ranking villager present. Some averted their gazes, speaking not a word. Others feigned calmness, lost in contemplation, and yet others were seething with righteous indignation. However, none dared to meet his gaze. I shall await you all in the conference room. Use this time wisely to contemplate how you will explain yourselves to me." He scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. With a sudden surge of power, he ascended into the sky. Amidst the dazzling flashes of lightning, he propelled himself off the rocky pillars, vanishing from the sight of the gathering crowd. TSK, the third Reikage, is indeed formidable. As Shan Zhongjing gazed at the retreating figure of Laying AI, a wave of emotion washed over him. This old man truly deserves his reputation as one capable of engaging in close combat with the Eight Tails and battling 1,000 Earth-release ninjas for 3 days and nights. What an impressive resume. Name, AI, title, Shadow. Attributes, Spear of the Strongest, red, Shield of Minor Flaws, purple, Thunderous Might, purple, Strength of the Mountain, purple, Frenzied Thunder, purple. Accumulated Might, blue, Heedful Counsel, green, Parental Affection, white. Oh day slash. You've lost again. As the scenic landscape of the mountains unfolded, with the guidance of the guards, Shan Zhongjing began to gradually disperse from the crowd. After assessing the formidable aura exhibited by the third Reikage upon his entrance, he elevated his appraisal of the opponent's strength yet again. According to his conjecture, the third Reikage should possess at least 2 red attributes: the mightiest spear, the mightiest shield. After all, even a wind release, spiraling shuriken barely left him with mere scratches. Were it not for the weakness he had inflicted upon himself with a well-placed strike to his right chest, he would undoubtedly boast a complete set of red attributes. With unparalleled offense and defense, nurtured under the relentless force of thunder, his physical prowess, mastery of lightning release, and the defensive capabilities of his lightning armor were steadily advancing. The innate strength of his mountain-shattering power, coupled with his combat skills in thunder and his indomitable will, positioned him as a formidable force. It is hard to envision how Sarutobi Hisashi would fare against such a ruthless adversary. Even now, amidst the overwhelming superiority of attributes, Shan Zhongjing would find himself in dire straits when confronting the third Reikage. Naruto's wind release, spiraling shuriken, under conditions of attribute disadvantage, had little effect on him. The water release, spiraling sphere would likely yield similar results, while Jinjutsu and clan secret techniques might confound the third Reikage. Defeating or even killing him would likely necessitate the formidable offensive of Kaigetsu's steam release, explosive flames. The only feasible method for a swift victory might rest in employing Jinjutsu or clan secret techniques to replicate Naruto's strategy at the moment the opponent utilized a specific technique. Could he make the adversary inadvertently harm himself? If he were to fully master the spirit manifestation technique, perhaps he could experiment with his ethereal state. However, the lack of protection for his physical form posed a significant risk. Should he consider replicating the third Reikage's mightiest spear? In the mountains, Jing gently stroked his chin. Feeling somewhat skeptical, the strength of the third-generation thunder is a result of all attributes converging in a singular direction, creating a formidable force. He is a heavily specialized tank barbarian. If he were to replicate a single attribute, his fundamental physical strength would be inadequate, preventing him from fully unleashing the attribute's optimal potential. "Uncle, may I visit you at your home tomorrow?" As the moment of parting drew near, the 2 wooden figures nervously wrung their small hands, their heads bowed as they softly inquired. "Well, I will be reporting at the mission center tomorrow morning, and after that, I should have no further obligations." 36th Cloud Pillar, 1701. The scene unfolded with the address of the wooden man prominently displayed. Yet, a sense of foreboding began to envelop me as I silently mourned for the 2. If only they knew he was a spy lurking among us. Would the young girl not succumb to despair on the spot? Perhaps, upon the mission's conclusion, a fabricated accidental death could be arranged? Oh, those 2 from the Dark Division would likely falter under his illusions, if all else fails. A discreet parting gift akin to a leaf from the Yezakura could be offered to the girl. "You see, the 2-tailed beast's host is actually under my care in your household?" The Reikage would surely weep. "I must admit, my kindness knows no bounds." "All right." The wooden man's large eyes gleamed with excitement as he dashed a few steps forward, turning to wave vigorously at Shan Zhongjing before retreating into his home. "Father, is she my stepmother's daughter, or is she my stepmother?" A melancholic, youthful voice echoed from behind. With a swift motion, Shan Zhongjing delivered a sharp slap to the back of the boy's head without a moment's hesitation. It is only natural for a father to discipline his son. Although this lad was not his biological child, he bore the guise of the original owner, thus he felt no pangs of guilt in delivering the reprimand. Did you hear the nonsense he just uttered? There are still 2 members of the Dark Division hanging on the cliff. Are you truly unconcerned that your father may be summoned for questioning by them, risking disgrace? Furthermore, I am no coppersmith. Surely, I know what can and cannot be done. Mazai, if your eyes are of no use, perhaps they could be donated. Ouch. Father, your strength is excessive. That hurts. The boy protested. I just saw the girl tugging at your clothing all the way here, and you still try to argue? Tomorrow, we shall visit the hospital to sign a donation agreement. Are you truly my biological father? Perhaps you should abandon your path as a ninja and pursue pig farming instead. Our region boasts a robust livestock industry. Wild boars are both easy to rear and sell. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to file your retirement application. Father, are you serious? Listen to your father. With that gaze of yours, you surpass even those afflicted with visual ailments. If you don't pursue pig farming, it is only a matter of time before you meet your demise out there. I merely spoke a single sentence and was met with 3 slaps. Now I am forced into retirement. Is there any other choice? From his vantage point on the cliff, the captain of the Dark Division team, tasked with monitoring the 2-tailed beast's host, could not suppress a chuckle as he observed the father-son duo gradually receding into the distance. Oh, the bond of father and son is truly heartwarming. The other members of the Dark Division also struggled to contain their amusement. This lad named Mazai seems to genuinely possess some peculiarities. Does he not realize that he is in the presence of the 2-tailed beast as host? You followed your father all the way and did not even take a moment to truly observe the face of the person before you, too preoccupied with thoughts of a stepmother. The following morning, after a tranquil first night in Yunin village, he ambled into the mission center with the visage of an elderly man. After submitting the sea-level task completed by the original owner of this countenance, he purchased a few calla lilies, a tribute to the deceased, at a flower shop. He then made his way to the cemetery of Yunin. Ninjas, who often tread the fine line between life and death, generally harbor an innate aversion to demise. Consequently, apart from the memorial days of significant individuals, few are inclined to visit the cemetery on ordinary days. He laid a calla lily at the tombstone agreed upon with the apothecary, Yao Shiyan. In the depths of the mountains, the landscape stirred within the memories of its inhabitant. He found himself standing before the gravestone of a once dear friend who had fallen in battle. According to the agreement inscribed upon the scroll, after placing a single calla lily to signify the completion of his task, he ought to have departed, awaiting a subsequent message regarding the time and place for their next rendezvous to acquire information about his next assassination target. Yet, this seemed far too cumbersome. Would it not be more delightful to spend that time with young companions of kindred spirit, relishing the beauty of childhood? After reminiscing for over half an hour at the grave of his friend, the bespectacled pharmacist, Yao Shiyin, arrived slowly, clutching a bouquet of chrysanthemums. From a distance, she spotted the calla lily placed at the designated gravestone, and a wave of relief washed over her. Upon learning the previous night that Reed was assassinated by a ninja employing water manipulation techniques, she had fleetingly doubted whether it was truly the work of the Hidden Mist Village. If that were the case, her meticulously crafted plans would undoubtedly face numerous complications. Seeing the flowers, she felt a semblance of tranquility. Her attention was drawn to the figure standing silently in contemplation before the gravestone, and she instinctively questioned her vision. This greasy, lewd, disheveled, and insubstantial appearance. Well, it seemed she had not misidentified him after all. Good morning. The abrupt voice that echoed in her mind startled Yao Shiyin, catching her completely off guard, adopting a seemingly innocent demeanor. She glanced around before realizing that this voice was undeniably linked to that individual from the Mountain Clan. The technique of mind-body transfer? This fellow's voice surprisingly sounded quite youthful. I still have 2 months until I turn 20. Of course, I am still young. The voice of Yamaguchi Kei once again resonated within the mind of pharmacist Nanoyu. This time, however, Nanoyu, having prepared herself, exhibited no change in expression as she walked to the gravestone of her friend and laid down the chrysanthemums she had brought. After a pause of more than 10 seconds, she initiated the conversation in her mind. What is it? Her ability to swiftly regain composure and suppress her true emotions was commendable, a testament to her prowess as a wandering priestess. A matter of consequence. Just relay the task directly. The handover process is overly cumbersome. Nanoyu pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons of such an approach. Firstly, the authority to assign an assassination mission in its entirety was a privilege reserved for the core squad leaders, thus deviating from established protocols. Secondly, Executing the kills one by one would continuously exert psychological pressure, prompting the higher-ups of the Cloud Village to expedite the resolution of their grievances with the Leaf Village under the looming threat of death. Lastly, the phased dissemination of intelligence would maximize the security of the information. Yet, with advantages come disadvantages. The Mist Ninjas emerging from the Blood Mist Village rarely intervened unless provoked. And when they did, their actions were ruthlessly lethal. Issuing assassination orders from such a distance would render it impossible to strike every few days. Should repeated assassinations occur at such intervals, the Cloud Village might initiate extensive espionage screenings, significantly increasing their exposure to risk. Last night's assassination by Yamaguchi Kei had been remarkably successful, with the blame resting squarely on the Mist Village, and any denial would likely be futile. However, the higher-ups in the Cloud Village had also heightened their vigilance. They were acutely aware of the operational style of the Mist Ninjas. Premature action would exponentially increase the dangers associated with the assassination mission. If Yamaguchi Kei were to be captured alive and subjected to torture, she might betray her allies. You are concerned that the assassination mission may become perilous. Your elder brother is pleased, but he disapproves of your subsequent worries. How can you still hear my thoughts? Nanoyu furrowed her brow. As a spy, mastering the art of suppressing distractions, concealing emotions, and even resisting the allure of illusions were essential skills. She was confident that she had just reined in her wandering thoughts. The Yamanaka clan's technique of heart transmission should not, in theory, possess the capability of memory reading. Why then could this individual still perceive her innermost thoughts? Let us call it a meeting of minds. You have indeed guessed correctly. To facilitate communication with my summoning beast, I have integrated a slight application of memory reading into my heart transmission technique. In the mountainous scenery, Yao Yinayu contemplated the idea of turning away, promptly halting her actions akin to that of a mantis shrimp. Lands, a 34-year-old jonin, adept in lightning release and taijutsu, diligently trained each afternoon in the training ground beneath the 22 stone pillars. Yao Yinayu swiftly articulated the information of 9 high-ranking and mid-ranking members from the hidden Cloud Village. Some requests were as clean and decisive as that of Rudiai, while others required feigned assassination failures. Some even mandated the exclusion of water release, necessitating the use of fire or wind release instead. After conveying all the intelligence, she began to strain her mind to recall various trivial memories and promptly turned to leave the cemetery. Her hurried steps seemed to evade something foul. Oh, is there someone from the hidden Cloud Village pursuing you? TSK, a dark-skinned taijutsu ninja, buffed, a pale-skinned jinjutsu ninja? Are all jinjutsu ninjas merely curs? What absurdity is this? In the midst of breathtaking scenery, Yamashita Jingshin fled in disarray, watching as the enigmatic figure of Yao Yinayu vanished into the cemetery. Fearing that the girl might be adversely affected, he bid her farewell and promptly disengaged from the heart transmission technique. Initially, he had no intention of prying into Yinayu's innermost thoughts. It was merely a habit formed during his journey to the Land of Thunder, where he had become accustomed to conversing with the falcon-like spirit beast, casually employing a technique for memory retrieval. After all, one must devise strategies when confronted with a spirit beast that only emits chirp, chirp, chirp. However, he had not anticipated that this technique would yield such impressive results when applied to a human. Even a professional spy like Yao Yinayu struggled to counteract this method upon her first encounter, resorting to forcibly recalling inconsequential memories to create confusion. This revelation of the technique's efficacy was only possible because Yamashita Jingshin had chosen to share its effects with her. Had he remained silent, with just a few more inquiries, it was likely he could have discerned even the color of her undergarments for the week. No probing allowed. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing lingered in the cemetery for an additional half-hour, contemplating the methods, techniques, timing, and sequence of the assassination. As the clock approached 10 in the morning, he leisurely made his way home. As a mere auxiliary member of the magnet-release Trojan team, he held little significance within the village. Unless summoned by the Trojan for a mission, his existence was largely inconspicuous, especially given the current dire shortage of mission resources across all ninja villages. Securing 2 missions within 3 months was already a cause for gratitude. Having just completed a C-rank mission, he could now remain in Yunin Village without any pretext for an extended period. The higher-ups in Yunin Village would have their hands full in the coming days. With a chuckle, Shan Zhongjing strolled back to his doorstep. There, he spotted 2 small wooden figures crouched in the corner of a rock pillar, appearing diminutive and delicate. He stepped closer and inquired, "Juice? Milk? Have you had breakfast?" "Juice, not yet," replied the wooden figure, a radiant smile blooming on its small face at his simple question. Rising from the shadow of the rock pillar, the little girl's genuine smile was a beacon of purity and beauty, illuminated by the sunlight. It was only at this moment that I truly perceived the scenery within the mountains. The hair of the wooden figure was not the same golden hue as his own, but rather a shade more akin to a delicate beige. Lacking the dazzling brilliance of gold, it instead exuded a gentler and more refined warmth. The hair of the wooden figure was indeed beautiful. The scenery in the mountains prompted a heartfelt compliment. "Thank you, thank you." The little wooden figure's face flushed slightly, caught off guard by the sudden praise. Throughout the years of her existence as a human pillar, she had encountered very little kindness. Even in the beginning, when some were unaware of her true identity, they would treat her with warmth. However, once they learned of her status, their demeanor shifted to reveal a deeper disdain and fear than that of others. A simple meal consisting of 2 fried eggs, a small portion of steak from the land of thunder, a modest serving of corn noodles, and some toasted bread accompanied by a cup of tangy sweet juice. In a mere 10 minutes, a delightful breakfast was prepared in the mountains, leaving Yuki in awe, observing the little girl, whose eyes squinted with delight as she ate. He sensed the presence of 2 shadowy ninjas outside, their energy slightly altered from the previous day, yet he chose not to act hastily. Instead, he sipped a glass of juice, engaging Yuki in conversation about her daily life. Perhaps it was the frequent rampages of the 8 tails that caused concern, while the 2 tails was more manageable. Or perhaps, in the eyes of the higher-ups in Kumobikure, the power of the 8 tails was deemed far superior to that of the 2 tails. In any case, Yuki clearly received less attention in the village compared to Killer Bee. The education they received was also vastly different. Since becoming a Jinchuriki, Killer Bee had been closely mentored by the 3rd Raikage's son, the future 4th Raikage. In contrast, Yuki followed a more conventional path, gradually entering the ninja academy, with only occasional scrolls from the Umbu detailing methods for Jinchuriki training and enhancement. One can surmise the thoughts of the 3rd Raikage regarding the situation of Yomurin. It seems that he believes, as a young girl, Yomurin requires the companionship of her peers. The exclusion and isolation often experienced by children merely stem from Yomurin's insufficient strength. Children inherently venerate the powerful. In summary, the 3rd Raikage exhibits a modicum of thoughtfulness, albeit limited. The philosophy of strength above all else resonates with the majority of individuals in the Hidden Cloud Village. However, the children at the Ninja Academy, who have yet to encounter the harsh realities of the ninja world, are unlikely to ponder such complexities. Ineffective companionship will only exacerbate Yomurin's solitude and anxiety. "Thank you for your hospitality," exclaimed Yomurin, her youthful face radiant with joy after finishing her breakfast, her delicate hands clasped together in a gesture of gratitude. "Shall we play chess? Cards? Or do you have a more splendid suggestion?" In the mountains, Jing casually gathered the utensils from the table and discarded them into the kitchen sink. That rascal Mazai had dashed off with a loaf of bread early in the morning, disappearing without a trace. Washing dishes was precisely the task suited for him. The world of ninjas is perpetually harsh. If one lacks strength, others will take advantage. Sleeping in your old bed, harming your children, and squandering your money. I, however, find myself rather inept. Yomu felt a touch of awkwardness as she lightly tapped her fingers. Having never engaged in such games, she had only glimpsed them from afar while her classmates played, grasping the rules only vaguely. "No worries, I shall teach you." "Well, let us try everything and see what you enjoy." The scenic beauty of the mountains alleviated the awkwardness caused by the wooden figure's presence. From a small chest beneath the table, various games were retrieved, including shogi, go, backgammon, hanafuda, and playing cards. The young girl listened intently to the rules of each game, much like the future Jinchuriki of the 7 Tails from Takigakure. After a brief overview of the rules, she opted for the more engaging backgammon, a game reminiscent of Monopoly from her previous life. Players would roll dice to determine their moves on the board, encountering a myriad of situations along the way. The first to reach the finish line would claim victory, despite the wooden figure's seemingly poor luck, leading to a series of peculiar challenges, such as barking like a dog, spinning with eyes closed, alternating between laughter and tears, and mimicking the graceful walk of a lady. Each time brought her unbridled joy. The modest room was filled with her melodious laughter, a sound so precious to her it felt almost dreamlike. Outside, Two EMBU members observed the scene, momentarily taken aback by the cheerful, lively, and somewhat innocent demeanor of the Jinchuriki. Was this the same individual they knew, once haughty and aloof in the ninja academy? Lunch was once again prepared by the wooden figure, and after a simple meal, they transitioned through several games, with the wooden figure never feeling a hint of boredom. As evening approached, after another dinner, the monitoring ENBU could no longer restrain themselves and knocked on the door, reminding the wooden figure to return home early. As tomorrow was a school day, the young girl bid farewell, glancing back several times as she departed. Shan Zhongjing leaned against the railing, gazing at the shadowy figures beside him that had not yet departed. With a resigned sigh, he spoke. Do you require my assistance in the inquiries with the Umbu? No one harbored doubts about you. Lord Rakage would be pleased to see someone embrace the Jinchuriki. The Umbu's rotations traditionally involve 2 shifts. And now the Umbu before Shan Zhongjing was the same squad leader from the previous night. What of it? He inquired. I have heard that you wish for your son to retire. Life, after all, involves acknowledging the ordinariness of one's parents, recognizing one's own mediocrity, and subsequently accepting the mundane nature of one's offspring. Recently, I simply fear for his life on the battlefield. The nonsensical ramblings of the mountain scene flowed effortlessly from his lips. The captain of the shadow team followed his gaze, observing the houses standing amidst the clouds and the flickering lights of the hidden village. Hearing the sighs imbued in his words, he suddenly felt a sense of empathy. He gently nodded and swiftly departed. As he left, he pondered whether to take a moment to linger, lest it be too much of a burden. As Shan Zhongjing gazed at the departing figure, he increasingly understood why spies could not remain in the field for extended periods. The serendipitous encounters between lives inevitably give rise to new emotions. Though he could not discern between kindness and malice, he could surmise that not being taken away for interrogation meant someone had vouched for him. Even if he was acutely aware that mercy towards an enemy equated to cruelty towards oneself, he pondered whether, for the sake of the wooden figure or for other reasons, death might indeed be the most prudent choice. With hurried footsteps echoing in a rhythmic cadence, Mazai dashed to his doorstep like a gust of wind. Casting a glance at his father, who was lost in thought, he flung off his shoes and charged into the living room, simultaneously pouring himself a glass of water while inquiring loudly, "Father, what is for dinner tonight?" "Check the kitchen yourself," came the reply. "Father, am I still your biological son? Is this all that is left, a bowl of leftover rice?" "My child, there is something I have never revealed to you. In truth, I am your stepfather. That year, amidst the heavy snowfall, you lay there on the brink of death. Now it makes sense why I endured 3 beatings in 6 days. You old fool. You've made a mistake. Father, I was wrong. I apologize." After the heavy-handed display of paternal affection, Mazai obediently consumed his meager meal of cold leftovers. "Father, I inquired this morning. I can fill out my retirement application myself. I've spoken with my teammates about my intention to retire to raise pigs, but they advised me to raise cattle instead. Well, I suppose I could raise both." In the mountains, upon hearing the conversation, Jiang Zhongjing cast a peculiar glance at Mazai. In this day and age, such an earnest child is indeed rare. How much livestock could our family's finances procure? It appears that renting a plot of land would also demand monetary resources. Does our family possess such wealth? What a sacrifice to forego the path of a ninja. "Father, my teammate noticed you purchasing flowers this morning. Calla lilies, are they not typically used to honor the deceased?" "Quite nice. What? Tomorrow, I shall submit the application and proceed to rent land and acquire cattle." "Father, you still haven't divulged how much money we truly have. If it's merely a couple of cows, we shall scarcely survive. You won't starve. Espionage, truly, is not a vocation for the faint of heart." Midnight strikes at 12. After repeating the phrase in his mind, Yamanaka-Q was enveloped in an illusion that displaced Mazai, who had been incessantly discussing the cattle-rearing enterprise with him, transforming into the quintessential appearance of a member of the Hidden Clouds Umbu. He utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the cemetery corner he had visited that morning, cautiously employing sensory ninjutsu to scan the surroundings of the cemetery. He noted the absence of any onlookers. Only then did Yamanaka-Q rise and nonchalantly erase the Flying Thunder God mark left at the edge of the tombstone. With a clap of his hands, 8 shadow clones emerged from the swirling chakra mist, immediately proceeding to execute the assassination plan they had formulated earlier that morning, swiftly vanishing into the cemetery using the body flicker technique. Meanwhile, Yamanaka-Q himself flickered and arrived at the edge of the drinking pool in the southwestern corner of the cemetery. Employing the water transformation technique to gradually merge himself into the water supply pipes, he advanced through the winding pipes toward his assassination target. The only individual whose disguise was essential to the mission's success, the bloodline limit ninja from the Sachita family. Sachita, A.J. Neen of the Hidden Cloud, a wielder of the lava release bloodline limit, and the right-hand man to the third Raikage, A. In the hierarchy of the Hidden Cloud, he held a position almost equivalent to Narashikaku during Tsunade's tenure as Hokage, overseeing all J-Nin affairs, and was a staunch supporter of the offensive against Konoha. This time, the scene in the mountains requires one to assume the role of a Konoha ninja tasked with assassinating an opponent. The mission mandates that at first glance, one appears to be a Konoha ninja in action, yet upon closer inspection, it should reveal the true identity of a mist ninja. Furthermore, it necessitates the pretense of a failed assassination, ultimately culminating in a successful escape. Were this assignment to be undertaken by a root ninja, they would likely opt to leave behind a trivial insignia on their person, and in the event of failure, they would choose to end their life in the standard manner of the mist, thereby embracing death. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing, untainted by brainwashing, naturally refrains from engaging in foolish actions. Thus, this troublesome task can only be undertaken by the entity itself, after winding through various paths. As he approached the residence of the Earth platform, hidden within the water supply pipes, Shan Zhongjing discerned the perceptive and warning barriers enveloping the entire house. It was evident that the assassination attempt from the previous night had instilled considerable unease among the higher-ups of Yunin. Even an elite shinobi like the Earth platform was on high alert at this moment. However, this fortuitously alleviated the need to subtly hint at the identity of the mist shinobi later on. He deftly evaded the barriers above ground and entered the Earth platform's home through the water pipes. In the tranquil embrace of the mountains, the effect of the silent walker's entry was brought to its zenith, as a form coalesced silently within the unassuming wash basin. Casting a glance at the study, still aglow with light, he gradually approached the door, peering through the crevice to observe the scene within. The Earth platform, long deprived of its left eye, still bore a small wooden sign inscribed with the character for thunder, as it sat poised at the desk, deftly wielding a brush, swiftly inscribing text upon the scroll. Its presence exuded an essence indistinguishable from the original, with no discernible differences in appearance. Yet, the system interface remained utterly unresponsive. A rubber clone, perhaps? Indeed, among renowned ninjas, none are without their complexities. In the serene mountains, Jing murmured softly to himself, refraining from hastily revealing his presence or seeking the location of the earthen platform. Sometimes, one must collaborate with their opponent's performance for the act to appear truly authentic. At precisely 1 o'clock in the morning, the vintage wall clock on the side of the study chimed. The earthen platform before the desk swayed slightly, its drowsy head lifting to regard the still-piled documents. Closing his eyes, he gently patted his cheeks with both hands, attempting to invigorate himself. Yet, in that very moment of closure, in the midst of the mountains, he formed a one-handed seal, unleashing the full potential of his ninjutsu, while deftly retrieving a kunai from his waist. Secret sword, Moon Shadow. With the kunai substituting for a sword, he executed the somewhat unrefined Leaf Village sword technique. The figure of Shanzhongjing glided like a wraith, leaving behind a series of fleeting afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived beside the earthen platform. Although he was not particularly well-versed in swordsmanship, his impeccable control over his body, aided by the enhancements of his celestial physique, rendered him a quintessential embodiment of the image one might conjure when envisioning a ninja skilled in the art of the blade. With a swift motion, he drove a kunai through the neck of the earth platform, effortlessly severing the head from the body. This rubber clone immediately transformed into a flowing mass of rubber, surging towards Shanzhongjing's form. As he evaded in an instant, his hands deftly formed seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A thunderous roar erupted as the oncoming rubber was violently repelled by the wind technique, resonating throughout the estate. While both the perception barrier and the warning barrier emitted piercing alarms, the study, which had initially appeared to be constructed of wood, gradually morphed into a rubbery visage under the relentless assault of the wind. Astonishingly, the entire study was composed entirely of rubber. Truly, none of the ninjas who have made a name for themselves in the ninja world are to be underestimated. The perception ninjutsu of the mountain scenery had already locked onto the earthen platform concealed within the attic's recess. Confronted by the increasingly constricting and weighty layers of rubber surrounding him, he formed hand seals and once again unleashed the technique of wind release. Wind release, multiple wind blades. A flurry of razor-sharp wind blades shot forth towards the closed door of the study, swiftly closing in as the piercing sound of friction echoed in the air. In the heart of the mountains, Shan Zhongjing emerged from a forcibly created breach, evading the onslaught with agility. Confronted by a descending figure wielding a kunai aimed directly at his face, he swiftly blocked the attack with his own kunai, simultaneously shifting his weight to unleash a powerful kick toward the ground platform. With a resounding thud, the platform bent low, its left hand striking toward Shan Zhongjing's instep, leveraging the momentum to propel itself upward, absorbing the force of the blow while firmly gripping his ninja footwear. Grimacing in pain, he endured the excruciating agony that momentarily clouded his vision, twisting his kunai in his right hand to slash at Shan Zhongjing's Achilles tendon. Even the mightiest of ninjas would find their combat prowess severely diminished if such a vital point were compromised. In retaliation, Shan Zhongjing launched his other foot, delivering a fierce kick to the platform's wrist, sending the kunai flying. Using the momentum, he pivoted to break free from his opponent's grasp, executing a series of agile flips as he retreated. Damn it, he had encountered a formidable foe. He would rather be a reckless youth than allow his opponent to escape unscathed. Melt release, binding rope. The platform, pale-faced, felt his legs weaken. Yet his hands continued to form seals with remarkable speed. The rubber from the room behind him morphed into numerous ropes, thick and thin, that surged forth from all directions to ensnare Shan Zhongjing, who had retreated to a corner of the room. With swift movements, Shan Zhongjing evaded the barrage, his kunai flashing at his waist, appearing poised to seize an opportunity to eliminate the platform. Meanwhile, his heightened sensory ninjutsu remained attuned to the activities within the village of Yunnan. Upon catching sight of two figures, clad in armor crackling with lightning and racing toward him like a thunderstorm, less than a kilometer away, he continued to evade while rapidly forming seals with both hands. Un Wu Si, Chun Zi, Cho In. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. In the midst of the mountain scenery, a sudden roar echoed. The earth platform was taken aback, hastily activating his molten escape technique to shield himself. Before him, a ninja clad in dark attire clapped his hands and vanished into the ground. Fire? Earth? Earth escape. Helplessly watching the enemy disappear before his eyes, the earth platform felt his teeth nearly shatter in frustration. The hand seals were flawless, the call was clear, yet the opponent resorted to earth escape? Was this a mockery of the innocent? Earth escape, rise and excavate. With a forceful strike of his hands against the ground, the earth platform summoned a tumultuous upheaval of soil and stone within a radius of several dozen meters. As the wielder of the molten escape bloodline limit, a transformation of fire and earth, he possessed considerable mastery over earth escape. Even if the enemy had the first move to burrow underground, he remained confident in his ability to unearth them. However, as the excavation rose higher, having already hollowed out an area of 100 meters in radius, the earth platform was compelled to admit defeat. The enemy had fled before his very eyes. Fled. The underground water pipes, strained by the pressure of the excavation, had already burst, gushing forth sprays of water. The swirling earth and stones had transformed the surroundings into a desolation. The adrenaline surging within the earth platform gradually subsided. Glancing at his throbbing, dizzying lower region, he was horrified to see the blood that had soaked through his trousers, causing his pupils to tremble wildly. That scoundrel. Did he have blades on his shoes? Blades. The earth platform felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he fought to suppress his terror and loosened his belt. Just one glance, and he collapsed to the ground in agony. Which ninja village's scoundrel resorts to such underhanded tactics? And to top it off, they wear shoes with blades. This is inhumane. Amidst the flickering arcs of electricity, the third Reikage, A, and his son arrived, witnessing the earth platform kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Their expressions shifting drastically. The earth platform was an indispensable high-ranking official of the Hidden Cloud Village. If anything were to happen to him, chaos would surely ensue. Earth platform. Where are you injured? Curse it. Which ninja village did this? Boss, quickly summon a male medical ninja. The earth platform struggled to speak. Huh, a medical ninja. Yes. Male? At this moment, there was no need to be particular about gender. It must be male. The veins in the earth platform's neck bulged. His voice tinged with evident sobs. This is it. He hadn't even married yet. In the household of the Sei family, the earth platform truly exemplified the essence of. In the mountains, Shang Zhongjing murmured softly as he forcefully removed his somewhat damaged and deformed ninja sandals. After observing that there was no evidence to obliterate, he temporarily sealed them within a storage scroll. He then rummaged through his shoe cabinet to find a pair of old ninja footwear to replace them. With a clap of his hands, he performed the ninja technique of odor removal, thoroughly cleansing himself of all traces of scent. Just moments ago, he had utilized the earth release technique to delve underground, but soon, the ground began to upheave as he executed the earth manipulation technique on a wide scale. Initially, he had planned to use the flying thunder god technique for a swift escape. However, he did not anticipate that the deeply buried water main would be directly compromised by his excavation. Fortunately, he employed a combination of the water transformation technique and water release wave surge to navigate far away via the main water pipe, simultaneously washing away all the dust and grime that clung to him. He then returned home using the flying thunder god technique. After tidying up, Shang Zhongjing glanced at the rapidly illuminating warning lights of the hidden cloud village from his windowsill, listening to the piercing sound of alarms echoing in his ears. Adopting an expression of imminent peril, he dashed into Musei's room. The alarms are blaring. Why are you still asleep? With 2 sharp slaps to awaken him, he seized the boy by the collar and sprinted downstairs. Father, what is happening? Musei jolted awake from the illusion, appearing dazed and utterly oblivious to the situation at hand. The shrill alarms reverberated throughout the entire ninja village, with distant sounds of ninjutsu clashes faintly audible. This commotion left the newly minted ninja, who had yet to witness the blood and fire of battle, feeling a wave of panic. Do you remember the assassination attempt from yesterday? In the depths of the mountains, Yamashiro responded in a hushed tone, joining forces with the ninjas who had similarly awakened from their slumber, and together they rushed towards the distress signal that rose into the sky. According to his prior strategy, the conclusion of the battle at the Tuchai residence would coincide with the moment when his shadow clones commenced their assassination mission. Given Tuchai's significance to the hidden cloud village and the third Reikage, the instant he engaged in combat with Tuchai, the Reikage would undoubtedly rush to the Tuchai residence. The remaining shadow clones could seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on their predetermined targets. Even if the commotion were to escalate slightly, the third Reikage would likely be too preoccupied to intervene. As fate would have it, everything unfolded as he had envisioned, despite the considerable noise that stirred many. The 8 shadow clones executed their tasks flawlessly. However, he found himself perplexed by the distress signal, which seemed not to originate from any of his assassination targets. Was it possible that Karabi resided in this vicinity? And what was that sound of battle? Could it be that their assassination plans had collided with another ninja village's? What unfortunate soul could be so unlucky as to walk into the line of fire? Lower-ranked ninjas, fall back. Mid-ranked ninjas, secure the surrounding blocks. Upper-ranked ninjas, tighten the encirclement. Capture him alive. Lower-ranked ninjas, do not meddle. Withdraw. Damn it. Finally, we've caught one who hasn't escaped. I shall see which village's rogue dares to carry out an assassination in the hidden cloud village. They must be eradicated. Mid-ranked ninjas, encircle the surrounding areas, quickly. Amidst the clamor intertwined with chaotic commands, Yamashiro swiftly hurled Mazai aside, whispering a caution, keep your distance. Those who dare to engage in assassination are anything but simple folk. Father, you too? Mazai nodded fervently, hastily retreating to the ranks of lower-ranked ninjas in the distance. As Shang Zhongjing turned his head, a furrow formed upon his brow, a vague sense of unease creeping into his consciousness, yet he could not articulate the source of his discomfort. The colossal tentacles of the octopus writhed wildly in the darkness, accompanied by the relentless rumble of thunder. After a prolonged interval of over 10 minutes, the distant flashes of lightning encircling the epicenter gradually began to diminish. Throughout this ordeal, the so-called assassins were utterly unable to breach the defenses established by the elite shinobi of Yunin. All the upper-level shinobi and the Umbu conducted thorough inspections of their shinobi sandals. Some exhibited damage, others were rigged with traps, and those who were unshod were retained, while the remainder continued to scrutinize the chunin and genin. A command resonated from the focal point of the encirclement. In the mountains, Shang Zhongjing raised an eyebrow, casting a contemplative glance at the ninja issuing commands. Is that fool Tuchai attempting to identify someone by their footwear? Alas, it is too late. He has already changed his shoes. Furthermore, the ninja footwear he previously wore bore no hidden mechanisms. During their earlier clash, propelled by the superhuman reflexes elicited by the initial frame, he had observed his opponent's intention to withstand the kick. In a moment of inspiration, he activated the medical water technique, water mantis, extending a small mantis blade from the tip of his shoe. The application of medical water technique, water mantis, is somewhat akin to a chakra scalpel. However, bolstered by the mastery of water release, Shan Junjing found it far more effortless and expedient to employ. Not only did it require no hand seals, but the speed of execution also surpassed that of the Rasengan. With a clear directive issued, all ninjas present sprang into action. 7 ninjas remained behind, while the others proceeded to examine every chunin and genin who had arrived. Musa-e, having been yanked from his bed without a moment to don his shoes, predictably found himself among those scrutinized. "Why are you not wearing shoes?" inquired the Yunin Jonin, narrowing his eyes as he fixated on Musa-e. I fell asleep. My father heard the alarm, burst into my room, slapped me twice, and dragged me away without allowing me the chance to put them on. Musa-e lamented, showcasing the slap marks on his face. To be honest, those slaps really hurt. Thankfully, having been beaten since childhood, my skin is tough, and they should fade by tomorrow. If it were anyone else, they would likely be left with a swollen face. "Go stand over there," the Yunin Jonin replied, his lips twitching slightly, reluctant to comment on such a peculiar father-son relationship. "My son. This is my son. I'll stay with him." In the mountainous scenery, he hurriedly echoed a remark, joining Masei as they stood among a group of suspects. The events of the evening had left him perplexed, and he seized this opportunity to remain and observe the unfolding situation. Before long, 2 medical ninjas arrived, bearing a stretcher from the direction of the Tuchai residence. The pallid Tuchai lay on the stretcher, his eyes tightly shut, hands forming seals as he utilized his Kekiai Genkai, lava release, to perceive and manipulate the surrounding rubber. Previously, while he had been gripping the enemy's shoe, his lava release techniques had still been in operation. The ninja footwear worn by his adversary was crafted from leather and rubber, inevitably retaining a significant amount of his lava release chakra within the rubber components. This chakra residue was exceedingly difficult to eradicate. As long as the distance was not too great, he could identify and pinpoint the assassin through this trace. However, after an extended period of sensing, he reluctantly shook his head at the nearby Umbu captain. Those without shoes fell in line, while the Jonin joined the task force, and the others dispersed. The Umbu captain nodded slightly and issued new orders to the group once more. Amidst the picturesque landscape of the mountains, Mazai trailed behind the procession of the Earth platform. Through a relentless series of screenings, a dozen barefoot ninjas accompanied the stretcher of the Earth platform, entering the very heart of the recently contested area. Within 100 meters of the battle zone, numerous structures lay in ruin, and the air was filled with the echoes of lamentations and cries of anguish. The medical ninjas were a flurry of activity, hastily attending to the injured. In the center of the conflict, within a massive crater exceeding 50 meters in diameter, several medical ninjas encircled a robust figure, adorned with a white turban and sunglasses, administering aid. The third Raikage, along with his son and several high-ranking officials from the Cloud Village, stood gravely beside him. Is it Karabi? The Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? The assassination target is indeed Karabi? How ruthless can one be? In the mountains, the scene compelled Zhang Zhong to furrow his brow as he recollected the encounter with Tsuchikage, activating his extensive perception. At that time, the third Raikage and his son were the first to hasten towards the Tsuchikage residence. Killer Bee's movements were only slightly lagging behind the two. Additionally, several skilled shinobi from Kumogakure, upon hearing the sounds of battle, made their way toward the Tsuchikage's abode. The crux of the matter was that Killer Bee did not discern any particularly formidable adversaries in his vicinity, or rather, there were no assassins capable of posing a threat to him. So what could have caused the Jinchuriki to go berserk? Why? In the mountainous landscape, it is quite certain that there exists no record in memory of Karabi's transformation into a Jinchuriki, leading to the rampage of the Eight Tails, Gyuki. In the original narrative, during the Third Great Ninja War, Karabi had already adeptly harnessed the power of the Eight Tails, collaborating with the future Fourth Raikage to engage in battle against Minato Namikaze. Achieving such mastery necessitates a gradual acclimatization of the body to the tailed beast's power, followed by triumph in confrontations with the beast, ultimately culminating in a harmonious reconciliation. These feats cannot be accomplished overnight. Even Naruto, the destined protagonist, required 3 years of training under Jiraiya to preliminarily adapt to the formidable power of the Nine Tails and its 4 tails. While the 8 tails may not possess the same strength as the 9 tails, it is nonetheless formidable and should not be underestimated. By this reasoning, it stands to reason that during this time frame, Karabi should have at least begun to adjust his body to the power of the 8 tails and initiated preliminary communication with it. Given this, how could he suddenly spiral into a frenzy? Was he similarly ensnared as the previous Jinchuriki? What exactly transpired? The third Raikage's expression was grave. His arms crossed over his chest, exuding an imposing presence that left many surrounding ninjas trembling. Before tonight, Lord Karabi exhibited no abnormalities. He was even preparing to assist Sachikage Dano. Yet inexplicably, he stumbled upon leaving, and while attempting to leap onto the rooftop, struck his head against the eaves, reported a quaking member of the Umbu, tasked with Karabi's protection. Recalling the events of the night, his expression beneath the mask was one of utter strangeness. Not only had he stumbled upon exiting, but in his attempt to dash to the rooftop, he had also struck his head on the eaves, an incident he could rationalize as a residual effect of his earlier misstep. However, upon landing, he stumbled once more and fell into a filthy ditch. Without the chance to rise, a sizable chunk of debris fell from the recently breached rooftop, forcefully plunging him further into the muck, leaving him with a mouthful of grime. In less than 3 minutes, a series of misfortunes unfolded, each typically a topic of conversation for an extended period, all occurring in rapid succession. The inevitable conclusion was that the 8 tails had gone berserk. After a considerable commotion, as the third Raikage and others arrived on the scene, the Jinchuriki was on the verge of losing consciousness, and inexplicably, the 8 tails retracted back into him. The third Raikage, glared furiously at the nearby Umbu. Was this a jest? Could a person truly suffer such misfortune? Moreover, the inexplicable onset of the rampage followed by its equally inexplicable cessation upon his arrival. Was this reasonable? Had the 8 tails been frightened into submission? Was that even plausible? That creature was notoriously stubborn. Even when exhausted from battle and ultimately sealed, it had never yielded a word of surrender. It seemed that I was beginning to comprehend. In the serene mountain landscape, the ears of the third Raikage stood erect, attuned to the faint whispers of dialogue emanating from the depths of the great pit, where the third Raikage and his subordinates from the Umbu were engaged in hushed conversation. He discreetly suppressed the ominous effects of the black entry titled Unfortunate Conflict. The Unfortunate Conflict, black, effect activates when the host voluntarily opens the entry, within the range of perception, should anyone issue a 1v1 challenge. The other party is compelled to engage in battle. The fates of both combatants are intertwined with the effects of the entry, which vanish, triggering a state of misfortune, markedly increasing the probabilities of errors, illness, misfortune, accidents, injuries, and even death. For a considerable duration, the effects of this ominous conflict had remained active, yet he had refrained from inviting anyone to a 1v1 duel, nor had anyone extended such an invitation to him. Fearing exposure of his identity, he had been reluctant to employ wide-ranging sensory ninjutsu. Who could have anticipated that? Chikarabi might actually strike it lucky. This fellow was likely engaging in casual banter with the 8 tails while preparing to support the Tsuchikage, resulting in a tragic turn of events. Huff! The third Raikage's visage darkened significantly as he struggled to suppress the surging tempest of frustration within. Casting a glance at the Tsuchikage, who was being carried on a stretcher, accompanied by more than 10 barefoot ninjas, he inquired in a grave tone, "Have you reached any conclusions?" "None. The enemy has likely retreated entirely. Your suspects." Initially, I considered Konoha, given that both my stance and the adversary's swordsmanship and ninjutsu seemed to align with the characteristics of Konoha ninjas, but it is not Konoha. Speak plainly. The third Raikage replied, his brow furrowing slightly at the Tsuchikage's continued reticence. Were it not for the fact that this individual had just been ambushed and bore irreversible injuries, he would have erupted in anger. In such dire circumstances, could one not speak with more clarity? Ahem, our protective barriers are divided into surface and underground defenses. There are few methods to infiltrate the barriers without triggering an alarm. Just now, the Umbu detected traces of chakra from a water transformation technique that had not entirely dissipated at the site of the broken underground water pipe. Currently, the Umbu is following these traces to trace their origin. Noticing his superior's growing impatience, the Tsuchikage hastily divulged all known information. Kiri? A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the third Reikage as a torrent of suppressed, potent lightning chakra surged within him. Coupled with last night's incidents, there had been a total of 10 assassination attempts. Excluding the relatively strong Tsuchikage, who managed to survive this deliberate assault, all others had perished. Had it not been for the Tsuchikage's testimony, he would have naturally suspected Konoha based on the mixed traces of water, fire, earth, and wind techniques found at the various scenes. Yet now, the most critical evidence pointed directly towards Kiri, a place he had previously dismissed entirely. The traces of evidence laid bare appear to be a deliberate attempt to mislead. Moreover, the inexplicable encounters faced by Karabi evoke memories of Barubi's sudden and frenzied outburst. With no recollection and no discernible cause, even in hindsight, the clues remain elusive. Misconcealed. Excellent. Surely, the chaos surrounding Barubi was orchestrated by you in the shadows. Confronted with repeated provocations, the third Reikage, AI, seethed with rage. Such a large-scale assassination plot had not befallen their village, Yamaguchi, in many years. If Kirigakure desires war, then let it be war. Reikage AI surveyed the increasingly agitated high-ranking officials around him and coldly conveyed his resolve. In his view, everything had become clear. Kirigakure would never admit to its transgressions, and the inquiries made yesterday would yield no satisfactory answers. Thus, they would respond with force to demonstrate the consequences of their provocation. The familiar notification from the system chimed in. S-Class mission alter Yamaguchi's strategic objectives and instigate war with another nation has been accomplished, yielding 2 opportunities for entry extraction, 1 opportunity for entry donation, and 1 chance for random white entry upgrade. In the mountains, the distant view revealed the resounding echoes of the hidden cloud ninjas, leaving one to silently click their tongue in astonishment. Merely a declaration had led the system to conclude that the task was accomplished. The prestige of the third Reikage must surely surpass that of all his predecessors. Moreover, this wave from the hidden mist is bound to erupt. With so many large cauldrons in play, one can only wonder if they can withstand the pressure. The hidden mist ninjas lamented their predicament. After stabilizing his condition, Killer B, along with the Tsuchikage, was transported to the hospital in the hidden cloud. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the hidden cloud, under the protection of the Umbu, made their way to the conference room in the hidden cloud's administrative building. The third Reikage, A, observed over a dozen barefoot ninjas standing at the edge of the ruins and cast a puzzled glance at the Umbu beside him. Boss, we have conducted a preliminary screening of our village's ninjas as instructed by Lord Tsuchikage. The Umbu ninja promptly clarified the situation. The third Reikage nodded slightly and strode forward to address the gathered individuals. He understood that Tsuchikage's desire to swiftly apprehend the assassin. However, casting suspicion on his own men was not in his nature. Noticing the unease among the dozen or so ninjas from the hidden cloud, he spoke in a steady voice. You are my most trusted subordinates. I refuse to believe that ninjas who rush to aid their comrades without even putting on their shoes upon hearing the alarm would be traitors to our village. Woo-woo boss. It's so reassuring to know you believe in us. Upon hearing the third Reikage's words, the initial anxiety and grievances of the barefoot ninjas dissipated entirely. Some, overwhelmed with emotion, wept openly. In a moment when they faced suspicion from all sides, their leader remained steadfast in his belief in them. Such trust shattered their pride and reinforced their resolve to follow their leader. A man's tears should not flow so easily. Now, everyone is dismissed to return home and rest well. The third Reikage, A, turned and waved his hand, striding towards the Reikage building, his robust and resolute figure appearing immensely majestic at that moment. As he turned his gaze amidst the mountains, he caught sight of Mazai, whose cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. Silently, he patted the young man's shoulder and guided him back home. This lad was not blushing from the thrill of being struck by the third Reikage's fervor. Rather, his lack of footwear stemmed from having slept so soundly that he had completely missed the village's alarm. How shameful. As for the rescue comrades, they were non-existent. The multitude of remaining ninjas, moved by the moment, dispersed back to their homes. Another captain from the Umbu swiftly arrived by the side of the Reikage after several shunshin. Lord Reikage, we have discreetly inspected every household, and there are no suspicious traces to be found. Starting tonight, we will seal off the village. All ninjas and villagers will be restricted from entering or exiting, and self-examinations will commence tomorrow. The voice of the third Reikage was steady and resonant. He indeed trusted his subordinates, but as Tsuchikage had pointed out, spies infiltrate unnoticed. Exercising caution is never unwarranted. Moreover, it was alarming that 9 individuals had been simultaneously assassinated. If we include the troubled Karabi, that amounts to 10. He did not believe that those who had infiltrated the village could escape Kumogakure in such a brief span of time. There must be spies and insiders among them. The only uncertainty lay in whether these traitors were ordinary citizens or ninjas. Declaring war against Kirigakure had become an inevitable course of action. However, before the onset of battle, if the infiltrators could not be uprooted, who could fathom the extent of the damage they might inflict upon Kumogakure? The Raikage, robust yet astute, aimed to clarify matters swiftly and rally the hearts of his people. As he stepped into the house, he instantly perceived that someone had recently visited. The slightest shifts in various objects were apparent to him. A common ninja might overlook such traces of this restorative search, yet his keen observational skills, complemented by the unparalleled memory bestowed upon him by the revered figures of the ninja realm, rendered even the minutest discrepancies glaringly evident. Feigning ignorance, he closed the door and, with a swift kick, sent Mazai back to the bedroom to sleep. Standing before the window sill beneath the veil of night, Shan Zhongjing finally found the time to contemplate the system rewards he had just received. 2 opportunities for word extraction, 1 chance for word bestowal, and an additional random upgrade opportunity for a white word. It appeared to be quite a bounty. However, in terms of intrinsic value, it truly paled in comparison to the rewards bestowed upon the successful completion of an initial S-rank mission. Could it be that I have now traversed beyond the novice phase, forfeiting the privileges of a beginner? In the midst of the mountains, the protagonist scratched his head and uttered these words, yet internally, he felt little agitation. The demise of Uchiha Madara, the shadowy antagonist, had alleviated much of the urgency that had weighed upon him. With ample time ahead, he possessed the opportunity to gradually evolve. System, extract entries. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the white entry reversal of the mistress and the purple entry magical girl transformation. Reversal of the mistress. What a wealth of hand-to-hand combat experience has bestowed upon you greater agility and a more captivating demeanor. Your physique is supple and nimble, enhancing your allure to men while diminishing the fondness of women. Magical girl transformation. Purple. By exclaiming magical girl transformation, you can harness unique magical energy, seamlessly integrating it into your being, thereby manifesting a distinctive energy attire and awakening your personal abilities. This grants you exclusive magical equipment or weaponry, significantly enhancing your strength, speed, defense, stamina, casting speed, and willpower. By the heavens! Upon hearing the entry in the mountains, the individual felt a surge of excitement, believing that fortune had finally turned in his favor, presenting him with a remarkable opportunity. However, was it truly a case of horse-monkey burning wine? System, are you jesting with me? The initial white entry led him to momentarily think of a triumphant reversal, only to reveal itself as a brothel lady. Subsequently, the farcical nature became undeniable. A magical girl. I am, after all, a man. The landscape of the mountains is as dark as ink. Although magical girls may appear quite adorable, from what he knows, their potential is exceedingly high. However, as a grown man, if he were to truly activate this term, who knows what terrifying events might unfold? The integrity of the system has never been particularly commendable. What a frustrating contraption. In the midst of the mountainous scenery, the protagonists vented their frustrations at the system for quite some time. Contemplating, they pondered whether to bestow this particular entry upon Kushina, who is after all their beloved spouse. Granting her a purple entry would hardly be a loss. The thought of Kushina exclaiming magical girl transformation and then emerging in a splendid outfit filled them with a hint of excitement. Alas, they lamented. The system should have also granted me the opportunity to upgrade that random white entry. In the mountains, the protagonist envisioned the transformation of Kushina and casually issued a command to the system. To him, the white text appeared to be nothing more than a tasteless indulgence, regrettable to abandon yet lacking in substance. Moreover, the element of randomness was beyond his control. Regardless of the upgrade, the utmost he could expect was a mere green text. How much could it truly defy the odds? Congratulations, host. The white text expired milk has successfully upgraded to the green text enhanced milk. Enhanced milk. Green when utilizing medical ninjutsu. The nature of the technique undergoes subtle, unpredictable changes, enhancing the proficiency of medical ninjutsu, chakra control, healing speed, and healing effectiveness, with a slight probability of eliciting a positive response from the recipient. Is that satisfactory? In the mountainous landscape, Shan Zhongjing raised an eyebrow and casually activated the green attribute to enhance his healing abilities. Although he possessed a celestial body that allowed him to recover at an astonishing rate after injuries, making medical ninjutsu generally unnecessary. It was always better to have such resources at hand. Who could guarantee that those around him would remain unscathed? It was a prudent measure against unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, the development of a similar technique to self-revival for Kushina had yet to materialize, and Tsunade's reliability was somewhat questionable. By enhancing his medical ninjutsu, he could also become self-sufficient. Could he not? A wealth of memories related to the practice of medical ninjutsu flooded into Shan Zhongjing's mind. Techniques such as the mastery of healing arts, the art of eradicating ailments, the technique for extracting minute afflictions, the art of vivification, and the chakra scalpel were swiftly grasped by him. The medical water release, which he had already become exceedingly familiar with upon mastering the water release, was revisited once more. The chakra scalpel felt even more precise than the medical water release and water mantis technique, did it not? In the mountainous landscape, with a swift clap of his hands, he dispensed with the cumbersome hand signs. A delicate, translucent blade of pale blue chakra swiftly coalesced around his hands. With the precision of his mind, he deftly adjusted the size and length of the blade's tip. Unlike the more forceful medical water release technique, the water mantis, the chakra scalpel lacked such cutting power. Yet, its heightened precision and chakra manipulation led to an alternative realm of effectiveness. A medical ninja, fully mastering the chakra scalpel, could even create a blade that traversed the skin's surface, directly targeting the muscles, meridians, and organs within the body. However, this seemingly overpowered technique was not without its flaws. The more intricate the chakra control required, especially as it ventured further from the body's surface, the greater the demand for chakra mastery. In the original narrative, Kabuto had once employed this technique to sever the muscles of Tsunade's right arm and thigh, thwarting her from unleashing her immense strength. Yet, constrained by his chakra control, the length of his chakra scalpel in combat was too short to directly sever Tsunade's cardiovascular system in a single decisive blow. Could it be that the layer of fat was simply too thick? In the mountainous landscape, one gazes at the slender chakra scalpel, which is now extended nearly 20 centimeters in length. Silently assessing Tsunade's magnanimity, one feels a fleeting sympathy for Kabuto. It is not that Kabuto lacks strength. Rather, the enemy's defenses are exceedingly formidable, rendering any assailant's efforts arduous. It is worth noting that his mastery of chakra control, enhanced from a zero-frame initiation, is among the most esteemed in the entire ninja world. Even if the medicinal enhancement is merely a green attribute, his command over the chakra scalpel undoubtedly surpasses that of 99% of medical ninjas in Konoha. Yet, despite this, his chakra scalpel can only extend to nearly 20 centimeters in length. In the throes of fierce combat, this length would diminish further. While he might manage to contend with the likes of young Sakura, Kuratsuchi, Karen, or Karui, confronting the exceptionally gifted Tsunade, Samui, or Konan suggests a more pragmatic approach. Perhaps a change in jutsu would be prudent. What does the emergence of a slight positive response signify? Shan Zhongjing glanced at the detailed explanation of the term from earlier. After some contemplation, he dissipated the chakra scalpel in his hand. With a swift clap of his hands, he summoned the most frequently utilized medical ninjutsu, the healing palm technique. As the pale green chakra made contact with his arm, Shan Zhongjing instinctively gasped, quickly retracting his palm. The sensation was akin to stepping into an air-conditioned room on a sweltering summer day, refreshing and invigorating. Observing the hairs on his arm standing on end, he placed his hand upon it once more. This time, the sensation differed significantly. It felt as though he were soaking in a hot spring. No, even more delightful than that. An unparalleled comfort that seemed to invigorate his spirit further. What could this be? A ninjutsu stimulant? Its effects appeared promising. As time progressed, the sensation intensified. How intriguing. In the midst of the mountain scenery, a shiver ran through him, prompting him to hastily withdraw his palm once more. He glanced at the verdant green medical ninjutsu seal upon his hand, his expression one of sheer horror, as if he had encountered a ghost. Just moments ago, it seemed he had come into contact with something foul. System, are you certain that the medication included in this entry is legitimate? In the mountains, the landscape shifted in hues as he dispelled the palm healing technique in his hands. Resolute in his decision, he vowed never to employ medical ninjutsu on another unless absolutely necessary. This practice, once utilized, could tarnish a person's reputation. Had it not been for the fact that once activated, the technique could only be relinquished through a specific opportunity, which he had already exhausted. He would have been compelled to discard this technique on the spot. With a countenance displaying an indescribable blend of emotions, he stood there. The scenery in the mountains has concealed its visage, retreating directly into the bedroom for slumber. The following morning, at 11 o'clock, amidst the serene beauty of the mountains, Mazai, having completed his retirement formalities, emerged from the Reikage office building. In the village of Kumogakure, where strength is revered and the powerful are idolized, it is a rare occurrence for a ninja to choose retirement unless faced with severe, incurable injuries. Consequently, the retirement process in Kumogakure is markedly simpler than the multiple approvals, extensive verifications, and dedicated counseling found in Konoha. At 8:30 in the morning, Mazai filled out his retirement application, and by 9 o'clock, the third Reikage, promptly approved it with a mere affirmation. By 9:30, he returned the ninja headband originally issued to him and had his employment records officially rescinded. In the mountains, Jin and Mazai, with the remaining time at their disposal, leased a plot of land situated to the east of Yunin village, which was relatively barren, yet boasted of flat terrain and convenient access. Due to the 2-year lease, Zisei had utilized only about half of his savings accumulated over nearly 30 years as a ninja. The remaining funds were more than sufficient for them to construct a shelter, purchase feed, and cover the expenses for calves and piglets. Mazai, initially feeling a sense of loss after returning his ninja headband, found that sentiment dissipated completely upon receiving the land lease contract. The notion of living as a prosperous owner captivated him. As for the lower-ranked ninjas, they were merely the laborers for his breeding farm. Once the breeding farm was established, he was determined to post several tasks at the mission board, specifically requesting his teammates for the jobs. With the land lease contract in hand, Mazai couldn't suppress the smile that adorned his face. In the mountains, Jing's gaze inadvertently caught sight of the apothecary Yanoyu, who seemed to accidentally drop the book he held as he passed by the street. A flicker of curiosity stirred within him. The title of the book was Ripples. This was the signal employed for urgent communication, inscribed upon the initial task scroll. Should this signal be activated, it would indicate that the circumstances in Yuin village, or rather, Yanoyu's predicament, had reached an exceedingly perilous juncture. With a sense of urgency, he resolved to bid farewell to his teammates. Upon gazing at the two young lads beckoning towards Mazai from the roadside, Shan Zhongjing delivered a playful slap to the back of Mazai's head. Hee, old man, I suppose I won't be returning home for lunch then. Mazai chuckled heartily, uttering his words as he sprinted towards his teammates. Eat if you wish, or forgo it. In the mountains, Jiang feigned a look of helplessness and smiled faintly. He executed the technique of body flicker, vanishing from his original position. With his right hand tucked into his pocket, he silently completed a one-handed hand seal, taking advantage of the chakra fluctuations generated by the body flicker technique. Given his current mastery of in release, unless one were to monitor him with sensory ninjutsu throughout the entire process, the subtle chakra fluctuations concealed within the body flicker technique would be imperceptible to ordinary ninjas. What's wrong? The voice of Yao Shiyinayu echoed in the depths of his mind. During last night's high-level meeting, Yunin village had resolved to declare war on Wu-In village. Our mission was accomplished. Concurrently, this morning, a rigorous examination of ninjas commenced within Yunin village, aimed at uncovering all spies concealed within the community. My identity cannot withstand scrutiny, and I must evacuate immediately. Would you care to join me? Yao Shiyinayu's voice was remarkably steady. As a seasoned spy with a modestly renowned reputation throughout the ninja world, she understood that in critical moments, maintaining composure is of utmost importance. Once panic ensues, capture becomes almost inevitable. Has Yunin village already been sealed off? Are you certain you can escape? The scenery in the mountains caused a slight arch of the brow. A mere 70% certainty. 70%. What distinction does that hold from utter uncertainty? The pharmacist Nanoyu felt a twitch in her eyelids. Was this even coherent? The peril associated with spies is inherently grave. Under the circumstances of an entire ninja village being sealed off, the majority of spies would find themselves utterly helpless, resigned to fate, or contemplating self-destruction. To possess a 70% assurance is, in fact, remarkably high, is it not? Would you mind indulging in a brief slumber? In the secluded alleyway, unnoticed by anyone, Yamashita Kage descended from the rooftops. Through the art of mental transmission, he conveyed the route that led him here directly into the mind of the pharmacist, Yanoyu. With you? Yamashita Kage, perplexed, was about to inquire further when Yeno Yu's voice resonated once more. How confident are you in a safe withdrawal? 10 out of 10. Next time you wish to deceive a girl, remember to say a little less. It enhances your credibility. Additionally, consider adopting a less disheveled and greasy persona. Disheveled? Greasy? Amidst the mountainous scenery, he subconsciously touched his face. Indeed, his current appearance aligns with the description. However, it is the first time in his life that he has been criticized for his looks. No, that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is, who would attempt to deceive him for a fleeting encounter? Is he truly that kind of person? When I mentioned taking a nap, I meant a brief slumber, not sharing a bed with me. In the depths of the mountains, I took a few deep breaths, patiently explaining to pharmacist Yano Yu. A confidential route? Yano furrowed her brow slightly, yet internally, she felt a sense of relief. She understood that certain routes of extreme secrecy could involve covering the eyes of those being transported or inducing a state of sleep in them, thereby ensuring the utmost security of the passage. If such a route existed, it would indeed be far safer than the escape route she had initially prepared. So, should we proceed or not? In the mountainous landscape, Sean scratched his cheek and posed a rhetorical question. For him, departing from Yunin village under the constraints of a village-wide lockdown was not particularly challenging. The most straightforward method was to employ the Flying Thunder God technique for instantaneous spatial transfer. As for what to say to the third Hokage upon returning to the village to report on his mission, that would depend on the disposition of those elder statesmen. If they refrained from causing him trouble, he would not mind enjoying a period of peace and tranquility. He could easily use the excuse of the water transformation technique to navigate through underground water for his tasks. However, should those old-timers choose to provoke him, he would have no qualms about asserting that it was time for the younger generation to take the reins. Could the secret escape route accommodate multiple individuals? Previously, he had discovered 2 spies from Konoha. Yao Shirinayu inquired again. Although the intelligence operatives were fundamentally unacquainted and were strictly prohibited from contacting one another or revealing their identities, she had, through her observations and deductions while gathering intelligence, identified 2 other spies hailing from Konoha. Given the current situation within Yunin village, failing to retreat promptly would likely result in their capture. The repercussions of leaking vital information from the village were unknown, yet the potential consequences could be dire. Not a problem. 1 hour from now, at the Eastern No. 14 training ground. In the mountains, Yamanaka Kage paused briefly, designating a location that was exceptionally close to an underground water vein. Although he was unaware of the extent to which Kumo's hidden forces had infiltrated, he certainly did not mind lending a helping hand, given their diligent efforts on behalf of Konoha. Understood. Medic ninja Yao Shiryena did not rejoin Yamanaka Kage, but instead turned towards the mission reception area. 1 hour later, at Kumo's number 14 training ground, Medic ninja Yao Shiryena arrived with 2 male ninjas, each approaching from different directions, concealed beneath the earth using the earth release technique. Yamanaka Kage glanced at the profiles of the 2 individuals. It was evident that they were indeed spies from Konoha. He gradually emerged from underground and signaled his identity to Yao Shiryena and the 2 men. With expressions of relief, the 2 male ninjas promptly reciprocated the signal. Earlier that morning, upon learning of Kumo village's comprehensive lockdown and extensive investigations into spies, they had felt as if the sky was collapsing around them. They had prepared for the worst, destroying all documents and intelligence, awaiting the ensuing scrutiny in hopes of evading detection. No one understood better than they the grim fate that awaited captured spies. Thus, the prospect of escape was akin to a miraculous reprieve. Miko, shall we begin? In the mountains, the scenery did not directly call out the name of the pharmacist, Yanayu, but instead referred to her by her code name. We must act swiftly. The haste of our actions leaves me unable to guarantee that no flaws have been left behind. Yanayu nodded in acknowledgement. The other 2 male ninjas similarly inclined their heads. Nirvana Sanctuary Technique. In the heart of the mountains, with a resounding clap of his hands, white feathers cascaded down from above, enveloping the 3 individuals in a surreal haze. As they gazed at him, a profound disorientation seized them, and in the next moment, they succumbed to the irresistible embrace of slumber. With his right hand, he steadied the collapsing figure of the healer, Nanoyu, while his left hand grasped the waistbands of the other 2 ninjas. Closing his eyes, he harnessed the extraordinary spatial perception granted by the purple text of the time-space insight, swiftly capturing the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God located several dozen kilometers beyond the hidden cloud village. The scenery of the mountains invoked the flying thunder god technique, causing the three individuals to vanish from their original location. In an instant, the surroundings transformed. The rocky pillars and yellow earth of the 14th training ground morphed into a lush expanse of verdant forests and underbrush. This locale lay over 50 kilometers to the west of Hidden Cloud Village, far beyond the routine patrol limits of the village's guard. As they journeyed from the Iron Country to Yunin Village, they paused here to allow the falcon to regain its strength. From his storage scroll, he retrieved a map of the ninja world. After marking their current location, he handed it to the apothecary, Nanoyu, casting a glance at her sleeping form, which appeared more tranquil and serene, devoid of the usual fade of innocence and vulnerability. He smiled wryly. After a moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, he gently tapped her thigh. "I hope you find this gift to your liking," he thought, a mischievous grin gracing his lips. In the heart of the mountains, the figure known as Shan Zhongjing clapped his hands, leaving behind a shadow clone while his true self swiftly returned to his home in Yunin Village. The shadow clone surveyed the surrounding environment, forming hand seals to execute a rudimentary earth release technique, causing the ground beneath the three individuals to sink slightly. He then employed another earth technique to create a layer of camouflage above the sunken ground. Once assured that no passerby would easily detect him, he descended underground, concealing his presence. As midnight approached, the skilled medic, Yaoshiryu, struggled to awaken from the dreamscape conjured by the Nirvana technique. Having slumbered for nearly 10 hours, cautiously gripping the special paper map in her hand, she surveyed the dark surroundings to ensure her own safety, as well as that of her fellow Konoha spies. After a moment's hesitation, she used a kunai to carve an opening in the earthen cover above her head. Starlight illuminated her eyes, and with its glow, she checked the markings on the map indicating their location, allowing her tense body to relax slightly. Returning to the pit, she checked on her companions once more, noting that they remained in deep slumber. Her gaze shifted to the river, a mere 100 meters away. Resolving to disguise herself anew, she set a simple alarm trap before plunging into the chilling waters, washing away the remnants of her disguise and scent. Moments later, she glanced down at her thigh, where a glaring mark, roughly the size of a palm, stood out conspicuously. Despite her training, tears nearly welled in her eyes. 17 times. It was merely a matter of using a secret route. Or was it not? Yaoshiryu cautiously assessed her physical state, confirming she was unharmed, though her complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. The good news was that she had not truly been compromised. The bad news was that this mark obviously involved sealing techniques, which she lacked the ability to remove. Would anyone believe her if she tried to explain? How would she ever enjoy a hot spring again? Could she swim? Would she still be able to face others? Rogue. Shameless. Pervert. Scum. Despicable fiend. She muttered incessantly. Even after expressing her feelings towards the other party, she had managed to escape safely from Yunin Village. Yet, the price she paid. Meanwhile, far away in the mountains of Yunin Village, Shan Zhongjing sneezed repeatedly in the dead of night, feeling the memories relayed by the vanished shadow clone. A smirk crept across his lips. It seemed Yaoshiryu appreciated his gift. "Let us see if you dare to misjudge me again," he mused silently. Standing before the window, Yamaguchi Kei gazed out at the brightly lit village of Kumo, even at past midnight. He silently mourned for the spies from other ninja villages for a fleeting moment. Tonight, all ninjas were confined to their homes, yet in the area visible to him, 3 battles had already erupted from evening until now. This indicated that at least 3 spies had been captured. In a bid to swiftly eliminate internal threats and officially declare war on Kirigakure, the higher-ups of Kumogakure were indeed resolute this time. As Yamanaka Kage lost himself in thought beneath the night sky, a swirling mass of pitch black and azure flames erupted from the streets several kilometers away. Was that the chakra flames of the Two Tails? In the hands of the Jinchuriki? The leaders of Kumogakure must have lost their senses. Their judgment was even less astute than that of Danzo. Just as the Jinchuriki killer bee had finished his business, they had allowed those spies to approach him. The host of the Two Tails, without any precaution. And those Umbu, weren't they supposed to be formidable? Why did they all seem to falter at such a critical moment? The landscape of the mountains shifted several times before his eyes. Logically speaking, as a ninja of Konoha, what concern should he have for the Jinchuriki of Kumogakure? Yet, his presence in Kumogakure was solely for the purpose of the wooden person. If his butterfly wings were to inadvertently extinguish the life of that young girl, how could he ever find solace in sleep thereafter? Reflecting on the sight of that girl, huddled and pitifully clutching her knees at his doorstep. And recalling the sheer joy and happiness radiating from her face while immersed in her games, he thought, the high-ranking officials of Kumogakure truly deserve their fate. In the midst of the mountainous scenery, he clenched his teeth in frustration and flung open the door, rushing outside. Father, Musa, who had been lounging on the sofa in utter boredom while perusing a guide on pig farming, could not help but exclaim upon witnessing his father dash out of the house like a gust of wind. Stay at home and wait for my return. The distant sounds of the mountain scenery echoed through the air. Mazai stood at the entrance, gazing at the azure flames of chakra rising in the distance, his pupils constricting in alarm. He yearned to intervene, but found himself at a loss for words. All he could do was watch as his father's figure swiftly vanished into the cool evening breeze. This was a consequence of the command issued by the Third Reikage, which had restricted all ninjas and residents of Kumogakure, save for the Jonin and Umbu, to their homes as dusk approached. As the scenery in the mountains unfolded seamlessly, we approached the neighborhood inhabited by the two wooden figures. A multitude of residents, compelled by the azure flames that erupted in the vicinity of the two tails, rushed out of their homes. Simultaneously, several mid-level and lower-level ninjas, affected by the chaos, tirelessly directed and guided the panicked civilians towards the refuge. In the depths of the mountain, Shanzhongjing moved swiftly against the tide of people, advancing rapidly atop the rooftops. Soon, he arrived at the periphery of the battlefield, where he beheld the unfolding scene at its heart. A dozen elite ninjas from Yunin were currently besieging 4 individuals clad in the standard attire of the Yunin Umbu. Surrounding them were 6 Umbu ninjas, forming a sealing barrier designed to aid in suppressing the tailed beast, desperately striving to assist the wooden figure in controlling the rampaging two tails within. Scattered around them lay approximately 7 bodies adorned in Umbu garb, strewn haphazardly in a manner that rendered it nearly impossible to discern whether they belonged to genuine Umbu or members of other factions masquerading in similar attire. However, at that moment, Shanzhongjing had no inclination to dwell on these individuals. Within the rudimentary sealing barrier, the wooden figure was on all fours, its eyes rolled back, body slightly arched like a raccoon, emitting a series of anguished growls. The once adorable young girl now bore a visage twisted and contorted by unbearable pain. Meanwhile, the blue chakra flames continued to surge and swirl within the sealing barrier conjured by the 6 Umbu ninjas, clearly escalating in intensity. It was evident that, despite the wooden figure's utmost efforts, it remained unable to contain the frenzied two tails. Was it an illusion? A jinjutsu of ocular bloodline limit? Or perhaps even a hallucinogenic drug? In the mountains, Shanzhongjing fixed his gaze upon the 2 wooden figures ensconced within the barrier, his brow furrowing slightly. The 6 members of the Umbu evidently possessed a certain level of expertise in dealing with Jinchuriki and the rampaging tailed beasts. Although the sealing barrier they employed was not of a high grade, the combined strength of the 6 significantly alleviated the pressure exerted by the wooden figures. However, the chakra of the two tails felt amiss, and the condition of the wooden figures was equally troubling. The Master of Yin Release, a title earned by Shanzhongjing through his innate talent and diligent cultivation of the purple attribute, was unparalleled in his understanding of Yin Release within the entire ninja world. He could distinctly sense the subtly entwined Yin Release energy lurking within the chakra of the tailed beast. Unlike the typical illusion techniques wielded by ordinary Jinjutsu practitioners, the essence of Yin Release exuded a haunting, somber, and sanguine aura. Was it a Sharingan Jinjutsu? No, the power of the Sharingan was far more extreme and sinister, devoid of such a heavy scent of blood. It was the Blood Dragon Eye, an ability belonging to the Bloodpool clan. And then there were the wooden figures. The violently trembling pupils and the erratic fluctuations of mental energy were clear indicators of being under the influence of some substance. It was reminiscent of the time when Orochimaru had ruthlessly ensnared the previous 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Brubi, using a potent hallucinogenic drug. Now, a similar method was being employed on the wooden figures, though the effects of the opponent's hallucinogen were evidently not as formidable as Orochimaru's. Currently, the situation was such that the wooden figures, due to the chakra of the rampaging two tails, had broken free from the Jinjutsu's control, yet, under the influence of the drug, they were utterly incapable of exerting full control over the sealing and suppression of the tailed beast, let alone awakening the two tails. Meanwhile, the two tails appeared less a victim of Jinjutsu and more as if it was unwilling to awaken from the illusion, exhibiting a foolishness akin to imitating the likes of Tsunade. Shanzhongjing inwardly cursed under his breath. If the situation were to continue unchecked, the body of the wooden puppet would undoubtedly be the first to succumb to the overwhelming force of the tailed beast's rampage, ultimately meeting a tragic fate akin to that of Barubi. To resolve the predicament, it was imperative to forcibly awaken and subdue the two tails. Such a high-caliber technique was readily available in Shan Zhongjing's repository of illusionary arts. However, given his meager rank as a chunin, he was ill-equipped to harness any of those techniques effectively. In close proximity, with direct contact, he intended to utilize pure yin release, minimizing chakra leakage to the utmost extent, concealed by the chakra emanating from the rampaging two tails. In the depths of the mountains, a flurry of feasible plans swiftly flickered through the mind of Yamaguchi Kei. He executed the body flicker technique consecutively, arriving at the periphery of the ceiling barrier conjured by 6 Umbu ninjas. The 6 Umbu turned their gazes toward him in unison, their expressions laden with vigilance and trepidation. 2 of them nearly succumbed to the urge to strike immediately. "Say, what are you planning to do?" The anxious voice of the Umbu squad leader, who was previously acquainted with Yamaguchi Kei, rang out. His fear was palpable. Throughout the day, the Umbu had unearthed several spies from other ninja villages. If this Sei was indeed one of them, then the squad leader, who had recently assured others of their safety. I wish to assist her. In the mountains, Yamashita presented an appearance of forced courage. "Leave this place. What chaos can be added at such a time?" The Umbu squad leader was on the verge of grinding his teeth in frustration. He could empathize with the instinctive urge to act when witnessing someone he cared for in peril. Yet, you, a mere chunin, truly lack awareness of your limitations. The heart of a Jinchuriki is solitary and resolute. Allow him to enter and awaken the dormant spirit within. The rhythm of today remains splendid. The voice of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, echoed from not far away. Behind him, several octopus-like tails wielded razor-sharp ninja blades, slicing through the air with dazzling brilliance. In the blink of an eye, the few enemies who had been stubbornly resisting were swiftly overwhelmed, either meeting their demise on the spot or being captured outright. Lord Killer Bee, the surrounding Umbu and Jonin collectively sighed in relief. After dispatching the foes, Killer Bee merely waved at Yamashita, urging him to hasten his movements. Just yesterday, he lay unconscious in a pit like a dead dog, yet today he emerged lively and ready to support his comrades. The regenerative abilities of a Jinchuriki are truly astonishing. All right. In the presence of several members of the Dark Faction, Shan Zhongjing took a deep breath, trembling legs carrying him towards the direction of the wooden figure. Although to these shadowy observers, it was evident that he was terrified to the core, his movements remained unhurried. As he called out the name of the wooden figure, he disregarded the encroaching influence of the 2 Tails chakra that began to seep into his body due to their proximity. With a gentle hand, he rested it upon the small head of the wooden figure. "You again, tormenting my little girl for amusement?" he mused. The art of illusion colliding with illusion, forcibly altering or overshadowing an enemy's jinjutsu, is a technique that can only be executed when one's mental prowess vastly exceeds that of the adversary. Wasn't the 2 Tails just now willingly ensnared in illusion, reluctant to awaken? Let us see if you can remain in that state for a lifetime. In a vibrant expanse adorned with blooming mountain flowers, the 2-tailed creature, Ri, frolicked joyfully with other tailed beasts. The fluffy Kai-Bai, the disheveled Ushioni, the bustling Chme, the languid Sh-Kin, and the lively M thrived in playful camaraderie. The Sage of 6 Paths sat serenely amidst the floral fields, observing their merriment with quietude. Ri's agile tail playfully swatted the back of the 4-tailed Sun Wukong, inciting the irritable little monkey to give chase in a fit of playful fury. After a considerable pursuit, Wukong begrudgingly relinquished the chase, only to turn and provoke the less swift Chme with renewed vigor. Chme, resembling a caterpillar, retaliated by spitting silk in frustration, but missed Wukong entirely, ensnaring the 3-tailed Ishi instead. The innocent Ishi sighed in resignation, casting a reproachful glance at the instigator, Ry. The air was thick with an essence of freedom and joy. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the entire atmosphere shifted dramatically. The figure of the Sage of 6 Paths vanished, replaced by a man adorned with a heavy golden turban and a resplendent knee-length robe, his hands adorned with opulent jewelry. The other tailed beasts transformed into towering giants, each clad in vibrant robes and white turbans, their statures dwarfing even that of Ry. It is crucial to note that even in their juvenile forms, tailed beasts possess a size that is dozens of times greater than that of a human. Encountering such colossal beings for the first time, Wairi instinctively took a step back, a foreboding sense of dread welling within. Name: Wairi. Occupation: beast. Attributes: 9 lives, purple, two-tailed demon, purple, dazzling demon fire, purple, swift reflexes, blue, hunter-s instinct, blue, agile grace, blue, yin-yang eyes, blue. In the recesses of the spiritual realm, observing the mountainous landscape of Wairi, a fleeting glance at the creature's attributes revealed a less than impressive array compared to the opulent ensemble of the Kai Bai, with its 1 red, 3 purple, and 2 blue attributes. One singular red attribute, Kai Maha, could easily obliterate Wairi's collection of attributes. It is no wonder that in former times, it was often said that tailed beasts could be categorized into 2 types, the Kai Bai and the others. Ah, little M, it is time for us to capture you. Please do not let my servants ensnare you, or else. Within the illusionary space, the human form of the Sage of 6 Paths pressed his palms together, bowing in an unusual gesture. Rising, he shook his head and uttered a phrase, and before Wairi could comprehend the unfolding events, he gestured towards the 8 giants, now transformed from tailed beasts, standing beside him. The 8 towering figures, larger than Wairi, lunged at the bewildered creature. The blue feline, unaware of the impending ordeal, instinctively dodged a few times, but was ultimately overwhelmed and pinned to the ground by the experienced giants. Yamit! A piercing scream echoed throughout the illusionary realm. In the midst of the mountain, the figure decisively shut off its perception of the illusionary realm, gazing instead into the heart's world of the wooden child through the energy of shadowy retreat. Within the dimly colored realm of the mind, countless pairs of eyes fixated upon the wooden child, who sat huddled on the ground, embracing her knees. The young girl dared not lift her gaze to meet the multitude of eyes surrounding her, filled with hostility, disdain, fear, and loathing. Instead, she remained transfixed by the only vibrant object before her, the double 6 chessboard. Each movement of the pieces upon the board reflected the joyful scenes of the figure and the wooden child playing together in the mountains. In those images, the young girl always wore a radiant smile. Witnessing such scenes, the wooden child within the realm of consciousness would also curl the corners of her mouth into a faint smile. Yet, as Shang Zhongjing gazed at the image before him, his somewhat indistinct figure stirred a profound sense of doubt within his heart. What could this imply? If it were indeed a recollection, one would expect clarity rather than a deliberate obscuring of the subject's likeness. Such a portrayal seems to suggest that this is not a true reflection of his appearance. How could this be? Where have I exposed a flaw? The scenery in the mountains appeared somewhat bewildering. He never anticipated that his seemingly flawless disguise would be exposed by the wooden figure, confounded within. He relied on the communication within the realm of the mind, where the outside world remained oblivious, and it would not consume much time. Moreover, he possessed sufficient means and hidden cards to address all conceivable eventualities. The ethereal essence of Shan Zhongjing regained its original appearance and gracefully settled cross-legged before the wooden figure. Uncle, I knew you would come. The wooden figure, initially oblivious, gradually acknowledged the presence of Shan Zhongjing seated across from her. After tilting her head and scrutinizing for a few moments, the previously vacant gaze transformed into one that shimmered like a precious pearl amidst the vast sea. A radiant smile blossomed on the youthful visage. How did you recognize me? In the mountains, Jing smiled as he spoke. In truth, he himself was uncertain. If given another chance, would he still recklessly rush forward in such a manner? The trust bestowed upon him by the wooden figure weighed heavily on his heart. The great cat remarked, "Your soul is far more delectable than your appearance suggests." The wooden figure grinned widely, a hint of pride evident on his small face. Aren't you afraid? In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing raised an eyebrow, reflecting on the entry page of the 2 tales and their journey, feeling a sense of regret for the oversight. The yin-yang eye, capable of perceiving the souls of others. In a realm governed by the old man of the 6 paths, this ability seemed to offer little value in terms of combat, support, or enhancement of strength. Yet, curiously, it proved to be the nemesis of transformation-type ninjutsu. How frustrating. The original text did not indicate that the 2 tales possessed such a capability. You truly look remarkably youthful and handsome. Yumu blinked her large eyes, and in response to Shan Zhongjing's inquiry, merely smiled and shook his head with a cheerful demeanor. Youthful, dashing. His smile radiated a purity akin to the sky cleared of dust after a rainstorm. Indeed, he was even more captivating than she had envisioned. Thank you for the compliment. In the mountains, the gentle breeze playfully brushed against the forehead of the wooden girl. It was surprising to discover that this little maiden was, indeed, an admirer of beauty. Hee, she giggled, covering her forehead with both hands, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Shall we venture outside? Today, the big cat was brimming with excitement, and I seemed to have indulged in something I shouldn't have, rendering me unable to contain its exuberance. However, it matters not, for the uncle has already taught it a lesson, ensuring that it will refrain from causing mischief for quite some time. But what if I cause trouble? Is that okay? There was no trouble at all. The wooden girl had behaved splendidly and was truly an exceptional child. I am immensely proud of you. Upon hearing such words, the long-held grievances and loneliness of the wooden girl surged forth, breaking free like a dam. She dashed into the embrace of the mountain scenery and wept openly. Though I long to take you out just like this, it would not be right to harm anyone. Uncle? Allow me to offer you a small gift as an expression of my apology, wishing you a future that is radiant and filled with hope and beauty. As the words of the figure in the mountains faded, the consciousness of the wooden man gradually succumbed to darkness. In reality, the chakra of the two tails swiftly retreated into the ironclad seal within her abdomen. After emitting a muffled groan, she completely lost consciousness. Medical team, Kairabi, standing outside the barrier with arms crossed, allowed a barely perceptible smile to tug at the corners of his tightly pressed lips. As the Jinchuriki of the eight tails, he held a deeper concern for the fellow Jinchuriki, the two tails. Yet it was precisely for this reason that he refrained from employing the power of the eight tails to assist the wooden man in repressing the two tails. He understood well what a Jinchuriki truly needed. Following this unexpected turn of events, he was convinced that the future of the wooden man would only lead to a path of brightness. The wooden man, whose body had been severely eroded by the chakra of the two tails, began to receive urgent treatment from the medical team of ninjas. In the mountains, if it were not for the swift reaction, as soon as the medical ninjas received the wooden figure, they immediately wrapped their arms tightly with medical bandages. Given the recovery ability of the body, it is likely that by the time the medical ninjas approached to assess the situation, it would have already healed. This recovery ability. In the mountains, the scenery caught his eye as he glanced at his right arm and hand, both enveloped in bandages. He had always pursued a flawless victory. Yet he had never truly experienced the remarkable healing speed of a celestial body. It was a rapid recovery that was visibly astonishing. If others were to witness this, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. The injuries of the Jinchuriki healed swiftly, and your concern serves as the finest remedy. Oh yes, Karabi's rapping remained excruciatingly unpleasant, enough to provoke eye rolls. Yet, he seemed blissfully unaware, singing with unrestrained joy. I have disobeyed orders by venturing out from home. The scenery in the mountains continues to vividly portray a middle-aged ninja who is both contemplative and introspective. A hint of melancholy and helplessness in his expression renders Killer Bee's smile even more sincere than before. The willingness to disregard his own safety and arrive here at the first sign of trouble is a sentiment he has profoundly felt. You rascal. Love and courage are the finest qualities. Fool, no one will blame you. You are an exceptional ninja. The rhyme seems slightly off. I must note that down and make some adjustments. Killer Bee, lost in his own thoughts, retrieves a notebook and a brush from his robe. Exhaling ink reminiscent of octopuses, and immerses himself in the study of his rap rhythms on the small page. In the depths of the mountains, Shan Zhongjing couldn't help but lament that this individual's thought process was indeed peculiar. Moreover, would the ink inscribed by an octopus not fade with the passage of time? Was it possible that the ink of the eight-tentacled creature was impervious to such decay? The more than 10 elite shinobi responsible for combat began to swiftly manage the scene. Prisoners were taken for interrogation, while the deceased were meticulously assembled, awaiting further examination and intelligence gathering. Sixumbu, previously tasked with maintaining the barrier, remained vigilant around the two figures of Mu-Ren. As the medical team concluded their urgent treatments, preparations were made to transport the Jinchuriki to the hospital in the Hidden Cloud Village. The Umbu squad leader, who had earlier been acquainted with Shan Zhongjing, wasted no time and beckoned him to accompany them. The Jinchuriki's condition remained precarious. Heaven only knew what complications might arise upon awakening. Only a fool would allow such an individual, capable of preventing the Jinchuriki from going berserk, to slip away. The scent of disinfectant in the hospital was far from pleasant. It was only after Mu-Ren's condition gradually stabilized that Shan Zhongjing found a cot for companionship and allowed himself a brief moment of rest. The chaotic and tumultuous night had passed. The rising sun replaced the all-night illumination, casting light upon the village nestled within the clouds. The usually decisive and swift actions of the hidden cloud shinobi had effectively eliminated the known threats within the village. Although the Umbu continued their interrogations of the assassins captured the previous night, the overall situation had begun to stabilize. This morning, orders for inventory and logistical preparations echoed through the Raikage's office. Perhaps the village's recent upheavals had led to a flurry of activity, and the war drums had begun to sound. The third Raikage, did not personally visit Muren, but merely instructed the Umbu to convey a message to Shan Zhongjing to temporarily care for him. Initially intending to return home in the morning, Shan Zhongjing found himself obliged to remain in the hospital, tending to Mu Ren's recovery. "Father?" came the muffled shout of Mizai from beyond the door. Shan Zhongjing cast a sidelong glance at the sneaky fellow, nodded to the captain of the covert team beside him, and rose to exit the infirmary. Musai circled around him twice, feeling a slight sense of relief. "Just a minor injury? Thank goodness. I nearly thought I would have to claim a casualty compensation." With a sharp sound, Shan Zhongjing responded to his words by delivering a swift slap to the back of the lad's head. "If you can't speak wisely, then keep your mouth shut. Every day. Seeing you gives me a headache." "Hey, old man, that's just how it is," Musai exclaimed, covering the back of his head with one hand while giving a thumbs up with the other, his expression radiating pride. Earlier that morning, when he was anxiously inquiring about the old man's whereabouts, a young member of the covert team had recounted the events of the previous night. To single-handedly thwart the rampage of a Jinchuriki, such a feat could be boasted about for a lifetime among the Ch-nin. Absolutely. In the midst of the mountainous scenery, he raised his chin slightly, wearing an expression of pride towards his son, clearly relishing the moment. Why haven't the medical ninjas treated this injury? At my age, one ought to minimize the use of medical ninjutsu, which stimulates the body's cells. You do realize your age, don't you, dear father? I must say, the next time you undertake a task, could you please clarify the whereabouts of the deposit slip beforehand? The moment you step out, I am left in a state of panic. You idiot, the hospital corridor once again became a stage for the tender interplay between father and son. "Father, I have made plans with friends to inquire about the construction team's pricing. I must take my leave now." Musa, sensing that his father was not genuinely upset from the force of his punches and kicks, uttered a hasty remark before swiftly fleeing the hospital. Shan Zhongjing cast an apologetic smile at the nurse who was stifling a laugh nearby, before turning to re-enter the ward. The once soundly sleeping Yumu had now opened her eyes, and upon seeing Shan Zhongjing enter the room, a radiant smile blossomed on her little face. "Did I disturb you?" Seated on a nearby bench, Shan Zhongjing observed the wooden figure shaking its head and inquired once more, "Would you care for something to eat?" The wooden figure, feeling the emptiness in its stomach, responded shyly. Despite its body being ravaged by the chakra of the two tails, the wooden figure managed to partake in a modest breakfast. With nothing to occupy his time, Shan Zhongjing commenced narrating tales to the young girl in order to pass the hours. Perhaps due to the events of the previous night, the higher-ups of the Cloud Village had begun to place greater trust in him. That very afternoon, Shan Zhongjing received a personally inscribed appointment letter for the position of Special Jonin from the Raikage, along with a document appointing him as the head instructor of the Ninja Academy. Similar to Konoha, the principal of the Cloud Village's Ninja Academy was also held by the village leader, The nominal vice principal, in reality, served as the true administrator of the institution. The position of head instructor surpassed that of a mere teacher, tasked with assisting the vice principal in managing the academy, a clear indication of being a potential successor to the vice principal. He had already taken a significant step into the upper echelons of the Cloud Village, even earning the privilege to attend high-level meetings. Am I, a mere ninja from Konoha, now ascending to a senior position in the Cloud Village? When Shan Zhongjing received 2 appointment letters, he was utterly bewildered. How did he unexpectedly ascend to the ranks of the senior management of Yunin? Moreover, as the headmaster of the ninja school, he feared he would scarcely have any opportunity to leave the village. How could he possibly find a chance to feign his own death? Alas, this was a dire predicament. Such concerns lingered until a week later, when the wooden man's body had fully recovered and he was granted permission to be discharged. On the eve of his appointment at the Ninja Academy, the magnetic release bloodline limit ninja, Troy, sought out the scenic landscape of the mountains. He hoped to recruit him as a team member for one final mission together. This time, Troy was to lead the team across the expansive waters of the southeastern region of the Land of Lightning. Their objective was to survey the maritime conditions, ascertain supply routes, and identify temporary encampment locations, thereby eliminating any potential hazards for the subsequent advance of the larger ninja contingent. The original owner of the Visage in the Mountains, Sise, although lacking in formidable strength, has dedicated decades to the art of ninjutsu and has endured the trials of both the First and Second Shinobi World Wars. Renowned for his meticulous caution and attentiveness, his experience far surpasses that of an ordinary ninja. Given the lives of thousands of comrades hang in the balance, Troy is naturally reluctant to overlook such an exceptional partner for this mission. In the mountains, Shang Zhongjing readily acquiesced to the other party's request. Hastily laying out all the possessions of his original self upon the family table, he then departed Yunin village alongside Troy. As a special jonin who met his demise in battle, he believed he had honored the appearance of his predecessor. Engaging in combat upon the sea, where bodies vanish without a trace, seemed entirely reasonable, did it not? Ah, how I remained too benevolent. In the month of December, the Land of Thunder had already witnessed several light snowfalls. Although it did not resemble the Land of Iron, where winter cloaks the earth in ice and snow, the temperatures here were undoubtedly lower than in the Land of Fire. For an ordinary person, unless absolutely necessary, one would never initiate warfare during such a season. Yet, ninjas are not ordinary beings. With the presence of chakra, even a freshly graduated genin could easily contend with most extreme weather conditions. Thus, neither the Third Reikage nor the other high-ranking officials of Yunin had ever contemplated the issue of weather. Braving the chilling sea winds, the 4 members of Troy's team, including Shang Zhongjing, alongside another standard team led by a jonin, set sail from the southeastern port of the Land of Thunder. They meticulously surveyed the various islands along the route to the Land of Water. After more than 10 days of thorough inspection, they completed the reconnaissance of the waters surrounding the Land of Thunder and entered the domain of the Land of Water, poised to land on a nearby island known as Li Island, positioned strategically between the great nations of Thunder and Water. The Land of Water would likely become a battleground should war break out between Yunin and Wuyin. Unless one side could swiftly penetrate the other's homeland, the Land of Water would, in all likelihood, become akin to the Land of Rain during the Second Shinobi World War, a theater of conflict. Li Island, an island of utmost geographical significance, would inevitably become a contested ground for both factions. As the ship approached the harbor of Li Island, with approximately a nautical mile remaining, a chunin stationed at the lookout discerned the hidden Wuyin ninja warships among the multitude of vessels in the port. Shang Zhongjing, who had eagerly awaited the enemy's appearance, let out a slight sigh of relief upon receiving this news. Li Island represented the final destination of their current mission. Should no adversaries materialize, he would have to impersonate the enemy to facilitate his own departure. He cast a glance at the Yunin ninjas aboard the ship who were beginning to utilize transformation techniques to disguise themselves as sailors and fishermen. In the mountains, amidst the ranks devoid of perceptive ninjas, one adeptly formed hand seals. While executing the transformation technique, he silently employed a sensory ninjutsu. With a radius of 10 kilometers and the ability to perceive up to 5 kilometers away, the sensory ninjutsu swiftly scanned the harbor. A total of 15 distinct chakra signatures emanated from the port, prompting a raised eyebrow in surprise. He gazed into the distance at the harbor, which still retained a semblance of prosperity. In the mountains, a hand rested upon the boat's edge, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile tinged with intrigue. Among the 15 distinct chakra presences, 14 felt entirely unfamiliar. Yet, the remaining one left an indelible impression. Gloomy, murky, and reeking of blood. This was undoubtedly the blood-eyed ninja who had been ensnared by the wooden puppet's sinister machinations over half a month ago. The blood-eyed dragon, indeed. In the mountains, Kage glanced at the location where the 3-tomo Sharingan sealing scroll was stored against his chest, feeling a slight itch in his hands. The gains from this trip to the Hidden Cloud Village were meager. How could he return without bringing back a local specialty to justify the long journey? The vessel gradually approached the shore, finally halting at a vacant spot in the harbor. With the action plan previously discussed, 6 individuals, including Kage, disembarked while maintaining their transformation jutsu, ready to venture onto the island to gather intelligence, their peripheral vision sweeping over the seemingly tranquil sea surface. Amidst the tranquil mountains, Shang Zhongjing followed the lead of Troy as they proceeded toward the town situated beyond the harbor. The modest harbor bustled with activity. where dozens of sailors and laborers dressed in ordinary attire fervently engaged in the loading and unloading of cargo. At first glance, there appeared to be nothing amiss. Yet, an insidious aura, reminiscent of the blood dragon's unique malevolence, subtly enveloped these individuals. Upon noticing Shan Zhongjing and his entourage passing by, the figures stiffened momentarily, their eyes flickering with a concealed crimson glimmer. A few among them, seemingly casual, shifted slightly closer to the group. Among those transporting wooden crates, a burly man appeared to lose his footing, staggering toward the leading figure of Troy. Something was amiss. Troy's vigilant gaze swept across the surroundings, and he urgently warned his companions. In a swift motion, he evaded the approaching threat, creating a distance of over 10 meters between them. Upon witnessing the scene, the group led by Shan Zhongjing swiftly followed in Troy's footsteps to evade the unfolding chaos. The burly man who had fallen to the ground did not explode. Instead, he repeatedly apologized to the group while bending down to gather the scattered goods. Clearly, the puppeteer behind the curtain did not wish to reveal their secrets so soon. However, it seemed that the patience of some individuals was wearing thin. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from behind the crowd. The vessel that Shan Zhongjing and his companions boarded was shattered into fragments by the explosive force that erupted skyward. A mist-shrouded ninja, with a cloth wrapped around his head and a white mask concealing his face, wielded an unusual large blade, sweeping it across two middle-ranked ninja who were desperately leaping to evade the blast. In the next heartbeat, the sound of another explosion resounded. The two middle-ranked ninja, armed with shuriken, had their arms obliterated, reduced to a shower of flesh amidst the chaos, plummeting towards the sea. Suddenly, a weapon resembling a steel dart pierced the water. Maneuvered by delicate wires, it slithered like a serpent, intertwining with the two falling ninja. The steel dart sank into the depths, and in an instant, the slender wires tightened, causing their bodies to shatter into countless pieces, staining the ocean crimson. Were the users of the explosive blades the renowned No-Pair and the long-bladed sewing needle wielder Kiri Sanmaru, of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen? In the mountainous landscape, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth, his eyes brimming with contempt. Among the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village, he regarded the Great Blade, Shark Skin, as undeniably the most valuable. Following closely were the Lightning Blade, Twin Blades of Flounder, and the Decapitating Blade, which possessed some merits as well. As for the remaining dull blades, Dagger of the Hollow, Needle Blade, and Explosive Blade, what utter trash. One, a hammer affixed behind an axe, boasts of its ability to shatter all defenses. Another, a sharpened steel stake with a wire tied to its end, claims it can pierce any foe and stitch them together. And the most absurd, the Explosive Blade, is said to conjure explosive talismans that detonate upon swinging or are scattered to explode, with its ultimate technique being a self-detonation that obliterates both the wielder and blade, rumored to even extinguish the immortal. Such boasts are nothing short of ludicrous, shattering defenses and piercing all. Perhaps they ought to challenge Susanoo, and to obliterate the immortal? Even Conan's 600 billion explosive talismans have failed to claim a life. Can a mere blade truly turn the tide? He. Magnetic Release Ninja Troy. I have heard you are the nemesis of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen? With a flamboyant hairstyle reminiscent of a punk and donning an umbu mask, Kuri Sumi Karama emerged slowly from the blood-stained depths of the sea, his needle blade resting on his shoulder, letting out an eerie laugh. Meanwhile, 12 ninjas adorned with the Mist Village forehead protectors revealed themselves upon the surrounding waters, 2 from the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, along with 3 standard elite ninja squads, plus the hidden Blood Dragon Eye Ninja. Such a configuration, at least in terms of overt combat strength, far surpassed that of Troy and his companions. Dozens of residents ensnared by the illusion of the Blood Dragon Eye shimmered with crimson light, blocking the path for everyone attempting to leave the island. The Mist Village's forces similarly obstructed their escape from the sea. A fierce battle was imminent. Is the Mist Village preparing to shift blame outward, just like the Sand Village? Upon observing the formation before him, it became evident that, following the loss of Uchiha Obito's remote oversight, the hidden Mist Village had not experienced significant turmoil. Otherwise, in a time of such self-preservation, it would be inconceivable for the village to dispatch such a contingent to confront the looming threat of war from the hidden Cloud Village. It is akin to the hidden Sand Village, which, despite the death of the 3rd Kazekage, continues to function robustly under the steadfast leadership of Chiyo and Elder Chiyo. Similarly, the Hidden Mist possesses venerable elders like Genji, whose wisdom commands respect. Confronted with comparable predicaments, Their choices reflect a striking similarity, while one cannot call it a nemesis. As a wielder of the magnetic release bloodline limit, dealing with opponents whose prowess relies solely on ninja tools should not require excessive effort. Troy retrieved a storage sealing scroll from his waist and placed it in his mouth. As chakra smoke billowed forth, he grasped several shuriken imbued with magnetic properties in each hand. He prepared to break through at the opportune moment, cautioning, "Nikai, do not act too impulsively." In the mountains, the figure of Shanjun Jing slightly bent forward, gripping the kunai behind him. His voice lowered as he spoke to the eager young jonin beside him. His mind began to contemplate how to meet his demise in a manner that would appear most heroic. The young cloud-hidden jonin, named Nikai, paused momentarily upon hearing this, instinctively directing his gaze towards Troy. Noticing Troy's almost imperceptible nod, he swallowed hard. "Hey, just a moment ago, didn't you say it would take little effort to handle the opponent? I was ready to charge in. If it weren't for Brother Zisei speaking up, would I be the first to fall?" Troy's lifeless gaze reflected a hint of incredulity. "Young one, do you not comprehend the essence of trash talk tactics? The two members of the 7 ninja swordsmen before us are renowned figures within the ninja world. In a confrontation, the most optimistic outcome would merely be me leveraging my magnetic release to barely hold off the two of them. We face 3 seasoned jonin teams, comprising 3 jonin, 9 nin, and lower-ranked shinobi. You, a newly appointed jonin, and a specially promoted one based on merit, accompanied by 3 nin. Do you truly believe you can manage this?" Moreover, the group of dazed individuals blocking the dock appeared increasingly suspicious. Who could say if there were lurking enemies? Were they simply waiting for someone to collect the corpses? Nikai's remaining 2 subordinates exchanged silent glances at their utterly bewildered captain. They silently resolved that if they survived this encounter, they would need to instill some sense into their leader, lest they all meet an untimely end in the future. "I hope you can still utter such words later," they thought, stifling nervous laughter. The user of the long knife, Ryren Keimaru, narrowed his gaze slightly. With the long knife slung across his back, he swiftly formed hand seals, enveloping the area in a thick mist. "Water release, hidden mist technique," he declared. "Scream, wail, await the moment when death descends upon you. Witness your insides torn asunder. Watch as your comrades fall one after another. See the blood staining everything around you. How delightful, is it not? You too are anticipating this moment, are you not?" Ryren Keimaru's voice twisted with a perverse excitement, sending chills down the spines of the cloud-hidden ninjas. Troy's eyes sharpened. He had initially intended to buy some time, to magnetize the ground beneath him for an advantageous position in the forthcoming battle. However, the enemy acted with such decisiveness, clearly aware of his tactics, leaving him no opportunity to do so. A sharp sound sliced through the air from behind. The ruthless woolly Shinpachi, brandishing the explosive blade, wore a cruel grin as he swung his weapon towards the last remaining nin of Shanjun Jing's team. As Troy waved his hand, a flurry of square shurikens flew towards the rear. Accompanied by a unique magnetic property, these shurikens, upon striking an enemy or their weapon, would magnetize them. The subsequent attack imbued with magnetic force would draw the magnetized foes irresistibly closer, rendering evasion impossible. With a thunderous explosion, the square shurikens scattered in all directions. From the storage scroll in Troy's mouth, numerous bursts of chakra smoke erupted, while his hands created a cascade of afterimages. Countless square shurikens, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers, surged towards the billowing mists in every direction. A faint clinking of metal rang in Troy's ears, igniting a gleam in his eyes. Instantly, 2 colossal square shurikens, towering taller than a man, appeared in his grasp and were hurled towards the enemies marked by the magnetic force. The water clones dispersed with a splash under the attack. Yet more water clones quietly coalesced within the dense fog. TSK, the Misty Ninjas, each a seasoned warrior, leveraging their numerical superiority and employing such tactics. In the depths of the mountains, a sense of unease stirred within Jinshin as he silently murmured to himself. Adopting an expression of unwavering determination, he began to form hand seals with deliberate slowness. Lightning release, spider web. With one hand, he struck the ground, channeling his lightning chakra into a web-like pattern of electricity that swiftly spread through the mist-laden surroundings. Crackling sounds echoed, accompanied by several suppressed grunts emanating from the vicinity. Numerous water clones dispersed under the onslaught of the lightning attack. The newly promoted jonin, Nikai, along with the remaining 3 chunin, immediately unleashed their jutsu towards the direction of the lightning and the sounds. However, the enemy was equally quick to respond. After countering these techniques, they retreated back into the obscuring fog. The water clones disintegrated amidst the lightning, yet failed to strike the adversary, who had already concealed themselves once more. In the next moment, two towering water vortexes surged forth from either side. Above, a powerful chakra response resonated as several water-formed sharks descended rapidly from above the heads of the gathered individuals. Confronted with the meticulously orchestrated assault of the mist shinobi, the group could only evade and take cover. Their assembled formation was ruthlessly fragmented by the enemy. A flurry of relentless attacks followed, as one after another. The mist shinobi launched a barrage that left them scarcely a moment to breathe. In the midst of the mountains, Yamaguchi feigned a clumsy roll forward to evade, raising his right arm to parry the enemy's kunai aimed directly at his neck. An Kai and another Ch Nin, who chose to dodge in the same direction, swiftly rose and formed hand seals back-to-back with him, employing lightning release to repel the two assailants approaching from behind. The crackling sound of the lightning release had yet to fade when a barrage of water blades, water needles, shurikens, and kunai assailed from all directions. Obscured by the thick mist, the group could only hastily evade the onslaught. In less than a minute, several wounds had already marred the bodies of the three. "Senpai, what shall we do now?" Kai decisively relinquished his own thoughts at this critical moment, directing the question towards Yamaguchi. Perhaps due to prior encouragement, he now harbored deep trust in this slightly weaker yet experienced senior, preparing to heed his command to break through forward. The scenery within the mountains cast a silent sidelong glance at Nikai. Is this fellow truly a jonin? In the hidden cloud, do they only regard strength and disregard intellect? Just moments ago, they were not merely on the defensive, they were also waiting for the enemy to make a move. Through the threat posed by Troy, a ninja endowed with the magnetic release bloodline limit, they sought to draw the enemy's elite forces away, preparing for their imminent breakout. All right, Nikai's mind had come to a standstill. It was as if he were back in his Chunin days, where whatever the leading jonin said was law. A thunderous explosion reverberated, accompanied by the whistling of shuriken from the direction where Troy and the others had just moved. The previously scattered shuriken, having either fallen into the sea or embedded in the ground, were now drawn together by the magnetic release, transforming into a swirling tempest of shuriken. This forceful onslaught drove back several advancing mist ninjas. The likes of Kurasumi and Nuri, wary of the shuriken's peril, also retreated a considerable distance. Run. In the heart of the mountains, Shang Hanjing uttered a low growl, his hands forming intricate seals as he unleashed the technique of Thunder Mirage, Thunder Pillar. A fierce radiance of lightning emanated from him, piercing through the dense fog. Troy, poised for a breakout, indicated the direction in which he and his comrades were situated. At the very instant his words fell, Nikai summoned the shimmering light of Thunder Release, Thunder Strike in his hands and surged forward. A fellow Chunin followed closely behind him. Receiving the signal, Troy immediately activated his magnetic release with all his might, advancing towards Shang Hanjing's position. The previously retreated Kurosakameru and Wooly Shinba sprang into action simultaneously. With a swift flick of his long blade, Kurosakameru aimed at the luminous figure of Shang Hanjing, which glowed like a bulb. As Shang Hanjing raised a hand to block, he stumbled, absorbing the unexpected blow. Seeing this, Troy launched a kick toward the long blade, attempting to magnetize the opponent's weapon. However, a sharp arc of blade light sliced directly toward him, who was midair and unable to evade. Just as Troy prepared to deflect the strike with a shuriken, he recognized the form of the long blade and felt his pupils constrict. It was the exploding blade. Wooly Shinba, unable to initiate his own attack in time, had flung the explosive blade first. Run. In a split second, Shang Hanjing grasped Troy's belt, spinning him around and forcefully hurling him toward Nikai's direction. The exploding blade crashed to the ground. Boom. Under the intense force of the explosion, Shang Hanjing curled his body, bracing to endure the impact. As he was forced back, he rolled to evade and swiftly sprang back to his feet, intercepting an incoming kunai attack from behind, then bending sideways to avoid a silent water blade that approached from his rear. The two Yunin Shunin who had been closely following Troy reacted just a moment too late and were caught in the blast of the exploding blade. Faced with the sudden onslaught of the mist ninjas, one was pierced through the temple by a kunai, dying instantly. The other, though he barely dodged one attack, was grievously wounded in the abdomen by another mist ninja, his intestines spilling forth as he attempted to evade. The explosion momentarily dispersed the surrounding mist. Troy, witnessing the dire situation of Shang Hongjing and eager to rush back to assist, was suddenly met with the urgent shout from his old teammate. Retreat now. Gazing at the figure before him, back turned, hands forming seals once more to release thunder release, spider net to impede the enemy's pursuit. Troy felt the resolve and determination emanating from his comrade. With his hands forming seals, he unleashed a storm of magnetic release shuriken, once again halting the enemy's advance. Before gritting his teeth and charging toward Nikai's escape route. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. At long last, I shall find my end. As the mist thickened anew in the mountains, the smile at the corner of Shan Zhongjing's lips was more challenging to suppress than an AK. After unleashing another expansive lightning release, he feigned a state of diminished strength. He staggered to evade the attacks of the surrounding mist-cloaked ninjas. Intentionally, he moved closer to the user of the explosive blade, Wu Lixunba. Originally intent on pursuing Troy, Wu Lixunba, upon seeing an enemy approaching, struck out without a moment's hesitation, executing a sweeping attack. Magical art of this place. As the gaze of Shan Junjing met that of Wu Lixunba, a fleeting illusion of C rank momentarily obscured his vision. With a swift motion, his left hand unleashed a storage scroll, releasing a cloud of chakra-infused smoke. The corpse of his original self, Zisei, collided directly with the spray of exploding blades, while he himself vanished into the thick mist through the flying thunder god technique. A cacophony of severed limbs and shattered flesh erupted, born from the blood mist. The inherently cruel Wu Lixunba wore a bloodthirsty and sinister grin. He cast not a glance at the scattered remains around him, pivoting instead to chase after Troy and his companions, who were desperately attempting to break free. A significant alteration to the fates of secondary characters had occurred, subtly interfering with the progression of the world line, resulting in one opportunity for extracting entries and one for bestowing entries. Concealing his presence with the entry of Silent Walker, Shan Junjing melded into the ocean using the water transformation technique, bearing a piece of wreckage inscribed with the flying thunder god mark. As he watched the hidden cloud and hidden mist ninjas depart, upon hearing the system's prompt echo in his mind, he blinked in confusion. Whose fate had truly been altered? Troy? Nikai? The original text made no mention of Troy's specific demise. However, Nikai's fate was quite clear. This unfortunate child did not perish in the Third Great Ninja War. Rather, in a moment of impulsivity while accompanying the Fourth Raikage, EI, to the land of the trees to seize a ninjutsu scroll, he was treacherously killed by the explosive insects of Xuanyuan's faction. It must be him. Upon reflection, it is evident that the individual whose fate has been irrevocably altered is undoubtedly Nikai. As a seasoned ninja, Troy has navigated the treacherous landscape of the ninja world for many years, becoming well acquainted with the sorrow of life and death. Even if a comrade were to sacrifice themselves to save him, he would merely experience a fleeting sense of grief. It is only a young and inexperienced individual like Nikai, who has recently ascended to the rank of Jonin, that would allow the death of a teammate to profoundly transform his character and, in turn, his destiny. It is a meager consolation, indeed. In the depths of the mountains, the landscape was savored as he silently maneuvered through the seabed using the art of hydromancy. He swiftly approached the vicinity where he had previously sensed the presence of the blood dragon eye ninja, nestled among the humble abodes at the edge of the island's harbor. There, upon a sofa, sat a youth with blood-red sclerae and dark crimson irises, adorned with a delicate lavender stripe. His demeanor was serene as he leisurely sipped from a steaming cup of tea, seemingly untouched by the fierce battle that had recently erupted at the dock. The name Waigai Castle lingered in the air. Shan Zhongjing gently pushed open the partially ajar door, revealing a figure before him that bore a striking resemblance to the character in the original work, yet significantly younger, Yu Chengyan. His heart swelled with confusion. Was this not the man who, after his wife was tragically driven to her death by their kin, slaughtered his entire clan and took his daughter, Chino, to become a merchant? How could he possibly be here? Truly, the ninjas of Kirigakure are utterly inept, failing to eliminate you. But now that you have found your way here, is it a stroke of fortune or a twist of fate? Yu Chengyan cast a glance at the middle-aged ninja standing at the threshold, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. His blood dragon eyes locked onto Shan Zhongjing's gaze as he unleashed the illusion technique of the blood dragon eyes. A hum resonated as the formless shadow energy spread throughout the modest dwelling. The viscous, dark, and foul stench of the shadowy aura caused Shan Zhongjing to frown slightly. The desire to experience the illusion technique vanished entirely. Disinterested in engaging in trivial conversation, he casually executed a magical reversal of the blood dragon eyes illusion. He observed Yu Chengyan, who sat dazed and bewildered upon the sofa. In the mountains, a small glass vial, no larger than half a palm, was extracted from the sealing scroll. Enveloping it with the water release technique, water sphere, to obscure any traces left behind, he approached his opponent directly, raising his hand to seize an eye. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from within the cottage. Amidst the serene landscape of the mountains, the tranquil surroundings enveloped the azure sphere of water encasing Yu Wuchengyan, cleansing the blood-stained palms. Observing the crystalline blood dragon eyes within the glass vial, a satisfied nod escaped his lips. My eyes. I cannot see. Under the excruciating pain, Yu Wuchengyan struggled to break free from his own illusion, yet had not yet uttered a few cries of despair. In the mountains, a self-created A-level illusion, heaven and earth, was once again presented. Without the blood dragon eye, Yu Chengyan was instantaneously ensnared within the illusion. Despite his expression fluctuating between ecstasy and agony, he found himself utterly unable to escape the confines of heaven and earth. As the illusion permeated deeper, his features gradually settled into tranquility. In the mountainous landscape, one hand grasped the opponent's belt. The blood-stained water sphere technique was cast into the sea, erasing all traces. After summoning a hawk through the art of spirit communication, the flight took a direct course towards the southwest of the island. A glance was cast back towards the direction in which Troy and the others fled. In the mountainous landscape, a long exhale of murky breath escapes from my lips. My son Mazai has nearly completed the construction of the planned breeding farm before my departure, with arrangements made for livestock, feed, and workers. The remaining savings on the table ensure that operations can continue smoothly. The hidden cloud loses a ninja, while the hidden leaf is deprived of a rival. All is well and perfect. From the wooden figure, aside from the remnants left by the two-tailed beast's rampage, I have made numerous arrangements during the week spent recuperating in the hospital. Once the news of his sacrifice returns, the conditions for activation will be met, and the temporarily sealed information will gradually be unlocked. The little girl, upon growing up, ought not to repeat the past and fall into the clutches of the immortal duo. The hidden cloud loses a potential Jinchuriki, while the hidden leaf faces diminished threats. The difficulty of Otsutsuki Shinju's plan to save his mother increases by 1. Indeed, it is all quite perfect. Come, let me see why you have betrayed my little girl. In the depths of the mountains, Yu Chengyan placed one hand upon the crown of the fortress and invoked the art of memory retrieval, swiftly perusing the memories of his counterpart. He had long harbored skepticism regarding the assassination orchestrated by the forces of the wooden puppets. Chronologically speaking, at the time he eliminated the upper echelons of Yunin, Uchiha Obito had only just met his demise, and the village hidden in the mist was in a state of disarray, devoid of leadership. It was implausible for them to meddle in the affairs of the village hidden in the clouds. Yet, the results from the interrogation of the surviving captives pointed unequivocally towards the mist. Now, Yu Chengyan found himself inextricably entangled with the ninjas of the mist. Could it be that the orders stemmed from Uchiha Obito before his death? Anoki, you truly are formidable. After reflecting on the memories of the past year in the mountainous scenery of Yu Chengyan, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Unlike the original tale, where he slaughtered his entire clan and departed from Hell Valley with his daughter, Yu Chengyan had only recently entered the bonds of matrimony. Due to the harsh living conditions of the Bloodpool clan, he sought to procure resources for his wife and kin. Over a year ago, he began to frequently undertake tasks at the underground exchange. After several months of diligent work, his commendable skills and reputation caught the attention of a prominent patron, allowing him to frequently receive lucrative assignments. In the underground exchange, many ninjas shared his predicament. By a stroke of chance, someone inadvertently glimpsed the mist ninja headband that the patron had carelessly revealed. Consequently, they all assumed that their employer hailed from the hidden mist village. Had it not been for the current assignment to assist the mist ninjas in combating the cloud ninjas, Yu Chengyan might have remained oblivious. In reality, their esteemed patron had always been from the Rock Village. In the original narrative, the Reikage had previously reproached Noki for frequently employing bounty ninjas to carry out tasks. In the relentless theater of war, such actions are not entirely unjustifiable. However, has the Rock Village indeed forged an alliance with the Mist Village? In the mountainous scenery, the individual withdrew their hand from atop the head of the one in the castle, temporarily dismissing the notion of silencing their opponent. According to the original narrative, during the period of the Third Great Ninja War, Iwagakure and Kirigakure indeed shared a bond of alliance. Had it not been for the erratic behavior of Iwagakure following the conclusion of the war, which led to a sudden betrayal while collaborating against Kumogakure, the tragedy of the Green Valley might have been averted. Given the geographical positions of both parties, it seems this alliance could have endured until the Fourth War. One cannot help but wonder what expressions the bandaged man and the little mustached fellow would wear upon discovering this truth. In the heart of the mountain, Kage of the Yamanaka clan incessantly laments. The second Tsuchikage, Anoki, and the second Mizukage, Terumi-mei, engaged in a fierce confrontation during the First Great Ninja War, resulting in mutual annihilation. The enmity between Iwagakure and Kirigakure could hardly be overstated. Yet, how many years have passed since then for these two ninja villages to forge an alliance? In the original narrative, one could comprehend Uchiha Madara's motives, as he had no ties to the second Mizukage. Alliances are merely dictated by self-interest. Previously, Yamanaka Kage believed that it was only after the Third Great Ninja War, when the Third Reikage, launched a surprise attack on Iwagakure's rear, that the village had no choice but to ally with Kirigakure. However, upon reflection, it becomes apparent that these two ninja villages had already conspired together. Is it true that there are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests? With a scoff, Shanzhongjing shook his head, too weary to critique further. After all, the standards of the higher-ups in Konoha were considerably lower than those of Iwagakure and Kirigakure. The hawk soared swiftly through the high skies, burdened with an additional weight. After a grueling 2 days of flight, the exhausted bird finally reached the shores of the Land of Fire, where Shanzhongjing released the summoning technique, allowing the hawk to return to its resting place in Konoha's aviary. Amidst the scenic mountains, the bearer of the imperial residence Castle Flame continued his journey towards the Hidden Leaf Village, while his mind began to ponder whether to have Yuhi Kurenai and the clam sign a summoning contract. His young apprentice possessed remarkable talent in illusion techniques, complemented by an innate affinity for water-based chakra, yet had never been adequately developed in the past. With diligent effort, even if he could not become the second Mizuki Hoshigaki, he could nonetheless draw upon similar principles to significantly elevate his potential. Most importantly, once he could summon clams, he would no longer need to transport captives over vast distances, which was quite the burden. This arduous journey would drastically alter the fate of key characters and shift the trajectory of the world's timeline, granting him one opportunity to extract a fate-related entry, one chance to upgrade a random green entry, and one opportunity to bestow an entry. It seems that the news of my demise has reached the Hidden Cloud Village. In the interim of my travels, in the midst of the mountainous scenery, the familiar prompt from the system echoed once more in his mind. The wretched mood that had burdened him during his journey underwent a complete transformation upon witnessing the reward. A fate-related attribute, the fortuitousness of Minato, the destined master of Jiraiya. He too yearned to be favored as a cherished child of the world's will. System, come forth. Let us draw directly. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the green attribute Reverse Fate Apprentice. Reverse Fate Apprentice. Green, the life of the living is fraught with tumult, while the fate of the departed shines like a shooting star. Life is unpredictable, and destiny is subject to change. By actively intervening and altering the fates of others, one can subtly absorb the dissipated, unclaimed power of fate during significant shifts in others' destinies, thereby enhancing their own fortune. This effect, in the mountainous landscape, Jing furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before grasping the operational mechanism of this peculiar phenomenon. According to the entry, when a person's fate is significantly altered, a brand new force of destiny emerges within them, while the original force dissipates, temporarily becoming a formless power. This power is ethereal and elusive. However, by defying fate, one can absorb this unclaimed force of destiny and transform it into fortune. Ah, fortune! Is it not a standard endowment for the children of destiny? Is that acceptable? In the depths of the mountain, Shanzhongjing smiled subtly and, without a moment's hesitation, chose to activate the entry. At this moment, he had just altered the fate of the Wooden Man. Although he was situated several thousand miles away from the Wooden Man, could the force of destiny not traverse such vast distances? Even the slightest possibility could not be disregarded. Moreover, if the absorption distance were limited, he would certainly be more cautious when altering the destinies of others in the future, wouldn't he? As the moment of activating the Reverse Destiny Apprenticeship arrived, Shan Zhongjing felt an inexplicable sense of clarity and comfort coursing through his entire being. The world remained unchanged, yet it appeared far more vibrant in his perception. A force he could not adequately describe was drawn in by the power of the entry, swiftly merging into his body from the direction of Yunin village. Remarkably, it truly had been absorbed. The absorption distance of this entry is indeed impressive. While he extols the scenic beauty of the mountains, he subtly praises his own cleverness. Fortunately, he approached the situation with a spirit of experimentation and activated the reverse fate apprenticeship. Otherwise, wouldn't that have been a waste? Although he cannot tangibly perceive the extent of his own fortune's enhancement or ascertain his current level, the mere existence of this attribute assures him. With it, he can alter the destinies of others, and he need not fear that he will not become the favored offspring of the world's consciousness. Moreover, in the depths of the mountains, Shan Zhongjing cast a glance at the system interface displaying the random green trait upgrade opportunity, and his heart ignited with fervor. Currently, he possessed merely 3 green traits: the Master of Banter, Medicinal Support, and Reverse Fate Apprentice. Should he take a gamble? Such an act would befit only Tsunade. A 1/3 chance. What difference does that make from certain defeat? Host, Shan Zhongjing occupation, Ninja activated traits, Transcender, red, 0 frame initiation, red, Sage Body, red. Master of Yin Ninjutsu, purple, Master of Water Ninjutsu, purple. Temporal Insight, purple, Ninja World Sage, blue, Silent Walker, blue, Handsome, blue, Reverse Fate Apprentice, green, Medicinal Support, green. Ominous Struggle, black. Deactivated traits, Cicada Pupa, white, Fragile yet resilient, white. 9 treasures in 1 birth, blue, Barely equipped, gray. Master of Banter, green. Complete Childhood, gray. Reversal of Fate for the Brothel Sister, white. Magical Girl Transformation, purple. Trait copies, 1 trait draws, 1 trait gifts, 9 trait downgrades, 2 trait resets, 1 random green trait upgrade opportunity, 1 altogether. There were merely 3 green traits. In the mountains, the character of Yamashita possesses an impressive 9 opportunities to bestow entries, allowing adept practitioners of the art of jest to generously share them. As for the remaining green entries that enhance medicinal prowess, there exist numerous strategies for their utilization. Firstly, one might employ the entry duplication technique, replicating an entry related to medical ninjutsu, thereby merging the enhancement with the new entry. However, the cost of such a decision is considerably steep. Although fate-related entries hold immense significance, the opportunities for duplication are equally precious. During his time in the Hidden Cloud Village, Yamashita refrained from using this opportunity to replicate the legendary red entry of the 3rd Reikage, deeming it too valuable to squander on trivial matters. Secondly, there exists the option of downgrading the entry, converting the green entry directly into a white one. The downside to this approach is that his medical ninjutsu may become utterly unusable, hindering his aspirations to independently develop the technique of self-revival by a significant margin. Lastly, there is the possibility of resetting the entry to determine whether a different tier can be attained. This method carries an element of chance, akin to the whims of fortune. Should the reset yield yet another green entry, it would render the situation a farcical tribute to Tsunade, encapsulating the sentiments of admiration and risk intertwined in the pursuit of greatness. After contemplating for a considerable time amidst the mountains, he ultimately resolved to utilize the opportunity for a reset of his attributes. Now, he too was endowed with the fortune-related attribute. Who knows? Perhaps luck would smile upon him abundantly? A gentle reminder, the fate-related attribute cannot interfere with the system's operations, and the probability of attribute resetting is entirely random. Enough of this idle chatter. Reset the green attribute and provide me with the healing potion. Reset complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the blue attribute Elysian Milk. Elysian Milk, blue when performing medical ninjutsu. The nature of the technique undergoes various miraculous transformations, allowing the recipient of the healing to experience profound ecstasy, thus alleviating the negative pain typically associated with healing. Enhancements in yang release control. Efficiency is increased when learning, refining, and creating medical ninjutsu. Improvements in medical ninjutsu mastery. Chakra control, healing speed, and treatment efficacy. I knew it. Today is not a day for misfortune. In the mountains, I am immersed in a wealth of medical knowledge flooding my mind, alongside countless memories of practicing medical ninjutsu. My lips are stretched into a smile that nearly reaches my ears. What does it mean when fortune aligns with the universe and all things move in harmony? This is precisely it. Although the blue-tier medical ninjutsu remains a step away from independently developing techniques akin to rebirth of life, this marks a significant advancement, does it not? In the future, whenever an opportunity arises, I shall refer to similar techniques. Furthermore, I plan to visit my beloved sister Tsunade to acquire some of her treasured medical ninjutsu texts. One word: steady. Let me ponder who this adept jester should entertain. The figure of Yamaguchi Kei swiftly navigated through the dense forests of the Land of Fire. After a long journey that spanned the better part of a day, he finally gleaned a spatial coordinate located 100 kilometers beyond Konoha through his mastery of time and space. After marking his unique flying thunder god coordinate on the trunk beside him, he formed a hand seal and activated his space technique. Together with the flame of Oyajuju, he transported himself to the designated spatial coordinate. The immense distance of the spatial transfer resulted in a significant increase in chakra consumption. However, for Yamaguchi Kei, who now possessed the body of a sage, such expenditure was merely trivial. Gazing at the four characters' sword of enduring love etched in a concealed corner of the rock, he couldn't help but admire Minato's foresight. In the depths of the mountains, a quiet resolution took hold within him. He vowed to inscribe his flying thunder god coordinates across every corner of the ninja world. Although the temporal and spatial insights did not permit him to physically reside in Konoha while perceiving the coordinates of the cloud-hidden village, he reasoned that the more coordinates he possessed, the fewer instances he would need to employ the flying thunder god technique to traverse from Konoha to the cloud-hidden village. He once again attuned his senses to the coordinates that lay closer to Konoha, in the depths of the forest. Less than a kilometer away from the grand gates of Konoha, the figure of Yamashita appeared, accompanied by Yamaguchi. He gazed distantly at the towering entrance of Konoha, reluctant to prematurely reveal his mastery of the flying thunder god technique. With Yamaguchi in tow, he proceeded steadily along the main road. An hour earlier, within the office of the third Raikage in Yamaguchi, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The esteemed leader, looked upon the two figures before him, Yamiurin and Muzai, with a grave expression. Moments ago, news had arrived from the front lines. A reconnaissance team had encountered an ambush while landing on an island in the Land of Water, resulting in the tragic demise of the elite Jonin, Sage. Yamiurin stood in stunned disbelief, struggling to comprehend the weight of the words he had just heard. Silent tears streamed down his cheeks, distorting the world around him into a haze. Raikage-sama, my father. Muzai, his mind clouded with shock, felt the hot tears cascade down his face. He opened his mouth several times, yet found himself devoid of words or questions to voice. Having already received approval for his retirement, he was no longer a ninja, yet he had been summoned to the Raikage's office by the Umbu. On his way there, he had contemplated various possibilities and mentally prepared himself, yet upon hearing the news of his loved one's death, he realized he was far from the steadfast figure he had envisioned. In the battle against the Mist Ninja, Jonin Sage had displayed unparalleled courage, devising optimal strategies to protect his less experienced teammate, Jonin Nikai, and successfully rescuing the beleaguered Jonin Troy. In a noble act of sacrifice, he had bravely delayed the enemy's pursuit, ultimately giving his life for his comrades. He was a hero of Yamaguchi, a paragon of the will of lightning. Stepping forward, Tokutai elaborated on the circumstances surrounding the event. A hero? Muzai wept uncontrollably, desperately wiping his tears with his sleeve. Haunted by memories of his father's proud expressions during his moments of admiration, a deep sorrow welled within him. In truth, he did not idolize heroes. He revered only his father. Liars. You are all liars. Uncle promised me. Yamiurin murmured softly, gazing around in confusion, like a lost creature deprived of its sole source of support. Above her, the azure chakra of the two tails enveloped her in a fiery aura, the dual tails of chakra swaying behind her. The tailed beast's chakra exhibited signs of impending rage. Yamiurin, calm yourself. The Raikage furrowed his brow, exuding a terrifying aura befitting a shadow-level powerhouse. However, the current Yumu, completely oblivious to his words, could not perceive the pressure emanating from him. A sound akin to fabric tearing echoed in her mind, and her consciousness instantaneously plunged into the depths of her inner realm. There, she beheld a young man clad in the vest of a Konoha Jonin, his striking golden hair radiating brilliance, seated atop the head of the two tails. He appeared to be conversing with the beast, playfully patting its head without a hint of restraint. The once irritable large feline, which had resided in Yumu's heart, now lay limp and docile upon the ground, too intimidated to resist. Upon noticing Yumu's entrance, the cat momentarily stiffened, then slowly concealed its face with its large paws. "Uncle?" Yumu tilted her head slightly, uncertainty lacing her gentle tone. Fragments of sealed memories began to resurface, along with an unrelenting stream of various sealing techniques. Secrets of tailed beast control and training experiences flashing through her mind. "Are you happy to know that I am not dead?" In the mountains, the figure of the two-tailed fox gracefully leapt down from above, emerging from the confining embrace of the ironclad seal. Approaching the wooden girl, it tenderly ruffled her little head. "You great deceiver," pouted the wooden girl, her expression a picture of innocence. She slightly rose on her tiptoes, seeking to enhance the sensation atop her head. With the power of the two-tailed fox shrouding her, it was difficult for the Rakage to detect any irregularities. However, over time, he would inevitably sense something amiss. As for certain matters, I shall be succinct. In the mountains, the wooden figure gently tapped the small head of its doppelganger. This manifestation, born from an ironclad seal, was a convergence of substantial in-retreat energy and fragments of memory. Although limited by its somewhat inadequate sealing technique and the lackluster iron armor, in totality, it likely contained less than the remnants left by the fourth Hokage within Naruto. However, due to possessing a mental fortitude several times stronger than that of the fourth, its quality surpassed expectations. As long as this power was not squandered recklessly, it could accompany the wooden figure for an extended period. Within the office of the Rakage, the third Rakage, observed the wooden figure, whose beastly chakra was swiftly dissipating. Staring vacantly ahead, he let out a slight sigh. The wooden figure was indeed a promising candidate, and Sei was a man worthy of trust. His previous orders were largely intended to mitigate the dangers Sei faced during missions, allowing him to support the Jinchuriki's growth. Who could have anticipated that Sei would fall during his final mission? Fraud. The wooden figure muttered under its breath, lowering its head. Without greeting anyone, it turned and pushed open the door to the Rakage's office. Stepping outside, Lord Rakage, Tsukadai stepped forward, a hint of anxiety in her gaze as she watched the wooden figure retreating into the distance. "It's all right." She would not betray Sei's intentions. The voice of the third Rakage echoed clearly in the wooden figure's ears. The young girl paused momentarily before continuing on her way. "Did you hear that? The Rakage was calling you." The sounds of the mountain scenery resonated within the heart of Yumurin. "Uncle, I'm so nervous." "Please, don't jest." Yumurin murmured softly to herself. With her head bowed, she endeavored to conceal her emotions from the world, silently making her way home. "Lord Rakage, I bid you farewell," Mazai said, wiping away the tears from her eyes as she bowed respectfully to the third Rakage. "Live well," the Rakage uttered, his voice reduced to these four simple words. As a ninja, Saisei had proficiently fulfilled his duties. As a father, he wished for his son to traverse life in safety. Thus, as Rakage, he chose to honor that wish. Observing Mazai's forced smile as she exited his office, the third Rakage, turned to his aide, T-Dai. "Ensure that logistics are attentive. If necessary, prioritize purchasing goods from their farm." "Understood," T-Dai replied, quickly noting the instructions in his notebook. "Alert the sealing team to monitor Yumurin's condition today and notify the family of the next fallen ninja." The third Rakage, stood by the office window, gazing at the turbulent sea of clouds outside, his grip on the railing tightening involuntarily. The railing emitted a disconcerting creak as it twisted under pressure. "Kirigakure. Covert assassinations, provocation, ambushes. Very well. If you disregard our Kumogakure, we shall strike first." In the second district of Kumogakure, Yumurin hastened her pace, ultimately breaking into a run until she reached home. She shut the door to her room and buried herself beneath the covers. After exhaling a deep sigh of relief, she puffed out her cheeks and complained, "Uncle, I can't act. What if someone discovers my flaws in the future?" Ding ding ding. The class of Uncle Kei Ka begins now. In a peculiar tone reminiscent of a storyteller addressing children, Yamanaka Q shared his years of experience in disguise. At this juncture, even if the wooden figure were to falter and burst into laughter, most would merely assume that the young girl had been subjected to excessive shock. As for the future, with his guidance, it would merely be a performance, posing no significant challenge. "Uncle, why not take me to Konoha?" Yamanaka Q mused, resting his chin on his hands, expressing his innocent fantasies. "That's a splendid idea. I shall strive to see how many years it may take to achieve that." "Uncle, You are rather lacking. Why not put in some effort yourself, become a perfect Jinchuriki, and then come find me? Sounds great. Within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Narashikaku, and Mito Kamen were all present. They observed the frail figure of Yuya Juin before them, their expressions grave. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored some dissatisfaction regarding Yamanaka Q's delay of over 20 days before returning to the village. Yet, upon receiving intelligence about the alliance between the Mist Village and the Rock Village, he seemed to have entirely forgotten his previous sentiments. Shimura Danzo, who had been summoned on short notice, cast admiring glances at Yamanaka Q, simply because the assassination of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki by the Mist Village was so fortuitous. He boldly speculated and cautiously verified, ultimately acquiring such crucial information, and even bringing back the informant. This young man surpassed his expectations. What is this old man staring at me for? In the mountains, the sight of Yamashita left Shimura Danzo feeling quite uneasy. After more than a month apart, Danzo was now devoid of the bandages that had once encircled his head, and he bore no trace of the disarray he had exhibited during his time in the Konoha hospital. Despite the years spent living in the shadows of the root, a lingering aura of gloom still enveloped him. Yet, upon revealing his visage, he surprisingly appeared far more agreeable than before. Could it be that even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not satisfy this individual? In the heart of the mountains, a wave of disdain surged within. Instinctively, I cast a glance at the entry above the individual's head. Name, Shimura Danzo. Occupation, ninja. Entry, Oni Yagura 2, purple, wind release mastery, blue, brainwashing specialization, blue. Mastery of illusions, green. Proficiency in water release, green. Sealing mastery, green. Ruthless means, white. Cold-blooded, white. Versatile in offense and defense, white. Boundless imagination, black. Oni Yagura 2, purple, harnessing the forbidden technique Oni Yagura with the assistance of the foremost scientists in the ninja world. A pseudo-double bloodline limit was developed by merging the 3-Tomo Sharingan and the bloodline of the Akatsuki clan. This grants affinities for in release, innate talent for illusions, enhanced mental power, perception, resistance to illusions, affinity for water release, and significant improvements in water release talent, while also substantially reducing the difficulty of mastering the secret techniques of the Akatsuki clan. What on earth is this? An evolution? As Shang Zhongjing gazed upon the violet inscription atop Danzo's head, a torrent of incredulous thoughts flooded his mind. How could it be that in just over a month, this old man had enabled Orochimaru to conjure such a phenomenon? Moreover, wasn't it stipulated in the original narrative that the Ghost Bud technique required a harmonious alignment of celestial and terrestrial conditions for its execution? Did Danzo fortuitously encounter such conditions? Or was it merely a matter of 2 bloodline limits, devoid of the intricate fusion of 5 bloodline limits, as seen with Obito? Alternatively, had Orochimaru, that insatiable researcher, managed to unravel these complexities? It seemed as though a sacrifice of life was necessary. In the mountainous scenery, the annotations at the end of the entry caught the eye of Shang Zhongjing. He felt a profound certainty that Danzo had undoubtedly made the necessary preparations. Otherwise, given this old man's life-preserving nature, it would be inconceivable for him to sit here calmly, deliberating matters with Sarutobi and the others. Comparing Danzo's initial entry, it is evident that this old man now possesses an additional purple entry, Ghost Bud, 2nd stage, along with 2 new green entries, Mastery of Illusions and Mastery of Water Release. In his elder years, when his physical condition had deteriorated and his strength had significantly waned, he had been exceedingly arrogant. Such a sudden surge in power is truly remarkable. Could this be the work of heaven? Wait, where has my brother Nico gone? In the mountains, the gaze of Yamaguchi was fixated upon the white entry that embodied both offense and defense. Merely glancing at the detailed explanation of the entry sent a shiver down his arm. He understood. Greetings, white entry. You have met your transformation into a balanced force. This old fellow, whom has he targeted? His eyes discreetly swept over Sarutobi Sasuke and Mito Gaiden, noticing that neither of their entries had undergone any changes. A sudden recollection of the enchanting snake lady surged into Yamaguchi's mind. Surely not. At this stage, Orochimaru's baseline should not be so adaptable. Who, then, is the unfortunate victim? In the depths of the mountains, Jing's curiosity had reached an apex. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation, he would have certainly employed a genjutsu on Danzo to inquire about the misfortune he had wrought upon others. Jing, You may return and rest for now," commanded Sarutobi Hiruzen after a lengthy pause, exhaling clouds of smoke. "Yes, Lord Hokage, I shall take my leave," Jing replied. "As I was about to exit the Hokage office and return home to share a tender moment with my beloved Sakura, an unexpected voice interrupted me. Wait a moment." Shimura Danzo drew forth a scroll from his robe and placed it before Sarutobi Hiruzen. His gaze fixed intently upon this old comrade. He spoke with grave seriousness. "This is the item you seek. Indeed, my roots require a ninja of the caliber exemplified by you, a figure such as the one in the mountains." Shanzhong Jing was momentarily taken aback, nearly succumbing to a shiver. Goodness! Just before arriving at the village, Nara Shikako had mentioned that their interactions were merely routine tests of one another. "Please, don't jest, Azo. Are you serious? For heaven's sake, reflect on this. I am a staunch member of the Hokage lineage, a ninja of the Yamanaka clan. Moreover, I am the fiancé of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, having previously stood by Kushina on numerous occasions. Our positions are fundamentally different, are they not? Furthermore, did you not express doubts regarding my intentions towards you previously? I implore you to maintain that skepticism." Sarutobi Hiruzen did not reach for the scroll that Danzo had placed before him. After silently inhaling from his pipe, he spoke once more. "We shall deliberate on this matter later, Jing. You may return for now." "Understood." In the mountains, Shang Zhongjing decisively made his exit. Upon stepping through the office door, he swiftly formed a single-handed seal, connecting to the back door of the Konoha perception barrier. He quickly located Nara Shikaku, who was indulging in a leisurely drink with Yamashita Hachi and Akimichi Choza at the Sami restaurant. Through a series of instantaneous body flicker techniques, he arrived at the private room of the establishment in less than 2 minutes. Grabbing Nara Shikaku by the collar, he began to shake him vigorously. "Speak. Did you sell me out? I refuse to believe you didn't suspect that Danzo truly intended for me to join the route. No, if Danzo wants me en route, it must be you who instigated it. Stop, stop. I'm about to vomit," Nara Shikaku exclaimed, nearly losing the contents of his stomach due to the vigorous shaking. Beside him, Akimichi Choza and Yamashita Hachi exchanged guilty glances upon hearing Shang Zhongjing's words, cautiously lifting their glasses and taking small sips, unsure of how to explain themselves. They glanced at Nara Shikaku before decisively abandoning further contemplation. With their external brain present, they felt no need to panic. "Damn, with those expressions, none of you are innocent. You all participated in this. Are you even human?" Upon observing the reactions of the three individuals, it became evident that his suspicions were indeed correct. He nearly succumbed to the urge to bestow upon them a paternal display of concern. Clenching his fists, he shot them a fierce glare before releasing Nara Shikaku's collar. "You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation." Cough, cough, Jing, to be honest, I believe that joining the route may not be as unfavorable as it seems. Nara Shikaku carefully weighed his words, articulating his thoughts. As the newly appointed leader of the elite shinobi class, he had encountered numerous classified matters regarding the route. Even the investigation previously assigned to him by Yamashiro Jing had been thoroughly conducted. Ruthless, heartless, cruel. One could even describe it as devoid of humanity. Yet, which shinobi village is free from such shadows? However, to join the route and enjoy privileges akin to those of Orochimaru, all while evading the control of the cursed tongue seal, seemed alluring. Once the third Hokage abdicated, and Orochimaru ascended to the position of fourth Hokage, wouldn't that position him as the unequivocal next leader of the route? Furthermore, even if one were to feel inadequate and wish to withdraw, without the constraints of the cursed tongue seal, wouldn't a mere conversation with the third Hokage suffice? Could Danzo truly hold on to someone against their will? Why such resistance? Do you wish for me to become the second shadow of the shinobi world? In the mountains, Yamaguchi Kei wore an expression of perplexity. He had never contemplated this path before, yet upon reflection, it seemed somewhat plausible. However, the responsibilities at the roots were indeed quite burdensome. But if one were to take the position of responsibility, wouldn't they inevitably bear the consequences? Moreover, given Danzo's current state of being both offensive and defensive, who would dare to engage with him too closely? Offensive and defensive? Nara Shikahisa felt an odd familiarity with this term as it slipped from his brother's lips, yet it also bore a hint of strangeness. Nara Shikahisa, a formidable intellect with an IQ surpassing 190 as per official data, had grown up alongside Yamaguchi Kei. With just a moment's contemplation, he grasped the essence of being both offensive and defensive. But Danzo? This revelation was so shocking that it rattled his very worldview. With an expression of utmost peculiarity, Nara Shikahisa brushed away the goosebumps on his arms and exchanged a knowing glance with Yamanaka Ichi beside him. Years of collaboration had forged an unparalleled understanding between them, and Yamanaka Ichi promptly employed the technique of mental connection, linking their minds. Nara Shikahisa's voice soon resonated in the hearts of those present. The current number of ninjas in Konoha had surpassed its carrying capacity, and the myriad ninja clans within various departments were intricately intertwined. In the mountains, Kaguya looked on with a frown as Nara Shikaku presented his analysis. In summary, the upper echelons of Konoha are currently overflowing with personnel. The third Hokage, in a bid to maximize Konoha's resources to proactively face the impending war, is unlikely to disrupt the existing balance lightly. This explains why both he and Namake's Minato were permitted to attend high-level meetings without being granted real authority. Once Konoha enters the fray, as a member of the standard ninja ranks, he will inevitably be thrust into the role of a battlefield commander. With his formidable strength, he could indeed shine in the war, much like Minato did in the original narrative, swiftly elevating his status and position. However, his lineage as a member of the Yamanaka clan inherently limits his potential, falling short compared to the unblemished background of a civilian genius like Minato. Furthermore, success and failure are both tied to strength. The higher-ups in Konoha are acutely aware that his prowess has surpassed Jiraiya's, a fact that many of the ninja clans within Konoha have come to recognize. During the war, such concerns may be suppressed, but what of after the conflict? To prevent such situations from arising, joining the Umbu and ascending to its higher ranks undoubtedly presents a favorable option, even if Danzo harbors ulterior motives in the shadows. The prowess of Yamashiro Kaguya, bolstered by the support of the Boar-Deer Butterfly, alongside the formidable presence of Kushina as a deterrent force, renders the acquisition of actual control over the route not an insurmountable challenge. With strength and influence, coupled with the unscrupulous methods of Root, who would dare to provoke Yamashiro Kaguya? Had Orochimaru successfully ascended to the position of the fourth Hokage after the Third Shinobi World War, you would undoubtedly be the steadfast aide to the Hokage, holding a status second only to one. Nara Shikaku offered a summation, painting a picture of a splendid future for Yamashiro Kaguya. Second only to one, I am indeed the pinnacle of existence. In a rather irritable tone, Yamanaka Q responded inwardly before speaking again. Your analysis is commendable. However, refrain from such assessments next time. I have news. On the third day of my mission, I eliminated a formidable opponent. Who? Which ninja village? Konoha. Uchiha Madara. Nara Shikaku opened his mouth, about to utter something when, through the mind-body technique, the vivid imagery of the confrontation between Yamanaka Q and Uchiha Madara unfolded before him. The overwhelming Susanoo, the cataclysmic Shinju, the rampaging wooden beings, and the fierce clash of fire and water techniques. Even having perused the clan's historical records multiple times, witnessing this scene in reality delivered a profound shock to his spirit, nearly causing his eyes to bulge out. Beside him, Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Ihei dropped their cups onto the table, their mouths agape, yet soundless. Damn it! With such power, why didn't you mention it earlier? Nara Shikaku grasped Yamanaka Q's collar, his eyes filled with intensity. Ahem, I recently experienced a modest breakthrough in strength. In the mountains, Jing let out a dry cough, stirring the overly excited Nara Shikaku. Before seeking out Uchiha Obito, he had not possessed such prowess. What does this imply? Jing, do you aspire to become the fourth Hokage? Simply express your desire, and we shall immediately commence our efforts on your behalf. Do not jest. What significance does that position hold? Consider this. If I were to occupy that role, who would be the busiest individual? Nara Shikaku's eyes twitched at the words, and his expression began to shift unpredictably. He knows all too well the temperament of the Shiranui clan. This fellow only exhibits a modicum of diligence during his training sessions. At all other times, he prefers to recline rather than stand. Once his counterpart ascends to the position of Hokage, he, as the leader of the J-Nin, is almost certain to be treated like a mere beast of burden. Not only him, but any member of the Nara clan with a modicum of intelligence will likely find no respite. Even the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans will become the primary labor force. However, the opportunity for the rise of the trio of pigs, deer, and butterflies is right before them. Consider the trajectory of the Sarutobi clan following Sarutobi Hiruzen's elevation to the third Hokage, The development of their clan over the years has been remarkable. He is loath to relinquish this rare opportunity so easily. The Senju clan has already faded, and the Uchiha have been marginalized within the village, likely awaiting their inevitable downfall. As for the Sarutobi clan, Shan Zhongjing gently patted Nara Shikaku's shoulder. In such an environment of the shinobi village, the ascendance of any ninja clan's supermodel inevitably leads to a fierce backlash. Whether it be the authorities, other ninja clans, or the common ninjas, none wish for a single clan to dominate persistently over their heads. Nara Shikaku remained silent for a considerable time before finally exhaling a long breath of turbid air. Prosperity inevitably leads to decline, and excess will inevitably turn against itself. The tangible benefits before their eyes are indeed alluring, but neither he nor Shan Zhongjing can attain immortality. Just as the third Hokage will age and eventually step down, the legacy of the clan must ultimately be passed on to the hands of the next generation. If the burden becomes too heavy, decline becomes an unavoidable fate. Now that the serious matters have been addressed, let us indulge in some entertaining activities. The gaze of Yamamoto Kei, laden with malice, swept over Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamamoto Hachi. These fellows, without so much as a word, conspired to ensnare him into a predicament, even if it was ostensibly for his own benefit. How could they not even discuss it, arranging his fate so plainly? It could not be so easily dismissed. Upon catching the glint in Yamamoto Kei's eyes, Akimichi Choza shuddered violently, the flesh upon his frame trembling in unison. Having grown up together, he was all too familiar with this man's nature. Kei, you understand me. My intellect has never been my strong suit, and certainly, these plans were not conceived by me. Nara Shikaku looked incredulously at his erstwhile ally, Akimichi Choza, who had been the first to abandon him. Before he could voice his indignation over such betrayal of camaraderie, Yamamoto Hachi chimed in. Kei, you know me well. I am but a sieve in your presence. Had Shikaku spoken to me sooner, how could you have been unaware? You all Nara Shikaku was taken aback. Was it not agreed that brothers would stand by each other for life, sharing both fortune and adversity? Here they were, still in the midst of revelry. And yet they had cast him aside? Ninjutsu, heart disarray technique. In the mountains, a figure named Jing swiftly formed a hand seal, invoking the secret techniques of his clan. Nara Shikaku, sensing the impending danger, attempted to flee but was firmly immobilized in his place. Come on, Jing, let us talk this over. Yoshino is still at the front desk. Please, spare me. The terror was palpable on Nara Shikaku's face, as he seemed to foresee the terrifying events that were about to unfold. Fear not, for I have recently honed my medical ninjutsu. With a flourish, Jing opened the door to the private room, unleashing the specially crafted illusion known as magical heaven and earth. Nara Shikaku, now ensnared by the enchanting spell, could no longer resist its allure. With dazed eyes, he rose from his seat, a look of carefree delight washing over him as he picked up a decorative fan from the cabinet. He began to dance flamboyantly, singing as he moved. Oh, did I hear that drinks are to be had? To the left, let us drink peach. To the right, let us drink cherry. Yamashiro peach, Yanagi sakura. What madness is this? The expressions of Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Kaichi shifted drastically. They yearned to escape, only to find Nara Yoshino peeking her head into the room. Having heard the commotion, excuse me, are the peach and cherry referring to Miss Yamashiro and Miss Yanagi? Nara Yoshino stood at the entrance, her face adorned with a warm smile as she observed Nara Shikaku, who was now playing with the fan. As the actual manager of the establishment, she was no naive woman unaware of her surroundings. The drinking songs, coupled with the names Peach and Cherry, immediately conjured images of the two exquisite geishas from Adofa Street. The dance was quite impressive, and the movements were undeniably skilled. It appeared he frequented such establishments often. Yoshino. I just returned from a mission and was eager to see Kushina, so I headed home first. With a smile, Shan Zhongjing waved at Nara Yoshino and deftly slipped out of the private room through the window. Coughing lightly, I suddenly remembered that I had left the faucet running before stepping out. In the mountains, Yamaguchi's reflexes were remarkably swift. He hastily devised an excuse and exited through the window. I too. Before Aikido Ding could finish his sentence, he had vanished from the private room. Turning back, he cast a sympathetic glance at Nara Shikahiza, who had just emerged from the illusion, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. With a sigh, he acknowledged the futility of the situation. It was not that he lacked loyalty. Rather, the circumstances were truly beyond redemption. If he lingered a moment longer, he might find himself ensnared as well. Nara Shikahisa's wife was not one to be trifled with. Was his own spouse any more lenient? Yoshino, please allow me to explain. I was ensnared by that trickster Yamaguchi's illusion. He even employed a technique to control my heart and body, leaving me unable to resist. Nara Shikahisa hastily began to justify himself. Have you finished? Nara Yoshino raised her hand gently, wiping the sweat from her anxious husband's brow. Well, that's that. You may as well find a washboard in the storeroom to kneel upon. There are too many people outside, and we must not disrupt the business. Nara Shikahisa attempted to protest, but upon seeing the gradually stern expression of his wife, he hurriedly rose to seek out the washboard in the storeroom. For the time being, it was preferable to kneel there. Should he further provoke his wife's ire, he could only imagine the extent of his penance. Iwayama Momo, Yanagi Sakura. It seems there is still vigor within him, for he has the energy to indulge in drink. Nara Yoshino scoffed lightly. She was aware that Iwayama Momo and Yanagi Sakura were merely entertainers, not offering their bodies for sale. Yet, men were unpredictable creatures. One day they might dare to engage in innocent pursuits, and the next, who could say when they would seek something more lascivious? If he were not careful, he might find himself living in constant trepidation. As Shan Zhongjing journeyed back to his ancestral home nestled in the mountains, he caught sight of the wisps of smoke rising from his dwelling, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. It is often said that newlyweds feel as though a day apart is akin to 3 years of separation. Though he had yet to wed Jikusenai, the mere act of cohabiting before being dispatched on a mission stirred profound longing within him. I'm back. In the kitchen, Jikusenai, busy with her culinary endeavors, heard the familiar voice and turned to see Shan Zhongjing at the entrance, removing his shoes. Her unadorned yet charming visage lit up with palpable surprise. Not even pausing to set down the spatula in her hand, she slipped into her fluffy little fox slippers and hurled herself into his embrace. He spun her around in his arms, enveloping her in warmth and joy. In the mountains, Kushina gazed silently, lowering her head, embodying her deep longing through her actions. With her eyes gently closed, she embraced the neck of her beloved, clumsily reciprocating the fervent emotions that enveloped them. After a span of over 5 minutes, the disheveled Kushina finally seized the mischievous hands of Yamashiro, her face flushed with embarrassment. Tsunade will be back soon. Has she truly been away from the village for so long? In the mountains, a visage of constipation adorned the face of the scenery. Given Tsunade's disposition, it was hardly likely that she would remain in the village for more than 10 days before vanishing without a trace once more. Yet, a month had passed, and she still lingered in his abode. Although the legacy of the Senju clan's water release technique would ensure her a comfortable life for the latter part of her days, he merely wished to enjoy tender moments with his girlfriend at home. What fault lay in that? The esteemed Hokage had issued a decree confining Tsunade to the village. Kushina playfully stuck out her little tongue, nuzzling her boyfriend's chest with an innocent demeanor, greedily inhaling the reassuring scent that enveloped her. How about we visit the Senju ancestral home? She proposed. No, that would be inappropriate for a visit to the old residence. Sigh. In the mountains, a long sigh escaped from the depths of his being. He could comprehend why Tsunade was prohibited from leaving the village. The specter of war loomed ever closer. Even though she suffered from hemophobia and was unable to personally tend to the wounded, her mere presence at the Konoha hospital served as a source of reassurance for the majority of Konoha's shinobi. How could the third Hokage possibly allow her to roam freely? I want to lock my door tonight, Kushina said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After speaking, she swiftly darted into the kitchen, locking the door behind her with a decisive click. He. In the serene embrace of the mountains, Shan Zhongjing chuckled softly, humming a little tune as he made his way toward the bathroom. A refreshing bath was in order. Tonight, this step could be elegantly omitted. Perfect. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed against the door, prompting Shan Zhongjing, who was preparing to run the bathwater, to turn in confusion. Approaching the entrance, he swung the door open to reveal Captain Myo, clad in the attire of the Umbu and wearing a mask that concealed his features. The Hokage has sent me to inquire about your thoughts on joining the Umbu training department. Should you choose to accept, you would assume the role of deputy head, primarily overseeing the training of reserve Umbu members, guiding advanced studies, conducting assessments, and organizing daily internship tasks. If you are unwilling to join, the Hokage will graciously decline on your behalf. After delivering this lengthy message, Neo, who typically favored brevity and refrained from unnecessary speech, let out a long sigh. Conveying verbal commands was indeed a challenge for him. I accept. Please extend my gratitude to the Hokage, Shan Zhongjing replied. Amidst the tranquil mountain scenery, Zhang Zhongjing cast a glance at the industrious Kushina in the kitchen, readily agreeing to his appointment at the Umbu Training Department. The Umbu Training Department is merely the official designation for the root organization, presided over by Shimura Danzo in the capacity of minister. As the deputy minister responsible for the training, advancement, assessment of reserve members, and the allocation of route missions, he wields considerable authority. It is a legitimate means to overshadow Danzo. Moreover, Narashikaku's earlier assertion rings true: to eradicate all covert schemes, one must possess a power that instills fear in others. The shadows of the ninja world, the second Hokage, perhaps? Just a playful thought? Jing, who just arrived? Kushina inquired, using the back of her hand to cool her still flushed cheeks as she called out from behind the kitchen door. The Umbu should soon deliver my letter of appointment. Oh, weren't you just reassigned to the regular combat unit? Where are you going now? Take a guess. A prize awaits if you are correct, but if you are wrong, you owe me a kiss. Hee, I'm no fool. The Umbu's visit must pertain to a significant department. You've just emerged from the analysis class, so it's unlikely you'd be reassigned there again. Perhaps it's the intelligence division or the sensory barrier class. Incorrect. Come now, let us wager. Open the door for a kiss. Oh dear, wasn't he it just a moment ago that you visited? Kushina remarked, gazing at the securely locked kitchen door, which Zhang Zhongjing effortlessly unlocked with a key crafted from his earth-style chakra. Her cheeks, still not fully cooled, flushed anew. Is it not the same? In the embrace of the mountains, Goxin found herself nestled against Shan Zhongjing's waist, once again savoring delectable flavors. Such indulgences may seem trivial to seasoned couples, but for young lovers, it is never enough. The aroma of scorched dishes wafted towards them. Goxin playfully struck Shan Zhongjing's chest twice before hastening to salvage the meal in the pot. Now you ought to tell me where you will be employed, she urged. Not going to guess? No, I shall not leap into that pit a second time. Did you not just say you weren't foolish? Humph. Precisely because I'm not foolish, I refuse to guess. You rascal, keeping me guessing means it must be a place I could never fathom. Goxin scrunched her little nose and made a playful face at Shan Zhongjing. Her charming and delicate appearance evoked an irresistible desire to pinch her porcelain-like cheeks. It's a secret. In the serene mountains, a gentle smile graced the lips of the picturesque scenery. The petite Cubi, her mouth slightly agape, fumbled with the spatula in her hand, causing it to tumble into the pot. With a look of concern, she turned to glance at her boyfriend. Without the mark of a troublesome tongue, she was appointed to the position of an influential deputy minister. It seemed that the elder of 3 generations intended to use my influence to counterbalance Danzo. As for Danzo himself, he likely harbored his own ulterior motives. Yet the matter remained manageable. The scenery in the mountains has been elucidated. Should you wish to confront Danzo, do remember to summon me. I have recently reached an agreement with that wretched fox. When the time comes, I shall demonstrate what true invincibility looks like. Kushina's eyes sparkled with an alarming intensity. She lifted her right arm, attempting to showcase her biceps. However, her slender, delicate arm lacked any semblance of strength, rendering her adorable in the eyes of the assailant. Were it not for the sound of the door opening nearby, this little tomato would likely have fallen prey to the villain's clutches. Kushina, with an additional child at the table, simply needed to prepare another bowl. Jing, let's arrange something. I've been rather bored these days, you know. Tsunade, with a little slug perched atop her head, entered the living room barefoot. She swiftly pulled Jing from the kitchen. If it weren't for the fact that she had been busy all morning and was utterly famished, she would have preferred to skip the meal entirely and indulge in some merriment. Las Vegas, truly a place that haunts her dreams. I understand. In the mountains, the scenery gazed upon a once exquisite visage, which, under Tsunade's mischievous expressions, had taken on an air of disrepute. With a helpless sigh, one could not help but wonder, why can't this face be used properly? And your tone, one might mistakenly believe I intend to escort you to an unsavory establishment. Senior Jingshan, Senior Kushina, I apologize for the interruption. Kakashi Hitaki, having changed into the slippers prepared for guests at the entrance, ambled into the living room with his characteristic deadpan expression and bowed earnestly to both Jingshan and Kushina. Don't look at me. This kid lost his teammates on a mission again. The third Hokage asked me to provide some guidance, but what guidance can I offer? Upon hearing of your return, I thought it prudent to bring you along for a trial. Tsunade, exhibiting an air of impatience, reclined on a nearby sofa. While she was indeed a medical ninja, this issue did not pertain to physical ailments or psychological trauma. It was evidently a matter of emotional turmoil stemming from the death of Senior Shumo. What could she possibly contribute? It would be far more beneficial to have Jingshan employ additional illusions. Has Lin from the Noera clan passed away? Or has Obito met the same fate? In the mountains, Kage's eyes flickered as he turned to glance at the rather listless Kakashi, an unfamiliar ninja from Konoha. Kakashi felt a wave of discomfort under Kage's scrutinizing gaze and averted his eyes, replying in a hushed tone. Recently, Sensei Minato had been undertaking particularly challenging missions, leaving their team unable to keep pace, and consequently, they were left behind. 10 days prior, the third Hokage had unexpectedly assigned them to collaborate with another team. The leader of that team, a Chunin, disregarded Kakashi's counsel and recklessly proceeded alongside Obito. The team's overall strength was lacking. Was it not ordinary for two members to perish under such circumstances? Ultimately, he had to complete the mission himself. He could not fathom why the burden of responsibility had fallen upon him. Could you recount the events? Hearing the voice of Yamaguchi Kei, who was neither Wildfield Rin nor Obito, he felt a sense of relief. With nothing else to occupy his time, he inquired about the unfolding events. Kakashi met Yamashita's gaze directly, remaining silent and withholding his words. According to the regulations governing the ninja of Konohagakure, C-rank missions strictly prohibit divulging information to unrelated parties. B-rank missions, in particular, necessitate prior approval from the Hokage's office before any details can be disclosed. Is this where the task issued by the Hokage commenced? In the mountains. Shanzhongjing initially believed that he was at a loss for words, so he proactively suggested a time frame. Confidentiality regulations. Damn. Shanzhongjing nearly choked on those 4 words. But the absurdity of the situation made him chuckle. To be honest, after years of being a ninja, he was accustomed to casual conversations about tasks below A rank and whispering about S rank missions. It was truly his first encounter with Kakashi's obstinacy. Collecting his thoughts, he spoke again. I believe your current dilemma stems from a lack of effective communication. You ought to take a few lessons in the art of language before addressing your conceptual issues. Kakashi slightly furrowed his brow, but nodded in agreement. Tsunade, reclining on the sofa and waiting for dinner, couldn't help but stifle a laugh upon witnessing Kakashi begin to challenge Shanzhongjing. Excellent. At last, she was not the only one enduring this. Before dinner, let me offer you a little something. In the mountains, Shanzhongjing pressed his forehead, feeling for the first time how laborious communication with others could be. Modified Neriku's illusion technique, activate. He formed a single-handed seal. A revised D-grade illusion technique promptly ensnared Kakashi within a realm of fantasy. Casting a glance at his system interface, Shanzhongjing instructed, System, grant Kakashi the master of supporting roles. After all, it was a green tier, and one must not bestow such a gift upon a mere cannon fodder. Furthermore, Kakashi's efforts were so minimal that even when he managed to produce something, his manner of speech could be quite suffocating, proving exceedingly trying for him. A faint green light, visible only to Shanzhongjing, swiftly merged into Kakashi's being. Enveloped in the illusion, Kakashi exhibited intense emotional fluctuations, his expression shifting incessantly, entirely unaware of any anomaly. What kind of illusion have you cast upon him? Tsunade inquired. Observing Kakashi, who had been ensnared by the illusion for scarcely 2 seconds before collapsing to the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony. Modified Neriku's illusion technique, Shanzhongjing explained. In addition to instilling a sense of mental dread, it amplifies interference with the 5 senses, vision, hearing, and pain. The operational difficulty is probably rated above B level. As for the intensity of the illusion, well, he certainly cannot unravel it. I was referring to the content, Tsunade remarked, reflecting on the care and affection emanating from a father to his son. As expected of you. Upon realizing it was a father reprimanding his son, her lips curled into a wider smile. After being tormented by this little rascal all morning, he deserves it. Kushina had never been slow in the kitchen. Upon Tsunade's return, within a mere 15 minutes, an array of delectable dishes, each a feast for the eyes and palate, graced the dining table. In the serene embrace of the mountains, Kakashi effortlessly dispelled the illusion that had ensnared him. As he emerged from the depths of the Jinjutsu, he found traces of tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Noticing the attentive gazes of those around him, he, who fancied himself a mature young man, turned his head aside to dry his tears. Regaining his composure, he deliberately took a seat at the head of the dining table. What emotions stirred within Kakashi? In the serene mountains, The scenery prompted an inquiry into Kakashi's feelings. I am well. I appreciate your concern, Senior, Kakashi replied, pausing his meal and adjusting his posture with respect. Very good, very good. Maintain this state. And I am certain it will greatly enhance your interpersonal relationships. In the serene mountains, Yamashiro nodded in satisfaction, signaling Kakashi to relax and enjoy his meal. You have worked hard, esteemed senior, he said. Kakashi nodded in response and resumed his meal. Tsunade, who was fervently devouring her food, furrowed her brows and glanced up at Kakashi, who had begun eating again. Beside them, Kushina cast a puzzled look at Yamashiro. Although this young fellow was consistently polite, expressions such as I have troubled you or thank you for your concern had never crossed his lips before. Was the effect of the Jinjutsu treatment really this immediate? After Kakashi spoke, he too felt that those words seemed uncharacteristic of him. Yet, recalling the phrases his father had taught him amidst the chaos of battle, he instinctively attributed this change to the influence of the Jinjutsu treatment. Perhaps, pain indeed renders memories more vivid, but this was merely the beginning. In the mountainous scenery, Kakashi noticed the peculiar glances exchanged between Tsunade and Kushina, prompting an inward chuckle. It appeared that Kakashi had yet to encounter Obito, the incessant chatterbox. He imagined the scene where Obito would begin his endless prattle, with Kakashi responding to every utterance, ensuring not a single word would go unacknowledged. This thought made him stifle a laugh, reinforcing his belief that presenting Kakashi with a skilled comedic partner was indeed a sagacious choice. Undoubtedly, Minato and Rin would be overjoyed. Thus concluded a rather pleasant luncheon. In the mountains, Jingshan, without uttering a word, once again ensnared Kakashi in an illusionary banquet. Kushina tidied the tableware and proceeded to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Tsunade, having overindulged in the feast, reclined on the sofa, reminiscent of a woman several months into her pregnancy, cradling her belly. Sister Jingshan, you've already assumed your pose. Do hurry. Jingshan, who had just dispatched Kakashi and was sipping her post-meal digestive tea, nearly spewed the beverage upon hearing this. What outrageous words! While you may be unconcerned about your reputation, I still value mine. A fantastical realm, a celestial paradise. Though I may jest, the sentiment remains. In the midst of the mountains, Yamanaka Q's illusion transported Tsunade to the long-desired gambling city. Ha, I am back once again. Witness my triumphant rampage today. Oh, the dealer seems to be in splendid form with 20 points, but this time I hold 21, an indisputable victory. Do you possess the prowess to challenge me? The gambling goddess of Konoha, Tsunade? A triumphant streak of 3 victories. None of you shall escape today. Ha. Reclining on the sofa, Tsunade danced with exuberance, her jubilant cries echoing far and wide. Kushina peeked over, nearly toppling off the sofa at Tsunade's exuberance. With a glance exchanged with Yamanaka Q, her sparkling eyes curved into crescent moons, evidently recalling Tsunade's previous encounter with the illusion. System, come forth. Let me utilize the random green attribute upgrade opportunity first. The scenery of the mountains mirrored the pleasantness of the mood. With a deft flick of the toes, I propelled Tsunade's tumbling form back onto the sofa. My gaze turned towards the system interface. The previously green item, Healing Milk, had been upgraded to the blue item, Blissful Milk, and the Adept Support had also been dispatched. Among the 3 green items, only the Reverse Fate Apprentice remained. 100% probability. Steady. Congratulations to the host. The green item Reverse Fate Apprentice has successfully upgraded to the blue item Fate Manipulator. Fate Manipulator, existing beyond the currents of destiny, traversing the interwoven realms of fate, actively intervening and altering the destinies of others, while also capable of absorbing a small portion of the unclaimed power of fate that dissipates during significant alterations in others' destinies, thereby enhancing one's own fortune. Within a 10-meter radius, one can observe the depth of others' fortunes. Has the minuscule transformed into a modest quantity, thereby augmenting the ability to perceive fortune? In the mountains, the scenery caused a raised eyebrow, and internally, there was a profound satisfaction with the enhancement brought by the progression of the entry, though it may appear to be merely a subtle alteration of a single character. Is there truly a comparison between 1% and 10%? His gaze shifted towards Tsunade and Kakashi, and through the inherent abilities of the trickster, he distinctly observed the two enveloped in a deep violet aura of fortune. As the 5th and 6th Hokage in the original narrative, they played a pivotal role in advancing the storyline, and unsurprisingly, they possessed remarkable fortuitous energy. However, this ability seemed to hold little significance for him. The capabilities of the Memory Palace allowed him to recall the plot of the Hokage world with clarity. When encountering characters from the original work, he could simply consult the Memory Palace. Was observation truly necessary? As for characters absent from the original narrative, why am I the one shrouded in green? Upon glancing down at his own form, suffused with a verdant glow, the protagonist in the mountain scenery nearly succumbed to despair. Luck is distinct from fate. While the two are interrelated, they are by no means identical. Generally, those blessed with abundant luck tend to enjoy favorable destinies. However, there exist exceptions, such as the likes of Tsunade, who is ensnared by dark tribulations. Thus, regardless of my formidable strength, am I still an unfortunate soul? In the dimly lit mountain scenery, the character, with a hint of impatience, ground his teeth as his gaze oscillated between Tsunade and Kakashi. If one seeks to transform their destiny, it necessitates altering the fates of others. The more entwined one is with the forces of destiny, the more potent the repercussions of such a transformation. Through the manipulation of fate, the energy derived from fortune can be absorbed and transmuted in greater quantities. Moreover, the system's rewards are significantly influenced by how the alteration of their destinies affects the timeline. Tsunade and Kakashi, one destined to be the 5th Hokage and the other the 6th, present a tantalizing opportunity. Should he succeed in reshaping their fates, the potential enhancement of his own fortune is incalculable, and the rewards from the system could lead to a considerable wealth influx. Yet, the question remains, where should he begin? In the serene mountains, the fingers lightly tapped against the armrest of the sofa. After resolving Tsunade's hemophobia, should she ascend to the position of the 4th Hokage ahead of schedule? This alteration, while significant, is not monumental. Even if there were rewards, they would likely be meager. The same rationale applies to Kakashi. He cannot simply eliminate the two individuals for the sake of a system's reward. This is not a mere game where dispatching an NPC carries no psychological burden. He is not a player of Paradox Interactive. The prospect of some trivial reward certainly does not drive him to the brink of madness. Once again, a series of knocks echoed at the door. In the serene mountains, he momentarily set aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and rose to open the door. A ninja clad in dark attire immediately knelt before him upon his arrival, presenting a scroll with utmost reverence. Root? In the mountains, Jing raised an eyebrow and inquired. Indeed, esteemed Lord Jing, I am known by the codename B, the captain of the 2nd squad. The Root ninja nodded in response, his tone somewhat stiff. Yet it was evident that a profound sense of reverence and respect emanated from him. It is the first time I have encountered such politeness from you. In the mountains, the figure received the scroll from the other party. Upon unrolling it and glancing at its contents, he found that the appointment letter mirrored the information previously conveyed by the Umbu member. He addressed the Root ninja before him, stating, "You may return to report, and inform the Hokage's assistant that I shall report for duty tomorrow." Understood, the Root ninja replied, bowing his head before vanishing in an instant. Given that Tsunade and Kakashi posed a challenge, it seems I must rely on you, Akatsuki, to shoulder the burden. In the mountainous landscape, a smile crept upon his lips. Just as he found himself in need, Danzo emerged unexpectedly. Who else could it be but him? One can only exclaim, Lord Dan's is truly exceptional. After concluding his second treatment at 8 in the evening, Kakashi, having managed to partake in another meal, respectfully took his leave. In the serene mountains, Shanjun Jing observed as Kushina, blushing, slipped into the bathroom after finishing the dishes. Resolutely, he intensified the illusion cast upon Tsunade. He did not return to his own room, but swiftly darted into Kushina's bedroom. The bashful Kushina lingered in the bathroom for over an hour before donning a bathrobe and stealthily entering her room. With a click, she locked the door behind her. Hesitating for a considerable time in front of the door, her face flushed, she finally unlocked it with another click. With the silent grace of a stealthy wanderer, Shanjun Jing concealed his presence. Propping his chin on his hand, he sat quietly at the vanity, unable to suppress the smile that crept upon his lips as he watched his girlfriend struggle with the door lock. He rose and approached her from behind, gently locking the door for her. In the midst of Kushina's bewildered expression, Shanjun Jing lifted her into his arms, carrying her towards the soft couch in the bedroom. "WW, what are you doing in my room?" Kushina stammered, her shyness causing her neck and earlobes to flush a deep crimson, matching her cheeks. "I think I know what you intend to do." In the serene mountains, Jingshan emulated the speech of Kushina, embracing her as they reclined upon the couch. "You wretched fellow," Kushina exclaimed upon observing her boyfriend's playful expressions. In a feigned display of ferocity, she playfully bit his shoulder. The following morning, when Jingshan awoke from his slumber, he found that Kushina's presence had vanished. Hearing the sounds emanating from the kitchen, he felt a sense of fulfillment after a delightful night. Rising refreshed to wash and prepare himself. "Where is Tsunade?" "In the serene mountains." As I was freshening up, I cast a glance at the wide-open door of Tsunade's bedroom and casually inquired. Given the intensity of her actions last night, it was reasonable to assume that, without any disturbances, Tsunade, whose gambling addiction is notorious, might not awaken until noon today. Yet, it was perplexing to find her absent at such an early hour. This morning, the Umbu summoned Tsunade. It was rumored that 2 ninjas had just returned from a mission and required her expertise to ascertain a treatment plan. Kushina, feeling somewhat uneasy, turned her head slightly, fixating on the breakfast simmering in the pot. The events of the previous night lingered in her mind, and she still felt a rush of embarrassment when she recalled them. In the serene mountains, after a brisk wash, I made my way to the kitchen, where I gently embraced the slender waist of Kushina from behind. "Allow me to present you with a small gift." "What kind of gift?" Kushina, enveloped in the comforting aura of her boyfriend, felt her initial shyness and nervousness gradually dissolve, as if it were a unique ability of his. In the serene embrace of the mountains, Kyubi rested her chin upon Kushina's delicate head, while inwardly, she commanded the system. Bestow upon Kushina the transformation of a magical girl. Magical girl transformation. Purple. By exclaiming magical girl transformation, one may harness unique magical energy, integrating it into oneself to manifest a splendid ensemble of extraordinary power, awakening personal abilities, and acquiring exclusive magical equipment or weaponry. This bestows a significant enhancement in strength, speed, defense, stamina, casting speed, and willpower. A fleeting glow of deep purple words shimmered and vanished. Kushina, initially curious about how to present such a special ability as a gift, momentarily paused in surprise. An influx of knowledge, foreign to her, surged within her mind. Her body seemed to perceive a distinct energy, entirely unlike chakra. Was it an illusion? A certain application of Yin release? A magical girl? Exclusive magical equipment or weaponry? Kushina blinked, silently utilizing her 9-tailed chakra to disrupt the flow of chakra within her. It seemed not to be an illusion. "Shall I give it a try?" In the mountains, Sang Zhongjing gently held onto Kushina's arm, deliberately avoiding any mention of his girlfriend's recent actions, which seemed to have disrupted his chakra and raised suspicions of Jinjutsu. After all, during their time at the Ninja Academy, he had often playfully employed illusions to tease Kushina. Bringing up that topic could easily lead to a rekindling of past grievances. Indeed, it would be prudent to steer clear of subjects detrimental to their relationship. Wait a moment. Kushina sensed the requirements for activating her abilities and swiftly trotted into the living room, where she promptly established a soundproof barrier. She was no longer a child, after all. Voicing such sentiments in front of her boyfriend was one thing. Being overheard by others would be utterly mortifying. Ahem, magical girl. Transform. Kushina cleared her throat, raised her right arm, and proclaimed a phrase that felt somewhat juvenile. Suddenly, a brilliant array of vibrant colors erupted from her being. An intricate tapestry of unknown magical runes manifested around her, accompanied by dazzling magical effects. A cartoonish 9-tailed fox, formed from concentrated magical energy, appeared behind her. With a flash of light from her hands, she donned a pair of light green gloves. Her flowing red hair was elegantly secured with a light green and gold-bordered bow, and a hairpin in the form of a golden star adorned her bangs. She wore a short robe of the same hue, complemented by a large red cape lined with snowy white fur draped over her shoulders, and a whimsical 9-tailed pouch hung at her waist. Her white knee-high boots accentuated her long, graceful legs. Was this not the quintessential winter incarnation of Kushina? Did she possess any special abilities? In the midst of the mountains, Jing could not help but swallow hard. He had never anticipated that the transformation into a magical girl would entail such a peculiar metamorphosis. This attire, when paired with that particular skill. Wait, is it a power? Hugh Sinai, with a face full of wonder, was examining her new outfit. Upon hearing this, she closed her eyes and sensed for a while before cautiously opening the cartoonish pouch at her waist, extracting a small golden star composed of intertwined magical and chakra energies. Wow. Shan Zhongjing's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Although he had harbored suspicions earlier, the realization of those suspicions left him with a sense of exhilaration. Jing, you are simply marvelous. Xiao exclaimed, feeling the surge of energy within her as she embraced Shan Zhongjing tightly. With her long, graceful legs fluttering, she expressed her inner joy and excitement. Humph, I shall turn around and boast to that wretched fox. If he dares to show me any disdain, I shall not hold back. Am I not wonderful? And you are wearing that outfit tonight? What a delight. Ha ha. In the mountains. A joyful laughter echoed as he spun around several times, holding Kushina in his embrace. After their playful antics continued for a while, they thoroughly explored the capabilities and limitations of the magical girl transformation before commencing their breakfast together. According to Kushina, although the magical girl transformation swiftly depletes the user's physical stamina and chakra, her Uzumaki lineage enables her to effortlessly withstand such exertion. Moreover, she could sense that this power, which harmoniously integrated with her chakra, also resonated with the chakra of the Nine Tails. Should a future agreement be reached with the Nine Tails, her strength could potentially ascend to new heights. How about we venture to the training cave for some sparring in a while? In the mountains, Shang Zhongjing playfully suggested, Humph. Don't let me knock you down. Jiao Shina raised her small face, beaming with joy as she leaned in to plant a kiss on Shang Zhongjing's cheek. Having such a boyfriend is truly wonderful. At 9 o'clock in the morning, within the Hidden Leaf's training facility, Shang Zhongjing, clad in a black combat uniform topped with a J-Nin vest, arrived at the entrance. A root ninja, concealed behind the gate, promptly stood to open it and slightly bowed in respect. As he stepped through the threshold of the training department, the crisp sound of his footsteps echoed through the vacant hall, which lacked even a single window. With the closing of the door behind him, the entire space seemed to be engulfed by darkness, gradually descending into a somber gloom. The captain of the second squad, who he had encountered once before, appeared beside him in a flash, kneeling on one knee to pay his respects. Lord Jing, he spoke respectfully. Lord Danzo has commanded me to guide you and explain the responsibilities and divisions of the various departments within Root. Lead the way, Shang Zhongjing replied. In the mountains, Jing slightly nodded in acknowledgement. He mused to himself, no wonder one could ascend to the rank of captain, while the individual ahead was relegated to merely guarding the gates. Just look at the stark contrast in attitude. It is evident whom Danzo would favor for promotion. Indeed, Lord Jing, this way please. He rose from the ground, gestured to lead, and positioned himself slightly ahead. The organization known as the Training Division indeed bore the responsibility of selecting and training members for the The upper levels of the building primarily comprised various classrooms and training facilities. Due to the impending war, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had no immediate plans to expand the resulting in the upper levels being largely unoccupied. As Jing followed into the elevator descending into the depths, he was granted his first true glimpse of the formidable power wielded by Shimura Danzo. The interrogation unit, tasked with detaining and questioning high-risk individuals. The intelligence unit responsible for espionage activities, the combat unit executing various missions, and the intelligence unit dedicated to information organization. Further down, there existed the research unit focused on ninjutsu development and the logistics unit managing supply chains. How many individuals comprised the foundation in total? In the mountains, Jing furrowed his brow as he inquired of the squad leader, At present, the combat unit under his command comprised a total of 77 individuals. Only Lord Danzo was privy to the number of personnel in the other departments. The squad leader, once again stepped into the adjacent elevator and pressed the button for a lower floor. The scenery in the mountains subtly nodded in acknowledgement. The elite under the command of the Monkey King, known for his swift and decisive strikes, comprises merely around 100 individuals. The strength of Danzo's combat unit is somewhat inferior, which does not come as a surprise to him. However, when one considers the interrogation unit, the intelligence division, the reconnaissance team, the research department, and the training squad, it undeniably resembles a miniature Konoha. No wonder, in this age of incombustible materials, Danzo's subordinates can concoct a plethora of peculiarities. The actual number of his subordinates likely exceeds what anyone could possibly anticipate. Following the lead of the squad captain, they descended further into the base, and as the elevator doors opened, the sounds of training echoed in their ears. As Yamashita Shinkei exited the elevator, he sensed a fleeting fluctuation of chakra coursing through him. He turned thoughtfully to observe the numerous barriers affixed to the walls. In the subterranean chamber, dozens of children, appearing no older than 8 or 9, exhibited vacant stares and expressions of apathy as they mechanically repeated their monotonous training. A child, momentarily distracted by Shinkai's arrival, was struck by a nearby root ninja. Without a cry of pain or complaint, the child merely averted his gaze and continued the repetitive motion of wielding his blade. Lord Shinkai, 3 root ninjas responsible for the training bowed in unison. Is this truly all the reserve members currently undergoing training within the root? In the midst of the mountains, a figure gestured for several individuals to rise, inquiring about their positions, clearly the leader of the root ninjas. Currently, there are 5 groups undergoing training, each comprising 3 leaders. Group A consists of 13 trainees, currently undergoing their final assessment at Training Base Number 2. This batch has shown commendable aptitude, and it is anticipated that at least 6 will successfully complete the evaluation and join the ranks of the root. Before the esteemed figure lies Group B, totaling 88 individuals, with an estimated training duration of 1 year remaining. Group C currently has 145 members, training at Base Number 3, with a projected training period extending to 2 years, making immediate combat readiness unlikely. Group D comprises 200 individuals, while Group E also consists of 200. The responsible root ninja swiftly articulated all pertinent information. In the mountains, the figure nodded slightly and gestured for squad leader E to proceed to the next location. He truly feared that if he lingered for even a moment longer, he would be unable to resist the urge to dismantle this place. From the words of the root ninja before him, he had already deduced the training methods employed by the organization. In the initial 2 years, there was a focus on foundational education and essential skill development, followed by a brutal process of survival of the fittest. Observing the remaining 13 members of Team A, one could ascertain the extent of the devastation wrought by Danzo upon countless children. This old man truly exhibits a complete disregard for humanity. Starting with a group of 200, by the end of the training, fewer than 10 survived. Damn! In the depths of the mountains, Jiang Zhongjing discreetly pinched his palm to regain his composure. It was true that he possessed a dark heart, yet the matter concerning Danzo had transcended mere morality. The man was devoid of any semblance of humanity. Lord Jiang, the functional area has been comprehensively introduced. Lord Danzo is awaiting you in his office, which is conveniently located next to yours. Team Leader B ascended the elevator once more, arriving at the subterranean level, the closest area to the surface. Guided by Team Leader B, he approached the office door. The young sentinel guarding the entrance was none other than Yamanaka Ryuma, who had previously stood by Danzo's side at the Konoha hospital. Pushing open the imposing door, Jiang Zhongjing entered. In the dim light, Danzo sat at his desk, swiftly reviewing a series of documents before him. Upon noticing Jiang Zhongjing's arrival, he set aside his brush and gestured for Team Leader B and the sentinel Yamanaka Ryuma to leave. The office door closed with a decisive thud. The gaze of the figure in the mountains swept across the corners of the room, landing on 4 masked root ninjas, a glimmer of mockery flickering in their eyes. Have a seat, Danzo said as he rose and moved to the sofa set aside for guests, leisurely beginning to boil water for tea. As Yamamoto sat opposite Danzo, he observed the latter skillfully showcase his exquisite tea-making artistry, and he couldn't help but applaud gently. Truly commendable, he remarked. Danzo inclined his head slightly, pushing the brewed tea towards Yamamoto before taking a delicate sip himself. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. Hizashi stands as the Hokage in the light of day, while I dwell in the shadows of Konoha's roots. The shinobi world conceals far too many unsavory truths. The assassination of enemy leaders, the incitement of rival factions, the gathering of rogue ninjas, and the execution of inhumane experiments. In the midst of the mountains, a figure held a teacup delicately, raising it to their lips. Just as they were about to sip, an expression of contemplation emerged, only to have the cup lowered once more. Observing that Toanzo had not revealed any signs of unease, they let out a discontented click of the tongue and reclined carelessly on the sofa. How dull. Let us proceed directly. Have I, perchance, exposed any vulnerabilities? Toanzo, instead of hastily taking action, inquired with curiosity. I have witnessed countless secrets. Even Orochimaru might not be privy to such knowledge. In the serene mountains, Yamaguchi Kei let out a light chuckle. Too much of anything can be detrimental. Given his relationship with Danzo, it was impossible for the latter to truly trust him. Upon witnessing so many secrets, how could Danzo not have prepared means to control him? This was indeed an oversight on my part. Danzo took a sip of tea, setting down the cup before signaling the 4 root ninjas who had been prepared for some time. However, the ninjas, crouched in the corners of the room, seemed oblivious to the gesture, remaining silently in place. Noticing their inaction, Danzo met Yamaguchi Kei's gaze and spoke with a calm demeanor. No wonder you are a formidable opponent capable of defeating Jiraiya. You certainly warrant my additional preparations. As Danzo's words fell, the room erupted in a blinding purple light, revealing the unique barrier technique of the Tsuchigumo clan, dreamlike illusion. In the original tale, the traitor Shiro of the Tsuchigumo clan had taught this technique to his 4 subordinates, who, upon encountering Naruto, bound his chakra entirely. Even when Naruto, in a fit of emotion, summoned the chakra of the 9 tails, he could not break free from this barrier. With a bang, the Danzo before Yamaguchi Kei transformed into a cloud of chakra smoke, clearly indicating that what had transpired until now was merely a shadow clone of Danzo. Shortly after the clone's disappearance, the previously shut office door swung open. Danzo, clad in a black combat uniform with a ninja knife strapped to his back, stepped into the office, greeted by the 4 root ninjas who saluted him in unison. The earlier barrier technique, dreamlike illusion, had begun to retract from the walls inward. The 4 individuals ensnared in the illusion were abruptly interrupted in their chakra flow, allowing them to awaken from the illusion. Observing Yamaguchi Kei, who lay slumped on the sofa under the effects of the dreamlike illusion, Danzo returned to his previous seat. You are too proud. Strength is not the entirety of a ninja. Blind confidence will only lead you to lose the most vital qualities of a ninja. As he slowly began to brew tea once more, Danzo's calm facade concealed an air of lofty arrogance. What if he was stronger than Jiraiya? Every individual possesses weaknesses. As long as one can discern the information and make the necessary arrangements, even the mightiest can be rendered powerless. In this world, there is no shortage of means to restrain the strong. Has your true self finally revealed itself? Yamaguchi Kei, bound to the sofa, gazed at the glaring interface of Danzo's true form, promptly confirming it was indeed Danzo's essence. Since your true self is now ensnared here, why should I hesitate to appear before you in my true form? Toanzo's hands moved incessantly, after cleansing the teacup, once tainted with potions. A crimson light flickered within his eyes as the 3-tomo Sharingan manifested, while the Jinjutsu from his Sharingan disrupted the consciousness of the mountain's deity. His hands began to form seals with remarkable speed. The dark walls of the room illuminated once more with intricate and enigmatic patterns, resonating continuously with the chakra emanating from Toanzo. Becoming a part of the root, transforming into the sharpest blade in the old man's grasp, let us proceed together. Alas, every time I undertake such extensive preparations, my adversaries fail to engage in a proper exchange of stratagems. In the serene mountain setting, Jingshan let out a deep sigh. The crisp sound of applause resonated from the corners of the room. For ninjas, who had been lurking in the shadows, simultaneously rose to their feet, clapping in unison. The formidable power of their shadowy techniques swiftly shattered the mental defenses of Danzo, ensnaring him within an illusion. In an instant, Jingshan's shadow clone materialized beside the teacup he had previously held, grasping the corporeal form ensnared by the ephemeral dream. He vanished from the office using the flying thunder god technique. Moments later, the essence of the mountainous scenery, accompanied by Kushina, once again returned to the dimly lit office. Observing Danzo, whose eyes were spinning wildly with the 3-tomo Sharingan, contorted in excruciating agony as he writhed on the ground, utterly unable to break free from the Jinjutsu. Maintaining her magical girl transformation, Kushina's lovely face flushed with rage, her knuckles cracking ominously as she clenched her fists. How dare he scheme against her boyfriend? If there were even a single morsel of good flesh to be found on this scoundrel today, she would gladly spell her name backward. Do not lay a finger on him. He is filthy. In the mountains, Kage gently patted Kushina's small head, subtly nodding to the shadow clones surrounding them. 2 of the shadow clones opened the office door, standing guard to deter any unexpected arrivals from the root organization. Meanwhile, the other 2 clones swiftly inspected the office, searching for any traps that might have eluded his notice. Humph, Kage. You just recklessly endured the sealing jutsu of the Tsuchigumo clan with your true form. That was exceedingly perilous. Kushina exclaimed, her hands resting on her petite waist, expressing her dissatisfaction with a huff. Isn't that why you're here? In the mountains, the scenery was enchanting as he gently tousled Kushina's hair, placing a tall hat upon his beloved girlfriend's head. Hee. Kushina lifted her small face, clearly delighted by such praise. After indulging in her boyfriend's affectionate gesture, she finally inquired, How could such a cautious person like Danzo not notice you forming hand seals to perform ninjutsu just now? Perhaps applauding is indeed an art? With a light chuckle, Yamashita Kage remarked that no one had stipulated that a clap of the hands must involve all 10 fingers touching. Even the legendary Senju Hashirama could unleash ninjutsu with just a mere clash of fists, empowered by the zero-frame initiation of the technique. He clapped his hands to activate his jinjutsu. Was there truly an issue with that? Danzo's preparations were undeniably thorough. When Yamashita Kage first entered the underground training space, he encountered a special barrier interwoven with anti-sensory techniques that exerted a powerful interference against shadow clones. Under normal circumstances, a shadow clone would instantly dissipate upon passing through such a barrier. Clearly, this was a test to ascertain whether the individual reporting to the root was indeed his true self. Once confirmed, this crafty elder utilized shadow clones to divert his attention while surreptitiously administering a colorless and tasteless drug into his tea. Lacking sufficient medical knowledge, one could easily fall victim on the spot. Even if he managed to evade the drugged tea, the 4 root ninjas could collaboratively employ a unique sealing barrier, enveloping the entire office in the illusion of a dreamlike mirage. Had it been anyone else, this old fox might have succeeded. Alas, he had chosen the wrong opponent. From the very beginning, the scenery in the mountains revealed that this old man harbored ill intentions. Before reporting to the root, he had already left behind a total of 30 shadow clones at home. Subsequently, he placed them in the hidden corners of the root's elevator and various floors, as well as on Captain B. Upon entering the office, the capabilities of the system allowed him to discern immediately that the Danzo seated behind the desk was merely a false projection. By feigning applause while praising Danzo's tea art, he momentarily ensnared everyone in the office with an illusion. After marking the teacup with the Flying Thunder God seal, he connected to the sensory barrier that enveloped the entirety of Konoha, notifying his shadow clones and Kushina to prepare to draw out Danzo's true form and prevent this old man from engaging in an endless cycle of deception. His original self was indeed ensnared by an ephemeral illusion at that moment. It was only after Danzo's shadow clone vanished that his own shadow clone appeared, substituting for 4 root ninjas. What should be done now? Kushina's gaze swept across the various objects in the office. She picked up a paperweight approximately a foot long and relentlessly prodded the pained Danzo on the floor. It was imperative to clarify the most critical matters before proceeding. In the heart of the mountains, a sharp clap resonated as a hand struck Danzo's nape. The root ninjas had all fallen victim to Danzo's curse mark, the Tongue of Calamity, which was an exceedingly intricate ninjutsu. Upon the demise of the old man, this technique would vanish instantly, leaving Root in turmoil. To fully seize control of the influence of Root, it was imperative to first eliminate this latent threat and transfer the dominion of the curse mark to oneself. As the technique for memory extraction penetrated Danzo's mind, in the mountains, Shan Zhongjing swiftly sought the means to control the sealing technique that eradicated the root of his predicament, as well as methods for casting, unraveling, and transferring the spell. Within mere moments, he mastered this vital sealing art upon which the roots depended for existence. Once the essential matters were addressed, he began to rapidly peruse the memories of Danzo. A recent series of explosive images caused Shan Zhongjing to grimace in horror. My eyes. The ever-watchful oil girl Ryoma, the researcher Shinlai, a dual threat unparalleled in the world? This old man. Wait, is he truly preparing to strike against Saratobi Hisashi? Goodness. Skimming past these hair-raising memories, Shan Zhongjing finally arrived at fragments concerning the roots. The composition of root personnel, the structure of research bases, sources and destinations of funding, information on department heads, various tasks currently underway, and the spies embedded within each ninja village. Countless intricate and chaotic pieces of information were swiftly recorded in the Palace of Memories. After acquiring a portion of Danzo's recollections, Shan Zhongjing immediately manifested 2 shadow clones. One transformed using a transformation technique into Danzo's likeness, taking the latter's place before oil girl Ryoma and the team leader, handling the myriad of complex affairs of the roots. The other clone exhibited profound respect for Danzo, formally assuming office and gradually taking over the various responsibilities assigned to the deputy minister. Meanwhile, he himself continued to delve deeper into Danzo's memories. Countless secrets of the ninja world unveiled themselves before him, revealing their enigmatic veils over the span of a full 2 days. In the mountainous landscape, Yamashita had just revisited the memories of Danzo, which spanned several decades. In their entirety, During these past 2 days, he had also begun to transfer the curse mark of the root's main leaders onto himself. However, these leaders represented merely a fraction of the root's members. Over the decades that Danzo had been in power, he had gradually transformed the root into an immense entity. According to Yamashita's estimation, it would be impossible to alter the curse marks on everyone within a month or two, particularly those spies and agents dispatched to other ninja villages. Unless all of them were recalled at once, it would be exceedingly difficult to even meet them in the near term. Thus, he still could not afford to die. Kushina's face was etched with frustration as she relentlessly jabbed at Danzo with a small wooden stick. After 2 days without sustenance and having undergone a forced memory extraction, Danzo appeared utterly depleted. His body was covered in a myriad of bruises from the relentless prodding of the stick. Kushina had indeed succeeded in her earlier intention, rendering Danzo's body devoid of any unblemished flesh. It seems I have misjudged you, Yamashita. You shall become the new root of Konoha, and the shadow of the root will loom over the entire village. Even the Hokage will bow beneath this shadow. Danzo's feeble voice, tinged with unrestrained madness and fervor, echoed through the air. All previous feelings of resentment and bitterness appeared to have vanished, replaced by the prospect of witnessing the rise of the root. Yet, survival did not equate to a life lived in peace. Shan Zhongjing placed a foot upon Tuanzang's face, displaying no interest in such tactics. Was it not merely a desire to survive initially and then seek redemption through other means? After perusing all of Tuanzang's memories, he was acutely aware of every detail, even the distance of his urine. What use were cunning tricks? So what should we do? Kushina pushed Shan Zhongjing's foot aside and began to poke Tuanzang's head with a small stick once more. This face could still utter words. Surely there was still good flesh to be found. Stop playing around. Step outside for a moment. I shall perform a minor procedure on him. In the depths of the mountain, with both hands forming seals, a spiritual breach was opened through the art of shadow evasion and memory retrieval, enabling the forceful deletion of Danzo's memories. Kushina obediently exited the basement, her heart brimming with curiosity. The old fool shall not allow you. Danzo felt an excruciating pain surging through his mind, his eyes bulging with agony. Yet, in the next moment, the unbearable torment pushed his body to activate its self-preservation mechanism. His eyes rolled back, and he promptly lost consciousness. In the midst of the mountains, there exists no sentiment of compassion towards Danzo. With ruthless intent, every fragment of his memories was obliterated. Subsequently, some horrifying images from a past life were meticulously selected and, cloaked in the energy of release, forcibly implanted into his consciousness, altering his recollections. With hands forming intricate seals, a chakra scalpel materialized in his left hand. Utilizing the exquisite blue-tier medical ninjutsu derived from the blissful milk, he commenced a radical transformation of Danzo's visage. Coupled with the continuous healing properties of the water release, water jellyfish technique, within a mere span of half an hour, Danzo's aged countenance morphed into that of a striking middle-aged man. His skin, which had begun to sag with the passage of time, now conformed harmoniously to the youthful appearance he projected, thanks to the mastery of medical arts. Observing Danzo's body, convulsing under the side effects of blissful milk, the expression on Yamashiro's face was one of stark indifference. After scrutinizing all of Danzo's memories, the fact that he refrained from dismembering this wretch was a testament to his restraint. All future tribulations would be well-deserved retribution for this individual. Seizing Danzo's bloodied hair, he extracted the Sharingan, replacing it with a pair of ordinary eyes, and then altered his hairstyle. In the depths of the mountains, a figure flickered, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Danzo to a secluded corner of Konoha. With a casual motion, he cast the entirely unclothed individual into a refuse heap. Following this action, the system's notification chimed in. A significant alteration in the fate of one of the villainous boss figures occurred, resulting in a shift in the progression of the world line. Rewards were granted: 1 opportunity for concept word extraction, 1 chance to upgrade a random blue word entry, 1 word extraction opportunity, and 1 word reset opportunity. The effects of the Fate Weaver activated upon the arrival of the system's notification, causing the destiny power originally residing within Danzo to dissipate rapidly. The scenery within the mountains can be distinctly felt. These forces of destiny, under the influence of the effects of the inscription, have been absorbed and transformed into the power of fortune, swiftly integrating into his being. He glanced at the verdant vitality surrounding him, now more robust than before. The mood of Shan Zhongjing, which had initially improved due to the system's notification sound, once again plummeted. This old fellow, unable even to elevate his fortune to the blue tier, elicited a frustrated mutter from his heart. In the depths of the mountain, Shanjing's figure flickered and returned to the basement, employing his rudimentary mastery of fire techniques to erase any traces left behind. After a considerable amount of time spent in diligent effort, he confirmed that no clues remained. Only then did he direct his gaze towards the system interface within his mind. Host, Shanjing occupation, ninja activated entries. Transcender, red. Zero frame initiation, red. Sage body, red. Master of ninjutsu, purple. Master of water ninjutsu, purple. Temporal insight, purple. Ninja world sage, blue. Silent walker, blue. Handsome, blue. Fate manipulator, blue. Blissful healer, blue. Ominous conflict, black. Inactive entries. Cicada pupa, white. Fragile yet resilient, white. 9 treasures in 1 birth, blue. Empty-handed, gray. Complete childhood, gray. Reversal of the brothel sister, white. Entry copy. 1 entry extraction. 2 entry bestowal. 7 entry downgrade. 2 entry reset. 1 concept entry extraction opportunity. 1 random blue entry upgrade opportunity. 5 blue entries remain immovable. In the serene embrace of the mountains, Jing sighed deeply. After contemplating how to maximize benefits, he decided to embark on the extraction of conceptual entries. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the blue entry Intangible Decapitation. Intangible Decapitation, blue through relentless focus on the art of swordsmanship day after day. You have fortuitously stumbled upon an enigmatic realm. When launching any form of strike towards a target, there exists a slight probability of invoking this power, randomly severing one head of the target. When wielding bladed weapons, your proficiency, power, and speed shall be enhanced. Is this head of yours, indeed, a genuine one? As Shan Zhongjing gazed upon the system's vague and unclear annotations, vivid images began to form in his mind. One could hardly blame him for harboring such malicious speculations. The system had proven unreliable far too many times. The probability of this entity being a legitimate skill approaches infinity, or rather, 0. For the moment, he chose to overlook the intangible guillotine. In the mountainous scenery, the last 2 opportunities for ordinary attribute extraction were utilized. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the green attribute Transformational Variability and the white attribute Crimson Frenzy. Transformational Variability, green through extensive study of various metamorphic techniques. You have mastered profound skills in transformation, allowing you to effortlessly alter your physical form. Your proficiency in diverse metamorphic arts has slightly improved, alongside your abilities in mimicking presence, voice, habits, and physique. Crimson Frenzy, white born amidst the bloodshed, you are perpetually surrounded by blood, instilling within you an instinctive thirst for it. Your understanding of biological vascular structures and weaknesses has been enhanced, along with your combat desire and bloodlust. When immersed in a sanguine environment for extended periods, your propensity for aberration increases. Shan Zhongjing cast a fleeting glance at the green entry, which fluctuated in size, and chose to disregard it entirely. This entry, not only in name was it misleading, but its efficacy was undeniably dismal. Had it the potential to conjure a Susanoo, perhaps Shan Zhongjing might have found some intrigue. Instead, it merely offered a rudimentary enhancement to transformation techniques. It was quite absurd to think he would find value in it. With the support of zero-frame initiation chakra control, combined with the breath control effects of the Silent Walker, his innate transformation abilities could easily deceive even shadow-level powerhouses. Activating this entry held no significance whatsoever. His gaze then settled upon the white entry, fervently crimson. This item, one might presume, would be in direct opposition to Tsunade's hemophobia. Could it be that Tsunade was on the verge of a full revival? In the mountains, the scenery scratched its cheek. One was bloodthirsty, the other was bloodphobic. Their contrasting natures seemed to cancel each other out, rendering the matter inconsequential. Sister, my gratitude towards you is akin to a rebirth. Is it too much to ask for a modest request? With a sinister chuckle, I pondered how to negotiate with Tsunade. In the mountains, Jing halted his errant thoughts and directly utilized the random blue attribute upgrade opportunity. Congratulations to the host. The blue attribute Understanding King of the ninja world has successfully evolved into the purple attribute Source Seeker. Source Seeker, purple. The technique of the Memory Palace has been transformed into instinct and talent, granting you an almost boundless memory capacity, the ability to unveil various secrets, explore all origins, and significantly enhance your comprehension, insight, and memory. The speed at which you learn ninjutsu, secret arts, and skills has been greatly accelerated. The system notification echoed in the air. The scenery of the mountains brings clarity to the mind. The sensation of enhanced mental acuity is difficult to articulate, yet it instills a profound sense of ease within him. The ninjutsu he yearned to create, akin to rebirth, suddenly began to take shape in this moment. Many questions that had arisen during his past training seemingly found resolution. In the serene mountains, a subtle smile graced the corners of his lips. The transformation of the understanding king within the ninja realm into a seeker of origins. Although it may not immediately enhance his combat prowess, significantly augments his memory and learning capabilities, thereby considerably reducing the time required for self-directed study. In terms of long-term benefits, this effect undoubtedly surpasses the mere enhancement of the attributes related to Silent Wanderer, Handsome, and Blissful Milk. The system has activated the intangible beheading strike. As the effects of the upgraded entry began to fade, the newly acquired conceptual entry was finally activated. Day after day, memories of wielding the blade flooded his mind. The intricate techniques of the Leaf Village, such as the Dance of the Three Moons, the Willow Technique, the Secret Sword of Moonshadow, and the Vacuum Blade, were meticulously analyzed time and again. Similarly, the cloud-hidden techniques of Slicing Embrace, Reverse Slash, and the Iron Country's Iato Slash, as well as the Sky-Rending Slash and the Wind and Snow Slash, became second nature through relentless practice. Thanks to the enhancements provided by the upgraded Seeker entry, the influx of training memories swiftly transformed into instinctive abilities within his body. In the serene mountain setting, one can distinctly perceive that any sword or blade placed in his hands is effortlessly wielded to showcase its unique characteristics and formidable power. The invisible decapitation strike is merely a preliminary test of probability. As Yamashita Kage cast one final glance at the content displayed on the system interface, he rose and pushed open the grand door of the basement. Where has Danzo gone? Standing in the corridor, Kushina, holding a small wooden stick, approached the doorway. Peering inquisitively into the basement, she noticed that Danzo had vanished without a trace, and with a puzzled expression, she inquired of her boyfriend, "What a heap of rubbish." In the mountains, Yamashita embraced Kushina's waist with a smile, guiding her downstairs. Are we just letting him go? It's nothing. Merely a middle-aged vagrant who babbles nonsense and possesses a mind full of trivialities. I've already dispatched a shadow clone to assign a root ninja to keep watch. Oh, but won't your shadow clone raise any suspicions with the third? Rest assured, my shadow is very familiar with you. You are quite mischievous. Who speaks like that every day? Kushina laughed, resting her head on Yamashita's shoulder. I'll borrow this for a moment. In the mountains, Jingxiao cheerfully took the slender wooden stick, about a foot in length and as thick as a thumb, from Kushina's hand. He had mastered all of Danzo's memories and instructed his shadow clone to employ the Yenshu technique of the Uchiha clan, completely mimicking Danzo's appearance and aura. He harbored no concerns about being detected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Soon, by merely altering the memories of Danzo's two accomplices, Oil Girl Ryoma and Shinraka Tanuki, he could ensure absolute security. The only potential threat remained the other deputy of Root, Orochimaru. However, as the saying goes, when soldiers arrive, they will meet the enemy. When water comes, it will be damned. Once he gained complete control over Root, even Orochimaru would find it difficult to stir any significant upheaval. I bought 2 chickens this morning. How about we have a big plate of chicken for lunch? Kushina felt entirely at ease with her boyfriend. With her worries set aside, she began to contemplate the cooking. I'll just borrow the chickens for now. Rest assured, we should still be able to enjoy a meal afterward. In the mountains, the scene unfolded as he gently tousled Kushina's hair. Amidst her puzzled gaze, he brought 2 roosters, tightly bound, into the courtyard. With a flurry of swift yet impotent strikes, he mimicked the sound of chopping, swift and resolute, yet lacking any true force. After more than 20 consecutive swings of the small stick, the farce continued. In the mountains, one finally perceives that elusive and profoundly mysterious force, which flickers and vanishes in an instant. A chicken's foot detached from the rooster, tumbling to the ground. Is this a head? A bone? In the mountains, Jing's frustration erupted as he scolded under his breath for a while before raising a small wooden stick towards another rooster. After delivering over 100 fierce strikes, he finally unleashed a forceful blow. The blood-curdling scream, now transformed into a haunting pitch, filled the air. A tiny, less than 1 centimeter long red tongue fell from the rooster's open beak. Members of the Shanchong clan, busy in the kitchen, pricked up their ears at the strange cry and cautiously peeked out, only to discover it emanated from Jing's residence. The curious onlookers promptly retreated, recalling the last incident where several elder siblings lost their dignity due to his reckless actions. Better to refrain from witnessing this spectacle. With rapid, fluid motions, Jing wielded his stick. An hour later, he glanced at Tsunade, who had collapsed in horror amidst the pool of chicken blood in the courtyard. Her limbs stiff and her expression frozen in fear. A hint of madness flickered in Jing's eyes as he instinctively glanced at the large lightning bolt before him. No, this was utterly inappropriate. You must clean this up. Upon realizing that all the bloodstains were from the two roosters that lay with unblinking eyes, Tsunade's complexion finally improved slightly. Compared to human blood, the sight of chicken blood affected her far less. Well then, in the mountains, the scene revealed a rooster. Its head and feet severed, its entire skeleton cleaved in two, with a neck shorter than that of a duck. It seemed unnecessary to increase Kushina's culinary challenges. With a swift clap of his hands, a water technique emerged, a torrent of water sweeping away all traces into a swirling vortex. This slender water spout ascended into the sky, spanning across the territory of the Yamashiro clan, and cascaded directly into a nearby stream. What were you just doing? Tsunade questioned, her vision free of bloodstains, her pale countenance regaining a hint of color. Practicing medical ninjutsu? You fool. Do you think me easily deceived? What kind of medical ninjutsu could produce such results? Ah, a chakra scalpel? Which medical ninja practices with a wooden stick? Come, show me a slice with this broken stick. I see no necessity for that. If you're summoned, then come forth. Oh, Yamashiro, how dare you shave my eyebrows? You scoundrel. Stand still. Only a fool would remain stationary and take a beating. You coward. If you have the audacity to wield a blade against me, then have the guts to face my punch. Can this matter be settled with a single punch? Don't employ the technique of water transformation, with just a light punch. I could turn the tide. I trust you as far as I can throw you. In the mountains, the scenery whizzes by as she dashes forward with wild abandon. The veins on her face bulge with intensity. If she were to obediently halt and face punishment, would she not be summoned to meet her ancestors on the spot? Oh, but I possess a divine constitution. I suppose I might evade such a fate. Yet, that would still be painful. The treacherous and unseen guillotine. How is it that just moments ago the probability of its activation seemed so alarmingly high? As Shan Zhongjing sprinted through the forest, he could not help but mentally ridicule the situation. He had merely intended to demonstrate to Tsunade the technique of manifesting a chakra scalpel using a wooden stick. Given his current mastery over chakra control and medical ninjutsu, conjuring a chakra scalpel from such an unresponsive object should not have posed a significant challenge. Even if the stick lacked any conductive properties, who would have anticipated that during the hour-long experiment, the probability of triggering such a phenomenon was merely around 1%? And yet, it occurred so unexpectedly. Fortunately, it was merely his eyebrows that had been affected. Had it been any other part of his body, Tsunade would not have merely pursued him in jest. Hey Tsunade, it's time for lunch. Kushina called out cheerfully from the entrance, coming to Shan Zhongjing's rescue. While preparing the meal, she had caught a glimpse of the blood-soaked scene in the courtyard and realized a change in the menu was essential for the midday meal. As for the two unfortunate creatures that had endured 1,000 cuts, they might as well find peace. Shan Zhongjing, do not let me catch you. Tsunade halted abruptly, seething as she glared at the little rascal who stood about 10 meters away. Internally, she resolved to investigate that technique capable of exponentially enhancing speed, lest she find herself at a disadvantage in future encounters. Ahem, Tsunade, that was merely an accident. You know I am the most reliable person. You? Reliable? Huh. Today, I have been diligently researching solutions to your predicament and have already made preliminary progress. In the mountains, the scenery is crafted without hesitation, words flowing effortlessly. Are you studying how to resolve my issues, or are you examining how to resolve me? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. At the entrance, Kushina stifled laughter at the sight of Tsunade's missing eyebrow, her small face flushed and trembling with restraint. No laughter, no laughter. Her boyfriend was nearly bewildering Tsunade, and a laugh now would ruin everything. Can there still be trust between people? Oh, certainly not. My dear sister, just a few days ago, you witnessed the effects of Kakashi's treatment. Are you serious? Tsunade regarded the earnest Yamashiro with skepticism. She had observed Kakashi's transformation. While uncertain if any further issues would emerge during their next mission, it was evident that he had made considerable strides in communication. Truly, not a hint of deception. The tone of Yamazaki was remarkably sincere. The power of systemic terminology is something others may not fully grasp, but he certainly does. Its effects are indeed immediate. Tsunade pressed her thin lips together, gazing intently at Yamazaki for several seconds before noticing that his eyes remained steady and unflinching. Ultimately, she chose to temporarily place her trust in his words. She then turned and walked towards the residence. After dinner, they would converse. Kushina stifled a laugh, silently giving her boyfriend a thumbs up. What a clever way to navigate the situation. In the mountains, Yamanaka-Q cast a triumphant glance at Kushina before briskly entering the house. After indulging in a sumptuous lunch, Tsunade began to inquire about Yamanaka-Q's therapeutic methods. As a medical ninja, she had often contemplated how to address her own psychological issues. Yet, being a medical ninja also meant she was acutely aware of the root of her troubles. Without confronting the events of her past, any treatment would not only prove futile but could also exacerbate her suffering. However, the approach proposed by Yamanaka-Q diverged from her expectations. To seal away all memories and construct a wholly new life through illusion, evolving from birth to maturity, gradually acclimating to the presence of blood. Was it truly possible to avoid facing the past? Tsunade's expression grew distant. She understood that such a therapeutic method carried significant risks. Should one fail to distinguish between illusion and reality? Yet, if it meant evading confrontation with those memories. After a moment of silence, she beckoned Yamanaka-Q with a gesture and voluntarily reclined in the bedroom. In the mountains, Jing took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, and swiftly conjured a vast illusionary landscape. As Tsunade stood before him, her senses wavered, and her consciousness was plunged into darkness. Her vision, hearing, smell, touch, and taste were all ensnared by the illusion. A formidable dark ninjutsu energy rapidly sketched the memory-sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan within her mind. The system bestowed upon Tsunade a fervent crimson vitality. After a full minute of laboriously crafting the illusion of the mountainous scene, he exhaled a breath of murky air. The illusion he had deployed, in terms of operational complexity, was indeed of S-rank caliber. However, the duration was exceedingly lengthy. Simulating an individual's life over the span of 6 years, from scene construction to sensory feedback and the shaping of NPCs, was an endeavor of monumental proportions. Had it not been for the advancements of the Source Seeker, which had exponentially increased his speed in retrieving the imagery of the Memory Palace, he might not have completed this illusion even in 5 minutes. Jing, are you all right? Kushina asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. In her recollection, her boyfriend typically executed illusions with a mere glare and a clap of his hands. This was the first time she had witnessed him exerting such effort. Good. Very good. I believe I now understand the principles behind Tsukuyami and Kodoamatsukami. The landscape in the mountains dazzles the eyes with an astonishing brilliance. Perhaps it is the combined efforts of the Master of Shadows and the Seeker of Origins. This time, he has executed a grand illusion of considerable magnitude. And in a moment of inspiration, he has remarkably discerned the principles behind Tsukuyami and Amenoda Jikara. The manipulation of time, space, senses, and mass in Tsukuyami is relatively straightforward. I estimate that with a bit more contemplation, he could, within a span of 2 or 3 days, create an illusion indistinguishable from Tsukuyami. The subconscious implantation and mental control of Amenoda Jikara are somewhat more complex. Particularly the method of casting silently, without the victim's awareness, will require further study. However, once a clue is found and the general principle understood, it will ultimately be possible to develop it. What is that technique? Kushina blinked her eyes, gazing at her boyfriend in confusion. The Uchiha clan possesses the most formidable illusion within the kaleidoscope Sharingan. In the mountain, a smile crept upon the corner of my lips as my mind began to weave intricate strategies on how to impart lessons to my adversaries within the realm of Tsukuyami. I pondered whether the formless beheading technique would prove effective in the illusionary space. Such sudden, unpredictable assaults instill a terror far surpassing that of a mere dagger thrust. Furthermore, I questioned whether the effects of the Elysium milk could be triggered within this illusion. The pinnacle of joy achieved in mere moments. Alas, how could I have carelessly expelled Danzo this morning, leaving me without a suitable subject for experimentation? Kushina may not grasp the true potency of Tsukuyami and the other divine techniques, yet she understands her boyfriend well. A technique that even Yamano Kage deems immensely valuable must undoubtedly possess formidable strength. However, compared to Tsukuyami and the other divine arts, Her intrigue was evidently piqued by the illusionary technique Yamaguchi Kei had just executed, a technique capable of allowing 6 years to unfold within a mere 6 days of illusion is, upon reflection, rather chilling. Kage, what is the name of the illusion you just performed? Did you just serve a bowl of mengpa soup? The landscape within the mountains has been bestowed with a name. Such intricate illusions, requiring extensive and cumbersome scene construction and character development, are ill-suited for the rapid pace of battle. Moreover, the characters conjured by these illusions cannot possess the intelligence of real individuals. For adults with a well-formed understanding of the world, illusions will ultimately remain mere illusions. As for the complete erasure of the original memories of the illusionist, replacing them with memories fabricated by this illusion, it remains a profound and complex endeavor. The fleeting thought of the mountain scenery is swiftly dismissed. It is not merely the arduous task of fabricating a decade's worth of memories that is daunting. The extensive erasure of memories could inflict irreversible and profound damage upon the sorcerer's mind and spirit. Would it not be more effective to simply eliminate it altogether? However, if the illusion is propelled by the sorcerer's memories and desires, could it not unfold without the constraints of character inversion imposed by the lunar reading? The scenery in the mountains sparkles with brilliance. Who could be more adept at evoking the memories and desires of others than he? The limited monthly reading. I must swiftly find someone to experiment with. Sai, Jing, if you create any new techniques next time, allow me to assist you in naming them. Kushinai covers her face with one hand. Indeed, this name reflects the consistent style of her boyfriend. All right then. In the mountains, gently ruffled Kushina's hair. He then rose and made his way to the study, swiftly recording the recent inspiration for his illusion techniques. Upon lifting his gaze, he observed Kushina seated cross-legged in the study, her chakras surging, clearly engrossed in her own training. He returned his focus to the scroll before him, diligently refining and enhancing his concepts for the moon reading and the otherworldly deity illusions. Before long, Mike Guy, Karinai Yuhi, and Karama Gunma arrived at the door, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. Although Yamashita has taken on the role of deputy minister in the Umbu training department, perhaps due to political entanglements, the third Hokage has not assigned a new J-Nin leader to the 3 young ones. They remain under his purview. He once again created a shadow clone to accompany the trio for their training, before he could immerse himself in his studies of Jinjutsu. A member of the Umbu approached him with a message. The third Hokage hopes that Tsunade could visit the Konoha hospital. He glanced at Tsunade, who was deeply engrossed in her Jinjutsu. After leaving behind a shadow clone to study illusion techniques in the mountains, he rose and followed the Umbu towards the Konoha hospital. Damn it, I'm almost becoming a model citizen of Konoha, he grumbled indignantly. Amidst the picturesque mountains, the protagonist deftly executed his technique of instant movement, swiftly traversing the rooftops of numerous edifices. His mind began to ponder whom he could persuade to assist the foundation and alleviate the burdens weighing upon him. The scheming Danzo had expanded his operations excessively. In light of the recent tensions within the ninja world, intelligence from various nations and villages had been incessantly relayed back to the espionage division. Nearly every day, a multitude of missions required dispatching to be fulfilled. The combat unit occasionally captured significant individuals, while the interrogation team continuously submitted reports. The research and training divisions were equally demanding, not only necessitating regular progress updates, but also persistently requesting funds, experimental materials, equipment, and other resources in a myriad of ways. Initially, upon observing Danzo's relentless visits to the Hokage's office, he had assumed the role would be uncomplicated. However, upon truly assuming the responsibilities, he realized the extent of the complications involved. Were it not for his comprehensive understanding of Danzo's memories, he would often struggle to replicate the necessary actions. It was indeed uncertain whether he could manage all this alone. Who could he possibly persuade to elevate the existing ninjas of the Foundation? After contemplating for a while amidst the mountainous scenery, he swiftly recalled a multitude of names in his mind. He had previously confided in Ziludi and the other 2, revealing that he had orchestrated a coup against Danzo and had clandestinely taken over the affairs of the Root organization. In the mountains, both Uaharii and Akidu Dingso were momentarily taken aback. However, Nara Shikahiza, that fellow, did not even bother to put on an act. He simply gave up and stated that anyone who wanted him should extend an invitation themselves. It was evident that he anticipated such a response after gauging his own capabilities. Yet, the younger members of the Nara clan lacked experience. Once they entered the Corps, their assistance proved to be rather limited. As for the older generation, while they were undeniably clever, they were equally indolent. It would be a rarity for them to accept an invitation through conventional means. In the Mountain Clan, there are fewer wise individuals compared to the Nara clan, yet those who could genuinely offer assistance may be reluctant to join the route. As for the Akimichi clan, the chubby ones are rather endearing. It would be unkind to burden them with the task of critical thinking. Ultimately, what remains are the original ninjas of Root. Perhaps it would be prudent to reevaluate and modify their memories? In the depths of the forest, Yamashita contemplated aimlessly as he followed the Umbu to the Konoha hospital. Upon ascending to the second floor, he encountered a considerable assembly of Uchiha ninjas, with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi, standing in the corridor, flanked by 2 Umbu operatives. "Where is Tsunade?" Saratobi inquired, puzzled by Yamashita's solitary arrival. Tsunade had previously observed the positive effects of Kakashi's psychological therapy and was eager to experience the method for herself. The words of Yamashita Kage were not articulated with utmost clarity. The news of Tsunade's hemophobia had been meticulously concealed by the higher-ups of Konohagakure. With the multitude of voices present, uttering such information could lead to widespread knowledge throughout the village by the following day. A few members of the Uchiha clan, upon hearing this, stepped forward with faces etched in anger, evidently prepared to question Yamashita Kage as to why he had not roused Tsunade. However, before they could voice their inquiries, the elder of the Uchiha clan raised his hand, restraining them behind him. His piercing gaze swept over the aspiring clan ninjas, compelling them to swallow their words. While ordinary ninjas might have been oblivious to Yamashita Kage's identity, the elder, as a Uchiha, was acutely aware of the shifts within the village's upper echelons and could not fail to recognize the newly appointed deputy leader of Root. To question the deputy leader in the presence of the Hokage was sheer folly, a sign that they were perhaps too comfortable in their current circumstances. Saratobi Hiruzen, upon hearing Yamashita Kage's words, grasped the situation. Tsunade was engaged in treating her own phobia. He took the initiative to interject, addressing the Uchiha elder beside him. Although young, Kage was more adept at healing psychological trauma than Tsunade herself. Uchiha Makoto's injuries were not severe, rendering Kage the more suitable choice for the task. "Then I shall rely on you, Lord Kage," the Uchiha elder said, bowing respectfully to Yamashita Kage, his demeanor markedly amiable. "Lord Hiruzen, you are too kind." "I shall exert my utmost efforts," Kage replied. In the mountains, Shanjun Jing offered a respectful greeting. The elderly gentleman before him, known as Uchiha Kaida, was one of the last remnants of the Warring States period among the Uchiha clan. He had always been aligned with the village, actively encouraging his kin to not confine themselves to the ranks of the guard, but rather to engage in the daily operations and missions of the village. He was regarded as a visionary among the ruling members of the Uchiha clan. Although Jing had only encountered him a few times, the foundational records had meticulously detailed his life. With a soft click, the door to the infirmary swung open. The medical ninja, Keisuke Rue, who had just been conversing with others within, stepped out and addressed Shanjun Jing. "Jing, please take a moment to assess the patient's condition. It appears they may still be ensnared in a jinjutsu." "Understood." As the scenery of the mountains unfolded, he nodded at Saratobi Hiruzen and the Uchiha elder, quickly making his way into the hospital room. Due to his connection with Kushina, he and Uchiha Makoto had known each other since childhood. Upon witnessing her injury and recognizing his ability to assist, he could not stand idly by. Stepping into the hospital room, he felt a sense of urgency. In the mountains, upon witnessing the pale complexion of Uchiha Makoto, Shangjojin first cast a glance at the 4-drip hanging beside the sickbed. Noting that it merely contained a standard solution for replenishing bodily energy, he then clasped his hands together in a series of intricate seals, earnestly attuning himself to her current mental state. This condition, in the mountains, the landscape sensed the mental state of Uchiha Makoto, her brow furrowing slightly. Although the wind-blowing Lu was a skilled medical ninja, his understanding of Jinjutsu was rather limited. Presently, Uchiha Makoto was not merely ensnared by an illusion. Rather, the enemy's in-release chakra had fused with her rebounded Jinjutsu, resulting in an exceptionally tenacious force of in-release that was perpetually clashing with her own power. Perhaps due to her prior mental trauma, despite Uchiha Makoto relying on her body's instincts to continuously draw upon her inner chakra to compensate for her ocular power consumption. This foreign force proved remarkably resilient, impossible to extinguish in a brief span. This rendered her mental state exceedingly unstable, her Sharingan eyes shimmering with tumultuous energy. The conventional methods to dispel Jinjutsu were ill-suited to Uchiha Makoto's current predicament and could even provoke adverse effects, hindering her struggle against that force. Moreover, should external forces intervene, lacking an in-release power several times greater than Makoto's, they would only be met with the backlash of their own collision. Ninja technique, heart shift clone technique. In the mountains, with a resounding clap of his hands, he unleashed his ancestral secret technique. His formidable spiritual power surged into Uchiha Makoto's body in an unstoppable wave, penetrating deep into her consciousness. Confronted within the sea of consciousness, Uchiha Makoto wore an expression of utter bewilderment. The inherent shadowy power of the mountain transformed into colossal waves of the vast sea, instantly submerging the uncontrollable force completely. The might of Lord Jing remains as formidable as ever. Uchiha Makoto's consciousness observed the overwhelming force that had left her weary in its wake, now utterly vanquished. With her hands gracefully gathered before her, she inclined her body in a respectful bow. Her gentle visage still bore a serene smile, seemingly capable of soothing the troubled soul. The fatigue stemming from her mental exhaustion added an air of delicate vulnerability that evoked sympathy. Could you kindly provide a brief overview of the task at hand and the nature of the adversary? In the mountains. The scenery waved its hand and quickly inquired about Uchiha Makoto's recent mission. The girl was in dire need of rest due to her current mental state. However, that dark, extreme, and frenzied power of in release bore an uncanny resemblance to the Sharingan. He couldn't help but feel uneasy without asking her a single question. Our small team had been dispatched to the Hidden Rain village to deliver a scroll to the village leader, Hanzo of the Salamander. The first half of the mission had gone smoothly. Yet, on our return, we encountered a group of youths adorned with Rain Village headbands, dressed in long black cloaks, distributing food to the commoners. I found this odd and sent my subordinates to inquire further. It was said that these youths were members of the Akatsuki organization, founded by war orphans, with a philosophy that seemingly sought peace through nonviolent means. Upon re-entering the Land of Fire, we were suddenly ambushed by a masked ninja, revealing only one of his 3 Tomo Sharingan. Although he exposed just one eye, his ocular prowess greatly surpassed mine. Had it not been for the flying summoning beast that Kyukuin had previously sold, our team might not have returned. I had tested the identity of that masked ninja. He could not possibly be a member of our Uchiha clan, and his speech carried a hint of foolishness. I analyzed Hanzo's circumstances and concluded that he had no reason to attack us. Thus, I suspected the issue lay with the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Makoto contemplated for a moment and recounted her experiences and suspicions throughout the journey. Please take a good rest, she said. Thank you for your concern, Kyukuin. Once my body has recovered somewhat, I shall personally visit to express my gratitude. No need for such formality. We have known each other for quite some time. In the midst of the mountains, one gestures lightly as consciousness returns. With a gentle exertion of spiritual energy, the lingering restlessness of the dark chakra within Makoto is gradually soothed. He inwardly laments the misfortune of this girl, of all the individuals she could encounter. It is none other than Nagato and his associates. Since the last time Kagaya's manifestation escaped, he had contemplated making a trip to the Rain Village to extract Nagato's Rinnegan. This artifact, left unattended, remains a persistent threat. However, at that time, he was unaware of the whereabouts of Nagato and his companions. After assuming control over the root organization, he did come across some intelligence pertaining to the Akatsuki, yet the past few days have been exceedingly hectic. Thus, he set this matter aside for the moment. Little did he expect that while he remained inactive, Kagaya would act first. Was this a ploy to provoke Konoha against the Akatsuki, orchestrating a performance to guide Nagato in executing the Moon Eye plan? Amidst the serene mountain scenery, a myriad of thoughts flitted through my mind, leaving me momentarily uncertain of Heiju's intentions. Surely, that fellow could not be so paranoid as to believe that the attention of the Leaf Ninjas posed a threat, prompting him to venture forth solely to silence witnesses. After all, the previous root ninja had managed to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki organization without facing such dire consequences. As for the collection of information regarding the Sharingan, if he were indeed ruthless, then Akatsuki's Obito would have acted decisively with wood release. Furthermore, Uchiha Makoto and her team members would undoubtedly have met their demise. It appears that the situation has been resolved. As the wind gusted, I observed Uchiha Makoto's expression of anguish gradually fade, her mental state stabilizing, and her body ceasing to exhaust its internal chakra. I released a deep sigh of relief. Had that state persisted for too long, It could have inflicted severe damage on both her mind and body. The foreign in release energy has been expelled, yet her own mental fortitude will likely require some time for recuperation. The remainder rests in your capable hands. Shan Zhongjing faced the wind and uttered a word before turning to exit the ward. With the interference of that sinister energy dispelled, Uchiha Makoto would soon be able to recuperate properly. As for employing medical ninjutsu for a personal treatment, he preferred to avoid that. He feared he might struggle to explain himself later. How did it go? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired as soon as Shan Zhongjing emerged. Uchiha Makoto held a significant position within the Uchiha clan and had, in recent years, served as a vital bridge between the village and the Uchiha. Were it not for this, he would not have taken the trouble to come from his office and even dispatched the Umbu to summon Tsunade. Over a dozen members of the Uchiha clan, equally anxious, gazed at Shan Zhongjing, their expressions betraying a palpable fear of receiving ill tidings. It has been resolved. Kage of the Yamashita repeated the words he had just spoken to the wind-blown Lu. The three generations nodded slightly. Meanwhile, more than a dozen Uchiha ninjas nearby collectively released a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, several Uchiha ninjas had cast furious glares at Kage of the Yamashita upon hearing that Tsunade was absent. Now, their expressions were filled with gratitude as they repeatedly expressed their thanks. Their demeanor was such that one might think they longed to rush forward and embrace him with a kiss. The contrast in their attitudes was strikingly stark. Shan Zhongjing's gaze swept over the three Uchiha youths, a boy and a girl, both wrapped in bandages, weeping in each other's embrace. Recognizing them as the subordinates who had accompanied Uchiha Makoto on her mission, he felt a wave of empathy. As he employed sensory ninjutsu, he discerned no trace of the white Zetsu's aura emanating from them. The absence of such a presence perplexed Shan Zhongjing. He could not fathom the intentions of Black Zetsu. Was it a ploy to lure Konoha into action against the Akatsuki while leaving no eyes to observe? He dismissed the thought, deeming it a futile expenditure of mental energy. Soon, he would mount his falcon and journey to the land of rain, intent on extracting Nagato's eyes without delay. Upon witnessing the resolution of the matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged polite words with the others before taking his leave. In the mountains, Jing nodded towards Uchiha Hua Island beside him, intending to depart. But the latter called out to him, "Lord Jing, may I inquire if you have a moment to converse?" With an invitation from Lord Hua Island. "It is only natural that I have the time. Thank you, Lord Jing, for your graciousness. Please." The stars twinkled brilliantly, spanning the night sky. Hawks and falcons soared through the darkened veil of night, transforming into shadowy silhouettes as they hastened swiftly towards the land of rain. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing reclined with his legs crossed upon the back of an eagle, feeling the fierce winds rushing past him, while gazing vacantly at the boundless expanse of the starry sea. In the afternoon, Uchiha Hua Island extended an invitation to him to visit a tea house established by the Uchiha clan. The intention was rather straightforward. They merely hoped Shan Zhongjing could select a few ninjas from the Uchiha clan to join the roots. In return, the Uchiha clan would wholeheartedly support any endeavor Shan Zhongjing initiated within the roots. Age brings wisdom. In the tranquil mountains, a whisper escapes the lips, and the eyes gently close. Recently, Shimura Danzo's frequent visits to the Konoha hospital have raised suspicions among many, leading them to believe that the leader of the root may be nearing his end. However, shortly thereafter, his health seemingly improved. Yet he ardently sought to recruit others into the root. He even made considerable sacrifices to gain the favor of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Those with a keen sense of perception might speculate that Danzo has begun to prepare for the cultivation of an heir. Orochimaru cannot remain in the root indefinitely. Given the current circumstances, this cold figure stands as the sole candidate capable and worthy of ascending to the position of the fourth Hokage. Shan Zhongjing hails from the esteemed faction of the Hokage, his prowess acknowledged by Jiraiya and esteemed by the Hokage himself, even garnering the favor of Danzo. He has entered the roots in advance, familiarizing himself with their operations, and has established a rapport with Orochimaru. The future hierarchy of Konoha seems to unfold with clarity. Although the Uchiha clan is not yet under direct scrutiny from Konoha's upper echelons as they were during the Nine Tails incident, many have sensed a growing estrangement from the core circle of Konoha. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, entrusted the police department to the Uchiha clan, ostensibly endowing them with substantial authority. However, over time, numerous individuals have recognized the limitations inherent within the police department. While the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, permits the Uchiha to participate in regular ninja combat teams. Their presence is conspicuously absent from the Umbu and various sensitive departments. In this context, Uchiha Hashida has opted to support Shan Zhongjing's ascension. This choice is motivated by a desire to forge a friendship with a future member of Konoha's leadership, as well as to strengthen ties between the Uchiha and Konoha. Furthermore, it may also serve as an attempt to break through the prevailing stalemate. Moreover, a crucial aspect may involve severing ties with certain clan members. Ninjas who join the Roots are branded with the curse mark of emotional obliteration, subjected to the training devised by Danzo that erases emotional ties. They are bound to obey the Root leader unconditionally, and henceforth, their family cannot be prioritized. These individuals have diverged from the typical Uchiha. At first glance, such actions may appear to harm the clan's interests. Yet, from a long-term perspective, they may well serve as a safeguard for the clan's continuity. Those who have survived from the Warring States period to the present are not without their complexities. Makoto, with her delicate and perceptive nature, possesses adequate strength, while Shursui, having just turned 5, may find it a tad premature. As I traversed the mountainous scenery, the names of the Uchiha clan members flashed through my mind. Danzo would never permit anyone from the Uchiha to join Root, for he, much like Senju Tobarama, harbored a profound wariness and vigilance against this clan, even nurturing a tinge of covetousness. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi was not as extreme as Danzo as a ruler, how could he possibly neglect to guard against the mightiest of the ninja clans? Ultimately, their fears stemmed from an inherent inadequacy in strength. In the mountains, one need not ponder excessively. He has recently altered the authority over the core department responsible for eradicating the root of his troubles. Next, it is imperative not only to modify the seals of other members, but also to tackle the dual challenges of the seals and memory alterations, thus dealing with those staunch loyalists of Danzo. Additionally, he must manage a myriad of affairs pertaining to the Root organization. The tasks at hand are indeed numerous. Since the Uchiha have come to his doorstep, why not select a few capable individuals? If they wish to stir up trouble beneath his command, they must first awaken their Mangeki Sharingan. Otherwise, he fears that his strength might inadvertently lead to fatal consequences. A cry echoed from the hawk's beak. Upon hearing a sound, the figure in the mountains turned to gaze in the direction of its advance. A glance revealed the undulating clouds stretching across the horizon, gradually enveloping the stars in the night sky. The fine mist of rain rendered the Rain Nation beneath the nocturnal shroud as if it were ensconced in the world's somber gloom, oppressive and heavy. Casually, a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique was cast into the uninhabited thicket below, while the gentle drizzle soaked the figure's form. In the mountainous landscape, the scene unfolded as the water transformation technique was invoked, allowing the character to settle into a more comfortable position. In the land of rain, within a steel edifice distanced from the heart of the Rain Ninja village, Konan, cloaked in a long black robe, stood upon the balcony, extending her hand to feel the raindrops that fell into her palm, lost in contemplation as she gazed at the overcast horizon. Behind her, several youths who had recently joined the organization were gathered around a fire pit, engaging in lively discussions about the future with Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki. Nagato, who possessed a somewhat introverted demeanor, quietly occupied a corner, observing his companion's jovial exchanges. "Leader, I have heard that many individuals wish to join us recently." One exclaimed. "It is because we are on the right path. Surely, others will take notice. Shouldn't we welcome them?" Another suggested. "We must observe them for a while longer. Rest assured, our ranks will only grow. Indeed, I cannot wait to converse with Lord Hanzo. This way, our ideals can spread throughout the land of rain more swiftly. As long as we continue to strive, we will undoubtedly succeed." Listening to Yahiko's spirited voice, a faint smile graced Conan's lips. Just as she was about to turn and step indoors, a ninja clad in the garb of the Hidden Mists Umbu, bearing a peculiar large sword upon his back, slowly materialized from the flowing water. In a swift motion, Conan leaped backward, her hands rapidly forming seals, as a flurry of palm-sized paper began to orbit around her. The sound of commotion alerted her Akatsuki comrades within the room, who quickly rose to their feet. Yahiko and Nagato hastened to Conan's side, frowning as they scrutinized the ninja standing at the edge of the balcony. From the hidden mist? The water transformation technique of the Hozuki clan? That sword appears to be the legendary Great Sword of the Mist, Samahata? Hidden Mist? What brings you here? Yahiko inquired first, subtly signaling his companions with his right hand behind his back. Retrieve something. As the scene unfolded in the mountains, A powerful perception swept over these initial members of the Akatsuki. What a curious phenomenon. None of these individuals appeared to be host to the white Zetsu's parasitic influence. Previously, the observer had conducted experiments on those captured white Zetsu, discovering that even their transformation techniques eluded his perceptive abilities. However, the limitations of his senses did not extend to the system itself. Astonishingly, none of the individuals present were masquerading as white Zetsu, nor did any of them exhibit signs of parasitism. This was perplexing. "We do not possess what you seek. I kindly ask you to depart immediately," the leader, Yahiko, stated, furrowing his brow. One hand had already positioned itself near his pouch of ninja tools. Given the complexities of explanation, it seemed more prudent to take direct action instead. With a swift motion, he prepared to engage. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing appeared suddenly at Nagato's side. He bent down, grasping the hilt of the colossal sword, Samahata, resting it upon his shoulder for leverage. With a fierce roar, the sword swelled dramatically, its surface bristling with razor-sharp spines, and came crashing down upon Nagato. The sharp clamor of metal clashing rang out as Nagato, in a desperate maneuver, parried the onslaught with a kunai. Several of the protruding spikes embedded themselves into his arm. The long-starved Samahata, upon sensing the presence of chakra, went into a frenzy, eagerly absorbing it. Nagato initially intended to endure the pain in his injured arm and unleash a jutsu to assist his comrades in delivering a decisive blow to their adversary. However, feeling the chakra within him draining away at an alarming rate, he was taken aback. With the insight granted by his Rinnegan, he noticed that Konan and Yahiko's reinforcements had arrived. He strained to lift the enormous Samahata, hoping to create some distance. Yet, the umbu from the hidden mist utterly disregarded the attacks from Yahiko and Konan. The massive sword transformed from a chopping motion to a thrust. The grotesque blade gaped wide, its saliva dripping, as if it intended to swallow him whole. Konan's shuriken, laced with explosive tags, struck Shan Zhongjing's body, which had transformed into water. Yahiko's kunai, infused with wind chakra, pierced through the gap in his right shoulder blade, sending sprays of water flying. Yahiko retreated. Nagato unleashed a lightning technique. Seeing that Yahiko continued to focus on incapacitating the enemy rather than delivering a fatal blow, Konan urgently shouted. Suddenly, a repulsive force emanated from Samahata. Sensing the impending danger but lacking the time to cast a jutsu, Nagato barely managed to repel the salivating mob before him with the power of his Rinnegan. The scene in the mountains relies on the extraordinary reaction capabilities provided by Zero Frame. Before the repulsive force could reach him, the upper body executed a bizarre 180-degree rotation in a state of hydro technique. Mihiko, who was about to retreat, was taken aback. Before he could react, the umbu from the hidden mist, leveraging the repulsive force of Nagato's Rinnegan, suddenly accelerated their assault. In the blink of an eye, the opponent's fist struck his cheek. Bang! Mihiko. Accompanied by the exclamations of Konan and Nagato, Mihiko was violently hurled against the steel wall, evidently knocked unconscious by the tremendous power of that punch. The repulsive force from behind the Rinnegan propelled Yamashita and the formidable Samahata forward. Just as Konan prepared to ignite the explosive tags hidden within her paper shurikens, she witnessed the umbu member's legs suddenly bulge significantly. With a single powerful kick against the steel floor, they forcibly twisted their body and, in an instant, charged towards her. "Konan!" Nagato cried out, hoping to activate the universal pull and draw Konan to his side before the enemy could strike. Yet, the speed of his body's response was far outpaced by the enemy's swift actions. In the mountain's embrace, the formidable blade of Jiaoji was wielded with great finesse, effectively countering the gravitational pull of Nagato's universal pull. Driven to madness by hunger, Jiaoji paid little heed to the previous defeat at Nagato's hands. Harnessing the force of the universal pull, he propelled himself once more towards his adversary. Thud. A heavy sound resonated as Nagato leapt gracefully, narrowly evading the oncoming blade of Jiaoji. Upon glancing up, he beheld Konan's limp form sprawled upon the ground. Meanwhile, a member of the hidden mist umbu, akin to a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, surged into the ranks of the Akatsuki members. With sheer physical prowess, he sent all present crashing against the walls surrounding them. Jutsu, Great Buddha, Refuge. Nagato's eyes widened with fury as he formed hand seals, on the verge of exhausting his body to unleash the most potent force of his Rinnegan. However, the umbu operative had already placed his palm atop Konan's head. After surveying his companions, all gravely injured and unconscious yet seemingly devoid of life-threatening injuries, Nagato suppressed the turmoil and anxiety within and spoke. "What do you intend to do?" What do you think? Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept over him from behind, leaving Nagato no time to react before darkness enveloped his vision. Stumbling forward, he fell straight to the ground. The disparity in strength was painfully apparent. In the mountains, the shadow clone swiftly grasped the unconscious Nagato. Upon the formidable physique of the great blade, not only were the seals established to prevent the hidden mist village from summoning him back inscribed, but several flying thunder god marks were also etched upon it. While he remained focused on the adversary before him and the injured comrade, he entirely overlooked the weapon that had just soared behind him. Ultimately, he was still young, and his combat experience was significantly lacking. As he raised his hand to catch the glass vial tossed by his original self, the shadow clone was about to commence the task of extracting an eye when the voice of the original suddenly resonated, commanding, "Stop." As Shanjianjin gazed at the entry interface of Nagato before him, he silently extended a fragrant greeting to Kurizetsu. He had previously utilized the system to conduct a cursory scan of the names and identities of all present. However, due to the considerable number of individuals, he had not taken the time to scrutinize each entry in detail. Now, his attention was firmly fixed on Nagato. It did not take long for him to notice an anomaly. Name, Nagato occupation, ninja entry, ancestral bloodline, purple, pseudo-Rinnegan, purple, mastery of the six natures, blue, divine heart eye, blue, intelligent, green, proficient in puppet techniques, green, lifelong companionship, white, blind obedience, gray, ancestral bloodline, purple, a pure lineage of the Uzumaki clan, which, when stimulated by the powers of the six paths within the Rinnegan, gradually underwent a transformation, significantly enhancing affinity with the six elemental natures of water, earth, fire, wind, lightning, and yang. Vitality and chakra reserves were greatly augmented. Pseudo-Rinnegan purple, utilizing the powers of the six Pazin and yang techniques and based on the transfiguration technique. This I was forcibly cultivated by merging the powers of the divine tree with the three Tomo Sharingan, possessing a substantial reservoir of Rinnegan energy and the ability to wield a portion of the six paths power. However, once the energy is depleted, the eye is rendered useless. Indeed, Kurizetsu, you have truly brought forth the essence of the six paths with your mastery. In the depths of the mountains, the figure took a deep breath, exercising caution as he instructed his shadow clone to commence an examination of the Akatsuki members' bodies. Could Black Zetsu surmise that Uchiha Madara had awakened the Rinnegan and subsequently transplanted it into Nagato? Logically speaking, it seemed improbable. However, considering he had lived for nearly a millennium, it was not unexpected for such an ancient schemer to take drastic actions following Uchiha Madara's sudden demise. Yet, to deliberately orchestrate an attack by Akatsuki on the range shinobi village, thereby drawing the attention of Konoha to the nascent Akatsuki, and to leave behind a pair of counterfeit Rinnegan, was it merely a ruse to deceive him? Or perhaps, the original body, the transcription seal. After a slight exclamation, the shadow clone distanced itself a bit from Nagato. In the serene mountains, the atmosphere grew tense as the group continued their examination. Upon thorough inspection, it was revealed that Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan each bore the rebirth seal. In contrast, the other members exhibited no such anomalies. In the original narrative, Uchiha Madara had employed the rebirth seal to confine his Izanagi within his right eye, delaying its activation. Uchiha Itachi similarly utilized this technique, leaving Tsukuyomi in Sasuke's vision, while also bestowing Kamui upon Naruto. The conditions necessary for activating the rebirth seal remain shrouded in mystery, as does the nature of the techniques it enshrines. Without unraveling this enigma, the truth eludes them. The scenery within the mountains could even induce a sense of hesitation in the minds of three individuals, making them ponder before returning to Konoha. After all, if the sealing technique within the reanimation seal contains summoning jutsu, the outer path Gedomazo, or even the mighty Shinra Tensei, the conditions for activation might be met as soon as they arrived in Konoha. It is likely that before the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha would be in ruins. As for the fate of the three, as the scene unfolds in the mountains, the ravenous shark-like creature, akin to a caterpillar, slithers its way towards Nagato. Its lengthy tongue incessantly licks the boy's head. A multitude of sharp spines seems to transform into soft, velvety fur, closely adhering to its form. An overwhelming surge of chakra emanates from Nagato's being. The fainted youth, due to the excessive depletion of chakra, begins to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, the sound of a signal flare exploding resonates from above the mountain. With a swift disturbance in the air, the shadow clone, left behind for vigilance, appears beside the creature with an ominous expression. It discards a clearly ensnared ninja. Entranced by illusion at Nagato's feet. Is it White Zetsu? In the midst of the mountains. I cast a glance at the inner face of the figure before me and hurled a scroll of sealing towards my shadow clone. The sharp alarm resonating throughout the entire Rain Ninja village filled my ears as I retrieved a blood storage vessel from my pocket, applying a small amount to my fingertip. A tremendous cloud of chakra billowed forth, conjuring a clam several sizes larger than a mirage within the confines of the room. Upon witnessing this, the shadow clone swiftly ensconced the bodies of Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan within the open shell of the clam. For the time being, let us ensure they remain alive. With a directive to the summoning beast, I proceeded. In the mountains, the art of spiritual communication was dispelled, and the entity was returned to the dwelling of the Clam Clan. Sensing the swift approach of figures outside the structure, a heavy blade was seized from the ground. Though the intentions of the enigmatic Black Absolute remained unclear, he had arrived nonetheless. It would be remiss not to return with some local specialties. There. Our people are under attack. The insignia on the masks. This is the shadowy division of the Mist Hidden. Exercise caution. Surround the adjacent blocks. Over a dozen individuals have been taken down. Remain vigilant. This is no ordinary adversary. The sounds of slicing air echoed rapidly, accompanied by muffled shouts from behind gas masks that resonated through the surroundings. Although the current base of the Akatsuki organization was situated in a secluded area near the outskirts of the Rain Ninja village, it still lay within the village's jurisdiction. As soon as the distress signal flared into the sky, the defending ninjas of Rain Ninja village activated the alarm. In mere moments, ninjas from the neighboring blocks hastily arrived. Stand firm. If you falter, be wary of my retribution. In the mountains, the great swordfish in Shan Zhang's right hand trembled slightly. However, after a sudden display of brilliance, the great swordfish, seemingly intoxicated, not only failed to regain its rigidity but became even more pliable. Its condition was less formidable than the green tongues he had encountered in his previous life. He gazed at the ever-encroaching and multiplying ninjas from the Rain village surrounding him. In the mountains, the irritable figure of the great sword Shark Skin sheathed his weapon and retrieved a ninjat, recently discarded by a member of the Akatsuki. The enhanced mastery over blades granted by the invisible decapitation technique liberated his swordsmanship from the confines of conventional weaponry, weighing the approximately 1-meter-long ninjat in his hands. A myriad of techniques and applications for such a blade flooded his mind. Unlike the somewhat cumbersome great sword Shark Skin, which relied heavily on brute strength, the nimble ninjat allowed for a greater frequency of strikes within a short span, thereby more readily invoking the conceptual assault of the invisible decapitation technique. Water release, cutting rain. In the heart of the mountains, the figure of Yamamoto Keisuke curled the corners of his mouth into a bold smile. With his left hand, he formed a singular seal, while an overwhelming surge of chakra roiled within him, potent enough to unleash 2 S-rank ninjutsu, all of which he channeled into the intricate technique of water release, cutting rain. This technique possesses the remarkable ability to diminish the potency of all external ninjutsu and chakra, save for water-based jutsu. In the original narrative, the Umbu of the Hidden Mist had previously employed this very skill to neutralize Naruto's Rasengan and the Super Beast imitation drawing unleashed by Sai of the Root. Within such a unique environment, a ninja proficient in water techniques undoubtedly experiences a significant enhancement in strength. Conversely, those lacking in water affinity, even if capable of utilizing ninjutsu, find their power severely diminished. Weaker individuals may be left with no recourse but to resort to taijutsu in combat. Centered around Yamamoto Keisuke, the light drizzle within a kilometer radius of the Rain village intensified under the influence of water release, cutting rain. Several ninjas of the Rain village, who had been relying on chakra to cling to walls, found themselves unexpectedly plummeting to the ground. Meanwhile, the more seasoned ninjas quickly amplified their chakra output beneath their feet. Summoning technique. Lord Clam. A colossal, peculiar summoning beast, resembling a fusion of a clam and a conch, materialized at the street corner. A Rain ninja, adorned with a gas mask, stood atop the creature with arms crossed, surveying the scene. Upon meeting the gaze of Yamamoto Keisuke and his companions, the renowned right hand of Hanzo the Salamander, known as the Salamander God, spoke coldly. This extent of water release, cutting rain, is beyond the capacity of a genin. Genin, retreat. Chunin, secure the surrounding districts, and Jonin, utilize water release, attack with me. Understood. The ninjas of the Rain village responded in unison. The genin hastily sought to escape the encirclement, while the jonin began to weave their seals. Ah, the Salamander God. your summoning beast is quite impressive. The voice, altered by the scenery of the mountains, emanated from behind the spirit of the mountain pepper fish. When did this happen? The eyes of the mackerel fish god, Datong, narrowed sharply as he wielded a kunai, thrusting it backward with precision. The sound of water clones shattering echoed around him. Before Datong could catch his breath, for indistinguishable water clones surrounded him. Their ninja blades aimed directly at his vital points. Typically, a water clone possesses less than 1/10 of the original's offensive power. However, this was under normal circumstances. In the realm of water release, cutting rain, these clones unleashed ferocious attacks, their glimmering blades causing Datong to feel a stinging sensation upon his skin even before making contact. The clanging sounds of metal resonated densely as beneath Datong. The summoned beast, the Shell King, extended several tentacles as thick as an adult's arm from the crevices of its shell, absorbing a significant portion of the onslaught. The sickening sound of blades piercing flesh followed. A resounding slap struck the back of the mountain pepperfish spirit's head, rendering it unconscious. The assailant nonchalantly tossed the creature to a nearby clone, which then hoisted the defeated foe and swiftly vanished into a neighboring structure. Ah, a spirit beast of commendable caliber. It shall belong to me. In a flurry, tendrils imbued with formidable strength lashed out. In the heart of the mountains, Shang Zhongjing unleashed the formidable water arm technique with a powerful stomp, causing the mighty Shell King to plunge a foot into the ground under the tremendous force of the impact. The overwhelming strength rendered it disoriented and bewildered. Water release, water chaos wave. Water release, water hail. Water release, water prison technique. Water release, water gun technique. Water release, water whip. Water release, mist concealment technique. Streams of water techniques surged from all directions. Having just employed the water release, wave surge, Shang Zhongjing melded into the water through the art of water transformation, swiftly reappearing above the Shell King's head. He turned his gaze, intrigued by the individual employing the mist concealment technique. Seriously? He mused, as a seasoned ninja beside the clever one delivered a sharp slap to the young man, abruptly interrupting the execution of the mist concealment technique. In the mountainous landscape, a smile graced the corners of his lips as his entire being transformed into flowing water. Utilizing the ability of water release, he swiftly maneuvered through the waves, blending seamlessly into the overwhelming torrent of water ninjutsu. Ah! Cried a mist-hidden jonin, perched atop the iron edifice, as a cry of agony escaped his lips. A bloodied shinobi blade had pierced through his chest, emerging from his left side. The blade, slick with blood, was flung away from his body. The figure of Yama Zhongjing emerged amidst the mist, his hand forming a seal. Water release, hidden mist technique. An overwhelming fog rolled and swirled, obscuring the vision of all within mere breaths. Within this thick haze, a melodious yet sorrowful song seemed to resonate from all directions, sending shivers down the spines of the Rain Shinobi Village's ninjas. Outside, the rain pattered incessantly, continuing for 3 days and nights. Reminiscent of my beloved who has yet to return home. Could this affection truly fade away? Is this your answer? Ah, how infuriating. No, it was not I who stole your woman. Damn it. Brother, allow me to introduce you to. A series of sharp, brief cries and wails intertwined with the chilling sound of blades piercing flesh and bodies collapsing echoed in the ears of those present. The haunting melody persisted without a hint of pause. What kind of perverts inhabit the village of hidden mist, singing while slaying? Who can disperse this damned fog with wind release? Fire release could also suffice. The rain continues to play its part. Who can manage it? Damn it. Everyone retreat. Expand the encirclement. Do not linger in the fog. Lord Hanzo will arrive shortly. Hold firm. Do not allow the enemy to escape. The chaotic shouts and commands resounded throughout the scene. On the brink of chaos, a minor character was eliminated, slightly interfering with the progression of the world line. Earning entry extraction opportunity 1. Concealed within the hidden mist technique, Yama Zhongjing stowed away the summoning contract scroll handed to him by a shadow clone. Glancing at the system reward and sensing the almost undetectable luck power, he slightly curled his lips in disdain. Was this reward truly worth the long journey he undertook? His gaze shifted towards the center of Rain Shinobi Village. In the mountainous landscape, his eyes narrowed slightly. Within the full extent of his perceptive abilities, a presence of remarkable strength was approaching rapidly. Is it Hanzo of the Salamander, the demigod of the shinobi world? The Salamander does seem formidable. Unlike the inconspicuous figures such as the minor character of the Salamander god, nor akin to the revered yet enigmatic second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, Hanzo of the Salamander. Renowned throughout the shinobi world, has consistently been a focal point of scrutiny and analysis for every ninja village. His personal profile, developmental history, personality, ninjutsu, summoning beasts, and even analyses of his acquaintances are indispensable resources for the intelligence agencies of each ninja village. Although he had not meticulously examined those documents, he had earnestly perused the memories of Danzo. He had comprehensively grasped the secrets of Hanzo the Salamander. The summoning beast, the Salamander, did not inhabit a remote gathering place like Mayaboko Mountain or the Dragon's Cave, far removed from this continent. Instead, it resided in a poisonous swamp on the outskirts of Yamaguchi. Due to its excessively potent venom, this clan faced considerable difficulties in procreation. Furthermore, their abilities posed a significant threat to ordinary ninjas, which led to their targeting by multiple factions during the Second Shinobi World War. Presently, this clan consists solely of two beings, the Great Cat and the Little Three. Thus, in theory, abducting Hanzo's summoning beast should not be overly challenging. The poisonous swamp and the summoning contract scroll. As the scene unfolded in the mountains, the two shadow clones beside him immediately grasped the situation. They simultaneously employed transformation techniques, assuming the guise of ninjas from the Rain Ninja Village. The first clone hastened towards the central tower, while the second made its way to the toxic pond inhabited by the salamander fish. Should the first clone succeed in locating the summoning contract scroll of the salamander fish clan within the central tower, a single seal would enable the second clone to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, thereby capturing the entire clan's combat prowess. However, if the scroll remained elusive, the second clone would have to laboriously perform the sealing contract one by one, subsequently re-establishing the contract with the clan. Everyone, clear the area. As the mackerel fish Hans arrived in the mist-laden area, he issued a commanding shout, instructing all his subordinates to retreat. His fingertips glided over the razor-sharp blade of the scythe protruding from his back. With both hands forming a seal, he summoned forth the mackerel fish, J-Fuku. Toxic emission. The salamander Hans formed hand seals with both hands, channeling a formidable chakra that was intertwined with the summoning beast at his feet. Years of synchronized cooperation enabled the salamander's partner, J-In, to swiftly comprehend Hans's intent. The deep purple venom, accumulated within its poisoned sac, was unleashed in an instant. Under the collaborative control of Hans and the summoning beast, the dense fog of the mist concealment technique rapidly filled the air with lethal toxins capable of claiming lives with mere breaths. Water release, water body flicker technique. In the heart of the mountains, Shan Zhongjing swiftly darted through the water, deftly evading the suffocating, poisonous mist that obscured the sun. In the blink of an eye, he materialized beside Hanzo. The ninja blade, enveloped in the technique of water escape, water blade slash, clashed with the scythe wielded by Hanzo. In the midst of the sparks that erupted, the weighted end of the scythe hurtled towards Shan Zhongjing's head. With a resounding splash, the weight struck, sending a deluge of water droplets flying. Hanzo narrowed his eyes slightly. His extensive combat experience allowed him to swiftly deduce that this was not merely a water clone, but rather the water transformation technique of the Akatsuki clan. With a swift motion, he swung his scythe horizontally, the hooked blade slicing toward his adversary's form, while the weight initiated a secondary assault. Concurrently, the summoning beast, the giant salamander, shifted almost instantaneously, altering the direction of the poisonous mist's expulsion, enveloping them in a shroud of deep purple toxin. In the mountainous landscape, the adept employed the technique of water manipulation to swiftly create distance. With the tip of his left finger, he aimed at the oncoming scythe and weight. Water release, water iron cannon technique, barrage. The small projectiles, no larger than walnuts, yet astonishingly powerful, collided relentlessly with the scythe and weight. The agile warrior, Mantis Shrimp Hans, intent on close combat, could only hurriedly defend against the onslaught of the water iron cannon. Forced to remain stationary, he watched as his adversaries retreated. After a distance of several dozen meters, he stood before the protruding facade of a steel structure. In his hand, the blade of his hidden knife glimmered, already marred by numerous deep purple corrosion marks. Casting a glance at his right arm, which had taken on a peculiar hue due to the water transformation technique, he deftly expelled the toxins from his body. Utilizing the convenience of the water transformation technique, he swiftly replenished the fluids he had lost by drawing from the raindrops cascading down. His gaze settled upon Hans, who proudly loomed above the head of the mountain pepper fish well. In the mountainous landscape, one can truly grasp the sentiments experienced during the Second Shinobi World War. particularly the feeling of helplessness that Tsunade and others endured. This old fellow, it seems, is not merely tainted by his summoning beasts. The poison pervades his very being. To subdue the opponent without revealing his identity, he is compelled to employ the inherited jutsu of the second Mizukage, Terume. Perhaps a small demonstration of explosive prowess to instill fear in the Rain Village? Yet, why does he entertain the thought of annihilating the village? He senses an unsettling stir within his body, a primal urge for bloodshed. The expression on Shan Zhongjing's face darkened as he forcefully expelled the unknown energy within him using his formidable Indun power. His perceptive abilities meticulously scanned a 10-kilometer radius, inundating his mind with a torrent of complex information. The profound insight granted by the purple entry, the source observer, swiftly led him to the origin of the anomalous state. Deep beneath the ground, within a 3-kilometer radius centered around the Akatsuki organization's base, 3 figures, enshrouded by the parasitic embrace of white absolute, frantically maintained a peculiar formation that appeared as a circular ring on the outside but was an equilateral triangle in its core. Is it the cult of the evil god? In the mountainous landscape, a sense of melancholy lingered in the heart. Uchiha Obito held a disdainful view of such base tactics. However, Kurizetsu possessed no such haughty disposition common among the strong. That cunning individual would resort to any means necessary to save his mother. He observed the earlier arrivals from the Rain Village. Most bore heavy breaths, while some of the less resolute among them exhibited reddened eyes, their mental state fluctuating dramatically. In the depths of the mountains, a wave of irritation surged within him. He swiftly connected the dots, realizing the intricate scheme devised by Black Zetsu and its true intent. That individual had meticulously plotted to draw the attention of the Leaf Village's ninjas towards the Akatsuki. This could either be an attempt to achieve a specific goal through the residual sealing techniques left by the members of the Akatsuki, or it could be a ploy to ensnare the Rain Village once more. Regardless of which faction from the Leaf Village was drawn into this web, or where the attack was to be launched, even if disguised as ninjas from other villages, Black Zetsu possessed the means to summon a multitude of Rain Village ninjas, potentially even the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander. Through the nefarious methods of the cult, a brutal massacre could be incited. As for the strength of those lured by the Akatsuki, did it truly matter? Black Zetsu's ranks were never lacking in soldiers. The geographical significance of the Land of Rain had rendered it a battlefield during the Second Shinobi World War, caught between several great nations. Should anything befall Hanzo, while the great nations might remain unaware of the perpetrator, the indications would be sufficient to suggest that someone sought to instigate war through the Land of Rain. Wars have always favored the aggressor, while the hesitant suffer the consequences. Faced with a Rain Village stripped of Hanzo's protection, any ninja villages sensing a threat would promptly enter a state of readiness to avoid becoming victims. There would be no need for further provocation. The Third Shinobi World War would inevitably ignite, even if Hanzo were to remain unscathed. The undeniable evidence of the slaughter of Rain Village ninjas at the hands of other villages would compel him, as the leader of the Rain Village, to adopt a sufficiently stern stance to prevent the Land of Rain from being dragged into the quagmire of war once more. He must launch a powerful counterattack against his foes. Yet, once the retaliation commenced, the other villages, already roused by the conflicts between the Cloud and Mist villages, would surely seize the opportunity to strike. In the face of such overwhelming momentum, regardless of Hanzo's choices, the Third Shinobi World War would inevitably erupt in full force. And as chaos ensued within the ninja world, the more brutal the conflicts became. The easier it would be for Black Zetsu to realize his plan of collecting tailed beasts to save his mother. Capturing them and dismantling that formation would be paramount. In the mountainous realm, the art of conveying one's spirit through the body has allowed for the unification of previously scattered shadow clones. Given the current circumstances, whether he decides to slay the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander or not, the outcome is likely to unfold in accordance with Kagaya's predictions. If that is the case, it may be more prudent to simply eliminate the adversary and reap the rewards from the system. As for the impending Ninja World War, well, it is destined to erupt sooner or later. After all, isn't Kagaya eager to witness chaos engulfing the ninja realm? He eagerly anticipates the moment he can showcase unparalleled strength before the other ninja villages. How, then, will Kagaya incite discord among those villages that cower in fear? I am patiently awaiting the poisonous mist to seal off all your escape routes. What, pray tell, are you waiting for? The gaze of the peppered fish Hanzo, unwavering and piercing, was fixed upon the mountain dweller, who had yet to launch another offensive. Despite the interference of water release, hiding in the rain, the nearly minute-long standoff provided ample time for him to harness the toxic mists of the summoned beast, the peppered fish, effectively sealing off all pathways and concealed entrances in the surrounding district. In the mountainous scenery, under the weighty gaze of Hanzo the salamander, the countdown commenced. At the very moment the countdown concluded, a plume of chakra smoke unexpectedly erupted beneath Hanzo's feet. Meanwhile, the hidden figure of the salamander, Jiraiya, silently amassed toxic mist, abruptly dispelling the summoning technique without warning, vanishing from sight. Damn it, you have accomplices. Hanzo the salamander instinctively recalled the stratagem of drawing the tiger from its mountain lair. He raised his voice to address the surrounding Rain Village ninjas. Teams 2, 3, and 4 proceed immediately to the poison pits. Teams 5 and 6 head to the Tower of Rain for support. The rest signal and seal all exits of the village. Yes, Lord Hanzo, came the swift responses. Several signal flares, marked with distinctive symbols, erupted in the sky. Under Hanzo's unparalleled prestige, even the Rain Village ninjas, who were in a state of mental disarray, promptly sprang into action. Once more, he lifted his gaze toward the mountainous scenery. In the depths of Hanzo's eyes, the murderous intent materialized almost palpably. With a swift motion, he swung the scythe, propelling it forward like an arrow released from its bow. Although he had implanted a poison sac within himself, he lacked the capacity to produce lethal toxins in vast quantities within a short span, akin to the capabilities of the fishmonger, Jingfu. Should Jingfu encounter any complications, his ability to inflict devastation upon a large-scale ninja force would undoubtedly diminish significantly. In the absence of such deterrence, given the current state of the ninja world, the Rain Ninja Village could very well plummet back into the depths of relentless warfare. Damn it, pray for Jingfu's safety. Otherwise, you shall come to regret your existence in this world. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, sliced open the poison sac at his waist. His scythe aimed directly at the vital neck of the ninja from the Kagaya clan. He fully understood the significance of the well. However, the brief skirmish just encountered had revealed to him the lethal capabilities of this assassin skilled in stealth and water techniques, capable of inflicting severe damage on ordinary ninjas. If left unchecked, the ninjas from the Rain Village present would likely suffer devastating casualties. It was imperative to subdue his opponent swiftly and locate the well. Secret Sword, Vacuum Blade. A series of vacuum blade strikes shot forth, colliding with Hanzo's scythe and weights. In contrast to the combination of Uchiha Madara's scythe and fan, Hanzo's weapon was relatively diminutive. Though his strikes were swifter and more ferocious, they undeniably lacked the ability to withstand direct attacks and forcefully break through defenses. Under the relentless vacuum blades wielded by the Kagaya ninja, Hanzo found his movements hindered. Blood erupted from Hanzo's toes as an unexpected invisible beheading strike severed his left big toe at the root. Frowning deeply, Hanzo attributed this oversight to a prolonged life of comfort, which had led him to neglect his own readiness, allowing a concealed strike to slip through. Drawing upon his formidable willpower, he endured the excruciating pain while moving. Chakra surged beneath his feet as he swiftly formed hand seals to execute the water body flicker technique, hastening his approach once more. In his estimation, given the intensity of the potent poison emanating from his midsection, once close combat commenced, coupled with the surrounding environment saturated with well poison, this adversary would surely succumb at his feet within a minute. Engaging in a battle of ninjutsu would only prolong the encounter, and he could not afford such a delay. Moreover, the vacuum blade technique was not uncommon. Its continuous use would undoubtedly impose a significant strain on his body. He had but a few more breaths before his opponent's offensive would inevitably wane. Clang, clang, clang. Continuously deflecting the incoming vacuum blade strikes, Hanzo surged towards his foe, observing the frequency of strikes diminish and the distance narrowing to about 8 meters. A chilling glint ignited in his eyes. With his right hand grasping the scythe, he coiled his body, preparing to unleash his strength, while his left hand swung the weight to parry a strike aimed at him. The sound of sharp blades slicing through flesh echoed from beneath him. Although he did not look down, the warm sensation of blood flowing from his thigh made Hanzo acutely aware of his injury. Damn it, he roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. With adrenaline surging through him, the briefly charged Ayajutsu strike erupted with far greater force than in his prime. His form became a blur, lunging towards the neck of the individual before him. I swear I didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe me? In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing caught sight of Hans's trousers stained crimson with blood, a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. Damn it! The very scenario he had dreaded had come to fruition. Fortunately, this was an enemy. Otherwise, even the strongest of bonds could turn into a bitter vendetta with such a betrayal. Die! Hans's eyes were bloodshot, utterly oblivious to the enemy's words. The venomous scythe had already closed in on Shan Zhongjing's throat in the blink of an eye, with a lightning-fast reaction honed through countless battles. Shan Zhongjing had anticipated Hans's trajectory long before the attack was launched. He executed the Flying Thunder God technique. Hans found himself bereft of a target, left only with his limp blade, the sword of the shark, grounded in defeat. The momentary miss of his powerful strike left him momentarily stunned. It was neither a body flicker technique nor a clone or illusion. He hadn't even fallen prey to a jinjutsu. The manner of movement just witnessed. Could it be? Before Hans could fully comprehend the enemy's ninjutsu, his extensive combat experience prompted him to instinctively activate the toxin pouch at his waist, releasing a cloud of gas for self-protection against potential ambushes. Just as he was about to forcibly pivot in search of the enemy's figure, a flicker in his peripheral vision alerted him to the adversary reappearing beside the sword of the shark, brushing past him, with the scythe whirling in hand. He guarded his back, prepared to thwart any sudden assault. Yet, at the very moment his attention was diverted, two hands erupted from the ground, seizing his ankles. The intense sensation of being bound rendered his body momentarily rigid. This was the heart-turning technique of the Shan Zhong clan from Konoha. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed from the severed neck as Hans's head spiraled upward. Upon recognizing the three solid shadow clones standing around him, he suddenly recalled the name of the technique he had just encountered, the Flying Thunder God technique. Once heralded as the swiftest in the ninja world, this space-time ninjutsu was created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. With a dull thud, Hans's head rolled to the ground. The shadowy doppelganger of mountain scenery swiftly advanced, casting a sealing scroll towards me, encapsulating it within. If only you had left a few subordinates nearby, I would have to restrain myself during the battle. I inwardly scoffed at this thought. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing received the sealed scroll and tossed it into his waist-side ninja tool pouch. Even after an enemy's demise, their mind retains a wealth of information for a certain period. It is imperative to recover it. With the elimination of a crucial supporting character, the progression of the world line experienced a slight deviation, granting the following rewards: 1 opportunity for extracting entries, 1 opportunity for bestowing entries, and 1 opportunity for stripping entries. From the deceased Hans, an abundant aura of fate began to emanate. A portion of this energy swiftly transformed into the power of fortune under the influence of the blue fate-themed entry, Fortune Manipulator, and merged into Shan Zhongjing's being. He glanced at the greenish-blue hue, clearly on the brink of advancement, reflecting the power of fortune. Additionally, there was a system reward for 1 opportunity to strip an entry. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing lightly clenched his fist. This journey was indeed worthwhile. Just the opportunity to sever a single entry was a significant profit. He received a spirit contract scroll, the size of a half-man, handed over by a shadow clone. On the other side, the 2 shadow clones subsequently dissipated. The memories of their actions were also transmitted into Shan Zhongjing's mind. The 3 members of the evil god sect, along with the white absolute on them, had been completely subdued and relocated outside the Rain Ninja village. The family of the peppered fish, including the formidable Jingo and his 4 diminutive companions, are all being steadily led into the land of fire by another shadow clone. It is time to retreat. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing adjusted the mask that concealed the shadowy parts of his face, slinging the spirit contract scroll of the mountain pepperfish clan across his waist, and brandishing the formidable knife known as shark skin. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing within the confines of the Rain Ninja village. Within the borders of the Land of Rain, in a cave situated over 100 kilometers away from the Rain Ninja village, seated before the flickering campfire, Shan Zhongjing meticulously sealed the memories he had extracted from the white Zetsu into a storage scroll. His gaze drifted towards the lifeless bodies of the 3 members of the evil god cult that lay within the cave, and he furrowed his brow slightly. These individuals, hailing from the land of water, were no strangers to the passage of time. Their memories spanned several decades, yet he had only delved into the most recent 2 months, specifically the period surrounding Uchiha Obito's demise. As grassroots members of the evil god cult, their status was neither particularly high nor low. Astonishingly, they remained completely oblivious to the existence of Kuro Zetsu. They had merely received directives from their leader, who had expressed the desire for them to conduct a ritual in the hidden rain village. The peculiar entities that had possessed them, purportedly enhancing their abilities and aiding their infiltration, were said to be a divine gift from the evil god. The three white Zetsu, which had recently been activated by Kuro Zetsu from their subterranean slumber a fortnight ago, possessed scant knowledge. Their role was solely to assist these individuals in their endeavors, showcasing a remarkable level of caution. In the midst of the mountains, the protagonist retrieved a solitary, sealed scroll from within his possession. With both hands forming intricate seals, he pressed down upon the seal. Before him stood a white Zetsu, cleverly disguised as a ninja from the Rain Village. He placed one hand upon the head of the entranced white Zetsu and initiated the technique of memory extraction once more. Unlike the previous three white Zetsu, this one had evidently been activated during the era of Uchiha Madara. He dismissed the absurd sight of a multitude of white Zetsu huddled together, pondering how to open an eye on their own posteriors. In the mountains, the scenery extracts valuable information with great effort. Today, the dark figure known as Madara seems to have summoned numerous skilled diggers. Alas, I cannot dig, hence I am not called upon by him. It is wise to remove the prefix dark lest Madara be angered, even though he indeed possesses a rather dark complexion. Why, when he is merely a shade darker than us, does he command such respect? Foolishness. What Madara refers to is clearly the unsealing of some powerful weapon, presumably of the Uchiha clan. Those adept at excavation, could they not assist us in digging a latrine? Can you make use of that? As I bypassed the stream of irrelevant information, my heart nearly skipped a beat upon hearing the words sealing and Uchiha weapon. The flame fan can only be deemed a tool of the shinobi. Throughout Uchiha history, only one individual has been honored with the title of a weapon, Uchiha Obito. Kurizetsu has existed for nearly a millennium, embodying the very history of the shinobi world. How could he be unaware of the overwhelming strength that led to Uchiha Obito being sealed by the Senju and Saratobi clans during the Warring States period? There is no need to continue masquerading as the will of Uchiha Madara. This situation has gone awry. This is a recollection from 20 days past. The landscape within the mountains underwent a series of transformations in his expression. He pondered the intricacies of the reincarnation eye, contemplated the concept of impure world rebirth, and even speculated about certain factions emerging from the theatrical adaptations. Yet, he had never anticipated the existence of this Uchiha weapon. With Kurizetsu's machinations, could it not incite some form of temporal paradox? After all, the products of an era devoid of combustibles ultimately return to the past to effectuate salvation. Could it be that my very existence has altered the originally destined future of the ninja world? Thus, the future version of Boruto, who would have returned to the past to reshape the fate of Uchiha Light, no longer exists, resulting in the present predicament where Uchiha Light has been unearthed. After meandering through the mountainous landscape for quite some time, a sudden realization struck him as he slapped his forehead. Regardless of how the timeline unfolds, the proverbial boomerang has returned. Just when he thought he had vanquished an aged blemish, yet another formidable challenge emerged in the form of the 8,000 spears. He was left utterly bewildered. As long as an imprint is left on the body, one can disregard distance and, through this imprint, exert control over a person's mind and chakra with the 8,000 spears. If such an imprint were to be placed on a white Zetsu, not to mention the exceptional individuals among them, even the most ordinary white Zetsu would possess chakra levels surpassing that of an average Chunin. 100,000 white Zetsu. What the hell? Someone is clearly cheating. You are the lightning. You are the light. You are the unparalleled myth. In the mountains, Jing wore an expression of utter perplexity as he scratched his head. He cast a glance at the system interface, noting the opportunity for a term extraction and a term reset. Realizing that his mind had become devoid of any valuable information, even the precise location of Kurojitsu eluded him. Taking a deep breath, he formed hand seals and re-ensconced the information within a scroll. The development of the 8,000 spears posed a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, with his current strength, it seemed feasible to confront it. Moreover, with the support of the system, even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, he could rely on the system's capabilities as a safety net. However, Uchiha Kei, after contemplating the narrative within the Ultimate Storm's bond, the expression on the mountaineer face remained rather grim. From a personal standpoint, he harbored a considerable fondness for this young girl. Unfortunately, he was uncertain if there would be any opportunity to sway her to his side. Rising, he stepped out of the cave. As the scenery of the mountains gradually illuminated under the dawning sky, Yamanaka Kage activated the Flying Thunder God technique. he swiftly returned towards the land of fire. Following the path marked by the flying thunder god Kanai he had previously discarded during his journey on the Falcon. An hour prior, a shadow clone responsible for transporting 5 mountain pepper fish had already returned to Konoha. The 5 mountain pepper fish, including the one belonging to Inuzuka, were temporarily housed in a semi-abandoned research facility within the route. Disguised as Danzo, the shadow clone had dispatched 4 root ninjas to guard the area. With these 4 ninjas capable of utilizing the unique barrier technique of the Tsuchigumo clan, the illusory bubble, it was reasonable to assume that everything would proceed without issue. Did I forget something? In the brief moment of returning to Konoha, Yamaguchi Kei patted his slightly dazed head. Since 4 days ago, when he began his battle of wits against Danzo in the route, he had been employing shadow clone techniques at an intense pace. One clone portrayed Danzo, another represented himself, while the other 2 continuously altered the control seals on the core members of Root to eliminate their influence. His main body not only needed to periodically replace the shadow clones to prevent excessive fatigue from accumulating, but also had to consistently absorb Danzo's memories spanning several decades. Furthermore, from last night until now, after battling the ninja from the Rain Village and having his shadow clones transport summoned beasts throughout the night, his main body had also been absorbing the memories of the cult of the evil god and White Zetsu. Even with his mental strength far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, he was experiencing a rare moment of fatigue. Could it be the system? In the mountains, the figure glanced at his system interface. Perhaps due to the significant decline in the influence of Hanzo the Salamander on the timeline following the Second Shinobi World War, the system's rewards were rather meager. Aside from a solitary opportunity to extract a skill, in the original narrative, this character only made 3 appearances. The first was during the machinations of Danzo and Obito against the Akatsuki, the second, when he was slain by the vengeful Pain, and the final instance occurred during the Fourth Shinobi World War. Such rewards, while somewhat unworthy of the title demigod of the shinobi, could be deemed acceptable under the circumstances. Additionally, by vanquishing a minor henchman named Jiraiya, he earned another chance to extract a skill. Currently, he had accumulated 2 opportunities for skill extraction. Therefore, the system proceeded with the extraction. Congratulations. The host has obtained the green skill Iodine Punch and the blue skill Earth Release Mastery. Iodine Punch. Green. This technique involves striking with a fist coated in iodine, simultaneously disinfecting while attacking. The higher the damage inflicted, the more potent the detoxifying effect. This skill enhances medical ninjutsu, drug formulation, chakra control, and slightly improves physical martial arts. Earth Release Mastery. Blue. Years of rigorous training have enabled you to precisely manipulate the nature and form of Earth Release techniques. Efficiency in learning, refining, and innovating Earth Release ninjutsu is significantly enhanced. The speed, power, and effectiveness of Earth Release techniques are all augmented. A physician with a modest understanding of martial arts. Is it? Upon witnessing the entries extracted by the system, Shan Zhongjing could not help but chuckle softly. Although the name retained the system's characteristic dark humor, the effectiveness of the iodine fist was undeniably somewhat overpowered. Had he obtained this entry prior to confronting Hans, there would have been no need for the intricate maneuvers involving shadow clones, swordsmanship, family secret techniques, Earth Release, and Flying Thunder God techniques. He could have simply charged in and overwhelmed him directly. With Hans's unique constitution, symbiotically linked to his internal poison sacs, he could easily obliterate his opponent in mere moments. Even if he were to succumb to the poison himself, a couple of well-placed punches from Bang Bang would restore him to peak condition in no time, thanks to the regenerative capabilities of his Sage mode. As for alleviating the negative effects of poisoning on his adversary during battle, who among the good-hearted would engage in close combat unarmed? Even if a suitable ninja blade were unavailable, could one not wield a kunai? Reikage, I can pierce a man with a single finger. Might Guy, I can kick a man to death. Tsunade, I can strike a man dead with a single punch. Hyuga Clan, no jest. As for the blue entry regarding Earth Release Mastery, upon glancing at the system interface's violet entry, Master of Water Release, a smile nearly stretched to the roots of Shang Zhongjing's ears. Based on his extensive observations, the nature of bloodline limits is such that, aside from those who possess innate bloodlines, one must at the very least cultivate a specific chakra attribute to the level of a violet entry, complemented by the fusion of another chakra attribute. The combination of water release and earth release. This formula seems rather promising, as if there are quite a number of options available. In the mountains, the scenery furrowed its brow. The secret transmissions of the snow's mud escape bloodline limit, the mist hidden melting escape bloodline limit, and the wood escape of Senju Hashirama all derive from the elements of water and earth. If these entries were to merge, surely the system would not assign him a random outcome. During the fusion of entries, should multiple advanced paths emerge, the host may select their preferred direction. Suddenly, the system's notification tone resounded unexpectedly. In the mountainous realm, a smile grazed the corners of his mouth, and without a trace of hesitation, he resolutely activated the Earth Release technique. A plethora of memories pertaining to Earth Release ninjutsu surged into his consciousness. Thanks to the enhancement of comprehension and memory afforded by the purple tier skill, the Seeker of Origins, along with an elevation in his learning capabilities, he assimilated these memories at a pace several times swifter than before. Techniques such as the art of fish in the earth, the art of submarine navigation in the earth, the art of stone concealment, the art of earth dragon concealment, the art of decapitation in the heart, the art of heavy stone, and the art of light and heavy stone. Various ninjutsu familiar to him from his memories of the mountainous realm were swiftly integrated. The myriad transformations of Earth Release were also grasped with considerable adeptness. Yet, why is it that my most proficient Earth Release technique is solely focused on burrowing underground? System, do you harbor some misunderstanding toward me? Shan Zhongjing found himself perplexed. With so many formidable Earth-style techniques swirling in his mind, how was it that, in the end, the art of deception proved to be his most refined skill? The system, indifferent to Shan Zhongjing's grievances, proceeded without pause. Following the integration of the Earth-style mastery keyword, the familiar notification echoed once more. It detected the purple keyword Water-style master and the blue keyword Earth-style mastery as compatible for fusion. Would you like to initiate the fusion? Yes. The system then identified 3 distinct developmental paths: mud-style, dissolution-style, and wood-style. Wood-style. The fusion completed successfully, and congratulations were bestowed upon the host for acquiring the purple keyword wood-style inheritor. The system further detected that the red keyword Sage Body had a potential synergistic relationship with the purple keyword wood-style inheritor. However, the red keyword Sage Body remained underdeveloped, resulting in a failure to establish the connection. The system's notifications continued to chime in succession. In the mountains, Jing furrowed her brow, immediately realizing the essence of the so-called enhanced correlation. What, after all, remains undeveloped in the celestial body? The Sage Mode. As clearly documented in the original text, there are but a few places that possess the training methods for Sage Mode. Mayaboka Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Wetbone Forest are among them. The Temple of Fire and the Temple of Wind comprise the second category. The village where CHJ was born can barely be counted as the third. To learn the Sage Mode of the 3 great summoning sanctuaries, one must first become a summoning contract holder. Moreover, the techniques of the Temple of Fire and the Temple of Wind are evidently more challenging to master. Even becoming the host of the Temple of Fire merely yields 30 million ryo, a sum insufficient to rival Asuma's worth. Additionally, CHJ himself struggles to control natural energy. How can one expect him to teach others? The 3 great sanctuaries and the Temple of Fire. Amidst the serene landscape of the mountains, the sensations of strange tingling coursed through his body, temporarily suppressing the chaos of thoughts swirling in his mind as he absorbed the integrated memories of cultivation. It was during the time when Shimura Danzo conducted experiments on the cells of Senju Hashirama, not only desecrating Hashirama's remains, but also cunningly obtaining the scrolls of wood release techniques from the Senju clan. With the recollections of Danzo now within him, Yamaguchi Kei found himself well acquainted with the wood release techniques, the wood clone technique, the wood wall, the great forest technique, the 4-pillar prison, and more, one after another. These techniques were swiftly mastered by him. Moreover, through associative learning, his comprehension and mastery of earth release techniques rapidly caught up to that of water release techniques. The formidable physique and vast chakra bestowed by the Sage Body continuously nourished and integrated the newly awakened bloodline limit. His body, already brimming with vibrant life force, became evidently more resilient and vigorous following the activation of the wood release bloodline limit. As a wood release heir, endowed with extraordinary talent, a unique physique, and relentless dedication, he was fortunate enough to inherit the powers of the wood release bloodline limit in a nearly flawless manner. His efficiency in learning, refining, and innovating wood, water, and earth release techniques saw remarkable enhancement. The speed, potency, and effectiveness of these techniques surged significantly, alongside an elevation in his physical constitution, vitality, and affinity for natural energy. Remarkable. As the fervor within him gradually subsided, he turned his gaze toward the detailed explanation of the would-release inheritor's attribute, which appeared merely as a purple entry. The enhancements and augmentations it provided seemed to him to hold greater value than many red entries. Even without mastering the Sage mode or fully developing the Sage body and the powers of would-release, the combat prowess he exhibited was undeniably formidable. At the very least, with an abundance of chakra at his disposal, he could effortlessly utilize techniques such as the Wood Dragon technique and the Wooden Man technique, allowing him to easily contend with the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, your power is truly overwhelming. In a vast forest, spanning several dozen kilometers and devoid of human presence within the Land of Fire, the strength of would-release is genuinely remarkable. After several hours of rigorous experimentation with would-release, Yamashita let out a deep sigh. Would-release is indeed formidable, particularly in the hands of Senju Hashirama, who possesses a Sage body, has mastered Sage mode, and wields the chakra of Ashura. The potency of would-release transcends the limits of bloodline limits. However, the strength to which Yamashita refers is not merely a reflection of the user's inherent prowess, but rather the near-flawless and ultimate development of would-release by Senju Hashirama. Whether confronted with an army of ninjas, colossal summoned beasts, tailed beast Jinchuriki, or even a complete Susanoo, would-release possesses methods to contend with them, provided there is sufficient chakra. Its unparalleled destructive power combined with its comprehensive versatility renders it superior to the vast majority of bloodline limits. Oh, but I must not forget about Yamato. How could I have overlooked Yamato? In the mountains, a sudden thought struck him. Over 2 months ago, he had discreetly requested Nara Shikaku to investigate the archived records of the Senju Hashirama cell transplantation experiments stored within the Hokage building. However, due to the unforeseen maneuvers of Danzo and Saratobi Hiruzen, he found himself residing in the hidden cloud village for more than a month. Upon his return, Kushina had handed him the meticulously transcribed documents that Shikaku had prepared. Yet, the complexities of joining Root, controlling Danzo, and managing the organization compelled him to suppress these matters for the time being. This delay had brought him to the present moment. It would be prudent to pay a visit soon, lest he further impede the progress of the Greenery Captain. In the mountains, a voice whispers softly within my heart. I recall the name of the research base inscribed in the documents authored by Nara Shikaku. I then cross-referenced this with the specific location of the abandoned research facility etched in the memories of Danzo. Continuing to employ the Flying Thunder God technique, I arrive in a dense forest situated less than 100 kilometers from Konoha. After discerning the direction, I summon a falcon. After circling several times above the dense forest over 10 kilometers to the west, the mountain scenery finally located the concealed entrance to an abandoned research facility, nestled beneath a rocky outcrop. By employing a unique unsealing technique, the massive stone blocking the entrance was deftly moved aside. As the somewhat rusted door was pushed open, an unpleasant odor of decay, mingled with a thick cloud of dust, rushed forth. The wind swirled chaotically, creating a tumultuous air current. In the mountainous landscape, both hands formed intricate seals, channeling a potent gust of wind crafted from the fundamental techniques of wind release into the corridor behind the research facility's entrance. The concealed exhaust vents of the base suddenly expelled a substantial volume of foul-smelling gas. In an instant, birds took flight in alarm, and creatures of the wild fled in haste. The quality of the air was remarkably decent, considering it had not been completely obstructed for such an extended period. Upon surveying the direction of several ventilation shafts, the figure stood at the entrance. After employing the technique of wind release multiple times, they finally stepped into the dark corridor. The sound of their stealthy footsteps echoed clearly within the silent passageway. In the heart of the mountains, a figure named Shan Zhongjing unlocked his innate perception and located the switch to illuminate the darkness. After a laborious struggle, the aged igniter finally cast beams of light into the shadowy research facility. At the deepest recess of this base lay a laboratory, where 60 towering glass incubation chambers stood in orderly formation. 5 years had elapsed since the initial operation of these chambers, yet now only 2 in the center continued to function normally. Within these chambers, 2 diminutive figures, a boy and a girl, lay peacefully, their eyes closed in slumber. Enveloped in a verdant nutrient solution, black tubes coiled around their bodies, continuously supplying the energy necessary for their survival. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached, growing ever nearer. Reaching the boy's ears, Stirred from his liquid cocoon, he turned his gaze toward the entrance of the laboratory, where the sound originated. Across from him, the frail girl, her condition evidently more precarious, awoke from her slumber as well. With her hands pressed against the glass canopy, she gazed at him, her expression one of bewilderment. As if inquiring about the source of the noise, was it he who called her? Faced with the girl's perplexed stare, the boy, who had witnessed the shattering of incubation chambers and the demise of other children like himself, was suddenly overwhelmed by the impulse to weep. He understood that the light that had accompanied him was perilously close to extinguishing. The once vibrant lights that had faded before had similarly worn expressions of weakness and helplessness before their light dimmed. He could not allow that to happen. No, no. Thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. The boy pounded against the glass shield of his chamber with all his might. He was uncertain of the reasons behind his actions or what he truly yearned for. All he sensed was an instinctive drive urging him to act. Only through this would the light endure. With a sudden, piercing sound, the heavily sealed door of the research room was yanked open by Shan Zhongjing. The abrupt illumination of white light in the darkness left the boy momentarily stunned, half leaning in his chamber, as he beheld the girl's face, adorned with astonishment and confusion. A radiant smile broke upon his lips, though he could not comprehend the source of his expression. Yet, instinct whispered to him that perhaps, just perhaps, the light would not vanish. 2. In the midst of the mountains, a figure materialized with a technique of instantaneous movement, standing between two cultivation pots. Name, none profession, none attributes. Would release experimental subject, purple. Compatibility, blue. Survival instinct, green. Vigilance, green. Naivety, white. Name, none profession, none attributes. Would release experimental subject, purple. Vitality, blue. Naivety, white. Weakness, gray. Would release experimental subject, purple. This subject has undergone the transplantation and fusion of Hashirama Senju's cells, having endured cellular erosion, rejection, and assimilation, possessing the qualifications for the wood release bloodline limit. This subject is capable of learning and performing wood release ninjutsu, the speed, power, and effectiveness of wood release, water release, and earth release techniques are significantly enhanced. Affinity for water release and earth release is increased, and physical constitution is slightly improved. Is this a degraded successor of the wood release? Upon glancing at the entries of the two individuals, Shan Zhongjing comprehended the situation. Although both possessed the wood release and were categorized under the purple entries, the wood release acquired through the transplantation of cells necessitated continuous learning and enhancement from the individual. Not only did it lack the rigorous research, improvement, and creation of advanced wood, earth, and water techniques, but the augmentation of one's physique had also diminished to a mere slight enhancement. Furthermore, the synergy with vitality and natural energy had been compromised. The disparity between the two was evident, perhaps akin to a father observing his son, or perhaps a grandfather watching his grandchild. Among these two youngsters, the little boy was undoubtedly Day, while the little girl, in the depths of the mountains, a recollection of the original narrative unfurled. It appears that this young girl met her demise due to a broken nutrient canister, failing to await the arrival of Danzo. She left behind no name. A glance at Yamato's blue compatibility entry juxtaposed with the girl's vibrant entry elucidated the reasons behind her premature death. Yamato's compatibility allowed him to absorb and integrate Hashirama's cells with relative ease, whereas the girl solely relied on the vitality provided by her exuberance to withstand her circumstances. After enduring the initial fusion, as her body continued to develop, the energy required for her sustenance undoubtedly exceeded that which Yamato received. The meager supply from the cultivation chamber was wholly inadequate to meet her consumption, resulting in a debilitating negative entry. When the energy demanded for cultivation surpassed the threshold set within the chamber, the default program determined that the girl had been consumed by the wood release cells, leading to her inevitable fate. Fortunately, there remained a glimmer of hope. On an unnamed isle, far removed from the world of the Hokage, a dense fog enveloped the endless sea, swirling in a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow. Yahiko, with his cheeks puffed out, returned to the very spot where he had awoken after circling this minuscule island of less than 5 square kilometers thrice. By the coastal rocks, Conan remained fixated on the starry sky above, pondering their whereabouts. Nagato squatted before the clam that had brought them here, striving to communicate through the power of his Rinnegan. Conan, have you discerned anything? Yahiko inquired, hands on his hips, his expression fraught with concern. It seems I have perused a false tome. The stars here are entirely unlike those we typically behold, Conan replied, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. She hesitated to divulge to Yahiko that she found the night sky exquisite and the sound of waves crashing against the rocks soothing, having inadvertently drifted into reverie. It matters not. Since our captors have brought us here, they will inevitably come to see us. Yet, I am curious about the intentions of that A and B from the mist. Yahiko remarked. Humph, they have not slain our comrades, merely confined us here. Their aim must be to force our submission. They intend to harness Akatsuki's power to plunge our nation into chaos once more. Will Yahiko yield? Never. My resolve will not falter before such despicable scoundrels. Rest assured, Conan, I shall discover a way to escape this place. Yes, I believe in you, Conan affirmed, her smile radiant, imbued with unwavering certainty. The three of them had traversed through the most arduous of times together. The challenges they now faced paled in comparison to their previous tribulations. We are likely not captured by the Mist Ninjas, but rather by the Leaf Ninjas, Nagato turned to remind his companions. Xiao Nan and Yahiko simultaneously turned their gaze towards Nagato. Although the markings on the shell bore the emblem of the Hidden Mist Village, its contractor was a blonde-haired jonin from the Leaf Village, recently accompanied by a leaf chunin known as Red. The image of the golden-haired jonin stirred a memory in Xiao Nan, as she tilted her head slightly, recalling the legendary Jiraiya's other disciple. The Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze? Yahiko looked at Nagato with uncertainty. Regrettably, my power is still beyond my control, and it has refused to communicate with me. The images I can perceive are limited, and I cannot ascertain the identity of the individual completely, but I believe I have seen Tsunade-senpai. It must be Brother Minato without a doubt. Tsunade-senpai and teacher Jiraiya were the best of companions, Yahiko concluded, striking his right hand into his left palm with determination. Yet, why would Brother Minato? Xiaonan furrowed her brow, sensing that something was amiss. Perhaps teacher Jiraiya felt that it had been too long since we last met and asked Brother Minato to test us? Yahiko speculated, lost in thought. When suddenly his stomach growled loudly. The sound seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as Xiao Nan and Nagato's stomachs echoed the protest. The three exchanged amused glances and swiftly sprang into action. Yahiko and Xiao Nan took on the task of capturing seabirds and foraging for edible plants on the island, while Nagato ventured into the sea to gather seafood. Despite the small size of the island, which harbored little more than seabirds, the trio's combined abilities ensured they would find ample sustenance. In the medical room of the root base in the Leaf Village, the mountain scenery has placed the frail little girl back into a new incubation chamber, instructing the three medical ninjas nearby to maximize the energy supply of the nutrient solution. They are to administer the healing regenerative technique for over an hour, 3 times a day. Unlike Yamato, who could manage to walk after a brief adjustment period upon emerging from the incubation chamber, this young girl is in an extremely precarious state. A complete recovery is unattainable without several days of the regenerative treatment, followed by a month of conventional medication for nurturing. Of course, if the mountain scenery were to employ the medical water escape technique, water jellyfish, the recovery time could potentially be halved. However, applying such a technique to this little girl would be tantamount to committing a crime. Each encounter with this dismal entry leaves one exasperated. As he glanced at the blissful medical ninjutsu entry on the system interface, he couldn't help but scoff internally. What should have been a valuable healing technique turned out to be merely a tool for tormenting others. One could hardly fathom the absurdity of it. He recalled the iodine punch he had previously extracted, which remained dormant and unactivated. In the mountains, Jing furrowed his brow. This term, one would expect, is indeed related to medical ninjutsu, correct? Upon its activation, will it merge with the blissful milk? I dare not wish for more. I simply beseech for this ability to enter a controllable state. O great figures of the 3 pure ones and deities of the heavens, I, a humble man, am willing to sacrifice 10 years of my life for a chance to make this term controllable. In the heart of the mountains, with hands clasped together in reverence, he fervently chanted for a while before finally addressing the system within his mind. System, activate the iodine fist. As the entry was activated, the customary influx of memories surged into his consciousness, swiftly assimilated. Moments later, the system's notification chimed promptly. It detected the blue entry blissful milk and the green entry iodine fist could be fused. Shall we commence the fusion? Yes, upon completion of the fusion. Congratulations were bestowed upon the host for acquiring the purple entry grave milk physician. Grave milk physician. Is it slaughter or salvation, torment or liberation? This remains the question. When healing with both hands, the subject experiences the myriad of ecstasies in the world. When attacking with both fists, the blows carry disinfection and detoxification effects. The greater the damage inflicted, the stronger the effect. Efficiency is significantly enhanced when learning, refining, and innovating medical ninjutsu, mastery over medical ninjutsu, chakra control, and yang release is greatly amplified, improving healing speed and efficacy, and substantially elevating the prowess of physical techniques. A wealth of medical ninjutsu knowledge, along with memories of training and physical technique cultivation, flooded into his mind once again, building upon the foundation laid by the first two entries. In but a moment, he completely absorbed the knowledge within his consciousness and turned his gaze to the detailed explanation of the entries. In the serene mountainous landscape, I meticulously examined the intricacies of the text for a considerable duration. Turning to the three medical ninjas, I instructed them, "Please step outside for a moment." "Yes, Lord Jing," they responded, bowing respectfully before swiftly exiting the medical room, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Only Yamato, still oblivious to the situation, remained standing beside the incubation chamber, his gaze fixed upon the little girl, whose furrowed brow gradually relaxed as she slipped into slumber. Whatever, he thought. After all, he did not comprehend the circumstances at hand. In the mountains, the naive and unknowing Yamato gazed in bewilderment. Sitting on a nearby bench, he removed his ninja shoes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he awkwardly began to attempt to seal with his feet. The detailed explanations clearly stated that healing is performed with the hands, and combat is executed with fists. Without a mention of the feet, right? If he refrains from using his hands for healing, perhaps he could liberate himself from the constraints of these definitions? After numerous failures, he diligently reflected on his experiences and adjusted his posture. With his extraordinary mastery of chakra, a moment later, the unique emerald glow of the sage technique illuminated his feet. Ha! I truly am a genius. In the mountains, Jiang Zhongjing tested the technique on his thigh, discovering no abnormalities, which made his smile rival that of an AK. With renewed enthusiasm, he once again experimented with the medical technique, water release, water jellyfish, and upon finding the same results, he directed a water release, water jellyfish towards the little girl. This technique, capable of actively absorbing beneficial energy from the nutrient solution and utilizing the gentle properties of water release, would provide continuous healing for her body. In a maximum of 15 days, this little girl would undoubtedly be as lively as day. Ahem, but this is not to be emulated. In the mountains, Yamato stared blankly at his feet, hurriedly putting on his shoes. At this moment, he was akin to a blank slate, with all his actions driven solely by instinct. One must be cautious not to lead the child astray. Yamato and the little girl, having been raised in a nurturing pod since childhood, were unable to speak, express themselves, or even comprehend the sounds around them. Even with the mastery of the heart transmission technique, Yamashiro could merely glean a hint of emotional feedback from the other. He sensed that Yamato was utterly reluctant to leave the side of the young girl. Considering the wood release Kekkei Genkai inherent to both of them, it was indeed not prudent for too many people to be aware of their situation at this stage. After some contemplation, he instructed the leader of the second unit of the route to summon Yakushi Non, who was currently on leave and volunteering at the Konoha orphanage to care for the children. With her gentle disposition, abundant patience, and amiable nature, combined with her experience in child care, there was truly no one better suited for this task. Lord Yamashiro, the subordinate from the Intelligence Division Miko, has arrived. Yakushi Non, renowned as the walking Miko and a top-tier spy, exhibited impeccable emotional control. Even though each time she bathed and caught sight of on her thigh, she felt an overwhelming urge to bite Yamashiro in frustration, upon their actual meeting, her demeanor remained remarkably composed, indifferent, detached, steady, and reserved. Her external appearance and aura were indistinguishable from those of an ordinary root ninja. Given the nature of our relationship, such formality seems unnecessary. In the mountains, the scene unfolded with a hint of exasperation as Kage gazed at the bureaucratic demeanor of the pharmacist, Yano. It appeared that the subordinate had not previously encountered Lord Kage. Enough is enough. I have been berated in my mind countless times, and there is no need to feign unfamiliarity. The Lord's concerns are unfounded. The subordinate possesses unwavering loyalty to the root and adheres strictly to the management protocols of the root ninjas. Never would they insult their superiors. Yano slightly lowered her head, concealing the nearly uncontrollable expression on her face. Yet again, The art of mental communication. Stay calm, remain composed. She swiftly adjusted her state of mind, striving to clear her thoughts and prevent herself from spiraling into unwarranted reflections. Within mere seconds, Yano achieved a state devoid of joy, sorrow, or distraction. The root enforces a stringent management system for its ninjas. Should one be caught denigrating a superior, the consequences would likely be dire. Relax. I assure you, I have no intentions of employing mental communication techniques. In the mountains, Jing leaned against his hand, inwardly cursing Tuanzhou. Look at what this girl has been reduced to. After a brief silence, the pharmacist Yineyu cautiously raised his head to meet Jing's gaze. After a while, his tense body began to relax slightly. Did you just scold me again? Rest assured, my lord, he replied. I was merely praising you for your care for your comrades and your consideration for your subordinates. You are indeed a remarkable ninja who truly embodies the will of fire. Your irony is quite skillfully executed. In a moment of exasperation, Yamaguchi Kei rolled her eyes, no longer willing to engage in circles with the medic, Yakushi Nanoyu. She gestured towards the medical room, indicating the small girl lying in the incubation chamber and the boy, Yamato, who was half leaning against it. I am assigning you a long-term task. Teach these two children to speak, to write, to refine their chakra, and impart some basic life knowledge, while also taking care of them. Is this the training method of the Foundation? No, it is the conventional approach for nurturing children. Understood. Yakushi Nanoyu cast a deep glance at Yamaguchi Kei before bowing and accepting the assignment. Can a child raised in the Foundation still receive a normal education? Furthermore, can they truly learn to speak, to write, and acquire fundamental knowledge? Judging by their appearances, these two children appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old. Could they really be mute? I will provide you with the mission scroll shortly, and I will also retrieve your file from the intelligence class. For now, you will temporarily serve as my assistant. Mountainside scenery waved goodbye as he rose and walked toward the medical room. Rushing to alter the system of the root before fully assuming control of all its members would only provoke a series of complications. To reshape the root into the desired form, a gradual approach was imperative. Yes, the pharmacist, Nanoyu, bowed in acknowledgement. An assistant, perhaps, if the superior were less stringent. It might not be so bad after all. Oh, by the way, the boy's name is Yamato, and the girl's name is Xiaoa. Yes, he departed from the medical room. After replacing the shadow clone stationed at the root with one disguised as Danzo, Yamashita returned home, his mind clouded with fatigue. After such an extensive period of labor, he had scarcely closed his eyes in the past 2 days. Following a hasty dinner, he embraced the fragrant and soft kushina and drifted into slumber. When he awakened once more, it was already midday the following day. He stretched languidly. In the mountains, Jing squinted at the snowflakes drifting outside the window, as well as the lanterns and colorful ribbons adorning the doorsteps of each household in the clan. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality. Unbeknownst to her, the new year was fast approaching. Lady Kushina, the illusions created by Lord Jing are truly remarkable. 6 years can be spent in a mere 6 days within the realm of illusion. Does that not mean one can learn anything at an astonishing pace? A voice belonging to an unfamiliar young girl drifted in through the crack of the bedroom door. Well, no technique is entirely without its flaws. There must be some limitations to this as well. However, such specialized matters should be inquired about directly with Jing, as I am not particularly well versed in them. Kushina patiently elucidated her understanding to Shizun. Shizun was a recently graduated genin, having completed her studies alongside Yugao at the Ninja Academy. Shortly after graduation, she was taken under Tsunade's wing from the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Previously, she had been left at the Konoha hospital to acquire knowledge under Tsunade's guidance. Now, with Tsunade undergoing treatment for her illusion, she had not reported to the hospital for several days, prompting the concerned young girl to bring a basket of fruit for a visit. The two continued their hushed conversation. In the serene mountains, at this moment, Shan Zhongjing contemplated the feasibility of a recent notion regarding silence. Due to his habitual reliance on illusions for combat and mind manipulation, he had not previously entertained this line of thought. However, it appeared that this could indeed be viable. Although the practice of illusionary arts necessitated a detachment from reality, the practitioner's mastery over various abilities relied entirely on the experience and insight of the illusionist to simulate them. Furthermore, once detached from the illusion, both body and memory required a period for acclimatization and integration. Nonetheless, this approach could significantly expedite the learning process for various skills. The sole regret was that for Shan Zhongjing himself, this method not only required the collaboration of individuals or animals for the execution of the illusion, but it could also merely serve to accelerate cognitive processes. After all, how could an illusion constructed from his own understanding and memories accurately simulate concepts he had yet to master? Even if he were to forcibly create such simulations, they would likely be nothing more than superficial facades. He swiftly clarified the methodology for casting this illusion. As the dawn broke, Shan Zhongjing was preparing to rise and attend to his morning rituals. Outside the door, the hushed whispers brimming with gossip once again echoed. Lady Kushina, Lady Tsunade, are you two perhaps getting married? Huh, why do you inquire? I have heard that the nobles from the daimyo's residence, prior to their nuptials, shave off their eyebrows as a symbol of their unwavering commitment to walk hand in hand with their partners for life. Lady Tsunade, ahem ahem. Upon hearing this, Shan Zhongjing coughed loudly, drawing the attention of two individuals outside the room. What on earth is going on? Can this young lady, Jingyin, dare to make even more outrageous guesses? After a lengthy explanation, they finally managed to quell the curiosity of the overly inquisitive Jingyin. In the serene confines of the room, Jing stood, gazing at Tsunade, who bore a single, delicate golden brow. With a sigh of resignation, he pondered the consequences of his own actions. What could he do about the mess he had created? Do not fret, Jing. Just yesterday, I visited the Konoha hospital. In Tsunade's case, a slight stimulation using the healing technique will suffice. Her brow will soon regrow. Kushina declared, a proud expression adorning her face as she raised her chin. She was genuinely devoted to assisting her boyfriend in resolving the troubles that surrounded him. Although Shizun's unexpected visit that morning had led to Tsunade's eyebrow being seen in its unfortunate state, being misunderstood was surely preferable to being ridiculed, wasn't it? Indeed. It should be so. Shall we give it a try? In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing glanced at his palm, then turned his gaze to Tsunade, who was ensnared in an illusion. The illusion, having this bowl of Mengpa soup, was of exceedingly high intensity, and those ensnared by it would experience a complete disruption of their five senses. Regardless of the formidable nature of the medical ninja's unique abilities, they fundamentally targeted the five senses. Without sufficient chakra to disrupt the illusion, no amount of commotion could rouse Tsunade from her stupor. He was conscious of his own dignity. Since he could avoid using his feet to perform jutsu in front of Kushina, and even pressed his foot against Tsunade's face, why not give it a try? As long as the eyebrows he restored weren't drastically off, it should suffice. Given the extensive time span of several years within the illusionary realm, upon awakening, Tsunade would likely have no recollection of the incident. Yes, let us give it a go. With a clap of his hands, a distinctive emerald glow emanated from Shan Zhongjing's right palm, characteristic of the palm sage technique. Compared to using his feet, there was a slight awkwardness due to the differing pathways of chakra. Employing medical ninjutsu with his hands felt as effortless as eating or drinking for him. Endowed with the purple-tagged medical ninja ability, his index finger pressed against the area where Tsunade's eyebrow was incomplete. The special chakra, imbued with yang release energy, began to gently stimulate the hair follicles beneath her brows, encouraging hair growth. However, he could not wait for the full effect of the palm sage technique to manifest. The troublesome characteristic of the medical ninja took effect first. Tsunade, lost in the illusion, parted her lips slightly, unconsciously emitting a soft murmur. Her body began to tremble, and a subtle pink hue crept over her neck. Kushina, observing nearby, paused for a moment, perplexed by the blush rising on Tsunade's delicate face. It was merely the palm sage technique. He wished to hasten the stimulation of the hair follicles, but sensed that the yang release chakra at his fingertips was being forcibly drawn away by the yin seal at Tsunade's forehead, causing his expression to shift slightly. In the next moment, it seemed as if some alert mechanism had been triggered within the yin seal on her forehead. In the blink of an eye, it completely opened, transforming from a diamond shape to an shape adorned with a fishtail mark. A torrent of chakra surged forth from the yin seal, the dark sealing runes swirling like black ribbons, enveloping her entire being. Creation Rebirth, 100 Healings Technique? As Shan Zhongjing observed the abnormal dispersion of chakra in abundance, he instantly realized that this technique was still in an imperfect state. To achieve perfection, it would likely require a considerable journey ahead. However, the magnitude of this chakra surge could be countered with ultra-fast reactions initiated from a standstill. Shan Zhongjing abruptly halted the execution of his palm technique, clapping his hands together. Water release. Water prison jutsu. A vast curtain of water swiftly rose from the surroundings of the room, enveloping the entire space within its grasp. In the mountain, Jingshan pulled Kushina beside him and swiftly retreated to the living room. Having been immersed for an extended period in an illusion that accelerated the passage of time, Tsunade awakened in a state of chakra-induced frenzy. Who knows how Tsunade, with her mind in disarray, would react? It was undoubtedly wise to hide first. In the bedroom, under the overwhelming surge of chakra unleashed by the complete unraveling of the In seal, Tsunade's memory sealing jutsu and the illusion technique broke simultaneously. With a suppressed groan, her blood-red eyes suddenly flared open, scanning the bedroom enveloped by a cerulean water curtain. The cold, bloodthirsty, and frenzied aura permeated the room. The intertwining of illusory memories and reality led to a constant fluctuation in her expression, oscillating between cruel indifference and steely resolve. After several long seconds, the abnormal aura surrounding Tsunade gradually dissipated as she sealed off the still-surging chakra of the In seal. Rubbing her slightly dazed head, she expelled the disorienting sensation of time and space intertwining from her mind. Furrowing her brow, Tsunade surveyed her bedroom once more. The water prison technique. Had the In seal's abnormal surge prompted the use of water style to safeguard the house? Truly a signature move of that little rascal. Raising her slightly trembling right hand, Tsunade belatedly sensed an unusual tingling coursing through her body. Was she dreaming? The inexplicable aftertaste caused her body to tremble uncontrollably. Her still unstable mental state inadvertently conjured some indescribable images from popular magazines in her mind. Stop, stop, stop. What am I thinking? Could the aftereffects of the illusion be that severe? Yet the scenes within the illusion bore no relation to such dreams. With a sharp clap, Tsunade raised both hands and patted her flushed cheeks, striving to awaken her senses. As reason regained its foothold, her expertise as a top medical ninja led her to realize that this peculiar sensation was undoubtedly not a result of the previous illusion. Damn, could it be that someone had drugged her? With a whoosh, the water swirling around the room, formed by the water prison technique, surged rapidly out through the open window. Kushina's small head peeked in from the doorway. Sister Tsunade, you're awake. You really scared me just now. What just happened? Tsunade responded softly, narrowing her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Jingshan standing behind Kushina. Actually, it was nothing much. We just wanted to use the palm healing technique to help. Help with your eyebrows. And then your In seal suddenly went out of control. Kushina chuckled awkwardly, confessing the truth. Eyebrows and yang release. Tsunade gently brushed her fingers across her brow, where only a few sparse hairs had emerged. I surmise this may be attributed to your immersion in an illusion, as the majority of your bodily functions lie dormant. Your subconscious mistakenly perceives you to be on the brink of death, and upon being stimulated by the yang release of the palm sage technique, the In sealing swiftly initiates a desperate attempt at restoration. In the mountains, Jing spoke earnestly about his conjecture. Although the medical ninjutsu of the grave nurse was somewhat unorthodox, it was nonetheless classified as a purple-tier medical technique. His speculation could essentially be regarded as truth. As for the anomalies in her body, it was best for Tsunade to ponder over them herself. He could not provide an explanation. Tsunade nodded slightly, indicating her agreement with the conjecture. Sister Tsunade, how are you feeling now? Kushina inquired, her large eyes blinking curiously. Hungry. Tsunade paused for a moment, responding with a statement that seemed to stray from the question. Then let's eat right away, Kushina exclaimed cheerfully, turning to head towards the kitchen. What day is it today? Tsunade mused, rubbing her head as she gazed out at the falling snowflakes. December 30th. Tomorrow would be New Year's Eve, just in time for the celebration. Shan Zhongjing, gazing out at the snowy landscape, was abruptly pulled into the bedroom by Shua Gangsho, who leaped from the couch with a swift motion, seizing his collar. With his right arm wrapped around Shan Zhongjing's neck, he firmly pinned him against his chest. From this vantage point, Kushina, who had gone to the kitchen, was entirely oblivious to the events unfolding within the bedroom. Although Yamashiro had noticed Tsunade's movements from the very beginning, he was utterly baffled by the situation. Tsunade-ne? He exclaimed. What on earth is happening to me? Tsunade, her silver teeth grinding audibly, demanded an explanation. What did you say? I don't understand, he stammered. Damn it. Don't think I'm oblivious to your foul play. You drugged me, intending to take advantage of me and my sister? This is an injustice. Why don't you go get a blood test first? In the Konoha hospital, Tsunade sat in her office, scrutinizing the blood test report with a furrowed brow. A misunderstanding? Everything seems fine. That couldn't be right. As a top-tier medical ninja, her understanding of the human body far surpassed that of an average person. The condition he was in was undoubtedly abnormal. Was it a neurological disturbance caused by the violent release of yin seals and the clash of yang release chakra? No, that couldn't be it. Tsunade touched her forehead, where the yin seal resided. Though the yin seal began with the character Furin, it was, in fact, a profound jutsu concerning the transformation of yang release chakra. In extreme cases, it could indeed lead to what Yamashiro had previously described as emergency treatment. However, the structure of the yin seal technique was remarkably stable. A normal state induced by illusionary techniques leading to a suspension of bodily functions did not qualify as an extreme case. Such a violent outburst could only occur if her body had first exhibited symptoms of a neurological disturbance, triggering the yin seal. Therefore, something was amiss. But it was not the drug she had initially suspected. Damn it, you think you can deceive me? You're mistaken. Tsunade silently seethed. After dismissing the possibility of drug use, she began to ponder how Yamashiro managed to accomplish this. While illusions could influence a person's five senses, such effects stemmed from mental interference and control, thereby impacting bodily sensations. In essence, mental influence was the foundational element. The illusion she experienced bore no relevance to this. Thus, the issue likely did not lie within the illusion itself. What remained? A technique akin to the principle of disruption charge? Disruption charge involved wielding an immense chakra control to deconstruct lightning chakra to a minuscule level, injecting it into the enemy's body to paralyze their nervous system. If one were to refine this further, accurately targeting specific nerves could theoretically achieve such an effect. However, Kushina had previously stated that Yamashiro employed palm sage technique. Tsunade trusted her sister would not deceive her, and Kushina was certainly capable of distinguishing between yang release and lightning release. Could it be that the properties of yang release were being utilized to stimulate and interfere with the relevant nervous system, or perhaps the approach was more direct, targeting the bodily organs themselves? Earlier, she had been deceived into believing that she solely possessed the ability of medical ninjutsu. Do not let me uncover how you achieve that. Otherwise, Tsunade slammed her palm onto the desk and rose from her chair. She swiftly retrieved a tome from the bookshelf that she had never perused before and began to leaf through its pages with great urgency. The Konoha library and the ancient text repository held many treasures she had yet to explore. The notes on solar release techniques left by her ancestors had not received much of her attention either. She refused to believe that, with her mastery of solar release, she could not decipher a technique wielded by another. As soon as she unraveled the intricacies of that individual's jutsu, if they were not forthcoming, she would ensure they faced her relentless inquiries. Suddenly, an unexpected interruption occurred. The door to Tsunade's office was forcefully swung open. An anxious medical ninja rushed in, addressing Tsunade with urgency. "Lady Tsunade, we have an emergency. A Nin has just returned from the border with a comminuted fracture in his right hand. Multiple rib fractures on the left side and internal bleeding. Dr. F. Sun instructed me to consult with you. Where is he?" Tsunade's expression shifted as she recalled her earlier blood test, which had not revealed any particularly severe reactions. Clenching her fists, she steeled herself before striding purposefully toward the exit of her office. To room 2. The medical ninja's face brightened with surprise. In the depths of Konoha, a crisis unfolded. As Shang Zhongjing approached the entrance of the office, preparing to replace his shadow clone, an unfamiliar root ninja appeared at his side. "Lord Jing, Lord Orochimaru invites you to visit the number 7 experimental base to observe the results of the experiments." Ching. In the mountainous scenery, the gaze fell upon the mask adorning the face of the root ninja before him. After rummaging through his memories for a moment, Danzo hesitantly uttered the individual's code name. It was not that his root operatives were lacking in efficacy. Rather, even Danzo himself had scant recollection of the figure standing before him. Indeed, the subordinate known as AO was affiliated with the research division overseen by Lord Orochimaru, tasked with the daily vigilance and protection of the research team. The root ninja, codename AO, slightly bowed his head, voluntarily disclosing the location of his duties. "I shall arrive shortly. You may proceed with your report." "Understood." With that, Danzo observed the figure's vanishing silhouette. In the serene mountains, a subtle smile of intrigue graced the corners of his lips. Within the tightly controlled realm of Danzo, it seems that Orochimaru has not remained as docile as Danzo's memories would suggest. Moreover, a tour of experimental results? The seventh experimental base, dedicated to the transplantation and fusion of bloodline limits. Does the outcome bear any relevance to his role as the deputy minister responsible for task allocation and training? Such an excuse appears to be a mere facade. Surely, he must have sensed that his actions had been uncovered. Yet it is too late. Over the span of 5 days, the control over the curse mark which eradicates dissent has been reassigned to all department heads, corps members, and combat team personnel. Even Danzo's 2 intimate associates have had their memories expunged, becoming mere devotees of the root. While the remaining grassroots members hold significance, his shadow clone had, just yesterday, selected one from the 3 recently activated white Zetsus. All memories were obliterated, reshaping it into an absolute puppet devoted solely to him. As long as there are no interferences from the bloodline level, anyone who encounters it would merely perceive it as Danzo. Should Aunt Snake choose this moment to disrupt the proceedings, she would certainly face dire consequences. After changing shifts with his shadow clone in the office, he departed from the root base, making his way leisurely towards the No. 7 experimental facility located in the Bone Erosion Plains. This region, situated over 10 kilometers northeast of the Konoha bird summoning beast breeding house, lies well beyond the village's borders. Due to its intricate terrain and perilous environment, coupled with the absence of anything of value, it is frequently utilized by certain civilian ninjas to rear their less amiable summoning beasts. Over time, aside from those ninjas tending to their summoned creatures, this area has become increasingly desolate. He opened the concealed entrance of the experimental facility hidden within the waterfall. As one ventures into the mountainous landscape, perhaps due to the serpentine creature's preference for cool, damp surroundings, the experimental base of Orochimaru has always shunned excessive illumination, with an eerie chill perpetually pervading the air. This particular base is no exception. A faintly familiar, piercing scream echoed from the depths of the facility. In the depths of the mountain, Shanjuan's expression remained unchanged as he gracefully bowed to the root ninja before proceeding. He moved steadily towards the location of Orochimaru, the legendary serpent sage. As detected through sensory ninjutsu, his pace was neither hurried nor deliberately slow. Upon arriving at Orochimaru's laboratory, the initial piercing screams had transformed into faint, ethereal moans. Jinkuin. It has been a while, Orochimaru greeted, adorned with the Leaf Village headband and clad in a Jonin vest, as he turned to Shanjun and nodded slightly. His voice carried a slightly hoarse quality, exuding an air of cold nobility. Although Orochimaru's complexion appeared somewhat paler now, accentuated by purple eyeshadow and adorned with somewhat feminine earrings, his appearance was far from the sickly and distorted visage depicted in the original narrative. One could only conclude that the illustrious Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, retained his captivating charm. Is this the new experimental achievement of Lord Orochimaru? The scenery within the mountains likewise bowed in acknowledgement. The gaze turned towards the blood-colored cage behind Orochimaru. Within that confinement, the hollow eyes of Yucheng Yen were painfully curled into a ball. Beneath the surface of his skin, egg-sized bulges pulsated and roamed. The volatile power concealed within seemed poised to break free from its corporeal restraints and erupt at any moment. To complete this experiment, one crucial element remained. The blood dragon eye, perhaps? Indeed, it was uncertain whether Jingjun would be inclined to generously part with it. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the corners of Yamashiro's mouth curled into a subtle smile. The experiment, utilizing Uchiha-In as its subject, only commenced after his entrance into the facility. Was this not a blatant display for his benefit? As a pawn nurtured within the shadows of a Wagakure, Uchiha-In served as a crucial witness to the turmoil orchestrated by a Wagakure and its clandestine alliance with Kirigakure, making him immensely valuable to the higher echelons. Within mere days, they had summoned this individual for human experimentation. Orochimaru was subtly revealing his clandestine influence over Konoha. His actions, particularly the extraction of Uchiha's eyes, indicated a lack of extreme aversion to such experiments. Subsequently, upon discovering anomalies within the root, he refrained from hasty action. Instead, he presented a relatively promising research outcome, perhaps testing the waters for potential collaboration through this approach. In the depths of the mountains, one cannot help but sigh. Indeed, those who reach the grand conclusion are truly the wise ones. From within my bosom, I retrieved a palm-sized scroll of seals and unfurled it. Skipping over the first 4 sealing techniques, I formed a hand seal and extracted the blood dragon eye contained within the 5th sealing technique. In the mountains, The scene unfolded as a glass vial containing a precious eye was casually tossed to Orochimaru. It was truly an envy-inducing treasure. Orochimaru deftly caught the small bottle holding the blood dragon eye, his tongue gliding along the corner of his mouth, his gaze revealing unmasked curiosity and covetousness. The 5 sealing techniques suggested at least 5 items were contained within. Following the typical pattern of organization, it was highly likely that the first 4 items were akin to the blood dragon eye, yet even more exquisite. Just a few pairs of 3-hooked jade were merely the beginning. I shall soon reveal something far more astonishing. In the mountains, a laugh escaped from the lips of the figure, who nonchalantly rolled up the scroll. Indeed, it was a prospect that ignited anticipation, echoed by Orochimaru's sinister chuckle. With a wave of his hand, serpentine beasts, as thick as a man's arm, slithered forth from his sleeves. In an instant, they ensnared the bloodied Yamaguchi, dragging him to the edge of his prison, firmly binding him to the pillars of captivity. Opening a small vial in his grasp, Orochimaru retrieved 2 blood-red dragon eyes and forcefully pressed them into Yamaguchi's empty sockets. A verdant glow emanated from his palms as he performed the mystical art of the sage. Within mere seconds, the preliminary connection to the visual nerves was established. The power of the blood dragon eyes surged back. The once feeble Yamaguchi suddenly found himself engulfed by torrents of crimson chakra. A foul, sinister aura surged wildly around him. An unknown force undulated ceaselessly across his surface. And under the oppressive might of the blood dragon eyes, it gradually began to merge with his being. Name: Orochimaru. Occupation: ninja researcher. Attributes: extreme researcher, red. Pursuer of the mountain winds, purple. One of the 3 Sannin, purple. Master of forbidden techniques, purple. Child of the white serpent, purple. Exceptionally talented, purple. Perceptive, blue. Mentor, blue. Prudent, blue. Obsessive, white. Cold-blooded, white. As Shang Zhongjing observed Orochimaru's attributes while harnessing the powers within the royal residence castle, he noted the extreme researcher classification. This designation epitomizes an unparalleled enhancement of research capabilities, practical skills, and cognitive abilities. With such traits, it is scarcely imaginable that there exists anything in the ninja world that Orochimaru cannot fathom. The concept of chasing the wind significantly amplifies one's personal will and combat prowess, driven by an admiration for the boundless might of nature. Thus, the desire to become a catalyst for the world's progression is born. Among the legendary Sannin, there is little of intrigue to behold. The title of Master of Forbidden Techniques fittingly adorns Orochimaru, as it is entirely deserved. As the progeny of the White Serpent, a fusion of fate and soft body modification, he possesses a unique affinity for serpents, regenerative capabilities, and an indomitable vitality akin to that of a cockroach. This should serve as the prototype for the future 8-headed technique. Gifted with an innate talent for 7 chakra attributes, he learns rapidly and excels in all disciplines, truly embodying the essence of a prodigious genius. The ability to perceive human nature and uncover truths, coupled with his role as a mentor, enhances his teaching prowess, guiding thought processes and reinforcing indoctrination. It is no wonder that so many ardently follow him, as he deftly exploits the weaknesses of humanity. With the principle of cautious action, the clever rabbit has 3 burrows. He embodies prudence and foresight, perpetually ensuring his escape routes are secured. In conjunction with the tenacity of the white serpent's offspring, it is little surprise that he proves so difficult to vanquish. In the mountains, Jing cast a contemplative glance at Orochimaru, judging solely by his abilities. It appears that this individual has far surpassed his fellow Sannin, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. It is understandable, were it not for the repeated use of the reanimation jutsu, which inflicted irreparable damage upon his soul. Orochimaru would not possess a vulnerability to Jinjutsu. His achievements in the original narrative would not have been tarnished by a handful of Uchiha with their crimson eyes. A remarkable piece of work. What do you think, Jinkuin? Orochimaru observed the blood-red cage, where the half-dismembered body of Yamaguchi Inazumi had transformed into a pool of blood, his gaze filled with hatred and fear. A wicked smile played at the corners of his mouth. Blood Dragon Eye, the bloodline of the Akatsuki clan, an explosive release? An intriguing fusion concept indeed. In the mountainous realm, the figure of Shanchong Jing cast a fleeting glance at the interface of Yuwu Castle Yin. He fixated on the pool of blood that formed from the other's corporeal form, where blood bubbles perpetually erupted. He casually offered a compliment. Through the technique of Kibiyero, he forcibly fused 3 distinct bloodline limits. The fusion was successful, yet not entirely so. It remained at the level of bloodline limits, failing to transcend into the realm of bloodline elimination. The distance to achieve bloodline acquisition was unfathomably vast. In the original narrative, it is apparent that Bailuhu's relentless desire to simultaneously amalgamate 5 bloodline limits stemmed from his understanding that only a sufficient accumulation could trigger the ultimate transformation. One wonders whether Jinkuin might harbor an interest in testing the potency of his treasure. Orochimaru turned to gaze at Shanchong Jing, his golden serpent-like eyes emanating a faint, chilling light. Shall we see if I possess the strength to collaborate with you? In the mountains, Jing held her hands before her, letting out a soft laugh upon hearing the words. With a delicate tap of her finger on her arm, she cast a glance towards Yuya Chengyan. Enchanted, she mused on the sublime realm of heaven on earth, the magnificent spiritual energy intertwined with the robust chakra within her, coalescing into an extraordinarily pure form of in-release energy. In an instant, it breached Yuya Chengyan's mental defenses. The once hate-filled expression on Yuya Chengyan's face faltered momentarily. After a brief pause, he broke into a foolish grin, counting on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The ability to transform Danzo into an obedient puppet truly demonstrated Jun's formidable prowess, evoking a sense of reverence. Orochimaru gently applauded, his smile growing more sincere and unrestrained. The blood dragon eye was once renowned alongside the Uchiha clan Sharingan as a prestigious bloodline limit. Following the enhancement from blood fusion, Yuya Chengyan's ocular and mental prowess had likely surpassed that of the vast majority of the Uchiha clan's 3-tomo Sharingan. The scenery within the mountains is far more profound than he had ever imagined. Yet, this is precisely fortuitous. A giant python would never consort with an ant. The stronger the partner, the greater his delight. Moreover, having concealed itself for so long, it is now beginning to reveal its true brilliance. The seemingly tranquil and stagnant waters of Konoha are soon to be stirred by a monumental wave, are they not? It is said that Lord Orochimaru has long pursued the elusive secret of immortality. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Yamaguchi Kei realized that the other party had only noticed the changes at the roots and remained unaware that Danzo had been transformed into a mere fool, uttering nothing but incoherent babble. Growing weary of circumnavigating the issue, he decisively addressed the matter at hand. Should a consensus be reached, he would not hesitate to guide Orochimaru, sharing intelligence and research findings to prolong their existence in harmony. However, if negotiations faltered, he would exert effort to compel Orochimaru to come to an agreement. In the Land of Fire, within the dense forest where Yamaguchi Kei had previously experimented with wood-release techniques, a colossal cloud of chakra erupted, heralding the arrival of the immense serpent, Manda, at Orochimaru's feet. Moreover, thousands of vividly colored, highly venomous snakes slithered forth from the smoke, swiftly inundating the forest amidst the chilling sounds of hissing and movement. I approach you with sincerity, seeking collaboration, yet your arrogance is profoundly disheartening, he mused. Under the guise of the great snake technique, Orochimaru emerged as if shedding his skin, escaping from the maw of his original form. With a casual flick, he discarded the old skin, inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, into the writhing mass of serpents surrounding him, allowing the venomous creatures to tear it apart and obliterate the technique's markings. As a disciple of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he was already well-versed in numerous forbidden techniques and had thoroughly absorbed the forbidden arts of Konoha during his collaboration with Danzo. Abruptly transported from the laboratory to this location, he effortlessly recognized the Flying Thunder God technique, crafted by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Earlier, due to Jiraiya's student mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he had also devoted time to studying this ninjutsu. Although he lacked the spatial aptitude to master it, he was well aware of its principles and combat applications. This stealthy method of leaving technique markings might pose a threat to unsuspecting ninjas unfamiliar with the art, yet it was of no concern to him. With such a reaction, do you truly aspire to become Hokage? In the heart of the mountains, Kage's expression was one of exasperation as he gazed upon Orochimaru, who stood imperiously atop a mass of serpents. Were it not for Zero Frame's timely intervention, swiftly bringing him here, the 7th experiment base would have been lost. Such a loss would equate to a significant financial blow, as it was constructed with considerable investment. Within the confines of Konoha, who else could possibly occupy that esteemed position aside from myself? Kage? Orochimaru, one hand resting on his waist, looked down upon Kage with a condescending gaze. His former mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had begun to falter, both in strength and in thought, his tactics growing feeble and his foresight clouded. He was no longer fit to serve as Hokage. Among the younger generation, when considering merit, experience, strength, potential, and prestige, should not the position of the fourth Hokage rightfully belong to him? How foolish was I to aspire to become Hokage? I ask you, do you truly wish to assume that role? In the depths of the mountains. Yamaguchi pressed his hand against his forehead, disregarding the serpentine sea that encircled him, as he continued to inquire about Orochimaru. He had been earnestly discussing a collaboration with the other party, presenting his own conditions while also offering sufficient benefits. Did this man not desire immortality? With ample financial backing, a plethora of manpower, the correct research direction, the secrets of the Senju and Uchiha clans, and the ultimate origins of the ninja. Was that not a show of sincerity? He had proposed 3 conditions. First, Orochimaru must refrain from conducting reckless human experiments until stable results were achieved, with the selection of subjects to be provided by the root organization, prohibiting any unauthorized capture. Second, all research findings were to be shared, with no private hoarding allowed. Third, he demanded that Orochimaru withdraw from the competition for the position of Hokage and refrain from any covert schemes, focusing solely on his research. Initially, the discussion had been amicable. However, upon the introduction of the third condition, Orochimaru mistakenly believed he was being threatened, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he resorted to violence. Was this truly what he desired? But was such a notion truly Orochimaru's aspiration? Had he thoroughly contemplated his intentions? Orochimaru's serpentine pupils constricted, transforming into sharp, slender slits. What was he thinking? If the position of Hokage held such significance for him, he would not have delved into forbidden human experimentation, nor would he have explored perilous jutsu. If that position were indeed his ultimate goal, he would not have employed methods during numerous wars that easily incited discontent among lower-ranking ninjas to hasten victory. With his intelligence and understanding of human nature, acquiring greater prestige and support would have been a mere trifle. Yet, images of Hiruzen Sarutobi, patting his shoulder and expressing his hopes for the future, lingered in Orochimaru's mind. He envisioned Danzo standing beside him, promising to elevate him to the position of Hokage. Figures of SHG, Akatsuki, and various subordinates materialized. The scene flickered slightly. Release. Orochimaru clasped his hands together. The indistinguishable memories before him shattered like a mirror. The chakra of myriad snakes within him gradually receded, accompanied by the cacophony of voices fading from his ears. Release. Release. Orochimaru. You fool. How could you fall for an illusion? Ha ha ha. I have aided you immensely this time. 200 sacrifices. It must be 200 sacrifices. They will be delivered to you shortly. Orochimaru's expression darkened as he raised a hand to wipe away the cold sweat trickling from his forehead due to the mental shock. Earlier, when Yamaguchi had dealt with Woichijo-en, he had simply tapped his arm with a finger to cast the illusion. Was it truly that gesture of pressing his forehead? Such an insidious method of illusion was virtually impossible to defend against. Are you awake now? Have you begun to understand, even slightly? As the scenery in the mountains observed Orochimaru awakening from the illusion, he genuinely yearned to deliver a decisive blow to the myriad snakes. Just moments ago, he had successfully ensnared Orochimaru within his trap. With merely a little more time, within the realm of illusion, through a series of psychological suggestions, perhaps Orochimaru would abandon his aspiration of becoming Hokage. Yet, this wretched serpent unexpectedly emerged midway to disrupt his plans. The protagonist pondered whether the ambition to become Hokage was truly a burden imposed by others. Orochimaru appeared as relaxed as ever. Yet one hand remained firmly placed on the head of the myriad snakes, his gaze no longer meeting that of the mountain's observer. Hope, pressure, environment, experience, sunk costs. And is it not just as it should be? In the depths of the mountain, Jiang contemplated and provided his own response. With a candid reply, he challenged Jing Jun to summon the persuasive power necessary to sway his resolve, to reveal that turning back would indeed be the wisest choice. Otherwise, Orochimaru's face twisted into a sinister grin, his tongue gliding across his lips as he issued a command for the surrounding serpents to attack. He remained indifferent to Jiang's reluctance to assume the mantle of Hokage, nor did he care about the efforts to thwart his ascension. However, since their negotiations had reached an impasse, he would resort to physical force. Let the victor dictate the course of the vanquished's life. The roots. He was quite eager to unleash his full capabilities and embark on various research endeavors. Would a formidable being like Jiang truly cling to superficialities? Perhaps. For beauty often brings a sense of joy. Still, my inquiry springs merely from a slight penchant for collecting various summoning beasts. Besides, after a skirmish, if one does not return with spoils, it feels like a loss. Should Jiang emerge victorious, I would personally escort him to the dragon's cave. But if not, it's settled. Orochimaru. With a resounding roar, several 100-meter-long wooden dragons surged from beneath the earth, erupting into the sky with a thunderous cry. A colossal wooden figure, dwarfing even the myriad serpents, gradually rose from beneath Jiang's feet, its arms supporting its buried form, reminiscent of an ancient deity holding up the heavens. Casting a shadow over him, the already lush foliage surrounding them seemed to come alive in an instant, branches stretching forth in exuberance. Some of the unusually large ancient trees, swaying as if in a dance, burst forth with vividly colored blossoms. Without uttering a single word, the myriad snakes promptly dispelled the summoning technique and retreated to the dragon's cave. A battle? What nonsense! They were born to embrace peace, unable to bear the sight of bloodshed. In the heart of the forest, a substantial amount of time was devoted to experimenting with various wood techniques, unleashing an array of powerful ninjutsu without restraint. Upon completing the trials, the trees nurtured by the tree realm and flower realm merely required a delicate concealment of their buds. However, the wooden beings and the wooden dragon posed a considerable challenge in terms of destruction. Thus, he decided to have the wooden dragon burrow directly into the earth, while the wooden man was buried using earth techniques. He returned to this place once more. In the heart of the mountains, a mere clap of the hands is rendered unnecessary. With the immense chakra provided by his celestial form, one can effortlessly infuse the powers of the wood release bloodline limit back into these entities, thereby commencing direct manipulation. Orochimaru, having submerged the entire forest in a sea of serpents, harbored a primary intention: to eliminate and investigate potential traps that might have been laid. After all, Yamashiro had directly led him to this location. Any conventional ninja would ponder whether this forest had been tampered with, perhaps set with schemes advantageous to Yamashiro. Alas, wood release is not a technique accessible to an ordinary ninja. Orochimaru, racking his brain, never fathomed that the enemy's method would involve these seemingly robust trees, ubiquitous throughout the land of fire. Wood release? Wood release. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru's gaze did not even glance at the vanishing sea of serpents beneath him. Instead, he fixated on Yamashiro, who sat atop the wooden figure, his feet dangling naturally over its edge, a smile illuminating his face, as Orochimaru burst into wild laughter. He had dedicated 6 years to studying the wood release bloodline limit, yet due to the formidable devouring and aggressive nature of Hashirama Senju's cells, his experiments had yielded almost no progress. In the heart of the mountains, the revelation that Yamaguchi Kei could wield wood release was astonishing. This individual must possess some enigmatic quality yet to be fully understood. Powerful, majestic, the unparalleled might of wood release, reminiscent of the first Hokage, who could bring devastation to the world. Orochimaru's hands trembled, overwhelmed by an exhilarating surge of emotions that threatened to eclipse his reason. Although the force displayed by Yamaguchi Kei instinctively instilled a sense of dread, even provoking an urge to flee, the prospect of such a flawless experimental subject, possessing a perfect hereditary limit of wood release, was simply irresistible. He had to try, if only, perhaps. Boom. Orochimaru bit his fingertip, forming hand seals before striking the ground with fervor. His golden serpentine eyes sparkled with unprecedented hope and excitement as a torrent of chakra erupted, enveloping the area in a dense mist. Hissus. A multitude of colossal serpents, only slightly smaller than the legendary 10,000 snakes, rose from the chakra-infused fog. The leading 3-headed and 2-headed serpents, undeterred by the towering wooden figure before them, retained their ferocious aura. In the next moment, a fierce clash erupted as dozens of giant serpents and 4 wooden dragons entangled violently. Earth and stone were upheaved, ancient trees toppled, and the very ground trembled beneath the cacophony of their struggle, resonating for miles around. The sky was shrouded in dust and debris. The ancient trees, birthed and controlled by the tree realm's descent, extended their ever-growing vines and branches in a desperate attempt to ensnare the serpents. The already disadvantaged serpents, upon confrontation, lost 2 of their number swiftly, dissipating into smoke as they retreated to their lair. The remaining serpents were toyed with by the wooden dragons, their fate seemingly sealed within mere minutes. As Orochimaru darted towards Yamaguchi Kei, his gaze flickered over the tallest ancient trees. Noticing the flower buds swaying as they began to unfurl, releasing a mist-like pollen into the air, realizing that time was of the essence, he feared he would soon lose his opportunity entirely. With swift hand seals, he unleashed a barrage of powerful ninjutsu, one after another. Earth release, earth style. Wind release, vacuum wave, fire release, dust concealment technique. A massive semicircular wave of earth and stone surged towards the wooden figure. Wind blades sliced through the encroaching branches that sought to ensnare him. A dense cloud of scalding dust rapidly spread outward, blotting out all light around Orochimaru in the blink of an eye. Was it not simpler to confront the situation head-on? In the midst of the mountains, Shang Zhongjing, endowed with acute perceptual abilities, discerned all of Orochimaru's movements amidst the swirling dust. Utilizing the cover of his surroundings, he deftly employed the technique of shadow clone jutsu, manifesting 8 clones. 4 of these descended into the earth, while 3 surged forward into the open. 1 clone rapidly began to form seals beside Orochimaru's true body, who, in turn, commenced weaving an intricate series of hand seals, the initial gestures unmistakably signaling the invocation of a formidable forbidden technique. He was not foolish enough to believe himself an invincible antagonist, passively watching his adversary unleash a devastating attack. With a swift clap of his hands, colossal trees, born of his own chakra, began to coalesce into wooden clones. The eyes of these wooden figures sparkled with brilliant light, mimicking the 4 arms of Susanoo, and they struck directly toward the location of Orochimaru's true form. The threefold Rashomon. With a resounding boom, the shadow clones of Orochimaru clapped their palms against the ground. And 3 imposing gates, adorned with eerie faces, thundered down before the oncoming fists of the wooden clones. Before the gates could collide with the force of the wooden fists, Orochimaru's true body, still engaged in forming seals, was unexpectedly assaulted by the wooden clones. The sound of flesh meeting heavy blows resonated, nearly merging into one cacophony. That obscure forbidden technique faltered without effect. Boom. With relentless assaults from the wooden figures, the threefold Rashomon shattered into fragments. Orochimaru, struggling under the barrage of the 3 wooden clones, emerged from the swirling dust, grunting in agony and retching. The shadow clones he had previously dispatched were swiftly overwhelmed by the relentless strikes of the wooden clones. Techniques such as the time-space jutsu, the Hades turn technique, the soul separation technique, and the 4 purple flames formation, imbued with natural energy and venomous serpentine toxins, unleashed a ferocity that was truly unfathomable. In the heart of the mountains, the figure of Yamaguchi Kei formed a single-handed seal, utilizing the technique of mind-to-body transmission to connect with Orochimaru's consciousness. He initially intended to persuade his opponent to relinquish their ambitions sooner rather than later. However, while executing the mind-to-body transmission, an involuntary memory retrieval technique inadvertently unveiled Orochimaru's intentions. The time-space technique. Hades' turn was a technique employed by the Sound Four during the 4th Great Ninja War, after their reincarnation through the Impure World reincarnation to confront Neji, Kiba, Shikamaru, and others. This technique could separate the souls from the bodies of both the caster and the target, drawing the soul into a unique battlefield. Meanwhile, the body, devoid of its soul, would gradually approach death. The soul separation technique was similarly a forbidden art related to the soul, capable of sealing an enemy's spirit using a special talisman inscribed with their name and information. When combined with the Hades turn technique, it would remain unsolvable unless the soul possessed considerable strength and unique means of soul attack. As for the 4 purple flames formation, it had previously ensnared Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving a group of Umbu utterly helpless. Should Yamaguchi Kei's soul indeed be drawn away by the Hades turn, only his body would remain. Once the 4 purple flames formation was activated, the chamber would be suffused with a poisonous snake venom infused with natural energy. Even if Yamaguchi Kei could withstand Orochimaru's soul separation technique using the secret arts of the Yamashita clan, and forcibly break through the constraints of Hades' turn with the spirit transformation technique, upon returning his soul to his body, he would still succumb to the poison unless he had mastered natural energy and learned Sage Mode. The only apparent solution seemed to be to strike oneself, a flurry of punches directed at oneself. This situation was exceedingly treacherous, necessitating a vigorous response. The wooden figures unleashed a barrage of ferocious strikes downward. 3 wooden clones transformed into vine-like branches, binding Orochimaru firmly in place. One clone relentlessly sealed his limbs with powerful restraints, while the remaining two continuously infused chaotic chakra into him, disrupting his ability to perform ninjutsu. The colossal serpents previously summoned had vanished, and not a single shadow clone remained. Orochimaru could only watch helplessly as the giant fists cascaded from the heavens like torrential rain. Boom, boom, boom. After half an hour had passed, the voice called out, "Hey, hey, hey, stop pretending to be dead. Take a breath." In the midst of the mountains, Shang Zhongjing's right foot illuminated with the radiance of his palm technique. Resting upon the battered form of Orochimaru, his entire skeletal structure lay shattered, limbs reduced to mere flesh and pulp, and even his head had become grotesquely contorted. Yet Orochimaru, defying the odds with his formidable vitality, endured this brutal assault. His chest, riddled with countless wounds from broken bones, rose and fell faintly. Under the healing art of medical ninjutsu, Orochimaru opened his deformed eye sockets, fixing his gaze upon the towering figure of Shang Zhongjing. Is this treatment, delivered through a kick, an act of compassion from a formidable foe? Are you certain you wish for me to use my hands? Allow me to forewarn you, my hands possess a deadly venom. Amidst the mountainous scenery, Shang Zhongjing locked eyes with Orochimaru, unflinching and resolute. After a brief standoff, he clicked his tongue and crouched down, his hands emanating a vibrant green glow as he pressed them firmly against Orochimaru's chest. A series of violent spasms erupted from the grotesquely mangled torso of Orochimaru, which had already begun to heal slightly due to his formidable vitality and medical ninjutsu. Blood gushed forth from the freshly opened wounds, nearly leading to his demise. You are suited for interrogation. I had forewarned you. After all, it was your own request. Shall we revert this arrangement? Why the glare? I shall ask one last time, will we switch or not? Switch. Orochimaru's body had sustained catastrophic damage. A normal person would have perished countless times over under such injuries. However, due to his soft body modifications, his physique had transcended the human realm altogether. Under the healing techniques of Shang Zhongjing, Orochimaru's inherent regenerative abilities were fully awakened. A multitude of overlapping white scales materialized upon his surface, and as his injuries rapidly mended, his form astonishingly transformed into a several-meter-long white phosphorus serpent. This metamorphosis was not merely a superficial alteration akin to a transformation technique. It was a complete and profound change in bodily essence. Had this individual truly reformed himself into a serpent? Whitesnake Sage. As the picturesque scenery of the mountains evoked the entry of Orochimaru, the white snake's offspring, he furrowed his brows and inquired of Orochimaru, a serpent that had lived for over a millennium. Surely, Jingjun must feel a sense of curiosity regarding it? Orochimaru's serpentine form lay languidly upon the ground. The incessant division and regeneration of cells had drained an immense amount of life energy, having barely recovered from that near-death state. Even with his altered body, he was bound to languish in prolonged weakness. Very well, he conceded. In the mountains, the ancient creature, who has lived for over 1,000 years, slightly inclined its head. To Orochimaru, who fervently seeks immortality, it undoubtedly holds a certain allure. Perhaps it is because he has subconsciously accepted this premise long ago. He had never truly contemplated the notion of researching the three entities, at most. He merely noted their sage modes. Upon hearing such a dismissive tone, Orochimaru could easily discern that the ancient being had little interest in such matters. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in his serpentine eyes as he tentatively inquired, "Might I ask how Lord Jing acquired his wood release?" Rather than simply receiving the answer. The journey of discovery and research itself is a rare experience. Would you not agree, Lord Orochimaru? In the mountains, one cannot simply claim to have an advantage over the system. After vague responses and burying the wooden dragon and wooden man anew, as well as tidying the flowers born from the floral realm, he utilized the flying thunder god technique to return with Orochimaru to the No. 7 experimental base situated beneath the bone erosion plains. From the scroll pouch of the elite Jonin, he retrieved a palm-sized scroll. In the mountains, Shang Zhongjing casually unraveled the first seal. Within it lay the entity known as White Zetsu, who emerged before Orochimaru amidst the swirling chakra mist. Akin to a plant awakening from winter slumber, White Zetsu stretched its limbs and moved its body, taking in its surroundings. Upon seeing Shang Zhongjing, a shiver ran through it, and instinctively it sought to escape underground. Yet, before it could act, wooden vines erupted from the earth, binding it firmly in place. The species capable of surviving through dormancy within a sealing technique was now before Orochimaru, who, despite his weakened state, approached White Zetsu, disregarding its incessant babble. His sharp fangs sank into White Zetsu's neck, releasing a green liquid entirely dissimilar to human blood. This vibrant essence, pulsating with life, yet distinctly alien, caused Orochimaru's serpentine eyes to gleam with intrigue. Be cautious. This creature may attempt to flee underground, and it possesses the ability to utilize wood release. Should it meet its demise, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall provide you with another. In the initial stages of their collaboration, Shan Zhongjing intended to withhold an excess of White Zetsu from Orochimaru. Despite its relatively low combat prowess, its potential posed considerable complications. Who could predict when Orochimaru might act impulsively and unleash chaos with White Zetsu? After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. Orochimaru, how fares your research on the impure world reincarnation? The inability to fully retain the deceased's power and the significant flaws in control are concerning. The records in the Book of Seals lack many crucial details. The second Hokage did not preserve the complete technique. Orochimaru withdrew his fangs from White Zetsu's neck, his gaze fixated on the wound, observing the recovery process. Continue your research. Soon, we shall bring forth several of our kind through impure world reincarnation. The scenery within the mountains did not surprise Jing at the absence of a complete impure world reincarnation technique left by Senju Tobirama. After all, with the wisdom of the other party, it was improbable that they would leave no contingency plan. Oh, is this what Jing Jun referred to as the correct path? Not quite. But have you ever considered collaborating with Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara for research? In the mountains, Jing casually found a chair to sit down. In his view, the mere application of the rebirth of the dirty earth technique in combat was quite wasteful. Senju Hashirama, despite seemingly lacking remarkable achievements in research, was a man who developed wood release to its utmost potential. Who would dare claim he was ignorant of ninjutsu? Senju Tobirama was even more of a research fanatic, having devised numerous forbidden techniques for Konoha. Then there was Uchiha Madara, who independently completed the cultivation and transplantation of Hashirama cells, successfully nurturing the Rinnegan. If these three were to collaborate with Orochimaru on research, even Otsutsuki would shed tears. Moreover, for the mere cost of a White Zetsu, one could acquire a chosen one who neither eats nor drinks nor sleeps, and does not even demand a salary. 100 kilometers consumed with a mere trickle of chakra? Such opportunities are rare indeed. Jing, you are truly a madman. Orochimaru's gaze finally shifted away from the White Zetsu. The notion of bringing together the predecessors who knew everything and that legendary man for research, was it an idea any sane person could entertain? Yet, the vision of such a scene, this bizarre creature engaging in research alongside the predecessors, the potential for true immortality, and the relatively equitable attitude towards collaboration. Perhaps working with Yamashita Jing was not as unfavorable as he had imagined. The system's prompt suddenly echoed, announcing the significant advancement in the fate lines of key characters, accelerating the progression of world lines, and granting 3 chances for entry extraction, 2 chances for entry donation, 1 chance for random blue entry upgrade, 1 chance for entry stripping, and 1 chance for entry reset. In the mountain, Jing raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had been pondering whether his influence on Orochimaru had truly altered the course of destiny. After all, in the original narrative, this character ultimately remained engrossed in his research. It seemed he had merely expedited the process. To his surprise, it could unfold in such a manner. Furthermore, Orochimaru appeared to be quite prosperous. The absence of a kill did not signify a complete transformation. Rather, it merely advanced the trajectory of fate, accelerating its progression, with rewards that were remarkably generous. While the value of this reward might pale in comparison to the preemptive elimination of Uchiha Madara, it surpassed that of Danzo by a significant margin. The prestige of the first Hokage had been entirely diminished. Orochimaru certainly owed me a bow for sparing 2 decades of unnecessary detours. In the mountain, Jing pondered to himself, casting a disdainful glance at the oblivious Orochimaru beside him, and turned his face away in disgust. During this period of his days, Orochimaru had nearly licked every inch of Hakuge with his serpent-like tongue. The scene was so bizarre that even a pervert would cry out in disbelief. Furthermore, that peculiar Hakuge was audacious enough to direct Orochimaru, commanding him in all directions with an air of satisfaction, clearly lost in this strange sensation. For heaven's sake, Have some self-awareness. You are merely a subject of experimentation at this moment. Who knows when you might find yourself disemboweled, with pieces scattered about. What is there to enjoy? Oh, Orochimaru, why don't you send me to the Dragon Cave first, and then you can conduct your research at your leisure? The scenery in the mountains is truly unbearable, and he finds himself reluctant to linger here any longer. Each glance at this scene feels as though it might lead to blindness. In the dimly lit research chamber, Orochimaru, still retaining his white serpent form, coils before the unconscious figure of White Zetsu. Within his serpentine eyes, a flickering light dances unpredictably. He remains indifferent to the position of Hokage, for his desire to occupy that role stems solely from the belief that no one else is worthy of it but himself. Since Yamanaka Kage has revealed a power surpassing his own, what significance does his withdrawal from the competition for the Hokage position hold? Likewise, he remains indifferent to his own defeat. Failure is never to be feared. No one can achieve perpetual victory. Even the formidable Shinja Hashirama, revered as the god of ninjas, faced numerous setbacks at the hands of the Uchiha clan in his youth. What truly concerns him is the enigma embodied by Yamanaka Kage. A person's energy is finite. It is impossible to excel in every domain. The extraordinary mastery of chakra, the seemingly boundless reservoir of chakra, the elusive genjutsu, the effortless execution of family secrets. The water release mentioned in previous intelligence, the concealed flying thunder god technique, and the previously unexposed wood release. All these, coupled with the peculiar humanoid creatures he casually conjures, reveal a wealth of hidden resources. Furthermore, the inadvertent information leaked by these strange beings suggests that Uchiha Madara was alive until quite recently. Moreover, aside from the Mangeki Sharingan, this individual also possesses the power of wood release. The one who vanquished Uchiha Madara bears an uncanny resemblance to the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. How many individuals in the ninja world can wield the flying thunder god technique, alongside possessing the strength to rival Uchiha Madara and an exceptional proficiency in water release? Must one still ponder who it could be? Utilizing the flying thunder god and water release to defeat and slay Uchiha Madara without ever employing wood release. Was it a certainty that these skills were sufficient to contend with the aged and weakened Uchiha Madara? Or did Yamanaka Kage acquire something from him following their battle? It cannot be that this individual is truly an unparalleled genius, having merely observed wood release to master it. The audacity of being unconcerned about having his secrets uncovered is truly remarkable. A low, raspy chuckle emanates from Orochimaru. The strong dictate the fates of the weak. Yet, the identities of the strong and weak are not eternally immutable. To understand him, to surpass him, to conquer him, to command him, even if this appears daunting. The most challenging endeavors are often the most intriguing, are they not? Earth release, rock fist technique, earth release, heavy rock technique, water release, water arm technique. Bang, bang, pop, pop. I shall no longer dare. In response to Orochimaru's summoning technique, I become a toad. The myriad snakes writhe in a heap, howling in despair and shamelessly begging for mercy. Human, you shall perish. I shall devour you. A massive serpent, clad in crimson scales, drawn by the cries of the multitude, instinctively attacks Yamanaka Kage, fueled by its hatred for humanity. Unsurprisingly, it too joins the ranks of those being struck down. However, unlike the subdued and defenseless multitude, this serpent, despite suffering grievous blows, continues to struggle and seeks to retaliate, displaying a commendable spirit. Half an hour later, after a flurry of sounds, Master, in the future, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. I, the obedient Senya, heed your every command. When you say east, I shall not venture west. With scales shattered and a mouth full of broken fangs, Senya wears a smile that exudes sycophancy. Dear sir, should you have need of me, call upon me. My combat experience is vast, undoubtedly superior to that of Senya. Wan Shi, with an earnest demeanor, seeks to ingratiate himself. What utter nonsense. I once associated with the third generation of Wind Shadows, and I have fought battles no less than yours, you scoundrel. What does quantity matter? If you were truly competent, would the third generation have cast you aside? Wan Shi, were it not for the pain coursing through my body, I would strike you down. Senya, do not be so arrogant. My current state surpasses yours. The hissing sounds of Wan Shi and Senya signal an impending conflict. Silence. Take me to the White Snake Sage. In the desolate mountains, a cold gaze observed two colossal serpents engaged in a theatrical display, and felt no inclination to engage in further dialogue with them. Good sir, allow me to escort you. No, I shall take the lead. Kind sir, my head is broad. It is a comfortable seat. The myriad of serpents and the fierce fangs exchanged glances, their heads colliding, assuming yet another posture of impending conflict. Enough chatter. Should you continue, I shall unleash the wood technique upon you. Moments later, the heads of the two serpents were tightly pressed together, their bodies entwined in a twisted formation. Their faces bore a mask of obsequious smiles, awkwardly slithering through the expansive, labyrinthine cavern. In the mountains, Jing sat in silence on the platform formed by the two, allowing them to carry him forward. His mind was preoccupied with the experimental results regarding the effects of the two medicine entries. Although the venom of Wanxi and Xinya exhibited differing effects, their potency was remarkably similar. This venom, rich in natural energy, possessed an exceptionally strong corrosive power. For an individual suffering from mild poisoning, it would take a single punch delivered with all of Tsunade's strength to completely eradicate the toxin. In cases of moderate poisoning, 2 to 3 punches would suffice, while severe cases would require no fewer than 5 punches. In more dire situations, a person could succumb immediately, rendering any antidote futile. Thus, it was imperative to administer the treatment gradually, distributing the damage, lest the antidote be ineffective and the individual perish beforehand. In the serene mountains, Jing pondered quietly to himself, expressing his satisfaction with the purifying effects of the violet entry, the grave milk medicine, which proved effective against all manner of poisons. This singular attribute alone rendered it exceedingly powerful. He glanced at the rewards bestowed upon him by the system after altering Orochimaru's fate, and then at the azure aura of fortune that enveloped him, a result of the Fate Master entry's influence. In the mountains, a subtle smile graced the corners of my lips. Indeed, to reap substantial rewards, one must rely on those characters with significant roles in the original texts. System, I have exhausted the opportunities for extracting entries. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the white entry food affection, the green entry criminal excitement fist, and the purple entry borrowed login. Food affection, white what you perceive as a romantic encounter is, in truth, a matter of life and death. The owner of this entry will develop an affection for beings regarded as food. The longer the contact, the more intense the hunger and love will grow, while causing no harm to the creature. However, should the food attempt to flee or resist, love will turn to hate, leading inevitably to the stomach. Criminal excitement fist. Green your physique will become more graceful and alluring as your martial arts skills enhance, resulting in slight improvements in technique, strength, flexibility, agility, and charm. The rate of strength growth and martial arts learning will also increase marginally. Borrowed login. Purple. This links the souls of those who have passed on to the Pure Land, allowing one to harness the peak powers of the deceased. Upon forming a borrowing contract with individuals who have transcended, one can log in using their abilities. Each time one utilizes another's strength, a small residual essence is absorbed to enhance one's own capabilities. Note, the borrowing login status is limited by the physical strength of the borrower and necessitates a significant expenditure of stamina. Insufficient stamina renders usage impossible. Have I fallen in love with a cow? In the midst of the mountain scenery, the thought of his favorite beef dish provoked a flurry of questions in his mind. One should not, or at least ought not to. Right, my dear companions? As for this entry, never mind, it can always be bestowed upon another. I shall ponder later on whom it would be most fitting to bestow it upon. The excitement of the villainous fist, or rather, the exhilarating fist of Obito? The effects of this entry are rather commendable, yet the enhancement of physical prowess, coupled with the characteristic of a more graceful figure, does present a slight drawback. The scenery within the mountains will certainly not utilize itself. His celestial physique is abundantly endowed with vibrant life force, and all that is left is to ponder the intricacies of lightning release chakra modes and the 8 gates technique. It is more than sufficient. Indeed, it is ample. However, this phrase pairs perfectly with the resurgence of the kiln mistress. If it were to manifest in the same, well, gentlemen, the imagery would be simply exquisite. In the mountains, the scenery shook its head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts that plagued its mind, and gazed upon the final emergence of a violet entry. How long has it been? At last, a purple one has appeared. Utilizing a borrowed account, I could at least experience the peak state of the sage body. Relishing the prowess of the legendary Hashirama Senju, activating the sage art, would release True Thousand's hands, Ascendant Buddha, and preemptively savoring the full capabilities of would release. Surely that is not too much to ask. Well, I do share a bond of life and death with Madara. I wonder if he would be inclined to lend me his account. Perhaps I shall attempt to operate both accounts simultaneously, summoning the Susanoo and the Great Buddha. Turning dreams into reality. System, activate borrowed account login. In the mountains, Jing's heart spoke softly to the system. Upon activating the borrowed purple entry with a login, he almost instantly sensed an anomaly in the spatial fabric of the world. Was it akin to the layering of realms? A pure land, perhaps? In the mountains, one prepares to subtly sense and capture the elusive stratification of time and space. Yet, once the entries are fully integrated, that sensation swiftly dissipates. Glancing at the violet entry of temporal insight on the system interface, he comprehends the truth within. That level, it seems, is likely beyond the reach of even the violet tier entries. Closing his eyes, he absorbs and synthesizes the information transmitted through the borrowed account. The scenery within the mountains increasingly evokes a sense of the term's rather unsavory connotation. According to the information that resides in his mind, in order to borrow a name, one must first acquire significant relics or biological remnants of the deceased. Subsequently, through a peculiar ritual, one must communicate and draw forth the spirit of the departed, facilitating an encounter with them. It is also necessary to persuade the deceased to sign a contract for the borrowing of their name, thereby establishing a connection between the two parties, which is essential for accessing the borrowed name. Persuasion, achieved through virtue, can certainly be regarded as a form of persuasion. Is it possible to obtain a slight residue of the other's power, enhancing one's own abilities, and even acquiring traces of blood? In the mountains, a hand brushed over the sealing scroll that contained the flesh and remnants of Uchiha Obito. Could this possibly grant him a pair of Rinnegan? It may appear somewhat unsightly, yet it undeniably possesses tremendous power. In the serene mountains, upon receiving all the information from the borrowed account, the protagonist glanced at the system interface displaying a random blue upgrade opportunity and promptly decided to utilize it. After all, this feature was inherently random, and he had already activated the majority of the blue entries. As long as he avoided upgrading the sole unactivated entry, the 9 treasures of one birth, he was amenable to enhancing any of the remaining options. Congratulations, host. The blue entry Invisible Decapitation has successfully upgraded, granting you the purple entry Guaranteed Decapitation. Guaranteed Decapitation, purple. After decades of devotion to the art of blades, your exceptional talent has allowed you to grasp a faint essence of conceptual power. When wielding any blade-like weapon, your proficiency, power, and speed are significantly enhanced. Upon activation of this entry, you can launch any form of slashing attack against any target, with a guaranteed trigger of conceptual power once in every 10 strikes, randomly severing one head from the target. A guaranteed tenfold, transformed into a controllable skill. Gazing upon the intricate explanations of the entries within the mountain's depths, he felt an enigmatic power resonating in his mind, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Unable to resist, he wielded his hand as if it were a sword, performing a few delicate flourishes. The purple tier weapon entries bestowed upon him a profound understanding and mastery over blades and swords. Even a mere scalpel, in his adept hands, could unleash formidable might. Most importantly, it was under his control. The concept of invisible slashing represented an attack of conceptual caliber. Once triggered, it was utterly undefendable and impossible to evade in advance. No matter how resilient your head may be, blood would erupt in an instant. If, during a friendly spar with a close companion, he were to inadvertently trigger such an attack and strike a vital point, there would be no place to weep for his misfortune. Now, not only was it guaranteed, but it had also become a controllable state. This must surely be considered my most formidable ability to date. In the heart of the mountains, Shanjun Jing murmured softly. The intangible power of concepts transcended the realms of ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, and bloodline limits. With his current mastery over blades, he could effortlessly select a lightweight ninja sword and, employing the appropriate sword techniques, unleash dozens of strikes in an instant. A minimum of 10 strikes guaranteed. Who would dare engage him in close combat? They would likely find themselves reduced to headless corpses in mere moments. Otsutsuki? One could question how many heads he possessed. Host, Shanjunjing occupation, ninja activated attributes, transmigrator, red. 0 frame initiation, red, sage body, red, would release inheritor, purple, master of Een release, purple, temporal insight, purple, source observer, purple, grave healer, purple, borrowed account login, purple. Guaranteed decapitation, purple, silent walker, blue, handsome, blue, fate manipulator, blue, ominous conflict, black. Inactive attributes, cicada pupa, white. Fragile yet resilient, white. 9 treasures from one birth, blue. Bear of possessions, gray. Complete childhood, gray. Reversal of fate, white. Size alteration at will, green. Food affinity, white. Thug's ecstatic fist, green. Attribute copy, 1 attribute bestowal, 10 attribute downgrade, 2 attribute reset, 2 attribute extraction, 2 1 copy, 2 downgrades, 2 resets, 2 extractions, invincible. As Shan Zhongjing gazed at the overflowing system interface, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped him. The joy of a hamster player is indeed that simple. Xianya and Wan Shi advanced together, their combined aura instilling fear in all serpents along their path, causing them to flee in terror. Before long, the two emerged from the serpent lair into a forest shrouded in dense fog. The elder remarked that the serpent lair was merely a habitat for most serpents, a place for survival and conflict, while the true dragon's den resided between the realms of illusion and reality. A liminal space where the white serpent immortal and the 3 serpent queens dwelled. Observing the surroundings, Wan Shi took the initiative to explain. Do not heed its nonsense, elder. Xianya interjected before Wan Shi could finish. What it claims to be a liminal space, accessible only to the sincere, is but a deceitful ruse. It merely employs celestial techniques to manipulate spatial energies and obscures the true entrance with illusions, allowing only those lured by the promise of food to enter. Enough of this bickering. Let's focus on our journey, Xianyu admonished. In a fit of irritation, Shan Zhongjing delivered a sharp slap to the heads of both individuals. Enough, he exclaimed. Whenever these two quarreled, even the serpent skin mat beneath him became disordered. He rose from the heads of the two, gazing into the mist-laden forest. He perceives the landscape enveloped in a thick shroud of fog. Under the influence of his perceptual ninjutsu, he discerns that this ethereal haze is composed of rich natural energy. Deep within the heart of the forest stands a majestic edifice, partially embedded in the rock face. In the courtyard before this structure, tombstones rise solemnly along the pathway, exuding an unsettling aura. 3 serpentine figures, exuding a distinctly serpentine essence yet bearing human-like forms, stand quietly at the entrance, as if anticipating my arrival. Knowing the prowess of the white snake immortal, Shan Zhongjing feared that within the dragoness cave, nothing could remain concealed from her. Thus, he resolved to think no further on the matter. A few minutes later, Xianya and Wan Shi arrived before the grand hall of the true dragoness cave. Ignoring the peculiar gazes of Tian Xin Shinji, Shichu Daoji, and Tuan Jinji, the two simultaneously lowered their proud heads and prostrated themselves on the ground, facilitating Shan Zhongjing's entrance. The 3 serpent maidens inclined slightly and opened the great door behind them. Upon confirming the authenticity of the scene before him, devoid of any illusions, Shan Zhongjing stepped into the grand hall. The heavy doors slowly closed behind him. Xianya and Wan Shi immediately released their entwined postures, both exhaling in relief. Thank you, Xianya expressed to Wan Shi beside him. Initially, he had truly intended to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Shan Zhongjing. However, halfway through, Wan Shi had conveyed, through the unique pheromones of serpents, that this formidable human was a force to be reckoned with, rivaling the legendary Senja Hashirama, capable of wielding that world-destroying would release. At his age, Xianya possessed far more knowledge than Wan Shi. If he still refused to back down, it would be akin to courting death. It's all right. With you to share the burden, I have endured far fewer blows. Wan Shi flicked his tongue and turned to retrace his steps towards the serpent's lair. Is he just leaving like that? Not waiting for him? I shall first tear apart that deceased serpent that employed the reverse summoning technique. Together, Xianya paused, a dangerous glint igniting in his solitary eye as he joined Wan Shi towards the serpent's lair. How dare they invoke the reverse summoning technique? Bringing that living father to the dragon's den. Today marks the end for that foolish serpent, and that man who forged a pact with Wan Shi, Orochimaru. If I recall correctly, this matter shall certainly not be resolved so easily. In the main hall of the dragon's den, Tian Xian Shinji and Shi Chujimaji stood on either side of the red carpet, bowing once more. Tuan Jinji, positioned at the forefront, gestured invitingly toward the long staircase adorned with the crimson carpet. My lord, the white serpent sage awaits you above. Please, will there not be an illusionary test of some sort? In the mountains, Jing raised her eyebrows slightly. I am certainly not as foolish as Xianya. Tuan Jinji wore a smile on her face, her demeanor exuding warmth and friendliness. She had observed the recent display of Wan Shi and Xianya with utmost clarity. Confronted by such formidable opponents, even if she were to covet the alluring and fragrant chakra emanating from them, she would resolutely suppress her instinctual desires. Can the contractor of the dragon cave summon spirits to aid in your battle? As Shang Zhongjing ascended the steps, he inquired once more. Those who have mastered the art of immortality, if they earn our approval, can indeed be accepted. How is one to gain such approval? For instance, by making us fall in love with him? In the mountains, Jing gazed speechlessly at Tuanjinji, who smiled gently with her head lowered while covering her mouth with her sleeve. This serpent maiden certainly had a vivid imagination. Did she truly believe she possessed legs as robust as by Su Jin's, capable of ensnaring his heart like Su Xian? On the lofty platform, the white snake immortal did not manifest the visage of an elderly woman, but instead appeared in her true form to meet Shang Zhongjing. Her grand, white serpent head was wrapped in a black cloth, with two prominent horns protruding from the fabric. Whether they were true dragon horns or merely fashioned from the cloth remained unclear. Her golden-hued serpent eyes mirrored those of Orochimaru, yet lacked the sharpness and menace typically associated with them. Her long, gray-brown hair cascaded casually down her back, creating a scene that, while undeniably peculiar, inexplicably exuded warmth and tranquility. Name: white phosphorus serpent. Occupation: none. Attributes: golden skin, immortal garb, red; serpent transformation, purple; tail binding, blue; serpent listening, blue; rattlesnake, green; serpent sensitivity, green; beast heart, white; eccentricity, white; swallowing elephant, gray; golden skin, immortal garb, red. A millennium of meticulous refinement, having perfected the dragon cavern immortal art to its utmost limit, allowing for flawless mastery over this technique. The skin and flesh undergo a metamorphosis, rendering them impervious to water and fire, resistant to blades and swords, and enabling mastery over energy manipulation, bodily restoration, and enhanced resistance to mystical arts. The speed, power, and effectiveness of the Dragon Cavern Immortal art are significantly amplified. In Immortal mode, the recovery rate, responsiveness, physical strength, and potency of ninjutsu are greatly enhanced. With each injury sustained, the restoration of bodily defenses, recovery rate, perception, power, and speed is improved. This attribute upon glimpsing the inscription of the golden skin immortal garment in the mountainous scenery, thoughts of two other mystical beast sanctuaries sprang to mind. The celestial arts inheritance within the dragon's cave evidently focuses primarily on the skin and muscles. Yet, what of the bones, meridians, internal organs, and even the spirit? Surely, not all celestial arts inheritances are solely dedicated to the refinement of skin and bodily muscles. The potential of these celestial arts seems to surpass his initial expectations. He momentarily suppressed the fervent thoughts that surged within him. The scenery of the mountains swiftly traverses the remaining entries. The terms viper and serpent binding the earth are intricately interconnected. The viper is a legendary and exceedingly ferocious species of snake, characterized by its brutality, malice, and formidable temperament, which is notoriously difficult to tame. During the transformative process from snake to serpent, the physique of the white snake immortal is further enhanced, endowing it with overwhelming strength and an exceedingly malevolent disposition. The term serpent binding the earth refers to a specific cultivation method of the great white phosphorus snake, while binding the earth denotes the adverse effects of such a state of cultivation. In folklore, the Ouroboros symbolizes infinity, eternal cycles, and immortality. Yet, this unfortunate circumstance adds a debilitating negative buff of being trapped in the dragon's lair, rendering one immobile, and it is even categorized as a blue entry. The scenery within the mountains is easily anticipated. Once the white phosphorus serpent liberates itself from its earthbound constraints, these two concepts will likely converge and elevate, transforming this creature from a mere snake into a true dragon. The ability of the coiled serpent to listen is a remarkable skill that allows it to perceive all activities within the dragon's lair, sensing everything around it. The rattlesnake possesses a talent for deception through sound, capable of misleading and attacking its foes. Serpent sense is an innate ability of the snake, characterized by a transparent membrane that protects its eyes and an infrared perception. The beast's heart and its eccentric nature, the former revering the law of the jungle, while the latter is marked by a peculiar solitude, making it difficult to coexist with others. As for the final desire to devour the elephant, it encompasses the cultivation of prey, enhancing its strength and flavor before consumption. This old woman is indeed a nefarious entity. The vigilance of the mountain dweller was heightened as he stood several meters away from the phosphorescent serpent, refraining from advancing further. With the reflexes afforded by a moment of stillness, this distance provided him ample opportunity to choose between counterattack or retreat. Young man, have you also come in search of the inheritance of celestial arts? The serpent sage's eyes shimmered with a faint golden light, its tail swaying gently. As it spoke in human tongue, its tone was benevolent, brimming with admiration and awe. Yet, the mountain dweller was keenly aware that this admiration and awe stemmed entirely from the sight of an exquisite prey and a source of sustenance. Indeed, how does one cultivate the celestial arts of the dragon's lair? The scenery in the mountains subtly inclined its head, revealing no hint of peculiarity upon its countenance. The celestial arts passed down within the dragon's cave differ significantly from those elsewhere. If you accept the power I infuse into your being and succeed, you shall master the immortal mode. Should you fail, you will be consumed by the energy of the celestial arts, becoming sustenance for us. The white serpent immortal slightly parted its lips, exposing its two sharp fangs, the implication of its words unmistakable. Is there truly no alternative? Every form of power is accompanied by risk. How can one expect to reap benefits without daring to face peril? Moreover, I sense that your constitution is exceptionally unique, with at least a 90% probability of success, and I have great faith in you. 90%. In the mountains. Jing's gaze fell upon the contract summoning scroll, ensconced within the menacing jaws of the white serpent sage. He was well aware that this phosphorescent serpent had no genuine intention of imparting wisdom to the visitors. If this creature were to bite him, would the essence infused truly consist solely of celestial energy? Reflecting upon the original narrative, one recalls Orochimaru's grotesque sage mode, as well as the abilities displayed by the sage art, white activation technique, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the capabilities of the rattlesnake and the serpent's senses. Could it merely be the consequence of transplanting Orochimaru's cells? After all, Orochimaru would not engage in such trivialities. Moreover, there exists a 90% probability of instability. Is the intention truly to establish a summoning contract first? The dragon cave abides by its own rules, unless one fails the trial or is devoured by celestial energy. We shall not consume you. The white serpent sage, pipe in mouth, exhaled wisps of smoke that spiraled into the air. Despite his words, the serpent's tail continued to rise, coiling around a summoning contract scroll nearly the height of a person, which he placed before Jing. Indeed, the assembly was quite substantial. In the mountains, Jing cast a glance at the vast scroll, where a lengthy list of names had turned a deep brown, signifying the loss of their contract's power. At the end of the scroll lay the still vibrant red name of Orochimaru. He retrieved a blood storage vessel and directly signed the summoning contract. There are always those who become enamored with immense power, neglecting the limits of their own capabilities, endlessly yearning for more. The white snake sage chuckled softly, re-rolling the scroll. Turning to Jing, he gently inquired, "Young man, what is your choice?" "I choose deep blue with enhancements." The white snake sage was momentarily taken aback. Even a millennium of wisdom and experience could not decipher the young man's declaration. System, copy the red entry, golden skin sage robe. The entry was successfully copied. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the red entry golden skin sage robe, activating now. As the words resonated through the mountains, an inexplicable tingling sensation coursed through his body, reminiscent of the peculiar exhilaration felt when the celestial body within him was first awakened. A wealth of memories and experiences from his extensive training in the dragon's lair immortal technique flooded into his consciousness. Fragments of natural energy were instinctively drawn into his being, merging the ethereal energies of spirit, body, and nature into a harmonious unity. A modest amount of celestial technique chakra was successfully generated, serving as a catalyst for further endeavors. Within the mountains, the vast reservoir of chakra, deep and profound as the ocean, along with the boundless spirit energy, began to fervently draw upon the natural forces residing within the dragon's lair. The previously invisible natural energy, under the influence of a terrifying pull, coalesced into a vibrant vortex of 7 colors. The celestial chakra gradually filled every fiber of his being. The muscle cells, already brimming with exuberant vitality, became even more resilient and vigorous in response to the surge of celestial chakra. The delicate strands of muscle instantaneously transformed, becoming more taut and powerful. The skin shimmered with a luminous glow, appearing increasingly smooth and fair. Buzz. Upon the mountainous landscape, the ethereal art of chakra flowed forth from the surface, enveloping the figure in a celestial azure luminescence. From either side of the brow, two small, forked horns, formed from gathered chakra, emerged gracefully. Surrounding him were translucent entities resembling neither dragon nor serpent, coalescing into a mesmerizing aura of chakra. His originally resplendent golden locks danced amidst the chakra, radiating a soft, pale azure glow, as if guided by an innate instinct. In the serene mountains, one's feet gently lift from the ground, hovering before the seat of the white serpent immortal. With a graceful gesture, water ninjutsu is invoked, transforming into a towering mirror of water. Gazing into the reflection within the mirror, in the mountainous landscape, a hint of a smile graced the corners of his lips. His sage mode resembled a fusion of the Rinnegan chakra mode and the sage mode of the snake. The mark on his forehead, resembling a mask, was a delicate azure hue, no larger than a peanut. This aspect did not resemble a serpent's horn, rather, it seemed rather charming. Amidst the mountainous scenery, one raised a hand to gently touch the small horn upon their forehead, sensing the surging power within. Gradually, they descended to the ground. Their strength, speed, vitality, perception, and resilience had all seen varying degrees of enhancement. Furthermore, the chakra was evidently far more potent than ordinary chakra, providing significant augmentation to any ninjutsu. Coupled with the multiple bestowed by the golden skin immortal garment, the rewards of this acquisition were indeed commendable. Upon detecting the red entry golden skin immortal garment and the red entry immortal body, the system inquired whether fusion should commence. Yes, upon completion of the fusion. Congratulations were bestowed upon the host for acquiring the red entry natural immortal body. The system further detected that the red entry natural immortal body had a beneficial correlation with the purple entry would release successor, significantly enhancing its effects and advancing it to the red entry would release Jinchuriki. Boom. In the mountains, the aura of celestial techniques surged around him, causing his chakra to swell nearly twofold. The azure-hued chakra radiated with an even more brilliant glow than before. His skin, muscles, meridians, bones, and internal organs were all being refined and purified by the celestial chakra. The two small dragon horns, formed from pure celestial chakra upon his forehead, had elongated slightly. The semi-transparent chakra entities that previously coiled around him, resembling neither dragon nor serpent, had transformed into formidable, majestic flood dragons with imposing horns and a fierce demeanor. Upon returning, he intended to engage in a physical confrontation with Tsunade. In the mountains, the protagonist felt the profound enhancement of his physique and strength, gently clenching his fist. Although, due to the transient nature of the Sage mode, the fusion of attributes did not lead to an immediate advancement. He sensed that he was on the brink of transcending the limitations of the red attributes. Furthermore, it appeared to be a path entirely distinct from that of the Tsutsuki clan. Regarding the wood release Jinchuriki, it was based on the potent natural energy derived from Sage Chakra, which, when integrated with the original transformations of Earth and Water release, incorporated the changes of Yang release Chakra. This could be considered a refinement of bloodlines. Hashirama Senju, often perceived as a paragon of bloodline powers, was, in fact, employing this refined technique. How audacious! No wonder Madara, the illustrious reincarnation of Indra, despite wielding the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, was still subdued by him. Are the two even comparable? As the natural energy began to fluctuate, the three serpent goddesses, Kushinadaheim, Ichikishimaheim, and Tamatsukareheim, ascended from the lengthy staircase of the Grand Hall. They beheld the white snake sage, who sat upright with a solemn expression, alongside Yamashita, whose aura brimmed with formidable sage chakra and overwhelming life energy, exuding a presence that felt entirely inhuman. The three goddesses swallowed hard. Having cultivated sage techniques for millennia, they could easily discern that this human had not merely absorbed the sage energy imparted by the white snake sage. Such a sage mode surpassed even the orthodox Dragon Cave sage mode in its perfection and terror. But how could this be possible? The white snake sage, responding to the gazes of the three goddesses, shook its head slightly. It could not comprehend the situation, yet it understood that this human was beyond its control. Merely arriving in the natural energy-rich Dragon Cave and encountering these practitioners of sage techniques, he had effortlessly mastered the flawless sage mode. Surely, even the sage of six paths could not rival this. What a pity, the white snake sage murmured, reclining back on its couch with a look of disinterest. Possessing such a rare talent and extraordinary constitution, yet failing to become a vessel for its power or a delectable morsel, it could only watch helplessly, unable to partake in the feast. Is there anything more exasperating than this? The serene landscape of the mountains gradually calmed the turbulent energy within him, withdrawing him from the state of sage mode. As he pondered the specific applications of sage chakra inherited from the dragon cave, his brow arched slightly. He began to comprehend why the white snake sage chose to infuse the contract holder with its own bloodline and sage chakra, to expedite the learning of sage techniques. Bestow upon the contract holder enhanced physical capabilities and the unique gifts of serpentine nature, thereby strengthening their mastery over sage energy and its ultimate potential, only to later reclaim them once they had matured? In the mountains, the gaze turned towards the white serpent immortal reclining languidly upon the couch. With a single hand forming intricate seals, it employed the technique of heart transmission, utilizing the latent memories within to perceive the surface consciousness and thoughts of the white serpent immortal. What you humans desire is nothing more than greater power, is it not? To impart to you the art of immortality, to bestow upon you strength, such is a fair exchange. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the eyes of the white serpent immortal, who did not resist this sudden mental connection. It merely felt a twinge of surprise that this individual before it possessed knowledge of the hidden secrets of the dragon cave's immortal arts. Even the sage of six paths would find such a feat beyond reach, one would think. There is some truth to that. How many contract holders have you devoured? The insignificant beings who covet power only to be consumed by it. Who would remember them? Those who master the immortal mode? They merely await death, to absorb the energy of the immortal arts from their bodies and souls. Nothing but decayed remnants devoid of vitality. What is there to savor, all buried outside? Is the sage of six paths engaged in similar pursuits? I do not know, the white serpent immortal replied, casting a surprised glance at the mountain dweller, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected question. You truly possess a spirit of contract? In the mountains. The peculiar expression on the face of the mountain spirit was directed at the white snake immortal, who did not delve into the enigmas surrounding the six paths immortal. Though, under the constraints of the spirit contract, it is typically impossible for a spirit beast to directly assault its contractor. However, is it truly the case that they merely engage in honest lending and interest collection? Do they exclusively consume the defeated and only absorb the cultivated powers of their contractors posthumously? In the dragon's lair, such adherence to rules seems rather stringent. The lineage relies on order. Certain elements, once disrupted, cannot be restored. The gaze of the white snake immortal drifted into the distance, as countless spirit beast clans that had vanished into the annals of history flickered through her thoughts. The scenery within the mountains subtly nods in acknowledgement. Those who venture into the dragoness lair do so in pursuit of power. The treasures belong to the dragoness lair. The decision of whether to share, and in what manner, rests solely with them. Your arrival does not obligate them to impart their wisdom. Although infusing one's own bloodline and chakra into the process may hasten the mastery of mystical arts, it undeniably increases the likelihood of failure. Nevertheless, for an ordinary individual, the rewards gleaned far surpass those of conventional training. As for the potential absorption of the hard-earned power after death, what difference does it make whether one enters the Pure Land with chakra or devoid of it? Is it truly believed that all beings are akin to Ashura or Indra, capable of reincarnating with their will intact through chakra? The approach of the white snake sage, in this regard, might indeed be considered remarkably restrained for a creature that venerates the law of the jungle. Apart from the lack of prior notice, there seems to be little to contest. In the future, may I request your assistance in summoning? In the tranquil embrace of the mountains, the protagonist contemplated a desire to engage in a friendly contest of skills with the white snake sage, turning to glance at the three serpent maidens beside her. Of course, we would love to. It has been ages since we have ventured into the outside world, chimed Tangine Heim, eager to speak before her sisters. Having lived for millennia, she was no fool. She could discern the demeanor of the white snake sage. This man before them was not someone they could provoke lightly. Yet, the chakra emanating from him was reminiscent of the blazing sun, imbued with the essence of nature and vibrant life. It was utterly intoxicating. Was there a way to savor even a hint of it without facing dire consequences? With a sigh, the white snake sage, having seen off the mountain dweller, transformed into the guise of an elderly woman, feeling a slight sense of relief. Cursed Orochimaru. What a peculiar being he had sent forth. Mastering the sage mode in an instant, exuding a power so formidable that it instilled in her an acute sense of peril. She was not oblivious to the restless chakra of Sage techniques. That individual had genuinely intended to engage in combat with her. How infuriating! Why did humanity receive such divine favor, especially a mere 20-year-old lad? How could he possess such might? Grandmother, when will that fellow meet his demise? Mizuho inquired. Perched at the feet of the white snake sage, saliva cascading down in copious amounts. It smells divine, truly divine. He did not accept my power. Thus, no matter how fragrant it may be, you cannot partake in it. The white snake sage regarded Mizuho with exasperation. Was this merely a matter of fragrance? Were it not for the rules established by the Dragon Cave, mirroring those of the Sage of Six Paths from Mayaboko Mountain, which had been upheld for millennia, the recent calamity could have led to unforeseen consequences. Was there truly no alternative to siphoning off from the white snake sage? With an innocent, pitiful expression, Tankishin licked uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the excess saliva. Don't even think about it, Wait until Tanjin returns, and you can ask her yourselves. Just as the white snake sage was about to issue a warning to the two serpent maidens, she sensed a shift at the boundaries of the dragon cave. Pausing momentarily, a subtle smile graced her lips. Indeed, Tanjin was quite astute. In the mountains, following a massive python, the scenery unfolds. Under the summoning technique of Orochimaru, it returns to the number 7 experimental base. Without even allowing the other party a glimpse, it vanishes from the spot using the Flying Thunder God technique. By heavens, this is a genuine serpent's kiss, a true serpent, crouching beside the waterfall of the Bone Corrosion Plains. In the mountain scenery, the artistry of water is harmoniously blended with the cascading waterfall, as it refreshingly cleanses the residue of saliva lingering upon his neck. A sense of admiration stirs within him. His emotions are tumultuous and uncontrollable, desiring not a title, but merely the companionship of another. How foolish could he be? This is evidently a temptation directed towards his very being. Within the authentic lineage of Dragon Cave's celestial arts, there exists a multitude of techniques capable of absorbing and devouring the chakra of others, thereby enhancing one's own power. Though it does not reach the grotesque levels of the Tsutsuki clan, which allows for the direct absorption of ninja techniques, the strong resistance from the absorbed individual may hinder the process. Yet, a stunning serpent princess, with a visage of sorrowful charm, approaches him, offering her embrace. Were it not for his resolute will and swift reactions, the excessive saliva rendering him sticky, he would have been ensnared at that very moment. What happened to his previous composure? Why does he now resemble something utterly unrecognizable? In the mountains, Jing wore a look of utter disbelief as he cleaned his neck. Were it not for the absence of forums in the world of Hokage, he would have promptly posted a query. How does one handle the situation when the beautiful serpent princess, captivated by male beauty, cuddles and embraces? Even going so far as to loosen my belt, he tidied up the chaotic marks upon his body. The scenery within the mountains evokes a profound sense of tranquility. In the event of a summoning, it would be more fitting to invoke the likes of Tachikawa and Tohokushin. They appear to possess a distinct lack of assertiveness, likely contrasting with the exuberance of Takawaki. Indeed, that seems to be the case. I gazed at the sunset gradually descending towards the horizon. The scenery of the mountains did not lead him back to the number 7 experimental base. Instead, he turned towards the village of Konoha. As he passed by the aviary of the summoning beasts, he took a moment to observe the comfortable lives of the hawks and eagles, along with the 9 remaining crows. However, his gaze lingered on the bird perches beside the 9 crows, where more than 30 signatures bore the name Minato Namikaze, accompanied by the juvenile crows perched above. In the mountainous landscape, a dark line departed from the avian spirit beast breeding house. How ominous. It is often said that mastering the good is a formidable challenge, while embracing the bad is all too easy. This fellow, Minato, has clandestinely raised an abundance of crows. Who is he planning to ambush? Moreover, judging by the size of those crows, it seems that shortly after their sparring match, he began nurturing them. Within a mere fortnight, these crows will likely complete their preliminary spirit beast training, achieving flight speeds that rival those of fully grown birds. Minato, you are the golden flash, not the golden thief. In the mountains, the scene is one of dismay as one covers their face. The sun, once a beacon of warmth, has dimmed. Should this raven's flight thunderous tactic be unleashed on the battlefield, would there remain any path for ordinary ninjas? Unless an adversary of equal caliber can hold back Minato, wherever he steps onto the battlefield, the foe shall succumb to the dread governed by the raven. Just as the mountain dweller continues to critique the esteemed Namikaze Minato, the memories from the dissipated shadow clone surge forth into his consciousness. An urgent high-level meeting? Has the conflict between the hidden cloud and the hidden mist escalated to a full-scale war? What is the meaning of this sudden mass mobilization of supplies from the hidden sand, halting all task assignments and leaving every ninja village on standby? Are they preparing to intervene in the conflict against the hidden mist? Surely, they cannot be contemplating an incursion into the Leaf Village, can they? It seems these fellows are not even planning to celebrate the new year. Is their impatience so palpable? In the heart of the mountains, a profound sigh escaped from the depths of one's soul. Observing the streets of Konoha, adorned with vibrant lanterns and decorations, one could see the villagers exchanging smiles and greetings, blissfully unaware of the impending war. With a swift motion, one leapt onto the rooftop beside the street, employing the body flicker technique to hasten towards the Hokage's building. Moments later, in front of the Hokage building, Yamashita stood still. Beside him were the root guards, disguised as shadow clones, accompanied by Danzo, who was also cloaked in the guise of white Zetsu. Casting a glance at Danzo, whose demeanor was icy and whose exterior revealed no hint of vulnerability, Yamashita discreetly formed a single-hand seal with one hand tucked into his trouser pocket. Through the technique of mind-body transmission, he connected with white Zetsu's consciousness, directing him to position himself half a step ahead. A flurry of high-ranking officials from Konoha swiftly made their way toward the conference room of the Hokage building. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader and head of the Konoha police force, glanced at Danzo leading the way before leaning closer to Yamashita and whispering, "Kage-kun, what are your thoughts on Elder Haino Kuni's proposal from last time?" Yamashita replied, "Fugaku-kun, the current situation in the shinobi world is far from stable. It would be imprudent to suddenly augment the ranks of the Umbu training division." Observing the stance of the individual from the mountain clan, it was evident that he was deliberately speaking for Danzo's benefit. Feigning difficulty, he intentionally piqued the other's interest. How unfortunate. Thus, I have conferred with Lord Danzo and decided to first assign an Uchiha Jonin to adapt to the workings of the Umbu training department, subsequently increasing our personnel through a mentorship approach. What does Lord Fugaku think? I am grateful for the trust bestowed upon us by Lord Danzo and Lord Kage. As a member of the Uchiha clan, we are naturally willing to contribute our strength to the village. Fugaku Uchiha felt a barely perceptible tremor within himself. Even with his composure, the unexpected joy following disappointment was almost overwhelming. The opportunity for the Uchiha to break the ice had arrived. Humph! The disguised Danzo, a manifestation of white Zetsu, let out a cold snort. Fugaku Uchiha, met with a frosty glare, felt not the slightest displeasure. Instead, his heart raced with excitement. Regardless of Danzo's poor attitude, as long as there was no rebuttal, the matter was practically settled. Moreover, judging by Danzo's demeanor towards the mountain clan, it appeared that the future of the route might indeed be as the elder from the Fire Island had speculated, with the latter poised to inherit it. All was secure. This early wager was indeed a wise one. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind, accompanied by a piercing sound, surged from behind the mountain clan figure. Fugaku Uchiha's expression shifted abruptly. There was no time to discern the identity of the assailant. He swiftly drew a kunai from his waist and pivoted, bracing himself to shield against the impending attack. This ambush was timely. Although he was unaware of which foolish shinobi from another village would dare to strike at the higher echelons of Konoha amidst so many jonin, it was an opportunity for Mountain Clan to owe the Uchiha a favor. Tsunade, no, isn't she supposed to be at her residence? What is happening? The sister-in-law and brother-in-law are grappling. Playfully, the three tomo of Fugaku Uchiha Sharingan spun rapidly. Upon recognizing the identity of the intruder, his heart sank. He barely managed to adjust his kunai downward to evade Tsunade's powerful punch. Tsunade evidently did not anticipate that someone would suddenly emerge to disrupt the proceedings. She awkwardly transformed her punch into a palm strike, landing on Fugaku's arms. However, the technique wrench in SH was already beyond her control. Smack. In the mountains, the scene appeared chaotic as the nervous system was completely disrupted. A sudden split occurred, and with a pained expression, he struggled to lift his body. However, his form uncontrollably lurched forward, exacerbating the injuries suffered by Uchiha Fugaku. His cheek twitched slightly. He had previously anticipated Tsunade's attack, relying solely on his physical constitution and the body flicker technique, showing no intention of dodging. If he were to be struck, sister, must you resort to such ruthless measures? Do not move, Tsunade stated with a stern expression. attempting to employ her medical ninjutsu to hasten the eradication of the chaos within Uchiha Fugaku. However, the power of her earlier strike could not be undone so swiftly. How infuriating. That scoundrel managed to evade catastrophe. Brother Fugaku, your efforts are noted. Not long after the group entered the conference room, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, donned in the ceremonial Hokage robe, entered with a grave expression. He surveyed the two advisors and an assistant Hokage seated to his left before counting the heads of various departments and core shinobi. Seeing that most had arrived, he proceeded to take his place at the head of the table and addressed the assembly with a serious demeanor. Esteemed colleagues, war is imminent. The senior officials of Konoha and department heads had long anticipated the situation in the shinobi world and showed no signs of surprise at his proclamation. Yet, the expressions of all present mirrored that of the third Hokage, becoming somber. No one relished the prospect of war. Once conflict erupted, their loved ones, friends, and children could perish in the turmoil. Who would wish to witness such tragedy? According to intelligence reports, the Hidden Cloud had dispatched 2,000 elite shinobi, engaging in full-scale war within the borders of the Land of Water, where the Hidden Mist had similarly mobilized over 2,000 shinobi for battle. The unique environment of the Land of Water. Hiruzen Sarutobi began to discuss the conflict between the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Mist. The actions of both ninja villages had been remarkably swift, from resource preparation to direct confrontation, all occurring in less than 20 days. Even though this war was covertly instigated by Konoha, they possessed the advantage of foresight. However, the rapidity of the conflict indicated that both sides had secretly been preparing for war long before. More importantly, while 2,000 shinobi may seem substantial, it was far from a serious engagement for either side. Unlike the Hidden Mist, which typically favored secrecy and kept intelligence tightly controlled, Hiruzen was well aware of the developments within the Hidden Cloud over the years. They still had a considerable amount of available combat strength yet to be deployed. What could this signify? Are they preparing for a surprise attack from other ninja villages? Or do they have ulterior motives? As for the Hidden Mist, the intelligence was scant, but it was evident they too were plotting something else. Otherwise, why would they have targeted Hanzo of the Salamander in the Rain Village? The Sand Village has currently ceased all task assignments, and a substantial quantity of war supplies has been mobilized, with all ninjas on standby within the village. Although it appears that the Rock Village is not engaging in mass troop movements, intelligence suggests that they have recently undertaken numerous escort missions for merchant caravans. The intelligence department speculates that they may be clandestinely transporting supplies to the border. Just now, news from the Land of Rain has emerged, reporting that Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village has fallen victim to an assassination orchestrated by the Umbu of the Mist Village. The Rain Village is now engulfed in internal strife, as Hanzo's subordinates vie for control over the village. The feudal lord of the Land of Rain is already preparing to seek refuge at the residence of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen expeditiously relayed all the intelligence, directing his gaze towards his three old comrades. The assassination of Hanzo has stripped the Land of Rain of its final layer of protection, thrusting us into a heightened state of tension with both the Rock and Sand villages. As for the Mist Village, the figure of Danzo, portrayed by White Zetsu, ominously interjected under the indication of Kage, revealing suspicions that were subtly directed towards the Cloud Village as well. Regardless of the true perpetrators, the Sand Village has already been immobilized, and our primary concern should be the Rock Village. Tsunade then spoke up, recalling the recent fierce confrontations between the Sand and Mist villages. Logically, with the Mist Village now embroiled in conflict with the Cloud Village, the Sand Village's leadership, still harboring resentment over previous events, would likely have launched an offensive against the Mist Village by sea. However, with the sudden assassination of Hanzo, the Sand Village must now weigh the risks of provoking both the Rock and Leaf villages, who might strike from behind. Mito Gate-on, after considerable contemplation, proposed his suggestion. The Rock Village is also a martial faction, and intelligence indicates that they are facing significant financial difficulties. In the current chaotic landscape, diverting financial burdens through the initiation of war is the quickest resolution. If war is indeed inevitable, we could use the guise of negotiations to gather intelligence and delay their movements, granting the Leaf Village more time to prepare. That is unrealistic, Sarutobi Hiruzen countered, shaking his head. He could foresee that the Rock Village would be unable to restrain itself and would likely initiate conflict first. Furthermore, their target would undoubtedly be the Leaf Village. After all, the Sand Village is in dire financial straits. Sending a high-ranking official from the Leaf Village to negotiate at this juncture would merely provide the enemy with valuable intelligence. In the midst of the meeting, Yamaguchi Kei occupied a central position at the conference table, subtly casting a glance at Nara Shikahisa and others, while also including the Uchiha clan in his gaze. The role of Danzo, played by White Zetsu, was to rally several militant factions inclined towards initiating conflict, thereby propelling the meeting forward with renewed vigor. What had initially been a stagnant assembly began to make substantial progress. After a heated exchange between Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the overarching tone of this high-level meeting was largely aligned with Yamaguchi Kei's vision. The strategy was clear: refrain from being the first to strike, yet deliver a formidable counterattack to anyone who dared to act. Having previously consolidated logistical resources, a portion was promptly allocated for immediate transport to the front lines. Nara Shikahisa and IM began drafting a roster, targeting an advance force of 1,000. 1,000? Hiruzen questioned. Unless you personally oversee the front line, how can we instill fear in anyone? 1,000 is merely a statement, signaling our indifference to war. However, should I go, well, what would the other ninja villages think? They might feel compelled to engage in battle against their will. I perceive nothing but weakness, Danzo retorted. You are overly extreme. Amidst the escalating disputes, the high-level meeting continued for several hours, finally concluding as midnight approached. Following inquiries into the status of various departments and ninja clans, a series of orders began to be issued. While 1,000 ninja may not seem substantial, it was not a declaration of war, but rather a demonstration of resolve to the surrounding villages. Troops were stationed at the borders of the Land of Fire, led by Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, augmented by elite forces drawn from various clans. Even in the event of an ambush, they could momentarily withstand the enemy's assault. With ample war reserves at their disposal, Konoha could swiftly deploy a contingent of over 3,000 troops while maintaining a robust backup force. Even if Sunagakure sought to take advantage of the situation, Konoha was unafraid of engaging on two fronts. Yet, the prospect of a two-front war loomed ominously. As Jiang Jing stepped out of the conference room, he slightly curled his lips in disdain. During the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha had engaged in battles with every other ninja village, and it was already a blessing that they weren't facing simultaneous conflicts on all fronts. To even consider a dual-front war was utterly fanciful. However, the third Hokage, in the serene embrace of the mountains, a fleeting glance from the corner of the eye caught sight of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Though he had not yet succumbed to the cautious demeanor typical of his later years, marked by hesitance and a desire for stability, the passage of time was undeniably evident. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to suppress those eager to rise within the ranks of the shinobi clans and the formidable ninja families. It would be fitting for him to exit with dignity. After all, who wishes to be remembered as a village leader who met his demise at the hands of his own disciple at the age of 69? Such a tale would surely bring shame. Suddenly, a root ninja appeared beside him with the swiftness of the body flicker technique. Bowing respectfully, he presented a scroll of intelligence. Is your greatest passion cupping? Gazing at the 4 prominent characters inscribed on the scroll's cover, Jiang Jing found his mind momentarily frozen. It was only after a brief pause that he grasped the source of this intelligence. The information had been relayed by the recently evacuated spy known as Mute. According to him, he had been perilously close to exposure, and his safe retreat was made possible only through the assistance of others. The scroll had been thoroughly inspected and bore no additional jutsu or toxins. The root ninja had likely reported what little he knew of the situation. The figure in the mountains slightly nodded, his face exhibiting a peculiar expression as he unfurled the scroll of intelligence in his hands. Reflecting upon it now, he realized that his earlier techniques concerning human memory were rather juvenile and unrefined. Yitsong was fortunate to have avoided succumbing to mental turmoil, transforming into a neurotic instead. Did this signify a complete allegiance to Konoha? Was it the instinctual self-preservation of the human psyche that led her to adopt one particular perception? Or was there an underlying deception at play? After perusing the contents of the scroll, he pondered these questions. In the mountainous landscape, the brow of the protagonist slightly furrowed, and in her heart, she had already come to believe that Yetsong was 8 parts correct. Half a month prior, the Mist Village had dispatched several high-ranking officials to covertly venture into the Sand Village, where they reached an undisclosed agreement with Chiyo and Onoki, who currently preside over Sand's affairs. Although Yetsong had not gleaned the specifics of this accord, She deduced from the fragments of conversation with San's high-ranking officials, Sho and Fui, that their intentions were decidedly aimed at Konoha. Recently, Chiyo had even hinted to her to safeguard Russia in the impending Great War, ensuring that he accumulated greater military accolades to facilitate his ascension as the fourth Kazekage. The Mist Village had first allied with the Rock Village, subsequently forging an agreement with the Sand Village, and their engagement with the Cloud Village primarily focused on delay tactics. Amidst the picturesque mountains, a myriad of thoughts raced through my mind. Though the exact cost of the agreement between the Mist Village and the Sand Village remains shrouded in mystery, it is increasingly evident that both the Sand and Stone Villages will launch a simultaneous assault on Konoha once their preparations are complete. As for the Mist and Cloud Villages, the latter seems less inclined to intervene unless a significant upheaval occurs, likely opting to remain a passive observer until the three factions have sufficiently exhausted each other before deciding whether to engage. However, the Mist Village, bound by its pact with the Stone and Sand Villages, will undoubtedly be compelled to restrain Konoha's military strength. With battles on three fronts, careful consideration must be given to how to draw Sarutobi Hiruzen into the fray. In the mountains, Yamaguchi Kei caressed his chin thoughtfully. After the White Zetsu, disguised as Danzo, exited the Hokage office building, he seized the opportunity presented by the chakra fluctuations of the Root Ninja's instantaneous departure. Employing the art of the manipulative puppet technique, he allowed his consciousness to infiltrate the body of his adversary. Silently directing White Zetsu, clutching an intelligence scroll, he returned to the Hokage building. Meanwhile, his original self exchanged greetings with familiar high-ranking officials and elite jonin of Konoha before finally departing with Yamanaka and Oichi, heading homeward. The night passed in silence. The following morning dawned. In the mountain's embrace, the gentle stirring of Kushina roused her from slumber, her eyes fluttering open in a state of drowsiness. The events of the previous night, where he had engaged in a strategic confrontation with the disguised Tobi and Sarutobi Hiruzen, had indeed consumed a considerable amount of his mental faculties, although he had not succeeded in persuading Hiruzen to decisively commit to the battlefield. It was evident that the old man had been swayed. Once he was intrigued, how far could action be? It merely required the creation of a scenario that would make Hiruzen feel assured of victory, reaping accolades effortlessly while simultaneously enhancing his reputation as the strongest Hokage. What was the purpose of rising so early? In the mountains, a hand gently rubbed the still weary eyes, inquiring of Kushina, who was beginning to dress. Unable to resist, a hand brushed against the smooth skin at her lower back, prompting Kushina to pout and swat playfully at his palm. Today is New Year's Eve, and I have made plans with Anoka to tidy up the noodle shop. The noodle shop? In the midst of the mountains, Shanjun-jing was reminded of a somewhat familiar name. This instantly conjured up images from the original work, where Orochimaru summoned the previous Hokage within the Vortex clan's Nami Hall using the forbidden technique that required a pact with the Grim Reaper, Shiki F.G. Glancing out the window at the sun that had already risen, Shanjun-jing rubbed his cheeks to dispel the remnants of sleep and sat up from the couch. I'll go with you. Really? Hee. Kushina, noticing her boyfriend's actions, cheerfully leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek. Clearly, she felt that it was worthy of reward for him to carve out time from his busy schedule to accompany her. The two of them rose, washed up, and hand in hand set out. After purchasing several breakfast items from their family's eatery, they headed towards the Nami Hall. Although the high-level meeting the previous night had laid the matter of war plainly on the table and disclosed some of Konoha's arrangements to all senior officials, the third Hokage had issued a decree forbidding any discussion of the meeting's content outside in order to maintain stability. While this may not entirely prevent information from leaking to other ninja villages, at least the residents of Konoha remained blissfully unaware of the impending war. Engrossed in preparations for the upcoming new year, the festive atmosphere had enveloped most of Konoha's inhabitants, filling every street with an earnest yearning and anticipation for a better life. How have you been getting along with the Ninetales lately? Shanjun-jing casually inquired of Kushina as they walked along the path to the Nami Hall. Well, it's not too bad, she replied, a hint of guilt evident as she fiddled with her cheek. Do tell. With Grandma Mito's seal and transformation abilities, it can't overpower me now. Well, I suppose we can communicate properly. But lately, it has learned to be quite sassy. So you just hit it? No. Hee. When it just smiles at me, I make funny faces at it. Hee. Next time it gets sassy, just say, Ninetales, your power is too strong, and then make that gesture. In the serene mountains, Jing could not help but laugh aloud. After gently tapping Kushina's small head, he raised a hand and gestured in front of him. Shall I give it a try? Kushina allowed her boyfriend to lead her forward, her mind sinking into the depths of the seal. Moments later, she clutched her belly, laughing uncontrollably. Clearly, the Ninetales' reaction was far from ordinary. Goose, 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 Jing, the mischievous fox wishes to meet you. Would you like to see it? Shall we meet? In the mountainous scenery, a figure nodded, preparing to invoke the family's secret technique to enter the sealed space with his consciousness. However, Kushina grasped his hand. After closing her eyes to sense the surrounding environment and confirming the absence of any other presence, she spoke. Do not be frightened. A flicker of orange-red chakra erupted from Kushina, swiftly enveloping her attire in a luminous golden-red glow. The dark whirlpool of sealing runes manifested. As her golden-red hair danced in the air, what appeared before the mountainous landscape was the perfect Jinchuriki mode. Is this what you referred to as the invincible golden body? Indeed, hee. But now there's an even more formidable golden body. The Ninetales mode combined with a magical girl transformation. Although I haven't completely mastered it yet, I promise to show you when the opportunity arises. Kushina's delicate face radiated with a proud expression. Upon hearing her words, a tingling sensation crept over the scalp of the figure in the mountains. I inquire, does this phenomenon truly not deduct one's lifespan? A miniature nine-tailed fox, no larger than the palm of a hand, formed from the swirling golden-red chakra on the left shoulder of Jae-nin, bared its teeth in an effort to project a fierce demeanor. You little imp, how did you come by this knowledge? Recently, I have been engaging in more frequent exchanges with Shinja Hashirama. As Shang Zhongjing observed the uncontrollable expression on Jiawei's face, his mood lifted considerably. The adorable little fox, with its cheerful demeanor, was undeniably charming. Did someone strike you, sending you on a journey to the Pure Land? You seem to have recovered quite swiftly. Jiawei scoffed, utterly unconvinced by such a far-fetched explanation. A little peculiar, isn't it? I have something amusing to show you. In the heart of the mountains, a solitary hand formed seals, allowing the wielder to perceive the myriad of plant species concealed beneath the earth using the essence of wood release. With the invocation of wood release, the flora flourished. Blossoms that ought to bloom in their respective seasons rapidly unfurled in the winter forest, adorned with a delicate layer of snow. In the mountains, the most exquisite flower was plucked and handed to the bewildered Kushina. The Ninetales glanced around at the surrounding blossoms, then at the figure of mountain scene, before vanishing right before the two. Damn, there's something foul here. I shall not partake any longer. The Ninetales chakra enveloping Kushina receded, restoring her to her original attire. Gazing at the blooming flower in her hand, her small head was adorned with an array of large question marks. I have mastered a technique that allows me to harness the power of the departed, and with each use, a trace of their essence remains. Perhaps one day, you shall unexpectedly witness me possessing an additional pair of Mangeki Sharingan. In the midst of the mountains, Jing gently scratched his cheek and casually dismissed the news of his newfound mastery of wood release as a mere account login. Impressive. Kushina nodded blankly, instinctively supporting her boyfriend. After a brief moment of contemplation, she inquired once more. Why did Kurama react in such a manner? And what was that remark about your overwhelming strength? Is there a story behind it? Are you perhaps misplacing your focus? Is Jing seeking compliments? Shall I shower him with more praise? Never mind. Let me regale you with the tale of the hedgehog and the watermelon rind competing to see who could urinate the farthest. The scenery within the mountains silently rolled its eyes. While recounting tales from the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village, they continued their journey towards the Noodle Pavilion with Kushina. Upon reaching the Noodle Pavilion, the two settled down in the corridor, partaking in their breakfast. In less than 10 minutes, Uzumaki Onoka arrived carrying a small wooden bucket and a cloth. After exchanging greetings, they engaged with one another. In the mountains, amidst the scenery, the last dumpling was swiftly eliminated. A mark of the Flying Thunder God was left in the corridor, and using the technique of the Flying Thunder God, one arrived directly at the riverbank of Konoha to fetch water. Kushina and Onoka, armed with various tools from the back storeroom, deftly commenced the task of clearing the dust, fallen leaves, and debris that had been blown into the noodle hall by the wind. Bit by bit, they restored the noodle hall to its former glory. The numerous masks hanging on the wall, each one representing a deity, perhaps? In the mountainous scenery, a question unwittingly emerged from the depths of one's heart. Oh, there stands the sea deity, the goddess of the moon, the great Inari, the god of fire, and do each of them possess contracts and unique sealing techniques akin to the Grim Reaper? Not quite. According to Granny Mito, many deities have, in fact, vanished long ago, leaving behind only 3. Each of these deities bears distinct contracts and sealing arts. Does Granny Mito have them preserved? She has retained only the corpse demon sealing. While of the other 2, she knows that one is the heavenly rock seal signed with the deity of the heavenly rock cave, and the other is the demon reversal seal contracted with the malevolent spirits. Hashinoko, do you possess this knowledge? Kushina fell silent for a moment before turning to inquire of Hashinoko beside her. With the destruction of the land of whirlpools, many legacies of the Uzumaki clan have been lost, and Granny Mito, being human rather than divine, cannot master and preserve every technique. My parents did not acquire such profound arts. Hashinoko shook her head. Her understanding of these matters was not as extensive as Kushina's. Moreover, arts that require a contract with deities are not something an ordinary clansman could learn. Granny Mito has actually left behind many fascinating techniques. Shall we go and explore them together another day? Oh, is that possible? Of course. Kushina, you are simply too kind. That is only because Hashinoko, you are so wonderful. The 2 young ladies intertwined their arms, giggling as they leaned in to whisper to one another. The gaze of the mountain scenery is fixed upon a wall adorned with no less than 27 masks. For a long, long time. How long exactly? What powers do the seals of Amano Awato and the rebellious, malevolent seals possess? It remains uncertain whether Orochimaru could deduce the means to reverse engineer these 2 lost, extraordinary sealing techniques. Forget it. In the mountains, a hint of regret flickered as he shook his head. Letting go of the past grievances with the higher-ups of Konoha. Having scolded them countless times, he felt weary. It was enough. Observing the diligent efforts of the 2 women, who had nearly cleaned the establishment to a satisfactory state, his gaze shifted to the purple entry for borrowed accounts, contemplating whether he should summon Hashirama Senju to finalize the contract. After all, what if Kushina suddenly had the whim to meet her grandmother Mito's husband? Kushina, I have matters to attend to. Use this to contact me when you need. In the mountains, Yamakami called out to Kushina, raising his arm to gesture at his wrist. MHM. Kushina replied with a cheerful wave of her hand, turning to engage in intimate conversation with Onoka about matters concerning their daughters. With a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, Yamakami materialized within the root base. He exchanged greetings with a shadow clone of Danzo, who was seated at the desk, diligently processing documents, and glanced at the Danzo crouched nearby, engrossed in a comic book. He then turned away from the office, making his way toward the secure storage chamber located at the lowest level of the root facility. 10 minutes later, he unsealed numerous protective barriers and retrieved a storage jar containing a piece of meat the size of a palm. Once again, in the depths of the mountainous landscape, he employed the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the forest where he had initially experimented with wood release. Utilizing the wood release, 4 pillars technique, he swiftly erected a wooden dwelling. After placing the flesh and blood of Senju Hashirama upon the floor, he rapidly circled this offering, inscribing an intricate and enigmatic seal upon the ground with his chakra. As the final stroke of the seal was made, a myriad of ghostly symbols began to illuminate with a cerulean glow of chakra, a dark and profound gateway, exuding a sense of decay and gloom, manifested at the center of the seal. How troublesome it is to summon someone by invoking what they hold dear. In the midst of the mountains, Jing let out a soft exclamation of exasperation. After contemplating the matters that might concern Senju Hashirama, he called out towards the grand gate. Senju Hashirama-sensei, I am the brother-in-law of your granddaughter Tsunade. Would you care to take a glance at your granddaughter? Perhaps even at the present state of Konoha? No response? Amidst the serene landscape of the mountains, the figure gazed intently at the immobile door, furrowing his brow before adopting a different tone. Esteemed Senju Hashirama, grave news has befallen us. Your granddaughter Tsunade has ascended to the position of the 4th Hokage. The very survival of Konoha hangs in the balance. Is it not yet time? Senju Hashirama, the 3rd great ninja war has erupted, and Konoha is besieged by the 4 great ninja villages, on the brink of annihilation. We are in dire need of assistance. Blast it! Madara proclaims that his prowess surpasses yours by leaps and bounds. His combat skills eclipse yours. Had it not been for your presence behind him, his potential might have flourished even further. Crash! Before the discourse on the mountain scenery could be completed, the dilapidated gate was forcefully kicked open. With a grim expression and an imposing aura, Sage Hashirama strode forth from the Pure Land with great strides. Have you encountered Madara? That detestable fiend. He has unequivocally never bested me. I have. In the mountains, a dark figure gazed intently at the soul of Sage Hashirama. The remnants of Konoha's destruction were reluctant to emerge from the Pure Land, yet upon the mere mention of Uchiha Madara, they surged forth in anger. They approached and inquired if he had ever encountered the man. Is this truly the bond shared between good friends? Your chakra signature is unfamiliar. I am certain I have never seen you before. Madara perished long before me. How could you have met him? Uchiha Madara had sealed his Izanagi with a forbidden technique, and after a period following his death, he rewrote the reality of his demise and returned to life. Ha! I told you that fellow was not so easily defeated. How absurd, I was deceived. Sage Hashirama exclaimed, doubling over with laughter, his hands on his hips. Once the laughter subsided, he wore a pained expression and continued to inquire. So, is Konoha on the brink of destruction, prompting you to summon me for assistance? Truly, war seems to be an eternal companion through the ages. Well, that was merely a spur-of-the-moment fabrication. Nevertheless, with your chakra reserves and the power of wood release, it should not be so dire. What of that little one, Kan? He added. Ah, that too was a fabrication. In the mountains, the scenery raised an eyebrow, secretly lamenting the extraordinary perceptive abilities of Sage Hashirama. They had only just met. Yet he had already sensed the amount of chakra within him and the wood release bloodline limit embedded in his being. Do you ever speak a single word of truth? I am indeed the brother-in-law of your granddaughter. Such a peculiar way to describe it. My granddaughter's sister, not my granddaughter? Sage Hashirama stroked his chin, and upon contemplating the possible reasons for this peculiar situation, his expression drastically changed. What a tragic drama of human existence. Even in death, he must meddle in the melodramatic family dynamics of his son and daughter-in-law. As for me, I am connected through Lady Mido. In a single sentence, the scenery of the mountains is captured. Sage Hashirama found himself in a state of petrification before finally speaking in a hushed tone. Has Mido remarried? The scenery in the mountains is truly unexpected. One could hardly fathom the peculiar thought processes of Sage Hashirama to such an extent. If only Uzumaki Mido were to discover this. The imagery is too beautiful for him to behold. After much effort, I meticulously explained the relationship between Kushina and Uzumaki Mido, while also touching upon the reasons behind this situation. Sage Hashirama sat cross-legged on the ground, arms crossed. Letting out a deep sigh, he felt a profound sense of guilt towards the leader of the Akimichi clan. What right does a deceased individual have to concern themselves with the affairs of the living? Ah, indeed, that son-in-law of his. Could he perhaps enlighten me about the current state of Konoha? Ha ha, regardless of the circumstances, it remains a village that was arduously established back in the day, and one cannot easily let go of such ties. How about this? Let us first sign a contract, and then you may go and see for yourself. The terms of the contract are quite straightforward. Shan Zhongjing raised an eyebrow, revealing his ultimate intention and elucidating the contents of the contract. It bears some resemblance to the technique of Edo Tensei, yet it might be more benevolent towards the departed souls. Wouldn't you agree? Surely, you were not inspired by Edo Tensei, were you? It's somewhat similar. I have already advised Tobarama to refrain from delving into such perilous matters. It truly is a source of frustration. Sage Hashirama let out a resigned sigh, gazing intently at Shan Zhongjing's face for a prolonged moment, before solemnly inquiring. Is there an adversary so formidable that even you find them troublesome? Indeed. The mountain scenery nodded slightly. Although his use of a borrowed account was not intended to confront formidable adversaries, such foes undeniably exist. This could hardly be considered a lie. Couldn't the ninja world be a tad more peaceful? Sage Hashirama sighed once more. Though unspoken, his demeanor clearly indicated his acquiescence to the signing of the contract. In the mountains, without uttering a word, Shan Zhongjing immediately activated the soul contract associated with the purple entry using a borrowed account, channeling chakra to solidify its form. Sage Hashirama promptly inscribed his own soul mark beneath the contract. The pact was established. A connection reminiscent of a summoning contract emerged within Shan Zhongjing's mind. Name: Sage Hashirama. Soul: Occupation: Ninja entries. God of Ninjas. Red. True number of 1,000 hands. Red. Mastery of wood release. Red. Victorious son of 100 battles. Red. Born hero. Purple. Growing braver with each battle. Purple. Polymath. Blue. Heart of benevolence. Blue. Unwavering determination. Blue. Brotherly love. Green. Sincerity. Green. amusing spirit, white. Entangled fate, gray. Note: in a state of soul, replicating bloodline-related entries may result in imperfections or adaptive mutations. Without Ashura's chakra, such an impressive panel is indeed remarkable. It is no wonder that Madara was once subdued. The scenery within the mountains scarcely heeded the system's final annotations. On Senju Hashirama, the innate bloodline attributes were already possessed. The true Senju is a fusion of the Sage mode and the Sage body, endowing him with a prowess that rivals that of his natural Sage form. In terms of wood release, he possesses a substitute in the form of a wood release Jinchuriki. The remaining titles, the God of Ninjas and the 100 Battles Proud Son, bear no relation to bloodlines whatsoever. This does not hinder replication in the slightest. However, must your fated entanglement persist even in death? The picturesque scenery of the mountains evokes an irresistible urge to unleash a torrent of criticism upon the entry of Uchiha Madara. The sibling obsession is eerily identical, and the entangled destinies mirror one another. The God of Ninjas faces the dual heroes of the warring states. The true Thousand Hands confronts the fated Uchiha. The victorious son of battle meets the indomitable spirit of combat, as the relentless warrior rises against the song of blood and fire, and the natural-born hero stands against the innate villain. One cannot help but wonder if Uchiha Madara's entry still exists. In the mountains, Yamashita's thoughts turned to Uchiha Obito, his brow slightly furrowing. Were it not for the borrowed account that granted him access, he would certainly prefer for Obito to remain quietly as a diminished specter. At the very least, he could be resurrected through the impure world reincarnation and serve Orochimaru like a beast of burden. However, now that he could harness the other's strength, wouldn't it be a waste if he remained in a diminished state? Should he call out to sea? After all, Senju Hashirama was also present. Given Obito's temperament, he might be too indifferent to engage, but surely he wouldn't disregard even Hashirama. This was his long-cherished Hashirama. Shall we pay a visit to Konoha? After signing the contract, Senju Hashirama looked at Yamashita with eager anticipation. Hey, do you wish to meet Uchiha Obito? In the mountains. Yamaguchi gently scratched his cheek, tentatively inquiring, Hurry. Ha ha ha, I can certainly help you summon him. Senju Hashirama's eyes sparkled with mirth as he laughed heartily. 10 minutes later, gazing at the immovable, decaying gate, the first Hokage's demeanor shifted as he squatted in a corner, drawing circles. With the prior experience of summoning Senju Hashirama, Yamaguchi could distinctly sense that Uchiha Madara's soul resided just beyond the door. Yet, the latter was unwilling to make an appearance. Faced with an old acquaintance, one with whom he had been entangled for a lifetime, he refused to show himself. What could it be for, if not for the Moon's Eye plan? Contemplating this, in the midst of the mountains, Jing sat calmly on the ground, beginning to recount the origins of the Tsutsuki clan and the identity and ultimate purpose of Kaguya. After more than 10 minutes had passed, he glanced at the still unmoving decayed gate leading to the Pure Land, and at the side, the earnest expression of Senju Hashirama, who was listening intently. He clicked his tongue, choosing to abandon the effort. He had conveyed all that he could. If they refused to believe him, what could he do? The information provided by the borrowed account was quite explicit. Should a living being forcibly attempt to open that gate, they would likely be trapped within the Pure Land, facing certain demise. Moreover, the Pure Land housed a formidable boss whose true nature eluded him. Engaging in such perilous endeavors would be sheer folly. Perhaps he could suggest that Senju Hashirama attempt to draw Uchiha Madara out? After all, Madara was merely a spirit residing in the Pure Land. What harm could it do to try? Could he truly perish a second time? If they succeeded in bringing him out, they could join forces and surely finalize the contract. Hashirama, how about you pull him out? He proposed. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. Oh, perhaps not. Madara might be angered. Hashirama wore a troubled expression, as if Jing were asking him to commit an unforgivable act against his beloved wife. In the mountains, Kaguya held his forehead with one hand, extinguishing the last remnants of thought, driven by the notion that he would never allow Uchiha Madara to find joy. He whispered softly into the ear of Senju Hashirama for a brief moment. Hashirama regarded his distant granddaughter's husband with a peculiar expression. Although the words he was urged to speak might have been somewhat disrespectful to Mito and perhaps a tad impractical, they seemed rather amusing. Madara, if you were a woman, you would undoubtedly be incredibly beautiful. Ha ha ha, perhaps I would even marry you. Should we have children, if a boy, we shall name him Senju Konohamaru. If a girl, she shall be called Uchiha Hokage. Our dreams may yet intertwine. With a resounding crash reminiscent of Hashirama's own door-kicking demeanor, Uchiha Madara, retaining the youthful visage from his past, clad in vibrant crimson armor and bearing a countenance so grim it seemed water would drip from it, charged forth from the Pure Land. A powerful punch was unleashed, striking directly at the seated Hashirama. With a thud, Hashirama's spirit was sent hurtling backward, instantly passing through the wall and vanishing within the wooden abode. Uchiha Madara withdrew his fist and stood tall, his pale purple Rinnegan coldly surveying Kage beside him. While ordinary souls could not harm the living, the formidable spirit, brimming with vast reserves of chakra, found itself unbound by corporeal limitations. Though the absence of a physical form prevented the use of many abilities, it also granted the freedom to accomplish feats that would otherwise be unattainable, rivaling the speed achieved in a state of ethereal transformation. In the heart of the mountains, a slight chill coursed through Xiangxin's being. Although taken aback, he exhibited little outward reaction, until, name, Uchiha Madara, soul, occupation, ninja entry, yin-yang reincarnation, gold, will of the 100 battles, red, rose of the battlefield, red. Talent of the Sage clan, purple, dual heroes of the warring states, purple, song of blood and fire, purple, born hero, purple, soul of solitude, blue, polymath, blue. Strategies of turbulent times, blue, brotherly affection, green, entangled fate, gray, obsession, gray. Note, in the state of the soul, the copying of bloodline-related entries may result in incomplete or adaptive mutations. It's been nerfed. Yet, it seems not to have been nerfed. The incomplete red entry, yin-yang initial convergence, has transformed directly into the golden yin-yang reincarnation. How infuriating. I, who have unlocked hacks, have yet to acquire a golden entry. In the depths of the mountains, Shanzhong silently cursed under his breath, while his body began to quietly gather the surrounding natural energy. The golden title was indeed formidable, but his current combat prowess was far beyond what it had been during his confrontation with the elderly blemish. Furthermore, he possessed an immense reservoir of chakra and restoration capabilities provided by the natural sage body. The lethal potential offered by the decapitating blade was conceptually unparalleled. If a true battle were to ensue, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Uchiha Madara, with a chilling demeanor, fixed his cold Rinnegan gaze upon the unwavering Shanzhong, who stood resolutely against him, and spoke icily. Contract. Shanzhong paused for a moment, quickly regaining his composure. Without uttering a word, he immediately condensed the soul contract. He had previously elucidated the purpose and utility of the soul contract while explaining the sinister machinations of Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara approached and directly signed the contract, clearly indicating his prior belief in Shan's assertions. However, due to his pride and the constraints of his ego, he found it somewhat difficult to accept the reality that he had been deceived once again. The remarks made by Senju Hashirama, although evidently aimed at manipulating his psyche, provided Madara with a rationale to emerge from his sanctum. This presented a challenge to Hashirama, who was met with a friendly yet forceful punch. After leaving his soul imprint, Uchiha Madara raised his chin with an air of arrogance. Though he had been defeated in their earlier battle due to his body nearing its limits and the effects of an unknown secret technique that caused his Mangeki Sharingan to vanish and his sage body to regress, defeat was still defeat. A person who cannot acknowledge their failures is merely a coward of limited capacity. He would never belittle his opponent, for such behavior is the mark of the inept. Yet the thought of having been vanquished by the very individual standing before him, adorned with the visage of Senju Hashirama, instinctively unsettled his soul. Enough with the juvenile masquerade. A true stronghold must possess the awareness befitting their strength. Madara contemplated, if he were dissatisfied, it would not be out of the question to summon Uchiha Konohamaru. Before Shanzhong could respond, Senju Hashirama swept through the wooden wall like a gust of wind and arrived at Uchiha Madara's side. Leave. A large character burst forth from the forehead of Madara's soul form. Without a backward glance, he turned to stride back towards the sanctuary, his pace markedly slower than that of his earlier assault. Wait. As Hashirama hurried after him, he glanced back at Shanzhong and said, Son-in-law, make sure to show me the current Konoha when you have the chance. I shall catch up with Madara first. In the mountains, the scene depicted two figures fading into the pristine land, accompanied by the gradually dimming summoning technique, leaving a somewhat indescribable expression on the observer's face. Did they truly chase after them? What is this? A quarrel between lovers that forbids outsiders from witnessing? Alas, Senju Hashirama, Despite the fact that others have transplanted your cells and awakened the Rinnegan, you remain silent. Even when struck, you offer no reaction. How perplexing. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara is not a woman. Otherwise, would not Uzumaki Mito be overwhelmed with envy? Shaking his head, he dispelled the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. In the midst of the mountains, he returned to Konoha utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Initially, he had intended to compare the differences between the wood release and Sage mode after signing a pact with Senju Hashirama. Little did he anticipate that his counterpart would follow Uchiha Madara. As noon approached, the entire Konoha was infused with a vibrant festive atmosphere, heralding the arrival of New Year's Eve. On this final day of the year, the typically industrious residents of Konoha donned traditional garments, strolling through the streets alongside family and friends, indulging in delectable dishes, and participating in various games. Vendors, usually scarce, filled the thoroughfares with an array of snacks and entertainment. Nearby, songbirds and exceptionally skilled performers ascended the pre-erected stage, captivating the audience with a special New Year's program amidst resounding applause. In the midst of the mountains, Shan Zhongjing donned an ensemble of black adorned with intricate golden patterns, distinctly different from the traditional long robes of the Naruto world. Walking alongside him was Kushina, resplendent in a magnificent hanfu embellished with cloud motifs as they strolled through the streets. Their presence frequently attracted the curious gazes of the villagers of Konoha. Kushina, evidently pleased with the attire her boyfriend had chosen in advance, took in her surroundings with delight, glancing east and west, brimming with joy. As she linked her arm with her boyfriend's, reveling in the attention from onlookers, it seemed as though she was enveloped in a bubble of pink euphoria. In the mountains, Jainin wandered leisurely alongside Kushina Uzumaki, his initially empty stomach gradually filled with various street snacks. Observing the bustling crowd on the street, he noticed a middle-aged vendor, stationed beside a large basin of goldfish, wielding a delicate paper net to attract customers. Silently, he communicated with the waiting ninja at the base, employing a technique of mental transmission. Such a major festival, bustling with people and lax in identity checks, invariably serves as a peak period for espionage activities. After merely strolling through one street, he had already spotted 3 spies from other ninja villages. Who knows how many more agents from rival villages currently lurk within the walls of Konoha. As twilight descended and fireworks began to illuminate the sky, Jainin and Kushina, having spent the entire afternoon together, nestled against one another atop the Hokage Tower. Together, they beheld the brightly lit Konoha and the splendid fireworks bursting in the heavens. Jainin, it feels a bit wrong to abandon Tsunade for an entire day of fun, Kushina remarked, feeling the cool night breeze as she snuggled closer into her boyfriend's embrace. I feel even worse bringing her along. Reflecting on the ominous expression that Tsunade wore last night, Jing felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. It shouldn't be this way. Logically speaking, it was merely an unusual sensation within her body, given Tsunade's carefree disposition. After a blood test revealing no issues, she would likely forget all about it by the next day. Even if the memory lingered, leading to heightened frustration, it was unlikely that she would resort to underhanded tactics without concrete evidence. Well, never mind. There's no need to dwell on it. After all, he now possesses a trump card. If Tsunade truly becomes unreasonably troubled, he could always have her grandfather converse with her. There should be no insurmountable problems. Hee, Jing thought. Why not sneak a glance at what Tsunade is up to? Kushina pecked her boyfriend on the lips, recognizing that on this special day, Tsunade still struggled with her life skills to some extent. All right then. In the serene mountains, a solitary hand formed a seal, quietly establishing a perceptual barrier that enveloped the entirety of Konoha. Upon detecting Tsunade's chakra, the location of her presence was swiftly pinpointed. This is the Konoha Hospital? The rightmost chamber on the 3rd floor, the anatomical specimen room, perhaps. No, during this festive season, this. In the brightly lit anatomical specimen room, Tsunade sat in silence on an office chair behind the dissection table, her hands covering her face. The corners of her mouth occasionally curled into a wicked, frenzied smile, only to be forcibly suppressed moments later. Reflecting on yesterday's surgery, when she first entered the medical room, she observed the blood plasma being infused into the patient and the blood-soaked arm, managing to maintain a semblance of rational control over her actions. However, as she forced herself to make an incision into the patient's abdomen, aiming to reconnect the severed ribs that had become lodged within the abdominal cavity, the sight of blood gushing from the internal damage elicited an unexpected smile. Accompanied by fits of wild, unrestrained laughter, The surgery was deemed a success. The fractured ribs were mended on the spot, and the internal organs would heal given time. Even the patient's severely shattered right arm was meticulously reconstructed. With every nerve precisely aligned, the useless debris excised, and the remaining bones flawlessly rejoined. With restorative treatment and training, normal functionality could be restored. On the surface, the outcome appeared splendid. Yet, upon exiting the surgical room and cleansing herself of the bloodstains, as her rationality gradually returned, she became acutely aware of the horrifying events that had transpired. The silver lining was that her fear of blood had diminished significantly. As long as the scenes were not excessively gruesome, she could suppress the physiological discomfort. The downside, however, was that her psychological issues seemed to have intensified. When confronted with scenarios that surpassed her threshold of tolerance, terrifying emotions would surge within her like a virulent contagion. She yearned to vent, to be liberated, to laugh uproariously, to witness the spectacle of bloodshed. Upon noticing the fearful glances of others, she would even demand that they observe her intently. Of the 5 medical personnel assisting her during the surgery, 3 were left utterly horrified. The remaining 2, though they managed to endure the procedure alongside her, regarded her with expressions filled with dread and panic once it concluded. It was fortunate that the patient had been administered anesthesia and remained in a deep state of unconsciousness. Otherwise, who could say if the patient would ever dare to return to a hospital again? Tsunade, how could you find such sensations comfortable? How could you derive enjoyment from them? This is wrong. It is a breach of morality. It contradicts the ethical consciousness of humanity. One must rectify one's attitude and mindset, avoiding the descent into such distortion. Tsunade murmured incessantly, continually instilling within herself a correct moral consciousness. Once her state of mind regained stability, she once again turned her gaze towards the myriad specimens of human organs, muscles, and bones. The mountain scenery, the mountain scenery, the mountain scenery, the mountain scenery. Tsunade's eyes reddened, feeling an impulse surge from the depths of her heart, gritting her teeth as she muttered the name of the mountain scenery. The illusionary treatment was consensual on her part. Logically, the physician had done his utmost, and the risks were to be borne by the patient. Yet, witnessing the current state of affairs, her mind was consumed with thoughts of delivering a severe reckoning to the mountain scenery. How infuriating! She was now acutely aware of why medical disputes occur. This situation is intolerable for anyone. Calm, rational, soothe your emotions. You can do this, Tsunade. A minor psychological issue cannot defeat you. Desensitization therapy will yield results swiftly. The thoughts just entertained were erroneous, morally reprehensible. The murmuring voice echoed once more in the room filled with specimens. At that moment, the door to the specimen room creaked open slightly. Through the crevice, the gaze of the mountain dweller cautiously surveyed the interior of the room. With his perceptive abilities, he could effortlessly discern the position of Tsunade, aware of her murmured soliloquy. He even sensed that her mental state appeared somewhat unstable. However, to ascertain the nuances of her speech through the subtle movements of her lips was an arduous task indeed. Name, Tsunade. Profession, Konoha. Ninja attributes, dual mastery in medical and combat arts. Red, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Purple, abundant capabilities. Blue, mastery of seals. Blue, exquisite precision. Blue, colossal force. Blue, unyielding youth. Blue, esteemed heritage. Green, indecisive morality. White, reverse gambling sage. Black. Upon gazing at the interface of Tsunade's entry, the first thing that caught my eye was the transformation of the purple attribute medical sage into the crimson attribute dual crown of medicine and martial arts. In the span of over 3 days in the real world, Tsunade had spent more than 3 years within the illusionary realm, leading to a noticeable enhancement in her abilities, an expected outcome, given the numerous combat scenarios she had orchestrated. Surely, 3 years could not pass without yielding some fruits of labor. However, just a few days prior, while immersed in the illusion, she had observed that both hemophobia and crimson frenzy had distinctly vanished. Yet, now another attribute, moral ambivalence, had emerged. Moral ambivalence. Why you may feel sorrow for the loss of life and succumb to madness from blood and terror. In a state of virtue, your mastery of medical ninjutsu enhances healing effectiveness and speed slightly. In a state of vice, your combat instincts and desire for slaughter improve your physical attributes marginally. Yet you may easily descend into a bloodthirsty frenzy or chaotic madness. The system can accelerate the host's attribute fusion process, while others must autonomously trigger the attribute fusion state, requiring a certain duration to complete the fusion, mutation, and adaptation. Two successive system notification sounds echoed through the air. In the mountains, the scenery slightly furrowed its brow, and the doubts within were resolved. However, what is the matter with Tsunade's condition? I instructed you to adapt to the bloodshed of night raid. Yet you have transformed into something even more deranged than the black-eyed hunters? The illusionary world he crafted for Tsunade was set against the backdrop of Yamaguchi Kei. In that realm, Night Raid was not meant to be a righteous assassination organization fighting against darkness for the freedom and future of all. He arranged for Tsunade to join Night Raid, ensuring her thoughts remained uncorrupted while adapting to bloodshed. Is there any issue with that? If it weren't for his knowledge that the narrative of the illusionary world would not deviate, he would have believed that this sister had abruptly withdrawn from Night Raid to associate with his death for 2.5 years. Gently prodding her boyfriend's back, Kushina's small fingers conveyed her concern and inquiry. The scenery in the mountains swayed gently as it shook its head, casting a reassuring glance at Kushina. After glancing once more at the scene within the specimen room, it silently rejoiced. For at least the pristine appearance of the room suggested that the most dire of situations had not unfolded. Was it not merely drawing a ghost card, sending out a floral card, only to receive a joker in return? Tsunade's dyed hair could at most be likened to that of Harley Quinn. It was not as if she had transformed into Hannibal. There was no cause for concern. In the mountains, thoughts drifted through Tsunade's mind. Recalling the legacy of the Senju clan bestowed upon him, reflecting on the pact his grandfather, Hashirama Senju, had forged, and pondering the events of that fateful morning. Suddenly, a magical technique emerged, Tsukuyami. With a single hand seal, the newly developed variant of Tsukuyami was immediately cast upon Tsunade. In her already fragile mental state, she was ensnared in the intricately woven world of illusion before she could even comprehend the situation. The system reset Tsunade's white attribute, rendering her morally bewildered. Under the veil of illusion, she found herself ensnared. In the heart of the mountains, the protagonist utilized a systematic opportunity for resetting their attributes. A radiant spectrum, visible only to him, swiftly merged into the essence of the other. In the next moment, on his attribute interface, the entry for moral ambiguity vanished. In its stead, a blue luminescent entry began to shimmer. Luminescent shimmer, blue, you are the divine healer of the sacred light, as well as the harbinger of shadows that ensnare souls. In the state of light, the efficacy of your healing jutsu, affinity, and personal charm are heightened. In the state of shadow, your instinct for combat, stealth, and desire for slaughter are amplified. With the absence of negative effects, the state should now be manageable. In the depths of the mountains, Kageyama pondered quietly as he cautiously pushed open the door to the specimen room. Under the enchanting effects of the magical moon reading, which accelerated time, Tsunade had spent 3 days within this illusory realm and now lifted her gaze towards Kageyama's direction. Tsunade, a mere illusion could resolve such a trivial matter. Why must you endure it so stubbornly? How do you feel now? Kushina, bewildered by the unfolding events, observed Tsunade's resolute demeanor. While her boyfriend gestured for her to remain silent, puffing out her cheeks, she resolutely closed the door to the specimen room once more. In a flash, Tsunade leaped from behind the testing platform, dashing forward and reaching for the collar of Kageyama's shirt. Hey, Tsunade, let's talk this out without resorting to violence. In the mountain scenery, she took a step back and raised her hand to block Tsunade's advancing right hand. Just as she was about to evade the subsequent attack, Tsunade unexpectedly tugged at the fabric of her own garment across her chest. In the mountains, with eyes wide open, I had yet to perceive anything when. In the next instant, I found myself ensnared in Tsunade's embrace, her arm encircling my neck, once again restraining me within her grasp. Sister Tsunade, you lack martial ethics. Huh? What need have I for such ethics when dealing with someone like you? I ask, and you shall answer. Pray tell, what exactly have you done to me? Oh, nothing at all. Merely a small illusion to cleanse the soul. In the midst of the mountains, Yamaguchi Kei spoke without a moment's hesitation. What nonsense. Your illusion, are you oblivious to the peculiarities that transpired within it? Is that truly cleansing? Tsunade's voice was laced with fury as she leaned closer to Yamaguchi's ear, as if poised to take a bite of flesh from him. For 3 days in the realm of illusion, she found herself confined within a so-called church. On the very first morning, she encountered a seductive nun clad in a revealing habit, adorned with white stockings and high heels, indulging in a cigarette, alongside a dapper priest who exuded an air of refinement and courtesy, engaged in casual conversation at the church's entrance. Having listened for merely 5 minutes and learning that both awaited a young boy, a surge of murderous intent seized her, prompting her to eliminate the two. However, upon their demise, she was forcibly transformed into a new nun under the influence of the illusion's power. By that afternoon, she began to listen to the prayers and confessions of the faithful within the church. The first to confess was a middle-aged man who recounted how, out of jealousy towards a friend, he inadvertently caused the paralysis of the latter's grandfather, leading to his wife becoming the other's mistress, and the children being fathered by him, all while he feigned ignorance out of guilt. The second confession came from a young man who, at the age of 13, caught a fish and, driven by curiosity, tucked it into his trousers. It was not until 2 weeks later, when the fish's stench emanated from beneath his bed, that his father discovered it, prompting him to bury it. Yet, from that moment on, he developed an insatiable passion for fishing. The third confession emerged from a woman who, as a seafood vendor, was struck by a whimsical thought upon seeing an eel. 3 days, an entire span of time, who knows what nonsensical tale she had been subjected to. Dear Tsunade, this illusion was meticulously tailored for you. After hearing their prayers, do you not feel a semblance of normalcy restored? In the mountains, a smile crept across the corner of her mouth, devoid of any trace of guilt. As long as he could attribute the system's capabilities to illusion, what was there to be anxious about? Moreover, although the content of the illusion appeared rather frivolous, it was indeed a remedy tailored to the situation, was it not? Those who sincerely repented and whose transgressions were not grave found themselves comforted and reassured as Tsunade dutifully fulfilled her role as a nun within the illusion. For those who were truly heinous, she showed no mercy, delivering swift retribution on the spot. This 3-day journey to the church, serving as a judge, could it not be seen as an opportunity for introspection regarding her own values? Tsunade's gaze flickered, her fist clenching tightly before relaxing repeatedly. How infuriating. She couldn't help but feel that this scoundrel's words had a semblance of truth. What peculiar logic was this? Yet, the symptoms she bore seemed to have significantly improved due to the recent illusion. At the very least, when she next gazed upon the various organs and tissues within the specimen room, she would not be overwhelmed by uncontrolled emotions. Sister Tsunade, you haven't eaten yet, have you? It's New Year's, let's return home for a proper meal. Upon witnessing the reaction of Yamashita, it became evident that he had completely outwitted her. Without hesitation, he extended a lifeline to her. No way. Tsunade gritted her teeth, convinced that she could not simply let Yamashita off the hook so easily. If she were to concede now, what would that say about all the suffering she had endured and the anger she had harbored? With her left hand entwined around Yamashita's neck and her right hand poised, she swiftly formed a series of seals. The palm of her hand glowed with the vibrant green light of healing ninjutsu. With a cold smirk, she raised her hand and struck towards Yamashita's abdomen. The water from the water transformation technique splashed everywhere. In the midst of the mountains, Shanjun-jing, having liberated himself from Tsunade's constraints in a state of liquid transformation, reformed his corporeal shape 2 meters away. He was not foolish enough to allow Tsunade to take advantage of him. Although her hand signs suggested a medical ninjutsu involving the transformation of chakra properties into yang release, the recent fate of Uchiha Fugaku lingered vividly in his mind. A cautionary tale, indeed. He had no desire to find himself incapacitated for at least 3 days. Yet, as he felt the accelerated circulation of blood within him and an unsettling restlessness in his body, a slight twitch crossed his cheek. The art of deception. Who taught him that? On the surface, Tsunade appeared to launch an assault with her left hand, but in the very instant her signs concluded, her right hand, which had ensnared his neck, had already begun to release the unique yang release chakra characteristic of medical ninjutsu. Even with his quick reflexes, the withdrawal from the liquid form technique required a moment. Had he known, he would have employed the flying thunder god technique. The outcome? A master of tent pitching? A flag bearer of Konoha? If you cannot think of a name, it is best to remain silent. Humph. Your technique. I shall surely unravel in due time. Glancing discontentedly at the results of her jutsu, Tsunade turned away in distaste and rose to stride towards the exit. Tsunade, if you wish to study this, allow me to demonstrate. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Yamakawa realized that she had already deemed him the culprit. He decided to abandon any pretense. In the instant his words fell, he utilized the flying Raijin technique to appear beside her. With his left hand forming hand seals, a vibrant green light emanated from his right palm and struck toward her lower back. Despite Tsunade's desperate attempt to evade, the suddenness of the attack was inescapable. Damn it! It is the flying Raijin technique. This brat had indeed mentioned practicing it with Minato before. But when did she acquire that scoundrel's flying Raijin seal? Gritting her teeth in fury, Tsunade glared at Yamakawa, her fists clenched, ready to retaliate. Yet, her body suddenly weakened, uncontrollably trembling as she sank to her knees. Yamakawa, you are finished. I mean it. Huh. Sister Tsunade, we are all quite familiar with each other, so it's only fair to take turns, right? Earlier, you made the first move. That Uchiha Fugaku already took a hit for me, didn't he? Scoundrel. No, that is not the same. For your grandfather's sake. Let us erase the past and start anew, shall we? You still wish to call me your grandfather. You are doomed. Absolutely doomed. I was referring to your ancestor, Hashirama Senju. I forgot to mention that I signed a special contract with your grandfather. I suppose that makes me a successor as well. Shall I give your grandfather some face? What makes you a successor? The wood-release successor? Once the strange sensation subsided, Tsunade, drenched in sweat and with a bitten lip, lay sprawled on the floor in a star shape, her gaze fixated on Yamakawa, who squatted beside her, a murderous intent brewing within her. After a moment of silence, when Yamakawa's awkward smile became unbearable, she finally spoke. How could you possibly learn wood-release? My contract and techniques are rather unique, allowing me to gain certain abilities from the deceased. By the way, there are still 2 children in Konoha who can learn wood-release. Would you like to meet them later? In the mountains. Jing rummaged through his pocket and retrieved an unprocessed, original-flavored sunflower seed. With a single hand gesture, a sunflower swiftly blossomed before him. Was it the bloodline of 1,000 hands? I am certainly not one of them. Their words belong to survivors of human experiments from years past, back when. The scenery in the mountains elucidates the origins of Yamato and Shia. Tsunade furrowed her delicate brows, raising her weary arm to repeatedly examine the sunflower. Human experimentation, she murmured. A flicker of sorrow and helplessness crossing her gaze. Wood-release. The power that quelled the chaos of the Warring States period and ushered in the era of the ninja villages. How many can withstand such temptation? Even the second grandfather, who had always held the great-grandfather in high esteem, had conducted related experiments. As for the current higher-ups of Konoha, the young girl named Xiaoha is still recuperating, while Yamato is learning practical knowledge from my assistant. I do not intend to disclose their existence to the upper echelons of Konoha. In the tranquil embrace of the mountains, the intentions of the protagonist were laid bare. The notoriety of wood-release was well known, and once exposed, who could predict the multitude of covetous gazes it would attract? In this world, one may successfully steal for 1,000 days, yet there exists no such thing as 1,000 days of vigilance against theft. Currently, the likes of Yamato and Sh. Who are utterly incapable of harnessing chakra and possess no means of self-defense, would benefit from delaying their exposure for as long as possible. Well then, when will you take me to meet them? Tsunade, propping herself up from the ground, remained silent for a moment, yet her desire to see the 2 children prevailed. Ultimately, the suffering endured by those children stemmed from the actions of Konoha and the wood-release. They ought to have been cradled in the loving arms of their parents, nurtured and cherished as they grew. Why do you wear such a guilty expression? Were you the one conducting human experiments? Or perhaps you issued the orders? Your ancestral graves have been disturbed, yet here you are, burdened by guilt. In the mountains, a figure wore an expression of bewilderment, ridiculing Tsunade's profound capacity for empathy. He pondered, why do the few conscientious individuals in Konoha seem to bear the weight of responsibility upon themselves? Meanwhile, those devoid of conscience appear utterly detached, incessantly proclaiming their unwavering commitment to the village. Silence. Tsunade's forehead bore a prominent character. Were it not for the disparity in their strength, she would have surely taught this individual a lesson. Yamamoto, with a displeased expression, pursed his lips and rose to open the door, stepping outside. He greeted Kushina, who was leaning against the railing at the end of the hallway, watching the fireworks, and then headed homeward. Sister Tsunade, are you all right? Kushina inquired as she linked arms with Tsunade, who had just emerged from the specimen room. Noticing the sweat-drenched fabric clinging to her companion, she voiced her concern. I'm fine, Tsunade replied, though her gaze flickered towards Yamamoto's retreating figure. Engaging him head-on would likely yield unfavorable results in the short term. However, she remained unperturbed. She could still leverage Kushina for assistance. You rascal, you'll be all alone in that empty house tonight. All right, it's been ages since I've shared a bed with Sister Tsunade. Kushina cheerfully agreed. Yamamoto, walking ahead, nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. Was it really necessary? Just asking, was it truly necessary? Is there food at home? I'm starving. Yes, indeed. I've prepared plenty of semi-finished meals that just need a bit of heating. And the sake? Of course. I've stocked up on your favorite sake. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Yamamoto awoke promptly at 8 o'clock, having enjoyed a restful night. As usual, he first visited the root, replacing the shadow clone that had worked tirelessly throughout the day before making his way to the medical room. After 2 days of recuperation, the once exhausted Hinata had significantly improved. Her previously weary eyes, filled with a sense of innocence, now sparkled with vitality. Daisuke, who had been reluctant to leave Hinata's side, observed her recovery with a growing sense of affinity towards Yamamoto and the healer, Nanoyu. Remarkably, in just 2 days, he had begun to comprehend some of the simpler phrases exchanged around him. In the tranquil mountains, the scenery quietly tended to the little lotus with a healing essence after the water jellyfish, then departed from the root base. The process of transferring the control over the cursed seal of the tongue was steadily progressing. It is anticipated that in no more than half a month, the disguise of Tobi as White Zetsu would finally come to an end. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he returned home, where he shared a sumptuous breakfast with Kushina and Tsunade. As Yamashita was preparing to further explore the revised application of the divine technique, a knock resonated from the door, revealing Jiraiya, clad in combat attire, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor. His face bore an unusual gravity and seriousness. Upon entering the living room, he took a seat. Tsunade, barefoot, leaned back on the sofa, yawning lazily. Noticing Jiraiya's silence, she impatiently tapped on the coffee table before her. First time going into battle? Tsunade inquired. Something feels amiss this time, Jiraiya pondered aloud, lifting his gaze to meet Tsunade's and the departing Yamashita's. What feels amiss? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her expression growing more earnest. This morning, I reviewed the deployment list drafted in the Hokage's office. The ninjas from various clans constitute more than half, and their strength is commendable. Indeed, ninjas of clan descent generally exhibit greater prowess than those from civilian backgrounds. Given the aim is intimidation, it follows that the stronger, the better. Yes, but there is an unsettling premonition lingering. Jiraiya chuckled softly. Perhaps he was merely overthinking the situation. I'll keep an eye on things for you, Tsunade assured him, refraining from chastising Jiraiya for his intuitive concerns. After a brief silence, she spoke again. Ha ha ha, off you go. Men must be decisive when heading into battle. It showcases their spirit. Jiraiya laughed heartily, and after achieving his purpose, he waved goodbye to Yamashita and Kushina before departing. Watching Jiraiya's retreating figure, Yamashita felt a mix of emotions. In the mountains, Jingshan's perceptive insights stirred profound reflections within me, compelling me to concede that this individual possessed an astonishingly accurate intuition. The list in question had been meticulously deliberated upon by the 3 generations and the Council of Elders before its finalization, yet he discerned its flaws at a mere glance. What is happening? Tsunade pondered deeply on the sofa for an extended period, then turned her gaze towards Jingshan, who was sipping water. Although Jiraiya's premonitions often seemed inexplicable, she understood well from their childhood together that he was invariably reliable when confronted with serious matters. Moreover, a ninja's intuition can, at times, eclipse evidence and reasoning in terms of trustworthiness. I am uncertain, Jingshan confessed. To be honest, let us put the past behind us. Following that high-level meeting, new intelligence surfaced indicating that the hidden mist and hidden sand had reached an agreement. In the mountains, the scenery scratched at her cheeks, revealing the truth. The unexpected intervention of mist had greatly increased the likelihood that both sand and stone would forge an alliance to jointly assault Konoha. Thus, the higher-ups in Konoha were compelled to revise their original plans. Considering various factors, the initial deployment of a 1,000-man force under the guise of intimidation remained unchanged. However, their primary duty had shifted. They would now serve as a decoy, drawing the enemy's attention to the forefront while creating optimal conditions for an ambush hidden in the shadows. Aware that this contingent might suffer significant losses, the original roster would naturally require adjustments. Yet, the fact that the 3rd Hokage had not informed Jiraiya about this matter, was it due to concerns over his temperament? Who had made this proposal? Tsunade leaned despondently against the sofa behind her. Concerning a strategic issue that affected the entire village, what could she possibly do upon learning of it? Without a hint of hesitation, Yamano Kage resolutely uttered 2 words. Danzo. Tsunade sat on the sofa, gritting her teeth as she cursed Shimura Danzo. though she understood that the village's higher-ups made such a choice to gain a greater advantage in the early stages of war, ultimately aiming to minimize the village's losses. She questioned whether such methods truly aligned with the so-called will of fire they espoused. After Yamano Kage mentioned Danzo's name, Kushina shrank her neck and retreated into the kitchen. She felt helpless, as her boyfriend seemed to have transformed into a behind-the-scenes manipulator. What would she say if Tsunade noticed her unusual expression? From Tsunade's unseen angle, Kushina cautiously cast a questioning glance at Yamano Kage. It's all right. There's no need for concern. It's not as dire as you think. The village is already drafting candidates for the second wave of the main force, totaling 3,000 individuals, who will depart from Konoha in stages. In the mountainous realm, Yamashita gestured to Tsunade and Kushina, elucidating the village's ultimate resolution. This contingent of 1,000 individuals serves as bait, rather than being mere pawns. The third Hokage and the Council of Elders, each more astute than the last, would never engage in actions detrimental to the war effort before the first skirmish has even commenced. Should the plan falter, they would bear the brunt of the responsibility. Apart from the 1,000 who swiftly accompanied Jiraiya to the front lines, the remaining 3,000 troops would be meticulously divided into 310-member squads, each led by the core ninjas of their respective clans, elite jonin from Konoha, trusted aides of the third Hokage, and roots operatives. Over the course of half a month, they would depart Konoha in waves, under various guises and pretexts, ultimately concealing their identities as they stealthily infiltrated numerous hidden strongholds and towns near the borders. This strategy, while ensuring maximum secrecy, would swiftly establish a semi-encirclement around the frontline forces. Although this tactic could only be employed once and would impose significant strain on logistics, it could easily become a farce should the enemy delay their offensive. Nevertheless, if successful, it would undoubtedly confer a significant advantage at the onset of the war. Moreover, to mitigate casualties at the front, Yamashita had included Minato Namikaze in the initial 1,000-man unit. He also instructed the captain of the second team from route to strategically place a series of his specially crafted flying thunder god kunai along the route from Konoha to the front lines. In the event of a considerable mishap, the scenery in the mountains can swiftly reach the front lines, turning the tide of battle. After all, what is needed is to intensify the warfare, seizing the opportune moment to create an opportunity for the third Hokage to make an appearance, rather than allowing the Hidden Leaf village to be decimated by other villages. As for the matter of dismantling the rock and sand villages, that can be addressed after the third is dispatched. Regarding the Mist village, what strategies are they preparing? Upon hearing Yamashiro's explanation, Tsunade felt a slight sense of relief and immediately inquired about the situation on the other side. She proposed the formation of an additional battalion of 2,000 men, instructing that individuals be notified to prepare for battle openly within the village, thereby deceiving the enemy while waiting for the Mist village to make the first move, especially since we hold no advantage at sea. In the absence of knowledge regarding the enemy's scale, such arrangements seem prudent. The frontline forces of 1,000 men must be adequately divided between the sand and rock villages. It is unlikely that both would dispatch a joint force of 10,000. Moreover, the Mist must also remain vigilant against the Cloud village, so the situation should not pose significant issues. As for the leadership of the two battalions, the question remains unanswered. I do not know. This response was genuine ignorance. For if this plan were to succeed, the accolades would be substantial. In the mountains, the scenery elicited a shrug as he settled comfortably onto the nearby sofa. 3,000 individuals may not seem like a significant number. However, to consolidate a dispersed group swiftly and launch a coordinated assault on the enemy requires not only capability, but also a considerable degree of prestige and leadership acumen. Furthermore, given the potential presence of elite adversaries, there are also high demands regarding strength. Orochimaru might be capable of shouldering such a responsibility. Yet, how foolish. Has the old man lost his wits? Danzo is a scoundrel as well. And surely, Tsunade's thoughts on Shizune and Mito's intellect are far from flattering. Tsunade began her tirade anew. This time, it wasn't just Danzo. The entire Konoha F4 received their share of her ire. A series of knocks echoed through the air. In the serene mountains, a moment of perception unfolds. Upon witnessing the crimson hues of the setting sun, the figures of Meikai and Shiranui Jinken emerged, prompting a cheerful rise to open the door. Teacher Jing, Happy New Year. Wishing you health, abundant fortune, a fulfilling life, and harmonious family ties in the coming year. The trio of little ones bows in unison, offering their heartfelt New Year blessings. They then gaze up at their beloved teacher with sparkling eyes, beaming with joy. Ha ha, you little ones. In the mountain, Yamano greeted the three little ones with a smile as he presented them with the red envelopes he had prepared in advance, adorned with symbols of wealth. In this place, the New Year also embraces the custom of giving auspicious money, though it is referred to as Nyanyu rather than lucky money. In times past, elders would distribute the leftover rice cakes from offerings made to deities during the New Year celebrations to the children who came to pay their respects. These rice cakes were known as Nyanyu. As the Warring States period approached, this practice gradually evolved into the direct giving of money. However, within the envelopes he sealed, there was not only money, but also a small New Year's gift. Thank you, teacher. The three little ones, beaming with joy, bowed once more. Are you not going to open it and take a look? It is filled with the heartfelt intentions of both me and your teacher. Kushina urged them to unveil the contents of the red envelopes. Her somewhat mischievous smile stirred an ominous foreboding in both Yugao and Nara Shikamaru. Their teacher and his wife were exceptionally gentle, always attentive and caring towards them, yet they shared a common trait, an undeniable penchant for pranks. Surely, this envelope does not conceal something mischievous, does it? Shikamaru, as the captain, you should go first, Yugao suggested, glancing at Nara Shikamaru, who gulped nervously. Teacher always teaches us to respect our elders and care for the young. Kai, since you are the youngest, why don't you be the first? Nara Shikamaru's lips twitched as he turned his gaze to Mike Guy. Mike Guy flashed a thumbs up, showcasing his gleaming white teeth as he exclaimed while eagerly opening the envelope. The fervor of youth had long since ignited within him, gazing at their teammate, who was now entranced by an illusion and shouting in excitement. Yugao and Nara Shikamaru exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing a mixture of resignation and expectation directed towards their teacher. The Nyanyu concealed a triggering illusion technique. How utterly cruel. With a thud, Kushina's fists landed atop the heads of Yugao and Nara Shikamaru, her voice laced with dissatisfaction. Is this how you normally torment your poor teammate? Furthermore, I meticulously inscribed the triggering seal last night, and your teacher earnestly prepared these gifts for you. Now, open them quickly. Oh dear. All right, Yugao mumbled, shrinking her head as she exchanged a glance with Nara Shikamaru. Under the watchful gaze of their teacher, who seemed to revel in the unfolding spectacle, they reluctantly opened the red envelopes. Instantly, both were ensnared by the illusion. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, they too wore expressions of surprise and excitement as they immersed themselves in the illusion. What kind of illusion have you concealed? Tsunade, who had indulged a bit too much the previous night, was completely unaware of Kushina and Yamano's preparations. Observing the trio caught in the illusions, she raised an inquisitive eyebrow. In the mountains, a smile graced the lips of the illusionist. This enchanting art was inspired by the visit of the Silent One last time. Compared to the previously executed bowl of Mangpa soup and the revised moon reading on Tsunade, the complexity had diminished significantly. However, its efficacy in accelerating learning was remarkable. A 2-hour illusion could enable the trio to absorb nearly 2 months' worth of knowledge within the realm of the illusion. With the guidance of a super shadow-level expert for 2 months, this New Year's gift carries substantial weight, does it not? Speak plainly. Ah, the Hypnosis Academy? It seems that what escapes your lips isn't particularly wholesome. Moreover, on the very first day of the new year, you are providing supplementary lessons to the children? Perhaps that is somewhat inappropriate? In the mountains, the scenery caressed his chin in contemplation. From this perspective, could his actions be deemed as devilish as subjecting children to 5 years of examinations and 3 years of mock tests? Surely not. His illusion lasted merely 2 hours in real time. However, that rigorous training regimen could inflict torment upon a child throughout an entire holiday. The illusion's duration was only 2 hours, yet during the initial 10 minutes, both Mike Guy and Kurenai Yuki, along with Kurenai's student, were filled with exuberance. Under the one-on-one guidance of their teacher, they learned new techniques, rectified their shortcomings, and rapidly enhanced their abilities. How many genin could boast such treatment? Yet, as the illusion persisted for an hour, a month passed in the illusory realm, and Kurenai began to wilt, while Kurenai's student could no longer endure. Only Mike Guy managed to maintain a semblance of enthusiasm for training. After a month and a half, Kurenai was devoid of hope. Kurenai's student questioned the very essence of existence, and Mike Guy wore an expression of profound fatigue. In the realm of illusion, there was neither day nor night. It was a space of pure white, devoid of any other colors, where only they and their teacher existed. There was no need for sustenance, hydration, restroom breaks, or chakra restoration. Aside from brief respites granted when their spirits faltered, every moment was devoted to training. Indeed, due to their teacher's constant vigilance, they had no opportunity to slack off. Even prisoners in a jail possess some time for respite. After 2 hours, when the three awoke from the illusion, Kurenai's eyes were slightly reddened, nearly bursting into tears. Kurenai's student bore a vacant gaze, resembling a mere shell of a being. Even Might Guy appeared drained, struggling to conjure a signature smile that looked more like a grimace of sorrow. It was truly tragic. They had anticipated a mere brief lesson in illusion, only to find the duration stretched to the brink of despair. The profound sense of emptiness and solitude was far more harrowing than any physical torment. Was their teacher truly not a demon in disguise? Excellent, excellent. Once you thoroughly integrate the gains from this illusion into your being, your strength should ascend to new heights. I shall recommend you for the next Chunin exam. With a beaming smile, Yamashiro gently applauded the three little ones. Observing their lackluster demeanor, utterly devoid of joy, he decided to sketch a large pancake. Nin. How could the march of youth be halted by mere adversity? This time, I must catch up with Kakashi. Might Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing that he would be recommended for the Nin exams, instantly invigorated by the news. Thank you, Sensei. Yui Kurenai and Nara Shikamaru, upon hearing this, felt a glimmer of hope and mustered their spirits to express their gratitude to their teacher. As the noon hour approached, the three little ones politely declined Kushina's invitation to lunch, hurriedly bidding farewell to Yamashiro and Tsunade before vanishing in a flash. After enduring 2 months of one-on-one training, they now longed to frolic freely within the embrace of Konoha. In the serene landscape of the mountains, a trio of individuals was seen departing. After taking on the role of mentor to these three, their progress over the past few months has been remarkable, with a swift enhancement of their abilities. Initially, the talented Yui Kurenai possessed only a blue attribute of mental fortitude and a green attribute of illusion. Now, not only has her original green attribute of illusion advanced to the blue attribute of enchantress, but she has also acquired a new green attribute of Master-S legacy and a white attribute of quirky spirit. As for Nara Shikamaru, he began with merely a blue attribute reflecting the adage close to a vermilion, one becomes red. Today, he has similarly gained a Master-S legacy, along with a green attribute of proficiency in ninja tools. Regarding Might Guy, the most gifted and diligent among the trio, his original blue attributes of youthful passion and ultimate recovery remain unchanged. However, his white attribute of thick-browed Kappa has progressed to the green attribute of green-skinned beast, bringing him closer to his future transformation into the Azure Beast. Furthermore, he has acquired 3 additional green attributes: resilient physique, martial arts mastery, and Master-S legacy. The only concern is that this child has also developed a gray attribute of shaken belief. Could this wavering of conviction be a result of Might Guy's influence? In the serene mountains, he closed the door with a gentle click, his hand caressing his chin as he stood still in contemplation. Within the original narrative, Might Guy witnessed his father being belittled by other ninjas, humbly pleading yet still devoid of any missions. This scene indeed led to a period of confusion and wavering for him. A father holds an irreplaceable position in a child's heart. Might Due, as Might Guy's father, embodies the unwavering belief that propels him forward, serving as a crucial guiding light on his life's journey. In the original story, it is only after witnessing his father's steadfast dedication to his principles and the activation of the 8 Gates formation, defeating the formidable 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, that he ultimately emerges from his state of uncertainty, inheriting his father's will and conviction, and continues onward. Surely, one cannot allow a child to lose their father. In the mountains, Yamashiro contemplated, scratching his head. He was not the type of person, like Danzo, who would resort to any means to achieve his ends. Such actions were simply beyond him. However, it seemed feasible to restore his father's towering image in the eyes of his children through alternative methods. After all, Might Due was not someone who could be easily dismissed. As a traveler from another world, Yamashiro had long ago glimpsed the scroll of the 8 Gates of Duinjia through his own merits and family connections. Yet at that time, his aptitude for physical techniques was rather mediocre, and the arduous nature of training was daunting. When the effort far outweighed the rewards and better options were available, who would willingly endure such hardship? Given the stringent requirements of the 8 Gates, Might Due's ability to forcibly open the 8 Gates formation indicated that his foundational physical prowess far surpassed that of most elite ninjas in Konoha. Even if he specialized solely in physical techniques, achieving the rank of Special Jonin should be well within his grasp. For many years, he remained a mere genin. Likely influenced by his passionate nature, he specialized in physical techniques, but struggled to meet the ever-changing demands of a ninja's responsibilities, lacking reliable teammates to cover his deficiencies. His success rate on missions was dismally low, his growth was sluggish, and by the time he matured, others had already formed fixed impressions of him. His written examinations were subpar, preventing him from passing the Chunin exam. Perhaps he could not even find someone willing to recommend him for the Chunin exam. In the mountains, a murmured complaint escaped from the lips of a certain individual. How could one who could not even locate a teammate expect to receive a recommendation from a Jonin to participate in the Chunin exam? Jonin are not as common as cabbages. They endorse only those they deem worthy. If one cannot even pass the written examination and is thus eliminated, it would be a source of great embarrassment. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek an opportunity to meet with Might Guy to ascertain the true nature of the situation. If there are no significant issues, a suitable position could be arranged for him, allowing him to contribute to the glory of Konoha. This would also provide him with a capable ally, potentially alleviating Might Guy's psychological burdens. Indeed, a perfect plan. After lingering at the entrance for quite some time, it was time to partake in the meal. How infuriating! Why must I prepare such a generous red envelope for your disciple? Tsunade's exasperated voice called from the dining table, for she had just experienced a significant financial loss. In the mountains, Jing and Jio Xi and Nai presented each of the three little ones with a red envelope containing 10,000 taels. As a senior, she certainly could not just sit there foolishly without showing any sign of gratitude. 30,000 taels. That was enough for her to indulge in the slot machines for an entire afternoon. Here it comes, here it comes. In the mountains, Jingshan regained his senses and strode toward the dining table, consciously disregarding the latter part of Tsunade's statement. Ah, this woman. Did she truly believe she could recover her losses by coming to him? What a fanciful notion. The first day of the new year, the residents of Konoha, initially steeped in the festive atmosphere, were abruptly doused with a bucket of cold water. A formidable contingent of 1,000 ninjas, accompanied by a substantial supply of resources, was dispatched to the front lines. Everyone understood the implications of this move. The streets, once bustling with jovial pedestrians, suddenly saw a dramatic reduction in activity. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, delivered a passionate speech from the summit of the Hokage building. Yet, despite his compelling rhetoric, the majority of Konoha's citizens remained clouded by the ominous specter of war, convinced that even if conflict did erupt, under the leadership of the strongest Hokage, victory would ultimately be theirs. Nevertheless, the shadow of war loomed heavily over all hearts. Time sped by in this stifling atmosphere. In the span of 2 weeks, Konoha had quietly dispatched a total of 3,000 ninjas in various discrete batches. Meanwhile, 2,000 ninjas within the village, having received mobilization orders, commenced their drills and preparations. The long unresolved issue of the Supreme Commander at the front lines was finally settled after a series of heated exchanges between Jingshan, controlling the White Zetsu impersonating Danzo, and the third Hokage. Ultimately, the mantle of command fell upon Danzo's shoulders. The third Hokage's true affection lay with Danzo. As Shan Zhongjing gazed at the appointment letter in his hand, his expression conveyed a complexity that was difficult to articulate. Indeed, from the perspective of the third Hokage, Danzo's age had essentially precluded any opportunity for him to ascend to the position of Hokage. Moreover, Danzo's ruthless methods over the years had rendered it improbable for him to gain the recognition of the majority of Konoha's shinobi, despite his considerable achievements. Yet, the highest command on the front line had been entrusted to Danzo. This clearly indicated that the third Hokage's trust in this old friend surpassed that in Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and others. By the way, how are the members of your team, whom I instructed you to keep an eye on, faring lately? In the mountains, Jing concealed the appointment letter in his hand and turned to look at Captain Bing of the 3rd Combat Squad beside him. 5 days prior, he had been taken in by Gan Yuan, the owner of the Santang Pool in the Hot Spring District, and brought to his home. A day ago, he commenced his duties, providing back massages to male guests entering the Santang Pool. Bing's voice was devoid of any fluctuations, as cold and steady as ever. Was the owner of the Santang Pool truly a benevolent man? Investigations revealed that Gan Yuan had divorced his wife a decade ago, and had since been involved with multiple men. Stop! In the mountains, Jiang decisively halted Bing's report. After all, the forthcoming content could potentially taint his pristine soul. The sound of knocking echoed through the air. A root ninja from the intelligence department swiftly entered upon receiving permission, presenting the latest intelligence report. In the mountains, Jing cast a glance at the large characters on the scroll that read favorite cupping. With a slight raise of her brow, she unfurled the scroll. On January 7th, over 5,000 elite ninjas from Sunagakure will depart in 2 waves, concealed by a minor sandstorm. The first wave, comprising more than 3,000 individuals, will be led by the upper echelons of Sunagakure, headed by Raza, to rendezvous with the forces of Awagakure in the Land of Rain, where they will jointly assault the frontline encampment of Konoha. The second wave, consisting of 2,000, will embark 3 days later under the leadership of Chiyo, serving as reinforcements for Raza and his contingent. Should this battle yield success, Raza will ascend to the position of the 4th Kazekage. This woman. Upon concluding the reading of the content, the expression on Yamashita's face was imbued with an air of peculiarity as he pondered the mindset of Yitsong. Recently, he had also received fragments of intelligence regarding the sand-hidden village from various channels. Although lacking the meticulous detail provided by Yitsong, these snippets were sufficient to corroborate the authenticity of the information. However, this woman had notably emphasized Luosha in both pieces of intelligence. Due to environmental limitations and the support from the feudal lord, the younger generation of the sand-hidden village lacked exceptional talents. Should misfortune befall Luosha, the only individuals left with a chance to ascend to that position, as far as he was aware, were Yitsong and Maki. As a wielder of a bloodline limit, Yitsong undoubtedly had a greater opportunity than Maki. Yet, even if she were to seize the position of Wind Shadow through treachery in Konoha, what would it ultimately yield? Unless she willingly resigned herself to being a puppet of Konoha for eternity, any exposure would lead to a far graver demise for her adversaries. Yitsong was not a fool. Yamashita, having glimpsed her memories, would not regard her as a mindless woman. Therefore, was it due to the previous intelligence that Chiyo had tasked her with safeguarding Luosha, assisting him in achieving military success? Such a burden must have been quite the injustice. Already disoriented by her manipulated memories and subjected to grievances in the sand, had she ultimately turned her allegiance to Konoha? And perhaps, influenced by long-standing convictions, she remained steadfast in her pursuit of the Wind Shadow position? My spy aspires to become the leader of another faction? In the serene mountains, Jing's fingers lightly tapped the table as he carefully rolled up the scroll and rose to make his way out. Ascending to the position within the Leaf Village brought him only advantages, devoid of any drawbacks. With the shadow of a village as his ally, the future seemed promising. Whether he aspired to unify or to serve as an ally or reserve force, the sole concern, perhaps, was that the Sand Village was rather impoverished. Without the diligent mining efforts of Raza, the Sand Village would likely find itself in an even more destitute state than depicted in the original narrative. A solution must be sought to elevate their fortunes, which posed a slight complication. He opened the door to the adjacent office, temporarily entrusting the affairs of the route to the child-rearing pharmacist Naniyu and the recently inducted Uchiha Mikoto. With one hand resting upon the shoulder of the white Zetsu, who masqueraded as Danzo, the figure vanished from the office using the Flying Thunder God technique. The Hidden Mist and the Hidden Cloud have recently entered a protracted struggle. Although their conflict appears fiercely intense, intelligence reports indicate a conspicuous and mutual decision to slow their offensive maneuvers. It is evident that both sides are biding their time, awaiting the clash between the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Sand, as well as the Hidden Stone. The main forces of the Hidden Sand departed 8 days ago towards the Rain Village to rendezvous with the Hidden Stone. With over 3,000 individuals attempting to conceal their movements, their pace has inevitably slowed. By now, they must be nearing their destination. As for the Hidden Stone, while there has been a lack of precise intelligence relayed back, it is reasonable to assume that Inoki, having conspired with the Hidden Sand to launch an offensive, would not lag significantly behind. Time is of the essence in warfare. Once the two factions converge, it is certain that the frontline camp of the Hidden Leaf will face direct assault within no more than 2 days. The kunai, pre-embedded by the root ninjas, lies in wait, poised for action. In the mountainous landscape, accompanied by the character Towanzo portrayed by Baiju, they traversed through more than a dozen long-distance spatial transfers, ultimately arriving at an outpost situated less than 50 kilometers from the front lines of the Konoha camp. Disguised as an ordinary ninja squad, the leader of the 2nd Combat Unit of the Root Organization, along with his 3 subordinates, hastily stood to salute upon the sudden appearance of the 2 superiors. What is the situation? In the mountains, the scenery unfolded as the squad leader, began to inquire. Currently, the 310-man teams have all arrived at the designated location and concealed themselves, with no signs of large-scale enemy presence detected in the forward direction. What of the 1,000-man camp at the front? At the behest of Lord Jiraiya, the camp has remained in a state of heightened vigilance, maintaining regular patrols. The scenery in the mountains nods gently. The temporary leader of the 310-man squad is meticulously selected from the elite ninjas of Konoha: Yamanaka Shimi, Nara Sojin, Nara Onkai, Hyuga Hikari, Yumino Ichika, Mizuki, Inazuka Utsum, Akimichi Saito, Nara Enkiai, and Takashi. Regardless of their abilities or strengths, these individuals are worthy of trust. Once they observe the prearranged signal, given their positions, they can converge on the designated location within an hour to encircle the enemy. With everything in place, all that remains is to wait. In the depths of a concealed stronghold beneath the outpost, Shang Zhongjing and the disguised Danzo took a moment to rest. Outside, the sky gradually dimmed as time slipped away. At 4 in the morning, a series of knocks jolted Shang Zhongjing from his slumber. "Come in. Lord Jing, Lord Danzo. Our scouts have just relayed urgent news. Teams from Iwagakure and Sunagakure are launching an assault on the frontline camp from the east and west. Lord Jiraiya has summoned 4 giant toads and is valiantly resisting. How many enemies are we facing? An estimated force of over 3,000. Signal them immediately." Shang Zhongjing rose from his couch, brushing off the creases in his garments. With a single hand, he formed a seal, leaving behind a shadow clone. He instructed the clone, under the guidance of Danzo, to orchestrate the strategy, directing the dispersed 3,000 Konoha ninjas to encircle the enemy. Meanwhile, he employed the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting to a location 50 kilometers away at the Konoha camp. As Shang Zhongjing followed the mark of the Flying Thunder God, he found himself less than 3 kilometers from the camp, only to be taken aback by the realization that he had seemingly landed amidst a throng of people. How could this be? Was it not said that Sunagakure and Iwagakure were attacking Konoha from the east and west? Yet here he was, positioned directly to the south. Were they intent on completely severing the Konoha ninjas' route of retreat? He observed the surrounding Sunagakure ninjas, who had halted their movements, their gazes fixated upon him. In the mountains, Jing tasted the scenery with a smirk. "Do you believe I merely passed by?" A low voice from the crowd commanded, "Eliminate him." Amidst the clattering sounds, peculiar puppets of various shapes lunged towards Jing in a frenzied assault, propelled by an instantaneous reaction that defied the very limits of speed. In the mountains, the landscape transformed through a technique that turned the targeted areas into flowing water, dispersing in every direction. Over a dozen uniquely designed puppets, equipped with an array of sharp blades and intricate mechanisms, whizzed past him, splashing droplets of water in their wake. Surrounding them, dozens of ninjas remained still. Yet nearly each individual was accompanied by 1 or 2 floating puppets. This was the elite puppet master squad of Sunagakure, the most crucial force wielded by Chiyo. Has that old woman Chiyo already arrived? Wasn't it said that she would depart 3 days later than Raza, bringing along 2,000 reinforcements? No. That voice just now seemed to belong to a man. Could it be Kei's? Doesn't he appear that aged? Then it must be Raza. How remarkably punctual. Perhaps it is more a matter of fortune than mere timing. In the heart of the mountains, the landscape stirred a swift tumult within Jiang's mind. He deftly retrieved a kunai from the pouch at his waist, poised to unleash chaos, while simultaneously crafting an opportunity for his spy, Yitsong, to assume the role of a shadow in the wind. Suddenly, a hushed exclamation pierced the air amidst the puppet masters surrounding him. "Halt! It is the Kage of the Kirigakure clan." They had likely come to gather intelligence. Our alliance with the mist-hidden village had solidified. The clattering of over a dozen puppets, which were about to turn and launch another assault, abruptly ceased as they fell under the puppeteer's command. Various intricate mechanisms subtly aimed at Jiang's form, while hundreds, if not thousands, of poisoned shurikens glimmered ominously under the moonlight. In the mountains, the figure of Yama Zhongjing twitched slightly as he glanced at the Konoha Nin vest adorning his frame and the forehead protector on his arm, momentarily taken aback. "What is this? I was prepared to launch an attack, and yet you dare to call me an ally? Is this attire merely for show? Or do you lack the discernment to recognize the Flying Thunder God technique I just employed?" Beneath the surface, a faint vibration reverberated, and the surrounding puppets exhibited slight shifts. Magnet release, sand gold domain. Boom, boom. Sharp spikes of sand gold erupted from the ground beneath Yamaguchi like bamboo shoots. The voice of Rasha simultaneously reached the ears of all sand-hidden ninja. All puppet masters retreated immediately. This is Konoha's golden flash, Yamaguchi's Minato. He is not an adversary you can contend with. The puppet master unit, as the elite force of the sand-hidden village, was well-trained and coordinated. Although they could not fathom why their leader, Rasha, would equate a ninja capable of the body flicker technique with Konoha's Minato, they nonetheless acted swiftly at the first command, utilizing their companion puppets to distance themselves from Yamaguchi by several dozen meters. In the realm of ninja combat, overestimating one's abilities is the gravest error. If this individual truly possesses the moniker of the Golden Flash, Yamaguchi's Minato, they would be foolish to confront him head-on. Me? Yamaguchi's Minato? Ridiculous. In the mountains, the scene transformed through the art of water, erupting into a cascade of droplets that deftly evaded the assault of the magnetic escape and gold sand barrier techniques. The liquid essence coalesced anew upon the ground on the opposite side. Observing Luo Sha emerge from the shadows of the trees, accompanied by Yi Tsang, whose countenance bore an expression of grave concern, one could only feel a profound sense of exasperation. Could it be that this group from Sand-Hidden Village collectively suffers from a peculiar form of myopia? How could they mistake one individual for another not once, but twice? Furthermore, Yi Tsang, could you not offer a word of caution? This conduct leaves everyone in a most embarrassing predicament. It seemed as though the lingering resentment of Shan Zhongjing was palpable. Approaching Luo Sha, who stood with arms crossed and an air of haughty indifference, Yi Tsang leaned in and whispered a quiet remark. Luo Sha's proud demeanor faltered for a brief moment before he regained his composure. It was indeed my oversight to confuse a mere lackey of the ninja's darkness with a golden flash. If one cannot articulate, it would be better to remain silent. In the mountains, he gripped the kunai tightly in his hand. If not for his recent busyness, his progress in mastering the 8 gates of Duanjia would not have been so sluggish. He felt compelled to shout aloud, "Your grandmother is knocking at the door. Open up." Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the wicked fire within him. In the mountains, Jing's gaze swept up and down at the opposing Rasha, who, with a serious expression, inquired, "Have you married?" You, a mere lackey of Danzo, what do you wish to convey?" Rasha gestured to the surrounding puppet masters, signaling them to continue their actions and obstruct the retreat of the Leaf Village ninjas. Nearby, Yekong's facial muscles tensed as she struggled to maintain her composure. It seems her position as Wind Shadow is secure. How had she not noticed Rasha's audacity before? The expression on Yamashita's face darkened as the last vestiges of his patience evaporated. With a swift motion of his right arm, he hurled a shuriken toward Rasha while simultaneously forming a hand seal with his left. Water-style, hidden mist technique. A dense fog erupted, enveloping the forest within a radius of several hundred meters. As time passed, the mist continued to expand, shrouding the surroundings. Forget about Karura or Gaara. First, he needed to obliterate this adversary's mouth. Magnet-style, sand gold burial. Rasha shouted, his hands forming seals as he forcefully struck the ground. In confrontation with Yamashita, the gold sand accumulating beneath surged upward, transforming into a colossal wave of golden sand that ascended skyward, encompassing a 100-meter radius. What did it matter that visibility was obscured by the hidden mist technique? As long as the attack range was sufficient, the enemy could not escape, let alone launch a counterattack. Boom. The golden sand swiftly coalesced into a mound, violently compressing towards the center. No anguished cries were heard, nor any sounds of bones shattering. Rasha furrowed his brow, retreating swiftly while forming seals once more. Leaf Warehouse. Ascend to the heavens. A seemingly ordinary black shuriken sliced through the thick fog, appearing before Rasha. Recalling his initial misjudgment of the opponent as the flying thunder god technique of Minato Namake's, Rasha's demeanor grew grave. The sand gold beneath his feet, intended to elevate him above the mist, transformed in an instant into a massive shield of sand gold, enveloping the shuriken. He continuously absorbed the underground sand gold, reinforcing his sand gold armor. However, Yamashita did not appear where Rasha had anticipated. Instead, he manifested as a streak of azure light, hurtling toward him. Now fully in Sage mode, Yamashita emanated an overwhelming, terrifying chakra. Surrounding him were ethereal blue dragons formed from the gathered chakra, roaring ferociously as they clamped down on Rasha's limbs, encased in sand gold. In the next moment, Yamashita shifted his stance, driving his elbow forcefully into Rasha's chest. A torrent of savage power erupted from his elbow. Blood mist erupted from Rasha's mouth as he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through countless trees. In the heart of the mountains, the figure glanced at the ethereal azure dragon formed from chakra, its mouth spewing forth golden sand. Realization struck swiftly. This rogue, Rasha, had detached the golden sand from his body at the very moment the azure dragon clamped down on his limbs. Otherwise, even if he had not sustained a gaping wound to his chest from that strike, he should not have been sent flying so effortlessly. The golden sand dispersed into minuscule particles, vanishing into the dense fog. Rasha, feeling the imminent threat, mustered his strength to ascend rapidly into the sky. Supported by the golden sand. Above, Yitsong stood with arms raised high, a blazing fireball of scorching heat, several meters in diameter, gathering above his head. Yitsong, vaporize him. Rasha spat fiercely, only to cough up a mouthful of blood immediately after. His ribs had shattered, with one perilously close to piercing his heart. His internal organs were grievously injured under the immense force, and the excruciating agony threatened to send him into unconsciousness. Very well, Yitsong replied. Observing the location indicated by the golden sand, he forcefully directed the colossal fireball downward. Through the heart-to-heart technique he had established with the figure in the mist, he spoke internally. Can you evade this? Would you like me to intentionally misfire? Play your part well. Had it not been for concerns over your explanation, I would have already ascended. Don't blame me if it gets deadly. Heh, if I strike too hard later, don't hold it against me. My role as an undercover agent remains quite valuable, wouldn't you agree? With a tremendous build-up, the fireball erupted at the point Rasha had indicated, unleashing a terrifying heat capable of incinerating any living being in an instant, engulfing the forest within a radius of hundreds of meters. The ground at the explosion's epicenter transformed into a molten hell, while the once vibrant trees at the forest's edge were reduced to mere kindling. Ashes soared into the air, and the rising heat created a mushroom cloud that ascended skyward. Rasha struggled to maintain his composure, using the golden sand to shield himself from the searing heat. As the tumultuous waves of heat began to subside, the surface of the golden sand shield showed signs of melting. Meanwhile, the Sand Village puppet master troops, still racing toward the Leaf Village, gazed back at the terrifying jutsu unleashed behind them, reflecting on their fortune. That unfortunate pawn of the ninja underworld had truly met his fate, colliding directly with the pride of their Sand Village, Rasha's magnetic release and Yitsong's scorching release. Faced with their combined assault, that individual would likely be reduced to mere ashes. Is he dead? Rasha gasped for breath, the brutal force of the enemy's elbow strike having shattered nearly half of his ribcage. Beneath the concave chest, his lungs were subjected to the severe pressure of fractured bones, rendering even the act of breathing an arduous endeavor. Damn it! How could Konoha be plagued with such unreasonable monsters? Just moments ago, he had significantly enhanced his defenses with golden sand, yet that foe had effortlessly penetrated his sand armor. I don't know, but I suggest we leave quickly. You need immediate medical attention. Yitsong slightly shook his head, his gaze swiftly sweeping over the still-burning forest below. That individual must have utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to escape just now. A singular attribute ninjutsu cannot adequately withstand the expansive scorching attack she unleashed. Yitsong, assist the Puppet Master Division in halting Konoha's retreat. I will return to the camp first. Luo Sha strained against the golden sand beneath him, speaking as he lowered the flying height of the sand for Yitsong to facilitate his jump to the ground. As for himself, given the uncertainty of whether the enemy was truly dead or had departed via the Flying Thunder God technique, the safest choice was to return directly to the temporary Sand Hidden camp from the sky. This time, both Sand Hidden and Rock Hidden launched a surprise attack on Konoha's encampment from the east and west sides. The larger contingent from Rock Hidden bore the brunt of the assault, while the Puppet Master Division of Sand Hidden was tasked with obstructing the enemy's retreat. This not only concerned his aspiration to ascend to the position of the fourth Kazekage, but also the alliance between the two villages. His current physical condition could no longer sustain high-intensity combat. Should he appear on the front lines, he would likely become a primary target for the enemy. The next task rested solely on Yitsong. As Luo Sha's words hung in the air, The azure chakra aura of Yamaguchi Kei re-emerged above the still smoldering scorched earth. With his nerves already taut, Luo Sha strived to elevate their flight higher, while Yitsong appropriately began to employ the scorch release, overheating. A barrage of fireballs, each the size of a human head, swiftly surged toward Yamaguchi Kei's position. However, in the next moment, Luo Sha's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed an enemy soaring from the ground, deftly maneuvering past the scorching fireballs, directly charging toward him, causing his heart to skip a beat. The enemy could fly, and with far greater agility than the golden sand. Retreat, Luo Sha uttered firmly. He directed the golden sand beneath him and Yitsong toward the northwest. Regardless of the alliance with Rock Hidden or the position of the fourth Kazekage, survival was paramount. Once he was dead, he would truly have nothing left. Moreover, compared to the unscathed Yitsong, any adversary would prioritize targeting him, the injured one. To escape, he had to rely on Yitsong to protect him and delay the enemy's advance. The scorching fireballs in Yitsong's hands detonated before reaching the figure of Shan Zhongjing, unleashing a terrifying heat capable of instantly incinerating a high-ranking ninja into a desiccated corpse. This overwhelming temperature enveloped the surroundings, halting any further pursuit. Luo Sha's gaze remained fixed on the distorted air behind him, shaped by the intense heat, as well as the azure silhouette beyond the heated zone. Not daring to relax even for a moment. Enigmatic moon reading. As Shan Zhongjing perceived the intense gaze of Luo Sha fixed upon him, a smirk curled at the corner of his lips as he formed a hand seal. Ah! A chilling scream echoed through the night sky. In the fleeting moment of their locked eyes, 3 days elapsed in the realm of the mind. Luo Sha's eyes seemed ready to burst, bloodshot and wild. The sand beneath him trembled, propelling him and Yitsong downwards into the dense forest below. That scoundrel had audaciously conjured the figures of Chiyo and Aizu in his illusion, tormenting him for an excruciating 3 days. He had endured lashes from a whip soaked in salt water until numbness set in, followed by a blade piercing through the gaps in his ribs, incessantly jabbing at him. Chiyo had poured boiling water over him, then scrubbed his flesh with a metal brush until he was unrecognizable, only to don a swimsuit and, with a facade of benevolence, forced his eyes open. That damn scoundrel. Yitsong. Block him. Luo Sha coughed up another mouthful of blood. Supporting his nearly collapsing body with one hand, he clutched his seemingly exploding head with the other, pressing against the shifting sands. Straining to control the sand, he urged it to continue its flight. All right, Yitsong responded. The sand beneath her slowed slightly, trailing a dozen meters behind, aligning with Luo Sha's sand to form a single line. She positioned herself directly in front of Shan Zhongjing, becoming Luo Sha's human shield. Under the cover of night, the silhouettes of the three streaked across the sky like shooting stars. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing cast a fleeting glance toward the direction of the Leaf Village camp, where an array of dazzling ninjutsu illuminated the surroundings. Determined to halt any further delay, he unleashed his full power, his speed soaring dramatically in an instant. He deftly evaded the superficial scorching ninjutsu attack from Yitsong and rapidly closed the distance between them. Enchantment, a realm between heaven and earth. As Shan Zhongjing's words resonated, Yitsong's hand faltered mid-gesture, leaving him momentarily stunned atop the golden sand. A faint blush creeping across his cheeks. Yitsong, cough. Luo Sha, witnessing Yitsong ensnared by the same illusion, felt a surge of anxiety. He raised his left arm to manipulate the golden sand, using the chakra contained within to disrupt the flow of Yitsong's chakra. However, the terrifying figure radiating an eerie azure light seized the opportunity, closing in on her side in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous impact, a powerful fist struck Yitsong's abdomen. Just as she emerged from the illusion, blood erupted from her mouth, and her form was propelled towards Luo Sha. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing raised his head, and, upon spotting Luo Sha a mere 10 meters ahead, bestowed upon him a radiant smile. Before Luo Sha could unravel his control over the golden sand beneath Yitsong's feet, Shan Zhongjing abruptly propelled himself off the sand, accelerating toward Luo Sha, while his left hand formed a series of intricate seals. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Sha shut his eyes tightly, maximizing his defenses against the enemy's illusionary techniques, while manipulating the surrounding golden sand to create layers of semicircular shields around him. The sand, leveraged by Shan Zhongjing, transformed into golden spears that lunged toward him with fierce intent. Water release, water cutting wave. The sharp, Ear-piercing sound of slicing water reached Luosha's ears. Enveloped by the golden sand, Luosha hastily opened his eyes, only to witness a slender column of water slicing through the air toward him. Cursed be it! That technique he was about to unleash was not an illusion, but a true water release. With his right arm propped against the sand, Luosha strained to evade the swift water column, managing to barely escape its lethal trajectory with his upper body. However, his legs were severed cleanly at the thighs. A tingling sensation coursed through Luosha's legs, yet before he could fully grasp the pain, he collapsed onto the golden sand. To his horror, the very water column that had just cut by him returned from an angle above, perhaps due to the limitations of his opponent's technique. The initially slender water column began to widen as its speed diminished. In a panic born of fear, Luosha managed to roll away just in time. Yet his legs, left behind, and his left arm that hesitated in his desperate maneuver were mercilessly sliced by the now bowl-sized water column into a frothy, crimson mist. The sound of explosive burning accompanied unfamiliar cries of anguish. In a moment of despair, Luosha, akin to a survivor catching a glimpse of hope, summoned every last ounce of strength to command the golden sand beneath him, propelling himself and Yi Tsang away at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, Shang Zhongjing, feigning the effects of the burning attack, descended into the dense forest, watching as Luosha and Yi Tsang retreated into the distance. Luosha's limbs lay in tatters, with 3 of them reduced to mere sanguine remnants. Given the current medical technology in Sunagakure, timely intervention could likely preserve his life. Yet, the regeneration of severed limbs or the possibility of transplantation remained a distant dream, potentially a decade away. With the loss of both legs and his left arm, his mobility would be severely hampered and his ability to form seals drastically limited. Even if he were to later equip himself with puppet prosthetics, his prowess would be diminished by nearly 70 to 80%, extinguishing any hope of ascending to the position of Wind Shadow. He would be relegated to a relentless mining machine, perpetually extracting gold in the desert to sustain Sunagakure's finances. Yet, was there truly no alternative? In the heart of the mountains, Jing pondered, stroking his chin as he recalled the puppet modification techniques of the village of Sandy Hidden. If Luosha could, like the scorpion of red sand, be willing to undergo such a transformation and become a human puppet, it might indeed be possible for him to stage a remarkable comeback and reclaim the position of Wind Shadow. Should he pursue the matter further and resolve it once and for all? This would significantly alter the fate trajectory of important secondary characters. Shifting the course of the world's timeline, he obtained the opportunity for entry extraction 2, the chance for random associated entry extraction 1, and the opportunity for entry bestowal 1. The familiar sound of the system's notification echoed in his ears, accompanied by the surge of fate power drawn in by the blue entry of the fate manipulator. In the mountains, one could feel a slight resurgence of fortune coursing through their body, a subtle smile gracing their lips. Since Luosha's destiny has been irrevocably altered, it signifies that the other party has indeed lost their opportunity to ascend to the position of Wind Shadow. As for whether they will undergo the transformation into a puppet, does it truly matter? The limitations of puppets are inherently fixed. At best, they merely differ in their capacity as ruthless mining machines versus their more efficient counterparts. The scenery within the mountains can effortlessly be deconstructed into myriad fragments. Are the secondary characters of the subplot truly significant? Upon reflection, I have revisited the recent system prompts. In the mountainous landscape, Jing's gaze flickered subtly, fixated on the random associative term extraction opportunity in the center. The random associative term extraction opportunity. Among the activated terms of the host, a term is randomly selected, and the extracted term is guaranteed to be associated with the selected term. It seems it is time to test one's luck again. System. Initiate the random associative term extraction opportunity. The randomly extracted associative term is natural celestial body. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the purple term Spirit of the Immortal Essence. Spirit of the Immortal Essence. Purple nurtured by nature, cultivating tranquility and enhancing the spirit. This term embodies a near-perfect mastery of the ancient temple's teachings, tailored for human cultivation. The mind and soul begin to undergo a metamorphosis, significantly enhancing mental strength, resilience, resistance, upper limits, and perceptual abilities, fostering a harmonious connection with natural energy, improving the control, release speed, and effectiveness of celestial techniques, elevating disposition, willpower, and conviction. In the mountainous landscape, a glimmer of light suddenly shone in his eyes. He directly associated it with the red terminology and even drew forth a purple one. The crucial point is that this object seemed to be precisely the missing fragment of the natural celestial body he had previously sensed. System, activate the ethereal spirit. In the mountains, Jing pursed her lips, suppressing the excitement within. A deluge of memories related to the cultivation of celestial arts flooded her mind. She sought tranquility and serenity, envisioning a spiritual journey while absorbing the natural energies of the universe to refine her spirit and soul. The prior memories of practicing the natural celestial body now resonated with the newly integrated recollections, illuminating one another. Through this interconnected understanding, the recently acquired memories revealed a multitude of diverse insights. She detected the red entry natural celestial body merging with the purple entry celestial spirit infusion, master of Yin retreat, and grave nurse. Should the fusion be initiated? Fusion. Although Shan Zhongjing was astonished by the existence of the Yin Dun master and the grave nurse, he exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Memories associated with the cultivation of celestial arts began to race through his mind at a breathtaking pace. The natural energy within a radius of several kilometers was drawn to him, converging towards him like a swarm. The originally azure glow of celestial chakra began to merge with the ashen hue of Yin Dun, the verdant shade of Yang Dun, and the resplendent golden light of celestial spirits. Various forces intertwined and fused, continuously absorbing new natural energy, gradually transforming into a pitch-black hue. This deep, shadowy energy, with its faintly shimmering multicolored aura, enveloped Shan Zhongjing's entire being. In the next moment, it slowly shed all color, morphing into pure, colorless white light. In this transition between black and white, his skin, muscles, meridians, bones, and internal organs, previously refined, were once again cleansed and rejuvenated by the celestial energy. The surging and robust mental force began to be compressed and refined by the celestial energy. Ugh! A muffled groan emerged from the depths of the mountain. It felt as though the soul were immersed in a warm spring, enveloped by a wave of euphoric and translucent comfort. With a mere thought, one could vividly perceive every meridian, every bone, and every sinew of flesh within oneself. Unlike the simulated images that had previously been relayed during the initial fusion, this experience was one of true introspection. Upon completion of the fusion, the host was congratulated for acquiring the golden title of Yin Yang Immortal Master. Yin Yang Immortal Master, gold, a synthesis of various schools of immortal arts, honing the sinews, bones, skin, flesh, and spirit to perfection, creating a chosen immortal who comprehends the transformations of Yin and Yang, masters the principles of nature, and enhances efficiency in learning, refining, improving, and creating Yin and Yang techniques to their utmost limits. Mastery over Yin and Yang arts, effects of Yin and Yang techniques, bodily restoration, resistance to immortal arts, and affinity for natural energy are all significantly elevated. In the state of the immortal mode, all qualities experience a substantial enhancement after recovering from injury. All attributes are comprehensively improved. The system's prompt echoed in the air. The peculiar sensations upon my body gradually dissipated as I waved my hand, conjuring a mirror of water before me. Gazing into the reflective surface, I beheld a figure adorned with a pair of obsidian dragon horns, emanating a profound black radiance. Surrounded by ethereal black dragons formed from streams of mystical energy, a slight twitch of my lips betrayed my thoughts. This visage, it hardly exuded the aura of a benevolent soul. With a mere thought, the originally dark mystical energy transformed into a blinding pure white. In the mountain scenery, he gently touched the slightly elongated dragon horns on his forehead, as well as the mark on his brow that had grown a bit larger. This little white dragon? He gazed at the detailed description of the golden phrase Yin Yang Immortal Master, once more immersing himself in the increasingly organized array of complex information gradually clarifying in his mind. A faint smile graced the corners of his mouth amidst the mountainous scenery. The master of Yin escape and the grave medicine practitioner seamlessly merged into the new lexicon, and his mastery over ordinary Yin and Yang escape techniques rose correspondingly. Furthermore, the unique effects originally associated with the grave medicine practitioner entry had not vanished. Instead, they transformed into several additional forms of Yang escape celestial arts that he could expertly manipulate and deploy at will. This was merely one of the observable changes highlighted by the system prompts and memory infusion. The other hidden benefits were equally innumerable. as his mental prowess continued to ascend. The once fatigued red entry of the Traverser began to gradually amplify and enhance, having reduced his mental energy by more than half after the refinement process. The potency of the wood escape Jinchuriki was inherently linked to celestial arts and yang escape techniques. Even without explicit indications, it was foreseeable that its power would undoubtedly escalate once more. Was this a special path unfolding before him? In the midst of the mountains, he felt the surging power within his body and gently clenched his fist. Unlike before, he now understood that to harmonize the energies of nature, spirit, and body into a singular force, he must cultivate the mystical chakra to transcend into sage mode and wield sage techniques. Presently, he had liberated himself from the constraints of chakra, effortlessly absorbing the energies that permeate the natural world, employing them solely to perform yin-yang sage arts. Such formidable power. A true nemesis to the Tsutsuki. The smile between the peaks of the mountains grows ever more radiant. In the original work, various forms of ninja techniques and chakra pose a significant threat to the six paths and the Otsutsuki clan. But what if we were to consider the energy of sage techniques, formed purely from natural energy? Otsutsuki Kagaya, do you not have a penchant for absorbing ninjutsu? Come, indulge in your elder brother's sage techniques and savor their flavor. It seems that fortune has been increasingly favoring me of late. Upon gazing at the increasingly profound azure aura surrounding him, the individual seized the moment of fortuitous fortune and directly utilized the two opportunities for word extraction he had recently acquired. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gray attributes hard landing and overtime ant flow. Hard landing gray. The Earth's affection is invariably burdensome when descending from any height. The probabilities of failing to decelerate safely, slipping, missing the landing, experiencing a stitch, or suffering from cramps significantly increase, while the likelihood of fractures sees a slight elevation. Overtime ant flow. Gray. The world refuses to explode, and ant flow does not take a holiday. Under the influence of a peculiar force. For every month except for the 7 days in the middle, the daily blood loss shall not be less than 20 milliliters. Accompanied by various adverse conditions such as abdominal pain, lower back discomfort, chills, pervasive fatigue, and emotional instability. In the realm of negative outcomes, who among the ordinary possesses such misfortune? The expression on the face of the figure in the mountains was indescribable. He truly did not anticipate that the slap in the face would arrive so swiftly. Just after proclaiming his recent streak of good fortune, he was met with 2 gray entries. However, for him, gray entries often appeared to be more advantageous than white ones. At the very least, when it came to bestowing gifts, there were undoubtedly more options to choose from with gray entries. A hard landing is suited for those in the ninja world who have a penchant for climbing to greater heights. One must possess sufficient resilience to make a safe landing. Otherwise, if one is not tough enough and suffers multiple fractures, the outcome may be dire. The overtime ant is also a fine choice. Upon encountering Chiyo again, he could simply present it to her. Speaking of which, Chiyo seems to be in her 50s now. I wonder if she has already reached menopause. If that were the case, upon suddenly witnessing a profusion of blood, might she not suspect she has contracted some terminal illness? Wait a moment. This entry merely states that one will bleed under the influence of mysterious forces, yet it does not specify from where the bleeding occurs. Goodness gracious! In the mountains, upon glancing at his lower body, he felt a sudden jolt of awareness. If he were a man, would he not begin to question the very essence of existence? Having concluded his reflections, he moved on. Upon casting a swift glance at the system interface, Shan Zhongjing deftly formed hand seals with one hand, expanding his sensory range to its utmost limits. Thanks to the amplified capabilities of the Yin-Yang Immortal Master's constant sage mode, coupled with the refined potency of his mental faculties, the chakra responses within a 20-kilometer radius flooded into his consciousness. The overwhelming surge of chaotic chakra feedback prompted a slight furrow of his brow. These chakra signals encompassed not only the distinct chakra signatures of various ninjas but also included those of summoning beasts, chakra tools, explosive tags, puppets, and the jutsu they unleashed. It was indeed fortunate that the observer's enhancement augmented his comprehension, understanding, and insight. A mere ordinary sensory ninja would likely find it utterly impossible to process and discern such a plethora of disordered information in a short span of time. Within Shan Zhongjing's perception, approximately 5 kilometers away at the outskirts of the Konoha encampment, Jiraiya was engaged in fierce combat against a notably tall and robust Iwagakure ninja, suspected to be the son of Inoki, known as Y2. Although Jiraiya possessed superior strength, Iwagakure was renowned for its adeptness in group combat. Given that the opponent had several Iwagakure Jonin assisting him, a decisive outcome could not be reached in the immediate term. Prior to entering the battlefield, Namake's Minato had prepared an impressive 50 specially crafted flying thunder god kunai, now scattered across various corners of the combat zone. Minato, embodying the role of a firefighter, tirelessly employed the flying thunder god technique to aid Konoha ninjas, barely withstanding the barrage of attacks from the numerous adversaries flanking him from the east and west. Four battle-worn giant toads stood guard on either side of the encampment, their resilience evidently waning. Meanwhile, the Puppet Master Division of Sunagakure had advanced to within 500 meters to the south of the Konoha encampment during the skirmish between Shan Zhongjing and Rasha. Due to Rasha's earlier large-scale magnetic release jutsu and Yakure's extensive scorch release techniques, the Konoha ninjas quickly realized they were caught in a three-sided encirclement, abandoning their plans for a rearward breakthrough. Amidst the clamor of battle cries, they reorganized their ranks and consolidated their forces. To the west, over 1,000 Sunagakure ninjas gathered, while to the east, Iwagakure forces numbered slightly over 2,000. To the south, a mixed contingent of puppet masters and ordinary Sunagakure ninjas amassed, exceeding 500 in number. In the mountains, Yamashita pursed his lips, having roughly counted the enemy forces on the battlefield. Iwagakure and Sunagakure had dispatched over 3,000 ninjas, not due to a lack of manpower, but because the confines of the Konohagakure camp were simply too limited. Despite the previous mutual distrust and wariness between the two villages, they had formed a temporary alliance driven by self-interest. Yet, in such a constrained arena, any excess in numbers could lead to chaos in commands, potentially rendering their pact void at a moment's notice. The strategic decision to blockade the southern front while minimizing the enemy presence from the west and leaving the northwest completely open showcased Naka's astuteness. Confronted by an enemy that outnumbered them several times over, the ninjas of Konoha understood that mere defense would lead to inevitable demise. Thus, they would undoubtedly seek a way to break through. The principle of surrounding three while leaving one open was universally understood. By creating a gap in the north, hope for survival was instilled in the Konoha ninjas, significantly dampening their fighting spirit. Furthermore, the number of Sunagakure ninjas was approximately half that of Iwagakure's in the east. Under normal circumstances, the direction of any breakout by the Konoha ninjas would naturally skew towards the northwest, directly facing the land of rain. Even if they managed to break through, how many ninjas could navigate a wide detour back to Konoha while being relentlessly pursued by Iwagakure and Sunagakure? A complete annihilation would be tantamount to a near-total defeat. Such insights were not lost on Yamashita, who could grasp the broader picture. Intelligent figures like Jiraiya, Minato Namake's, and Mei Terumi might also recognize this. However, should they forcibly command the Konoha ninjas to break south, it could instill fear in those less resolute, shaking the morale of the troops. Even if Jiraiya and the others, leveraging their prestige, managed to organize a group to successfully break south, both Sunagakure and Konoha would suffer tremendous losses. They would have decimated 1,000-strong force of Konoha while simultaneously weakening Sunagakure's elite puppet master unit. By any measure, Noki would emerge with a net gain. Oh, Rasha. What folly fills your mind? How can you still call yourself a Kazekage? Perhaps you should focus on mining instead. In the serene mountains, a sigh escaped from the heart of the landscape, whether driven by arrogance or other motives. The ultimate outcome remained that the village of Sunagakure had been ensnared by Noki of the Iwagakure, though it appeared that 500 fewer men had been lost. A thorough assessment post-battle would reveal that the losses for Sunagakure would undoubtedly surpass those of Iwagakure, regardless of the outcome. Turning to the northeast, towards the night sky 7 kilometers away, the esteemed third Tsuchikage, Noki, known as the 2-day scale, stood aloft, accompanied by 2 subordinates who appeared to possess sensory capabilities. He gazed quietly at the battlefield near the Konoha encampment. Although it remained uncertain whether this elderly figure was merely honing the earth while simultaneously ensuring its protection, or if he was vigilant against potential unforeseen events, one thing was clear. Should he catch sight of the 3,000 Konoha ninja encircling from behind, he could not possibly remain passive. Should one consider addressing this matter? In the mountains, his eyes narrowed slightly as he swiftly calculated gains and losses in his mind. 2 kilometers above the eastern side of the Konoha frontline camp, Noki observed the Konoha ninjas, who were still holding their ground despite the joint assault from Sunagakure and Iwagakure. His brow furrowed slightly. Based on his estimations, under the siege of over 3,000 foes from the east and west, even with Jiraiya's formidable strength. The Konoha ninjas would only be able to withstand the onslaught for about 10 minutes before succumbing to the overwhelming forces. At that precise moment, the puppet army from Sunagakure, lurking behind the Konoha ninjas, could deliver a devastating blow. Yet, who would have anticipated that Sunagakure would reveal their presence prematurely? Under the cloak of darkness, he could clearly discern the extensive magnetic and scorching techniques from several kilometers away. Furthermore, the individual known as the Golden Flash proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Utilizing his masterful flying thunder god technique, he managed to stall the advance of the Konoha ninjas, who were significantly outnumbered. Truly, Konoha is a cradle of talent. Noki sighed, a tinge of envy flickering in his gaze. In contrast to the prodigies emerging from Konoha, Iwagakure had not seen anyone remarkable in a long time. The earthy temperament of the current Tsuchikage was overly steadfast, his abilities merely adequate. Coupled with his lack of aptitude for village governance, should he inherit the position of Tsuchikage, Iwagakure would likely descend into decline. The demise of a genius holds no worth, does it not? A calm, indifferent voice broke through Noki's thoughts, emanating from a diminutive ninja adorned with the Iwagakure headband. It was the Mizukage speaking. Noki nodded slightly, casting a subtle glance at this individual who was hardly taller than himself. Konoha was not the sole bastion of genius. The young Mizukage before him, along with the ninja behind him, whose eyes were obscured by a headband yet possessed an acute awareness of the battlefield, were equally rare talents. Lord Mizukage, Lord Tsuchikage. The enemy that suddenly appeared to the south 2 minutes ago has defeated the Sunaгаkure's Rasha and Yakura. Rasha is gravely injured, while the lightly wounded Yakura has fled northwest. The ninja, whose eyes were shrouded by the Iwagakure headband, spoke softly, relaying the situation from several kilometers away. Indeed, as the Mizukage had indicated, this was an exceedingly perilous adversary. Noki fell momentarily silent, his gaze shifting towards the southern expanse of the Konoha encampment. Previously, he had managed to suppress his grievances with the Mist Village, opting instead to forge an alliance, primarily driven by the overarching considerations of the war within the ninja world. As for the intelligence presented by the opposing side, he had maintained a skeptical stance. A so-called ordinary Konoha ninja, who had inherited the jutsu of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, pilfered the legacy of the second Mizukage, Terame, and secretly assassinated the third Mizukage, instigating conflict between the Cloud and Mist villages and exacerbating the tensions between the Mist and Sand. This figure lurked like a venomous serpent in the shadows, scheming to incite warfare among the other ninja villages, seeking to reap the benefits of chaos and ultimately consume all. Was this truly feasible? This so-called ordinary Konoha ninja, Yamaguchi Kei, first infiltrated the roots of Konoha to become the deputy minister, and later, as the Mizukage had surmised, assassinated Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village. He even masqueraded as a member of the Mist Esambu, successfully tarnishing its reputation. The veracity of this intelligence in his mind had reached a staggering 50%. Now, that individual had indeed appeared on the battlefield, and, within a mere 2 minutes, effortlessly defeated the combination of Rasha and Yakura. Although Rasha, the youthful candidate for the fourth Kazekage, lacked experience, his mastery of magnet release and the support of the blaze release user Yakura compelled even Noki to exercise caution. The facts were undeniable. Regardless of his stubbornness, Noki had to concede that this was unequivocally a perilous adversary he had previously overlooked. Moreover, this foe was likely far more formidable and troublesome than the Mist had portrayed. If all went as anticipated, it would not be long before the enemy made their presence felt on the front line. And would the Tsuchikage not consider retreating the earthen forces first? The voice of the youth echoed once more. While the high-ranking officials of Konoha might remain oblivious to the encirclement plan, how could they possibly evade the scrutiny of White Zetsu? Under his intervention, the number of sand and stone shinobi launching a surprise attack on Konoha had exceeded the initial estimate by 1,000. Even if reinforcements from Konoha arrived swiftly, the disparity in numbers rendered the encirclement plan a resounding failure. Initially, his involvement was merely a trial to see if he could eliminate a significant figure from Konoha, thereby intensifying the conflict between Konoha, the sand, and the stone. Little did he anticipate that he would ensnare such a grand prize. In the depths of the mountains, an individual of such caliber could not idly stand by while the ninjas of Konoha were ruthlessly besieged by the three-sided onslaught. Thus, he chose to reveal his prowess and intervened to repel Rasha and Yejo. This was a formidable adversary, one whose depths he had always regarded with trepidation. Now that the opponent had taken action and Rasha and Yezhong had managed to escape, the only course left for them was to directly support the front line and continue their assault. The foes lurking in the shadows and those brazenly exposed in the light are not of the same degree of peril. Once Noki witnesses the might of Yamaguchi, he shall begin to subtly disseminate the tales of his previous terrifying exploits to the other ninja villages. He need not exert further effort. Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and even Kumogakure will instinctively conspire to suppress, restrain, and even plot the demise of this individual, even if they cannot eliminate him outright. The ninja world will undoubtedly descend into greater chaos. When the 4 ninja villages strike simultaneously, they can maximize their efforts to curtail his movements. At that juncture, his true scheme may finally commence. With a soft whoosh, Yamaguchi, transformed into a black luminescent form through Sage mode, retracted the shimmering effects enveloping him. Utilizing the abilities of the Silent Walker, he concealed his presence and melded with the shadows. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique, he traversed the battlefield, silently arriving directly beneath Noki and the 2 Iwagakure ninjas hovering above. Gazing upwards towards the 1,000-meter height, he sensed an exceedingly subtle aura of the Rinnegan, along with a similarly concealed chakra of a tailed beast. This awareness forced Yamaguchi, poised to ascend, to abruptly halt. No. How could these 2 Iwagakure ninjas possess the essence of the Rinnegan and the aura of a tailed beast? Although they had employed some method to conceal their extraordinarily unique chakra fluctuations, the proximity and his enhanced sensory abilities, refined through the fusion with the Sage of Yin and Yang, allowed him to discern the truth. The aura of the Rinnegan and the tailed beast energy belonged to a diminutive figure, slightly shorter than Noki. Was it Keiyuzu Yezhong? In the mountains, the scene appeared blurry as he squinted his eyes, wishing to assess the personal panels of the 3 individuals with his system's capabilities. However, a distance of 1 kilometer proved to be rather insurmountable. The official heights of the diminutive Oyamaki, standing at merely 1.3 meters, and the equally petite Kajitsu Izakura at 1.4 meters rendered them almost invisible within his line of sight, akin to tiny grains of rice. It was indeed impossible to discern them. The trio, known as the Mayahiko group, seemed to have been left behind at the Mirage. Never mind, that can be addressed later. He unleashed the full power of the H-Senin mode. In the heart of the mountains, the figure of Yamanaka Q bent low, striking the ground beneath with force. With a sudden push of his legs, he transformed into a streak of obsidian light, rushing skyward with fervor. Regardless of Black Zetsu's schemes, annihilating the adversary could never lead astray. A thunderous roar erupted from beneath, sending tremors of dread through the 3 individuals suspended a kilometer above. They hastily turned their gaze toward the source of the ominous sound. Upon the vast chasm spanning dozens of meters, a silhouette enveloped in dark luminescence approached with alarming speed, accompanied by the piercing shrieks of displaced air. Despite the considerable alterations in Yamanaka Q's hair color and chakra aura, as well as the unwelcome presence of a Senjutsu energy, Black Zetsu, who had forcibly invaded Q's consciousness, recognized him instantly. The perceptive range of this individual surpassed the intelligence reports. Disguised once again as a Wagakure, Black Zetsu reacted with remarkable swiftness, realizing where the predicament lay. According to his gathered intelligence, Yamanaka Q possessed a sensory radius of 5 kilometers. Given the distance of the recent skirmish with Arka and Yakura, it was implausible for him to sense their presence. Furthermore, since Q was willing to reveal his strength in order to minimize casualties among the Leaf Ninjas, it was logical that he would employ the Flying Thunder God technique to reach the front line after the battle concluded. Even if he did sense their existence, he would likely refrain from withdrawing easily to ensure that more Leaf Ninjas could survive until reinforcements arrived. The sudden appearance here could only imply that Q had discovered them first, deeming their presence a greater threat than the Iwagakure and Sunagakure forces below. Moreover, his previous actions were not aimed at reducing the casualties of the 1,000. Rather, they were intended to allow them to endure until reinforcements could arrive, preventing a complete rout. Damn it, he should have anticipated this. This individual, possessing the power to slay the aged Uchiha Madara, had infiltrated the route. How could he possibly remain subordinate to Shimura Danzo? It was conceivable that Danzo had already become a puppet for him. The list of the 1,000 decoys was likely drafted with his involvement. How significant could those included in such a list truly be? The adept at concealment always preferred to reveal half, while shrouding the other half. Onoki, with the tone of an experienced mentor, lectured the nearby Kakizaki Yagura. Casting a sidelong glance at the battlefield within the Konoha encampment, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. A few days prior, he had gleaned from Kakizaki Yagura that the 1,000 Konoha ninjas were merely bait cast out by Konoha. His pretense of ignorance about Tsunagekyu's ambush on the Konoha camp was nothing more than a calculated assumption that he could swallow this bait without suffering significant losses. Even if Konoha's reinforcements arrived, the disparity in numbers would only serve to transform the situation into a protracted stalemate. The fallen Konoha and Tsunagekyo ninjas would not resurrect. Now, with this unexpected adversary opting not to support the battlefield, but rather confronting them directly, it would be prudent to attempt to detain the opponent while Mizuki's was present. Even in failure, it would provide an opportunity to gauge the enemy's capabilities. Anoki's form floated gracefully in the air, his hands raised in front of him. As chakra surged and coalesced, a semi-transparent cube radiating a faint white light rapidly took shape within his palms. He aimed it at the figure hurtling toward them through the mountains. The key was whether the Mizuki possessed any means to restrain the enemy's movements. In dealing with such foes, the most effective strategy was to unleash their strongest techniques for a decisive blow. "Leave it to us," Anoki declared. Upon hearing this, Kakizaki Yagura fell silent for a moment before subtly nodding and making a gesture towards the nearby Akatsuki, whose eyes were covered by a headband. Akatsuki floated down to their side, hands forming seals as chakra smoke began to rise. A mist ninja, similarly blindfolded and adorned with peculiar black rods, materialized beside him. Without a word, the summoned mist ninja opened his hands downward. Universal pull. A terrifying force erupted from him, drawing everything toward him with overwhelming suction. The speed of the mountain scene surged uncontrollably, doubling in intensity. After a brief moment of gathering power, Afei forcefully thrust his hands downward, condensing his chakra into a dense black sphere, which he propelled towards the mountain scene, now less than 100 meters away. The Earth explosion star unleashed a terrifying gravitational pull from this black sphere. The already rapid mountain scene, amidst the howling winds, clapped his hands together in a sudden motion. A torrent of powerful sage chakra surged forth. Enveloped in the rising mist of chakra, countless roots and branches erupted around him. In sage mode, even while suspended in the sky, he could still wield the power of wood release, using just a few cells as seeds. The forest surged and swelled, rapidly proliferating, as the Earth explosion star's terrifying suction relentlessly drew in the wildly growing roots and branches. In the blink of an eye, the Earth explosion star transformed into a colossal wooden sphere with a diameter of several dozen meters. Would release, would clone. In the midst of the mountains, a scene unfolds as hands clap together. Numerous wooden clones, summoned in a state reminiscent of celestial beings, materialize from various points on the surface of a colossal wooden sphere. They synchronize their movements, collectively unleashing the power of wood release, causing the already sizable wooden sphere to swell exponentially in an instant. The wooden clone standing directly above the sphere is now perilously close to Noki and Kei Yagura, within a mere 10 meters. Would release. Naka's expression is one of sheer horror. Initially, he had been wary of the mist ninja manipulating gravity and releasing an unknown black sphere. However, upon witnessing the wood release, his heart is consumed by dread and terror. Having witnessed the formidable powers of the legendary Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, he fully comprehends the terrifying implications of wood release. It signifies a force capable of dominating an era. Quickly, the black entity, having taken over Kei Yagura's consciousness, speaks urgently. With a swift motion, he slaps his hand against the storage seal on his left arm, and as chakra smoke billows forth, he grasps a staff adorned with green flowers. Chakra surges within him, and he subtly shifts to half hide behind Afei, his eyes fixed intently on the colossal wooden sphere and the wooden clone displaying a look of delight. Startled into action by the black entity's warning, Noki casts aside his hesitations. He thrusts forth the white cube he has been charging in his palm toward the direction of the wooden sphere. Dust release, destruction of the limit. The white cube shoots forth with a resounding hum, instantly creating a barrier between the wooden clone and the others, now only a stone's throw away. A terrifying resonance reverberates through the air as the dust release technique transforms into a massive cube, spanning dozens of meters in diameter, enveloping a significant portion of the area centered around the celestial body of Earth explosion star. It reduces all matter within to atomic states. However, the wooden sphere's sheer size leaves several edges of the cube still surrounded by remnants of the wood release, along with two wooden clones whose faces still beam with radiant smiles. A Fae forms hand seals, and from the rising chakra smoke, 5 puppets identical to the mist ninja he had summoned earlier appear at his side. Behind him, the black entity controlling Kei Yagura's consciousness manipulates the chakra of the 3 tails, entering a ferocious half-tailed beast state, cloaked in a vibrant crimson hue. With a swift motion, 2 wooden clones, enveloped in black senjutsu chakra, dash forward, quickly positioning themselves before the 6-path clones. 2 massive senjutsu, supergiant Rasengan, each several meters in diameter, surge toward the 6-path clones. Noki, the black entity, a Fae. The battle is on. In the mountainous landscape, the imprint of the flying thunder god remained on the ground, a testament to the moment just before he soared into the sky. With one hand shielding his eyes, he gazed upon the battle unfolding above, a smile nearly stretching from ear to ear. Upon recognizing the identity of Kei Kiyashiro, he had only speculated that the adversary might be under the control of the powers of either the Rinnegan or the Sharingan. However, as he charged forward, from a distance of several dozen meters, he harnessed the reflexes instilled by the Zero frame and the capabilities of his system, and with a single glance, he discerned 3 silhouettes, astonishingly perceiving 5 interface entries. Noki was indeed the genuine Noki. Kei Kiyashiro was unequivocally Kei Kiyashiro. Furthermore, Black Zetsu had taken possession of Kei Kiyashiro, who was under the influence of the Sharingan. Even the figure nearby, whose visage was partially obscured by his forehead protector and bore peculiar, gill-like appendages, known as Kisame Hashigaki, was also under the control of Obito. The Rinnegan in their eyes was undeniably authentic. Thus, he did not hesitate to unleash his senjutsu would release. Noki, Black Zetsu, Obito, along with the controlled Kei Kiyashiro, constituted an impressive quartet of formidable foes. Were it not for the rapid approach of Naki's dust release, which instilled within him a profound sense of peril, he would have been reluctant to risk lingering in the air, unsure of whether Black Zetsu would have already claimed victory. The potency of dust release. In the mountains, Yamashita Kage licked his lips and formed a hand seal with one hand, summoning over a dozen wooden clones that surged forth from behind him. Following the marks left by the flying thunder god technique at his waist, 2 of the wooden clones vanished from sight. As an advanced user of the bloodline limit, he wielded the dust release, which, despite its significant drawbacks, high energy consumption, lengthy charging time, and singular functionality, boasted an overwhelming offensive power. In the original narrative, the technique of boundary severance had once obliterated Madara's Susanoo, which was bolstered by 25 wooden clones. Having already stepped into the realm of bloodline limits, he had scarcely withstood this technique for a few seconds. Furthermore, when targeted by the dust release, he had sensed an acute feeling of crisis while fully activated in Sage mode. This overwhelming force was merely lacking in Sage chakra, having been countered by the Otsutsuki clan's ability to absorb chakra and jutsu. Otherwise, one could scarcely withstand such power. Descending from the skies, their agility was unmatched. Black Zetsu, enveloped in crimson-tailed beast chakra, was still struck with excruciating pain by a wooden clone in Sage mode, nearly sent hurtling from the body of Kagaya. Shinra Tensei, a Fae, controlling the body of a member of the Kisame clan, forcefully propelled 2 clones, one wielding a ninja blade and the other conjuring a water release, spiraling sphere, into the fray. Surrounding himself and Black Zetsu with 6 clones, he barely managed to restrain the numerous wooden clones that soared around them, unleashing various Sage techniques. Forming hand seals, he nullified the buoyancy affecting him and Black Zetsu, gripping the latter tightly. With a sudden surge of force, he unleashed the universal pull downward. With a sharp sound of slicing air, Black Zetsu and a Fae pursued the giant Yamaki, who had previously descended using Earth Release, super heavy rock technique. A Fae caught a glimpse of the white light coalescing once more in Yamaki's hands. Instinctively, he reached out with his free left hand to grasp Yamaki's clothing as the 3 plummeted at great speed. Behind them, over a dozen wooden clones reliant on Sage techniques found themselves unable to keep up, gazing up at them from the ground. Yamashita Kage required no further words from a Fae or Black Zetsu. The seasoned Yamaki forcefully propelled the gathered dust release from his hands downward. Dust release. Original boundary severance technique. A resonant hum signaled the arrival of a cylindrical beam of dust release, which pierced through Yamashita Kage's chest. Yet, the faces of the three bore no trace of joy, for the opponent's body had already begun to morph into a wooden form. Damn it! Was there truly no jutsu capable of distinguishing the wooden clones? Heijue and Inoki simultaneously cursed inwardly. Inoki formed hand seals, raising both hands to execute the earth release, ultra-lightweight rock technique, thereby diminishing the descent speed of himself and his companions. Fei revealed his previously concealed Rinnegan, directing it toward the ground to unleash Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force counteracted the trio's downward momentum, causing the ground within 100 meters to collapse several meters. In the briefest of moments, Heijue, Fei, and Inoki safely descended to the earth below. Name: Heijue. Occupation: filial son. Attributes: Yin-Yang creation, red, master of mental manipulation, purple, millennia of scheming, purple, maternal rescue aspiration, blue, living encyclopedia, blue, unparalleled acting skills, blue, adapting to surroundings, blue, unwavering determination, blue, Oedipal complex, white, lack of affection, gray. Show me your scalp. You truly are something. With the flying thunder god technique, he appeared directly beside the wood clone that had been struck down by dust release. Merely catching a glimpse of the scalp of the citrus-headed Zai, the opponent had already vanished underground, utilizing his diminutive stature. Just as Inoki prepared to engage, he swiftly followed suit, employing Earth Release, Earth Dragon hidden technique to submerge into the earth. In the heart of the mountains, a sudden clap of hands struck the ground forcefully. The anticipation had already settled in. The three adversaries, lacking the speed and agility of the wooden clone, would undoubtedly pursue the one who had landed. While the trio engaged in combat with the wooden doppelganger in the skies, he had already harnessed the mystical arts to awaken the power of wood release, triggering countless roots infused with chakra beneath the surface, effectively sealing their escape routes. Though Kurizetsu and Ao were capable of traversing the earth and trees at will, they would find it nearly impossible to pass through the trees imbued with sage chakra. Sage art, wood release, flower tree realm. With a thunderous roar, the ground within a 1,000-meter radius convulsed violently, as massive branches and roots surged upward, uprooting the earth and rapidly growing into towering trees. Daimu was the first to succumb, breaking free from the state of the earth dragon. Gazing at the surrounding giants that continued their relentless growth, he forced himself to remain calm. He moved swiftly, evading the lashes, binds, and entanglements of roots and vines, while simultaneously forming hand seals to summon the power of dust release. Dust release, original world separation technique. The formidable dust release sliced through, reducing the towering trees to mere rubble. Daimu hurriedly fled toward the outskirts of the blossoming tree realm, yet the fallen trees seamlessly melded with the others, thriving more robustly than before. Moreover, several wooden clones began to materialize from the very trees. On Daimu's path of escape, Kurizetsu and Ao emerged from the crumbling earth, with no avenue left for retreat or concealment. Ao, gripping Kurizetsu closely, shielded him with one arm while directing his other hand toward the location of the mountain dweller. Shinra Tensei. A cacophony erupted as numerous stout tree trunks collapsed under the immense repulsive force summoned by the Rinnegan, sending a torrent of debris, splintered wood, fallen leaves, and vines, rushing toward the mountain dweller. Upon witnessing this scene, the expression on the mountain dweller's face darkened. It was all too clear. Kurizetsu and Ao were fearful of suffering the same mysterious attack that had befallen Uchiha Madara. At that time, Madara's Mangeki Sharingan had vanished without a trace, and even the sage body he had gained from transplanting Hashirama's cells inexplicably lost much of its efficacy, despite not fully grasping the underlying principle. Kurizetsu's cautious nature left no room for doubt regarding the necessity of vigilance against such an onslaught. Yuzu Yagura, you foot soldier, do you dare to reveal yourself for me to see? In the mountains, Mountain Jonjin cursed fiercely and activated the flying thunder god technique. Directly appearing to the east of Black Zetsu through the flying thunder god mark left by the wooden clone. The ancient being, Black Zetsu, who had lived for a millennium, had already grasped the meaning behind his words after being grasped by Fei, narrowly avoiding a direct gaze from Mountain Jonjin. With a voice filled with hatred, he exclaimed, I have a mother. What I meant was that you should walk. Mizukage, as a village leader, do you lack the courage to face your enemies? Noki leaned slightly, his expression grave as he observed the shadow clones gradually encircling them, attempting to ignite Kurama Shikuro's fighting spirit. The enemy's strength exceeded all his expectations. Such an insurmountable power could only be likened to the reincarnations of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. However, he was no longer the weakling who had once needed to muster all his courage just to raise his head in the presence of Uchiha Madara. He was now the master of dust release, the inheritor of the position of Tsuchikage, known as the man of dual balance. If only the Mizukage, as the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, could summon the courage to confront the foe. If only his equally powerful subordinate would cease their cowardly thoughts of escape. They were not entirely devoid of the strength to battle their enemies. That Tsuchikage was right. As a Mizukage, he should not be so timid. Humph. Wait until I will resign upon my return. Naki's vision blurred upon hearing this, his chest heaving violently as he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Was this even human speech? Had the people of Kirigakure disappeared entirely? How could someone like this become Mizukage? It was a disgrace to the 5 Kages. Black Zetsu, inhabiting Kurama Shikuro, did not even glance at Noki. If Mountain Zhongjing had not possessed that mysterious power that suddenly stripped him of certain abilities, he would have long since released Kurama Shikuro and the Three Tails Isabu, allowing them to fully transform into their tailed beast forms and charge forward, rendering Naki's words unnecessary. However, the chilling sensation he felt before burrowing underground and Mountain Zhongjing's persistent desire to confront him directly indicated that the enemy intended to unleash the same technique used against Uchiha Madara. That technique was exceedingly perilous for him. Was it some form of sage technique? Black Zetsu's thoughts raced. Although theoretically, sage techniques could only inflict damage on him, a creation of yin-yang release, and could not directly slay him. Theory was merely theory. Over the millennia, the ninja world had seen an endless array of secret arts and techniques emerge. Who could predict if a new variant might suddenly appear? What would happen to his mother if he encountered an unforeseen mishap? Black Zetsu curled himself into a tight ball, concealing himself securely behind Ah-Fei, poised to leap from the arrow shed onto Ah-Fei at any moment. The figures of the 6 Paths clones descended from the heavens, swiftly converging beside Black Zetsu and Ah-Fei. 6 pairs of identical Rinnegan eyes remained fixed on the figure of Yamashiro Q in the mountains. Meanwhile, under Black Zetsu's signal, Ah-Fei continuously manipulated the 8,000 spear marks left by Uchiha Kei within his body using his chakra. Although the member of the Kisame clan he possessed was naturally endowed with a substantial amount of chakra and had a reasonably robust physique, he could not compare to Nagato, who possessed the Uzumaki bloodline and remarkable talent. Even with his own power augmenting it, he could merely tap into a fraction of the Rinnegan's potential. The only way to harness greater strength now was to allow Uchiha Kei to infuse a portion of the chakra from the 100,000 white Zetsu. Noki turned to gaze at Kurigane Yakura and his few subordinates. Just as he was about to provoke them with words, he suddenly noticed the uncovered eyes of one of his subordinates. Those violet orbs, adorned with swirling patterns, were they the legendary eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths, capable of controlling life and death? A tempest of shock surged within Noki, igniting a fresh impulse to curse loudly. How could his subordinate possess such power while he himself dared not show his face, appearing ready to flee at any moment? Wait a moment. Noki stood momentarily stunned, his gaze drawn to the black radiance enveloping Yamashiro Q and the ferocious, roaring dragon that surrounded him. Looking around at the towering trees, swaying ominously as if demons had descended, he realized that while his teammates were indeed formidable, their opponent was even stronger. This was not merely a matter of strength. It was also about courage and will. Even with the sage's eyes, what could a coward do with immense power? Moreover, a figure like Yamashiro Q, rivaling the first Hokage, combined with Sarutobi Hiruzen in the current Hokage position, the matured legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, and the recently witnessed Namikaze Minato, the total number of ninjas in Iwagakure was already inferior to Konoha, and their elite combat strength fell short by a considerable margin. He feared that if this old bone were to perish here today, who would shoulder the responsibilities of the Tsuchikage for the vast Iwagakure? He cursed himself for being blind to ally with Kirigakure. In his heart, Noki muttered a silent curse, shifting his stance slightly to increase the distance between himself and Kurigane Yakura and his companions, addressing Yamashiro Q, Your Excellency. There is truly no irreconcilable enmity between Iwagakure and Konoha. As his words left his lips, Black Zetsu was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at Noki. Was this old man about to defect? In the mountains, the scenery momentarily stunned him, his heart equally bewildered. He had not anticipated that the obstinate old man from the original work would change his stance so swiftly. Was it not during the Fourth Great Ninja War that this fellow remained resolute, encouraging the other Kage to stand firm against Uchiha Madara? What was happening now? Without Gaara and Naruto's fervor, had he already succumbed at the outset? Or was it that in the original narrative? It was Uchiha Madara's ruthless actions that compelled everyone to fight tooth and nail for survival? Foolish old fool, did he truly believe the opponent would acquiesce? Korezetsu scoffed disdainfully. Rapidly contemplating how to prolong the delay, he simultaneously unleashed a torrent of invective against Uchiha Kei. Logically, given Uchiha Kei's mastery over the 8,000 spears, the support chakra should have arrived by now. Yet, there had been no response whatsoever. What on earth had gone awry with that fellow? In truth, Iwagakure and Konoha could collaborate. How about we jointly assault Kirigakure? Although the land of water is not particularly vast, it is replete with abundant resources. Naka's mind raced, articulating a newly concocted strategy with fervor. A buzzing, golden-red translucent barrier ascended beyond the realm of the Hanamatsu domain. The surface of this pillar-like barrier was entwined with countless golden-red flames, obstructing the entry of any external personnel and energy. Senjutsu, Shichiki sh Kan. This barrier, a fusion of Sage Chakra, could only be activated through the combined efforts of 4 ninja, each possessing chakra levels on par with the Kage. And in the blink of an eye, it entirely sealed off the space where everyone stood. Korezetsu's pupils dilated in shock at that moment. He perceived through the barrier's luminescence the colossal trees birthed by the Hanamatsu domain, continuously dispersing streams of Sage Chakra into the surroundings. These imperceptible strands of Sage Chakra formed a gossamer veil, repelling the vast amounts of chakra surging from the heavens. Damn it! This fellow had long been aware of Uchiha Kei's existence and had set in place countermeasures. In the ninja world, a single ninja village suffices, but I believe having multiple Kage could prove advantageous. What do you think, Tsuchikage? In the heart of the mountains, the figure of Yamanaka Kage stood with arms crossed over his chest, a radiant smile gracing his face, brimming with confidence. The barrier capable of withstanding the tailed beast ball of the Ten Tails had already taken form. The formidable power of Uchiha Kei Hachi's spear was completely repelled, eliminating the need for him to covertly manipulate the surrounding trees to emit a vast amount of Sage Chakra for defense. Should he allow Black Zetsu to escape, he would not hesitate to take drastic measures. As for Noki, he had captured Black Zetsu. If this man knew what was good for him, he would bring with him the thousands of shinobi from Iwagakure to lend their services. Should he refuse to comply, Kage would resort to wood release to cleanse the area, casually proclaiming, "This is the fate that awaits you." Naka's expression was grave as he instinctively glanced at the side of Kurama Yatsukura. He had not anticipated that Yamanaka Kage truly harbored such grand ambitions. If the ninja world were reduced to a single village, even retaining the titles of Tsuchikage, Sukage, Reikage, and Kage would merely be symbolic, lacking any substantial authority. The true power still lay with the Hokage. If he, as Tsuchikage, were to acquiesce to such terms, how could he face the past Tsuchikage or the Iwagakure shinobi who had fought valiantly for their village after his demise? Moreover, this individual named Yamanaka Kage was exceedingly arrogant and grossly underestimated the strength of Iwagakure. Had it not been for the absence of old Zetsu and Han, even with the combined might of the 4 Tails and 5 Tails, they might not have triumphed, yet they would not find themselves in such a dire predicament. Cursed be the Mist Village. Cursed be Kurama Yatsukura. If you were at all human, you would not stoop so low. Noki felt an overwhelming surge of anger within. A bitter sensation lodged in his throat that he could neither swallow nor expel. He longed to eliminate Kurama Yatsukura on the spot. Yet he understood that should he actually act against Kurama Yatsukura, refusing Yamanaka Kage's demands would likely result in his own demise within this barrier. And if he were to perish, who would shoulder the weight of Iwagakure's responsibilities against this terrifying adversary? It would not be long before Iwagakure became the first village to be consumed. I, from the Mist Village, shall be the first to support your unification of the 5 great shinobi villages, provided you grant me a modest request. I shall immediately lead the Mist Village to merge with Konoha as the 4th Mizukage. Controlled by Black Zetsu, Kurama Yatsukura's thoughts raced, and he spoke first. Since a millennium ago, his purpose had been straightforward: to rescue his imprisoned mother. The fate of the ninja world, the status of the 5 great shinobi villages, had never concerned him. What difference would merging with Konoha make? The more powerful one becomes, the more one yearns for even greater strength. As long as this individual possessed the power of the Sage of Six Paths, even a flicker of curiosity could provide him the opportunity to unravel the seal binding his mother. Forgive me, but if you do not perish, I cannot find peace within my heart. Hearing the words of Black Absolute, the figure in the mountains let out a cold chuckle, no longer glancing at the grave expression of the nearby Yimu. With a clap of his hands, the earth began to tremble violently. Giant roots, extending deep underground for hundreds of meters, burst forth from the soil, stretching skyward once more alongside the surrounding trees. A pained roar erupted from the mouth of the citrus fruit vessel. Aware that escape would not come easily, Black Absolute had no choice but to take a risk and completely unravel the seal upon the vessel. The chakra of the three tails surged forth uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, it overwhelmed and toppled countless trees, coalescing into the towering form of the three tails. Seizing the opportunity, a Fey retracted the power of the Rinnegan that had been dispersed among his Six Paths clones. Quickly retreating, he sheltered beneath the belly of the three tails, while Black Absolute detached from the citrus vessel's body, transferring to his own. A Fey pressed one hand against the abdomen of the three tails, utilizing the power of the Rinnegan to voraciously absorb his opponent's chakra. With his other hand extended downward, he unleashed the most potent Rinnegan technique at his disposal. The summoning technique, Outer Path Golem. A golem, towering more than 10 times the size of the three tails, violently hurled the frenzied beast above it. The massive head, adorned with 10 closed eyes, roared as waves of sound surged forth, carrying countless vines and splintered wood in all directions. Arms flailing, innumerable colossal trees broke and toppled. The gigantic form rose from the ground, bending to stand tall, swinging its arms as it lunged toward the nearby golden-red Sage technique. For Scarlet Sun Formation, Sage technique, would release. The four great kings helped the elderly cross the road. Amidst the mountainous landscape, one whimsically conjured the names of ninjutsu. Just moments ago, a colossal tree had broken through the earth, intertwining with the surrounding foliage, its expansive branches reaching ever skyward. It swiftly transformed into four formidable figures, resembling fierce golden-eyed guardians entwined with dragons, emerging from the confines of the barrier to confront the external demon statue. With a forceful shoulder thrust and a strategic kick, they struck at its eyes and groin, dragging and wrestling it down to the forest floor. Though each of the four enhanced wooden beings was slightly smaller than the external demon statue, which towered over them at least several times more than the three-tailed beast, their combined strength was far beyond what a mere tin-tailed shell could withstand. The ground beneath churned and rolled as the flourishing floral realm descended, giving rise to vast lotus petals swirling in hues of gold and crimson, accumulating in layers. A towering lotus pedestal, over 1,000 meters in diameter, rose majestically from the earth. Constructed entirely of wood release, the pedestal was ensnared by countless twisted branches, rendering the external demon statue, now toppled, as if ensnared in a quagmire. Roar. Accompanied by the bellowing cries of the external demon statue, its limbs were forcefully twisted by the overwhelming might of the wood release. Two wooden beings, resembling fierce guardians, bent and clasped the statue's arms tightly against its chest. The other two figures, one in front and one behind, forcibly pinned the demon statue onto the lotus pedestal. Celestial technique, wood release, the grand entrance of the serene lotus. In the heart of the mountains, a clap of hands unleashed an overwhelming torrent of celestial techniques and chakra, akin to a river breaking its dam. Four wooden figures raised their hands, each palm displaying a colossal character for seat, which they forcefully struck upon the external demonic figure. A resonating power unique to the individual reverberated throughout the surroundings. The external demonic figure, which had been struggling incessantly, was suddenly plunged into silence. No matter how fervently the concealed individual urged it on, there was no response. The only option was to escape the clutches of the external demonic figure, darting like a released arrow towards the overhead formation of the four crimson suns, seeking a final desperate attempt. In an instant, the figure had traversed through the flying thunder god technique, appearing atop the highest wooden figure. Observing the distant figures of Ah Fei and He Ju, who were still attempting to resist, a voice resonated in his mind, addressing the system. System. Strip He Ju of the Yin-Yang creation entry. As the command was uttered, a dark light, visible only to the individual, swiftly entered He Ju's body. No. Ah, a chilling, inhuman wail escaped Heiju's lips. The pitch-black essence, now shrunk to the size of a palm and curled before Ah Fei, began to emit wisps of smoke as if doused in hot oil, uncontrollably detaching from his embrace. The aura of yin-yang escaping at the six paths level rapidly dissipated. Within mere seconds, the mastermind behind a millennium of hidden conflict was transformed into pure chakra, dispersing into the cosmos. A preemptive strike had eliminated one of the villainous boss figures, leading to a significant deviation in the trajectory of world events, resulting in 2 opportunities for entry duplication, 1 opportunity for upgrading a red entry, 3 opportunities for entry extraction, 3 opportunities for entry gifting, 1 opportunity for entry downgrading, and 2 opportunities for entry resetting. As the system's notification resonated, an influx of fate energy, influenced by the Fate Weaver entry, surged toward Heiju, swiftly converting into a dense aura of fortune. This elevated the originally azure aura enveloping the individual to a profound shade of purple. High in the sky, the moon bore witness as the dormant Kagaya Otsutsuki, sealed away in a spatial prison, struggled to open her heavy eyelids. Her pale, ethereal visage bore a hint of compassion and tenderness. Delicately, her slender hands brushed against her sleeves, followed by a soft sigh. Moments later, under the influence of the seal, she succumbed to slumber once more. What a tremendous revelation. The diminutive Heiju is even more valuable than Madara. Is this truly the case? In the mountains, the scene caught a glimpse of the recent system notification, nearly causing him to break into a fit of laughter. 2 chances to copy entries, along with a singular opportunity to upgrade a red entry. Not random. Rather, it was an opportunity that allowed him to select and designate the upgrade for a red entry himself. This Black Zetsu, had I known you were this bounteous, I would have dealt with you back when I confronted that Uchiha Obito. Taking advantage of your ignorance, wouldn't it have been better to take you down first? Suddenly, a heavy thud resonated, accompanied by the distinct sound of bones cracking, emanating from the very spot where Black Zetsu had been. It was evident that Akatsuki's member, who had been fleeing alongside Black Zetsu after his demise, was now using the power of the Rinnegan to force himself into a kneeling position midair, producing a sound that echoed through the surroundings. One could easily infer that his knees were undoubtedly shattered. Who taught you to use the Rinnegan in such a manner? In the mountains, a figure clad in black observed the slowly descending Ah Fei beside him, kneeling midair with the Rinnegan activated. What bizarre behavior! Was no one there to instruct him? Oh dear, esteemed Lord Jing, if you eliminate him, you shall not be able to take my life. He is the one who orchestrated everything. Ah Fei lamented with a woeful expression, dramatically gesturing with both hands towards the spot where Heiju had just vanished. Before Lord Shanzhong Jing could utter a word, Ah Fei resumed his lamentations. I have only lived for 2 years. I know nothing. Oh, Lord Jing, I have yet to savor a delightful meal or experience the simple act of relieving myself. Woe is me. He never allows me to speak, never permits me to move. My plight is unbearable, despite having hung quietly in the tree for so long. What fault is there in enjoying conversation and a little movement? Alas, I digress. Lord Jing, it is he who controls me. I am powerless to resist. He commands all by Ju. He is a superior being. The nonsensical and rambling voice continued unabated. In the serene mountains, the individual found themselves disinterested in the idle chatter of their counterpart. Instead, they fixated on the azure-hued fate energy emanating from the other, fluctuating with an ethereal rhythm. The pale blue energy wavered, at times deepening in intensity, while at others, it hinted at a descent towards a verdant hue. For the first time, they witnessed so vividly the undulations of another's fate energy, altered by the interference in the progression of the world's timeline. Yet, this oscillation, rising and falling, prompted a contemplation. Would their forthcoming choices determine the trajectory of the other's destiny? Should they now eliminate Ah Fei, how would the rewards be calculated? In the mountainous realm, the expression on Shan Zhongjing's face tightened slightly, indicating his readiness to act and test the waters. Ah Fei sensed the chilling aura of impending danger that sent shivers down his spine. With resolute determination, he self-inflicted harm, gouging out his own Rinnegan eyes. As he flung them toward Shan Zhongjing, his body, still maintaining a kneeling posture, began to plummet towards the ground, bereft of the power bestowed by the Rinnegan. Great. Allow me to follow you. I am still quite useful. I don't require sustenance, and will not incur any expenses. Name, Fei occupation, attendant attributes, outer path abnormality, purple, limit break amplification, purple, 5 elements transformation, blue, dependence on nature, blue, energy devourer, green, jester, white, eccentricity, white, free flight, gray. In the mountainous landscape, a black dragon, formed from chakra infused with celestial techniques, surged forth, clutching 2 pairs of blood-stained Rinnegan. Observing the descending figure of Ah Fei, a slight frown creased my brow. A servant? Previously, I had merely glanced at the profiles of He Ju and his companions, failing to scrutinize them closely. Now, as I examined Ah Fei's personal profile, I noted the distinction in his profession, which set him apart from the ordinary white Zetsu soldiers. My gaze shifted to the Rinnegan at my side. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing temporarily abandoned the plan to eliminate his opponent directly. After all, there were other subjects available for experimentation besides Ah Fei, whose fate fluctuated just as dramatically. With the bitter citrus arrow pressed against his head by Sanwei Ji. Contemplating this, Shan Zhongjing formed a hand seal. From the wooden figure's body, a vine, as thick as an arm, shot forth, catching the falling Ah Fei and bringing him to a steady position atop the wooden figure. Oh my, I'm alive. Lord Jing truly is a benevolent soul. From now on, I shall follow you. Ah Fei exclaimed, waving his arms in a comical manner. His body transformed into peculiar, blooming white wooden vines, detaching from the nearly lifeless body of Gon Shijin Sha. With his eyes gone and knees shattered, the life force of Gon Shijin Sha, long drained by the Rinnegan, collapsed atop the wooden figure, expiring within mere seconds. As Shan Zhongjing gazed into Ah Fei's singular eye, he felt a slight twitch at the corner of his own eye. It seemed that this fellow, when kneeling, did not utilize his own knees. And when it came to gouging out eyes, he did not choose to harm his own. Truly, you are quite the clever little rascal. A significant alteration in the fate of a renowned supporting character has transpired, resulting in a slight disruption of the world line's progression, yielding 1 purple attribute conversion card. Purple attribute conversion card. This card allows for the transformation of any attribute of any level into a purple attribute. Upon hearing the system prompt, the figure in the mountains immediately turned to gaze upon the sole black entry on their system interface. It could be described as an ominous struggle amidst the refuse of battle. Within the realm of conceptual entries, the effects of this particular entry were indeed astonishingly powerful, yet it had never been utilized even once. There was no need to employ it against the weak. When facing the formidable forces of the ninja realm, their current strength was more than sufficient. As for those who were nearly indestructible yet possessed extraordinary power, they could simply opt for the removal of the entry, as downgrading the entry would suffice. The scenery in the mountains was already splendid, and at this moment, it had become even more delightful. Consequently, my gaze towards Ah Fei softened considerably. I noticed that the previously pale green essence of fate had now stabilized into a deep azure. As I turned to address Sanwei Jifu, I casually remarked, "Be obedient. Upon our return, I shall have Orochimaru grant you an eye." "An eye?" Ah Fei inquired, pointing to the vacant right side of his face. "A rectal eye," I responded. "Oh, how wonderful it is to follow Lord Jing. That scoundrel Heiju never even considered helping me fulfill my dreams. I must be diligent and obedient." As I executed a flying thunder god technique, I vanished from atop the wooden figure, leaving Ah Fei to his own devices. I reassured myself that once the eye was granted, all would be well. The reason for my obsession, my curiosity, stemmed merely from ignorance. Once one truly understands and becomes accustomed to something, such trivial matters cease to weigh heavily on the mind. Here, I offer you a chance to exchange the host. After being hurled into the air by the external demon statue, Shan Zhongjing quickly regained his composure and concealed himself at the edge of the 4 red suns formation, feigning death in front of the 3-tailed Ison. With his head tucked in and eyes tightly shut, Ison, upon hearing the words, hastily opened his left eye. Straining his voice, he softly spoke, "I shall heed your commands, my lord." With a thud, Shan Zhongjing's wooden clone dropped the enormous carcass of the external demon statue, measuring over 5 meters in length and 3 meters in height. Right before Ison, this carcass, belonging to the 10 tails, served as a natural dwelling and the finest sealing material for tailed beasts. Blood splattered from the neck of the orange citrus arrow, and the severed head rolled away, landing on the ground with a dull thud. Ison, having already squeezed half of his body into the remains of the 10 tails, shivered, and his movements quickened. It was too brutal. Humanity was truly merciless. Using your life for an experiment, he thought. After all, the other one knelt too quickly. I couldn't even react in time. The significant alteration of the fate trajectory of a vital supporting character caused a shift in the world line's progression, granting the following: a random associative entry extraction opportunity 1. Entry extraction opportunity 1. Entry gifting opportunity 1. Another one? The scenery in the mountains dissipates effortlessly, as if the high-pressure water blade formed from the water has vanished from my grasp. I find myself reasonably satisfied with the rewards bestowed by the Yagura explosion. Had it not been for the opportunity to extract associated word entries from the explosion of Urka, which transformed his red word entry into a golden legend, his strength would not have achieved such a remarkable leap. Consequently, when he beheld the holders of the Water Shadow, Earth Shadow, and Rinnegan, he charged forward without a moment's hesitation. Ultimately, it is strength that serves as the foundation of all confidence. When one possesses power that utterly surpasses that of the enemy, there is no need to deliberate over convoluted tactics or strategies. The opportunity to extract associated word entries inevitably yields entries related to those already possessed, provided the level difference is not too great. By merging these, one could potentially ascend to a higher level. Presently, even his least impressive entries are of blue quality. However, it is perplexing that this Yagura would have one less opportunity for entry extraction as a reward than Urka. Could it be due to the absence of a commendable offspring? After all, their appearances in the original work are nearly comparable, one as the Wind Shadow, the other as the Water Shadow. One is a diligent miner, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Orochimaru. The other, a hapless puppet, ends up being drained of his tailed beast's blood, despite his lack of agency. While being controlled may diminish one's worth, the identity of the Three Tails Jinchuriki should still be a merit. Ultimately, the evaluation here in the system is surprisingly inferior to that of Urka. It seems the disparity lies with Gaara. Whether to kill or not, the fluctuations of fate appear to wield little influence. As the scene in the mountains unfolded just at the moment when the water blade descended, the aura of destiny enveloping Yagura had nearly dissipated. Yet, the rewards that emerged still bore a striking resemblance to those of the lightly violet-hued destiny of Rasha. Both had been similarly influenced by the dark void. Consequently, the disparate choices made by Fei and Yagura did not reveal any significant advantages or disadvantages. Thus, pondering the matter seemed futile in the future. Simply retain what is pleasing to the eye and discard what is not, without the need for excessive deliberation. In the mountains, the scenery pursed its lips, no longer entangled in trivial matters. There are no virtuous souls in the realm of ninjas. Each and every one bears a mark of bloodshed. Take Yagura, for instance. Without delving into the original narrative where he exacerbated the brutality within the bloody mist under Obito's control, one can simply observe how he managed to rise amidst the fog of the hidden mist, manipulated covertly by Uchiha Madara. Can this truly be considered virtuous and beautiful? Yagura is not an exception. Most ninjas in this world share a similar fate. Likewise, after years of survival in this realm, Yamashiro Kage's hands are stained with as much blood as anyone else's. According to the calculations of a previous life, should he meet his end, one could conservatively speculate that he would not descend to the depths of the 18th layer of hell, but certainly find himself amidst the 7th or 8th layer. Shaking his head, he dispelled the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. The gaze of Yamashita was directed towards the departing figure of Mach. Just moments ago, as he utilized his wood release to conjure four enhanced wooden constructs and manifested a 1,000-meter lotus platform to forcibly suppress the malevolent figure, Mach seized the opportunity to employ earth release, burrowing into the fissures of the soil that emerged after the rapid creation of the wooden sentinels. He delved deep underground, evading the confines of the four crimson sun array. Although Yamashita Kage had discerned the movements of his opponent, the opportunity to eliminate Kuro's was tantalizingly close. Adopting the mindset that one could evade the monk but not the temple, he paid little heed to the adversary's actions. However, the elderly Noki, rather than making a hasty retreat upon exiting the confines of the four crimson sun formation, directed his course towards the Leaf Village encampment. He summoned the bewildered Iwagakure shinobi, who were disoriented by the vast wood release techniques and the emergence of the Outer Path Divine Tree, to gather at his side. Meanwhile, Sunagakure was deterred by the ominous and towering ninjutsu that loomed 2 kilometers away. Once Noki halted the Iwagakure forces, they too ceased their assault, consolidating their positions in the northwest, forming a strategic angle with Iwagakure. The reinforcements from Konohagakure were now perilously close. Upon witnessing the shadow clone of Yamashita Kage alongside Danzo, Jiraiya understood that aid was imminent. He promptly led the frontline troops, who had endured fierce battles and suffered substantial losses, into a defensive formation, poised to confront both Iwagakure and Sunagakure. The shadow clone of Kamishang was initially bewildered by the sudden madness of its original, who had unleashed a powerful technique without warning. However, upon sensing a distinct change in the chakra and the sudden presence of the renegade, it quickly deduced that the original had experienced a surge in strength and had ensnared a significant target. It hurriedly communicated with Jiraiya and the others, informing them that the wood release was its doing and urging them not to act recklessly. Everything would be addressed once the original arrived. You truly excel at concealment, gritted Minato Namikaze, glaring at the shadow clone of his dear friend beside him. Earlier, he had sensed the spatial fluctuations of the Flying Thunder God technique manifesting around the battlefield. He could easily guess who had arrived. Shortly after that disturbance, fierce combat erupted, and the actions of the Sand Village's elite puppet master forces to attack their rear were prematurely revealed. Although he was not particularly astute in political matters, his combat instincts and battlefield intuition were his forte. He immediately surmised that they had hidden reinforcements as a backup. This was why he had focused on preserving the fighting strength of his side during the earlier conflict, refraining from recklessly plunging into the enemy ranks. Yet, he never anticipated that his close friend, upon arriving at the front lines with the Flying Thunder God technique, would unleash another formidable technique. This individual not only mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, but also possessed skills in illusion techniques, in release, and water release. Moreover, he had even grasped the wood release. That was the signature technique of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. While Jiraiya remained vigilant against the rock and sand ninja, he also perked up his ears to listen to the conversation between his disciple and Kamishang. He had a myriad of questions regarding the wood release that he wished to inquire about. Recently, I have mastered a technique that allows me to forge contracts with the deceased. The shadowy figure amidst the mountains adeptly crafted an excuse for logging in with a borrowed account. As he explained the origins of the wood release technique to the two individuals beside him, a hint of confusion flickered in the eyes of Minato Namikaze. Casting a subtle glance at Danzo, he silently inquired of his trusted friend whether he harbored concerns about attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. Wait a moment. Let me ascertain the situation on the other side. The shadow clone of the mountain scenery transformed into a dissipating mist of chakra. Memories swiftly returned to their origin. In the next moment, a wooden clone, utilizing the specially crafted kunai of Flying Thunder God strapped to Minato's waist, materialized beside him. He cast a glance at Jiraiya, who was staring at Danzo with a face full of disdain. In the heart of the mountains, the secrets were no longer concealed. The origins of the Tsutsuki clan, the ninja world, the genesis of chakra, and the previous schemes of Kaguya were laid bare. Meanwhile, on the other side, Inoki, clad in tattered garments and marked by numerous wounds, appeared to have aged a decade, seated before 1,000 Iwagakure ninjas. He observed their expressions, some filled with concern, others with trepidation, unease, or confusion. He gestured towards a crimson barrier, towering like a heavenly divide 2 kilometers away. Within the semi-transparent barrier, the silhouettes of the outer path golem and 4 wooden figures loomed ominously, radiating an unsettling aura of terror even from such a distance. Konoha. Someone has mastered the power of wood release, the very force that once quelled chaos and birthed the era of the ninja villages. A ninja from Kirigakure, endowed with the Sage Eye, was defeated by this power, and I, too, have succumbed. The enemy has set forth their conditions. Inoki's voice bore an undeniable weight of despair. As the 3-tailed beast struggled against the monstrosity summoned through the Rinnegan, it resembled a powerless child, cowering in a corner. How much stronger could the 4-tailed and 5-tailed beasts be compared to the 3-tailed? Such power transcended human capability. Inoki felt remorse towards his predecessors, the past Tsuchikage, and countless Iwagakure ninjas who had placed their faith in him. Yet, if he did not act, what could they possibly wield against such overwhelming force? Would he allow his village's ninjas to perish one by one in the onslaught? Perhaps, as Tsuchikage, this was the final act he could perform for his village. He would bear the burden of this disgrace, becoming the target of scorn and vitriol from those who cherished the village. At that moment, a figure named Kuratsuchi stood beside Inoki, delivering a swift strike to the back of his neck. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, had fought to exhaustion, gravely injured and unable to continue his duties. I shall inherit the position of the 4th Tsuchikage, representing Iwagakure in negotiations with Konohagakure. Kuratsuchi's voice trembled with emotion. tears streaming down his face as he strained to maintain his composure. As an Iwagakure ninja and Inoki's son, he understood the torment and sorrow that came with such a resolute decision from his stubborn father. How could he bear to let his father shoulder this weight of pressure and humiliation alone? Upon discerning that the great wildwood had not made an immediate escape, the observer in the mountains turned their focus towards the system interface. This wave of sudden wealth demanded that various rewards be swiftly converted into tangible power. How could one not honor the fortuitous luck encountered today? System, utilize the purple conversion card on the inauspicious black entry pertaining to the contest. Conversion complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the purple entry Divine Entertainment of the High Heavens. Divine Entertainment of the High Heavens. Purple designated 2 individuals, excluding the entry holder, whose strength does not exceed tenfold that of the entry holder, to engage in a 1v1 battle. Both combatants cannot refuse and must engage with utmost effort. While external interference is prohibited, the entry holder may adjust the combatant's strength with a maximum alteration of 15 in either direction. The battle shall conclude only upon the death of one party or the dissolution of the entry's effect by the holder. Divine Entertainment of the High Heavens. A celestial game of amusement? In the serene mountains, Yamaguchi contemplated, a faint smile gracing his lips as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although his abilities could not be wielded for his own benefit, but rather designated to others in battle, and the strength of his opponents could not exceed his own by a factor of 10, the question lingered. Could one truly find a being within the entire shinobi world whose prowess surpassed his by such a margin? Perhaps, in the realm of legends, there existed a member of the Tsutsuki clan who, having consumed countless fruits of the god tree, transcended life and death, forsaking the corporeal form to traverse dimensions, specifically, Tsutsuki Kagaya. Yet, with that individual long departed from the world of Naruto, how could they ever reappear before him? The efficacy of this particular ability had, for Yamaguchi, surpassed that of numerous formidable red-tier abilities. Not only was it an invincible control skill, but it also served as a definitive means to diminish the enemy's ranks. Should Tsutsuki Kinshiki and Tsutsuki Momoshiki dare to appear before him simultaneously, he would promptly orchestrate a confrontation between the two, elevating Kinshiki's combat prowess by 15 while reducing Momoshiki's by the same amount. He would ensure that Kinshiki, under the influence of the ability's formidable control, would be compelled to engage in battle with all his might, unable to willingly succumb to Momoshiki's absorption. Perhaps this would grant Momoshiki a true insight into the traditional shinobi arts of overcoming the odds. After a moment of deep reflection, he contemplated the specific application of the concept of the high celestial entertainment within his mind. In the serene mountains, a gaze was cast upon the recently acquired opportunity for random associative term extraction, which was promptly embraced. The random associative term handsome was selected, and congratulations were extended to the host for obtaining the blue term arsonist of affection. Arsonist of affection, blue and exceptional appearance, outstanding abilities, elegant discourse, admirable temperament, approachability, overall charisma, personal allure, eloquent expression, and an enhanced attraction to the opposite sex. The probability of being hindered by unfavorable circumstances is diminished. My appearance term must not continuously hold me back, right? In the serene mountains, I glanced at my personal panel, where only 3 blue phrases remained. Finding an excuse that even I scarcely believed, I activated the blue phrase arsonist of affection. It is often said that fewer words signify greater matters. Although the detailed description of arsonist of affection is succinct, the influx of knowledge that followed its activation was anything but meager. Beyond a plethora of conversational techniques, it encompassed various etiquettes, postures, and skills related to attire, demeanor while walking or sitting, and the art of dining and resting. Even guidance on how to strike a pose for photographs and videos was included. In the mountains, I had never previously been aware of such matters. It turns out that even eating a meal or using the restroom can involve so much. The detection of the blue term handsome and the blue term arsonist of affection allows for fusion. Shall we proceed with the fusion? Fusion. Fusion complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the purple term the strong do not perish by the axe. The strong do not perish by the axe, purple possessing an almost flawless visage, unparalleled strength. Every word and action captivates attention, exuding charisma, charm, eloquence, and approachability, significantly enhancing attraction to the opposite sex, the greater the strength, the lower the probability of succumbing to the axe. As for eloquence, adding this seems rather wasted. After decades of habit, I can only elegantly spit, and moreover. As Shan Zhongjing observed the continually diminishing probability of the acts, he was genuinely at a loss for how to express his emotions. He was certainly not like Chengge, that sort of brute who had charmed every girl in the class. How could he possibly encounter the peril of being axed? The system simply relished in misunderstanding him. Gathering his thoughts, he turned his gaze once more to the entry interface. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing bestowed the most significant opportunity for upgrading the red word entry upon his destined entry, the Transcender, accompanied by his innate talent throughout his journey. Who else could it be given to? Congratulations to the host. The red word entry Transcender has successfully upgraded, granting the golden word entry multiverse Transcender. The system's notification resonated. Before Shan Zhongjing could fully savor the essence of his new entry, another system prompt sounded. It detected that the golden word entry multiverse Transcender could merge with the purple word entry temporal insight. Would you like to initiate the fusion? Yes. Upon completion of the fusion, congratulations to the host for acquiring the golden word entry multiverse traveler. Multiverse traveler, gold a transcender favored by the cosmic fortune, having undergone the baptism of temporal energy. Endowed with the ability to perceive, capture, and document the temporal coordinates across myriad worlds, alongside profound talents, enhanced soul and mental strength, accelerated growth rate, elevated growth limits, and heightened spatial awareness and affinity. The system prompt reverberated. In the mountains, a resounding explosion echoed within the depths of his mind. Countless insights regarding time and space surged forth, leading to a transformation of both his spirit and physical form. The essence of his soul, previously refined under the entry of the Yin-Yang Immortal Master, was once again solidified and strengthened. Upon introspection, his entire soul radiated a luminous brilliance, pure, clear, and flawless. It was powerful, perfect, and nearly materialized. Under the original entry of spatial insight, his already formidable spatial talent ascended to a mesmerizing realm that left Shan Zhongjing astonished. Despite the insights imparted by the system, he still experienced a disconnection between his understanding and his ability to act. Under the influence of his extraordinary spatial talent, he recalled a previous vague perception of the Pure Land, a realm he had sensed before but could not access. This time, it manifested distinctly within his awareness. It was evident that by mastering the power within him, the once mysterious Pure Land would become his personal sanctuary. Even more astonishing, Shan Zhongjing seemed capable of enhancing his perception of spatial fluctuations simply by expending energy. With his current chakra reserves, this spatial awareness could encompass the entire ninja world. In essence, as long as he desired it, he could effortlessly traverse from the hidden leaf village to the hidden cloud in the blink of an eye. Would exploring other realms necessitate further energy expenditure? In the mountainous landscape, his brow furrowed slightly. His own chakra reserves, in the current ninja world, were undeniably in a league of their own. Even Kushina, having mastered the complete form of the Nine Tails and transformed into the perfect Jinchuriki, possessed a lesser amount of chakra than he did. Yet, according to the information imparted by the system, even if he fully activated Sage Mode, attempting to pinpoint a location in another world would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. This, the Ten Tails, the Dragon Vein, the Grellstone, the Phantoms. In the depths of the mountains, a vision swiftly traverses my mind, conjuring images of entities brimming with immense energy. Among these, the most easily attainable appears to be the Dragon Vein of Lulan. Host, mountain scene occupation, ninja activated attributes, multiverse traveler, gold, Yin-Yang Immortal Master, gold, zero frame initiation, red, would release Jinchuriki, red, source seeker, purple, borrowed account login, purple, guaranteed decapitation, purple, high heaven entertainment, purple, the strong do not perish by machete, purple, silent wanderer, blue, fate manipulator, blue, inactive attributes, cicada pupa, white, fragile yet resilient, white, 9 treasures in 1 birth, blue, barehanded, gray, complete childhood, gray, reversal of fate for the kiln sister, white, size alteration at will, green, food affection, white, criminal excitement fist, green, hard landing, gray, overtime menstruation, gray, attribute extraction, 4 attribute duplication, 2 attribute donation, 15 attribute degradation, 3 attribute reset, 3 attribute stripping, 1 invincible, utterly invincible. Who could possibly withstand such overwhelming force? In the serene mountains, he gazed at his entry interface with a smile gracing his countenance. The concept of traversing worlds held little allure for him at this juncture. Though he occasionally lamented why his journey had led him to the chaotic and brutal realm of ninjas rather than a tranquil, idyllic world. He understood that every situation has its advantages and disadvantages. Were it not for the world of Naruto, how could he have acquired such formidable power? Having resided in this world for 2 decades, he had forged bonds of friendship, kinship, love, and mentorship. He had a guiding light that awaited him, regardless of how late he returned. Even if he yearned to explore other realms, he would first tend to all matters surrounding him, ensuring everything was arranged before embarking on a new journey. At the very least, this way, upon his return, he would not be greeted by devastation nor the sight of conflict. The beacon that awaited the weary traveler would continue to shine through the night for him. He, too, could find solace in this harbor that belonged to him, much like a weathered vessel, scarred by the trials of the sea, safely anchored after crossing tumultuous waters. The system had exhausted all opportunities for entry extraction. Amidst the mountains, a figure radiating bravado addressed the system. His aspirations and expectations regarding the possible attributes he could acquire had considerably diminished. After all, he had yet to fully grasp the spatial talents bestowed by the myriad of interdimensional travelers. If he were to master this power, what ninjutsu could withstand an ethereal, intangible, and ceaseless spatial slash? Congratulations, host, you have obtained the blue attribute Sky Rift Seed, the gray attribute Silken Entrance, the white attribute Average Aesthetic Eye, and the purple attribute Master of Transmutation Magic. Sky Rift Seed, blue through prolonged training, you possess a pelvis significantly sturdier than that of an average individual. The force of your seated position can rend the air asunder and shatter mountains. Your strength in the glutes, legs, and hips, as well as your defensive capabilities in the posterior, have all been enhanced. Silken Entrance, gray. Every individual harbors a peculiar hobby they seldom disclose, and yours lies in the tearing of silk. Your resistance to various forms, black, white, gray, flesh, colorful, gradient, and mesh, has substantially diminished. Concurrently, the secretion of hormones and dopamine has markedly increased. Average Aesthetic Eye, white. The superficial appearances of the world are but mere facades. To me, all faces are indistinguishable, resting in a state of neither beauty nor ugliness. Your perception of others' exteriors has been slightly altered, while your temperament, composure, willpower, and moral judgment have seen a modest enhancement. Desires and emotions have diminished somewhat. Master of Transmutation Magic, purple. An essential magic for melee sorcerers, allowing you to store weapons, armor, and other gear within your personal magical repository, enabling swift changes during combat. Your speed of transformation, the capacity of the repository, weapon mastery, melee techniques, and magical prowess have all been significantly amplified. Truly, you are remarkable, dear system. In the mountains, Jing pressed her lips together, gazing at the 4 entries, each adorned with a myriad of colors and peculiar functionalities, nearly rendered speechless by the system. When she first heard the system prompt for Sky Split Sitting, she momentarily believed it to be a reference from Pokemon. She found it rather odd. After all, any legendary Pokemon should not merely be represented by a blue entry. Yet it turned out to be the sitting. Is its subordinate entry perhaps crows flying? Moreover, which respectable individual would resort to striking with their posterior? While she is not particularly concerned with appearances and employs various tactics in close combat, from eye gouging to groin kicks, these are all typical ninja techniques. This surely cannot be something crafted by a courtesan. And what of that Silken Entrance? The scenery within the mountains evokes a sentiment that even the most uninhibited of individuals, such as Jiraiya, does not possess a uniqueness of this magnitude. After all, the other party merely engages in acts that are effortless and responsive to the call of the rooster. Such a penchant for indulgence. One cannot help but wonder, does it truly possess the flavor of ice cream? Moreover, if the secretion of hormones and dopamine significantly escalates, would one not find themselves in a perpetual state of euphoria? The average aesthetic appeal does hold some merit. It is essential for a venerable monk. In the future, should anyone desire to transcend worldly attachments and embrace monastic life, he may offer his assistance. System, please activate the transformation into a master of magical attire. With a sigh, the figure in the mountains activated the soul purple entry. If his conjecture proved accurate, this item must have originated from the world of fairy tale, akin to the magical abilities of the fairy queen Urza, who could effortlessly switch her equipment at any moment. After all, it was indeed a purple entry, although uncertain of its relevance to his identity as a ninja. By the heavens, it truly is useful. He felt an overwhelming influx of training memories, foundational knowledge of magic, and the establishment of a magical arsenal within the source of magic flooding his mind. In the mountains, the scenery brought forth a brilliant smile on Shan Zhongjing's face. The question of whether the new attire looked handsome was secondary. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that this magical armory was nearly 1,000 cubic meters in volume. The concept of weapons, armor, and other equipment was remarkably broad. Shuriken, kunai, and even 1,000 books could be classified as weapons. Explosive tags, food pills, and even storage scrolls could also be deemed as weapons. Even a plate of noodles held by Shan Zhongjing could be regarded as a weapon. Wasn't this akin to having a personal storage space? Furthermore, perhaps due to the absence of a source concept for chakra, the adaptive nature of the terminology evolved. The so-called magical armory, developed within the source of magic, was intricately connected to his own soul and chakra, which could entirely substitute for magic. This implies that even if he employed the shadow clone technique to control another's body, he could still access items from the magical armory at will. Upon detecting the golden term traveler of many faces producing a beneficial correlation with the purple term master of transformation magic, the area of influence of the master of transformation magic armory was significantly enhanced, advancing to the red term infinite armory. Infinite armory read the ordinary transformation magic. Under the extraordinary gift of spatial affinity, radiates a brilliance far beyond its limits, allowing any item to be stored within one's magical armory and accessed with flexibility. The maximum capacity of the armory is greatly increased. The speed of retrieval, weapon mastery, melee skills, and magical application are all significantly enhanced. Is this a patchwork of the king's treasure and the infinite sword system? Upon hearing the system's notification sound, Shan Zhongjing felt a shift within himself. His expression momentarily one of bewilderment. His command over the transformation spell had not undergone significant alteration. However, the previous volume of the magical arsenal, which measured 1,000 cubic units, had now surged in dimensions, increasing in length, width, and height by over 100-fold. He turned his gaze towards the external demon statue, forcefully pinned upon the lotus platform, now once again ensnared in silence. In the mountainous landscape, a figure appeared before him in an instant, employing the flying thunder god technique. One hand rested upon the outer path golem, enveloping it rapidly in his own formidable chakra. In the next moment, the air shimmered with ripples, and even the towering outer path golem, standing hundreds of meters tall, vanished from sight. He gazed at the corner of the magical arsenal, where the outer path golem once resided. In the depths of the mountains, Shan Zhongjing swallowed hard. Were it not for the impossibility of storing living beings within the magical arsenal, he could single-handedly lead the entire populace of Konoha on a chaotic escapade across the world. The sheer expanse of this space. He had no need for mere storage seals. The infinite repository, birthed from the transformative powers of dressing magic, granted him absolute dominion over the spatial realm within the arsenal. This implies that in order to summon the outer path's golem using the Rinnegan, one must first pass through him. There exists no one with superior spatial control, no force that surpasses his own. To think one could simply abscond with the golem? What a farce. Did they truly believe his golden attributes as a multidimensional traveler and a yin-yang master were mere fabrications? At this moment, he was undeniably a statistical anomaly. As long as the golem remained in his possession, no one could hope to retrieve it. Aspiring to resurrect the Ten-Tails and become its Jinchuriki, they ought to seek a planet to cultivate their own trees. The outer path's golem here is now his private property. No poking the needle. In the serene mountains, a low chuckle escapes as I retrieve my cherished belongings, transferring them into the magical repository. Among these treasures are the Uchiha fan obtained from Uchiha Madara, an abundance of fire-style jutsu and various secret scrolls for pairs of Sharingan, and the remnants of the outer collected from the Tomb of the Mountains. The scrolls of summoning contracts for the Pepperfish, the Shell King, the Raven, and the Falcon, along with the Dream Eater summoning contract scroll acquired from Danzo, and the blood storage sealing tube crafted by Kushina. Additionally, there are the secret technique scrolls gathered from the roots, which seal over 40 white zetsu, along with storage scrolls for living supplies, and a collection of shurikens, kunai, explosive tags, and blank scrolls. In his possession, he also holds the Rinnegan and the Blade of Samahata, which constitutes his entire collection. What? Are you startled to see your mother? Amidst the mountainous scenery, the figure observed the writhing entity in its grasp, its tongue extending straight as it desperately yearned to savor a taste of the remnants of the Outer Path's monstrous statue, which imprisoned the three tails. With an irritated flick of the wrist, it cast the creature away, allowing it to return to the embrace of the three tails. The great sword shark, on the verge of collapse from hunger, lay upon the massive Outer Path statue, measuring over 5 meters in length and 3 meters in height. Emitting a pitiful whimper, the chakra of the three tails surged forth from the statue's remnants. Ecstatically, it called out twice, eagerly absorbing the flowing chakra. As the scenery in the mountains beheld the scene of maternal compassion and filial piety, he promptly decided to enclose the two within the magical repository. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the three-tailed creature belonged to the realm of chakra life, while the presence of the shark's skin resembled that of a unique weapon possessing a spirit. Both could indeed be stored within the repository. Initially, the myriad of treasures that Mountain Middle Scene carried felt rather cumbersome. However, within the repository, they appeared no larger than the toes of an external demonic statue. Moreover, accessing them was infinitely more convenient than utilizing sealing scrolls. There was a tinge of reluctance. In the mountains, Yamashita gazed at the last remaining Rinnegan in his hand. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to store it within a glass vial inscribed with sealing techniques, placing it in his arsenal for safekeeping. Although the formidable physique bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths made replacing an eye easier than swapping a hot swappable keyboard, without the concern of rejection, it was, after all, Uchiha Madara's eye. Its powers were a culmination of the strengths of Ashura and Indra, shaped by his character, physique, and spirit. Presently, there was no pressing need for him to utilize the Rinnegan to enhance his strength. Why not cultivate a pair of eyes uniquely his own? With his superior physique and mental prowess, if he were to awaken a special set of eyes, they would undoubtedly surpass the Rinnegan. Moreover, the inability to freely activate or deactivate the purple Rinnegan did somewhat tarnish his image. Strength is one aspect, but charisma is a lifelong pursuit. With two opportunities for copying attributes at his disposal, he felt no urgency. Formulating a rough plan in his mind, Yamashita surveyed the somewhat empty magical arsenal. Placing one hand upon the massive lotus platform beneath him, he summoned a powerful spatial fluctuation for enhanced wooden dummies. Along with a colossal lotus platform measuring over 1,000 meters in diameter, were all drawn into the arsenal. Leaving such items here would be a waste. By storing them, he could turn the battlefield into his domain in future confrontations. No need to painstakingly recreate them. With such a size, even Ultraman would trigger a warning light on the spot. In the mountain, Jing was satisfied as he clapped his hands. Noting that there was nothing left to tidy up, he promptly dispelled the immortal technique. The four red yang formation. He retracted the dark luminescence enveloping him, the imposing chakra horn upon his forehead, and the swirling black chakra dragons surrounding him. The mask-like mark on his forehead also quietly vanished. Externally, he appeared no different from his usual self. However, in truth, he merely contained his energy, remaining in the sage mode, capable of unleashing his full power at any moment. A fae, who had lost the support of the wooden figure beneath him, plummeted from the sky amidst a cacophony of strange cries, falling like raindrops into a lake. Utilizing his own abilities, he directly burrowed into the ground revealed after Jing retracted the lotus platform. After a considerable time, he finally poked his head back up from the earth. "Does my lord have any tasks for me? I am exceedingly eager to serve. For now, just follow me and speak less." With a sigh, the mountain scenery expressed a hint of regret for having retained such a creature. Was this meant to serve him? It was evident that it was eager to rush off to Orochimaru for enlightenment. "Hey," a fae raised his right hand in greeting, obediently extracting his legs from the ground. Upon seeing the black battle attire tossed his way, a rather peculiar expression of delight spread across his spiraled visage as he hastily donned it. "Truly, you are a benevolent soul, my good sir. Did I not advise you to speak less? I have indeed reduced it. I meant for you to decrease the frequency of your speech, not merely the number of words in a single utterance. Stop tilting your head. Speaking many words at once is also unacceptable." In the mountains, Jing's lips twitched uncontrollably, and he gazed upwards at the horizon in exasperation. He truly comprehended the profound exhaustion that Black Absolute must feel, surrounded by such peculiar company. With such a whimsical and comical disposition, coupled with an unconventional thought process, would he ever find peace again? Moreover, lacking a mouth, from which organ did those sounds originate? "Oh," Afe responded with a hint of grievance, dutifully falling silent thereafter. It felt as though he had become the villain. In the midst of the mountains, Jing couldn't help but mutter under her breath, feeling as though she were bullying a child in kindergarten. A faint sense of guilt washed over her. How infuriating. Had she known, she would have dealt with him decisively just now. She slapped her hand upon a Fei's shoulder. In the mountainous landscape, he swiftly employed the flying thunder god technique to transport himself to the side of the wood clone that had just elucidated matters for Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. Upon dispelling the wood clone, fragments of his previous memories surged back to him. Realizing the unfolding events, his gaze shifted towards the distant gathering of IWA shinobi. 100 meters away. While Lus may not ascend to the esteemed position of Tsuchikage, he is undeniably a rare and dutiful child. As for Inoki, observing him even in a state of unconsciousness, his visage still bore the weight of exhaustion and age. His vitality diminished significantly. A myriad of thoughts swiftly traversed through the mind of Kaguya in the mountains. If the current circumstances were to persist, returning to Iwagakure would inevitably lead to the ascendance of the Yellow Earth to the position of the fourth Tsuchikage. Could this be considered a moment that alters the fates of two individuals? It appears plausible. How do you intend to address the matters concerning Iwagakure and Sunagakure? Jiraiya, with arms crossed and an expression of gravity, earnestly inquired about Kage's perspective. Shall we initiate negotiations with the aim of peace and unity? In the mountains, Shanjunjing paused, contemplating that the swiftest means to pacify and unify the ninja world would be to first seize control of the armed organization's leader. If all goes as anticipated with Sunagakure, Yakura is likely to succeed as the fourth Kazekage. Subsequently, he could seek out Chiyo and have a discourse with Kizu about the intricacies of life. This should pose no significant challenge. Iwagakure has already recognized the harsh reality, and it seems that Tsuchi will not cause any disturbances. By amalgamating the armed forces of the three ninja villages, dismantling and reorganizing them, they could replicate the operations of the Fourth Great Ninja War. The first course of action would be to eradicate Kirigakure. With a common enemy established and bonds of camaraderie formed, the subsequent integration would encounter far fewer obstacles. As for Kumogakure, if the third Raikage, A, can grasp the prevailing circumstances, then the moment news of their intention to negotiate is released, the opposing side will undoubtedly become restless. Should he fail to see the larger picture, then Kumogakure and Kirigakure combined would merely amount to a trivial matter. Regarding the so-called daime, apart from a few stubborn antiquarians who truly regards that title with any seriousness. What of the Mizukage? Deceased. Jiraiya gazed at Shanjunjing, who spoke so nonchalantly, with a look of exasperation. From the very beginning, it seemed you had no intention of negotiating with Kirigakure, did you? Are they truly so disregarded? Indeed, Kirigakure stands as the most beleaguered among the 5 great ninja villages. After Uchiha Madara covertly manipulated the third Mizukage, he employed exceedingly terrifying means of domination, allowing the moniker of Blood Mist to reverberate throughout the ninja world. Presently, although Kirigakure has not yet reached the state depicted in the original narrative, where Obito tormented it for over a decade, the ninjas within the village have long internalized the brutal law of the jungle. Its atmosphere of bloodshed and cruelty runs deep, starkly contrasting with other ninja villages. Even if a small faction of rational thinkers remains within the village, their scant numbers render them virtually powerless. Attempting to win them over through conciliatory measures would prove more arduous than forcibly unifying the 5 great ninja villages through sheer might. The scenery of the mountains does not resemble the reincarnation of a Buddha, destined to enlighten the inhabitants of the Naruto world. Since gentleness cannot be employed, let it unleash its utmost potential, serving as a crucible for the swift amalgamation of the 3 ninja villages. He shall dismiss those characters from the original narrative who evoke feelings of regret and lamentation. In due time, he may intervene. As for the remaining individuals, he can only express respect for their destinies. Jiraiya, having roamed the ninja world for years, possesses a deeper understanding of the customs of each village than most. After a brief contemplation, he grasped the harshness with which the mountain dweller treated the mist village. Ultimately, if one cannot become friends or allies, then showing mercy to adversaries will only invite ceaseless troubles and future repercussions. What comes next? Jiraiya cast a glance at the mountain dweller, indicating that Danzo still lingered nearby. In name, upon Danzo's arrival at the front lines, he would assume the role of the highest commander, overseeing all Leaf Ninja operations. Although the prowess demonstrated by the mountain dweller had led them to tacitly acknowledge his leadership, certain matters should be conducted behind closed doors. One cannot afford to provide outsiders with fodder for mockery. Do not look at me. Why would I oppose matters beneficial to the leaf? The figure of Danzo, disguised as White Zetsu, let out a soft grunt. He reached into his robe and tossed the appointment document from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, directly to the mountain dweller. Then I extend my gratitude to Lord Danzo. In the mountainous scenery, he smirked with feigned nonchalance, uttering a few insincere words. Meanwhile, his mind began to ponder whether to orchestrate Danzo's demise through illness or to face death on the battlefield. As for the clandestine machinations he had already set in motion against Danzo, they were best left buried in the annals of history. The practice of usurping authority is not a commendable tradition. He would refrain from corrupting the new generation of ninjas that emerged after the unification of the villages. With that thought, he tucked the appointment scroll into his bosom. In the mountainous landscape, the task of reassuring the frontline Konoha ninjas and reorganizing the subsequent forces was entrusted to Jiraiya, while Minato Namikaze and Mei Terumi, among others, stepped forward from the encampment. Observing this, the ever-vigilant Ao, who had been stationed at the forefront of the Iwagakure ninjas, also made his way out after assigning the care of Inoki to his trusted subordinates. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fu-I, a high-ranking official from Sunagakure responsible for frontline command, felt compelled to muster his courage and approach Ao upon witnessing his reaction. From the Warring States period to the era of the ninja villages, the ongoing conflicts among ninjas have perpetually escalated. I yearn to alter this relentless cycle and aspire for Iwagakure and Sunagakure to join me in transforming this world. The opening remarks of the scene in the mountains are resplendent and imbued with a sense of righteousness. However, neither the Yellow Earth nor Fui has wavered in their resolve due to his mere utterance of two simplistic phrases. To alter the ninja world? Senju Hashirama harbored a similar ambition in his time. And what was the outcome? Please articulate your demands and intentions clearly. I shall convey them faithfully to Lord Kazekage. Fui furrows his brow, his tone seemingly resolute, yet he promptly deflects the responsibility. He cannot consent to any requests from Konoha on the front lines, even though he too harbors a fear of the earth-shattering power of wood release. Such a burden, however, is not one he can shoulder alone. I sincerely hope that Iwagakure and Sunagakure can engage in a peace-driven negotiation with Konoha, collaboratively discussing how the three ninja villages can smoothly and effectively merge into a unified entity. As Shan Zhongjing gazed upon Huangtu, who stood at an imposing height of nearly 2 meters and 20 centimeters, he couldn't help but reflect on the wildness that the Yamushi once exhibited in his youth. If this were not a result of genetic mutation, then it could only be attributed to Yamushi's wife, whose stature must have reached 8 feet. After all, given his own height of merely 1 meter and 30 centimeters, how could he possibly father a child as tall as Huangtu, who measured an astonishing 2 meters and 17 centimeters? It cannot be. A resonating hum filled the air, and the earth began to fracture beneath them. In the depths of the mountains, a figure enveloped in an ink-black aura of celestial chakra fixed their gaze upon Fui, compelling him to swallow the words that were about to escape his lips. As a mere conduit of sound, one must possess the awareness befitting such a role. If one cannot take charge, it is wise to remain silent. Fui's pupils quivered, and cold sweat streamed down his face. Under the suffocating weight of overwhelming pressure, his body trembled violently, collapsing to the ground as if reduced to mere chaff. A paralyzing dread, akin to the sensation of being torn apart in the next instant, assailed his mind, nearly robbing him of the capacity for rational thought. The merging of the ninja villages involves not only the integration of combat personnel, but also the amalgamation of various institutions with differing functions, as well as the nations that support each village. Achieving such a merger is far from a simple endeavor. Huangtu crossed his arms before him, concealing his hands beneath his elbows, with his nails digging deeply into his palms to anchor his spirit amid the terrifying aura. For the sake of Iwagakure and his father, he could not allow himself to bend under this pressure. If you were born in Konoha, or if I were born in Iwagakure, we would surely have been great friends. Perhaps in the future, we might still become friends. The scenery within the mountain stands steadfast like a colossal rock, with the yellow earth looming before him, eliciting a smile of appreciation. Observing the figure beside him, Fui, his gaze gradually regains clarity. He then proceeds to articulate his thoughts. Other matters can be deliberated at a leisurely pace. I shall first elucidate my vision to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. Firstly, the amalgamation of the ninja villages. Regardless of whether they are administrative personnel or combat unit members, they shall be reorganized based on their specialties and abilities, dispersing and restructuring all existing ranks. The leaders of each village will form a cabinet to collaboratively deliberate and determine the trajectory of the village's development and significant affairs. Beneath this framework, we shall establish various departments, including regular combat divisions, a police force, a finance department, logistics, construction, research and development, intelligence, and civil management, among others, assigning positions according to individual competencies. It is important to clarify that I do not intend for Sunagakure and Awagakure to become captives or slaves. What I seek is merely a more stable and peaceful ninja world. As for the nations that previously supported the ninja villages from behind, that is a matter to consider only after the merger is accomplished. After Shan Zhongjing spoke of the scenery in the mountains, he lifted his chin slightly, signaling Huang Tu to voice any inquiries he might have. I consent to the merger, yet harmonizing the voices within the village will require some time. As for the specific details regarding the merger, when shall we commence discussions? Huang Tu nodded gently, refraining from inquiring about matters such as the division of authority, for he was not particularly adept in administrative affairs. Nevertheless, it was not difficult for him to perceive that Shan Zhongjing was not here imposing upon the vanquished with an air of triumph. There was no condescension, nor were there any opportunistic demands aimed at exploiting or subjugating Yan'an. Of course, the vassalage of Shine may not share the same perspective. You will require at least 2 to 3 days to return, so let us schedule the discussions for 10 days hence, in this very location. Very well. I take my leave, he remarked. I hope that by the next time you visit, you will truly don the mantle of the Earth Shadow. I shall, Huang Tu replied. Turning to rejoin the ranks of Yan'an, he was acutely aware of the pressures and circumstances he would face upon returning to the village. Yet, as his father had stated, in the face of such formidable power, they had little choice left. At least, this was the case for now. The outcome that the scenery in the mountains demands may not be as dismal as they had anticipated. Could a village that unites all the ninjas truly usher in genuine peace? Return to convey to Chiyo and the others that they should contemplate their decision thoroughly over the next 10 days. If they do not wish to come, they need only to inform me in advance. I shall proceed to speak with her. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing turned to his side to look at Fui. Indeed, Fui struggled to rise from the ground, bowed to Shan Zhongjing, and then staggered away. Those who have not experienced the power of Shan Zhongjing firsthand could hardly comprehend the profound helplessness one feels in the face of such an adversary. Chiyo, Kaizo, and the others have always held themselves in high regard. He had no desire to accompany those old relics to their demise. Damn it! Upon returning, he would seek refuge in the Temple of Wind. Wasn't he the current abbot a disciple of Finfu? Let that fellow take on apprentices in his stead, and he would assume the role of a venerable monk. System, replicate the red entry of Ohyuki as the inheritor of Dust Release. In the mountains, Jing cast a distant glance at the unconscious Tsutsuki, Dea, before turning to depart, having replicated the Dust Release technique. This technique, distinctly recorded in the formula book, stands as the sole bloodline limit capable of elimination. The offensive prowess of Dust Release is indisputable when wielded with Senjutsu Chakra. Even the Tsutsuki clan would likely hesitate to confront its ability to reduce all matter to atomic form. However, his motivation for duplicating this entry extended beyond the formidable power of Dust Release. He also recognized the elemental transformations of Wind and Fire Chakra. In the world of Hokage, the pinnacle of strength is derived from the fusion of 7 elemental chakra transformations, forming the bloodline matrix. Kagaya Tsutsuki's Rinne Sharingan is classified within this matrix as per the formula book. In other words, the Rinne Sharingan is indeed a form of bloodline matrix. Techniques such as Amano Mikado, Yomi Hirazaka, and the 80 Gods Airstrike, among others, serve as specific manifestations of this matrix, excluding Kagaya Tsutsuki. Among the remaining members of the Tsutsuki clan, only Tsutsuki Urashiki, who can seamlessly transition between Byakugan, the Crimson Rinnegan, and the Azure Rinnegan, along with Kagaya's son, Tsutsuki H-Ki, possess the bloodline matrix. Even those with the Rinnegan, such as Tsutsuki Mamashiki and Tsutsuki Ishiki, are merely classified in the formula book as having a bloodline limit. The scenery within the mountains is not merely perceived through a pair of cyclical eyes. In a state of prophetic awareness, one naturally opts for the most favorable conditions. Mastery over the 7 variations of chakra is achieved, seamlessly integrated into a bloodline limit, further enhanced by one's own sage techniques. Awakening the mightiest eye that belongs to oneself, the golden attribute of yin-yang sage significantly amplifies control over yin-yang release. While the crimson attribute of wood release, Jinchuriki greatly enhances mastery over earth and water elements. As for the remaining three elements of wind, fire, and lightning, duplication is essential twice over. Thus, the primary choice is undoubtedly the dust release, a fusion of wind, fire, and earth chakra. Upon successful duplication of the attribute, congratulations to the host for acquiring the crimson attribute dust release air. In the mountains, upon hearing the system's notification sound, Shan Zhongjing did not immediately activate the entry. Instead, he turned to gaze at Jiraiya, who was approaching him. His expression was filled with complexity. Perhaps it was the sudden realization that what he had sought for many years was now tantalizingly close, inducing a sense of bewilderment. Jiraiya, with one hand resting on his hip, observed the retreating figures of Awagakure and Sunagakure, his own expression a tapestry of unspoken emotions. Don't tell me the child of prophecy you seek is me. I am neither a boy with azure eyes nor your disciple. Prophecy? What I have always pursued is merely the potential towards a path of peace, even if that potential is so diminutive that it is deemed a miracle. So, is this what you perceive as a miracle? In the mountains, the scenery elicited a light chuckle from Jiraiya. He was carefree, spontaneous, and unconcerned with trifles, yet possessed an unwavering determination that he never relinquished. Although he exhibited a hint of lechery, this version of Jiraiya undeniably exuded charm. It was a sight to behold, clearer than ever before. Ha ha ha! Jiraiya laughed heartily, as if he had cast off a burden of 1,000 pounds. The coalition of Awagakure, led by Inoki and the others, had evidently acquiesced to Jiraiya's proposal. The man named Fui, despite his somewhat ambiguous attitude, would ultimately follow suit, for once an agreement was reached with Awagakure. The prevailing winds would compel Sunagakure's higher-ups to acquiesce, however reluctantly. Could one truly expect Sunagakure, already at a disadvantage among the 5 great shinobi villages, to confront 2 adversaries alone? How about taking a trip to Sunagakure together in a few days? Shan Zhongjing raised an eyebrow, extending an invitation to Jiraiya. He was unfamiliar with the high-ranking sand shinobi, Fu-Yi, who had only appeared a few times in the original work and had even attempted to assassinate the 5th Kazekage. Gaara. However, he was somewhat acquainted with Chiyo. The vendetta against her son was profound. If despair did not completely engulf him, it was almost a certainty that when negotiations with the Awagakure commenced, the enemy would inevitably intervene. He was not the type to passively respond only after the adversary unleashed their ultimate techniques. Since he foreseen ominous signs, why not preemptively extinguish them? Just the 2 of us? Jiraiya pondered, stroking his chin, quickly realizing Shan Zhongjing's intentions. Yet, while wood release was undeniably formidable, 2 individuals could easily find themselves ensnared if surrounded. What if I summoned the 1st Hokage, the 2nd Hokage, Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Kushina? Then you could also summon the colossal beasts from the 3 great summoning sanctuaries? Shan Zhongjing rolled his eyes in exasperation. It was merely Sunagakure, at this stage. How many formidable experts could they possibly boast? As for the worried expression, what a delightful notion. When the time comes, Sunagakure would undoubtedly be too afraid to make a single move. Jiraiya laughed heartily, instinctively convinced that Shan Zhongjing was jesting. Indeed, there was some truth to it. In the depths of the mountains, the scenery elicited a moment of contemplation, and he gave a slight nod. After all, he was not particularly renowned within the ninja world, unless he employed the mystical wood release to seize the initiative and wreak havoc. How could he possibly instill fear in the sand-hidden ninja who had never encountered him before? Regardless of whether it was Senja Hashirama, Senja Tobarama, or Uchiha Madara, their reputations were forged through countless battles in the past. Hashirama unleashed the great Buddha, while Madara summoned the complete Susanoo. As for Tobarama, let us refrain from mentioning him to spare Madara any distress. The 3 legendary ninjas, accompanied by their colossal summoned beasts, gathered together. While the fully transformed Nine-Tails Jinchuriki unleashed the full power of the Nine-Tails. In the mountains, the 4 formidable guardians were once again positioned at the entrance of the Sand Concealment Gate. On that day, the village of Sand Concealment recalled the terror it once felt under the dominion of that group, as well as the humiliation of being imprisoned within a birdcage. The chilling presence was palpable. Even Chiyo, submerged in the murky waters of a bog, would recognize the necessity of choice. Are you jesting? Is it not true that your technique solely relies on the powers of your predecessors? Can you truly summon them? Jiraiya observed a peculiar expression gradually overtaking the visage of the mountain guardian, swallowing hard. I didn't mention using my technique. The second Hokage's technique is quite commendable. Are you suggesting the Edo Tensei? Recently, Orochimaru has been researching it, and progress is promising. However, it seems rather disrespectful to disturb our predecessors. The first Hokage even requested me to take him out for a stroll last time. Is this truly a disturbance? Besides, I am doing this for the peace of the ninja world and to summon them. Is this not also the dream of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara? It presents them an opportunity to fulfill their aspirations. Please, do include me, Jiraiya exclaimed, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. In such a grand spectacle, how could the illustrious sage of Mount Myaboku, the Toad Sage, Jiraiya, possibly be absent? Rest assured, you shall not be left behind. In the mountains, Yamashita couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a moment's pause, he suddenly recalled the trio of Mayahiko, Nagato, and Konan, whom he had left behind at the clam's lair. His laughter faltered as he leaned closer to Jiraiya and whispered, "Do you still remember the 3 disciples you took in at the Rain Shinobi village? How could I possibly forget such matters? Haha, have you seen them recently? How have they been faring?" I have indeed seen them, albeit just once. As for their recent circumstances, perhaps they've been indulging in seafood to the point of nausea? Sounds like they are doing quite well. It has been ages since I last savored seafood. Well, when you meet them later, you might offer them such words of comfort. Jiraiya looked at Yamashita with a puzzled expression, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. What do you mean by later? Comfort? Is it truly necessary to offer consolation for such a delightful experience as enjoying seafood? Synopsis: having traversed the shinobi world for 19 years and surviving the Second Shinobi World War, Yamashita now stands on the brink of the imminent Third War, finally witnessing the activation of the entry system. With an instantaneous response and mastery of the elusive and sinister arts, he possesses the formidable body of an immortal sage. Remarkably, without having done much at all, it seems he has already become invincible.